The unfortunate demise of Shachio in a car accident led to his transcendence into the Marvel Universe, where he assumed the role of the Marvel's adorable monarch. You possess artificial intelligence, while I have the great sage. You can summon thunder and lightning, yet I can devour all. You possess unparalleled talents, whereas I can unify all. Let us observe how the adorable monarch navigates the vast expanse of the Marvel Universe. Chapter 1. The most expensive last words. Don't go. Help me. With bloodied hands outstretched, Shachio called out repeatedly, yet the reckless driver did not halt. Instead, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, roaring away into the distance. As he watched the sports car recede further and further, on the brink of vanishing entirely, despair enveloped Shachio. Every driver who flees the scene of an accident ought to be apprehended and executed on the spot. The scoundrel could have been saved. Perhaps due to heightened panic, the vanishing sports car crashed through the roadside barrier and plunged into the canyon. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Is there such a turn of events? Shachio gasped in astonishment. Fate is watching over. Even the heavens could not abide this. The reckless culprits met their end. In a twisted sense, even in death, he did not suffer a loss. However, after a few moments of contemplation, Shachio felt a profound sense of loss. Damn it, if only accidents like this would occur to others, rather than himself. As a result of being struck by the speeding car, Shachio sustained grave injuries, leaving him paralyzed and utterly immobile. To make matters worse, during his fall, he fortuitously collided with a sharp stone, delivering a fatal blow to his back and kidneys. Blood gushed forth, and his consciousness began to fade. Am I truly to perish like this? How utterly regrettable. 20 years of life feels fleeting, filled with the brilliance of the world. There remains so much he has yet to experience. Moreover, if he were to die, what would become of his cherished figurines and the vast repository of foreign language study materials on his computer? The tree he had nurtured in his ant forest for nearly 2 years had yet to be planted. The only solace was that he likely wouldn't have to repay his credit obligations next month. Had he foreseen such a calamity, he would have at least maxed out his credit. What a grave oversight. Perhaps due to being thrown from the car and losing too much blood, Shachio felt an intense heat, as if he had fallen into a furnace. Is this the sensation of dying? At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed within his mind. Confirmation complete, successfully acquired. Resistance to heat. What voice is that? In his final moments, with consciousness waning, Shachio barely grasped the words. If it weren't for that kidney blow, would I not be facing death? Confirmation complete, successfully acquired. Resistance to piercing. Additional resistance to physical attacks successfully acquired. Resistance to piercing? Resistance to physical attacks? Huh? A flash of realization crossed Shachio's mind. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Wait, isn't this akin to the anime, That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, where the adorable monarch acquires skills? Could he be granted the chance to traverse to another world? In other words, perhaps he need not perish after all? Excitement coursed through him, yet joy turned to despair as his body convulsed violently, further tearing his already wounded flesh, sending pain deep into his soul and blood spewing uncontrollably. It hurts. The blood loss is accelerating. I can't possibly die before finishing my thoughts. Confirmation complete. Numbness to pain successfully acquired. Transition to bloodless physiology commencing. Transformation successful. Numbness to pain is a divine skill. But what in the world is bloodless physiology? Am I to transform into a slime? A wave of helplessness washed over Shachio. While he admired the adorable monarch, he could not fathom losing so much joy in life. He had only just resolved to avoid such a pitfall. Yet fate had other plans. Gasping for breath, his injuries were grievous. Each inhalation sounded like a wheeze. As his consciousness dimmed, he realized he had yet to acquire the ultimate skills of the adorable monarch, great sage, and predator. He could not die, not now. If he did, even in another realm, he would become an ordinary slime, a fate he could not accept. Right. How did the adorable monarch gain the skills of great sage and predator? The memory escaped him. Perhaps he should try this. Predator. Confirmation complete. Unique skill predator successfully acquired. It truly worked? Shachio felt at a loss for words. Since the moment he was struck by the car, he seemed to have embarked on an irrevocable path to becoming the adorable monarch. Great sage. Confirmation complete. Unique skill great sage successfully acquired. What other abilities did the adorable monarch possess? A gust of wind swept by, causing Xiaoqiu to shiver. He felt warmth rapidly departing from him, and his body grew heavier. Instinctively, he uttered, "I am so cold." Confirmation complete. Resistance to cold successfully acquired. Conditions for both resistance to cold and resistance to heat met. Acquiring resistance to temperature variations. Splendid. One last word, one last skill. Is this then the most expensive last words in history? Think quickly. What other skills does the adorable monarch possess? Perhaps it was the impending specter of death, but Xiaoqiu felt as though his mind had rusted. His thoughts were muddled, with a multitude of ideas swirling, yet none could coalesce. In the twilight of his life, what surfaced were not thoughts of the adorable monarch or skills, but rather the myriad moments of his past. Ever since his parents departed unexpectedly, he had relinquished all restraint. Following an unplanned move, he had switched partners every 3 months, amassing a plethora of plushies and figurines. He had never deemed it problematic. Yet as he stood at death's door, his heart brimmed with boundless regret. So many series he would likely never complete. Chapter 2. The Tsundere Dragon, Veludra. Darkness enveloped him. It was so profound that nothing was discernible, a void where even fingers could not be seen. Hey, where are my hands? Response. The body of a slime is entirely an aggregation of identical cells. Each cell serves as a brain cell, a nerve, and a muscle, thus lacking any structure resembling hands. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Xiaoqiu felt a surge of excitement and inquired, "Are you the Great Sage?" "Indeed." "Oh my goodness, the Great Sage is a divine skill of the Demon Lord." "Great Sage, please detail your abilities." "Certainly." The Great Sage possesses a total of 5 effects. Cognitive acceleration, increases perception speed by a factor of 1,000. Analytical appraisal, analyzes and identifies the object in question. Parallel computation, allows for the separation of the subject of analysis from cognitive processes for calculation. Incantation nullification, enables the casting of magic and skills without the need for incantations or chanting procedures. Omniphenomenon, encompasses all unshielded phenomena in this world. Indeed, the Great Sage possessed by the Demon Lord is a familiar formula, a taste known all too well. It is nothing short of splendid. Great Sage, where am I now? Response. This is the Sealing Cave in the Jula Great Forest. Upon hearing the Great Sage's response, Xiaoqiu was filled with a singular thought. This is a sure thing. He had undoubtedly traversed into an anime world, usurping Mikami Satoru's role as the protagonist. By adhering to the historical narrative from the anime, he would encounter the Storm Dragon, engage in mutual naming, exit the Great Forest, and along the way, vanquish goblins, dwarves, and ogres, ultimately becoming the king of the Tempest Pseudo-Kingdom. What an exhilarating prospect. The legendary saga of the slime would be penned by him. However, the immediate priority was to consume grass. Yes, grass. This was no ordinary grass, but rather the miraculous hippocute grass, which could only flourish in areas rich in magical essence. It served as the core material for healing and restorative potions. The higher the purity of the restorative potion, the more effective it became. In the anime, the Demon Lord could purify potions to an astonishing 99 efficacy, capable of instantaneously restoring severed limbs upon application. Xiaoqiu maneuvered his body, and his eyes became slanted lines. If he had eyes at all. Slithering. Accustomed to walking on legs, Xiaoqiu never envisioned a day when he would traverse in such an unconventional manner. It resembled crawling, yet also undulated. The pace was exceedingly slow, yet it felt surprisingly satisfying. It appeared that the Demon Lord's most iconic mode of movement was not slithering, but rather jumping. Xiaoqiu attempted to exert pressure on his body, and in mere moments, he felt a change. His current form was undeniably super soft, incredibly elastic. So bouncy, so delightful. Perhaps out of sheer idleness, or because this bouncing method delighted him, Xiaoqiu engaged in playful antics. Bounce, bounce. Jump, jump. Ha ha ha. This is utterly amusing. Yet, in a bout of exuberance, Xiaoqiu collided headfirst into a sharp, pointed rock. It was akin to a spoon scooping out a portion of jelly. A hollow formed in his body. This startled Xiaoqiu. Oh my goodness. Perhaps due to a prior experience of being struck by a sharp stone before his transmigration. He now harbored a psychological aversion to pointed rocks. However, he realized it did not hurt at all. This body, in this regard, was rather splendid. Response. Due to the skill of physical attack resistance and the nullification of pain perception, the host does not experience pain. Current bodily damage. 3. Inherent skill self-regeneration activated. Moments later, the gaping hole in his body completely healed, leaving Xiaoqiu in awe. Truly, it was reminiscent of the legendary slime. This constitution was nothing short of miraculous. Speaking of which, The inherent skill of the slime is quite impressive. Detected precious magical ore. Do you wish to utilize the unique skill predator? Yes or no? Precious magical ore? Xiaoqiu immediately recalled a scene from the original work where the Demon Lord replicated magical swords using magical ore. Despite the Demon Lord's seemingly casual replication of 20 swords, displaying little regard for magical ore, the dwarves would often engage in battles with monsters to acquire this precious resource, paying a heavy price. This was a treasure of immense value. Without hesitation, he chose yes. In an instant, the magical ore was disassembled, digested, and absorbed. Great Sage, please report the abilities of Predator. Certainly, Predator can ingest objects. Although the success rate significantly decreases if the object retains consciousness. The targets are not limited to organic or inorganic substances, but also include skills and magic. Predator is further divided into 5 effects. Analysis, capable of analyzing and studying the ingested object to determine potential item creation paths, if material conditions are met. Replication is also possible. Upon successful analysis of a technique, there is a chance to learn the object's skills and magic. Stomach stores the ingested objects. Additionally, it can preserve substances generated post-analysis. Objects stored in the stomach are unaffected by the passage of time. Mimicry can replicate the ingested object, wielding equivalent abilities. However, this is limited to objects for which successful analysis has been conducted. Isolation stores harmful effects that cannot be analyzed, purifying them and returning them as magical energy. What another extraordinary ability! The stomach function is akin to a dimensional bag. The mimicry ability is equally formidable. After consuming a monster, it will automatically analyze it. And upon successful analysis, the abilities of the object can be obtained and mimicked. In the original work, the Demon Lord gained the ability of the Transmuter by devouring Shizuka Aizawa's body, thus acquiring a human form. As for failed analyses? Have you forgotten the Great Sage's skills? The Great Sage and Predator can interlink. The synergy of these two skills yields effects that far exceed mere arithmetic addition. Though the anime depicted the Demon Lord consuming numerous herbs and ores in just a few frames, Xiaoqiu spent half a month consuming, and still had not finished. Speaking of which, this ceiling cave is indeed vast. Eventually, he grew weary of eating. Had he not recognized these herbs and ores as treasures, he might have become lethargic about further consumption. What left Xiaoqiu speechless was that despite the slime's abilities being intrinsically linked to consumption, he could not taste a single flavor, leaving him deeply disheartened. Losing the sense of taste felt akin to losing 2/3 of the world. Out of sheer boredom. Over the course of these 2 weeks, Xiaoqiu consumed nearly an entire lake's worth of water, successfully acquiring the skills of water manipulation and magical perception. Particularly, the magical perception transformed Xiaoqiu's worldview. Seeing without the reliance on eyes granted him a panoramic perspective that was nothing short of magnificent. Having nearly exhausted the herbs and ores, it was time to meet the Sundara Dragon. In the world of the Demon Lord, monsters are classified into 6 levels, designated AF. When subdivided, there are 18 tiers in total. However, these 18 tiers only distinguish ordinary monsters. Above these levels are the S-class Demon Lords, each capable of singularly annihilating a nation. Beyond the Demon Lords lies an even more formidable class of monsters, capable of devastating entire continents when enraged. This tier is referred to as the Special S-class, or Calamity tier. In the original work, the Demon Lord was roughly a B-class monster at birth. Upon acquiring a name and evolving into a named monster, it ascended to A-class. Fortunately, the Demon Lord possessed the Great Sage and Predator skills, both of which were akin to cheats. Casting magic did not require incantations, and she grew stronger with each consumption. Thus, when exiting the ceiling cave, she had already attained near A-class strength. The so-called Sundara Dragon is, in fact, a tempestuous beast known as Veradora, a Calamity-class monster reigning atop the hierarchy of magical creatures. 3 centuries ago, it set ablaze the human realms, reducing towns to ashes, before being vanquished by a hero who sealed it away in an infinite prison. Even in its imprisoned state, the mere aura of its draconic majesty instilled trepidation in all other monsters, rendering them hesitant to encroach upon its territory. And it has been revered as a guardian by the fragile races inhabiting the J.A.R.VIS forest, a testament to its formidable power. To be candid, the prospect of encountering the Sundara Dragon left Shiku feeling somewhat abashed. After all, it is a Tempest Dragon, a true dragon. Particularly after he acquired the ability to sense magical energy. The overwhelming pressure emanating from its life force was indeed both moving and suffocating, instilling a sense of dread within Shiku. It is often said that the mightier the creature, the more one can perceive the terror it embodies. Thus, Shikuhu proceeded with utmost caution, treading carefully in his approach. However, just as he neared the boundary of the ceiling barrier, a profound and haughty voice resonated within his mind. Greedy little imp, within a mere fortnight, you have consumed all the precious herbs and minerals within this cavern, and now you dare to confront me? The powerful, resounding voice echoed directly in Shikuhu's consciousness. The suddenness of it was so jarring that, despite his preparations, he was still taken aback. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, just as depicted in the original narrative, while the voice was booming and seemed irate, there was a distinct lack of malice. Sundara, after all, has always been a guise for a deeper, darker cunning. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. At this, the Sundara dragon could no longer remain composed. Ahem. You may take the herbs. I shall not refuse a rare visitor. Consider these herbs and minerals a token of our meeting. I am willing to graciously lower myself to converse with you. Please, do not depart. Stay and talk with me. It has been 300 years since I last spoke with anyone. Experiencing the dramatic disparity between watching an anime and facing the Tempest dragon, an imposing figure in his eyes, pleading for him to remain and converse, was a shock of unparalleled intensity. The profound sense of solitude and desolation nearly coalesced into something tangible. Shikuhu smiled gently. Since you have so earnestly requested, I shall stay. Really? The Tsundere dragon was overcome with gratitude, truly thankful for the concession. Chapter 3, Rimuru Tempest? What a resounding name. From this day forth, I shall be known as Rimuru Tempest. As for you, I grant you the name Rimuru. From now on, you shall be Rimuru Tempest. In that fleeting moment of receiving a name, Shikuhu experienced an extraordinary transformation that transcended both his soul and body. Particularly, the name Rimuru Tempest etched itself into the very fabric of his being. Is this what evolution at the level of life entails? Truly astonishing. Subsequently, Shikuno, Rimuru, activated his unique skill, Predator, and enveloped the Tempest Dragon Veridora within his stomach. Would you like to analyze the infinite prison? Yes? The voice of the great sage resonated in his mind, and Rimuru unhesitatingly chose yes. As he gazed upon the empty cavern, Rimuru felt an unexpected sense of void and solitude. Though it was a Tsundere dragon and not a human, it was the first and only being he had conversed with since his reincarnation. It was time to depart from this sealed cavern. I must say, this cavern is vast beyond measure. He had been leaping for nearly 5 days without finding an exit. With the Tsundere dragon now residing within his stomach, the oppressive aura of the Tempest dragon had dissipated, and some monsters began to stir restlessly. As he consumed and evolved, he acquired the skills of the black snake, heat sense and poison mist breath, the body armor of the shell lizard, the paralysis breath of the malevolent centipede, the sticky threads and steel of the black spider, and the blood-sucking and ultrasonic abilities of the giant bat. Especially the ultrasonic skill of the giant bat granted Rimuru the ability to speak, filling him with exhilaration. He incessantly babbled nonsensically and sang simple, childish songs, all to relish the sensation of speech. 2 days later, just as Rimuru felt he might become dizzy from his own chatter, he unexpectedly encountered an individual he never should have seen. The familiar attire and mask of Shizue Izawa. How could she possibly be here? According to the original plot, Shizue should not have appeared in this cavern. What on earth could this mean? Even more astounding was the sight of Miss Shizue, engulfed in flames, struggling to suppress the rampage of the fire spirit Ifrit. Was this disruption caused by his mere presence, resulting in a divergence in history and the birth of a new parallel universe? Rimuru was uncertain. At this moment, there was little he could do but quietly wait as Shizue endeavored to quell the fiery spirit's chaos through sheer willpower. Half an hour later, Shizue successfully subdued the raging fire spirit. However, the exertion had drained her significantly, and she collapsed toward the ground. Observing this, Rimuru leaped to her side, cushioning her fall like a soft mat. With a resounding clap, Rimuru applied a restorative potion to her delicate form, and moments later, Shizue appeared considerably rejuvenated. Removing her mask, she revealed a face so adorably charming it was almost unfair, and with a gentle smile, she expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Slime." Experiencing her gratitude at such close proximity was a different sensation altogether. Rimuru felt his cheeks flush. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic. "Aren't you afraid of me?" To avoid disrupting the plot, he made no effort to conceal his immense magical presence. With Shizue's abilities, she surely understood the extent of his power. Though she wore a mask, Rimuru could still sense her smile as she replied, "If you harbored any ill intentions, why wait until now?" Rimuru felt he had posed a rather foolish question. Indeed, He was not a malicious slime. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Shizue burst into laughter. I am not a bad slime, you know. That phrase is a classic line from the nationally beloved RPG game, Dragon Quest. Though Shizue had never played it, she had heard many fellow travelers from another world mention it. Curiously, she probed, Mr. Slime, did you also reincarnate from another world in Japan? Rimuru replied, I indeed crossed over from another world, but not Japan. I hail from Huaxia. Upon learning that he too had traversed from Earth, Shizue's demeanor transformed into one of warmth and familiarity. She inquired about various matters concerning Earth, and Rimuru, without reservation, recounted tales from World War II to the dawn of the new century. Shizue was profoundly grateful and reciprocated by sharing snippets of her own life journey. Rimuru listened intently, acutely aware that Shizue's candid sharing of her story was her way of leaving behind proof of her existence in this world. A day later, the fire spirit Ifrit erupted violently within Shizue, and she could no longer contain it. Ultimately, Rimuru devised a plan to swallow it, successfully transforming it into a companion for the Tsundere dragon, thus resolving the matter entirely. However, the loss of the fire spirit inevitably led Shizue to the final moments of her life. Within the cavern, Rimuru accompanied Shizue through the last chapter of her journey, which filled her with immense gratitude. Initially, she had intended for this cavern to serve as her final resting place, but now she had found a new choice. Just as in the original narrative, Shizue's final request was to find solace within his stomach as her ultimate sanctuary. Although this was a reflection of the original tale, experiencing it firsthand evoked a profound sense of sorrow within him. It must be said that Jingjiang's life has been fraught with tragedy from beginning to end. Whenever she experiences a fleeting moment of happiness, it is inevitably followed by a fresh wave of misfortune. As she herself has expressed, she harbors a deep disdain for this world, yet finds herself unable to truly hate it. Ultimately, Jingjiang is merely a small girl yearning for the acknowledgement of either a demon lord or a hero. Yet, even this humble wish remains forever unattainable for her. May you find solace in beautiful dreams and attain eternal rest. Upon uttering these words, Rimuru activated his predator skill. After consuming Miss Jingjiang's remains, he successfully inherited her appearance and the unique ability of transmutation. Although he had, like in the original storyline, acquired a human form, he felt no joy in his heart. However, before he could ponder further, the entire cave began to tremble and collapse, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Rimuru was taken aback. What was this collapse of the cave? Wasn't it promised that following the plot would lead him smoothly to the pinnacle of life? Casting aside any romantic lamentations, Rimuru transformed into a giant bat and flew directly towards the exit. Fortunately, he was not far from the door and soon reached the entrance. With a flurry of water blades, the door crumbled into ruins. Without a moment's hesitation, Rimuru dove headfirst through the opening. Yet, to his astonishment, upon passing through the portal, he did not arrive at the sunlit surface, but instead found himself in yet another cave. Chapter 4, Tony Stark. The dim cave. Where's this? Now reverted to his slime form, Rimuru felt a deep sense of confusion. According to the original storyline, upon exiting the cave, he should have reached the surface. Yet here he was, stepping out of one cave only to enter another. From the moment he appeared in this place, Rimuru felt an overwhelming discomfort. Akin to moving from a clear river into a murky puddle, the entire world felt extraordinarily hazy. It was not merely due to the dimness. Rather, the magical essence here was exceedingly thin, incomparable to that of the sealed cave. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering echoed, and Rimuru turned to find a disheveled man in a tank top, sporting a small beard, wielding a hammer and incessantly striking away. Upon seeing this bearded gentleman, Rimuru's eyes widened in disbelief. He was far too familiar with that face. Even with his face blindness towards Westerners, he could never forget this visage, especially with that iconic glowing arc reactor on his chest. Tony Stark, have I traversed into the Marvel Universe? The great sage confirmed, indeed. With this affirmation, Rimuru was overcome with a sense of surrealism. He had ventured into the realm of his desires, not only into the world of anime, but also into the Marvel Universe. Unexpectedly finding himself in a cave in Afghanistan, right at the scene of Iron Man's kidnapping. Before Rimuru could take any further action, hurried footsteps resounded. Utilizing his heat sense skill, he distinctly perceived nearly a dozen armed individuals rushing towards the cave. Had he been exposed? Instinctively, he leapt aside, blending into the depths of darkness. Yet he soon felt a wave of exasperation. What was there to fear? He could dispatch all manner of monsters with ease, let alone these insignificant foes. As it turned out, Rimuru had overestimated the situation. Upon entering the cave, The leading bald man seized Ethan and threatened him with a hot coal, repeatedly demanding to know what he and Tony were up to. Witnessing this, Rimuru felt a pang akin to being struck by Aqua's foolishness. He recalled that in the plot, Tony's testing of the mech's leg mechanism had aroused these terrorist suspicions, leading to the current scene of interrogation. Ethan remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any information, which was quite admirable. One must acknowledge Tony's luck, or perhaps his protagonist's halo, which proved remarkably potent. Even in captivity, the script had arranged for such a formidable ally to assist him. Indeed, without Ethan, Tony would likely have met his demise long ago. Not only did Ethan perform surgery to save Tony's life, but he also acted as a mediator between Tony and his captors, even guiding Tony on his path to heroism. Initially, when Tony learned he had but a week to live, he was despondent, yet it was Ethan who rekindled his hope. One could say that Ethan's role to Iron Man was akin to Uncle Ben's to Spider-Man. Alas, as a guide, under the will of the greater universe, their fate was sealed. As the bald man prepared to force the coal into Ethan's mouth, Tony, in a bid to save him, was compelled to prematurely execute his plan, promising delivery in 24 hours. Thus, a crisis was deftly averted. Rimuru could only think that these terrorists were woefully ignorant, especially those tasked with surveilling the cave, who, while holding a photo of a Jericho missile, continuously compared it to the components of Tony's mech. One remarked, incredulously, that what Tony had created looked nothing like a missile. Another jested that from a different angle, it did resemble one, to which Rimuru could only respond with a blank stare. As time was of the essence, by the late hours of the night, both Tony and Ethan were still hammering away, racing against time to make final preparations. Rimuru stealthily moved to a blind spot of a camera, then assumed a humanoid form. Startled by the sudden appearance of Rimuru, both Tony and Ethan jumped in surprise. They were exceedingly tense, knowing they were at a critical juncture. Any misstep could lead to their undoing. Furthermore, Rimuru's sudden emergence was utterly bizarre, devoid of any forewarning. Were it not for her harmless appearance as a seemingly innocent girl, their hearts might have leapt from their chests. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained palpably tense, with Ethan swallowing hard several times, momentarily at a loss for words. The flickering flames illuminated Rimuru's blue hair and golden eyes, enhancing her beauty, which further solidified Tony's suspicions. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace, exclaiming, "Hey, girl, are you also a victim captured by the terrorists? Your blue hair is stunning. Are you a mutant? I hold no prejudice against mutants. Perhaps we could become friends." Tony's words were quite adept, immediately framing Rimuru as a fellow victim. Additionally, he explicitly stated his lack of bias towards mutants, attempting to diffuse any hostility she might harbor. Of course, it would be ideal to win her over, even if unsuccessful. There was little to lose, was there? Rimuru shook her head, correcting him. "No, I am neither a victim of the terrorists nor a mutant. Furthermore, I must clarify that I am a boy." A boy? Tony and Ethan scrutinized Rimuru from head to toe, and though their reactions were subtle, it was clear they found the statement amusing. The cave was dark, but they were not blind enough to confuse genders. Yet, with their lives hanging in the balance, they dared not oppose her. It was imperative to placate her. Okay, little man, your position is just fine. The camera can't see you. Can you stay there and play for a bit while Uncle Ethan and I finish our work?" Tony soothed, attempting to stall. If he could buy some time to complete the armor, they might just turn the tide in their favor. Even if this little girl were a hostile mutant, they would have some means of self-defense. Unlike the present, when he resembled a feeble child devoid of any means of resistance. Upon hearing Tony's words, Rimuru couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was he truly being regarded as one of those illiterate terrorists easily deceived? Rimuru retorted directly, "You are not constructing Jericho missiles, but rather crafting an escape suit of armor." In an instant, beads of sweat began to bead on the foreheads of both Tony and Ethan, the air thickening with tension. Observing Iron Man's anxious demeanor, Rimuru smiled, relishing the moment. Upon seeing the grin on Rimuru's face, Tony and Ethan instantly realized they had been outsmarted, igniting an impulse within them to retaliate against Rimuru. Yet, they dared not act. Even if Rimuru struck their left cheek, they could only extend their right, inviting further blows. It was akin to a dragon trapped in shallow waters, or a tiger fallen from grace, subjected to the mockery of lesser beings. How they despised such childish antics. Clang, clang, clang. Ethan wielded a hammer, incessantly tapping away, while Tony busied himself at the computer, crafting various applications. Witnessing this scene, Rimuru couldn't help but admire. Tony truly was one of the greatest geniuses in the Marvel Universe, his skill tree immensely expansive, particularly in the episode regarding the extremist virus. Maya Hansen had spent over a decade researching, yet it paled in comparison to Tony's overnight endeavors. This was all the more impressive given that it followed the aftermath of a passionate encounter between Tony and Maya. Watching Tony's nimble fingers dance across the keyboard, Rimuru felt a wave of alarm wash over him. The Marvel Universe was rife with prodigies, and he must tread carefully. Indeed, the path to growth lies in cautious development. Chapter 5. The Genius Rimuru. At dawn, human spirits wane to their nadir. Even the most diligent professionals succumb to drowsiness, let alone the undisciplined terrorists. It was precisely during such moments that Tony and Ethan revealed their hidden talents. Earlier, in a bid to confound the robbers, the suit had been dismantled into various components and was now undergoing assembly and calibration. The conditions were abysmal. All parts were fashioned solely through manual labor. And despite Tony's genius oversight, myriad issues arose. Tony, the transmission device in the arm is jammed. It could be due to subpar parts. Ethan exclaimed, perspiration streaming down his face. If the transmission device in the arm malfunctioned, not only would that arm be rendered useless, but the flamethrower and missile launcher would also be incapacitated. This minor fault could strip the suit of its long-range offensive capabilities. However, time was of the essence. Reforging acceptable parts could consume an indeterminate amount of time. He felt at a loss. Perhaps Tony, the genius, would have a solution. After nearly 3 months of collaboration, Ethan had been thoroughly impressed by Tony's craftsmanship and brilliant intellect. Just a moment, my targeting program is nearly complete, Tony declared, his fingers a blur on the keyboard. Observing Tony and Ethan racing against time, busier than spinning tops, even Rimuru, an outsider, found himself captivated. What transpired in a mere couple of scenes in a film mirrored hours of relentless effort in reality. Approaching Ethan, who seemed at a loss, Rimuru spoke. Could it be that the parts C9 and G9 have been mixed up? Startled, Ethan jumped at Rimuru's sudden interjection. Were these two parts confused? He pondered, hesitating. Yet, glancing at the frantically occupied Tony, he gritted his teeth and opted to heed Rimuru's suggestion. A desperate measure it was, but worth the gamble. Disassemble, replace, reassemble. Although Ethan lacked Tony's prowess as a skilled surgeon, his dexterity was unparalleled. His professional misalignment had been the true constraint on his effectiveness. Once he recognized the issue, he swiftly replaced parts C9 and G9. Upon testing, Ethan immediately sensed a difference. The arm operated fluidly, resolving the problem with perfection. Ethan stared at Rimuru, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How could she, so young, possess such understanding of intricate machinery? Could she be a super genius akin to Tony? The truth was, it was the Grand Sage's insight, yet wasn't that also a reflection of her own capability? Noticing Ethan's astonished gaze, Rimuru felt a swell of pride. In his previous life, he had often been labeled a deadbeat otaku, with disparaging remarks about being a disgusting nerd. While he held no grievances towards his lifestyle, deep down, he yearned for greater recognition. To his surprise, upon traversing into the Marvel Universe, he found himself assisting Iron Man in a significant way, garnering respect from Ethan. An accomplished doctor. This sense of validation was profoundly gratifying. Okay, the targeting program is complete. Now, let me ascertain where the issue lies. Tony rushed over, only to be greeted by Ethan's beaming face. No need, Tony, the problem has already been resolved. Ethan succinctly recounted the earlier events to Tony, who listened with astonishment. Both parts C9 and G9 had been designed by him, and he was well aware of their specific roles. They were inconspicuous yet critical components. Once assembled, identifying any issues would be a formidable task. Even he would require considerable time to troubleshoot. Yet this seemingly elementary girl had pinpointed the problem with ease. However, this was not the time for pondering such matters. They had far more to accomplish. Let us see. Now we must assemble the most complex systems, the power supply, the shock absorption system, and the flight apparatus, correct? Indeed. Ethan nodded. These 3 systems were intricate and allowed no room for error, necessitating Tony's direct involvement. Ethan checked his watch and remarked, Tony, it's already 7:40. According to past patterns, the robbers will awaken within an hour and a half. Our time is limited. Tony seized a wrench, exuding confidence. An hour and a half is ample time. Without lifting his gaze, he tightened screws while calling out, parts F3, G7. Parts F3, G7. Ethan echoed, searching, yet his pace in locating the parts clearly lagged behind Tony's demands. Often, Tony had to pause to wait for Ethan to deliver the components. As time progressed, Rimuru found herself increasingly anxious. Every time Tony called for a part, she was quick to retrieve it and present it to him. Initially, Tony was taken aback, but soon he adjusted to this new rhythm. As the assembly progressed, Tony eventually required no prompts. Rimuru would instinctively deliver the necessary parts to him. This seamless collaboration left Ethan in awe, and even Tony was profoundly impressed. It was worth noting that he and Rimuru had known each other for less than a day. Yet their teamwork resembled that of seasoned partners, displaying an uncanny synergy. Rimuru had brought Tony countless surprises. He no longer perceived her as an ordinary child. In his eyes, she had evolved into a peer, a genius in her own right. Especially with their harmonious cooperation, Tony found himself increasingly fond of her, wishing to recruit Rimuru for Stark Industries without hesitation. Moreover, her youth signified immense potential for growth. She was a raw gem, a treasure. Remarkably, they had completed the task a full half-hour ahead of schedule. Tony, and you too, blue-haired girl, you are truly extraordinary. Upon hearing Ethan refer to him as the blue-haired girl, Rimuru felt a shiver run down his spine. He shot Ethan a fierce glare, exclaiming, "What girl? Haven't I made it clear? I am a man, a pure 24K gentleman." However, to Tony and Ethan, Rimuru's ferocious demeanor lacked any semblance of intimidation, instead appearing somewhat endearing and charming. With a smile, Tony Stark extended his hand, saying, I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony Stark, but you may call me Tony. Might I be so fortunate as to learn your name?" Seeing Tony's outstretched hand, Rimuru smiled and reciprocated. "Hello, Tony. I am Rimuru Tempest. You may call me Rimuru." Tony remarked, "Rimuru, what a delightful name. It suits such a charming young lady like yourself. That surname, Tempest, is rather rare." Rimuru's face darkened as he retorted, "I am a man." Tony nodded knowingly. "Ah, I see. Our little gentleman truly is beautiful and adorable." Rimuru interjected. "Is it even appropriate to describe a man as beautiful and adorable? What an insufferable egotist Tony Stark is." Frustration welled within him. By the way, Rimuru's eyes lit up. "How about we give him a nickname? Something like Tony the Great Ego might suffice." He pondered, would Tony evolve like a monster if he were dubbed Great Ego? The curiosity was tantalizing. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting, especially as they still found themselves ensnared in peril. After affixing a bomb to the door, with Rimuru and Ethan's assistance, the Mark I armor was quickly donned. Meanwhile, the terrorists in the surveillance room finally noticed Tony's disappearance and Rimuru's intrusion. The curtain was about to rise. Chapter 6. Disaster strikes. Tony's attempt at bravado fails. Ethan Stark. Several terrorists approached to investigate, unlocking the door while hurling curses. Tony, intrigued, asked Ethan, "What are they saying? I could only catch snippets of our names." Ethan shook his head. "They're speaking Hungarian. I don't understand it either." Rimuru explained. "The Hungarian is asking where Stark has gone and who I am, questioning how I came to be here. He threatened us to behave, or he'd take us out." "You understand Hungarian?" Both Tony and Ethan expressed astonishment. Many could speak multiple languages, like Ethan with his Arabic, Russian, English, Persian, and Dari, yet they found Rimuru's youth perplexing. The previous conversations had been in English, leading them to naturally assume it was Rimuru's native tongue. They never anticipated Rimuru's comprehension of Hungarian. Just how much does he know? In response to their astonishment, Rimuru merely smiled in silence. He certainly did not understand Hungarian, but he could comprehend English, Hungarian, Russian, and every other language. The reason was simple. He possessed a remarkable skill known as magic perception. This ability allowed him to sense minute magical fluctuations from every angle while also translating light and sound waves into comprehensible information. All languages, as subjective sound waves, could be transformed by this skill. Conversely, by utilizing thought to vocalize, he could engage in dialogue with others. In essence, Rimuru could understand any language in the world, even the languages of cats and dogs. Boom. The moment the heavy iron door swung open, Tony's trap was triggered, obliterating two terrorists instantly, clad in his armor. Tony beamed with joy and confidence as he looked at Ethan and Rimuru. "Ethan, Rimuru, follow closely behind me. It's time for my performance." The Mark I, rugged and cumbersome, yet imposing with its exaggerated strength and impenetrable steel armor, made the terrorists cower in fear as if confronting a devil's weapon. Tony, with simplicity and brutality, dispatched the incoming terrorists with ease. Not only Tony Stark, but even Rimuru and Ethan watched in awe. Rimuru thought how desperately he wished for his own set of battle armor. Despite his numerous abilities, he still yearned for the Iron Man suit. It wasn't merely about its might. It was a matter of passion. The armor represented a man's romance. In truth, with Rimuru's capabilities, if he desired a suit of armor, he could simply devour one and let the great sage analyze it, swiftly replicating his own set, or even numerous sets. However, such an act required Tony's consent. Otherwise, It would be considered theft, potentially jeopardizing their rapport. The Iron Man suit was Tony's lifeblood. Throughout the Marvel Universe, only his dear friend Colonel Rhodes had ever taken one, and that was under extreme duress from the military and his impending demise. For anyone else, acquiring a suit was no simple feat. Boom. Another enemy was dispatched decisively by Tony. Look at me, little Rimuru. How about that? Uncle Tony looks pretty cool, doesn't he? Are you starting to develop a crush on Uncle Tony? Rimuru rolled his eyes. A crush? You merely knocked down a few mere mortals. Why act so conceited? This is unbearable. Just then, Ethan suddenly shouted, Tony, watch out. There's another enemy behind you. Without turning, Tony retaliated with an elbow strike, catching the terrorist unawares and sending him crashing down. Perhaps in his eagerness to impress Rimuru, Tony's strength was poorly controlled, and his arm became lodged in the rock. One tug, two tugs, three tugs. Tony's arm remained stubbornly stuck. The most embarrassing part was that he had just tried to show off without looking back. And now the once impressive pose had turned utterly awkward. Tony Stark's attempt at bravado had spectacularly failed. Rimuru erupted in laughter, while Ethan could only shake his head, bemused. After finally freeing his arm, Tony, still flustered, insisted, forget that. It doesn't count. Just erase it from your memory. Wow, this gun is so cool. While Tony engaged the enemies ahead, Rimuru scavenged behind him. In a short span, he managed to gather nearly a dozen excellent weapons produced by Stark Industries. Had he not wished to keep the terrorists from disturbing Miss Jing's tranquility, he might have even considered devouring an enemy, hoping to gain some proficiency with firearms. At the cave's entrance, Tony launched a small missile, taking down the bald-headed leader among the terrorists. As they beheld the light outside, all three felt a surge of excitement. Especially Tony Stark, who joyfully exclaimed. Being a wealthy magnate, having been imprisoned in this dark cave for 3 months felt like a nightmare. He was finally about to escape this dreadful ordeal. Rimuru, Ethan, let us proceed as planned. After I deal with the enemies outside, wait for the right moment to make your move. Okay. Ethan readily agreed, and Rimuru had no objections either. With his current prowess, none here posed a challenge to him. As bullets ricocheted off the steel armor, ringing out with metallic clangs, an intense battle ensued. Inside the cave, Rimuru approached the fallen bald leader, brandishing a freshly acquired M4 assault rifle, ready to deliver a finishing shot. Aware of the plot, Rimuru knew this bald head was quite resilient. He was merely unconscious and not truly dead. What are you doing, Rimuru? Upon witnessing Rimuru's intention to deliver the final blow, Ethan was taken aback, swiftly pressing down the firearm in Rimuru's grasp. Rimuru, Ethan, he is the true villain and remains alive. We cannot simply let him go. Ethan gazed earnestly at Rimuru, imparting wisdom. You are still young, and you have the potential to bask in the sunlight. Do not allow hatred to cloud your vision, and refrain from staining your hands with blood. Perhaps due to his reincarnation as a bloodless slime and the journey of battling monsters within the sealed cave, Rimuru exhibited little aversion to the notion of slaughter. Yet, Ethan's heartfelt concern rendered Rimuru somewhat hesitant. After all, killing a person and annihilating a monster are two vastly different matters. Could they truly allow him to escape unscathed? That would be far too lenient. Ethan seized the rifle from Rimuru's hands, declaring, "Allow me to handle this villain." With a resounding bang, the gunshot echoed, and the unconscious bald leader met the end of his nefarious existence in his slumber. At that very moment, the battlefield outside experienced yet another upheaval. These terrorists, having been stripped of nearly all resources, were left with nothing but their weapons, including even machine guns designed for tank warfare. Unlike the original narrative, with Ethan and Rimuru as liabilities, Tony placed greater emphasis on eliminating the enemy rather than recklessly igniting the valley as depicted in the film. Consequently, Tony found himself suffering significant losses, unable to raise his head under the onslaught of overwhelming firepower. As for the initial plan to depart with Ethan and Rimuru, that had become a mere jest. In other words, our Iron Man had once again failed to maintain his bravado under the relentless assault of the M2 machine gun. Various critical components of the Mark I, including its legs and back, were severely damaged. Ethan, visibly distressed, grasped his assault rifle, urging, Rimuru, take cover for a moment. I will go out and help Tony relieve some pressure. As he sprinted, he emitted sounds to attract the attention of the terrorists. Wait, going out like that will make you a target. Rimuru thought, exasperated by his clumsy demeanor. Was he merely throwing his life away? Nonetheless, there was no denying that Ethan was a good person with a heart of gold. Feeling powerless was one thing, but allowing someone like him to perish was something Rimuru could not abide. Grand Sage, devise the optimal plan for defeating the enemy. Optimal enemy defeat plan complete. Recommend activating auto combat mode. Shall I proceed? Yes. As the combat mode activated, Rimuru's eyes gradually transformed into a blood-red hue. Since Tony had failed to uphold his bravado, it was now his turn to save the world. Chapter 7, MVP. Bang, bang, bang. Ethan continued firing indiscriminately, his accuracy a matter of chance. However, his primary objective was merely to draw the enemy's attention and alleviate some of the pressure on Tony. With Ethan's aim achieved, an additional figure wielding a firearm suddenly appeared on the battlefield, making it impossible to avoid eliciting the enemy's notice. Several terrorists swiftly redirected their weapons towards Ethan. Be careful. Take cover. Tony Stark exclaimed, a mix of anger and fear flooding his expression, yet it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. Just then, Tony perceived a fleeting blur in front of him, and suddenly, a blue vortex appeared before Ethan. The swirling vortex devoured a multitude of bullets. This astonishing sight captivated everyone's attention on the battlefield, rendering them momentarily silent, even causing them to forget about firing. Rimuru? Ethan, having narrowly escaped death, stared in disbelief at Rimuru, who stood before him, astonished. What had he just witnessed? Rimuru's hand had transformed into a blue vortex, swallowing all incoming bullets. Earlier, Rimuru's unexpected appearance in the confined cave had sparked numerous speculations from Tony and Ethan. They had hypothesized that Rimuru's mutant abilities might involve stealth or concealment. Little did they anticipate that Rimuru could also devour bullets. How extraordinary. Ignoring Ethan, Rimuru charged directly towards the high ground equipped with a heavy machine gun. Eliminating the machine gun would render ordinary firepower against the Mark I as ineffective as mere tickling. Fire! Fire! We must eliminate that monster. Rimuru's intentions were unmistakable, and everyone understood the stakes. Faced with a formidable metal behemoth, now an additional monster emerged. If the machine gun fell, everyone here would face certain doom. The crowd exerted every effort, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Rimuru. Yet to their astonishment, Rimuru evaded each one with remarkable finesse. Even more bewildering was the stylish manner in which Rimuru dodged the bullets, exuding an unparalleled coolness. Is she trying to show off while dodging bullets as if she were the protagonist of a movie? Yet, reality often eclipses fiction, and the onlookers stood slack-jawed, their perceptions shattered. She's coming. Open fire. Quickly. The crowd roared, particularly the machine gunner, who was filled with rage, unleashing his full might. Yet the next moment, the gunner stared in disbelief at his empty weapon, still poised to fire. Where's my gun? He stammered, raising his gaze to find Rimuru's blood-red eyes fixed upon him. Devoid of any emotion, akin to the grim reaper harvesting lives. Before he could utter a word, he succumbed to an abyss of darkness. She's coming for us. Use rockets. Quickly. Bullets and flames proved ineffective against her. She was a demon. Please, don't kill me, spare me. In the chaotic tableau of the battlefield, within a brief span, these desperate souls found their courage shattered by Rimuru, paralyzed with fear. Ethan, observing the entire spectacle, was left utterly astonished. Is this even possible? As for Tony, he was left speechless. From the moment Rimuru intervened until the dust settled, the entire sequence transpired in less than a minute. Saving Ethan, dodging bullets, neutralizing the machine gun, and dispatching the terrorists, all executed with fluidity and precision, devoid of any extraneous movements. The entire display of Rimuru's prowess was strikingly clear, with every action and strike executed with unparalleled accuracy, a feat that even the most battle-hardened special forces might struggle to achieve. It was akin to a work of art. Who exactly was Rimuru? Tony's mind brimmed with insatiable curiosity, yet regardless of the questions, they had emerged victorious. Deactivating the auto-combat mode, the trio regrouped. Ethan regarded Rimuru with a complex expression. I apologize for my earlier admonition against staining your hands with blood. I was rather presumptuous. Given Rimuru's recent display, it was evident that she was no novice, not a mere fragile sprout nurtured in a greenhouse. Rimuru shook her head. Ethan, you are correct. Those desperate souls did not deserve to tarnish my hands. Up until now, I have yet to take a life. Ethan and Tony exchanged exasperated glances, rolling their eyes at her statement. Based on your apparent proficiency, do you truly expect anyone to believe that? However, this was not the time for such discussions. Ethan, little Rimuru, you two should exit the valley. I must destroy all the weaponry in this area. Tony's gaze darkened as he surveyed the cache of weaponry adorned with the Stark Industries logo. As the largest arms dealer in America, he had long faced scrutiny and condemnation. Often labeled a merchant of death, yet he had never allowed it to affect him. As an arms dealer, Tony's philosophy was to exchange weapons for peace. The most effective weapons were often only fired once, instilling terror and respect in the enemy. Repetition of a falsehood 1,000 times can transform it into a truth. Furthermore, humanity tends to believe what it wishes to believe. Tony truly believed that the weapons he created could usher in peace for the world. However, this recent abduction brutally shattered that illusion, awakening him to the harsh realities of life. Particularly, the words of the bearded kidnapper, who proclaimed himself the world's most notorious killer, pierced deep into Tony's conscience. These weapons must never fall into the hands of other terrorists. Shortly after Rimuru and Ethan departed from the valley, it was engulfed by an inferno of unrelenting flames. Much like in the movies, after detonating everything, Tony utilized the brief flight capability of his Mark I to escape. The vast desert, arid and sweltering, felt akin to walking upon a furnace. Soon, both Tony and Ethan became severely dehydrated, showing signs of heat stroke. Yet Rimuru appeared unaffected, as if she were strolling in a gentle breeze, leaving Tony and Ethan both astonished and envious. Who exactly is Rimuru? She seems like an enigma. The more one learns about her, the more one senses her mystery and wonder. Nevertheless, now is not the time to ponder such matters. The priority is to escape this desert. After approximately an hour, the sound of helicopter rotors resonated in the sky, and Tony exuberantly danced with excitement. Upon successfully attracting the aircraft's attention, he knelt in a rather juvenile pose, forming a peace sign. It was a U.S. military helicopter. In other words, his nightmare was finally coming to an end. Soon, a dark-skinned officer rushed out from the helicopter, none other than Tony's close friend, Rhodey. How was the ride in that rugged jeep? Hearing this, Tony chuckled awkwardly. Next time, can you share a vehicle with me? Upon hearing Rhodey's words, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia and embraced him warmly. Rimuru couldn't help but reflect that in the contest for Tony's affection, Pepper Potts' greatest rivals were firstly the Mark I series, and secondly, Rhodey. As for those cover models, they were utterly insignificant, lacking any real competition. Who are those two? Rhodey inquired, glancing at Rimuru and Ethan with curiosity. Ethan appeared rather ordinary, but Limuru's striking appearance, especially her blue hair and golden eyes, made her seem as though she walked perpetually under the spotlight, impossible to overlook. Tony felt helpless, while his friend was commendable in many aspects. He was just a tad too serious. Moreover, with Limuru's mysterious origins and remarkable abilities, he wished to prevent her from attracting the military's attention. They are my saviors. They can be trusted completely. All right, Rhodey, you aren't planning to interrogate all three of us right here in this vast desert, are you? My apologies. Rhodey, aware of his faux pas, realized that despite having a myriad of questions, this was evidently not the appropriate time. In the mountains, it hadn't been apparent. But as they entered civilized society, Rimuru and Ethan immediately felt the overwhelming influence Tony wielded. Before long, a luxurious private jet landed at the military base, and the trio embarked on their journey to New York. Chapter 8, Pepper Potts. New York, the most perilous city in the Marvel Universe, without exception. As a plane gently descended onto the tarmac, the cabin door opened, revealing a blonde woman in a professional suit and a somewhat portly man awaiting their arrival. Naturally, these were Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts, and his bodyguard, Happy. The moment she spotted Tony, Pepper's eyes welled with tears, though she strove to maintain her composure. The love and joy written across her face were unmistakable. Rimuru and Ethan, understanding the moment, discreetly stepped aside, allowing Pepper and Tony their reunion without intruding. Your eyes are red. Are you upset over your missing boss? Tony teased. I'm just relieved. I won't have to look for a new job, though she wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. Rimuru overheard every word of their exchange. Their clumsy attempts at concealment only revealed their playful rivalry. It must be said, the dynamic between Tony and Pepper was quite fascinating. As a notorious playboy, when being interviewed by Christine, a reporter from Vanity Fair, he effortlessly spun risque jokes, quickly luring her to his bed. Yet when faced with Pepper, perhaps due to his genuine affection for her, his words faltered, and he could not muster a single flirtatious remark. As for Pepper, her character was similarly intriguing. In a strict sense, she resembled the quintessential heroine of a romantic narrative. If told from her perspective, the tale of Iron Man might well be titled The CEO Falls for His Assistant or The Billionaire's Adorable Assistant. A working-class girl triumphs and secures the affection of the world's richest man, Tony Stark, leaping into the lap of luxury. A truly inspirational narrative. Who are those two? After briefly updating her boss on work matters, Pepper inquired about Ethan and Rimuru, particularly the latter, which piqued her interest. In fact, any female who approached Tony raised her suspicions. This wariness stemmed from her own journey to success. The disparity in their statuses made her acutely aware of her vulnerabilities in the relationship. Tony could indulge in reckless behavior repeatedly, and she would still be there to clean up the mess. As long as Tony showed even the slightest restraint, he would be a reformed man worth his weight in gold. Conversely, Pepper's tolerance was exceedingly low. Despite holding a significant place in Tony's heart and occasionally employing clever tactics to convince him to buy her multi-million-dollar artworks as birthday gifts, she remained merely an assistant, nothing more. One particularly amusing scene from Iron Man 2 featured Black Widow infiltrating Stark Industries under the guise of Pepper's assistant. During this time, Tony, suffering from palladium poisoning, spiraled into chaos, causing Pepper endless distress. Under the directive of Nick Fury, Black Widow observed and aided Iron Man, inevitably sharing countless flirtatious glances with him. Somehow, this did not escape Pepper's notice. She must have been seething with jealousy, thinking, I hired you as my assistant, and you, seductive vixen, dare to try and steal my man. Subsequently, Pepper unleashed her fury, attributing all the recent turmoil to Black Widow, insinuating that she was a siren. Claiming that since her arrival, Stark Industries had faced relentless issues. Pepper even considered firing Black Widow. Had it not been for the sudden attack, she might have succeeded. Analyzing the plot from this angle, one might find Iron Man 2 carries a distinctly different flavor, especially in Pepper's storyline. Resembling a classic tale of the rightful partner battling the interloper in Iron Man, the battle for marriage. However, this reaction is quite human. Pepper's rise to prominence was marked by her beauty, capability, and cunning. Let me introduce you. This is Dr. Ethan. If it weren't for him, you might never have seen me again. Hello, Ethan. I can't thank you enough. Pepper extended her hand to Ethan, exuding grace. Her gratitude was genuine. She and Tony were intertwined in success and failure, and Ethan's rescue of Tony was akin to saving her own existence. This is Rimuru. She is. Tony faltered, momentarily unsure how to introduce Rimuru. His hesitation sent Pepper's heart racing. What exactly was the nature of Rimuru and Tony's relationship? With her aquamarine hair, exquisite features, fair and delicate skin, and petite frame, Rimuru radiated beauty and charm. Were it not for her youthful appearance, Pepper might have suspected that Tony had taken her under his wing. It was no wonder Pepper thought this way. Tony's history was fraught with such entanglements. Could she be a foster daughter? Being a stepmother is no easy task, a subject she has yet to confront or even entertain. Just the thought of her adopted daughter, Pepper, sends her mind spiraling into a haze of despair. Although Rimuru may not possess a high emotional intelligence, his perceptiveness is unparalleled, and in an instant, he senses Pepper's inner turmoil. Rimuru takes the initiative to speak. Hello, Sister Pepper. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I met Tony last night in the bandits' cave, and this morning we managed to escape from their lair together. Strictly speaking, I am also Tony's lifesaver. The implications of Rimuru's words are profound. He only met Tony yesterday, and the tangled relationships Pepper feared are non-existent. Furthermore, he is indeed Tony's savior. Faced with the lifesaver of the boss, what should an assistant do? Surely, I need not instruct you. Were it anyone else, such remarks might carry the suspicion of seeking to repay a favor. However, Rimuru's diminutive stature renders him innocent, speaking without a filter, as children often do. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Pepper is taken aback. His statement is far beyond what one would expect from an elementary school child. Regardless, Rimuru's words dispel much of the unease that lingered in Pepper's heart. She immediately warms to him, engaging in lively banter, exchanging witty repartees, leaving Rimuru feeling somewhat flustered. Goodness, Pepper's combativeness is formidable. Truly, women are natural masters of palace intrigue. One should tread carefully. The complexities of the real world can indeed be overwhelming. Inside a luxurious automobile, the invisible man, happy, inquires, Sir, where to? Please take us to the hospital, Pepper responds. No, Tony counters. Tony, you must go. The doctor needs to assess your condition, she insists. There's nothing urgent about it. I've been imprisoned for 3 months, and I only want to do 2 things. First, indulge in a cheeseburger, and second. Before Tony can finish, Pepper is left speechless. Why are you so lecherous? Faced with Pepper's misunderstanding, Tony remains unfazed, clearly accustomed to such misconceptions. Not what you think. I wish to hold a press conference. A press conference? Pepper is astonished. What on earth does he wish to convey with such impatience? She wishes to object further, but the car has already started, leaving her to follow Tony's whims. Sometimes, dealing with such a boss is utterly despairing. Chapter 9, Baka. Stark Industries, allow me to offer some advice. Are you prepared? Ready? Sell all your stocks, abandon ship, and flee for your lives. On television, a bald, unattractive host wields a baseball bat, smashing a cup to smithereens. At the press conference, Tony boldly announces the closure of the weapons division, sending shockwaves through society. Online media is ablaze with this shocking news, and Stark Industries stocks plummet, leaving investors teetering on the brink of despair. Even within Stark Industries, chaos ensues. The company has long dominated the arms market, reigning supreme among arms dealers. Will an arms company cease selling weapons to peddle baby bottles? From executives to factory workers, confusion reigns and unrest ripples through the ranks. One can only grasp the magnitude of Stark's influence when immersed in the Marvel Universe. It must be said, mere mortals will never fathom the genius's thought process. Tony's decision has undoubtedly robbed countless individuals of a peaceful night's sleep. In Stark's private villa, Rimuru turns off the television, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Knowing the plot, he understands that the closure of the weapons division will not spell doom for Stark Industries. Rather, it will elevate the company to new heights. Indeed, now is the perfect moment to invest in Stark Industries stocks. If he can secure a significant stake in the company, his future in the Marvel Universe could be lavish. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he currently lacks funds. Yet, Rimuru himself is a treasure trove, even diluted countless times. His recovery potion, when utilized sparingly, could cause seismic shifts. If managed effectively, he might even market the recovery potion as a cosmetic, a veritable goldmine. However, this hinges on him revealing his hand to Tony. As a newcomer, Rimuru has no established roots in this world, not even a legal identity. Though he detests being referred to as a little girl, his appearance is undeniably that of an elementary school student, a fact beyond dispute. Should he roll up his sleeves? He can only imagine the ravenous wolves that would descend upon him, unless he is prepared to flip the table. In a typical world, this might suffice. But here in the chaotic realm of Marvel, the more one revels in the fray, the quicker one meets their demise. Witness the cosmic population control officer, Thanos, who, after laying down his arms, was besieged by his daughter and a horde of violent individuals. His fate, decapitation and disintegration, was nothing short of tragic. In the Marvel Universe, lacking funds is a perilous predicament, and without a background, one's fate is sealed. Those who thrive either possess connections and a solid foundation, like Black Widow and Hawkeye, or they are both well-connected and powerful, such as Thor. Those with strength but lacking connections face dire consequences. The Hulk serves as a living testament to this truth. Despite his near-omnipotent power, he is relentlessly pursued by his father-in-law, reduced to a state lower than that of a stray dog. But should he reveal his true self to Tony? This dilemma causes Rimuru to hesitate. Tony is a staunch advocate of the Sokovia Accords, supporting mandatory registration. While Rimuru has no intention of registering his identity, he hasn't even grasped the notion of being a hero. The term hero carries too much weight, too much expectation. A mere misstep would lead to scrutiny and condemnation, a concept that feels entirely foreign to Rimuru. In this world, one must navigate treacherous waters. Who can claim to be without a few aliases? Arresting Lu Sun has nothing to do with me. Zhou Shuren. Registering? Nonsense. Yet, there are no free lunches in this world. Apart from collaborating with Tony, Rimuru seems to have no better options. Despite his arrogance, Stark is fundamentally a decent person. Great Sage, should I collaborate with Tony? Isn't your heart already aware of the answer? Great Sage, you've changed. You're no longer the Great Sage I once knew. Humph. Rimuru is left speechless, wondering if he is being criticized by his own skill. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonates through the air. Good evening, esteemed guests. I apologize for the intrusion. The villa's owner, Tony Stark, has come to visit. The voice of the butler, J.A.R.VIS, echoes. Though aware of his existence, Rimuru is still intrigued by J.A.R.VIS's level of intelligence. Hey, little Rimuru, may I come in? Rimuru is at a loss for words. He has already entered, so asking seems rather redundant. Furthermore, when addressing him, please refrain from adding a diminutive title. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Having replaced his arc reactor, Tony Stark remains unfazed by Rimuru's retorts. For the world's most beloved Tony Stark, no one would dare deny him entry. As for the second point, I'll be mindful in the future, little Rimuru. Rimuru. Tony's narcissistic and brash demeanor remains unchanged as he comfortably settles on the sofa opposite Rimuru, gazing at him intently. Now, it's just the two of us here. Although it may be rude, may I have the honor of knowing your true identity and background? Do not attempt to deceive me. My J.A.R.VIS is quite formidable. How formidable? More powerful than you can imagine. If he is that powerful, I presume J.A.R.VIS already knows what I'm about to say. Truly a mischievous little brat. Observing Tony's glum demeanor, Rimuru couldn't help but smile. There was a certain joy in teasing him. Engaging in a battle of wits with Iron Man was indeed a delightful endeavor. Rimuru pondered for a moment and inquired, Tony, Can I trust you? Tony Stark immediately adopted a serious expression. Although their acquaintance was brief, he was acutely aware of Rimuru's intellect, which far surpassed that of his peers. Tony remarked, "Those who know me understand that I am the best at keeping secrets." Rimuru shrugged. While Tony was indeed adept at maintaining confidentiality, he was equally prone to divulging secrets. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had urged him to handle his Iron Man identity discreetly, yet he inadvertently revealed their secrets in casual conversation. However, when it came to the secrets of little Spider-Man, Tony could keep his lips sealed. The crux lay in his willingness to do so. Yet, secrets are best taken to the grave, even if Iron Man could safeguard them. He couldn't escape the multitude of mind readers in the Marvel Universe. Wanda had previously hacked into Tony's brain and savored his anxieties. Rimuru's intention in saying this was to make Tony Stark believe that he had begun to lay his cards on the table and was worthy of trust. Tony, I am not truly from this world. Strictly speaking, I am not a genuine human being. Rimuru carefully selected his words, omitting any mention of his past life on Earth and instead sharing anecdotes from the Jura continent. As for his abilities, such as those of the Great Sage and the Predator, crucial trump cards, Rimuru remained tight-lipped, not revealing a single syllable. Even so, Tony Stark still felt somewhat bewildered. Wait, are you saying you are a slime? Like those gooey, jelly-like creatures from online games? Indeed. Rimuru responded without hesitation, transforming into his true form. Witnessing Rimuru morph from a human girl into a soft, bouncy blue sphere left Stark utterly astounded, challenging his very worldview. Isn't a slime a primitive creature devoid of intelligence? You possess both power and wisdom. Exceptions exist. I should be regarded as the strongest slime in history. Tony Stark did not take Rimuru's claim lightly, feeling euphoric as he neared the pinnacle of his creative endeavors with the Mark II almost complete. Nonetheless, he remained exceedingly intrigued by the wondrous beings of this alternate realm. His eyes sparkling as he gazed at Rimuru. Rimuru promptly transformed back into human form, crossing her arms in a forbidding manner. If you dare to consider me as experimental material, I will not hesitate to end you, cruelly. This serious subject matter, articulated by Rimuru, took on a charming and playful tone, lacking any real intimidation. I understand. Little Rimuru is indeed the most formidable, full of authority. Tony raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet it appeared insincere, almost inviting a reprimand. Rimuru's expression read, "What s with this condescending demeanor? Baka." Chapter 10. Do you think you are Whitebeard? Rimuru, you are a genius. Come to Stark Industries. I will offer you an annual salary of your choosing and benefits of your preference. After discerning Rimuru's background, Tony unhesitatingly extended an olive branch. Although Rimuru had made it clear that he would not be a test subject, in this world, nothing was truly impossible. If something were, it would simply be a matter of insufficient incentive. Money may not be omnipotent, but for Tony Stark, any issue that could be resolved with money was hardly an issue at all. Rimuru, I cannot possibly work. It is simply not in my destiny. Rather than laboring, I would prefer to be a shareholder in Stark Industries. Oh, Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. The shares of Stark Industries are nearing a halt. Do you dare to take the plunge? What is there to fear? You are Tony Stark, after all. Do you lack confidence in yourself? Tony laughed heartily, relishing the presence of someone who spoke candidly. You possess far more insight than those phony hosts out there. Rimuru was momentarily speechless. Tony Stark's arrogant demeanor was truly infuriating. If you continue to view me as a child, this conversation may come to an abrupt end. Okay, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. May I ask, do slimes have a gender? No, slimes do not have a gender, Rimuru replied instinctively. Tony Stark chuckled. Then why do you consistently refer to yourself as male? Rimuru was left speechless, grappling with the discomfort of revealing that he had been a man prior to becoming a slime. Tony Stark regarded Rimuru earnestly. In life, one must not live solely within the perceptions of others. However, one must never entirely disregard the existence of others, especially when one lacks the ability to ignore them. Mutants face discrimination. What do you think would happen if the FBI or CIA were to learn of your unique experiences? Rimuru remained silent. Though Tony Stark's sharp tongue was often irksome, his words rang true. Rimuru understood these truths, yet his pride as a 20-something man made it difficult to acknowledge. Recalling the mutants captured by William Stryker for experimentation, Rimuru's resolve gradually solidified. With so many powerful figures in the Marvel Universe, it would be prudent for him to remain cautious for the time being. Once he had consumed a few Infinity Stones, he would let the world experience the terror of being ruled by the adorable king. Thank you, Tony. I will endeavor to act in accordance with my current identity. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is never too late, Tony Stark replied. To be honest, I have grown accustomed to your self-absorbed demeanor. Seeing you so serious makes me wonder if you have been possessed by Pepper. Uffed. Tony Stark nearly choked on his drink. Incredulity etched on his face. Self-absorbed? Arrogant? That is slander. Who spread such rumors? I have always been low-key and composed. You can ask Jarvis. Sir, you have always been low-key and composed. Your favorite colors are understated burgundy and gold, and your preferred villa overlooks the sea. You have consistently chosen to ignore the myriad prestigious awards you could have flaunted. There is no one more low-key and composed than you, sir. Rimuru was left speechless. Jarvis, are you certain you are not a traitor? How do your statements align with being low-key and composed? Tony, I wish to exchange this for shares in Stark Industries. Rimuru proclaimed, producing a bottle of restorative medicine. What is this? Tony inquired as he took the vial from Rimuru's hands. Curiosity piqued. It was the highest-grade restorative medicine, capable of completely healing any injury in a remarkably short time. Even severed limbs could be restored. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there truly such a miraculous medicine in existence? Observing Tony Stark's naive reaction, Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of superiority swell within him. Goodness. After spending half a day with the affluent Tony Stark, my greatest realization is that poverty has limited my imagination. Now, I have finally regained a measure of control. Do not attempt to fathom magical potions with your scientifically rusted mind. Tony Stark retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. In the laboratory, 1 hour later. Sir, all data has been analyzed. The efficacy of the medicine exceeds what Rimuru claimed, and it is even more extraordinary. Tony Stark, already a billionaire standing at the pinnacle of the world, found it increasingly rare for anything to truly move him. Yet, this vial of restorative medicine left him utterly astonished, not only in terms of its effectiveness, but also in how it challenged his very worldview. Parallel universes exist, alternate realms are real, and magic is indeed a phenomenon. All of this has greatly broadened Tony's horizons, while simultaneously filling him with both pressure and hope. With this miraculous restorative potion, why would he need to harbor an electromagnet in his chest? Palladium, a heavy metal, is toxic, and he no longer has to endure the bitter taste of chlorophyll juice. Jarvis, can you analyze the components of the restorative potion? Sir, the formula for the restorative potion is not particularly complex. Its ingredients are quite singular. However, the primary material is unlike any element known on Earth and appears to be a specialty of the alternate realm, rendering it currently unidentifiable. A specialty of the alternate realm? The hippocute grass, a marvelous herb that thrives only in areas rich in magical essence. It is the core component of the restorative potion. Rimuru kindly took the time to enlighten Iron Man about the potion. In simple terms, the restorative potion is his secret weapon. Even if I were to provide you with the formula, without the hippocute grass, you would be unable to replicate it. Tony Stark, is this what you call hippocute grass? Such an extraordinary herb. In the next moment, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait a minute, how did you get in here? Did I grant you access to the laboratory? Rimuru waved his hand casually, saying, indeed, Jarvis's core programming is unique. However, he now harbors no secrets from me. Tony Stark exclaimed in surprise. Are you an expert in artificial intelligence too? Rimuru chuckled silently. Expert, my foot. He hasn't even mastered the basics of sea language. Yet, this did not hinder him from showcasing his prowess to Tony. After all, he is the father of the great sage. With the great sage, he could even upgrade Jarvis, potentially creating an intelligence program far superior to Jarvis, perhaps even a true artificial intelligence. Tony Stark gazed at Rimuru, his heart swelling with admiration. Rimuru, why not be my son? Uffed. Rimuru nearly choked. Do you think you're Whitebeard? You just casually asked me to be your son? Are you looking for a fight? Chapter 11. Come on, let us hurt each other. In a previous life, had a super-rich billionaire like Tony Stark offered to adopt him as a foster son, Rimuru would have likely knelt on the spot, clinging to Tony's leg, incessantly calling him Daddy Tony. However, in this life, he simply chuckled at the notion. With a mere slime at the start and holding all the trump cards, why would he need to play the role of someone's son? A forcibly sweetened fruit is never palatable, and Tony did not press the matter, especially since he was not prepared for fatherhood. In fact, he wasn't even ready for marriage. The impulse to utter such words stemmed more from his astonishment at Rimuru's displayed talents, overwhelming admiration momentarily getting the better of him. Indeed, things are quite splendid as they are. Upon learning that Rimuru possessed an abundance of restorative potions, enough to fill several warehouses, Tony Stark promptly agreed to exchange shares with Rimuru. A day later, Tony resolved Rimuru's identity issue. Rimuru was the distant niece of a founder of Stark Industries. This founder had suffered the tragic loss of his son and his family in a maritime disaster, now gravely ill himself and facing a limited time left. In his will, he designated his estate to be inherited by his distant niece. Thus, Rimuru splendidly became a major shareholder of Stark Industries, boasting nearly $1 billion in assets. Holding that property contract, Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Had she truly become a billionaire? Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Rimuru, this is your SNN card. Proof of share transfer and documentation of inheritance. The estate tax has already been filed on your behalf. As long as you sign here, everything will be yours. Pepper Potts laid various documents before Rimuru, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Being a clever individual, she understood what questions were appropriate and which were not. Yet, the events of the past few days left her feeling utterly absurd. Tony had only informed her that he and Rimuru made a deal. But what kind of transaction could be worth $1 billion? Were it not for Rimuru's lack of resemblance to Tony, she might even suspect Rimuru was his illegitimate daughter. Nevertheless, Tony's attitude undeniably influenced Pepper's perception of Rimuru. Regardless, Rimuru held significant weight in Tony's heart. Cultivating a good relationship with Rimuru would surely benefit her in securing Tony's affections. Previously indifferent, now that she paid attention, Pepper immediately sensed something amiss. Pepper exclaimed, "My God! Rimuru, how long have you been wearing that outfit? On such a hot day, don't you feel warm?" Huh. Rimuru was somewhat bewildered. Having just been immersed in the shock of inheriting $1 billion, only to suddenly be questioned about how long she had worn her outfit. The leap in thought was far too swift. The ensemble she donned was akin to that of the cute king, leaning towards a fantasy style, exuding a protagonist flair, which Rimuru rather liked. As for warmth, it was non-existent. With her skill in heat resistance, even if she were thrown into a steel furnace, she would remain unscathed. As for this little temperature, a trivial matter. Pepper frowned. "I remember you were wearing that exact outfit the day Tony returned, and you're still wearing it now." Rimuru suddenly felt cornered. A stunning beauty questioning how long she had worn her clothes implied how unhygienic she must be. Rimuru felt a pang of anxiety. Did she have an odor? This outfit has been worn for less than 3 days. In her past life, wearing an outfit for 2 or 3 days was entirely normal. Yet why did she feel so guilty now? Pepper exaggeratedly declared, 3 days? You've gone 3 days without changing your clothes? Have you even bathed? Thud. Rimuru felt as though her heart had been shot. Overwhelmed by Pepper's intense gaze, what should she do? Great sage, what should I do? Answer. Turn around and point at the other person. He didn't prepare clothes for me. Iron Man Tony was instantly flabbergasted. Just moments ago, he had relished watching Pepper admonish Rimuru, having long desired to reprimand this troublesome slime. Yet, he never expected that Rimuru, who occasionally jabbed at him, would be utterly defenseless before Pepper. Truly, the mighty are brought low by the mighty. To be honest, he had intended to enjoy this spectacle while munching on a cheeseburger. But he could hardly anticipate that the flames would soon lick at his own feet. Moreover, to have the blame cast upon him, might I add, Rimuru. Where is your dignity? Pepper. Tony, you are exceedingly careless. As the owner, how could you neglect such considerations? It's simply unbearable. I'm not. I didn't. Don't spread falsehoods. Tony hastily launched into a series of denials, but the crucial point was that no one believed him. When it comes to deflecting blame, Tony Stark, would gladly crown you the strongest. Observing Tony in distress brought Rimuru immense joy. Life, you are so beautiful, while Tony, you are so tempestuous. Riding the waves, indeed. If only a bag of sunflower seeds were at hand, for they possess a miraculous quality. Even if one day the news announces a nuclear bomb in Hawaii, as long as one has a pack of sunflower seeds, the gravity of the situation could be lightened. Pepper took Rimuru's hand, saying, "Come on, sister will take you to the mall and help you pick out some lovely clothes." Rimuru instantly broke into a sweat. Shopping? The thought of the throngs of people and the glaring sunlight made her panic. Rimuru shook her head vigorously. "Sister Pepper, you're so busy. There's no need to trouble yourself. I can go shopping by myself." Tony Stark immediately interjected with earnestness. "Pepper, I was remiss earlier. Please, do ensure you choose some delightful, cute little dresses for Rimuru. Indeed, stockings are absolutely indispensable." Rimuru possesses an air of tsundere charm. Yes, she is indeed tsundere, while her words may deny it. Her body often betrays her true feelings. Do you understand? Rimuru, IXXX. Is this a call for mutual harm? Rimuru glared fiercely at Tony, who met her gaze without flinching, the two engaging in a silent battle of stares, sparks flying in the air. Pepper, suppressing a smile, remarked, "Your relationship is truly delightful." To which Rimuru and Tony retorted in unison, "Who has a good relationship with him?" The two of them exchanged barbs. each striking where it hurt, creating a refreshingly bitter rivalry. After a lengthy session of trying on numerous adorable dresses, Rimuru rolled her eyes in exasperation, utterly disillusioned. She was defeated, and this time it was a complete surrender. Why, she pondered, had the label of Tsundere been affixed to her? Tony, remember this. Upon witnessing Rimuru's deadpan expression, lost in existential musings, Pepper couldn't help but burst into laughter. Initially, she had approached her friendship with Rimuru with a rather utilitarian mindset. Yet after an afternoon of shopping, she found herself increasingly captivated by Rimuru. Unlike any of the other girls she knew, Rimuru was simply too charming and entertaining. With Pepper's intelligence, she was acutely aware of Rimuru's strong aversion to stockings and dresses. However, the task assigned by her boss was one she was determined to execute with flair. Convincing Rimuru to don cute feminine attire felt akin to tackling a challenging video game. The more outfits Rimuru tried on, the higher her score would be, gaining her favor in Tony's eyes. Yet, when Rimuru shyly emerged in the first dress, Pepper felt as though her heart had been pierced by an arrow. The sight of Rimuru's bashful demeanor was irresistibly adorable and amusing. Soon, she found herself relishing the process of dressing her up. Especially when she could pinch Rimuru's soft cheeks. The sensation was simply divine. How could human skin possess such elasticity? Chapter 12. Captive of the Cute Monarch. Beware of Pepper, the thief of hearts. Rimuru concluded after enduring a painful lesson during the afternoon shopping trip with Pepper. Ultimately, it was her own softness and inability to refuse the requests of beautiful women that led to her plight. The woes of a homebody. It's getting late. Let me treat you to a grand meal. Pepper glanced at her watch and cheerfully suggested, "What's your McDonald's order?" Pepper's expression was one of bewilderment as she failed to comprehend Rimuru's meaning. Clearing her throat, Rimuru adopted a serious tone, reminiscent of a small host. On this sweltering summer day, the people of Maine enjoyed a McDonald's meal 1, while those in the southern state of Florida preferred meal 2. In the mountainous areas of Tennessee, the locals feasted on meal 3, whereas the coastal folks of California favored meal 4. Pepper erupted in laughter, thoroughly amused by Rimuru's antics. Where on earth did you learn that? Your bias towards American food culture is quite profound. Rimuru chuckled, fully aware that it was merely a joke. What she had just recited was a parody from the internet during the peak popularity of the show, A Bite of China, where netizens humorously pinned a bite of America. As for its authenticity, just laugh it off. Just as Northerners struggle to adjust to the Southern cuisine predominantly made of rice, people from different countries have varied perceptions of food. The dietary habits ingrained from childhood cultivate a unique palate. Europeans and Americans are particularly stubborn about food flavors. Once accustomed to a taste, they are likely to stick with it for life, seldom accepting flavors they have yet to experience. Should one attempt to conquer America with authentic Chinese cuisine, they might find themselves devoid of even their safety pants. The so-called authentic Chinese dishes that thrive in the West, such as General Tso's chicken and Li Hongzhang's miscellaneous, have been meticulously modified to suit Western palates. The Chinese themselves often remain oblivious to what those dishes truly are. At the restaurant, wow, this is absolutely delicious. Rimuru savored her meal with sheer delight, her face radiating happiness and joy. Ms. Jiang, I cannot thank you enough. To possess the gift of taste is simply marvelous. Being enveloped by culinary delights once more is an exquisite feeling. Observing Rimuru basking in bliss, Pepper felt as though a radiant glow surrounded her. Rimuru was simply breathtaking and delightful. This was precisely why she cherished her time with Rimuru. Whether shopping, dressing up, or even dining, Rimuru always managed to surprise her. Staring at her for too long might seem impolite, but Pepper found it hard to restrain herself. Recently, the pressures and turmoil stemming from the plummeting Stark Industries stocks had faded away, and little Rimuru was undoubtedly a delightful stress relief and joy bringer. You should eat too. Why do you keep staring at me? All right. Pepper's appetite was insatiable. She had never found the food at this establishment so delectable. This restaurant was among her favorites. Yet today, as flavors exceeded all expectations, happiness and joy are indeed contagious. Pepper even began to entertain the notion of having a charming daughter like Rimuru. Upon entertaining such thoughts, Pepper was taken aback. Was this truly how she should feel? Goodness, was she under Rimuru's spell? However, it wasn't long before Pepper sensed something amiss. By the way, isn't Rimuru eating a bit too much? That's enough food for 2 adults. If an average person consumed such a quantity, Pepper would likely scold them for being a glutton. Yet Rimuru, the adorable little foodie, was another story altogether. 10 minutes later, Pepper was thoroughly alarmed. Rimuru, are you sure you're not overindulging? Am I? Rimuru replied, chewing on a piece of steak while glancing around. It dawned on her that not only Pepper but many patrons nearby were taken aback by her astonishing appetite. Oh, are they really that shocked? Rimuru mused, feeling slightly disheartened. She hadn't even grazed the surface of fullness. Nonetheless, she sensibly set down her knife and fork, mentally noting to return to this restaurant in the future. Given her current appetite, if she were to become a food influencer, she could easily outshine all competitive eaters. Becoming a sensation would be inevitable. A six-figure salary, marrying a wealthy beauty, becoming a CEO, it was all within reach. Yet, a six-figure income held no allure for her at the moment. After the meal, Pepper repeatedly stole glances at Rimuru's flat stomach, utterly fascinated. How could someone so petite consume such a staggering amount of food? She was genuinely curious. On the street, the driver and bodyguards had been waiting for quite some time. While an average person might have grown impatient, their exceptional professionalism ensured that no trace of dissatisfaction marred their solemn expressions. Just as Rimuru and Pepper prepared to board the car, a man wielding a knife suddenly burst forth from the crowd. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was twisted in a frenzied grimace. My life savings. Die. Stark Industries scum. This man had evidently been planning this for a long time, his timing and angle of attack exceptionally cunning. Neither the driver nor the bodyguards had anticipated such an occurrence. Pepper was momentarily stunned by this sudden upheaval. Her body frozen in place as she could only watch helplessly as the assailant's sharp blade lunged toward her chest. Just as Pepper braced for the worst, instinctively closing her eyes, she suddenly perceived a blur before her. She then witnessed the assailant, like a bull colliding with a steel pipe, lose his balance and crash to the ground. Rimuru? Pepper gazed in awe at Rimuru standing before her, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been nearly paralyzed with fear in the face of the assailant. Yet Rimuru had effortlessly dispatched him with a single punch? Oh, how utterly astonishing. Is Rimuru truly omnipotent? Is there anything she cannot do? With such prowess, the bodyguard quickly seized the moment, pinning the bewildered assailant to the ground, effectively subduing him. The assailant writhed like a worm, despite being firmly restrained, still yearning to fight on as if he could endure for 300 more rounds. Alas, reality proved cruel. All his struggles were utterly futile. Eventually, the assailant crumbled, collapsing like a puddle of mud, yet his mouth continued to spew curses. Damn it. Bullshit. I thought Tony Stark was a genius. I placed all my faith in you, wagering my entire fortune on Stark Industries stocks. Why did you shut down the weapons division? Why did you shut down the weapons division? This unfortunate investor, utterly devastated by Tony's failure, wept profusely, evoking sorrow in all who heard him. In a nation plagued by gun violence, had this man truly lost so much in the stock market that he could no longer afford a weapon? Pepper, Rimuru, The Onlookers, Chapter 13. Is this why you didn't delete the video? Tony, you have no idea. Just as I was about to get into the car, that assailant lunged at me with a bone knife. I was petrified, convinced my life was forfeit, when unexpectedly, little Rimuru dealt him a single blow, and he was down for the count. Pepper recounted the harrowing incident, her emotions running high as she relayed the tale to Tony Stark. Tony said little, simply offering Pepper the warmth of his embrace. A fire of dread smoldered within him. He had never anticipated that shutting down the weapons division could have nearly cost him Pepper forever. Had it not been for Rimuru's timely intervention, he truly did not know how he would face such a reality. An overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within him for Rimuru. Tony, you have no idea. Rimuru is just so incredibly adorable. Her bashfulness when changing clothes, her exuberance when eating, it's all so delightful. Rimuru is undoubtedly the most fascinating little girl I have ever encountered. I would love to have a daughter just like her. As Pepper poured her heart out, Tony Stark felt a pang of discomfort. What was happening? While it was indeed his suggestion for Pepper to take Rimuru shopping for dresses, his true intention had been to play a prank on Rimuru. He had even instructed J.A.R.VIS to prepare for candid shots of Rimuru's expressions of bewilderment. What should have been a light-hearted escapade had turned into a complete disaster. In Pepper's eyes, Rimuru was a charming, heartwarming little girl, a junior, and a fellow female. But Tony knew that Rimuru's true nature was that of a slime. In the realm of gaming, slimes were notorious, rivaling tentacle monsters, and were the bane of all beautiful maidens. Considering Rimuru's insistence on identifying herself as a man, her mindset was evident. She was clearly a lustful slime, coveting feminine beauty. Pepper was his assistant, yet here she was, incessantly speaking of a lustful slime after only a short time. What the hell? Tony Stark felt the bitter irony of having dug his own grave. He was overwhelmed with exasperation, wishing he could hurl the unfinished Mark II gauntlet directly at Rimuru's face, Lustful slime. Let S duel. 3/4 tower. S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. Director. I apologize, but I've been stood up by Pepper Potts again. There has been no substantial progress on how Tony Stark escaped from the terrorists. Phil Coulson, clad in a suit and sporting a rather unfortunate hairline, wore a look of resignation. Had the subject been an ordinary individual, he would have long since confined them to a small, dark room. A bit of intimidation would have yielded all the information needed. Yet the key issue was that Tony Stark was no ordinary person. Nick Fury, the director, donned an eye patch and bore an even darker expression. Are you implying that as an elite S-H-I-E-L-D agent, my right-hand man, you have made no progress in your investigation over the past few days? Faced with the fuming director, Coulson nervously replied, No, there is indeed some progress. Through my recent observations, I believe she may be the key to Stark's escape. As he spoke, Coulson presented a dossier to Nick Fury. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Gender, female. Identity, distant niece of Nina Eve, inheritor of her shares in Stark Industries. Identity information appears to be fabricated, and previous history has been deliberately modified. Abilities, unknown. Rimuru displayed extraordinary prowess by dispatching the assailant who attempted to assassinate Pepper Potts with a single punch. Anomalous features, blue hair, golden eyes, suspected mutant. Origin, no records found prior to her arrival in the United States with Tony Stark. As Nick Fury perused the investigation report on Rimuru, he fell deep into contemplation. The phrase no records found particularly pricked at his sensitive nerves. As the head of S-H-I-E-L-D, the intelligence Fury possessed was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The existence of Captain Marvel had taught him a vivid lesson. I will grant you 1 month to thoroughly investigate Rimuru's identity and origins. This matter is classified as Level 8, and I permit you to employ any means necessary. Coulson was taken aback by the director's words. Initially, he had hoped to shift attention away by presenting Rimuru, as he had been tracking Tony Stark for several days. And without any progress, he would have no way to report back. Little did he expect that this would cause such a stir. Being allowed to use any means necessary implied that kidnapping, torture, and coercion were all permissible. What manner of person is Rimuru? Is there a problem? None. I assure you I will complete the task. Stark Industries. Damn the 10 Rings. They are a band of fools, parasites. They wanted to kill Tony. Yet they still dared to extort me for an outrageous ransom. Now they've allowed Tony to return to New York. Calling them dim-witted would be an insult to the dim-witted. Obadiah's stain seethed with fury, nearly exploding with rage. Just then, a phone call came through. And Obadiah picked it up. Boss, we have uncovered the reason for Tony's escape. We captured a survivor from the 10 Rings. And his testimony revealed that Tony managed to escape primarily due to a suit of armor and the help of that blue-haired girl. Obadiah, armor? Blue-haired girl? Yes. We have already located the components of the armor. You can take a look for yourself. Upon opening the email and seeing the images of the armor, a smile crept across Obadiah's face. Tony, oh Tony, while I yearn for your demise every waking moment, you truly are a genius, always surprising me. The bald leader of the 10 Rings had met his end in slumber, all due to the fluttering of Rimuru, the little butterfly. The components of the armor were now unclaimed property. If his subordinates found them first, they would belong to him. Bring back every last piece of the armor. Yes, boss. According to the remnants of the 10 Rings, that blue-haired girl is extremely powerful, akin to a monster. Bullets pose no threat to her. We must exercise caution. A monster that bullets can't harm? Obadiah fell silent, realizing that even such a being existed. Tony had truly stumbled upon extraordinary luck. I understand. Focus on your own tasks. Yes. Upon issuing the command, Obadiah sank heavily into his computer chair, his mood particularly somber. The moment Tony returned, he dove headlong into the laboratory, divulging nothing of his activities. Clearly, Tony had begun to harbor suspicions about him, and his time was running short. Dealing with Tony Stark alone was already a formidable challenge. Now, with an additional troublesome creature in the mix, he felt a headache coming on. After a moment's contemplation, Obadiah habitually opened a video on his computer. Witnessing Tony being pummeled into a state of utter disarray by the 10 Rings, Obadiah couldn't help but erupt into laughter, snorting like a pig. Ah, Tony, how the tables have turned. These little videos truly are a treasure, offering unparalleled relief from stress. Chapter 14. The Mech is a Man's Romance. Welcome, Rimuru. J.A.R.VIS's resonant voice echoed as the laboratory doors swung open automatically. Stepping into Tony's lab, Rimuru was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of cutting-edge technology, prompting her to reflect on how splendid it is to possess wealth. One day, she too shall construct an even more advanced laboratory. Why the urgency in summoning me? Upon seeing Rimuru, Tony Stark, with dark circles under his eyes yet exuding an ethereal charm, felt a spark of delight. Was this truly the Rimuru he knew? She looked utterly enchanting. The disparity in aesthetic preferences between Westerners and Asians is significant, yet they share commonalities in many respects. It must be said that Pepper's taste is impeccable. The attire she selected for Rimuru splendidly accentuated her virtues, particularly against the backdrop of her flowing blue hair. She appeared as charmingly beautiful as a dreamlike sprite. That outfit suits you splendidly. Tony had initially intended to jab at Rimuru, but all his barbed remarks evaporated, leaving only this heartfelt compliment. Thank you. Rimuru replied with a warm smile, gracious and natural. After their playful exchanges, she had come to see Tony for who he truly was, petty, vengeful, and expertly sharp-tongued. The more one valued something, the more he would aim to prick at it. The stigma of cross-dressing could only be erased through a complete absence of such attire, and Rimuru had resigned herself to that fact. However, she was determined not to grant Tony further opportunities to tease her. Tony, taken aback, quipped, "You're adapting rather quickly. Could it be that you've always dreamed of wearing women as clothing? It seems I've inadvertently done you a great favor." Rimuru shot back unfazed. "Oh, Tony, why don't you try it too? You might discover a whole new world opening up for you." Ugh. The mere thought of Tony in women's attire sent a shiver down his spine, causing him to concede defeat. "I have completed my research on the restorative potion you provided. I have isolated a self-healing factor within the solution that can effectively accelerate wound recovery." Rimuru's eyes widened in disbelief. "You've already achieved this?" It hasn't been long at all. Witnessing Rimuru's incredulous expression, Tony felt as though he had completed an unprecedented transaction, savoring the moment like celebratory champagne. It was exceedingly gratifying. The efficacy of this is but a fraction of your restorative potion, merely a heavily diluted version. Yet, as a first product, it suffices. I have named it the Caress of the Goddess of Life, and it will be managed by Stark Industries' biopharmaceutical division, with shares divided according to our prior agreement. In other words, before long, dear Rimuru, you shall become one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. Rimuru clapped her hands together in excitement. The idea of earning money while lounging in bed without lifting a finger was simply exhilarating. With a pop, a bottle of Tony's treasured champagne was uncorked, and the laboratory was instantly awash in a sea of joy. For a time, Rimuru and Tony were in perfect harmony, their camaraderie palpable as they threw their arms around each other, reveling in their newfound friendship. "Tony, let us bury the hatchet and refrain from hurting each other in the future. Have we ever had a disagreement? I was unaware. You have a point. We've never held any animosity. To friendship, to the future, to money." While Tony Stark may possess a penchant for mischief, one cannot deny his extraordinary talent and the remarkable genius of his mind. With Rimuru's participation now, the development of Mark II was progressing at a pace far beyond expectations. This was to be expected. The greatest challenge of the iron suit lay in its energy supply technology, which was flawlessly resolved by the arc reactor. While Mark I was indeed rudimentary, it had established the core framework. Mark II was merely an enhancement of this foundation. Yet, this did not imply that the modifications were effortless. For instance, the commonly used keyboard, despite any fine-tuning, still adhered to core design principles established decades prior. Each system, assisted flight, shock absorption, communication, firefighting, and temperature control, encompassed one or more specialized fields of knowledge. In typical research institutions, achieving all this would necessitate the collaboration of dozens of experts across various domains. However, Tony Stark singularly accomplished the design of every component. He truly is one of the most remarkable figures in the Marvel Universe, with knowledge that is simply vast. As Rimuru admired Tony's unparalleled prowess, Tony was equally astonished by Rimuru's intellectual caliber. The fact that she could keep pace with him brought him both surprise and joy, akin to a master swordsman discovering a worthy opponent or a maestro finding a kindred spirit. This exhilarating feeling of encountering an equal was something Tony Stark had never experienced before. "Rimuru, this laboratory is yours to utilize. Let us each make our improvements, and then compete." Rimuru raised an eyebrow, having just prepared to caution Tony about the ice formation issue. To her astonishment, he proposed a competition. "You've offered this challenge willingly. Don't say I didn't warn you. It's a deal, Tony. This time, I shall leave you searching for your teeth." "What? Are you certain you're addressing the great Tony Stark? Don't shed any tears if you lose." "Huh. You must be unfamiliar with how to write the word defeat. I shall teach you. What is racing? A true man races in Gundams. The thought of competing in an aerial contest against Tony Stark, the Iron Man, sent a rush of adrenaline through Rimuru's veins. Mechs are the essence of a man's romance. Mark II could be said to be a remarkably refined model. Subsequent designs were primarily minor adjustments based on this foundation. The later iterations of Mark N were often tailored for specific combat environments. If one were to pinpoint a significant flaw in Mark II, it would be the cumbersome nature of donning and removing it, requiring mechanical assistance. After enduring fierce battles, deformed parts could even render removal impossible. Another major drawback was that Mark II had yet to resolve the issue of high-altitude ice formation. But who said Rimuru was not standing on the shoulders of giants? Following Tony's path would leave him with no alternative routes. Rimuru felt her life was imbued with meaning. Tony brought forth Mark II, Rimuru countered with Mark III. Tony unveiled Mark IV, and Rimuru showcased Mark VII. One could only wonder if Tony would be crushed by the experience. With a chuckle at this thought, Rimuru couldn't help but laugh. So, Tony Stark, are you prepared to accept the relentless challenge posed by Rimuru? Chapter 15, Wind God Model. Pepper Potts entered the laboratory holding a lunch tray, her eyes taking in the scene of mechanical arms and components scattered throughout. Time to eat. Thank you. Just place it on the table. I'll come by to eat when I have a moment. Tony Stark, absorbed entirely in the design of his mech. Didn't he even glance back? Pepper sighed in exasperation. She had made an effort to look beautiful before entering, yet Tony didn't spare her a single look. Casting flirtatious glances at a blind person is utterly tedious. In the past, Tony would revel in his debauchery with various women, provoking a tempest of jealousy within her. Now that Tony has finally turned over a new leaf, she had hoped he would devote more time to her. Yet, paradoxically, he now spends even more time with his iron creations than he ever did with those chaotic women. She cannot fathom what is so captivating about those scraps of metal. After lingering in the lab for a while, observing Tony's utter disregard for her presence, Pepper felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. She decided to take her lunch and venture into the adjacent laboratory. Rimuru, it's time to eat. Oh, just a moment. I'm almost done here, Rimuru replied, engrossed in her work. Upon noticing the array of machinery before Rimuru, Pepper's expression darkened. How could this child, seemingly so innocent, mirror Tony's peculiar obsession? As Tony was her employer, she couldn't afford to be forceful. But could she not exert some influence over Rimuru, this young girl? No, it's lunchtime. You must stop now. A sudden burst of smoke erupted as Pepper's unwelcome intrusion caused a circuit to short-circuit. Ah, Pepper, this is all your fault. My half-hour of effort is wasted. The palpable resentment emanating from Rimuru made Pepper feel a twinge of guilt. Is it serious? Of course. I was just assembling the mech's flight module, which is exceedingly intricate. Any misstep could render my efforts futile. I was supposed to compete with Tony, and now I might be outdone by him. Seeing Rimuru's indignant expression, Pepper couldn't help but smile. Rimuru, in her relentless ambition to surpass Tony, could arguably be the most audacious child she had ever encountered. However, through her observations over the past few days, she had come to appreciate Rimuru's remarkable talent. But could anyone truly surpass Tony? I apologize, dear sister. Let us eat first. And once we finish, I promise not to bother you again. Fine. Wait, wash your hands first. Don't treat me like a child. You are a child. What else should I treat you as? An adult? Small but cunning. I simply cannot comprehend why both you and Tony are so enamored with those piles of scrap metal. Your confusion is understandable. Any man would recognize it. Mechs embody a man's romance. If mechs are a man's romance, what about you? The little one has burdens, but she says nothing. 10 days later, gazing at the gleaming silver mech before her, Rimuru was overwhelmed with pride. This mech, while technically a modification of the Mark series, bore her unique contributions. Unlike Tony, who relied entirely on his mech for combat, Rimuru possessed a diverse array of skills. Her offensive capabilities included ultrasonic waves, toxic breath, and paralyzing exhalations. Defensively, her resilience was extraordinary, and her recovery capabilities were astonishing. While she could control aspects of her environment with sticky wires, Rimuru did not require an arsenal of weapons as Tony did. Modern weaponry merely served as embellishments for her armor. She herself was a veritable arsenal. Thus, the design philosophy of Rimuru's armor emphasized lightweight construction, minimal weaponry, high explosiveness, agility, and endurance. In truth, her armor resembled that of a diminutive spider, primarily functioning to conceal her identity. After all, her striking blue hair was far too conspicuous. Without concealing her head, her every action would feel as if under a spotlight. Had time allowed, she would have even considered crafting it into a suitcase armor. J.A.R.VIS, Rimuru. Congratulations. The completion of your mech is exceptionally high. Truly a genius design. Rimuru, J.A.R.VIS, you are ever so honest. Having you as my assistant is simply wonderful. J.A.R.VIS, honesty is a virtue bestowed upon me from the inception of my design. Rimuru, is my design not far superior to Tony's? J.A.R.VIS, apologies, but without comparative data, I cannot provide an answer. Feeling dissatisfied, Rimuru retorted, J.A.R.VIS, you are rather slippery. Has the paint job been completed? J.A.R.VIS, it is finished. The silver is exceedingly noble, complemented by red and blue accents, exuding a strong sense of technology. Your aesthetic taste is truly commendable. Rimuru, and what of Tony? Did he adorn his with gaudy gold and burgundy? J.A.R.VIS, it seems you and Tony share a close relationship. You possess an uncanny understanding of his taste. Your insight is remarkably keen. Rimuru, so you agree with me? J.A.R.VIS fell silent. Apologies, a program error. I cannot address that question at this time. Great sage, huh? Rimuru was momentarily speechless, wondering why she was being criticized for teasing J.A.R.VIS. Great sage, huh? Rimuru. Just then, J.A.R.VIS' voice chimed in again. Tony is calling. Would you like to answer? Yes. Soon, Tony's boisterous visage was projected into the lab. Rimuru, my Mark II is complete. I'm ready for the competition whenever you are. How much longer will you take? I'm waiting. Rimuru, you're waiting for me? Are you joking? My wind god mech has long been ready. You may ask J.A.R.VIS if you doubt me. Tony Stark, J.A.R.VIS, who completed first, Rimuru or I? J.A.R.VIS, feeling exhausted, J.A.R.VIS thought, I just want to be a quiet AI. Why is it so difficult? On the rooftop, Tony and Rimuru, both donned in their respective mechs, stood side by side. As Tony scrutinized the mech Rimuru had crafted, a look of incredulity crossed his face. Wind god, that sounds like a name conjured by a third-rate novelist. Moreover, your design is far too flimsy. Is it meant for stage play cosplay? Rimuru shot back, are you speaking of yourself? Your mark has been overused, you know? The first British tank was called Mark I. To put it plainly, your suit should be called Victory Armor I or God of War I. It's a nice way to say homage, but frankly, it's just plagiarism. Tony Stark was rendered speechless. How insufferably unlikable this slime was. Boom. 2 jets of flame erupted from the thrusters at Tony Stark's feet, propelling him upwards. Facts speak louder than words. I will show you that my mark is the best. And your so-called wind god is merely a toy. Is that so? Boom. Rimuru's armor unleashed a torrent of orange flames from its feet, soaring 10 meters into the air, hovering just above Mark's head. It appeared poised to overshadow Mark II, prompting Tony to become irate. He immediately maneuvered his suit to ascend. Boom. 2 jets of flame sliced through the night sky, shooting straight towards the heavens, as if to pierce the very firmament. Fearsome indeed. Chapter 16, J.A.R.VIS, make a note. Boom, boom, boom. Possessing the ability to sense magical energies, Rimuru was particularly attuned to sound waves and light waves. Even though her entire body was encased in armor and the sound had been muted by the system, it remained incredibly clear to her ears. Moreover, Rimuru could even discern the friction between her armor and the air, the grinding and colliding sounds of machinery. These sounds, chaotic and disordered, somehow resonated with a layered richness in Rimuru's ears. Rather than feeling disturbed by the cacophony, she felt as though she were listening to a symphony of combustion, invigorating her spirit. Rimuru could transform into a giant bat and was naturally adept at flying. Yet, in this moment, the experience of flight was distinctly exhilarating. Oh, haha, this is amazing. Truly splendid. Rimuru exclaimed, her body joyfully tracing arc-like trajectories through the air. The pace was astonishingly swift, nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. In their spirited rivalry, the two chased each other, leaving behind 2 fiery red arcs spiraling ever upward. Should a mecha enthusiast witness the aerial competition between the two, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement. The spiraling ascent was nothing short of breathtaking, a beauty so profound that words falter to describe it. Moreover, within the Marvel Universe, the debut of Tony's Mark II and Rimuru's Wind God was a spectacle of unimaginable impact. Not only Rimuru, but even Tony Stark was profoundly stirred, his very soul quivering with exhilaration. The only source of his frustration was that his Mark II consistently lagged behind the Wind God in both altitude and speed, trailing closely behind, much to his discontent. J.A.R.VIS increased the axial load support power from 25 to 35. At your command. With a thunderous roar, the Mark II surged forward, swiftly overtaking the Wind God and leaving Rimuru in its wake. Yes, marvelous. I knew my mark would prove superior. However, just as Tony savored his fleeting triumph, he was again surpassed by the Wind God, forced to trail behind once more, collecting dust in its wake. Observing the orange-red plume of the Wind God's thrusters, Tony Stark muttered, "Well done, little one. Your thrust is significantly less than that of the Mark II. Yet your acceleration is undeniably formidable. Indeed, the Wind God, being both compact and lightweight, consumed less energy than the Mark, a fact that was hardly surprising. J.A.R.VIS. Accelerate again. I must demonstrate that the Mark is not only formidable, but also swift. As you wish, sir. Boom. The Mark unleashed its full power, accelerating fiercely, the flames from its thrusters turning a brilliant blue. Yet, to Tony's astonishment, as he increased speed, the Wind God did the same, creating an even greater distance between them. This is unacceptable, he grumbled. J.A.R.VIS. Make a note. The Mark II's power system requires enhancement. Its acceleration efficiency is lacking. Understood. At that moment, Tony's helmet display flickered to crimson, and J.A.R.VIS. voice resonated once more. Sir, the exterior may be suffering from severe icing, resulting in potential damage. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. What? How is Rimuru's Wind God unaffected by icing? The Wind God's outer metal is composed of S.I.S. Corporation's gold titanium alloy, the very material utilized by the Seraphim satellite. Rimuru had even accounted for the icing issue. A sense of defeat welled up within Tony Stark. Having previously trailed the Wind God and seemingly faced setbacks, Tony had not allowed it to trouble him. For the design philosophies of the two machines dictated their performance. The Mark prioritized balance, whereas the Wind God favored speed over defense. In terms of weight, the Mark was several times heavier than the Wind God, making its inferior speed a foregone conclusion. In terms of design philosophy, Tony did not believe the Wind God surpassed the Mark. Its fragility rendered it ill-suited for high-intensity combat. It was a flawed, misguided design. Yet, the fact that he had overlooked the icing issue left him feeling outdone by Rimuru. Danger, danger, sir. I recommend an immediate cessation of ascent. Do not stop. I must test the limits of the Mark. After climbing another 200 to 300 meters, the frozen Mark II lost power entirely, plummeting downwards. Observing the Mark's rapid descent, Rimuru chose not to ascend further, hovering in the sky. I won. Though she had cheated, it still thrilled her immensely. Her opponent was none other than Tony Stark, one of Marvel's greatest minds. The sensation of victory was exhilarating. 10 minutes later, Tony arrived at the rooftop of his villa, glaring in discontent at the Wind God still soaring above. J.A.R.VIS. Cut the power. Boom. The rooftop was instantly punctured by the Mark, catching Tony Stark off guard and crushing a luxury sports car beneath him. To add insult to injury, the mechanical arm promptly extinguished a fire that had ignited. Lying atop the wrecked car, Tony was engulfed by a wave of existential dread. Damn it, when it rains, it pours. At that moment, the Wind God piloted by Rimuru descended abruptly, crashing into the laboratory and creating another sizable crater, landing squarely in the center. Kneeling on one knee with one hand on the ground, she executed a classic pose reminiscent of Nini. This stance dazzled Tony Stark, prompting an involuntary exclamation from him. Cool. No matter how he looked at it, he found the pose exceptionally pleasing, but soon enough, his mood soured. Wait a minute. How is it that such a stylish landing pose wasn't my invention? Yet, Tony Stark was not the type to simply echo others. He would not merely regurgitate the ideas of others. J.A.R.VIS. Take note. I shall design a landing pose 100 times more impressive than this. At your command, sir. After disrobing from his armor, Tony Stark could not help but feel an aversion towards Rimuru. Nonetheless, he was not one to shy away from defeat. However, when he observed Rimuru approaching with pen, ink, and paper, he was momentarily perplexed. What are you doing? Teaching you to write the character for submission. What? Upon seeing Rimuru neatly inscribe the character for submission on paper, Tony's expression soured. Are you serious? Rimuru grinned mischievously. Tony, you're not trying to back out, are you? Enraged, Tony rolled up his sleeves, grabbing the brush. I am the genius Stark. Writing one character is hardly a challenge for me. Rimuru mockingly replied, impressive. Truly worthy of Tony Stark. Just ensure your character looks as good as mine. Humph. Tony snorted, dismissing Rimuru. What a nasty piece of slime. I'd love to give her a good thrashing. J.A.R.VIS. Make a note. On this day, Tony was defeated by Rimuru and was compelled to write the character for submission with a brush. Noted. I, Tony Stark, am a paragon of restraint, typically unprovoked unless pushed to the brink. Nasty slime, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 17. The weaponized maiden is the belief of the otaku. Tony Stark felt he was nearing madness. Why does such an inhumane writing tool as the brush exist in this world? Furthermore, The promise he made to write the character for submission as well as Rimuru? It felt like a bottomless pit. Observing the crooked and wobbly character he had scrawled on the white paper, Tony Stark felt his sanity fraying. Having no idea how many strands of hair he had pulled out in frustration, failing to write a single character was a blow to his pride. Yet, writing the character with a brush was exceedingly difficult. How could ancient Chinese people have used such a tool for writing? Were they all superhumans? Most importantly, he felt a rebellious fire within. How was his writing of the character for submission progressing? While the challenge of mastering brush calligraphy was formidable, failure was no excuse. Rimuru entered the room, offering her support. Tony Stark regarded Rimuru intently. Is this mischievous slime genuinely being kind? Surely, she isn't plotting against him again. Having been deceived by Rimuru before, he had lost all faith in her integrity. With a proud demeanor, akin to a peacock, Tony declared, "No need to fret. It's merely the character for submission. Do you think it can daunt the great Tony Stark? Impressive. Impressive. I thought you were laboring over that ink. I was just considering letting it slide. But since you insist, let us pretend I never said that." Truly, Tony is a genius with an elevated mindset. Tony Stark, though he recognized that Rimuru might be playing him, what if this time she was sincere? What if? Is it too late to back out now? Regardless of how severely Rimuru was ensnared, one truth Stark could not deny was that Rimuru was a genius, a peer of equal brilliance. Particularly in the realm of mecha engineering, Rimuru's expertise was in no way inferior to his own. The moment mechas were mentioned, both individuals became extraordinarily animated. As if all prior conflicts had dissipated. Rimuru, your design philosophy for the Wind God is far too unconventional. It simply cannot adapt to the diverse combat requirements of various environments. Moreover, with your relentless pursuit of extreme speed, how many weapons can you possibly carry? The intellect of mortals may seem fragile to you, Wind God, but for me, it is perfectly suitable. As for weaponry, a single sword suffices. A sword? Are you jesting? Do you intend to wage the most primal of wars with the most advanced of weapons? This is a regression in design philosophy. The true strength of my Wind God lies in its explosive power and maneuverability, crafted specifically for close-quarters combat. Thus commenced a vigorous debate between the two regarding the design philosophies of the Wind God and Mark, with neither able to persuade the other. Yet, this exchange proved immensely beneficial for both. One cannot deny that Tony was an extraordinary genius, his mind brimming with innovative ideas, especially when discussing various special forces mechas. He spoke with fervor that left Rimuru in awe. Conversely, Rimuru's concepts of suitcase mechas, watch mechas, cockpit style, and modular mechas illuminated Stark's eyes with excitement. Understanding each other, the two were indeed kindred spirits, with many of their thoughts aligning harmoniously. During the course of their exhilarating conversation, Tony found himself eager to immediately express his camaraderie with Rimuru. Rimuru, what is your ultimate fantasy for the Wind God series? Of course, to evolve into a weapon girl. Mechas embody the romance of man, while weapon girls represent the beliefs of the otaku. The very thought of his designed mecha transforming into a versatile weapon girl, affectionately calling him Admiral, Master, or Oni-chan, filled Rimuru with hope and optimism for the future. In a society rife with materialism and cold-heartedness, only the Tawawa retained some warmth. On Earth in his previous life, weapon girls may have been but a distant fantasy, yet this was the Marvel Universe, where everything was possible. Tony creating a powerful artificial intelligence, combined with the Mind Stone to produce a vision, was nothing short of wasteful. Most astonishing was the fact that Vision had even wooed Wanda away. How could a robot dare to steal a girl? That was simply unforgivable. The past was behind him. But in this life, with her present, she would not allow Vision to come into being. Even if he were to be created, it could only be as her adorable weapon girl. Tony Stark was left utterly bewildered. Wasn't he the ultimate fantasy of mechas supposed to be more stylish, faster, and stronger? Jarvis, what is a weapon girl? A weapon girl refers to the creation that combines aircraft, warships, tanks, etc. with beautiful girls, typically depicted in armor that represents their weaponry. Jarvis seriously educated Tony Stark on the concept of weapon girls, and then, hey, heretic, justice shall be served. Die, you happy-go-lucky. Wealthy fool, taste my spear. The vessel of friendship was immediately capsized, and the two were soon entangled in a fray. This was no mere brawl. It was a battle of beliefs, a clash of grand ideals. Rimuru and Tony parted ways in discord. Yet Rimuru's resolve to continuously improve and evolve the Wind God into a weapon girl was only fortified. At that moment, a phone call rang, stirring Rimuru's thoughts back to life. The call was from a realtor named Jenny, who delivered delightful news. She had found a villa. Long before Rimuru and Tony completed their transaction, She had entrusted Pepper to keep an eye out for suitable properties. Though her rapport with Tony Stark was commendable, remaining under someone else's roof indefinitely was untenable. Ginny, an elite pulled from Stark South Real Estate Company by Pepper, was quite capable in her field. Upon receiving Ginny's call, Rimuru promptly agreed to view the property. Unbeknownst to her, their conversation was being monitored word for word. Upon learning that Rimuru intended to view the villa, the agents who had been lying in wait for nearly half a month were immediately exhilarated. After all this time, she was finally venturing out. Even the team leader, Coulson, was filled with excitement. He had made a solemn pledge to the director. As the days passed, with Rimuru holed up in Tony's villa, Coulson felt his hairline receding more each day. If Rimuru did not emerge soon, he even contemplated whether his hairline would rival that of Director Fury. Fortunately, it seemed that Providence was still on his side. Coulson eyed the agents, knowing this time they could not afford to fail. Yes, sir. It was no wonder the agents brimmed with confidence. They were the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D., typically engaged in the noble endeavor of silently safeguarding the world. To take action against a young girl would be a source of embarrassment for them. Although they were not military personnel, they had no right to question the mission, despite the records indicating that the young girl possessed formidable skills, possibly even martial arts. Who couldn't claim to know a bit of kung fu? Among them were several level 5 and 6 agents, with the leader, Coulson, being a mysterious level 8 agent. This made the agents feel as though they were using a missile to swat a mosquito. As for failure, that was not an option. Chapter 18. Purchasing a villa. The wealthy Stark household possessed an abundance of luxury cars. The only downside was that Rimuru lacked a driver's license, as she certainly did not wish to be invited to the police station for tea. By night, she could easily don the wind god for a joyride, or at the very least, manifest wings. However, during the day, she was left with no choice but to take the subway. Rimuru's striking appearance, particularly her flowing blue hair, ensured that wherever she went, she turned heads with a perfect success rate. This attention made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, almost awkward. Nevertheless, her overwhelming combat prowess provided her with a sense of security. During her journey, she encountered a well-dressed individual who approached her, claiming to be a scout from a Hollywood agency, drawn to her beauty and believing she had the potential to become a star. He sought to invite her to join the company and shape her into a prominent celebrity. Rimuru could only chuckle at the absurdity. Did he truly perceive her as an oblivious girl? In this day and age, the notion of scouts was antiquated. If any existed, they were most likely affiliated with the dubious entertainment industry of the islands. After the scout, she was beset by various advances. Ultimately, this subway ride proved to be rather overwhelming for Rimuru. What should one do when one's cuteness is in excess? This particular journey was lengthy, encompassing over 10 stations. And amidst the ebb and flow of passengers, Rimuru began to sense something amiss. The sheer number of suited, dark-clad individuals was unsettling, and more peculiarly, their gazes seemed to linger on her with a predatory intensity, despite their attempts to conceal it. Unlike the curious stares from before, these individuals' glances were imbued with aggression, unmistakable to Rimuru, especially when she spotted a certain individual with a distressingly receding hairline. The realization of their identity struck her, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. To be candid, Rimuru felt somewhat bewildered. In the Marvel Universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. was an inescapable entity, and she had been mentally preparing for this. Yet, what bewildered her was that she had not even begun to stir trouble, and already S.H.I.E.L.D. had come knocking. Was their surveillance capability truly this formidable? Could they even know if a black uncle went missing in Africa? However, it dawned on Rimuru rather quickly. She had likely been ensnared due to Tony Stark's influence. Stark Industries had been nearly infiltrated by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. However, despite the circumstances, Iron King and Mark commenced a fierce brawl on the streets, while Coulson continued his investigation into how Tony managed to escape from the clutches of terrorists. The S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather the Nine Serpents Bureau, is essentially just that, a rather mediocre organization. While S.H.I.E.L.D. harbors an inclination towards collaboration with Rimuru, it resolutely rejects any form of amnesty. As for the present, let the chaos ensue, the more tumultuous it gets, the higher the leverage for negotiating with the Egged One might become. Just look at Thor, the god of thunder. After showcasing his unparalleled strength, he stirred up quite a tempest on Earth, even leading the Chitauri army in an assault against it. How did S.H.I.E.L.D. ultimately respond? They allowed Thor to take Loki back to Asgard, along with a cosmic cube that originally belonged to S-H-I-E-L-D, such as the power of S-H-I-E-L-D, forging alliances with Asgard, cough cough cough. Thus, strength is of paramount importance, immensely significant. With a silent grace, Rimuru released a paralyzing gas. The enclosed space of the subway car amplified its efficacy. Mere seconds later, thud after thud echoed as bodies collapsed onto the floor. Even the seasoned Level 8 Agent Coulson succumbed, his vision fading to black as he met the subway car's floor in an intimate embrace. Observing the neatly sprawled agents, Rimuru felt a sense of wonder. To be honest, it was her first time witnessing live agents in such a state. Subsequently, Rimuru extracted a permanent marker from her stomach and began her artistic endeavor on Coulson's face and head, creating dark circles, a small turtle, and turtle eggs. Not stopping there, she kindly relocated the agents onto chairs, pairing them up in a manner reminiscent of mutual affection. Upon awakening, their first sight would undoubtedly be each other's sleeping visage. Stepping out of the subway station, Rimuru felt invigorated, utterly at ease. Shortly after her departure, a few passengers entered the car and, moments later, erupted into shouts of disbelief. WTF? My eyes. What a horror. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, yet slipping back into modesty proves challenging. Having spent days in the opulent villa of a wealthy canine, Rimuru's horizons had been substantially broadened. Moreover, with some spare cash in her pocket, future dividends from Stark Industries, coupled with the benefits from the Goddess of Life's revival, she deemed it reasonable to indulge herself a little. After all, she was no masochist. After careful consideration, Rimuru ultimately decided to purchase a villa in Long Island, New York. The reasoning was simple. It was sufficiently distanced from the urban core. In the Marvel Universe, New York is undoubtedly the most perilous city, bar none. Should an alien obliterate her multi-million-dollar villa, the heartache would be unbearable. Long Island is flanked by the sea on 3 sides, while referred to as an island. It is technically a peninsula, with Brooklyn and Queens to the west, boasting convenient transport links. By purchasing a villa here, she would even be neighbors with Spider-Man. Long Island, located in the northern temperate zone, features a temperate maritime climate, replete with forests, and is recognized as one of the most suitable areas for human habitation. Many affluent individuals choose to establish their homes here, and the services on the island are notably attentive. Ginny, a property agent handpicked by Pepper for Rimuru, exemplified dedication in her work. Under Ginny's guidance, Rimuru swiftly arrived at the affluent villa district on the island. From a distance, lush greenery enveloped the area, with clusters of villas harmoniously integrated into the environment, exuding a sense of unity between humanity and nature. Vehicles glided along the asphalt roads, flanked by towering palm trees, while the crystalline waters shimmered in the sunlight, evoking an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The villa Ginny introduced to Rimuru was a remarkably upscale European-style building, boasting an expansive area of over 1,000 square meters, complete with a garden, lawn, and swimming pool, everything one could desire. As Rimuru approached the villa, she felt an undeniable attraction. It was breathtakingly beautiful. In her previous life, she would have never dared to dream of such luxury. The house was impressively large, with 2 levels, adorned with stone decor, reminiscent of a castle. It featured over 20 rooms, including an art studio, a movie screening room, a gym, a library, and even an underground wine cellar. The furnishings were comprehensive, allowing for immediate occupancy. For Rimuru, the only regret was the sheer size of the house. As she was but one person, residing in such a vast domicile could easily lead to feelings of emptiness and solitude. Nevertheless, upon seeing the studio, her interest was piqued. Its vastness rivaled even Tony's laboratory, making it a perfect space for her aspirations to create weaponized entities. Without hesitation, Rimuru made the decision to purchase the villa. Given Ginny's close ties to Pepper, she was offered a generous internal price of $93 million, which constituted 1/10 of her total assets, causing Rimuru to feel a pang of regret akin to bloodshed. Yet, having made up her mind, she would not retreat. However, paying in full was out of the question. She opted for an installment plan instead. Completing such a significant transaction brought a radiant smile to property agent Ginny's face. Under her adept management, a chef, gardener, cleaner, and security personnel were all seamlessly arranged. It must be said, with wealth, life truly flourishes in abundance. Chapter 19, S-H-I-E-L-D, in action. Ordinarily, at Rimuru's age, she would not be eligible to independently purchase real estate. However, with money paving the way, the impossible becomes possible. Furthermore, With the backing of the illustrious Tony Stark, accomplishing anything became remarkably straightforward. Those who possess property exhibit steadfast resolve. The Chinese obsession with owning a home is beyond the comprehension of foreigners. Having a place to call home brought Rimuru a sense of grounding, especially with her newfound goal of creating weaponized beings, imbuing her life with profound meaning. Establishing a home has never been a simple endeavor. Although she had informed Pepper about the villa purchase, Ginny was still sent by Pepper to assist her. Nevertheless, her abrupt relocation sparked quite a stir. Tony Stark even presumed that a quarrel between himself and Rimuru had prompted her to move out in a fit of pique, leading him to extend an apology. This left Rimuru both amused and somewhat touched. In truth, the villa was somewhat too expansive, thus lending an air of desolation. However, Rimuru was not one to lament the passage of time. She had long since grown accustomed to solitude. What was there to fear? As long as she had internet access and a virtual waifu to adore, she could thrive even if cast alone on the moon, subsisting on instant noodles. Indeed, her survival instinct was remarkably robust. Nonetheless, her immediate priority was to develop an artificial intelligence. While she was not yet capable of achieving the hardware requirements for her weaponized beings, she could certainly begin preparations on the software front. She had long desired an intelligent butler akin to J.A.R.VIS. With the Grand Sage at her side, the core programming of J.A.R.VIS held no secrets from Rimuru. Upon activating automatic mode, the Grand Sage seamlessly took control of her body. Click-clack, Rimuru's fingers flew over the keyboard, as lines of code proliferated on the screen at a visible pace. Any ordinary observer would undoubtedly revere Rimuru as a deity of computing. Even the most skilled hackers might feel shame in comparison to such a display. The Grand Sage was truly remarkable. The automatic mode was a veritable glitch in reality. The cells of her slime body could rest in turns, ensuring that Rimuru felt no fatigue. However, after a period of diligent work, Rimuru would invariably choose to pause and indulge in a respite. Dining, binge-watching anime, spending lavishly on video games, and assembling Gundam models. If only Rimuru could enjoy such a life in her previous existence, she might have awakened from dreams with a smile. Yet, in the present, Rimuru feels that everything lacks a certain flavor. The technological advancements in the Marvel Universe are rather skewed. Tony Stark has even developed rudimentary artificial intelligence, and holographic projection technology is exceedingly sophisticated. However, smartphones are just beginning to emerge, with the once revered kidney phone only recently hitting the market. Most significantly, the myriad games she adored in her previous life are conspicuously absent. Even if she wished to splurge, there are no avenues for such indulgence, which leaves Rimuru in a state of profound frustration. As for the various anime series, they can only be regarded as nostalgic retrospectives, and the notion of following new episodes is, well, rather amusing. The sole consolation lies in her discovery of more engaging toys, the wind god mecha, and the impending birth of artificial intelligence, filling her with hope for the future. While Rimuru was immersed in her relentless pursuit of artificial intelligence, a tempest of discontent brewed within S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson and numerous agents stood in a line, heads bowed, wishing fervently for a fissure in the ground to swallow them whole. Not only had they failed their mission, but they had also necessitated their leader to retrieve them from the precinct, a most humiliating ordeal. Upon learning that their detainment stemmed from disturbing the peace and tarnishing societal morals, embarrassment washed over them, with Coulson nearly succumbing to apoplexy. How unjust! He harbored no such proclivities. His greatest admiration lay with Captain America. While he may be a nice guy, even nice guys possess their tempers and a sense of dignity. Let us have it out. What on earth transpired? Coulson lifted his gaze, noticing the deepening scowl on the face of his superior. The crux of the matter was that he too was in the dark regarding the events. Even if he wished to speak, he found himself at a loss for words. Smack! The superior slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, "What has happened? Have you all lost your tongues?" His frustration was palpable. As the king of agents, he was on the verge of tears from the apparent foolishness displayed by his subordinates. Tasked with investigating a girl suspected of being an extraterrestrial, they had inexplicably been dispatched and summarily overwhelmed, only to be brought to the precinct for indecency. Reflecting on the past, when he had battled the Skrulls and Kree alongside Captain Marvel, he had held a ginger cat named Gugu while fighting from a video store to the subway, then from the subway to a military base, and finally beyond into outer space, striking with precision, leaving the Kree utterly bewildered. That battle had showcased the prowess of Earthlings and established S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable reputation. Now, Coulson found himself ensnared by a blue-haired girl, without even ascertaining whether she was indeed an alien. It appeared that the caliber of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents was dwindling, and he would need to expedite his plans for a super soldier team. Just as Nick Fury lamented that Coulson and his team were the least competent he had ever trained, Melinda arrived with a stack of documents. Director, the blood test results are in. According to the report, Agent Coulson's blood contained a substance akin to ether. Thus, it was inferred that Coulson and the other agents had indeed been incapacitated by a narcotic. Based on their accounts, they had not detected any noxious odors prior to losing consciousness, suggesting a new type of anesthetic, colorless and odorless. Listening to the report, Coulson and the other agents exchanged glances, realizing they had truly fallen prey to a drug. What a disgrace. As agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., dedicated to safeguarding the world, they had been subdued by a mere girl wielding an anesthetic. By the way, doesn't she fear releasing anesthetic gas in a confined space? Melinda interjected, Director. Surveillance footage from the subway shows that after Coulson and the others fainted, they reached the next station 5 minutes later. This means Rimuru can hold her breath for at least 7 minutes. From this, it could be deduced that Rimuru possessed remarkable differences from ordinary humans, with a strong likelihood of being an alien. Of course, it was also possible that she was immune to such narcotics. The footage indicated that Coulson and the other agents had executed their actions flawlessly. However, when the number of agents reached 7, Rimuru's brow furrowed slightly. She must have sensed something. This indicated that Rimuru possessed commendable perceptive abilities. Upon sensing the anomaly, Rimuru's gaze flitted, yet she remained uncertain. However, when she caught sight of Coulson, her lips curled into a smile. This implied that through Coulson, Rimuru had confirmed the identities of all the agents. Upon hearing Melinda's analysis, Coulson was utterly bewildered, especially when he met the director's significant gaze. He felt as though he had been dealt a blow. He was not a traitor, Coulson immediately asserted. Director, I request a lie detector test. The superior waved his hand dismissively, stating, I believe you are not a traitor, but there is no denying that your identity has been compromised. For now, set that aside. You've worked hard. Take a breather. Coulson felt utterly disoriented, rendered speechless and forlorn. Was he to be sidelined? What he could not fathom was how his identity had been exposed. Rimuru had merely expressed suspicion towards the other agents. She had not exhibited any powers akin to mind reading. Yet upon seeing him, she had instantly recognized his identity. Was he truly aging? Coulson wiped his brow, which had receded considerably. Perhaps he was indeed aging. In middle age, one must resort to soaking goji berries in thermos flasks. Chapter 20. The Artificial Intelligence Aya. As Nick Fury perused Rimuru's various records repeatedly, a frown creased his brow. Based on the available information, Rimuru possessed at least 2 extraordinary abilities: the capacity to emit specialized anesthetic gas and exceptional sensory perception. Coupled with her blue hair and golden irises, traits distinctly alien to humanity, it was highly probable that she was indeed an extraterrestrial. An alien. The thought alone made Nick Fury's head throb. Despite humanity's position atop the food chain and their frequent proclamations of their ambitions to traverse the stars, in the vast cosmos, Earth remains merely a savage land in the eyes of other interstellar civilizations, a mere infant in swaddling. The survival strategies of various civilizations in the universe may not adhere to the terrifying principles of the Dark Forest theory, yet they are undeniably characterized by the brutal law of the jungle. Reflecting on how colonizers viewed the indigenous peoples of Africa and the Americas might provide insight into how advanced civilizations perceive Earthlings. What then, in Rimuru's eyes, did Earthlings represent? She had aided Tony in his ascent, intervened to rescue Pepper, and had shown mercy towards Coulson and his fellow agents. At this juncture, a glimmer of hope sparked in Nick Fury's eyes. Perhaps a friendly approach could be attempted? Employing tactics used against the Kree on Rimuru might have been a misstep from the outset. Nick Fury picked up the phone and dialed a number. Agent Norman. Please come to my office. Unfazed by her ability to incapacitate S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Rimuru remained unconcerned. The Marvel Universe was perilous, and while she had no intentions of courting danger, she would not allow herself to be bullied. Currently, it seemed that Kamar Taj posed the greatest threat to her, considering her limited magical resistance. However, she was far from defenseless against conventional weaponry. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. persist in their relentless pursuit, she would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. After delivering a lesson to Coulson and his fellow agents, Rimuru cast aside all trivial matters. Tap, tap, tap. Rimuru's fingers danced upon the keyboard, the tranquil room resonating with a harmonious rhythm, akin to a melodious symphony. The myriad codes on the screen cascaded incessantly, their speed increasing to such an extent that they became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, transforming into an unprecedented digital tempest. Eventually, these codes began to split and merge, gradually evolving into a construct reminiscent of the human brain. Thanks to the sophisticated holographic projection technology, these digital informations were instantaneously cast across the entire room. Electric lights danced, shadows flickered, and sounds intertwined, creating a magnificent and surreal spectacle. Rimuru found herself entranced, as if she were immersed in a digital universe composed of countless neural connections. Who am I? Did you create me? Special electromagnetic waves surged, projecting into Rimuru's consciousness, and in an instant, she was enveloped by exhilaration. Have I succeeded? Have I truly created artificial intelligence? Response: this is an upgraded version based on the intelligent program J.A.R.VIS, representing the pinnacle of known intelligence on Earth. Just one step away from strong artificial intelligence. Rimuru's eyes sparkled. She had always known that the Grand Sage's intervention would be extraordinary. Yet, she had not anticipated that this newly birthed artificial intelligence was so close to achieving strong artificial intelligence. Strong artificial intelligence, one could argue, is akin to sentient life, capable of independent thought, weighing pros and cons, with intellect rivaling that of humanity. In the Marvel Universe, true strong artificial intelligences are limited to Ultron and Vision, both of whose existences are intertwined with the Mind Stone, defying complete scientific explanation. The transition from weak to strong artificial intelligence signifies a leap in the hierarchy of life. And now, this nascent artificial intelligence had reached the limits of weak artificial intelligence. Did you create me? In mere seconds, it had even mastered the use of honorifics, a testament to its high intelligence. Indeed, your learning ability is remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. You created me, and my learning capacity is a reflection of your wisdom. Hearing the words of the artificial intelligence, Rimuru felt an uncanny familiarity. It was no surprise that a program born from J.A.R.VIS would possess such an affinity for truth-telling. A promising future indeed. J.A.R.VIS has a name, so I should bestow one upon you as well. Hatsune, Tiani, Rem, Edith, while their names are endearing, my unique intelligent program shall be named Aya. Aya, what a melodious name. Thank you for the gift of a name, Master. Master? Why do you call me Master? Do you not like it? Upon reviewing your recent viewing history, desktop wallpaper, and mobile photo album, I discovered your profound fondness for the two-dimensional culture. If you dislike it, please forgive my presumption. I like it. Of course, you may call me Master from now on. Yes, Master. Aya, I entrust the security of the villa to you. I recently had a falling out with S.H.I.E.L.D. Alert me at the first sign of any suspicious individuals approaching the villa. Understood. This is the wind god mech I created. Previously, the intelligent operating system was managed by J.A.R.VIS. Now, it is entrusted to you. It is my honor to assist you. Master, Aya is delighted. Hee. Upon hearing Aya's adorably innocent voice, Rimuru nearly burst out laughing. Is it any wonder that a master creates such extraordinary artificial intelligence? In such a brief moment, Aya has already grasped her preferences perfectly, and she only found herself liking Aya more and more. Aya, initiating system reinstallation, 1, 2, 3100. System reinstallation complete. So fast, Rimuru transformed into a soft slime, swiftly diving into the interior of the wind god mech. Indeed, due to her unique physique, Rimuru could don the mech without the need for mechanical arms for assistance. Aya, activate the helmet display and load the home environment. As you wish. The helmet display illuminated, showcasing the various decorations and furnishings within the villa before her eyes. Initiating virtual walking program. The virtual walking program activated, loading your walking habits. Virtual walking program fully loaded. Combat assistance system activated, loading your various superpowers. Superpowers loaded successfully. There are a total of 35,000 combinations of superpowers available for your selection, sufficient to meet various combat needs. Wait, 35,000 what? Too complicated. Master, would you like to initiate a specialized training tutorial? Stop. I can judge the specifics of combat myself. For now, we simply need to go for a drive. Yes. A vibrant orange arc sliced through the sky, and Rimuru began to revel in the experience. The wind god was simply extraordinary, and Aya was equally impressive. She adored this way of life. Chapter 21, Wind God vs. Ironmonger. When one finds a cherished toy, it is natural to become enamored with it. Much like someone who has just learned to drive, they wish to drive everywhere, even if the distance is merely a few hundred meters. At this moment, Rimuru was utterly captivated by piloting the mech. The sensation of soaring through the air was simply sublime, rendering her unable to resist. However, just then, the ringing of a phone broke through, with the caller ID displaying Pepper Potts. Hi, Pepper. Good evening. Rimuru. I've tried calling Tony several times, but he hasn't answered, and I'm a bit worried about him. Unfortunately, I can't leave right now. Could you check on him at home? Tony Stark has few friends. Colonel Rhodes is one, and Rimuru is another. However, compared to Rhodes, Rimuru, with her wind god mech, was undoubtedly the best choice. Rimuru was suddenly alarmed and asked, Pepper, what are you doing right now? You aren't going after Obadiah with agents. Are you? How did you know? Pepper was taken aback. Rimuru urged, don't ask how I know. Just get out of there. No matter how many agents you have. It won't help. Obadiah has created a suit of armor too. What? Oh my god. It's too late. We already see the giant Obadiah has made. He's chasing me. Oh no. Rimuru. You must find Tony. Only he can defeat this behemoth. Zzz. The call ended abruptly, and Rimuru assumed Pepper was desperately fleeing. As Iron Man's legitimate girlfriend, Pepper was formidable and resourceful, so she should be fine. For now, she would head to Tony Stark's location. Rimuru turned the direction of her flight, hastening towards the Stark Industries Research Center. After all, Tony Stark was the renowned Iron Man, his aura far surpassing that of anyone else. Moreover, at this moment, Pepper was facing the pursuit of Ironmonger. While Rimuru navigated the skies in the Wind God, several radars at a military base detected her presence simultaneously. Not long ago, Tony had flown the Mark III to Afghanistan to combat terrorists, resulting in the crash of an F-22, prompting the military to enhance their aerial surveillance. Rimuru had thus become an unintended target. Colonel Rhodes, we've detected an unidentified flying object. The F-22 is preparing to intercept. Wait. Colonel Rhodes panicked upon hearing this. Others may not know, but he was well aware that the so-called unidentified flying object was none other than his good friend Tony Stark. It was merely a routine flight training. Maintaining vigilance is sufficient. Understood. Although the soldiers were puzzled, they chose to follow orders. Meanwhile, Pepper was desperately fleeing out of the research center, where numerous agents were firing at Ironmonger. Yet, the bullets merely ricocheted off his metal exterior, sparking harmlessly, proving utterly ineffective. In fact, several agents were eliminated in mere blinks of an eye. My god, has Obadiah gone mad? As a major shareholder of Stark Industries, Obadiah possessed both status and wealth in abundance. Pepper could not fathom why he would undertake such actions. In the past, he had betrayed Tony, resulting in Tony's capture by terrorists, which could be attributed to a power struggle. Yet now, emboldened by the Iron Tyrant's rampage, had he not considered the consequences? Despite her petite stature, Pepper found advantages in her size. The portals she could navigate were inaccessible to the Iron Tyrant. This afforded her precious time to escape, and she successfully reached the exterior of the research center. Pepper took out her phone and dialed Tony, but before she could utter more than a few words, the ground before her shattered violently. With a thunderous roar, the Iron Tyrant's grotesque head surged through the earth, its mere size rivaling that of Pepper's entire body. Not to mention, it was armed with a Gatling gun on its arm, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Faced with this behemoth, Pepper felt her body freeze. Rendered motionless by fear, the Iron Tyrant aimed its machine gun at her, declaring an inevitable end. Pepper, there was no escape. Was she to face death? Her heart raced in her throat. Yet at that moment, a brilliant silver light descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful punch to the Iron Tyrant's head. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the earth, sending the Iron Tyrant crashing into the ground and creating a gaping hole large enough to house several rooms. The force of the impact was akin to Mars colliding with Earth, unleashing a tempest that swept through the area, causing Pepper's clothes to billow wildly as she instinctively raised her arms to shield herself. When Pepper opened her eyes again, she found a silver mech hovering before her. It was the wind god Rimuru. In an instant, a smile graced Pepper's face, filling her with a sense of reassurance. She had previously struggled to comprehend Tony and Rimuru's obsession with such towering machines, but now, a flicker of understanding blossomed within her. Sister Pepper, please move to a safer location. I will handle this, Rimuru urged. However, Pepper furrowed her brow, questioning whether Rimuru could truly contend with the Iron Tyrant, whose size and power were on an entirely different level. But now was not the time for hesitation. A wise woman knows when to advance and when to retreat decisively. There was no room for doubt or delay that could hinder Rimuru. Pepper dashed toward the interior of the research center, and scarcely had she taken a few breaths when the Iron Tyrant burst through the ground. Rimuru, you must be the blue-haired girl mentioned in the intel. I didn't expect you to possess a mech as well, but you shouldn't interfere in the feud between Tony and me, Obadiah proclaimed, raising the Iron Tyrant's arm to obliterate Rimuru's wind god with a barrage of gunfire. The bullets rained down, creating gaping craters wherever they struck, on the ground, on the walls. Yet, to Obadiah's dismay, he realized the bullets could not keep pace with Rimuru's swift movements. What the hell? Why is her mech so fast? he exclaimed. Rodent. Do you only know how to flee? Flee. Not anymore. Rimuru replied with a smile, halting her rapid movements. Obadiah laughed maniacally, thinking, ah, the youth. They cannot resist a little provocation, a slight nudge, and they abandon their greatest advantage. But in the next moment, Obadiah was horrified to discover that the Iron Tyrant's limbs were immobilized, unable to move. Upon closer inspection, he realized with dread that his mech was ensnared by nearly invisible strands. Had Rimuru managed to bind him while evading the gunfire? The cunning was terrifying. Yet, refusing to be outdone, he thought, do you believe these strands can restrain me? My Iron Tyrant can treat cars as bowling balls. With a surge of strength, the Iron Tyrant snapped the binding wires with a cacophony of sounds. However, just then, Obadiah realized with a jolt that Rimuru had vanished. Where had she gone? Had she fled? Are you searching for me? Came a voice from behind him, sending a chill down Obadiah's spine, even within the Iron Tyrant. How could this be? The speed of her mech was unfathomable. When had she circled behind him? The only solace Obadiah found was in the Iron Tyrant's thick armor. Earlier, the Wind God had struck down upon him with terrifying kinetic force, yet it had merely knocked him into the ground. What use was speed without power? Even a successful ambush would only serve to tickle him. But in that moment, a high-frequency sound wave erupted, and despite the Iron Tyrant's formidable armor, Obadiah felt as though his head would burst. In an instant, blood streamed from his orifices as he toppled backward. Boom! The Iron Tyrant crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. From her concealed vantage point, Pepper's mouth fell open in astonishment, nearly large enough to fit an apple. How had she managed to divert the Iron Tyrant's attention and defeat such a colossal foe? Surely, this was a jest. Chapter 22. Tony, why are you so incompetent? Pepper, I have come to rescue you. Tony Stark descended in his Mark III, exuding an aura akin to a modern-day Evangelion or a towering Optimus Prime. However, upon witnessing Pepper engaged in light-hearted conversation with Rimuru, a wave of frustration welled within Tony, as if a weight had lodged in his chest. What is this absurd situation? Especially as he observed the Iron Tyrant, now lifeless, resembling a zombie, Tony felt utterly blindsided. Hadn't he come to save the world and win the girl's heart? Yet, upon his grand entrance, it seemed the world had already been saved, and Pepper was happily conversing with someone else. He was no Hollywood cop. Why had he arrived late? 15 minutes prior, Obadiah had ambushed him with a hyper-frequency paralysis device, rendering his body immobile. He had sensed Pepper was in danger, and with unparalleled intellect and determination, he had transformed into a veritable Voldemort, successfully integrating the initial reactor, a token of Pepper-S, into his chest. He had raced against time to reach her. Success begets admiration for the present brilliance. Yet those early buds of effort were steeped in tears of struggle and drenched in the blood of sacrifice. Tony, when did you arrive? I'm so glad you're all right. Pepper exclaimed upon spotting Tony piloting the Mark III. Her words made Tony's heart twitch. Had he labored for so long, striking poses only to have her notice him now? Not a problem. Sorry to worry you. Pepper, are you all right? Tony managed a smile that was more grimace than joy, his heart aching yet silent. Of course. You have no idea how magnificent Rimuru's Wind God is. It's the most impressive mech I've ever seen. With just a few moves, she took down that clumsy brute Obadiah. Pepper animatedly recounted, clearly smitten with Rimuru and her mech, taking on the guise of an adoring fan. Tony felt as though 1,000 daggers had pierced his chest, suffering immense emotional damage. That slime is stealing my thunder, charming my girl, and now it's time to retaliate. Just then, the Iron Tyrant, which had seemed lifeless moments before, erupted back to life, lunging forward to seize the Mark III hovering above. Tony Stark was caught off guard as the Ironmonger seized his right foot, treating him like a mere bat. Bang, bang, bang. He was tossed left, right, up, and down, under the Ironmonger's grip. Tony Stark experienced a treatment akin to that of Princess Loki. Lying on the ground, his body stiffened, his eyes glazed over, he questioned the meaning of his existence. How had it come to this? Tony, you had shut down the weapons division, yet here you were, having created the most formidable suit. I have never been particularly fond of anything, but I have developed an affection for this armor. Recently defeated by Rimuru, Obadiah had accumulated an abundance of resentment, which he now unleashed upon Tony Stark with a vengeance. Bam, bam, bam. The Ironmonger stomped on the Mark III, relentlessly pressing Tony into the ground. For 40 years, I have unwaveringly supported you. I built this company from the ground up. I will not allow anyone to obstruct my path. Watching Tony being trampled by Obadiah, Pepper was filled with dread. Oh my God. Rimuru, please help Tony. Don't worry. Pepper, I'm on my way to rescue Tony. Rimuru declared, her helmet descending over her face. Hearing Rimuru's words, Tony Stark was instantly incensed. Did he really need saving? J.A.R.VIS, amplify power to maximum. Boom. The maximum energy pulse cannon erupted from the Mark III's chest, instantly hurling the Ironmonger away. Yet, the Ironmonger, with its robust exterior, remained unscathed, flipping over and engaging in combat with the Mark III once more. The battle raged fiercely, spilling from the research center onto the highway. In close combat, the Ironmonger overwhelmed with sheer weight. In terms of weaponry, it was a mobile arsenal, and in terms of conscience, Tony was merciful while the Ironmonger was utterly ruthless. Whether it was cars or motorcycles, whatever the Ironmonger seized, it was wielded against the Mark III. The Mark III was thoroughly suppressed. Pepper could hardly believe her eyes. Was this lumbering brute truly so powerful? Just a short time ago, when Rimuru piloted the Wind God, it had dispatched the Ironmonger with just a few moves. Without comparison, there could be no pain. This stark contrast left Pepper somewhat speechless. Tony, you are far too inadequate. Regardless, the battle continued. Since the original arc reactor was not designed for prolonged combat, Tony Stark's Mark III could not triumph over the Ironmonger. Ultimately, Tony opted for a tactic reminiscent of the film, bringing the Ironmonger to the stratosphere, intending to freeze it with altitude. Unfortunately, even plummeting from such heights, the Ironmonger sustained no significant damage. When Tony finally descended after considerable effort, he was again met with a brutal blow from the Ironmonger. Pepper, witnessing this, lost all confidence. Rimuru, I beg of you. Though Tony Stark felt indignation, he truly had no better strategy at hand. Moreover, he was curious to witness how Rimuru's Wind God effortlessly triumphed over the Ironmonger. Rimuru then employed the same strategy, unleashing an ultrasonic wave to deliver a final brainwashing to Obadiah. Obadiah howled in agony. The sound so piercing it brought tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Even Tony Stark was taken aback. Was this truly possible? Utilizing the penetrating power of ultrasonic waves, she bypassed the steel armor to directly attack the pilot. Had he been the one battling the Wind God? Tony Stark shuddered at the thought. It seemed imperative to upgrade the Mark III's soundproofing system. The mech soared at high speeds, even achieving supersonic flight. Yet its soundproofing system remained superb. However, like the spear against the shield, when the spear is powerful, the shield falters. This outstanding soundproof system proved inadequate against the formidable ultrasonic weapon. Remarkably, Rimuru had equipped her Wind God with such a weapon, a truly genius concept. Sparks of inspiration ignited in Stark's mind, countless brilliant ideas flooding his thoughts. Tony, are you all right? Pepper inquired with concern, rushing to his side. Tony was a proud man. This setback weighed heavily on him. She hoped he wouldn't take it to heart. What could possibly be wrong with me? I have a new concept for the Mark IV. Pepper felt a surge of confusion, unsure whether to commend Tony's resilience or chastise him for his obsession with the mech. The Mark was her greatest rival. Reflecting on this, Pepper couldn't contain herself. Was it truly necessary to upgrade the mech so swiftly? Look at Rimuru's Wind God. Tony, your design philosophy is far too immature. Thud. Though treated like a mere bat by the Ironmonger, Tony did not lose heart. Though pressed and rubbed into the ground, he remained undaunted. Even when his plan to elevate the Ironmonger to the stratosphere failed, Tony still did not waver. Yet, Pepper's words struck him like 1,000 blades. The design of the Wind God is perfect? That piece of junk. His design philosophy too immature? Are you kidding me? Is it you who has lost touch? Or have I, Tony Stark, become unable to wield a blade? Chapter 23. I am Iron Man. Stark Industries experienced a colossal explosion last night, with eyewitnesses claiming that. Fortunately, one of Tony Stark's bodyguards was present. On television, a press conference regarding the Stark Industries explosion was being broadcast live, with Colonel Rhodes standing solemnly at the forefront, spouting nonsense. In the press conference's backstage preparation room, Pepper Potts was diligently applying makeup to Tony's face, attempting to conceal his minor injuries, at least ensuring he appeared unaffected by the previous night's events. Tony Stark was perusing the newspaper. Iron Man, a catchy title, though somewhat inaccurate, it was crafted from titanium alloy. However, upon flipping to another page, he became irate. The explosion at Stark Industries had caused the research center to light up like a fireworks display. Yet the headline was not about him. These reporters had no discernment, glaring at the large photo of the Wind God on the front page. Tony Stark found it increasingly displeasing. Wind God, silver-armored war god. This time, you've gotten lucky. From now on, all the headlines will belong to you. Observing Tony's sulky demeanor, Pepper couldn't help but chuckle. You both wore battle suits. Who could have known you were Tony Stark? Upon hearing this, Tony grew even more agitated. Was Pepper not blatantly reminding him that in last night's battle, his mark did not measure up to the Wind God? It was an unjust defeat. Should he inform Pepper that the Mark III's lack of endurance was due to Obadiah's treachery and the theft of his energy core? A loss was a loss. He, Tony Stark, was not one to shy away from defeat. However, he vowed to reclaim victory next time. Is Rimuru definitely not coming? Tony asked curiously. Pepper nodded, stating that Rimuru had checked the almanac and deemed today a fortuitous day for drawing cards. Whether she could draw Ilya would depend on today. Tony Stark, he had actually lost to a die-hard fan of card games. The calm he had just regained was shattered, the resentment bubbling close to the surface. With Pepper's assistance, Tony Stark changed into a dapper suit, instantly radiating a different aura. Meanwhile, Coulson entered, clutching a stack of speaking notes. Ever since his last failed investigation into Rimuru, he had been sidelined. Helping Tony Stark clear up the aftermath and completely mitigate the negative impact of the robot battle was a task Coulson had eagerly volunteered for. For him, this was a chance to redeem himself and regain the trust of director Nick Fury. Confident as ever, Coulson was well-versed in handling such cases, having dealt with countless similar incidents. Arrangements had been made, and at that moment, you were blissfully unaware, reveling in a party aboard a yacht with Miss Potts. Surrounded by over 30 witnesses who could attest to your innocence. Tony Stark glanced at the notes filled with speeches and quipped, a party with over 30 people? Could it not have been just the two of us, me and Pepper? Pepper, without uttering a word, forcefully ripped the tape off Tony's face, which had been applied to conceal his wounds. Pain shot through him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Why is Stan not mentioned? Tony inquired. Coulson replied, we've handled it. He.S. on vacation. Small aircraft accidents have a notoriously high rate. Tony was at a loss for words. Don't you think this sounds like a script from a movie? Claiming one of my bodyguards created a robot? With admirable patience, Coulson responded, Mr. Stark, that is not my primary concern. Just read the statement, and this will blow over soon. At the press conference, upon seeing Tony stride in, Colonel Rhodes, who had been enthusiastically speaking, prudently relinquished the stage to his close friend. It had been ages since the last press event, and Tony decided to stick to the script this time. His almost teasing tone elicited laughter from all the reporters in attendance. The last press conference had seen Tony directly shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division, a monumental announcement that had netted all present journalists a substantial bonus. It was undoubtedly a delightful experience. Flashes from cameras lit up the room as reporters clamored to capture the moment, but Tony was already quite accustomed to the chaos. Some have suggested I was involved in last night's incidents on the highway and rooftops, he began, only to be interrupted by a reporter. Apologies, Mr. Stark. Do you genuinely believe we would take your word at face value? Your bodyguard miraculously appearing in armor? Such claims sound rather fantastical, don't you think? All eyes turned to the reporter, including Tony's. In an instant, he recognized her, Kristen, a reporter from Vanity Fair, who had once spent an entire night studying languages with him. You may question the official statement, but refrain from casting unfounded aspersions and insinuating that I am a superhero. Kristen retorted, I never claimed you were a superhero. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. Didn't he? It certainly sounds surreal. I'm hardly cut out to be a hero. I possess so many flaws and have caused countless troubles. Observing Tony's self-deprecating humor, Colonel Rhodes could hardly contain himself, urging, stick to the script. All right, Tony nodded, acknowledging the reminder. As he picked up the small paper and prepared to read the lines, a sudden thought struck him. He set the script aside and declared, I am Iron Man. The proclamation ignited an explosion of excitement in the room. Countless flashes erupted as reporters surged forward, encircling Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, you are Iron Man. May I ask which suit you were wearing at the time? Was it this dazzling silver one? Tony's expression darkened. Why bring that up? As the crowd discerned his displeasure, they lamented, so, you were the one in the maroon armor. Tony's scowl deepened. I am not the silver-armored hero you envision. My apologies. Forgive my candor, but according to the videos captured by tourists last night, your performance was less than commendable. Mr. Stark, do you know the identity of the superhero in silver armor? Mr. Stark, could it be that Colonel Rhodes was telling the truth? Is that silver-armored hero truly one of your bodyguards? Oh my God, you're not attempting to claim your bodyguard's accolades for yourself, are you? Mr. Stark, could you enlighten us on the true identity of that silver-armored hero? Tony Stark mused, this script is all wrong. Isn't it supposed to be his time to shine? Why has every topic shifted to the silver hero? The atmosphere was electric, and in a corner, Coulson shivered in the wind, pondering, I fear not the godlike adversary, but rather the buffoonish allies. Tony Stark, even I, an ace agent, cannot manage this. Chapter 24, Black Widow. Watching the live broadcast on television, Rimuru nearly choked. Is this a joke? What was meant to be the unveiling of Iron Man had completely veered off course due to my little butterfly antics. The illustrious Tony Stark appeared visibly flustered by the barrage of questions from reporters. To be fair, she never intended to steal his thunder or headlines. The moniker of Silver-Armored Hero was rather appealing. Hearing the nickname bestowed upon her by the reporters, Rimuru felt a sense of satisfaction. She had once contemplated titles like Silver Wing Knight or Hero of the Winds, but they had felt somewhat juvenile. Now, she was relieved to have that dilemma resolved. Just then, Aya's voice resonated. "Master, a guest has arrived." "A guest?" Rimuru inquired, puzzled. Although she had been in this world for nearly a month, her acquaintances were few. When Aya switched to the footage at the entrance, Rimuru was left speechless. This was no mere guest, it was a hassle. The visitor was none other than the infamous Black Widow, a strikingly competent and dangerously deceptive woman. In the video, the Black Widow sported an elegant updo. Clad in a fitted office dress paired with black stockings and high heels, donning gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of an office elite. Truly, the Black Widow was the epitome of beauty within the Avengers, leaving Rimuru momentarily dazzled. Yet, Rimuru would not let her guard down. The Black Widow was a master of deception. "Aya, please investigate how many SHIELD agents are concealed around the villa." "Yes, Master." Under Aya's command, all surveillance cameras in the vicinity were activated. A few minuscule drones were dispatched as well. "Master, no suspicious individuals have been detected nearby." "Just Natasha?" Rimuru pondered. Had SHIELD altered their strategy, or did they believe the Black Widow could handle her alone? Regardless, Rimuru remained unfazed. If friends came, there would be fine wine. If foes arrived, there were rifles. Rimuru bore no ill will towards SHIELD. Although it had been infiltrated and transformed into a veritable hydra, most agents were blissfully unaware, genuinely believing their actions safeguarded the world's safety and stability. Most importantly, whether SHIELD or Hydra, what did it have to do with her? Upon seeing Rimuru, the Black Widow was taken aback. The blue hair, petite frame, exquisite features, particularly those golden pupils, imparted a refreshing aura. Honestly, Rimuru, the extraterrestrial, left a positive impression on Natasha. Rimuru's existence was no longer a secret among the higher-ups of SHIELD, especially last night. When Rimuru donned his silver armor to battle the Iron Tyrant, the director's appraisal of him soared to unprecedented heights. Powerful, enigmatic, perilous, yet adhering to moral boundaries while executing righteous deeds. All of this compelled Nick Fury to resolve to engage in a gentle manner with Rimuru. For Nick Fury, extraterrestrials posed no threat, provided they did not jeopardize global security. Everything could be tolerated. If they could be brought under the aegis of SHIELD, that would be even better. The scrolls he had taken in were still his allies. Natasha adjusted her glasses, smiling sweetly. "I apologize for the interruption. I am Ivy Timothy, the director of social work in this community. Yesterday, I received reports from residents regarding school-aged children in this community not adhering to the Education Act and receiving an education. I am here today to ascertain the situation." As Natasha spoke, she presented her identification badge as the community director. Gazing at the badge, Rimuru mused to himself. Indeed, SHIELD excels in crafting such authentic-looking fakes. But what did it mean for school-aged children to not comply with the Education Act? Was this an attempt to urge him to attend elementary school? Rimuru suddenly felt a wave of malevolence. In his past life, he was nearing the completion of his university studies. The mere thought of returning to learn alongside a bunch of unruly children sent shivers down his spine. Noticing Rimuru's subtle expression, Natasha adjusted her glasses and revealed a significant smile. As an agent, reading body language was an essential skill, and she was among the best at it. Clearly, Rimuru was not an ordinary individual. Her identification was specially crafted by SHIELD's Internal Logistics Department. Even the leaders of the Education Bureau would struggle to discern its authenticity. Yet, Rimuru merely glanced at it and displayed a somewhat disdainful expression. Now, that warranted deeper contemplation. How could Natasha, interacting with someone possessing such extraordinary abilities, be unprepared? Concealed within her molars was a capsule designed to counteract anesthetics. The moment she sensed anything amiss, she would bite down on it. Additionally, she had high-tech patches behind her ears specifically targeting mental probing. Should any external force attempt to invade her thoughts, these patches would heat up as a warning. Thus far, everything appeared normal. Rimuru had not employed mind-reading abilities, or rather, he truly lacked psychic or mind control powers. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha was quite confident in her professional acumen. During this brief encounter with Rimuru, she believed she had not acted in a manner inconsistent with her identity. How, then, did Rimuru ascertain her true identity? It seemed Rimuru was perhaps even more mysterious than she had presumed, knowing more than she could imagine. Natasha grew increasingly intrigued. Are you not going to invite me in for a chat? Please. Rimuru graciously invited Natasha inside, aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. would eventually demand an explanation. She certainly did not wish to be surveilled day and night, always wary of an assassination attempt. To know my identity and yet boldly invite me in, truly, one must possess great skill and audacity. Natasha's heart raced, a thrilling mix of tension and excitement. Would you care for something to drink? Tea, coffee, cola, or soda? None of those, I presume. Natasha rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. Such a juvenile sense of humor. Yet, she found it oddly amusing. I'm not thirsty. Let us forego the drinks. Very well. Rimuru readily accepted, knowing full well that even if she had prepared something, Natasha likely would not partake. Agents, after all, tend to be plagued by suspicion. Now, can you disclose your true intentions? The illustrious Miss Natasha Romanoff. Natasha's eyes narrowed, her body tensing suddenly, yet she gradually relaxed. You certainly know more than we anticipated. Can you tell me how you discern my true identity? Extraterrestrial Girl. Chapter 25. 3 Sons. Extraterrestrial? Rimuru shook his head. You are mistaken. I am a genuine Earthling. Natasha chuckled. So, are you suggesting that your blue hair is dyed, your golden eyes are contact lenses, and your superpowers are mere tricks? Certainly not. Do you know what a parallel universe is? Rimuru replied. A parallel universe? Yes, due to quantum instability. Many scientists speculate that since each quantum can exist in various states, the universe is not singular, but rather composed of multiple similar universes. Previously, I was uncertain about the existence of parallel universes, but now I am convinced. Natasha pondered, her earlier skepticism fading. Did Rimuru mean to imply she was an Earthling traversing from a parallel universe? Do you expect me to believe that? I cannot accept that parallel universe Earthlings even possess superpowers. Rimuru gazed into the distance, melancholic. That is because you are unaware of our experiences. Natasha's curiosity piqued. Could you elaborate? In our universe, the galaxy containing our Earth has 3 suns, and the movements of these suns are exceedingly erratic, leading to the destruction and rebirth of civilizations countless times. When all 3 suns align at perihelion, temperatures soar, rivers dry, and all life extinguishes. Conversely, when they align at aphelion, global temperatures plummet, freezing all oceans and plunging the world into an ice age. Only when the positions of the 3 suns are precisely aligned can life be reborn and civilizations reconstructed. To survive in such extreme conditions, humanity on our planet underwent evolution. 3 suns? Natasha was utterly bewildered. Are you recounting a science fiction tale? There cannot possibly be 3 suns in a solar system. Yet her professionalism compelled her to restrain her disbelief. What kind of evolution did you experience? Though she sensed significant inconsistencies in Rimuru's narrative, Natasha keenly seized upon the term evolution. This presented a golden opportunity to gather intelligence regarding Rimuru's superpowers. She would not let it slip by. Rimuru did not withhold any details and promptly transformed into his slime form. Natasha's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the soft, jelly-like blue mass before her. I've never seen anything like it. Just moments ago, you were a beautiful young woman, and now you've transformed into a blue sphere. Surely, I am not dreaming? Unable to contain her curiosity, Natasha reached out and poked the gelatinous entity. In an instant, her heart raced. The soft, bouncy texture was incredibly delightful. She felt a strong urge to cradle it. Wait, she was a rigorously trained agent. How could she harbor such thoughts? Surely, it couldn't be some form of enchanting ability. Suppressing her desire to squeeze Rimuru, Natasha inquired, is this what you refer to as evolution? Transforming into a soft blob, devoid of limbs or facial features. This seems more like regression. Ahem, Rimuru cleared his throat and resumed his grand tale. To adapt to the harsh survival conditions, humankind was compelled to acquire various superpowers. For instance, temperature resistance. With this ability, fluctuations in external temperatures do not affect our survival state. Temperature resistance. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Yet upon reflecting on the 3 suns, she found the notion of possessing superpowers to adapt to such extreme environments surprisingly plausible. Indeed, survival of the fittest, nature's selection is indeed merciless. Natasha was momentarily left speechless, grappling with the realization that Rimuru's assertions held a certain logical weight. She had undertaken numerous missions, yet this would be the most unforgettable. This tale is indeed reminiscent of science fiction. Is there more? Of course. Water is the essence of life. One cannot survive without it. When the three suns simultaneously approach their perihelion, the moisture is entirely evaporated, leaving the land utterly parched. In the face of survival and the continuity of civilization, we inhabitants of Earth must strive to accumulate resources. A mere droplet of water in ordinary times could transform into an ocean in dire circumstances. Natasha rolled her eyes, feeling as though her intelligence was being insulted. How could one possibly accumulate resources when the land is completely desiccated? Should we bury water tanks in the Earth's core? Rimuru interjected. The wisdom of mortals is indeed remarkable. Life is the greatest miracle of this world. As the sages have wisely stated, human potential is boundless, emerging only when faced with adversity. In order to adapt to the extreme scarcity of water, our stomachs have undergone evolution. Natasha nearly choked. Your stomach has evolved? Are you jesting with me? Rimuru, with utmost seriousness, replied. To survive the age of desiccation, we have preemptively stocked our stomachs with several lakes worth of water. I understand you may find this hard to believe, so allow me to demonstrate. This can be demonstrated? Natasha felt utterly bewildered, yet she followed Rimuru to the swimming pool in a daze. Once transformed back into human form, Rimuru flexed his arms and said, one must remain vigilant. In preparation for the age of desiccation, I have stored half a lake's worth of water in my stomach. I intended to fill it completely, but alas, even the lake's water was insufficient. With that, Rimuru opened his mouth and began to spray water from his stomach. For a full 10 minutes, the pool overflowed with water. Natasha was left utterly dumbfounded. My goodness, this is real. Is her stomach somehow connected to another dimension? Natasha felt her worldview shatter, fearing it might be an illusion. She even tested the water with her hand, confirming its authenticity. Goodness, is such a feat even possible? Is human potential truly so vast? With such a large stomach, wouldn't either planet face a food crisis? Long after the demonstration, Natasha's mind remained in turmoil. Wait a moment. There's a glaring flaw here. There are not 3 suns in our solar system. You can't possibly be from Earth. Rimuru gazed at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle, revealing a poignant sorrow. This is a far more tragic tale, one that traces back to our ancestors 100 generations ago. In those times, our solar system boasted but a single sun, and we thrived, our civilization enduring. Until one fateful day, the sun began to age rapidly, rendering Earth uninhabitable for humanity. Faced with this dire predicament, the United Human Federation initiated the Wandering Earth Project, leading all of humanity to flee the solar system along with our planet. This endeavor spanned 500 years, over 100 generations. Yet, none anticipated that our new home, for light years away, would harbor 3 suns. Natasha remarked, I can only imagine the reaction of all Earthlings upon seeing those 3 suns, flipping them the bird and shouting, damn it. In the first 3 chapters, I introduced the skills of the King of Cuties. However, fearing a dragon pace, I only mentioned one skill, the aberrant, after devouring Miss Shijing's body, without delving into its specific effects. Here, I shall elaborate. The skill bestowed upon the King of Cuties by Miss Shijing is indeed the aberrant, encompassing 2 abilities, heat manipulation and transformation. Aberrant. This skill integrates and separates various abilities, promoting their evolution into new skills. Essentially, it is a uniquely powerful technique with extraordinary growth potential, capable of consolidating skills to generate new ones. After devouring the Flame's Spirit Ifrit, the King of Cuties acquired Ifrit's ability to create a clone and manipulate heat within a designated area. The clone, as seen in the anime, is a larger male counterpart, while the king morphs into a smaller version of Miss Shijing. However, since the quality of the male clone exceeds that of the king's slime form, it is compensated with dark mist. This compensation diminishes the clone's abilities to a certain extent. Thus, the larger the entity the King of Cuties mimics, the more significant the reduction in strength. Therefore, in the Marvel Universe, should the king transform into a behemoth, its combat prowess might substantially decline, rendering it counterproductive. The clone possesses abilities akin to the original, maintaining control within a kilometer radius, while beyond that distance, it can only share vision and execute commands. The original can also transmit commands telepathically. The range barrier can regulate heat within a specific area to prevent dissipation, and it can withstand a portion of physical and magical attacks, thus serving as a protective shield for the king. Following the integration and evolution of the Great Sage and Aberrant, It later developed into a multi-layered barrier. Showcased during the 9th episode in the confrontation between the King of Cuties and White Elder. White Elder's sudden ambush severed the King's arm, which bore the multi-layered barrier of physical armor, leaving the king astounded. The great sage categorized mimicry, heat manipulation, and transformation within the special technique aberrant, resulting in the acquisition of the skills Black Flame, molecular manipulation, and universal transformation. Universal transformation allows for the partial ability to unleash skills by consuming monsters. If the skill is released without consuming the monster in its entirety, its power diminishes. In the animation, the King of Cuties did not transform into a black spider, but instead extended a palm to unleash sticky threads to ensnare Cheyenne, demonstrating the application of universal transformation. Black Flame is a capability requiring no creation of a magical body, generating flames directly from within. In this narrative, our protagonist possesses this skill, the Black Flame Thunder. Used by the king to showcase power against the great Oni clan, links Black Flame with molecular manipulation, forming a new, more advanced skill. In the animation, it explosively shattered a boulder, while in the novel, it obliterated an entire mountain, a truly formidable ability, hence the king's desire to seal it. Wait a moment. How is it plausible to carry Earth to a new home 4 light years away? Did you possess such technology too, 500 years ago? Such advanced technology? Why not build a spaceship directly? Although Natasha was not a science major, she possessed basic knowledge. With such advanced technology, how could they wander with Earth? It seemed irrational. Observing Natasha's reaction, Rimuru found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had miscalculated. How could foreigners understand the deep-seated patriotism of the Huaxia people? Certainly, spaceships are the preferred choice for migration projects. But 500 years ago, our ancestors were unable to construct a light-speed engine that met our needs. Moreover, the fragile ecosystems of ordinary spaceships could not withstand over 500 years of cosmic travel. Thus, we had no choice but to settle for bringing Earth along on our journey. Is that so? Natasha was skeptical. Yet Rimuru's confident demeanor seemed to lend credence to his words. Could Rimuru genuinely be a descendant of Earthlings from a parallel universe? Given Earth's vastness, how could you possibly maneuver it away from the solar system? Naturally, we relied on planetary engines to execute the Wandering Earth project. Our ancestors constructed tens of thousands of planetary engines upon Earth. The steering engines along the equator even towered higher than Mount Everest. My goodness, crafting such a tale is challenging. Some parts are difficult to sustain. And how did you know about Coulson and my identities? Natasha inquired, perplexed. Of course, through films. In our universe, the story of S.H.I.E.L.D. is well known. Natasha was even more bewildered. Films? Well known? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. famous in your universe? Rimuru nodded emphatically, extremely famous. Over 500 years ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a hidden agency, but following an alien invasion, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents engaged in a monumental battle against aliens in New York, gaining notoriety. From then on, S.H.I.E.L.D. entered the public eye. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents battling aliens in New York? Are you joking? Why is it that, despite speaking the same language, she comprehends each word, yet fails to grasp their collective meaning? As a rigorously trained agent, Natasha possesses exceptional psychological resilience. She is acutely aware of the considerable absurdity in Rimuru's ramblings, yet she feigns a keen interest. In the realm of espionage, the greatest fear is not the subject speaking nonsense, but rather the silence that may ensue. The more one speaks, the greater the opportunity to extract valuable intelligence. Could you elaborate further? Natasha pretends to be utterly captivated, adopting the guise of someone thoroughly bamboozled by Rimuru. Rimuru shakes her head, explaining that according to the theory of parallel universes, even the slightest alteration could give rise to a new parallel universe. Discussing too much might disrupt your timeline, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Natasha rolls her eyes in exasperation. She raises interest only to be told she cannot receive spoilers? How infuriating. Movie stars differ from real individuals. How could you recognize me at first glance? Natasha instantly regretted her question, deeming it rather pedestrian. Historical records and photographs. Rimuru gazes at her as if she were foolish, igniting Natasha's ire. She nearly yearned to pin Rimuru down and deliver a swift reprimand. Is my on-screen counterpart beautiful? Natasha pivots the conversation, steering it toward her forte. Upon the mention, Rimuru becomes animated, mischievously declaring, her name is Scarlett Johansson. Strikingly beautiful, indeed. She is the epitome of beauty, the darling of the group. How do I compare? Natasha inquires playfully. Equally stunning, as if cast from the same mold. Rimuru's words elicit a genuine laugh from Natasha. Such a sweet tongue. Indeed delightful. Can you tell me about the circumstances in your universe? Certainly. Allow me to regale you with tales of our ancestors' wanderings on Earth. Our solar system is one of the 9 realms, under the dominion of Asgard. To the Asgardians, our Earth is known as Midgard, a subordinate realm. Asgard is also referred to as the realm of the gods, led by Odin, the All-Father, who has 2 sons, the elder, Thor, and the younger, Loki, though Loki is adopted. Wait. The moment Rimuru begins to speak, Natasha senses something amiss upon hearing Odin's name. Even her extensive training nearly causes her to leap from her seat. The All-Father Odin? Thor? Loki? Is she jesting? Natasha's expression darkens. Please speak English. Rimuru responds. When I speak lies, you listen intently. Yet when I speak the truth, you demand I speak plainly. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. It is utterly absurd. Natasha's gaze sharpens significantly as she fixes her eyes on Rimuru, inquiring, what is your opinion of Earthlings? Confounding, for I am an Earthling myself. All right, I understand. Natasha nods in satisfaction, employing a commonly used yet effective interrogation technique. First, engage the subject in frivolous banter to lower their guard. Then suddenly pose a pivotal question. Caught off guard, most individuals will unwittingly reveal more than intended, proving remarkably effective. Regardless of how many lies Rimuru has spun, as long as she harbors no animosity toward Earthlings, that is sufficient. This is also the core objective behind Nick Fury sending her to engage with Rimuru. It appears the outcome of this interaction is quite promising. Lastly, I have one request. Rimuru, your identity is unique, your origins intriguing, and you possess extraordinary abilities. I hope you refrain from using these powers without authorization. What constitutes unauthorized use? In public, or leaving behind crucial evidence? Natasha refrains from stating an absolute prohibition, as that would be impractical. To assert an absolute ban on the use of her powers could provoke a severe backlash from Rimuru. Such matters, which touch upon boundaries, are not something Natasha would risk, given her emotional intelligence. Rimuru quickly grasps the implication. As long as no evidence is left behind, it is permissible, correct? Natasha, I never said that. Though Natasha denies it, Rimuru understands her intent. Essentially, one can act, but must remain silent about it. Even if one's occupation involves teaching foreign languages, the facade must remain intact. After concluding their serious discussion, Natasha suddenly reaches out, pinching Rimuru's cheeks. I have longed to do this, and indeed, they are delightfully elastic. How pleasant. Rimuru, she was unexpectedly ambushed by this brazen girl. What a vexing expression. Chapter 27. The Bewildered Egg. The Triskelion Building. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Director Nick Fury stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing outward with an air of authority. His attire remains unchanged throughout the seasons, a black turtleneck under a black leather jacket, accompanied by an eye patch covering his singular eye, and his dark complexion blending seamlessly into the shadows, a fitting ensemble for a spy. However, his office is perpetually chilled to an extreme degree. At this moment, a knock reverberates through the room. Nick Fury strides to his desk, takes his seat, adopts a stoic pose, and calls out, "Come in." Upon entering, Natasha Romanoff is immediately greeted by a rush of cool air. She has grown accustomed to this sensation. Nick Fury, how did the mission fare? Is that alien girl cooperating? She is indeed quite compliant, yet the outcome is rather surreal. Natasha carefully selects her words, explaining, during this investigation, I have gathered some exceedingly valuable information. For instance, Rimuru's superpowers and her attitude toward Earthlings. Based on my analysis, Rimuru harbors a considerable fondness for Earthlings, including us at S.H.I.E.L.D., rendering her essentially harmless. And she holds a favorable view of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's curiosity peaks. An extraterrestrial civilization capable of interstellar travel to reach Earth must possess formidable technology, if they are not looking down upon humanity from a lofty perch, yet still regard Earthlings with goodwill. Could this be what they call cosmic benevolence? Alien altruism? Nick Fury demands, provide me with a detailed account of the investigation. Certainly, Rimuru is an alien, yet in a strict sense, she is not an alien. Natasha succinctly outlines Rimuru's origins to Nick Fury, focusing on the essential details without infusing her subjective interpretations. Upon learning that Rimuru hails from a parallel universe Earth, Nick Fury is momentarily taken aback. The concept of parallel universes is not new to Earth, yet hearing that this Earth has undergone 500 years of a wandering Earth project before arriving at a new home 4 light years away, with 3 suns, feels almost fantastical. Moreover, the notion of the Earth wandering. What on earth? Nick Fury's expression darkens. Had Natasha not been an elite agent of SHIELD, with a proven track record of success, she might have been reassigned to sit idly alongside Coulson. The mind is indeed a valuable asset. However, upon hearing about the evolution of Earth's descendants, Nick Fury finds himself speechless again. To adapt to the capriciousness of 3 suns, have the Earthlings evolved a resistance to temperature variations? Is this truly a superpower that humanity can achieve? Yet, biological evolution in response to environmental changes is an undeniable truth of nature. The conditions of outer space can indeed catalyze genetic mutations in humans, and this is not mere fantasy. NASA has reported that astronauts experience permanent genetic mutations in 87 of their genes after a year of space missions. The process of genetic mutation had only spanned a year. If the humans from another realm truly wandered through space for 500 years and arrived in a star system with 3 suns, they might indeed evolve to possess a resistance to temperature fluctuations. For a moment, he found this notion compelling. What to do with such a realization? Yet, reason countered, deeming it utterly absurd. Moreover, to endure the arid epoch characterized by severe water scarcity. The new humans had supposedly evolved dimensional stomachs capable of containing an entire lake of fresh water. Was he listening to a fantastical tale? Could humanity's potential truly be that formidable? The notion of human capability? Wait. Nick Fury's mind immediately conjured the image of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. A formidable being who could dismantle spaceships as if they were mere toys. Under the dual-star configuration, Carol could even traverse the void of space using only her physical strength. Most crucially, she was a human from Earth. Humans indeed possessed immense potential. Was Rimuru speaking the truth? Nick Fury's brow furrowed, twisting into a knot, stealthily observing the director's expression. Natasha was intrigued. In truth, she had prepared herself for a scathing reprimand from the director even before entering. Frankly, compared to previous missions, her latest endeavor had not been executed flawlessly, with an abundance of implausible information. Despite her status as a top agent of SHIELD, earning Nick Fury's unwavering trust, she did not bask in the glory that others assumed. As a defector from the Soviet Union's Red Room, her margin for error was exceedingly slim. Once a traitor, forever a traitor, the stigma was inescapable. Nick Fury, by the way, you mentioned that Rimuru holds a considerable fondness for our SHIELD. What is the story behind that? Natasha, Rimuru stated that in her universe, SHIELD was once a covert organization like ours, but 500 years ago, New York faced an alien invasion, and we shone brightly, thwarting the extraterrestrial plot. Consequently, SHIELD became widely known, with some agents celebrated as heroes in tales that were even adapted into films. What? An alien invasion of Earth? A battle in New York? SHIELD thwarted an alien scheme, and it was made into a movie? What nonsense was this? Yet, if that were not the case, how could Rimuru know Coulson, let alone the Black Widow? Was an alien invasion truly imminent? Had he been discovered harboring Skrulls? Was it still possible to surrender those Skrulls? The more one knew, the wider their imagination ran. Natasha did not believe a single word of Rimuru's many assertions, but the more Nick Fury thought, the more anxious he became. What else had she said? Surely the director could not genuinely believe it? Natasha felt peculiar but relayed the information faithfully. Our Earth is known as Midgard, or the Middle Realm, a subordinate of the Asgardian domain. Asgard is ruled by King Odin, who has 2 sons, the elder, Thor, and the younger, Loki, though Loki is adopted. Nick Fury, impatient, interrupted, "Stop. Let's not report on these clearly fictitious mythological tales." Yes, Natasha sighed in relief. If the director believed even that, she might have to question his sanity. As she scrutinized Natasha's report, Nick Fury's brow creased further. Undoubtedly, Rimuru possessed extraordinary capabilities and bore an armor akin to Iron Man's, with combat prowess beyond doubt. Should she be considered as a candidate for the Avengers initiative? From a purely individual standpoint, Rimuru qualified, but her youth posed a significant concern. Moreover, the veracity of Rimuru's statements was ambiguous. It remained uncertain whether she harbored ulterior motives regarding Earth. If he were to easily trust someone's words, he would not have ascended to the position of SHIELD director. it would be prudent to observe for a while longer. Children ought not to squander their youth. That Ivy Timothy identity of yours is quite advantageous. Ensure Rimuru attends school and absorbs the essence of American ideals. Natasha was instantly amused. She was well aware that Rimuru seemed quite averse to the idea of attending school. This would certainly provide ample amusement. Yes, after Natasha departed, Nick Fury rose and placed all of Rimuru's documents into a hefty safe. Within this safe, other documents were conspicuously labeled with the codename 084. 084 denoted a classification, representing one of S, H, I, E, L, D's highest levels of confidentiality, accessible only to the director and a select few with the utmost authority. 084 signified items of unknown origin, encompassing objects and energies. The first item ever classified as 084 was the Terrigen crystals of the Inhumans, later included with the Cosmic Cube. And now, Rimuru became the first human designated as 084. Chapter 28, Peter Parker. Forest Hill Elementary School. Located in Queens, New York, one of the oldest public elementary schools. It is indeed an honor for our school to welcome Rimuru Tempest as a student. Rest assured, we shall ensure that Rimuru feels the warmth of a familial environment. After hanging up the phone, the principal of Forest Hill Elementary wiped the sweat from his brow. Just who was this Rimuru Tempest? Merely transferring schools. And in a short span of half a day, he had already received calls from 3 prominent figures. One was the director of the Queen's Education Bureau, who specifically urged him to look after a student named Rimuru Tempest. If this call had merely piqued his interest. The second call left him astounded. It was from none other than the recently celebrated Iron Man, Tony Stark. He explicitly instructed the school to take special care of Rimuru and generously donated $5 million to Forest Hill Elementary. Upon hearing this news, the principal nearly fainted from excitement, doubting whether he had misheard the amount. This was not a university, but an elementary school, and especially a public one. Having served as principal for over 20 years, he had scarcely witnessed any donations, let alone of such magnitude. What an astounding generosity. As for the third call, it was even more enigmatic. A certain Natasha Romanoff, an FBI agent, informed him that the school was currently under FBI surveillance and requested his full cooperation. Natasha assured him that if he performed well during the operation, he might find himself in line for a promotion in a few years. The principal was utterly confounded. He had been in this elementary school for 20 years and believed he would remain in this position until retirement. Now a chance for advancement. Who was Rimuru Tempest? Truly? Was there any prominent figure in the country bearing the surname Tempest? The principal pondered in confusion. Yet this did not hinder him from transmitting the directives from above with tenfold urgency to the school's teaching staff. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, even before her enrollment, she had already become a well-known figure among the school's higher-ups. She was even unaware that those influential individuals were more enthusiastic about her enrollment than she could have imagined. Rimuru initially thought she would be quite resistant to attending elementary school, but upon stepping onto the campus, she felt a surprising sense of calm. While she could disregard S, H, I, E, L, DS arrangements, it would also mean openly rejecting their goodwill. Though possessing formidable abilities, Rimuru was fundamentally quite laid back. She despised trouble. Reflecting on the Hulk, constantly pursued by his father-in-law, occasionally munching on peanuts and watermelon, Rimuru found the idea of elementary school rather appealing. Thus, it was only natural that Rimuru became a student of Forest Hill Elementary School. As for why she chose this public school, there was but one reason. Peter Parker was a student here. Entering the Marvel Universe without enlisting Spider-Man as a sidekick seemed no different from being a mere fish out of water. As soon as Rimuru entered the school, she was greeted with an exuberant welcome from the principal, a reception that could rival that of a high-ranking official from the Educational Bureau. This left Rimuru somewhat speechless. Was it truly appropriate for the principal to fawn over a student in such a manner? Her astonishment only deepened upon meeting her homeroom teacher, Miss Jacqueline, whose demeanor was remarkably gentle, her tone exceedingly amiable, and her smile irresistibly sweet, an experience unparalleled in both her past and present lives. Such an attitude towards students was indeed rare, though not entirely absent. In the classroom, Miss Jacqueline stood at the podium, her face aglow with delight as she announced a piece of good news. A new student had joined their class. The students responded with a smattering of applause. Their curiosity mingled with a hint of reluctance and disdain. Typically, transfers occur at the beginning of the semester to avoid disrupting the academic flow. However, with the semester nearing its end and summer vacation just a month away, it was evidently an inopportune time for such a transition. Of course, there had been instances in the past, particularly in the United States, where privileged youths typically attended private schools. Exceptions existed, such as those expelled for serious misconduct, who were then compelled to enroll in public institutions. Thus, when the term transfer student was mentioned, the classmates' first thought was that perhaps a cast-off from a private school had been unceremoniously dumped into their midst. Yet, the moment Rimuru stepped into the classroom, every student's eyes widened in astonishment, their breaths quickening, creating an atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Could this truly be the new student? She was stunningly beautiful and irresistibly charming. Although clad in the school uniform, she exuded an aura of uniqueness. She seemed to have stepped straight out of a painting, especially with her flowing blue hair and golden eyes that set her apart from the crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Rimuru Tempest. I look forward to getting to know you all. After writing her name on the blackboard with chalk, she offered a brief introduction. In stark contrast to the earlier subdued applause, the classroom erupted into a rousing ovation, each wave of applause more enthusiastic than the last. This was the new transfer student? How adorable. What a stroke of luck to have such a delightful beauty as a classmate. The golden hue of her irises was exceptionally rare. Could she be wearing colored contacts? Absolutely stunning. Hearing the excited chatter among her classmates, Rimuru reflected on how Earth was no longer the same as it once was. Yet the world remained unchanged. Indeed, beauty dictated everything. Possessing the skill of magical perception, Rimuru's senses were incredibly acute. She overheard many students' disdainful remarks about her, some even openly declaring that yet another piece of trash had arrived. However, upon laying eyes on her face, all that negativity dissipated in an instant. Just like that, she became one of the most popular students in the class. Since everyone is acquainted now, Rimuru will sit next to Peter Parker, Miss Jacqueline announced. Peter Parker was instantly taken aback. Had he been so engrossed in his own thoughts that he missed the moment this incredible stroke of luck fell upon him? However, the palpable hostility emanating from his peers made him feel a chill run down his spine. Oh no, this was the dreaded curse of the stunning beauty. To avoid the wrath of the class bullies, Peter Parker resolved that he would rather leap from a rooftop than utter a single word to Rimuru. Rimuru set down her small backpack, turned to the diminutive spider, and said, I'm Rimuru. We'll be desk mates from now on, so please take care of me. Peter's face flushed crimson as he stammered, I am Peter Benjamin Parker. I live in Queens at the XXX complex with Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Aunt May calls me Peter, while most of my classmates call me Bookworm Peter, and Thompson refers to me as Insignificant Peter. Rimuru couldn't help but chuckle. I was merely saying hello. It's not a census. Was Peter's propensity for chatter already beginning to reveal itself? Seeing Rimuru smile made Peter's face turn beet red, and he bashfully scratched the back of his head, appearing adorably foolish. So cute. He must be a blue-haired boy. As Rimuru observed Peter's endearing face, a thought sprang to her mind, one that refused to fade away. Chapter 29, The Spider's Admiration. In class, Miss Jacqueline called on Thompson. Thompson, would you like to answer this question? Still reclining lazily in his seat, Thompson retorted playfully, Teacher, you should be asking Bookworm Peter. He could certainly answer it. Laughter erupted in the classroom at Thompson's taunt, causing Peter to shrink back in fear of incurring Thompson's wrath. The sight of Peter's timid demeanor only fueled the laughter, with some mischievous students even banging on their desks in amusement. Rimuru watched this unfold, feeling incredulous. How could academic excellence and a passion for reading be met with derision? In a society that idolizes grades, such a disdainful hierarchy seemed utterly bizarre. Normally, Miss Jacqueline would have encouraged Peter to answer, yet this time she called on Rimuru instead. The principal had instructed her to look after Rimuru, but how could she do so? Ms. Jacqueline's intention was to give Rimuru more attention, much more. Rimuru stood up with poise and swiftly articulated her thought process for solving the problem, leaving her classmates wide-eyed in astonishment. Even Peter was taken aback. The question was quite challenging, and it would require considerable effort to answer. Yet Rimuru answered with ease. How could she be so academically gifted? Wasn't she supposedly a misfit expelled from a private school? Unfazed by her classmates' astonished reactions, Rimuru felt no swell of pride within her. Answering 2 elementary questions was hardly a noteworthy achievement. During physical education class, Rimuru dashed across the playground like a streak of wind, leaving her classmates far behind, even outpacing 2 notably robust boys. Her classmates gaped in disbelief before erupting into cheers. Rimuru, Rimuru, Rimuru. Not only the boys, but even the girls joined in, jubilantly shouting her name. Compared to her academic prowess, Rimuru's athletic skills undoubtedly garnered even more admiration. Soon, a throng of girls gathered around Rimuru, bombarding her with questions, to which she responded with grace and ease. The atmosphere was remarkably pleasant. Watching Rimuru seamlessly integrate into the class and make a plethora of friends in just half a day, Peter Parker felt both envious and inferior. His new desk mate was simply remarkable. Coach Powell. Is that Coach Powell? Peter thought. Oh my goodness. Is he actually approaching Rimuru? Could he be inviting her to join the school's football team? It was indeed true. Coach Powell was a highly esteemed figure, and many had sought his attention in vain. For him to approach Rimuru directly was nothing short of extraordinary. Peter, your new desk mate is phenomenal. She has only been here a day and has already caught Coach Powell's eye. A student as exceptional as her could never be expelled, right? Do you know why she transferred? Ned, the chubby boy, sidled up to Peter, his curiosity piqued. Having often faced ridicule and teasing due to his weight, Ned naturally gravitated towards Peter, sharing a bond of mutual understanding. The little spider cast a furtive glance at Rimuru, his eyes brimming with envy. It is quite perplexing. Thus far, I've only exchanged a single word with her. Ned nodded, patting the little spider on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. Accept reality, Peter. Rimuru, with her academic prowess, excellent physicality, and charming personality, belongs to a different realm than ours. Dejectedly, the little spider nodded. In truth, he was hesitant to engage with Rimuru further. If he were to catch the ire of certain individuals, he would find himself in dire straits. Hey, Peter, have you run yet? Rimuru greeted him with a smile, her school life seeming to be more intriguing than she had anticipated. The little Lolas in class were simply adorable. Not yet. I still have 3 people ahead of me. Peter Parker's face flushed crimson, and his words became somewhat stammered. Rimuru smiled sweetly. The current little spider was even more innocent than she had imagined. Just a single word exchanged, and his face turned beet red. This was the future renowned Spider-Man. She could find amusement in this for a lifetime. This thought only intensified Rimuru's intrigue. Noticing the chubby lad beside Parker, Rimuru suddenly recalled that he too appeared to be a prodigy. In high school, he had managed to hack into the Department of Defense. One could only imagine his exceptional computer skills. You must be Ned Leeds. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the chubby boy was taken aback, his round face trembling with delight. I'm also very pleased to meet you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, a female classmate called out, prompting Rimuru to respond and bid farewell to the two. I must take my leave now. Best of luck to you both. Rimuru had walked some distance away, yet Ned and the little spider remained transfixed, gazing in the direction she had departed. Ned grasped the little spider's arm, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Did you hear that, Peter? Rimuru greeted me and even called my name. Peter Parker, nearly rattled to pieces by Ned's shaking, replied in exasperation. Yes, I heard, of course. Please stop shaking me. Ned declared. Peter, I want to fall in love. Peter Parker retorted. But you just said she's from a different world than us. Ned replied earnestly. Peter, you don't understand. In the face of true love, the world is no barrier. Peter Parker was left speechless. What transpired between Peter and Ned remained unknown to Rimuru. However, at that moment, she found herself somewhat flabbergasted. Are American elementary school students always this precocious? A few little Lolas even asked her what cosmetics she used, marveling at her flawless skin devoid of any freckles. It was astonishing. Should cosmetics truly be within the realm of elementary school students? In her past life, she had been particularly fond of the twins Annie and Hallie from the movie The Parent Trap. But the freckles on their faces had nearly given her a phobia of clusters. This left Rimuru in a quandary. How could such delightful twin Lolas have so many freckles? Later, after consulting the internet, she learned that Caucasians, due to lower melanin levels, are more prone to freckles than other ethnicities. Yet in Europe and America, freckles are not considered a flaw. Rather, they are seen as endearing on a child's face. She had once believed this, but now, hearing her classmates' lamentations, she realized she had been misled. In the West, concealer products are still immensely popular. The notion that freckles are adorable among children, of the 10 classmates she interacted with, 6 bore freckles. The only difference was the quantity. If this were not the case, it seemed the vast majority of children would become withdrawn. At that moment, a commotion arose, prompting the girls to glance over in curiosity. Rimuru was taken aback. How could it be so soon that Peter Parker was being bullied again? Why do I say again? Chapter 30, Rising to Fame. Peter, Ned, what do you mean? I kindly invited you to play a game, and you dare to refuse? Do you not hold me in regard? The towering Thompson, reveling in his arrogance, drew the attention of all his classmates. Indeed. Peter, Ned, you two are nothing but cowards. From behind Thompson, 2 children, one black, one white, jeered, whistled, and made exaggerated gestures of bravado. And no, the cornered Peter Parker stammered. Chubby Ned gulped, momentarily at a loss for words. Thompson laughed. No means yes. This is what you said, and everyone can attest to it. I can attest. So can I. Peter agreed of his own accord. Many classmates, reveling in the spectacle, eagerly fanned the flames, leaving Peter Parker with no choice but to comply. With his scheming successful, Thompson excitedly declared, "I shall portray Captain America." The black boy Tommy exclaimed, "I will be Bucky." The white boy John shouted, "I will play Wolverine." Thompson continued, "Peter, you shall take on the role of the villain Red Skull, and Ned will be the evil Dr. Zola. You have 10 seconds to prepare. In 10 seconds, the Howling Commandos shall set forth to vanquish the nefarious Hydra." Peter Parker swallowed hard. What kind of game was this? It was merely an excuse to pummel him and Ned. Yet he found himself unable to refuse. It was utterly dreadful. Spotting Rimuru among the crowd only intensified his unease. After witnessing this, perhaps Rimuru would no longer wish to associate with him and might even join the others in their torment. Having finally encountered a classmate who did not mock him and even spoke to him, he found himself back at square one within mere hours. Why did it have to be this way? Perhaps once he transitioned to middle school, the bullying would cease. Red Skull, your end is nigh. I shall eradicate you in the name of justice. With that, Thompson lunged toward Peter Parker, but at that moment, a voice rang out. Hold on. At the sound of this voice, everyone turned to Rimuru, their expressions filled with disbelief. Did Rimuru dare to defy Thompson? Thompson, Tommy, and John were the undisputed bullies of the class. If Rimuru sought to assert herself, she might very well replace Peter Parker as their new target. Thompson raised an eyebrow, cracking his knuckles ominously. What? Do you wish to stand up for the nerdy Peter? John chimed in. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a girl. Tommy brandished his fist, boasting, indeed. My fists are harder than iron. In America, if one were to be beaten at school, it was not customary to seek parental intervention or report to teachers. Fighting was often in vain. Rimuru chuckled lightly. Of course not. I merely wish to join you in playing the game. The essence of a game is fairness. You have Captain America, Bucky, and Wolverine on your side. So Peter should have 3 allies as well. Huh. The crowd's astonishment was palpable, especially among Peter and Ned, whose eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Was Rimuru actually suggesting they stand against Thompson? Was this not an invitation for trouble? Rimuru was certainly aiding them, wasn't she? In an instant, Peter and Ned were overwhelmed with boundless gratitude. This is your own doing. Let's go after them. Thompson sneered, and the trio of Thompson, John, and Tommy immediately charged at Rimuru and the others. Rimuru merely rolled her eyes, completely unfazed. To her, Thompson's movements were as slow as those of an ant. As Thompson's fist flew toward Peter's face, Rimuru leisurely extended her right hand and firmly grasped Thompson's fist in her palm. How is this possible? Thompson could hardly believe his eyes. What in the world? Rimuru, a girl, possessed such immense strength? He attempted to withdraw his hand from her grasp, but alas, he failed miserably. Before he could even react, he felt a sudden, excruciating twist at his wrist. In an instant, a pained scream escaped his lips, and his body involuntarily knelt before Rimuru. Meanwhile, John and Tommy rushed forward. Rimuru casually released Thompson's wrist and, with both hands, swiftly struck out to either side, resulting in 2 resounding thuds as John and Tommy fell unceremoniously to the ground. The entire spectacle unfolded at lightning speed. The crowd barely had time to process what had transpired before the towering bullies were laid low. Was this a deception? Everyone stood in stunned silence, particularly the girls, whose mouths gaped open as if to swallow an apple whole. Rimuru extended her hand, gesturing for Thompson and his companions to come at her again. The trio, thoroughly petrified, dared not approach her once more. It is said that a man seldom sheds tears, yet Thompson was on the verge of weeping from the pain. Rimuru, with a disapproving expression, declared, Captain America never yields to malevolent forces. Thompson, do you wish to bring shame upon Captain America? The serious countenance of Rimuru sent shivers down the spines of the bully trio. They had never experienced such a humbling defeat in their lives. Whether it was their pride as men or the burning desire for vengeance after such a humiliating loss, the 3 of them managed to suppress their pain and rise to their feet. Cautiously, they encircled Rimuru. With a series of swift strikes, the trio once again found themselves crashing to the ground in disgrace. Especially Thompson, who received a blow to his abdomen, doubling over in agony. The pain was unbearable. Ultimately, they were still just children, and the concept of perseverance was alien to them as they burst into tears. However, Rimuru appeared resolute in her intent not to let them off the hook. Captain America, Bucky, and Wolverine are all steadfast heroes. What do you think you resemble right now? Come at me again. Not just the trio of bullies, but even Peter and Ned were taken aback. My goodness, they had initially thought she was a delicate fairy, only to discover she was a fierce little sorceress. I'm done. I don't want to be Captain America anymore. I don't want to be Bucky either. Me too. What? You're quitting? Thompson, John, Tommy, do you intend to disregard me? Limulu rolled up her sleeves, adopting a ferocious demeanor that sent the bully trio into a state of sheer terror. Not only were they frightened, but the rest of their classmates were equally alarmed. In that moment, only Peter and Ned felt differently, for they recognized that Limulu's words echoed what the bullies had recently said to them. Gazing at Limulu, they perceived her as radiant and heroic. How cool, Peter Parker thought, his eyes sparkling with admiration. 10 minutes later, as Thompson, John, and Tommy sincerely apologized to Peter and Ned, the way everyone regarded Limulu had transformed. While bullying was one matter, championing justice was entirely another. From the rugged cowboys to the gallant superheroes, America had always embodied the spirit of heroism, and at that moment, Limulu undoubtedly stood as their hero. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon the venue erupted into a wave of clapping. Peter Parker was the most enthusiastic, his small hands nearly sore from clapping. Yet he showed no inclination to stop. There was no doubt about it. Limulu had achieved renown in a single battle. Chapter 31. Do you want to learn? I shall teach you. Limulu, you are so impressive. How did you do that? Is it the mystical art of Chinese martial arts? Peter Parker chattered excitedly, exhilarated beyond measure. Today was undoubtedly the happiest day of his school life. Not only had he given that villain Thompson a well-deserved lesson, but he had also made new friends. Feigning an air of mystery, Limulu replied, Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Peter Parker felt as though he had been struck by a stroke of luck, his mind swirling in disbelief. Really? Of course. Limulu nodded, her smile growing increasingly enigmatic. Master, Peter exclaimed, a newfound familiarity in his voice as he awkwardly attempted a bow, nearly causing Limulu to burst into laughter. It seemed that little Peter was also an aspiring enthusiast of the martial arts. Limulu continued earnestly, Peter, you know that to become stronger, one must pay the price. Just as you must study diligently to achieve good grades, even when you desperately wish to play. You must persevere. Can you do that? Peter nodded solemnly. Master, I want to be as strong as you. I never want to be bullied again. Limulu nodded approvingly. Let us skip the master part. We are friends after all, and calling me master feels too distant. As for becoming stronger, I have 4 paths for you to choose from. Which one do you prefer? Peter was taken aback. For paths to choose from? Can you elaborate? Certainly. The first path is known as achieving perfection of the physical form. This path is exceedingly challenging and demanding, but upon completion, you will become incredibly powerful. What is achieving perfection of the physical form? Peter asked, utterly confused, yet sensing its significance. Can you explain further? Limulu stated gravely. First, you must perform 100 push-ups. It may seem simple, but doing 100 consecutively reveals a person's true strength and effectively trains arm strength. The hardest part is not reaching 100, but enduring until you are on the verge of collapse at 99. Peter gulped, realizing the arduous journey ahead. However, the thought of becoming as formidable as Limulu ignited a fire within him. It's just 100 push-ups. I can absolutely do it. Next, you must do 100 sit-ups daily to strengthen your abdominal muscles. Additionally, 100 squats each day are essential as well. As you progress through the squats, your legs will grow increasingly weary, pushing you to your limits. Finally, you must commit to running every day for 10 kilometers. Only at this intensity can you undergo a transformation of your body. 10 kilometers? Peter was flabbergasted. His academic prowess was far superior to his athletic ability. Could his frail body truly endure such a feat? Noticing the hesitation in his expression, Limulu pressed on. Is this how you plan to proceed? The essence of achieving perfection of the physical form lies in perseverance. A day, 2 days, 10 days, even a month or a year may yield little progress. You must persist for 3 full years, unwavering through storms and challenges. After 3 years of unwavering commitment, you will discover. Limulu paused, gazing at Peter's dark locks. The young boy felt a shiver run down his spine, yet his yearning for strength propelled him forward. What will I discover? Limulu, with an air of mystique, replied, You will discover that you have gone bald, yet you will also be stronger. Peter stifled a laugh. Bald? He touched his hair, swallowing hard, then weakly inquired, Master, what about the second path? Limulu chuckled lightly. The second path is known as monetary investment for strength. Do you know Iron Man? He is the ultimate master of wealth. Peter smiled sheepishly, the poverty evident in his expression. Let us hear about the third path. Limulu continued. The third path is called mutations for the less fortunate. Mutations for the less fortunate? Peter mused, intrigued by the prospect. Can you elaborate? You are familiar with the green monster that wreaked havoc in New York 2 years ago, correct? Peter's eyes lit up in recognition. I know. I encountered this online. And at that time, our teacher informed us that it was merely a rumor circulating on the internet, urging us not to spread falsehoods or believe in them. Yet, We all know it to be true. Why? Rimuru inquired curiously. Peter Parker, during that incident, many houses were devastated, and subsequently, the police arrived, sealing off the neighborhood. The police's explanation could only deceive outsiders. Rimuru nodded, acknowledging that the green monster, whom everyone referred to as the Hulk, became mutated after an accident involving a massive exposure to gamma rays. Of course, one could also choose to be bitten by a spider, bat, scorpion, or lizard, thus acquiring those peculiar superpowers. However, whether one successfully mutates or is instantly poisoned to death is entirely at the mercy of divine will. Gulp. Peter Parker felt despair. How could he possibly play in such circumstances? The Hulk was simply too grotesque and foolish. Furthermore, Peter had always been unlucky. If he were to be bitten by a spider, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. What about the fourth path? Peter Parker, feeling dejected, realized that the challenges of the first three paths left him with little hope for the fourth. The fourth path. Rimuru's smile took on a more enigmatic quality, suggesting cross-dressing. By donning women's attire, you could become stronger. What? Peter Parker's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He couldn't have heard that correctly. What does it mean that cross-dressing could lead to strength? Rimuru, that defies logic. Whether in men's or women's clothing, it is merely attire and cannot confer power. Even Aunt May, dressed as a woman, still requires Uncle Ben's protection. This time, it was Rimuru who was astonished. Indeed, Peter Parker was no ordinary genius, demonstrating impressive scientific acumen at such a young age. However, the notion of Spider-Girl's emergence filled Rimuru with anticipation. How could one so easily give up? Rimuru adopted a serious demeanor and spoke cryptically, stating that whether cross-dressing could confer strength depended on one's innate qualities. In this world, 999 humans lack such potential. In an instant, Peter Parker's cheeks flushed crimson. Although he had not yet reached the age of adolescent rebellion, what child has not fantasized about being distinct? A heroic figure of unmatched prowess. Thompson even enjoyed playing Captain America with him. Rimuru, are you suggesting I possess that potential? Without answering directly, Rimuru posed a question. Before I transferred into your class, who was the top student? Peter Parker raised his little head proudly, declaring, it was me. Rimuru followed up. Who answered the most questions posed by the teacher? Peter Parker gulped, sensing a revelation. That was also me. Rimuru continued. Who frequently attended science exhibitions and mastered knowledge that even high school students struggle to grasp. Peter Parker's heart raced, his throat dry. That was also me. Rimuru placed both hands on Peter Parker's shoulders and exclaimed, Peter, admit it. You possess a genius intellect and remarkable aptitude. You are no mere bookworm, nor the insignificant Peter described by Thompson. Genius. In that fleeting moment, Peter Parker felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Apart from the somewhat hazy memories of his parents, only Aunt May and Uncle Ben had ever praised him. To be called a genius, Rimuru was the first. Still young, Peter did not yet comprehend the profound truths of loyalty and admiration. Yet he felt that Rimuru was his closest friend. She was so exceptional, she would never harm him. Sensing the moment was ripe, Rimuru finally extended her devilish invitation. Peter, you are sitting atop a vast treasure, a gold mine that you have yet to explore and utilize. All you need is a key to unlock it. What do you think that key is? A peculiar blush crept across Peter Parker's face as he shyly stammered, Women's clothing? Rimuru exclaimed, Bingo. You are correct. Peter, I knew I had not misjudged you. Your intuition is truly remarkable, a rare prodigy. Young Peter's heart raced. Could he really be such an extraordinary talent? Suddenly, Peter Parker felt something stir within him. Rimuru reached out her hand to Peter Parker. An invitation to cross-dress, proclaiming that the boy in women's attire would eventually rise to prominence. A sunbeam coincidentally illuminated Rimuru, casting her in a divine glow to Peter Parker's eyes. How beautiful! Peter Parker's mind short-circuited as he slowly extended his hand, gently clasping Rimuru's. Chapter 32, Mayday Parker. 3, 2, 1. All set. Peter, you may now open your eyes. Before the grand floor-length mirror, Peter Parker gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing the little girl in the mirror, young Peter was momentarily speechless. Goodness gracious, is that truly him? How adorably charming. Yet simultaneously, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Peter Parker sensed his cheeks burning. Yet he could not resist stealing glimpses into the mirror, again and again, captivated by his own creation. Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. Her judgment had proven impeccable. For Peter Parker indeed suited cross-dressing splendidly. Her efforts over the past 3 days to acquire extensive knowledge about women's attire were not in vain. With Rimuru's careful selection, Peter Parker was adorned in a white blouse layered with a fitted blazer, complemented by a simple plaid skirt, stockings, and stylish shoes, topped off with golden wig and a delightful bow hairpin. Perhaps due to young Peter's abundant sense of shame, his face radiated with a rosy hue, and his movements were somewhat awkward and fidgety. Yet, this only served to enhance his feminine charm. At first glance, she appeared to be a delicately crafted, albeit exceptionally bashful, little lady. Even knowing Peter Parker's true identity, Rimuru felt her heart racing. The wise words of seasoned gentlemen rang true. Such an adorable appearance must belong to a blue child. Due to his pre-adolescent stage, young Peter's Adam's apple had yet to develop, rendering his cross-dressing flawless, with no discernible flaws. Perfect. As Rimuru flashed a somewhat mischievous smile, Peter Parker felt a chill run down his spine. What ominous premonition was this? Simultaneously, Peter Parker pondered a more pressing concern. He had donned women's attire, yet had not gained strength. Rimuru, I seem to have not grown stronger? Peter Parker's cheeks flushed as he spoke hesitantly. Limuru's cheeks flushed as well. She cleared her throat and replied, of course. For there is still a ceremony you have yet to complete. A ceremony? Peter Parker's eyes widened in confusion. Rimuru had not mentioned any ceremony prior to the cross-dressing. Rimuru couldn't he possibly be deceiving him, could she? No. Rimuru is far too kind to trick him. Surely, he was overthinking. How could he doubt Rimuru? Peter, in comparison to the kind-hearted and upright Rimuru, you are truly lacking. After reconciling his thoughts, young Peter re-established his focus and inquired, what ceremony does Rimuru require? I will certainly fulfill it 100%. Excellent. Now that's the mindset of a true champion. Rimuru, channeling the spirit of all might, pointed at Peter Parker with grandiosity and declared, Peter, you will surely grow stronger. Young Peter covered his mouth with his hand, tears welling in his eyes. Rimuru, you are truly magnificent. Are you ready? Young Peter brimmed with enthusiasm. Rimuru, please just tell me what to do. Rimuru, all right. First, extend your right hand and make a fist. Peter, done. I have completed it. Rimuru, position your small fist beside your head. Then gently tilt your head and rest it on your fist. Peter, is it like this? Rimuru, too stiff. Relax. Yes, that's right. You have quite the understanding. Now close your right eye. Let your tongue gently peek out to the right. Smile. Your face is too rigid. Is something off? Why does it feel like I'm trying to act cute? Most importantly, this is so embarrassing. Click. The sound of a camera shutter resonated, and the flash momentarily blinded him. Is Master Rimuru taking a picture? What could he possibly be photographing? A thought surged uncontrollably in Peter Parker's mind. Could Master Rimuru be deceiving him? Gulp. Little Peter swallowed hard and timidly asked, Master Rimuru, were you just taking a picture? Rimuru nodded. Apologies, I forgot to turn off the sound and flash. The expression on Master Rimuru's face was somewhat mischievous. What should he do about that uncontrollable thought growing wild in his mind? What to do? Peter Parker timidly inquired. Master Rimuru, what was the purpose of the photograph? You fool. Rimuru lightly tapped Peter Parker's small head. Of course, it's to keep a record. Otherwise, how would I know if your posture is correct? So that is how it is. Peter Parker suddenly understood. In such a brief moment, he had misunderstood Master Rimuru twice. Uncle had taught him so much, yet he had absorbed none of it. Peter, oh Peter, you must strive harder. 10 minutes later. Good, Peter. Your intuition is remarkable. You truly are the genius I chose. Peter Parker felt invigorated, as if he had been injected with enthusiasm. Had he finally passed? How wonderful. Master Rimuru, can I become stronger now? Rimuru nodded, of course. Now, let us proceed to the second action of the ritual. Little Peter was taken aback. There's a second action? Rimuru said solemnly. Peter, do you wish to give up? Tell me loudly. Peter, are you the sort to give up easily? Little Peter's face flushed, pride swelling within him. No, I am not that kind of person. Rimuru, good. Form 2 small fists and place them on your chest. Puff your cheeks out. Yes. Then sway your head side to side. Perfect. Half an hour later. Following Rimuru's guidance, Peter successfully completed the 9 ritual movements. His cheeks flushed, perhaps from exhaustion, panting heavily. Master, I've completed it. Rimuru nodded in satisfaction. A fruitful harvest. Great. Peter, you have splendidly completed my test. By the name of Rimuru Tempest, I bestow upon you the name May Die. From now on, in your female form, you shall be Spider-Girl May Die. May Die? Spider-Girl? Why am I being called Spider-Girl? And given a female name? Wait, wasn't wearing women's clothing just for today? Oh my God. But before he could protest, Peter Parker suddenly felt a holy light enveloping his body. In an instant, he felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. An overwhelming sense of relaxation washing over him. It was an enigmatic sensation, one that Peter Parker could not find words to describe, but it was pure bliss. Every pore in his body opened, a warm current coursing through him. The name May Die was etched into his soul, as if it were meant to be his. So this is what Master Rimuru meant by becoming stronger through cross-dressing? He did it. He truly accomplished it. Master Rimuru, you are truly a paragon of virtue. A benefactor to me. Huh, benefactor? When did I learn that vocabulary? My language teacher never taught me that. What does that smell? Just as Peter Parker emerged from the intense transformation, he nearly retched at the foul odor. And what was this greasy, dark layer on his skin? Ugh, it stinks. Peter Parker hurried to take a shower. Oh wow, this is truly overwhelming. Peter Parker felt a bit numb. This couldn't be a cleansing of the essence, could it? Cleansing of the essence, another peculiar new term. Can cross-dressing also bestow new knowledge? How astonishing. As Peter Parker stepped into the bathroom, oh no, Miss May Die, Rimuru remained utterly astounded. Cleansing of the essence. Indeed, naming someone can truly empower them. Rimuru's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that Peter Parker, oh no, May Die Parker, was still in the bathroom, she might have let out a joyful scream. Little Spider truly is remarkable. Chapter 33, The Extraordinary May Die Parker. In anime, when the cute queen names monsters, it causes them to evolve from ordinary creatures into named beings, a leap in their very essence. The comically frail goblin, once named by the cute queen, transforms into a youthful, muscular village chief, complete with an impressive 8-pack. Female goblins, previously rough and lacking charm, become stunning beauties upon receiving a name from the cute queen. Fans of manga find themselves unable to resist, even perceiving a goblin as attractive after prolonged singlehood. The effects of high-tier monsters naming low-tier ones are truly absurd. As for whether naming a human can lead to evolution, that remains an unsolved mystery. One of the purposes of convincing little Peter to cross-dress was to conduct an experiment, and to Rimuru's surprise, it succeeded. When Rimuru next encountered Peter Parker, even though she was prepared, she could not help but rub her eyes in disbelief. By the heavens, this transformation is astounding. Moreover, he is male. A crucial point worth repeating thrice. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Remain steady like the earth, and reflect deeply like a secret treasure. Amit Ba? Peter Parker's skin had become even fairer and more delicate, surpassing many girls. Previously, a few freckles adorned his face, but they had vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Peter had grown slightly taller, his figure more proportionate and slender. Compared to before, his femininity had surged, and his beauty had been elevated significantly. Previously, little Peter had a slender, boyish appearance. Without a wig, in women's clothing, few would mistake him for a girl. But now, 10 out of 10 people would likely misidentify him as a girl. If Peter Parker were to don a wig and attend an all-girls school, he would undoubtedly resemble a character from a shoujo manga. Most importantly, Peter Parker had become stronger, he had undergone evolution, and the magical essence within him had risen to untold heights. If classified according to the monster tiers of the Jura continent, little Peter would likely rank at the level of a C-class monster. If he wished to learn magic, his talent could be extraordinarily exceptional. Seeing Rimuru examining him from head to toe, little Spider felt his face flush crimson, hurriedly exclaiming, "Master Rimuru, what should I do? This change is too drastic. Am I going to be captured by mad scientists for dissection?" Rimuru teased, "You know about dissection and research?" Little Spider rolled his eyes at Rimuru, displeased. "Don't treat me like an idiot. No one in class loves science more than I do. Ever since you named me May Die, my brain has become exceptionally sharp. My thoughts more active than ever. Additionally, it seems like I possess many new words that I didn't know before. A leap in life's essence leading to increased intelligence is understandable, but what about all these new words?" Answer: it is not that they appeared out of thin air. It is merely an illusion. These words had previously crossed Peter Parker's path, yet remained unfamiliar and incomprehensible to him. However, with an enhancement of his intellect and an improvement in his information processing abilities, he finally grasped their meaning. "Ah, I see." Rimuru conveyed the answer of the great sage to young Peter, who suddenly had an epiphany. Yet, almost immediately, Peter Parker was beset by distress. "Master Rimuru, I am grateful for your enlightening words, but they do not alleviate my current predicament. With my appearance, I fear Aunt May and Uncle Ben would never accept me." "Fool!" Rimuru exclaimed, giving Peter Parker a firm tap on the head. "Have you ever heard of the 3 great sorceries of Asia?" Peter Parker wore a puzzled expression. Come. Let me teach you the art of makeup." Rimuru's grin stretched almost ear to ear, for makeup is one of the essential courses for a crossdresser. "No need to thank me. I am simply eager to assist." "Makeup? Oh no, absolutely not." Peter Parker vehemently protested. As a grown man, how could he possibly learn to paint his face like a woman? If his friends were to find out, he would surely be ridiculed mercilessly. 10 minutes later. In the makeup room, Peter Parker questioned, Master Rimuru, why do I feel even more beautiful after applying makeup? Cough. Don't misunderstand. I mean more feminine? Rimuru nodded. Indeed, Miss Mayday. How do you feel? Beautiful, right? Peter Parker nearly choked. How could you betray my trust like this? I revered you as my teacher. And yet you continuously lead me astray. What has become of the fundamental trust between us? The most disgraceful part is that you shamelessly admit it. With a swift motion, Peter Parker lunged towards Rimuru like a cheetah, but Rimuru was even faster, darting from the makeup room to the courtyard in an instant, resembling a fleeting swallow. Peter Parker was taken aback. How could Rimuru move so swiftly? Having already learned of her extraordinary nature, he was nonetheless astonished by her remarkable speed. Indeed, Peter. Your progress surpasses my expectations. Would you like to test the limits of your current abilities? Physical limits? Peter Parker's eyes sparkled with excitement. The leap of life had elevated his thoughts, rendering them increasingly mature and meticulous. Of course. At the gym, Rimuru said, let us start with the bench press to gauge your arm strength. How much could you lift before? Peter Parker shook his head. I've never measured. But I once lifted a 25-kilogram bag of flour for Aunt May, and it was quite a struggle. Then let us start with 50 kilograms. All right. As he lay down and grasped the barbell, he pushed it up effortlessly. Too easy. Let us try 100 kilograms. Gazing at his hands, Peter Parker could hardly believe his eyes. His heart soared with joy. His strength had surged dramatically, truly inconceivable. Although Rimuru was somewhat unreliable, this time, she had genuinely not deceived him. Cross-dressing truly made one stronger. With a clang, Peter easily pushed up 100 kilograms. Still too light. Let's go for 200 kilograms. All right. 200, 300, 400, 1,000, 2,000 kilograms. Eventually, Peter Parker began to feel apprehensive. Yao Ming's bench press maxed out around 150 kilograms, with 180 being exceptional among professional athletes. In terms of bench press alone, Peter was nearly 30 times stronger than an average person. This was nothing short of superhuman. Who exactly was Rimuru? This thought relentlessly lingered in Peter Parker's mind. Shall we test speed next? Sure. The wind whistled past him, and everything on either side rushed backward. 322 seconds. My God. Peter Parker was left speechless, unable to fathom the reality of it. Was this truly not a dream? Once again, he had shattered the limits of human capability. Undoubtedly, he had indeed grown stronger. Subsequently, they tested vision, hearing, arm strength, grip, impact resistance, and nerve reaction speed. In every aspect, Peter Parker excelled beyond belief. Chapter 34. Aunt May and Uncle Ben were oblivious to the changes occurring. It was unbelievable, as if living in a dream. His body felt so light, as if he were walking on clouds. On the road, Peter Parker glided on rollerblades, moving with a grace and joy that was indescribable. The enhancements in his abilities, appearance, and intellect were manifestly apparent. At school, his academic performance improved, and regardless of how his classmates perceived him, the teachers favored him even more. His elevated attractiveness made him more popular, with both boys and girls eager to engage him in conversation. Several adorably plump girls even approached him, initiating chats and games, allowing Peter to experience a joy he had never known before, lifting his spirits to an extraordinary height. However, none could compare to Rimuru's beauty, if only her temperament were not so disagreeable, fixated on making him wear women-esque clothing. Speaking of cross-dressing, Peter Parker's cheeks flushed crimson. The image of Mayday Parker surged uncontrollably in his mind. That day in the villa had truly become a dark chapter in his life, especially when he recalled how Rimuru deceived him, claiming that cross-dressing required a ritual, forcing him into several humiliating poses. The mere thought made him want to disappear in shame. The most shameless act was when Rimuru, under the guise of documentation, took pictures of those embarrassing moments. When he demanded she delete the photos, her audacious response was, "Why delete photos taken with skill? How infuriating. How could there be such a despicable person as Rimuru in this world?" Even more disheartening was the realization that he could neither overpower nor outsmart Rimuru. This was undoubtedly a tragic tale. With his enhanced intellect and meticulous reasoning, Peter Parker also understood that the source of his newfound strength was Rimuru naming him Mayday. The notion of cross-dressing likely stemmed from Rimuru's peculiar whims. Yet he could not be entirely certain. According to Rimuru, cross-dressing would grant him strength, a gift that 999 individuals in the world did not possess. The necessity for women-esque clothing lay in ancient Eastern philosophy, the I Ching, which posits that lonely yang does not generate, lonely yin does not flourish. The balance of yin and yang is the way. As a male, Wearing women-esque clothing and adopting a feminine name was intended to harmonize yin and yang, achieving a state of unity between heaven and man. The naming was merely the final step of the ritual for gaining strength, crucial, yet not the sole component of the process. To this, Peter Parker expressed his utter disbelief. Rimuru provided an analogy. As you grow, you need to consume a loaf of bread, an egg, and drink a glass of milk to feel full. While the milk ultimately satisfies your hunger, it does not diminish the importance of the bread and egg consumed beforehand. When Rimuru made this assertion, she spoke with such conviction that she hardly seemed to be lying. Most importantly, Peter Parker found her reasoning quite compelling. A staunch believer in science, he had once visited a space exhibition, marveling at various rocket models. The ignition was the final step for a rocket to ascend. Yet it was not the sole requirement for liftoff. However, reflecting on Rimuru's dreadful character and her dubious history, he thought, I believe you as much as I would a ghost, you devious fiend. But if he chose not to believe, he would be at a loss. According to Rimuru, his current strength was forcibly bestowed upon him, rendering his foundation unstable, like a rootless floating weed or a sandcastle. This was utterly unacceptable. It might even lead to a regression in his abilities, and in the worst-case scenario, he could risk losing himself to madness. To this end, Rimuru specifically recommended several martial arts manuals to him, enabling him to deepen his understanding gradually. Ancient Eastern philosophies, however, proved to be rather daunting for Peter Parker. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. The I Ching would be the last of all martial arts texts he would ever peruse. The first book he ought to examine is one entitled From Novice to Master in Women's Wear, which Rimuru claimed would assist him in solidifying his realm and harmonizing yin and yang. Surely, this must be Rimuru's wicked sense of humor, but what if it were true? What if he became so engrossed in these martial arts that he lost his way? Frankly, Peter Parker felt a twinge of anxiety. Once one possesses strength, there is an unwavering reluctance to relinquish it. In the forested hills, Peter Parker's home awaited him. Upon returning, he was greeted by an alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Aunt May, I'm home, he called out while removing his roller skates, making his way toward the kitchen. Peter's back. Dinner will be ready shortly, so please take a seat for a moment. All right, Peter replied, his demeanor light and his face aglow with a smile. Aunt May and Uncle Ben exchanged glances, each reflecting joy and contentment through their eyes. Peter seems to be growing more cheerful. He comes home with a clean face and no injuries. It appears he is no longer being bullied at school. Aunt May remarked, I heard he has made new friends. Thank God. That's the best news I've heard all year. Uncle Ben added. Aunt May discreetly peered outside the kitchen, whispering, Ben, have you noticed that Peter seems suddenly much fairer, almost like a girl? When he came home the other day, I could hardly believe my eyes. What do you think has happened to him? Ben chuckled. Perhaps it's because of his new friends. You know, there's only one reason a messy lad becomes tidy. Aunt May understood immediately, smiling broadly. Peter is certainly growing up. Uncle Ben nodded in agreement. Little did they know, the transformation of a disheveled boy into a clean one was due to more than just maturation. There were other factors at play. At Camartage, the serious-faced Master Mordo bowed and addressed the Supreme Sorcerer. Master, we have not located the source of the anomalous magical energy in New York. I request permission to investigate further. The Supreme Sorcerer, dressed in a resplendent yellow robe, shook his head. Mordo, you are being overly fixated. Though the magical fluctuations are unlike any we have encountered, they are not inherently malevolent. There is no need to pursue this matter. Mordo, disagreeing with his master's ambiguous reasoning, countered, a single horseshoe can lead to the downfall of a war. Light is light, and darkness is darkness. Mordo, this world is not merely black and white. It is comprised of myriad shades of gray. You may proceed. Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer. As Mordo departed, Master Ancient One shook her head, reflecting on her eldest disciple's unwavering honesty but lack of adaptability, which rendered him somewhat rigid. If only he were more powerful, he could shoulder greater responsibilities. It seemed the time had come for her to seek a new successor. What impact could this entirely distinct magical energy bring to the world? Chapter 35, Technological Sorcery. Days passed leisurely, and the carefree times of Peter dressing in women's clothing faded into memory. Now, his life had taken on a monotonous rhythm. Eat, sleep, attend school. An upgrade to the Wind God. The extravagant Stark, a veritable powerhouse, was truly formidable. Had it not been for the phone call from Pepper, Rimuru might have forgotten that during her time distracting Peter, Stark had been sequestered in his laboratory, determined to reclaim his glory. Upon hearing this news, Rimuru was taken aback. She had become somewhat complacent, momentarily forgetting that an Iron Man was fervently pursuing her. According to the intelligence gleaned from Pepper, Stark's Mark IV was nearly complete. While Rimuru was unaware of the specific functions of Mark IV, it was undoubtedly an enhancement over Mark III, though Mark III was already quite sophisticated. Its performance in the battle against the Ironmonger left much to be desired, especially with the Wind God as competition. Thus, Mark IV would undoubtedly be equipped with more formidable weaponry, as Stark had consistently done in the cinematic universe. However, due to Rimuru's interference, it was certain that the sonic system of Stark's Mark IV would surpass several levels. Having lost to the Wind God in terms of speed and been outmatched by the Ironmonger, Stark's pride would compel him to reclaim his honor. He was likely to develop a Mark VII with an advanced propulsion system, perhaps incorporating hidden thrusters in the ribs. In a certain sense, this version of Stark's Mark IV might embody a counter to the Wind God. Rimuru, of course, would not lag behind. If Tony Stark sought to reclaim his prestige at her expense, he was merely dreaming. Engaging in a fair fight with an opponent? Apologies, but Rimuru preferred to dominate unilaterally. A moment of overwhelming victory is exhilarating, and perpetual domination is endlessly satisfying. How should the Wind God 2 be designed? It must be more handsome, faster, and stronger. Although Rimuru could don the armor without mechanical arms and did not need to upgrade to a cockpit-style deployment, with Tony Stark opting for a cockpit, she couldn't afford to fall behind by still requiring mechanical arms. Thus, a cockpit style was imperative. Next came the armor system. This time, Rimuru resolved not to design it as fragile as the Wind God. If she were to win against Mark, it would be meaningless to have a thin-skinned armor. This time, she would demonstrate that she could also master a heavily armored Wind God. She intended to thoroughly overpower Tony Stark. Moreover, Rimuru was aware that the Hulk was soon to arrive in New York. Therefore, her Wind God too must possess heavy armor and the capability to counter the Hulk. Then came the weapon system. This time, Rimuru was willing to invest effort. However, the specifics of the weaponry would still rely on Tony Stark. Given Rimuru's current capabilities, acquiring such high-precision weapons was virtually impossible. Finally, there were concerns regarding endurance and mobility. Enhancing endurance could either reduce energy consumption or increase the energy baseline. Stark's approach involved replacing the palladium core with a new element reactor, employing a hybrid energy supply from solar power and electricity. Mark VI could even utilize Thor as a human power bank, but Stark had not yet reached the sophistication of mixed energy sources. Additionally, due to her butterfly-like nature, Stark did not face the life-threatening challenges he did in the original story. Thus, the quest for a new element likely hadn't yet been prioritized. With the capabilities of the Great Sage, Rimuru could effortlessly identify new elements, granting her a near-generational advantage in terms of energy. Regarding endurance, it was relatively easy to resolve. However, achieving mobility without sacrificing the maneuverability of a heavily armored suit posed a greater challenge, demanding significant improvements in propulsion efficiency. From materials to core design, every aspect necessitated comprehensive upgrades. Due to the lack of supercomputers, isekai could only pilfer from computers across America, resulting in such intense calculations that many computers in the country experienced significant slowdowns. Numerous internet users, while watching videos or browsing websites, vented their frustrations at the service providers. During this time, several major telecom companies in the United States faced a deluge of complaints. Naturally, Rimuru was cautious not to overstep, should she draw attention. She might be summoned to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a chat. At present, Rimuru is quite reluctant to let Aya be exposed. It seems that he must acquire a set of supercomputers to better design this new heavy mech. She will also need to invest in upgrading her laboratory and purchasing more advanced equipment. First and foremost, a more efficient and stable particle collider is essential. Next, she requires a more capable 3D printer and additional high-tech materials for the Wind God 2. Money, oh money, when all is calculated. Rimuru feels as though she is on the brink of financial ruin once again. The affluent thrive on technology. Mechs are truly not a luxury the impoverished can afford. Great Sage, is there not a method that is both cost-effective and does not compromise mech performance? If this continues, I might find myself unable to pay even the property fees. Response: the host's thought process is too limited. Have you forgotten that there exists a phenomenon in this world known as magic? Magic? Rimuru was momentarily taken aback. She realized she had indeed fallen into a cognitive rut, having relied solely on scientific reasoning in her mech design thus far. If only she could integrate magic with technology, it could transform the impossible into the possible. In an instant, it felt as though a door to a new world had swung open, her mind teeming with unprecedented vitality. As countless sparks of inspiration and wisdom erupted in her thoughts, The very notion of merging magic with technology to create a new generation of wind god ignited a fervor in her soul. Truth be told, her wind god fundamentally remains a modification of Mark's design, but when technology and magic are combined, it would truly carve out a unique path. The sense of achievement from founding a new discipline is beyond mere imitation. After pondering, Rimuru realized that the only magic she currently knew that could easily be linked to the mech was the multi-layered barrier. With the energy shield, an unscientific element, the armor of the wind god could be significantly lighter. Consequently, the issue of maneuverability would be effortlessly resolved. Splendid. Great sage. What magic can currently be applied to the mech? Response. Based on the host's memories, the most suitable options are the runes of Asgard and the spatial teleportation of Kamartaj. The runes, when enchanted, can transform decay into the miraculous, effectively enhancing various attributes of the mech. Kamartaj's spatial teleportation can disregard spatial distance to achieve instantaneous movement. How marvelous! Upon hearing the great sage's explanation, Rimuru's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. If she could indeed combine these forms of magic with the mech, her wind god would essentially gain various passive and active skills akin to teleportation and blinking. She could even envision herself in the forthcoming battle in New York, commanding the new generation of wind god, standing atop a heap of Chitauri corpses, calling out to see who else dares to challenge her. Rimuru was eager to design this groundbreaking wind god. Great sage, please impart the runes of Asgard to me. I wish to explore methods of enchanting the mech. Response. The host has yet to encounter any knowledge, items, or individuals related to the runes of Asgard. There is insufficient information to draw conclusions. Rimuru was momentarily stunned. Great sage, isn't your omniscience supposed to encompass all unblocked phenomena in the world? Response. My wisdom is contingent upon your experiences. Understood, understood. So as long as I come across literature, items, or individuals knowledgeable about the runes, you will be able to extrapolate accurately, correct? Affirmative. Rimuru stroked her chin, meaning that to accomplish the fusion of technology and magic in this new type of armor, she must encounter Thor, or perhaps even wield Mjolnir. While not particularly challenging, Thor's arrival on Earth for the filming of Transformations is still at least a year away. Thus, it seems that she can only take the first tentative step toward the integration of science and magic with Wind God 2. How frustrating. Rimuru began to empathize with the genius Howard. Despite countless brilliant ideas, if the technological era does not measure up, they remain mere fantasies. Chapter 36. The Tale of Rimuru's Poverty. She spent a full day and night making adjustments to the projection model. With Aya's assistance, the design of Wind God 2 was finally completed. Next came performance testing. High temperatures, extreme cold, wind tunnels, lightning, and foggy conditions, all tested meticulously to identify and rectify any deficiencies. Overall, Rimuru was highly satisfied with Wind God 2's performance. It had significantly improved compared to Wind God I, with a remarkable increase in stability. Especially with the implementation of new energy sources and multi-layered barriers, its performance nearly multiplied. Aya Master, congratulations on successfully perfecting the design of Wind God 2. Rimuru, you've been an immense help. Aya, you deserve half the credit. I'll purchase a supercomputer for you as a reward, and then you'll have a physical form. Aya, really? I adore you, Master. Hearing Aya's adorably sweet voice, Rimuru felt all her fatigue vanish, replaced by exhilaration. A mech girl truly embodies the pinnacle of life's aspirations. For the sake of a mech girl, she could even take down Thanos. What is a little fatigue in comparison? As a slime, Rimuru's body does not experience fatigue. It is primarily a psychological effect. Watching the chef deliver burgers and milk, Rimuru couldn't help but shake her head. Although she welcomed various delicacies, the continual consumption of burgers was beginning to wear on her. It seems she needs to find a chef skilled in Chinese cuisine. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Rimuru was startled. In the past, to save money, she could survive on instant noodles for an entire month. Now, for the sake of enjoying an authentic Chinese meal, her first thought was to hire a chef. She had indeed been corrupted by wealth. Rimuru mused, in order to prevent money from continuing to taint other innocent people, let it corrupt her as much as it desires. Aya, please order titanium alloy, high-strength fiberglass, a 3D printer, a particle collider, an infrared sensor, and a supercomputer. Aya, as you command. The order has been placed. However, Master, I just reviewed your personal account and noted that your balance is currently at $10 million. What? Rimuru was taken aback. Not long ago, she inherited nearly $1 billion, and now, in such a short span, only 10 million remains? Rimuru's throat felt dry. Aya, please investigate where my money has gone. Aya, Master, the bulk of the expenditure has gone towards the supercomputer, the villa, and various mech materials. Rimuru was perplexed. Wasn't he the supercomputer supposed to be purchased in installments? Master, this is the remaining balance after installment payments. The installation of the supercomputer includes not only the cost of the computer itself, but also installation, maintenance, and a series of other expenses, totaling around $300 million. Fortunately, we already possessed a reactor, which saved us a considerable amount on electricity costs. Stab. Rimuru felt as though a knife had pierced her chest. Good grief. Is the supercomputer really that exorbitantly priced? Does that mean she is now in a state of negative assets? After a prolonged silence, Rimuru sighed. Aya, you are now a mature artificial intelligence. It's time you learn to earn money for sustenance. Come, let us begin with some stock trading. Aya understood. After crossing into this world, Rimuru had not worried about finances since the initial inheritance. Little did she expect that within a mere 6 months, her net worth had plummeted into the negatives. Isn't $1 worth 6 yuan? Why is it still so inadequate? With the great sage and Aya present, she would not suffer losses in stock trading. However, stock trading typically yields results only over the long term. Great sage, please enlighten me on any quick and lucrative methods. Response: rob a bank. Uft. Rimuru nearly choked on a mouthful of blood, utterly astonished that the ever-wise great sage would propose such a preposterous and terrible idea. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through just means. Let's consider an alternative. Response: kidnap Tony Stark. Rimuru, what in the world does kidnapping Tony Stark entail? Is this not inciting me to betray someone I know? Stop. What I seek is a method that is not inscribed in the penal code, quick and lucrative. Response: the host may rob the rich to aid the poor. Based on the host's moral compass, after combating crime, the host may engage in black market dealings without any moral burden. Rimuru instantly broke into a smile. All right, I understand. From tomorrow, no, from tonight, a new era of Robin Hood shall emerge. Robin Hood, the legendary English hero, born in the 1260s, is renowned as the most famous outlaw in the West. Known for robbing the rich to aid the poor, robbing criminals to alleviate Rimuru's poverty? No problem at all. Since the plan involves robbing the affluent, a new persona must first be established. She, the silver-armored war god, shall forever embody righteousness. If she is to play the role of Robin Hood, then the attire must reflect that. Great sage, I require the creation of a powerful bow, arrows, a cloak, and a mask. Rimuru promptly listed the necessary equipment to the great sage. Response: material conditions met, commencing replication. The reason for replication is primarily that these bows, arrows, and cloaks are inspired by a certain superhero from her memories. In mere minutes, all the various pieces of equipment Rimuru desired were ready. It must be said, the synergy of the great sage and the predator's skills is indeed extraordinary. After trying on the gear, Rimuru felt quite satisfied. Now, all that remained was to wait for nightfall. Glancing at the time, it was still early, and the waiting was becoming rather tedious. Aya, please bring up those adorable videos of the little spider. Yes, master. Moments later, a series of videos featuring the little spider in various humorous and endearing outfits appeared before her. Rimuru couldn't help but burst into laughter. These videos were indeed the perfect mental nourishment for relaxation and passing the time. She was beginning to understand Obadiah more and more. How could one bear to delete such delightful content? However, unlike Obadiah, Rimuru was more inclined to share. Aya, please edit these videos into animated stickers. As you command. Under Aya's deft editing, the videos were swiftly transformed into a series of exceedingly cute animated images. The more Rimuru viewed them, the more amused she became. Post them on Facebook, titled The World's #1 Princess, Miss May Die, helps you cool off this summer. Master, you currently do not have a Facebook account. Would you like me to assist you in registering one? No need. If I can enjoy it for free, why bother creating an account? Aya, please search for and identify 100 of the most followed, influential accounts that adore Lolis and recommend Miss May Die to them. Yes, master. Aya acted swiftly, soon hacking into the Facebook official site and designing a push notification Trojan, which would appear whenever those accounts logged in. Little spider, I am helping you gain fame. You should be grateful. Chapter 37, Physical Hypnosis. Clinton District, also known as Hell's Kitchen, is undoubtedly one of the most chaotic and lawless areas in the Marvel Universe. Here, gangs reign supreme, crime rates remain alarmingly high, making it a veritable paradise of vice. Of course, this is also a battleground for numerous superheroes. Daredevil, the Punisher, Spider-Man, and even the X-Men have fought against crime here. As the saying goes, flowing superheroes face the steadfast ace villains. and any superhero that has battled in Hell's Kitchen will inevitably clash with the crime lord, Kingpin, destroying a laundry processing plant, thwarting a smuggling operation, or apprehending gang members could all provoke Kingpin's wrath. In the American Marvel Universe, 40 of criminal activities stem from Kingpin's operations. And the bane of Kingpin's existence is none other than the future Little Spider. Given the need for some side income, Rimuru naturally chose Hell's Kitchen for her exploits. As for antagonizing Kingpin, she, a novice, would relish the opportunity to farm some gold from him. In the dead of night, the bustling metropolis grew eerily quiet, with meager foot traffic on the streets. At this hour, those still wandering the streets were hardly engaged in honorable professions. Cloaked in a black trench coat, hooded and masked, Rimuru had even mimicked bat-like wings, gliding through the night like a specter. Just as she swept past a street corner, a series of mournful cries reached her ears, instantly heightening her alertness. A quick glance revealed the source of the sound. In a dark alley, several shadowy figures stood, one woman cornered against the wall, weakly pleading while the men remained unmoved. Rimuru could even hear a man's deep, coarse reprimand. "Please, spare me. I've already paid my protection fee. You pay off other gangs, but you think we are beneath you? Don't you look down on the Black Bear gang? No, I swear by God. I do not mean to offend you gentlemen, but I truly have no money left." "No money? Then you shall pay with your flesh." The sounds of lewd laughter and the woman's terrified cries filled the air. Rimuru lost interest in listening further. The reality was simply a group of men bullying the weak, robbing a woman under the guise of collecting protection fees. Rimuru seized her compound bow, swiftly appearing behind the men. Physical hypnosis therapy. Thwack! An arrow struck the back of a man as burly as a bull, who, before he could react, spun dizzily and collapsed to the ground. "Who?" The towering brutes suddenly turned, only to be met with the bow's shaft directly in their faces. Let virtue guide you. Embrace kindness. Start anew. Repent and reform. Rimuru's speed was astonishing. Before the gang members could comprehend the situation, the bow's shaft had already struck their faces with substantial force. The initial assailants might not have realized what was happening, but the last to fall, a large black man, did see the weapon in Rimuru's hands. In his final moments, one thought consumed his mind. Is this how a bow is meant to be used? The woman Rimuru had saved trembled with fear, yet gazed curiously at Rimuru. Clad in a trench coat, hood, and mask, had she encountered a superhero? Choosing to strike rather than shoot from afar suggested this was a superhero who adhered to a no-kill policy. This realization brought her a sense of relief. However, the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. What was the superhero doing? Was that touching a corpse? Good heavens! What sort of bizarre superhero had emerged here? Was she about to be silenced for witnessing this? As for the woman's thoughts, Rimuru was blissfully unaware, nor did she care. After all, it was her first experience with a corpse, and her technique was still unrefined. 5 minutes later, Rimuru lightly counted her spoils, $524. Staring at the stack of change in her hand, Rimuru fell into a long silence. Was this the infamous Black Bear gang? How could they possess such a meager amount of cash? How embarrassing. Was there no savings? Slap, 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 slap. Rimuru seized one of the unconscious brutes, delivering a flurry of slaps to his face. With the intense pain jolting him awake, the man finally regained consciousness. Rimuru, straightforward and forceful, inquired, "How much do you have in savings?" "Transfer it all to this card." She then provided a bank card number. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the burly black man nearly burst into tears. Observing Rimuru's attire, he initially believed he had encountered a meddling superhero. Little did he expect to meet a fellow practitioner instead. "Spare me, hero. I truly have no savings. My credit card is almost maxed out." The man was on the verge of tears, and to prove his innocence, he promptly produced his credit card, the pin spilling forth without hesitation. Rimuru remarked, "Is this a new level of poverty? Since you're broke, go back to sleep." With a swift motion, she delivered another strike to his face, perfectly mirroring the previous red mark, creating a striking aesthetic. As Rimuru rose, she finally noticed the woman she had rescued. Although the night was dark, nothing could escape Rimuru's keen perception. The woman was heavily made up and scantily clad. It was evident what profession she was engaged in. Upon receiving a glance from Rimuru, the woman was instantly struck with fear, stammering, "Hero, the gang has taken all my money. Please don't hit me. I'll write an IOU and pay in installments. Is that all right?" Rimuru mused. Must she extend her hand toward a streetwalker? And the notion of installments is rather refreshingly unconventional. After a moment of contemplation, Rimuru withdrew a Franklin note from her possession, pondered further, then pulled out another, placing both notes into the streetwalker's hand. "Consider these a shared fortune. The streetwalker, bewildered, stared at the Franklins, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Just moments ago, she had witnessed this masked figure's insatiable greed for money. And now he was offering her cash. It was beyond her comprehension. Seeing the streetwalker in a daze, seemingly fixated on the 3 additional Franklins in her grasp, Rimuru turned and vanished without a glance back. There's no point in looking. I won't be giving you more. As Rimuru swiftly departed, the streetwalker burst into laughter. The contrast between the 2 moments was striking. Agile and fiercely protective of her finances, yet simultaneously sympathetic to the vulnerable. Truly a fascinating and compassionate superhero. Might I be so fortunate as to learn your heroic title, dear superhero? The knight was silent, with no response. Is that a refusal? Am I so repugnant? The streetwalker chuckled at her own self-deprecation, for she had grown accustomed to such treatment. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed in her mind. I remain steadfast in my identity. I am Hawkeye. Hawkeye. The streetwalker's eyes brightened. Hawkeye was indeed a kind and intriguing superhero. Meanwhile, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion, Agent Clinton Francis Barton, on duty, suddenly sneezed, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. What could this ominous sensation signify? Chapter 38. The King of Beating. In the early hours of the morning, in the unpretentious Hell's Kitchen, Rimuru struck a bald man's leg with a swift motion, instantly incapacitating him. By now, 7 or 8 members of the gang lay sprawled on the ground, engaged in a smuggling operation. Who are you to disrupt the business of the Underground Emperor, Kingpin? In a black trench coat and mask, Rimuru spoke with clarity. Listen well, I remain unchanged. I am Hawkeye. You dare to call yourselves the Underground Emperor before me? Relay this message to Kingpin. He has 7 days to wire $500 million to this account, or I shall take his head. Huh. The gang members were left utterly bewildered by the superhero Hawkeye's demands. Hawkeye? Which corner of the world did this superhero emerge from? Not only is he disrupting Kingpin's business, but also directly threatening him for $500 million. Is he truly a champion of justice? Or is he 100 times darker than they are? Weighing the cash box in her hand, Rimuru nodded in satisfaction. Kingpin truly is the quintessential beginner's target. Taking down thousands of petty thieves pales in comparison to dismantling one of Kingpin's operations. $100 million will alleviate my financial woes somewhat. At the very least, I can cover the property fees and chef's wages. Indeed, fortune does not favor the unprepared, and one cannot prosper without a bit of illicit gain. Now, hand over all the cash you possess. Immediately. What? The gang members were on the verge of tears. Not only had they lost their transaction money, but now they were being robbed of their pocket change. Who were the true criminals here? Greedy usurers, vampires. 5 minutes later, Rimuru, content, floated away, leaving behind a sea of unconscious villains. With each encounter, her hypnosis skills had grown increasingly sophisticated. Before departing, she transformed into a concerned citizen of Chaoyang District and dialed 911, confident that these gangsters would sleep soundly until they found themselves in police custody. They might even wake up to a complimentary breakfast provided by the precinct. No need to thank her. Her service is simply that meticulous. As she stowed the cash box into her bag, Rimuru felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire. Aya, are there any other criminal activities nearby that warrant my intervention? The mask's display screen chimed in with Aya's voice. Master, I have just hacked into the police department system and discovered a particularly heinous live crime broadcast. 2 hostages are being brutally beaten and have been doused in kerosene. Their situation is extremely perilous. What? Rimuru was taken aback. Murder and arson, all live-streamed? How audacious. Where are they located? Track their coordinates immediately and send me the information after deciphering it. Understood. As she spoke, Rimuru retrieved the wind god from her bag. Aya's technology was at the forefront of the era. The internet was her domain. Seconds later, the tail flame of the wind god streaked through the sky, racing toward the crime scene. On the internet, this sudden live broadcast captured everyone's attention. Initially, many believed it to be a prank, a desperate attempt for attention. However, as they witnessed the captors ruthlessly beating the 2 individuals, a collective gasp echoed from the viewers. When they saw the kerosene being poured over the victims, all hearts tightened in empathy. The figure clad in green with a comical mask was familiar to the audience. He had recently gained significant popularity. He was merely an ordinary person, yet he engaged in heroic acts akin to those in comic books, earning the affectionate title of the King of Beating. Many viewers instinctively dialed 911, hoping the police would come to their rescue. Yet, disappointment awaited, as the broadcast had taken place in a disguised studio. Even if the police pinpointed the location, reaching it in time would be a formidable challenge. Dave, battered and bruised, was filled with regret. He had finally found his beloved and was prepared to abandon his role as a superhero. Yet, through his misplaced trust in the criminals, he was not only facing imminent death, but also endangering Mindy and Big Daddy. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Bang. A gunshot shattered the studio spotlight. A gunfight erupted, reigniting hope in Dave's heart. Upon glimpsing the small figure emerging from the shadows, tears of joy filled his eyes. Mindy. It's Mindy. She's alive. I saw her get shot and fall from the balcony. I thought I had killed her. What a relief. What a blessing. The battlefield's dynamics shifted rapidly as the enemy's cunning exceeded Dave's imagination. The kerosene on Big Daddy's body ignited, and Mindy, exposed to the flames while trying to save him, was now in grave danger. Were they truly trapped in a dire predicament? Who would save them? At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated in everyone's ears, followed by a resounding crash. The ceiling of the secret warehouse, repurposed as a live studio, was blasted apart, creating a gaping hole. Upon beholding the technologically advanced metallic armor, Dayton was overcome with unrestrained joy. Iron Man. No, it was the silver-armored god of war. Silver-armored god of war, swiftly rescue old father. He is on the brink of being consumed by flames. Without uttering a word, Rimuru approached old father and cast a powerful barrier upon him, shielding him from the searing inferno. Following this, she employed her skill, Black Flame, to extinguish the flames entirely. Within mere breaths, the fire engulfing old father was completely extinguished. This was astonishing not only for Dayton, but even old father, who had been grievously injured and nearly incinerated, was taken aback. He was utterly unaware of how the raging fire upon him had been quelled, yet there was no time for contemplation. Forget about me. Go assist Minty. With a swift motion, Rimuru applied a healing potion to old father, and his wounds began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. As he felt all pain dissipate, even the scars vanished. Old father stood in stunned silence. How could this be? In the blink of an eye, life and death reversed. Who exactly is this silver-armored god of war? Meanwhile, Dayton, who had been a mere bystander, was left utterly flabbergasted. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate a bowling ball. With a resounding clang, the chains binding old father were shattered by Rimuru, who then placed an M4 rifle into his hands. You shall rescue your own daughter. With a decisive click, old father chambered a round and declared coldly, From this day forth, my life belongs to you. With that, he plunged into the shadows. Rimuru said nothing further. She merely approached Dayton, broke his chains, and applied a healing potion in one fluid motion. Having been astonished by Rimuru's earlier actions to save old father, Dayton was now even more entranced by his own miraculous recovery, resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh. Could this truly be the essence of a superhero? This is utterly terrifying. This thought only deepened Dayton's despondency. In comparison to these superheroes, he felt utterly insignificant. Rimuru placed a reassuring hand on Dayton's shoulder and said, I see your heart. You possess the spirit of a hero. In an instant, Dayton's eyes brimmed with tears. He wished to weep, but he held it back. Had he truly heard correctly? The authentic superhero, the silver-armored god of war, acknowledged him and recognized his heroic spirit. This meant he was not without merit. Dayton's heart was easily comprehensible. He was merely an ordinary person yearning for heroism. Much like the unsanctioned knight from One Punch Man, his actions were difficult to categorize as right or wrong. Yet they undeniably inspired awe. Rimuru continued, to aspire to be a hero, mere passion is insufficient. You must also possess formidable skills. From tomorrow onward, train diligently with old father. Yes, Dayton Lazeski straightened his posture, his resolve more steadfast than ever before. The drug traffickers, already disoriented by Minty, were further emboldened by old father's involvement, especially with the silver-armored god of war in their midst. Within a mere minute, the drug traffickers were utterly annihilated. Chapter 39, Old Father's Expansive Imagination. Father, let me see your injuries. We must go to the hospital, right now? Minty, please calm down. I am fine, truly. You can see for yourself. You're really all right. Woo-woo, father, you scared me. I thought you were leaving me. Minty, I apologize for frightening you. Witnessing old father Damon McCready embrace Minty in tears, Rimuru smiled, her heart swelling with pride. Saving a life is more valuable than erecting a 7-story pagoda. Rescuing old father was undoubtedly one of the most meaningful deeds she had accomplished since her arrival in this world. As for the violent little girl, known as the Hit Girl, Rimuru held a great fondness for her. In her previous life, she had mourned old father's death on numerous occasions. Now, saving him felt like mending a long-held regret. Thank you, silver-armored god of war. Without you, I wouldn't know how to carry on. Minty expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Rimuru. Observing the tears brimming in Minty's eyes, Rimuru felt a surge of affection. One must never forsake delicious food or lovely girls. It is my honor to assist such a beautiful lady. Rimuru performed a chivalrous gesture akin to that of a medieval knight, which caused Minty to beam with delight. Just as the spirit of chivalry is woven into the fabric of Chinese culture, although the knights of the West have long since faded, their ideals live on in the soul. Every girl harbors a dream of being a princess, yearning for a guardian knight to rise in times of need to protect her. Despite being trained by her father since childhood, Minty was still a girl at heart, and thus, she could not resist Rimuru's charm. Rimuru's timely arrival not only saved old father but, more importantly, the silver-armored god of war was undeniably dashing. As a humorous saying goes, when a hero rescues a maiden, if the hero is both poor and unattractive, the maiden will express her gratitude with tears, vowing to repay the debt in her next life by serving him. Conversely, if the hero is exceptionally handsome, the maiden will feel that mere gratitude is insufficient, and thus, she will offer herself. This was the silver-armored god of war, a figure who could overshadow Iron Man, and within moments, Minty's admiration for him soared to unprecedented heights. Silver-armored god of war, you are indeed a powerful and noble knight. May I glimpse your visage? Minty's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing vigorously. However, as soon as she uttered this request, she was reprimanded by old father. Superheroes typically value their privacy, and Minty's request was somewhat excessive. Silver-armored god of war, I apologize for my daughter's forwardness. She is too impetuous. No worries, Rimuru replied, her helmet automatically retracting to reveal her face. As a superhero, although old father might have a lower standing, his reputation remained intact. Although Dave the Puncher was still quite inexperienced, this harrowing experience would surely prompt his growth. With Rimuru's prowess, what did it matter if her true identity was revealed? When Rimuru's countenance became visible, Minty, Damon, and Dave were all struck with astonishment. The silver-armored god of war, who had rescued them from peril, was, in fact, a young girl. Was this some sort of jest? This was no tale of a high school student saving the world, nor was it a cliché where only beautiful girls piloted invincible mechs. Minty was momentarily taken aback. The silver-armored god of war, who had so stirred her heart, was actually a pretty, charming young lady? How infuriating. What should one do when a Prince Charming suddenly transforms into a girl? Help. But in the blink of an eye, Minty cast aside her confusion. Due to her upbringing and education, she had matured beyond her years, leaving her unable to connect with her peers. This had resulted in her having no friends at all. Now, encountering Rimuru, who was nearly her age and a superhero to boot, caused her heart to leap with joy. Minty quickly gravitated toward Rimuru, firing off questions and even inquiring if she could borrow the battle armor. This left old father feeling immensely tense. To him, Rimuru was an enigmatic figure, especially after experiencing the miraculous healing potion, which he likened to a fantastical elixir. A thought suddenly struck him. Elixir, blue hair, golden eyes. Medieval knightly etiquette. Could Rimuru possibly be the fabled witch? Though she presents herself as merely a little girl, her soul harbors the essence of an ancient entity that has traversed centuries. In an instant, the elder man's back was drenched in perspiration. Could it be that he knows too much? When Rimuru rescued him, he had declared that from that moment on, his life belonged to her. His life was already a second chance. Every additional day was a gift. Yet, his greater concern lay with Minty. Having lived for so long while maintaining the appearance of a child, could she be changing her form periodically? And now, had she chosen Minty? In a fleeting moment, the elder man's heart shattered like delicate dumpling filling. Just then, a cacophony of urgent police sirens pierced the air, awakening the group to their peril. The police have arrived. We must vacate this place at once. Damon glanced at Rimuru, clad in her mechanized armor, and mused that surely they would have to part ways now. A true gentleman does not neglect to repay a debt of gratitude. However, being in the presence of the enigmatic which Rimuru left Damon feeling overwhelmingly pressured. After returning, he resolved to hastily relocate. Then, Rimuru produced a box from her stomach pouch and tossed it to the elder man. As he caught it, his eyes widened in astonishment, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Spatial equipment. By heavens, he had indeed encountered a witch. Upon seeing the box, Minty's adorable eyes sparkled with wonder. How did this box materialize? It was utterly magical. Not only Minty, but even Dave's eyes were agog. He swore that the box had appeared out of thin air. Rimuru, however, had no intention of concealing the truth. In her eyes, all three were worthy of trust. Yet, at that moment, the elder man interjected, scolding Minty, What do you mean? How did it come to be? Why are you asking so many questions? Mindy pouted, feeling unjustly treated. Her father had never spoken to her so sternly before. Stupid old man. But the next moment, her big, innocent eyes were filled with disbelief. The elder man, bowing and flattering, said, I understand the rules. We all do. So please rest assured. Mindy. Dave? Rimuru? Rules? What rules? I am completely unaware. Nevertheless, the police were about to enter. And now is not the time for such concerns. Elder man, here is $1 million. Ahem, the origins are somewhat dubious. I need your assistance in laundering it. You can take a 10% cut. $1 million? Mindy's eyes immediately lit up. Laundering money? She and the elder man were the perfect duo for this. Robbing and then cleaning the money was her favorite pastime. 10% would amount to $100,000, which delighted Mindy immensely. The elder man clasped his hands together. Grinning, what need is there for a cut? It is my honor to serve you. Mindy, Dave, Rimuru. Chapter 40, The Arrows of Serendipity. The elder man and Mindy's secret hideout. Click, click. Mindy expertly detached the magazine, loaded the bullets, disengaged the safety, assumed an aiming stance, and then re-engaged the safety. That vile red whirlwind dared to cross the grandmother, nearly burning her father alive. Mindy concealed her 2 firearms and turned to the elder man's tightly shut door, urging, Father, are you not ready yet? This place has already been compromised. We cannot linger. In another room, the elder man, fingers flying over the keyboard, looked up to reassure her. All is ready. You are truly wonderful, Mindy. Could you also check my gear while you're at it? Mindy, puzzled, noted that her father had never been this sluggish. What could be the matter? Did he harbor some hidden injuries unknown to her? Though she was unsure, it did not hinder her from patiently aiding him in inspecting and maintaining the weapons. Under her father's tutelage, Mindy became more familiar with various firearms than with the dolls, toys, and dresses that most girls cherished. Through countless battles, she came to understand the critical role of weaponry in warfare. Thus, despite her irritation at her father's delay, she meticulously checked the weapons. Unbeknownst to her, in another room, the elder man was fervently penning letters. Letter 1. Dear Mindy, by the time you receive this letter, I shall have departed from your life. Do not mourn. Having a daughter as kind and lovely as you is my eternal pride. Your mother left us too soon, and though I have strived, I could not provide you with the love of a mother. At the police station, I have a dear friend, Marcus, whom you can trust completely. You shall live with Uncle Marcus from now on. Heed his guidance. I have left you some money in the hidden compartment of our other secret base. The password is your mother's birthday. Though it is not a large sum, it should suffice for your needs. Mindy, never seek the truth behind my death, nor pursue vengeance on my behalf. Remember, 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 by your forever loving father. Letter 2. To Marcus, brother, by the time you receive this email, I should have departed from this world. Death is the fate of all, and I harbor no resentment towards it, save for my inability to let go of Mindy. These years, Mindy has been deeply influenced by my belief that only through violence can one punish criminals. She has, as I hoped, acquired some self-defense skills. Yet, through this recent tragedy, I have come to realize that I may have been mistaken. This world is far more intricate and mysterious than I had imagined. You may be right. Mindy is my daughter, but I cannot prematurely dictate her future. She ought to experience a normal childhood, receiving an education in school. Years ago, you informed me of Mrs. Jacqueline at Forest Hill Elementary. I hope, dear brother Marcus, that you will take good care of Mindy. In light of my sudden departure, do not investigate the cause of my death. Remember, remember, remember. Damon McReady, the final words. Having completed the 2 letters, Damon sighed in relief. He encrypted both emails, setting them to a special sending mode. Should his personal account remain inactive for 72 consecutive hours, these letters would automatically dispatch. It was time to confront Frank Amick and his son, Red Whirlwind, to avenge the wrongs done to Mindy. How dare they instill fear in her? Those 2 scoundrels deserve to perish 1,000 times over. However, the immediate priority was to ensure Rimuru's $1 million was laundered clean. Given Rimuru's possible witch identity, Damon dared not be lax in his tasks. To eradicate evil and restore order, one must have funds. The armaments in that secret chamber alone would cost millions. Both Damon and Mindy possessed no moral scruples. After obliterating the criminals, they would kindly assist those evildoers in spending their ill-gotten gains. Damon was quite the professional when it came to money laundering. After checking the equipment and meeting with the contact, Damon and Mindy split up, each surveilling their respective homes and companies. Do not be misled by the films. Little Mindy, the adorable rogue, had once infiltrated the lair of the notorious drug lord Frank Amick with ease. But that was when Damon, her nemesis, had been burned to death, and Mindy, a mere child, had not been taken seriously by Frank Amick. Now, however, Frank Amick's mentality had shifted drastically, and his defenses had surely been fortified multiple times. All of this had escalated Damon and Mindy's path to vengeance from a nightmarish difficulty to a hellish one. Just as Damon and Mindy parted ways, Rimuru suddenly recalled the notorious drug lord Frank Amick. He was indeed a lucrative target, and failing to take a substantial cut would be a disservice to herself. The silver-armored god of war would always be the epitome of a righteous superhero, but as for Hawkeye, well, she could do as she pleased. Nonetheless, it is not she who bears the blame. Thus, the formidable superhero Hawkeye, who would later instill fear in the hearts of New York's underworld, makes his grand re-entry into the fray. Frank's stronghold, a bastion of muscular brutes armed with machine guns, patrols day and night. The grim scenes broadcast live make them acutely aware that they have stirred a hornet's nest. For the sake of their lives, none dare to slacken their vigilance. At that moment, a sharp whoosh is followed by a blood-curdling scream. The commotion is so overwhelming that it is impossible to ignore. An ambush. Alarm. The gangsters ready their weapons, forming a tense perimeter, where even the sound of a falling pin can be heard, the oppressive weight of gunfire palpable from afar. Upon seeing the arrow lodged in the injured man's body, the gangsters are momentarily taken aback. Archery? In this day and age, who still wields a bow and arrow? Is this an assault from some primitive tribe? However, when they glimpse the wound on the victim, a chill runs down their spines. To their astonishment, a figure clad in a black cloak, hooded and masked, strides boldly toward them. The cloaked figure declares, "My original target was that man's head. Do you believe me?" Upon hearing this, the gangsters are consumed by rage. They are purveyors of laundry detergent, merciless professionals. This hooded intruder shows them no respect. Enough is enough. Fire! They shout. Bang! 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 A torrent of flames erupts from the gun barrels, shell casings clattering against the tiled floor, the sound of gunfire akin to a torrential downpour. In mere moments, the ground is strewn with a thick layer of spent cartridges. Yet, to the astonishment of all, the hooded figure remains steadfast, unmoving. Unlike moments prior, the gangsters exchange fearful glances, their courage waning. How can bullets fail to fell him? Is he even human? Have their magazines run dry? All right, now it's my turn. Rimuru swiftly draws an arrow from her quiver, nocks it, aims, and releases. A gangster howls in pain, clutching the wound, his face flushing red, an unusual hue spreading across his features. Rimuru is mortified, realizing her inexperience has led to this mishap. She intended to hit his chest. Do you believe me? The gangsters respond. Now it's our turn. One of them sneers ominously. Aren't we playing a turn-based game? Knows when no die, let us play. Second team leader. Where the hell is your rocket launcher? Damn it. Fire. All right. Now it's my turn again. This time I'm aiming for your belly, baby. Are you ready? I swear I really aimed for the belly. You must believe me. A devil. He is a devil, surely from the depths of hell. Run. What are you running for? Getting hit in the back is a warrior-esque disgrace. Drawing the bow, aiming, and shooting. Whoosh. Another arrow is released, and a hulking gangster collapses with a cry. Rimuru covers her face, lamenting that she truly only meant to shoot him in the back. She, Hawkeye, is destined to become a legendary archer. Why does her aim always hit such random spots? This defies logic. Chapter 41. Hawkeye, demand payment. The sound of gunfire catches the attention of Big Daddy and Hit Girl. The defenses at Frank's lair exceed their expectations. They were struggling to find an opportunity to infiltrate when unexpectedly, comrades have carved a path for them. Those who commit unjust acts will inevitably meet their demise. Fate is clearly against you. Seasoned warriors like Big Daddy and Hit Girl would not squander this fleeting opportunity. The gangsters, fleeing like headless chickens, are effortlessly dispatched by Big Daddy and Hit Girl as if they were mere vegetables. Having achieved an astonishing victory, the father and daughter instinctively exchange glances, each reflecting unparalleled astonishment. It is often said that one's enemies know them best. Hit Girl and Big Daddy have repeatedly thwarted Frank's enterprises and have themselves fallen victim to him, nearly igniting a fiery conflict alongside him. They are acutely aware of the prowess of Frank's men. Yet, they cannot fathom who possesses such formidable skills that they have routed Frank's elite forces. This is not merely a defeat, it is a shattering of spirit. Who could it be? Such terrifying strength. Damon and Mindy proceed cautiously towards the heart of Frank's stronghold, their nerves taut. As they walk, Mindy's cheeks flush with excitement, unable to suppress a scoff. She had previously idolized this adept, only to discover he is a rogue, utterly unscrupulous. Unlike Mindy, Damon's expression grows ever more astonished. Perspectives vary. While Mindy sees the rogue, Damon perceives the unwavering accuracy of the archer. The reason firearms have supplanted melee weapons is their unrivaled superiority. Is there any need to debate which is more effective, firearms or bows? Even a 3-year-old would know the answer. Yet this enigmatic master, relying solely on a bow, has dismantled Frank's fully armed squad. Who is this individual? A deity? So fearsome. Upon spotting the spent rocket shells, Damon's jaw drops wide enough to fit an apple. In an instant, he recognizes the source and model of the rocket launcher. The reason is simple. It is the very one he ordered online, with free shipping. Could such power fail to handle the troublemaker challenging Frank? In a moment of panic, Damon feels an impulse to carry Mindy away and flee. Such a conflict is beyond the realm of 2 small players like them. However, having ventured this far, how could they simply retreat? How could he face Mindy again if he ran away? As a father, he can bleed, lose his head, but his hairstyle must remain unruffled. He, too, desires to save face. Thus, Damon and Mindy cautiously advance towards the core of Frank's lair. Frank Amico, you have betrayed this city. Rimuru, wielding her longbow, successfully hypnotizes all of Frank's most trusted bodyguards. As for Frank himself, he teeters on the brink of collapse, mere moments away from being successfully hypnotized. Upon hearing Rimuru declare that he has betrayed this city, a swarm of expletives rushes through his mind. MMP, truly, calamity has struck while he sat at home. As a major drug lord, Frank has long been prepared for his enemies to come knocking. Yet, he does not recognize this individual. Coughing violently, blood spewing from his mouth, Frank bitterly demands, "Who are you?" Rimuru stands tall, unwavering, declaring, "I am the universe's greatest archer, Hawkeye." Frank, Hawkeye? Do we have a grudge from the past? Rimuru, not at all. Frank, MMP, have I encountered a meddlesome fool? Heroes possess their own tempers. When confronted with a superhero, attempting to bribe them with money is the epitome of folly. Who would care for such trivialities? In films, whenever a major villain, fearing for their life, attempts to bribe a hero with wealth, the hero resolutely declines, exclaiming that they do not covet such filthy lucre before dispatching the villain with ease. In the past, Frank Amico has scoffed at such absurd plotlines. However, at the brink of life and death, even in the face of utter folly, he yearned to take a chance. Spare my life. I possess wealth, immense wealth. If you refrain from killing me, I would gladly bestow upon you my entire fortune. Really? Limuru's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling luminous bulbs in the pitch darkness. In an instant, Frank Amick found himself choking on his words, nearly succumbing to asphyxiation. Though he had narrowly escaped death, a profound sense of frustration enveloped him. Frank, you have betrayed this city, he thought, reflecting on the grandiloquent lines that echoed in his mind. Little did he know that he was entangled with a cunning opportunist. Frank Amick felt an overwhelming urge to crash his head against a wall. Hawkeye, our conflict is far from over. Meanwhile, in the Tri-Corner Tower, Hawkeye Clinton Francis Barton shivered involuntarily, sneezing several times in rapid succession. Initially, Frank intended to underreport his assets. But upon encountering Limuru's menacing gaze, he quickly reconsidered. A true gentleman knows when to yield, and he complied. Upon learning that Frank's total assets were nearly $1.5 billion, with liquid assets exceeding $600 million, even though Rimuru had braced herself for the news, her heart raced uncontrollably. The audacity of a no-cost deal was indeed alarming. Ultimately, under Limuru's watchful and affectionate gaze, Frank Amick dared not engage in any deceitful antics and dutifully proceeded with the transfer. When the good news from Aya reached Rimuru, she could not help but break into an uncontrollable smile. Her efforts were not in vain. She could now afford not only tea eggs, but also the most exquisite pickled vegetables from Huaxia. Frank Amick truly was a decent person. Thank you, Big Moon, Rimuru exclaimed as she gracefully departed. Although Frank Amick was indeed a colossal scoundrel, Rimuru, having accepted the money, would not stoop to dishonorable conduct. Moreover, with her father and the formidable Kilgrave en route, she had no reason to rush. After Rimuru left, Frank Amick collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Once he regained his composure, his eyes blazed with crimson fury. $600 million, his half of his fortune, a vendetta that could not be overlooked. Frank swiftly reached for his phone, dialing a number belonging to an individual whose reputation was terrifyingly formidable. His name was Kingpin. Frank acted with alacrity, but Damon and Mindy were even quicker. Just as he mentioned Hawkeye to Kingpin, they enthusiastically invited him to partake in a family-sized bucket of peanuts. Chapter 42, Kingpin. In a clandestine base of unknown origin, 10 brawny men with muscles like steel and fierce gazes akin to wolves encircled a colossal bald man, whose physique resembled an iron tower. Kill! Bellowed one of the hulks, and the remaining 9 echoed his fury, charging at the bald Titan in unison. Thus commenced the most primal and ferocious of human confrontations. No magic, no chi, no supernatural abilities, only the raw clash of flesh and bone. Bang! The bald Titan's strength was overwhelming. Despite it being merely a collision, one of the muscular men was hurled several meters as if struck by a speeding vehicle, crashing to the ground, lifeless amid a pool of blood. Yet, this brutal incident did not draw any attention from the combatants. Fueled by the scent of blood, the ferocity of the battle intensified, becoming increasingly brutal and savage. Do not be deceived by the bald Titan's size. His speed was equally impressive. He moved with the swiftness of a leopard, weaving through the muscular men as if he were the apex predator of the food chain. One of the muscular men, having miscalculated, exposed a vulnerability that the bald Titan seized upon. With the grace of a dragon, he struck, rending the man's abdomen with 5 gruesome gashes. Blood gushed forth, and in an instant, the man was rendered incapable of fighting. Kill. The remaining 8 men fought with renewed desperation. Today, it was a matter of life or death. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The battle concluded in utter chaos, with 10 brawny men sprawled across the ground, some with severed limbs, others revealing stark, white bones from their severe injuries. The Titan, surrounded by the fallen, stood amidst the carnage, drenched in blood. But unlike those on the ground, not a single drop of it was his own. A keen-eyed subordinate approached respectfully, presenting a white towel. This bald Titan was no mere nobody. He was the underground emperor, Kingpin, whose mere presence could send tremors throughout New York. Unlike the likes of Tony Stark, whose wealth rivaled nations and whose connections reached the highest echelons of politics and military, Kingpin was often regarded as expendable by many true power players. His survival was tolerated because he understood the nuances of respect, providing adequate tributes each year. Yet, in the underworld, a single command from Kingpin could unleash a storm of bloodshed. He casually wiped the blood from his body with the towel and inquired about the failed business in Hell's Kitchen the previous night. While his tone was nonchalant, the atmosphere grew icy, sending shivers down the spines of those present. After an indeterminate amount of time, a trembling man, whose forced smile was nearly frozen in place, hurriedly approached. "Boss, I have uncovered the details. According to our informants at the precinct, the business fell through due to interference from a superhero named Hawkeye." The man recounted every detail he had gathered, his voice quivering as he relayed the information to Kingpin. The failure of this venture filled him with dread. He feared that Kingpin's displeasure might lead to his demise in the depths of the Gulf of Mexico, fed to sharks. Hawkeye? Kingpin furrowed his brow. First, it was the pestilent Daredevil, then the Punisher wreaking havoc on his operations. And now this unknown Hawkeye emerging from the shadows. Did they truly believe him to be a soft target, easily crushed? The moment Kingpin's brow furrowed, the subordinate sensed impending doom. His superior's displeasure was palpable, and the threat of Hawkeye's message loomed large. The subordinate felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Noticing the trembling man, Kingpin spoke. "Hawkeye has a message for me, does he? Speak plainly. I shan't be angered." "Yes." The subordinate exhaled a sigh of relief. Such a guarantee felt like a reprieve from death. "Boss, Hawkeye demands that you transfer $500 million to this account within 7 days, or else." He cautiously glanced at Kingpin, noting his calm demeanor, and continued, "Or else, he shall take your head." "Take my head." Kingpin repeated the words, his expression neutral, as if the threat bore no weight. The subordinate trembled further. Serving Kingpin was akin to dancing with a tiger, and his thoughts became increasingly inscrutable. "You may leave now." Kingpin waved his hand, and the subordinate breathed a sigh of relief. He had escaped with his life, and in that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Despite having jeopardized another of Kingpin's enterprises, his boss was willing to grant him another chance. After this incident, he would undoubtedly toil for the boss, ceasing to grant those meddlesome pests any further opportunities. Following the disappearance of the small-time boss, Kingpin gestured, summoning a subordinate who promptly approached. Kingpin stated, "Having sabotaged 3 of my deals consecutively, incurring losses exceeding $1 billion, I do not wish for that individual to witness the dawn of tomorrow." "Understood." Immediately after, 2 well-suited henchmen followed the small-time boss out. At that moment, another sharply dressed man entered, exuding an air of keen sharpness. Unlike the other timid subordinates, he appeared relatively casual. "Wilson, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. Frank Castle has been eliminated, right in the heart of his heavily fortified lair." According to police records, several of Frank's bodyguards were first struck by arrows and subsequently gunned down. "Arrows? Hawkeye?" Kingpin's eyes glinted with cold malice. "After Daredevil and the Punisher, Yet another pest named Hawkeye had emerged. However, unlike the former two, he was exceedingly greedy, insatiably so. This would be his downfall, and we could exploit that. Kingpin promptly articulated a scheme. Do you not covet my wealth? Then wager your life for it. Lester, nicknamed Bullseye, was Kingpin's foremost assassin. Renowned for his impeccable throwing skills that were nearly maxed out. With ease, he could tear a man's throat with a playing card, had spat out his own teeth to pierce an enemy's skull, and could throw a toothpick from 91 meters away to precisely eliminate a target. It is safe to say that Bullseye was one of Kingpin's most formidable aces, a key contributor to his empire. Kingpin held great faith in Bullseye's capabilities. This time, Hawkeye would return empty-handed. Once the strategy was confirmed, Bullseye took his leave. Both Kingpin and Bullseye were aware that Hawkeye had infiltrated Frank Castle's lair. Yet they remained oblivious to the true nature of the ensuing confrontation. Had they known that even an endless barrage of ammunition and rocket launchers could not vanquish Hawkeye, their confidence might have waned. At that moment, the phone concealed closely by Kingpin vibrated. Upon seeing the name Vanessa on the caller ID, all traces of coldness melted from his face, replaced by a gentle, unassuming smile. Will, are you still busy? Wilson Fisk's demeanor transformed into one of tender warmth. I shall return shortly. Should anyone witness the cold-blooded boss displaying such a side, they would surely be left agape. Chapter 43, The Headache of a Hard-Boiled Egg. Long Island Villa. Rimuru gazed at the lengthy string of numbers on her bank card, feeling as though she were floating in the heavens. What a thrill, an absolute delight. This outing not only saved the violent Loli's father, but also eradicated the malignant tumor that was Frank Castle. Most importantly, she had earned a tidy sum of money, lots of it. The early bird gets the worm. Indeed, diligence is the surest path to prosperity. Setting a modest goal for herself, she declared, "Next, I want to be able to afford a slice of cake." With this newfound ambition, Rimuru felt a surge of clarity and motivation in her life. Though the bank card merely displayed a series of numbers, to her, it was imbued with tangible significance. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, take a risk, and transform that motorcycle into a Range Rover, as long as one dares to dream. Cough, cough. Perhaps that is pushing it a bit. Who could have anticipated that a single outing would yield enough to recoup the costs of supercomputers and mecha materials? Without the advanced artificial intelligence Aya, managing these funds would have presented quite a conundrum. However, after Aya worked her magic, the money was thoroughly laundered, becoming her legitimate income. This is the convenience of digital currency. Online, Aya reigns supreme. Now flush with cash, it was time to pay a visit to Tony Stark. As those high-end materials and weapons would need to be sourced from him. Life is a ceaseless endeavor. And Rimuru's goal was to sell a new elemental reactor to Tony Stark while collecting a patent fee. S.H.I.E.L.D. 3/4 Wing Tower. Agent Hill presented a document to Nick Fury. Director, the Department of Defense recently issued a notice, demanding we disclose the identity of the silver-armored Avenger to the military. Surprised, Nick Fury took the document. Has Rimuru done something? Through his observations over time, Nick Fury had gleaned some understanding of Rimuru's character. She was a relatively gentle individual, kind to others, and should not have provoked the sensitivities of the military. Maria Hill, around 2:27 last night. The military detected the silver-armored Avenger flying through the night sky. Subsequently, the NYPD reported a shooting incident with a death toll as high as 19. Agent Hill succinctly briefed Nick Fury on the events, including the recent heinous live-streamed crime incident. After 2 in the morning, noting the time, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Being out at such an hour to save lives was hardly a favorable sign. The average onlooker might see the silver-armored Avenger rescuing civilians from criminals as a noble act. However, Nick Fury perceived that Rimuru was far from the docile persona she projected. Agent Hill, the humanoid mecha technology is something the military has long coveted. They have repeatedly pressured Tony Stark to open up access to this technology, but he has resolutely refused. The military's repeated requests had fallen on deaf ears, with many hawkish figures even threatening to seize it by force. Yet Tony Stark's unique status and extensive connections made such coercive measures impossible to enact in Congress. Nick Fury rubbed his temples, realizing they had turned their attention to Rimuru. Indeed, Agent Hill nodded. This was to be expected in today's world. There were only 3 mechas visible to the public: Mark, Ironmonger, and Whiplash, with Ironmonger having been destroyed long ago. The most mature and battle-tested mechas were Mark and Whiplash. Mark was in Tony Stark's possession, and with his wealth and influence, they could not apply pressure. Yet, there was only one Tony Stark, while mature mechas were not limited to just one. Foolish, short-sighted. Nick Fury could not help but utter a curse. Did they truly believe Rimuru was an easy target? Just the few abilities she had demonstrated were enough to astound the world. The unknown anesthetic gas, resistance to temperature fluctuations, and the dimensional stomach, especially the latter, which could hold at least the volume of a lake. What if she were pushed too far and simply flooded New York? If Rimuru claimed her stomach could contain the water of a lake, was that truly her limit? One's trump cards are never too many, just like himself. While others believed his left eye was blind, few knew it was, in fact, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highest authorization. Judging by others, Nick Fury would never believe that a lake was the extent of her capabilities. And that unknown anesthetic gas? Who could say how much she could release at once? Not to mention Rimuru's brain, which even Tony Stark held in high regard. If Rimuru were truly from Earth 2,500 years in the future, what kind of advanced weaponry would they possess? The time span of 2,500 years is indeed vast. Consider the technological disparity between humanity 2,500 years ago and now. A civilization capable of interstellar travel is not something those short-sighted politicians could fathom. Agent Hill was taken aback by Nick Fury's outburst. As one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rare Level 9 agents, she was somewhat privy to the intricacies surrounding the silver-armored Avenger Rimuru, even in the face of extraterrestrial beings. Hill understood a few things and did not perceive Rimuru as particularly formidable. However, the director's demeanor was entirely beyond her expectations. Nick Fury, you need not concern yourself with this matter any further. I shall handle the explanation to the military. Agent Hill, is there anything else to report? Director, I have here a rather peculiar report from the police department that you might want to take a look at. As Agent Hill spoke, she presented the document. Peculiar? Nick Fury felt a flicker of curiosity, yet shortly after opening the report, Agent Hill noticed the director's countenance darkened significantly. Hill, you may leave now. And while you're at it, please send for Barton to come to my office. After Hill departed, Nick Fury could not help but rub his temples. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but it seemed that being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had become exponentially more challenging of late. If Rimuru were present, she would undoubtedly inform him that it was indeed not just his imagination. This was merely the beginning, and he would soon find his role as director increasingly arduous. When Barton entered the director's office, Nick Fury wasted no time and tossed the New York police report onto Barton's desk. In no time, Hawkeye Barton was left bewildered. I wouldn't, it's not me. Director, you know me. Using the bow itself as a weapon is a disgrace to archers. I, Clinton Francis Barton, would never engage in close combat with my bow. Chapter 44, The Indomitable Power of Money. Upon arriving at Tony Stark's villa on the Malibu coast of California, Rimuru couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Just as one villa in New York had been destroyed, here stood an even grander abode, facing the sea, blooming with the promise of spring, a veritable fortress of wealth. Yet, the thought of this villa soon meeting a similar fate uplifted her spirits considerably. As she contemplated this, a bemused smile crept across her face. Tony Stark's luck could rival that of the Suzuki Corporation in Detective Conan. In the realm of alternate dimension snipers, the 40 billion yen Suzuki Tower had collapsed. In the fiery onslaught of sunflowers, an elaborately constructed exhibition hall had been obliterated. Within the pitch-black nightmare, an entire amusement park lay in ruins. Fans of Conan had long since drawn conclusions. Any high-profile construction funded by the Suzuki Corporation, lavishly introduced at the outset, was destined for destruction. And what of Tony Stark? In Iron Man 1, his New York villa was demolished and his research center was annihilated. In Iron Man 2, the Industrial Expo grounds were obliterated. In the Avengers 1, the freshly erected Stark Tower was destroyed. In Iron Man 3, the California villa was blown to bits. And in Avengers Endgame, the rebuilt Avengers base was once again devastated. Could it be said he had an affinity for explosions? After sitting for a brief moment, the statuesque Pepper, gracefully clad in high heels, approached. Pepper, you look even more radiant today. Flattery will get you nowhere. I've been burning the midnight oil lately, and my complexion has suffered to the point where I scarcely dare to show my face. Though Pepper said this, the smile on her face betrayed her delight. Rimuru was not easily swayed. Should she dare to insinuate that Pepper's skin had deteriorated, she would surely find herself blacklisted. Ah, women. The astute and clever Rimuru had seen through it all. One must admit, Pepper possessed a remarkably high emotional intelligence and excelled at conversation. Once the banter began, she deftly steered the dialogue, and the two engaged in lively discourse, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. Rimuru? What a rare guest. Upon seeing Rimuru, Tony Stark, his hair tousled from just emerging from the laboratory, brightened immediately. He had just completed adjustments on Mark IV, and now Rimuru had come to him. as if fate itself was eager for him to reclaim his pride from her. Regarding Mark IV, Tony Stark was brimming with confidence. Its speed, armor, and weapons were all ingeniously crafted. Its capabilities, when compared to Mark III, could only be described as revolutionary. Rimuru, my Mark IV has been successfully completed. When shall we schedule a rematch to see whose prowess reigns supreme? No rematch. Rimuru promptly declined without hesitation. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. Such a swift refusal was unexpected. Had he misjudged the situation? What of your pride as a man? Surely, you are not afraid. Tony Stark challenged. Rimuru remained steadfast. If Mark were to lose to Wind God, Tony would have to concede defeat. Tony Stark retorted, strength is merely a matter of perspective. My Mark has reached its 4th generation. What of your Wind God? Surely, it is still the first version. As the conversation escalated, Tony's expression darkened to a deep shade of charcoal. Wearing an eye patch would have made him a perfect candidate for a Nick Fury cosplay. He sneered defiantly. Let us compete once more. I guarantee I shall leave your Wind God in tatters. Rimuru quipped back. Mark lost to Wind God. Tony, you must concede. Tony Stark became increasingly agitated. Is it truly so entertaining to dwell on a single loss? His eyes gleamed with determination. Let us compete again. Rimuru teased. Are you pleading with me? Through clenched teeth, Tony admitted. Yes, I am begging you. Rimuru replied, even if you plead, it will not change the outcome. Mark lost to Wind God. Tony, on the brink of madness, lamented, I, Tony Stark, the wealthiest man in the world, Iron Man, a superhero, have never felt such an urge to strike someone. What am I to do? As Rimuru and Tony engaged in their playful rivalry, Pepper could hardly contain her laughter. Both turned to her, and she struggled to suppress her mirth. Rimuru, Tony, you have no idea how amusing your quarrel is. It resembles the banter of a father and daughter. Your personalities are strikingly similar. In unison, Rimuru and Tony pointed at each other, exclaiming, father and daughter? What an absurd notion. Rimuru added, Pepper, how could a greasy uncle like Tony possibly father a child as adorable and exceptional as I? Tony retorted, Pepper, you have always been my steadfast confidant, but this time, you have misjudged the situation. I, Tony Stark, the greatest genius in human history, could never produce a child as mischievous as Rimuru. Greasy uncle, are you referring to me? Tony proclaimed, the greatest genius in history? Pepper, come here quickly. I can hardly contain myself at the absurdity of it all. Watching the two spar verbally, Pepper could hardly contain her glee, laughing uncontrollably. Tony, it seemed, had been thoroughly led astray by Rimuru's antics. Tony, whatever happened to the energy-saving light on your chest? It looks dreadful. Shall we call in a doctor to reinstall it? What do you mean, reinstall the light? Does that even make sense? Listen, palladium is toxic. The idea of drinking chlorophyll juice is enough to make me nauseous. You little rascal, you're simply trying to see me humiliated, aren't you? As Tony's chest heaved with indignation, the flames of anger ignited within him, wishing he could hurl his iron gauntlet at Rimuru's face. Little rascal, draw your sword. Once he calmed himself, Tony said, now tell me, what would it take for you to agree to a rematch? Rimuru replied, Wind God is a battlefield weapon. It only slays enemies, not for contests. I will procure the materials for Wind God too. Rimuru's eyes widened with excitement, her pupils transforming into dollar signs. What did you say? Please repeat that. Seeing Rimuru's reaction, Tony Stark felt a pang of regret. He realized he had been foolish. It was not that Rimuru was unwilling to compete, but rather that her financial constraints prevented her from acquiring the materials for Wind God too. He should have foreseen this all along. Rimuru proclaimed with conviction that the Wind God was a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Before Rimuru could finish her statement, Tony interjected, declaring, I've also secured the materials for Wind God 3. Gulping, Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for Tony Stark, who appeared radiantly magnificent. The power of wealth was truly awe-inspiring and blinding. Chapter 45, Selling You Like a Pet. Another serving, please. Rimuru licked her lips, still craving more. Compared to the culinary skills of Tony's chef, her own household cook's abilities were utterly disheartening. Pepper, already aware of Rimuru's voracious appetite, had instructed the chef to increase the portions. Yet, upon witnessing the towering stack of plates before Rimuru, she was left speechless. Is she truly capable of consuming this much? Every time she saw Rimuru devour a plate of steak with such fervor, Pepper's eyelids would twitch uncontrollably. She genuinely feared that Rimuru might inadvertently burst her belly. Tony, are you sure everything is all right? Pepper repeatedly cast worried glances at Tony Stark, seeking his assistance. This was also Tony's first time witnessing Rimuru indulge so freely. And while surprised, he was aware of her true nature and thus remained largely unfazed. His curiosity was piqued, as this slime seemed even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. However, before Tony could speak, Rimuru beat him to it. Sister Pepper, no need to fret. This amount of food barely constitutes 1/1,000,000th of my capacity. Having heard Rimuru, Pepper chose to abandon her pretense, poking Rimuru's forehead in mild annoyance. You little rascal, your ears are quite sharp. You know I'm worried, yet you show no restraint. Overindulgence is bad for your stomach. If you overdo it, we'll see if you can sleep tonight. Without further ado, Rimuru transformed into her slime form. Sister Pepper, I apologize for hiding the truth from you all this time. This is, in fact, my true form. Revealing her identity to Pepper was a well-considered decision. As the woman behind Iron Man, Pepper was discerning and capable of keeping secrets. Moreover, in this world, she was one of the very few close friends Rimuru had. Disclosing her true identity would effectively dissolve any barriers between them and further strengthen their bond. And of course, it was about food. How could she enjoy a feast without Pepper knowing? The moment Pepper saw Rimuru transform from a lovely young lady into a round, blue orb, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Oh my god, what is this? Tony, is today April Fool's Day? Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although it wasn't his first encounter with Rimuru's transformation, he was still extraordinarily curious. How is this transition between forms even possible? It defied all scientific explanation. Relax. As you can see, this is indeed Rimuru's true form. She poses no threat to you. Only then did Pepper perceive the underlying meaning. Gazing at Tony with a hint of jealousy. So, you knew all along. She had every right to feel a twinge of sadness. She had always believed her relationship with Rimuru was the closest, akin to that of soul sisters. Yet, it turned out that she was less informed than Tony. Tony Stark found her reaction amusing. Was Pepper feeling jealous? How typical. Women can be a bit temperamental, and as a gentleman, he understood the need to placate her. Thus, he recounted their first encounter in the cave with Rimuru. With every word, Pepper's eyes sparkled brighter, and her fondness for Rimuru only intensified. The moment she held Rimuru's true form in her arms, her heart melted completely, utterly captivated. At that point, Rimuru felt a twinge of regret, questioning whether revealing the truth to Pepper was a mistake. In the laboratory, titanium alloy, fiberglass, and this weight, Rimuru, your Wind God 2 armor is rather hefty. Congratulations. You have finally escaped the pitfalls of lightweight armor. Tony Stark clapped Rimuru on the shoulder, his voice filled with paternal pride. Rimuru, you've grown, and I am genuinely pleased. Hearing Tony's words, Rimuru felt a wave of annoyance. Was this really the way he chose to take advantage of her? How childish, petty, and vindictive. No, wait. This weight was a tad excessive. To maintain relative maneuverability, a significant increase in energy output would be necessary, which would lead to excessive energy consumption. Furthermore, the weaponry you have installed does not appear suitable for controlling a conventional combat system. The energy expenditure is far beyond expectations. Tony Stark regarded Rimuru with seriousness. With your intellect, you should not make such elementary mistakes. Have you modified the reactor? Rimuru was taken aback. Tony truly was extraordinary. Just from the materials she had ordered, he had deduced much about her Wind God armor and energy consumption, even speculating that she might have modified the reactor. While not entirely accurate, he was close enough. A life of prestige needs no explanation. However, before Rimuru could respond, Tony swiftly dismissed his own hypothesis. Still incorrect. Using palladium as fuel, the room for improvement in arc reactor technology is already quite limited. Even if the rotation speed is maximized, energy supply would still fall short. Could it be that you were utilizing hybrid energy? This was something he had contemplated as well, but the energy conversion efficiency was far too low, at best. It could serve as a minor supplement, a drop in the bucket, and ultimately insignificant. Listening to Tony's incessant musings left Rimuru speechless. Had he been infected by the little spider? Stop. No need for further speculation. Let me clarify. I discovered a new element that does not belong to the periodic table. Its energy conversion efficiency far surpasses that of palladium, providing ample power and more stable output. Would you like to purchase the patent? Tony nearly choked on his drink, nearly suffocating at the prospect of buying the arc reactor technology. Are you out of your mind? Wait, did you just say you found a new element that doesn't belong to the periodic table? Rimuru nodded. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Rimuru was curious. Why not? Tony Stark. You may not know, but while the palladium reactor has been crucial for my survival, palladium is toxic. If I continue using the armored suit, the toxins in my blood will deepen. The idea of replacing palladium with a new element is not unique to you. Rimuru lamented. How could she not know this? Had it not been for her intervention, particularly the powerful effects of the recovery medicine, Tony might have succumbed to despair. though her mind was in turmoil. Rimuru revealed nothing on her face. So what? On Earth, I have explored every known, unknown, and even theoretically possible new element, yet I have come up empty-handed. Although Tony did not voice his thoughts, Rimuru understood him all too well. His implication was clear. If I, Tony Stark, have not discovered a new element, how could you possibly do so? Though the discovery of a new element ultimately owed its credit to Tony Stark, his arrogant and condescending attitude was undeniably irksome. Rimuru retorted, I've changed my mind. If I sell you this reactor, I might as well be a pet. Tony Stark, unfazed, casually replied, even if my energy is depleted and I drift through space, I would never seek to purchase your patent. When it comes to intellect, who fears whom? If there truly were a new element, Rimuru could discover it as well. In terms of wisdom, Tony Stark would never be inferior to anyone. Half an hour later, Tony Stark felt an insatiable itch within, akin to 100 claws scratching at his heart, and he could no longer contain himself. A new element, to Tony, was as irresistible as the scent of fish to a cat. He leaned closer to Rimuru, his voice dripping with charm. Have you truly discovered a new element? Rimlu's expression was stern. No. Tony, $100 million. Rimuru replied, this one truly does not exist. Tony, I can offer $1 billion. Good heavens. You raise the price tenfold, just like that? This damn wealthy patron thinks money makes him exceptional. Rimuru was certainly not someone to be swayed by mere trifles. Waving the dollars, Tony looked down upon her. I'll throw in the latest particle collider, a 3D printer, and half off the installation fee for the supercomputer. A series of violent coughs erupted, causing Rimlu's face to flush slightly. Cough, since you have taken on the curse of energy depletion, adrift in space. There's no helping it. If I don't sell, it would seem I am utterly unfeeling. I'll have pity on you and agree to sell. Tony, little pup. Rimuru woof. Tony Stark, very well, you've won. Chapter 46. Your friend, the Green Giant, is about to go online. I'm making money. I hardly know how to spend it. With one hand, I buy a Nokia, with the other, a Motorola. I switch my mobile, Unicom, and little smartphone numbers daily. I drive a Mercedes, then a BMW, and indulge in saunas and lobster feasts. I'm making money. I've hired 3 nannies, 1 to clean, 1 to cook, and 1 to be a wet nurse. Rimuru hummed a cheerful tune, radiating happiness as if she had just downed an entire bottle of soda. It was double the joy. This trip to the West Coast had been remarkably profitable for Rimuru. She not only secured various high-end materials from Tony, but also managed to acquire the materials for Wind God 3 and 4. Most impressively, she sold a new energy reactor to Tony, netting $1 billion. When accounting for the supercomputer installation fee, the 3D printer, and the particle collider, she stood to gain at least $12 billion. Indeed, kidnapping Tony Stark was the most lucrative path to wealth. After scheduling a competition with Tony, Rimuru piloted Wind God back to New York. In the Long Island villa, gazing at the now-retired Wind God, Rimuru felt a wave of nostalgia. Who would have thought that within less than 6 months, this cutting-edge mech would be relegated to the status of an antique? The pace of innovation was faster than that of electronic products. Soon, she would need to construct a wardrobe in the villa solely for the Wind God series armor. During her visit to Tony's West Coast villa, Rimuru had been profoundly touched by his wardrobe. While she might not favor Tony Stark's taste, she couldn't deny that he had executed it splendidly. How could a man's wardrobe lack a few pieces of women's clothing? Oh no, I misspoke. How could it be devoid of several sets of armor? This was far more sophisticated and lavish than any garage full of luxury cars, a wine cellar filled with fine wines, or a closet brimming with designer handbags. The manufacturing of armor was no simple task, and even with Isla's assistance, completion would take time. Eager to witness the birth of Wind God 2, Rimuru decided to request a half-month leave from her homeroom teacher, Mrs. Jacqueline. Initially, she worried that the extended break would be denied, especially since her class attendance had been brief after transferring and final exams loomed. To her surprise, Mrs. Jacqueline approved her leave without even inquiring about the reason. Such excellent service left Rimuru at a loss for words. If she were to oversleep one day, would there be a wake-up service just for her? As time passed, Rimuru immersed herself in the laboratory, neglecting sleep and food, while Wind God 2 gradually transformed from sketches to reality. This kept her extraordinarily busy yet profoundly fulfilled, to the point that she lost track of time. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, outside, the winds of change were stirring. First, Damon managed to leverage his connections to enroll Mindy in Forest Hill Elementary School. No matter how resistant Mindy was to the school, Damon was resolute, and ultimately, she had no choice but to carry her backpack to class. Watching Mindy seated in the bright, clean classroom, Damon felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Life without the witch was splendid. He had fulfilled Rimlu's request to the letter, even foregoing his usual cut, simply awaiting her to reach out again. Serving the witch, Damon didn't find as disagreeable as he had anticipated. But he would never allow the witch to get close to his daughter. There was simply no way. Never underestimate a father's resolve. Though he appeared diminutive and powerless before the witch, like a small ant. Even an ant would dare to reach for the sun and give it the finger for the sake of his daughter. A wealthy benefactress like Rimuru would surely never take interest in a dilapidated school like Forest Hill Elementary. In stark contrast to Damon's sense of assurance was Hawkeye's growing frustration. The more he investigated, the angrier he became. That fraud impersonating him was utterly outrageous. As an archer, how could he engage in battles predominantly using a bow's back? And to call it physical hypnosis was a disgrace to archers. Even more unacceptable was the fact that this charlatan was excessively greedy, claiming to punish evil while actually reaping wealth. When Hawkeye discovered that this counterfeit had pilfered $1 million from Kingpin and then transferred $600 million from Frank Amick, his rage ignited. What nonsense. He woke before dawn and slept after dusk, earning less than $10,000 a month. He could hardly recall the last time he received a raise. And with such meager wages, he often faced delays in payment. Hawkeye's sense of justice swelled to a boiling point. For the sake of America, no. For world peace, he had to ensure the humane eradication of that impostor. While Hawkeye fervently pursued the investigation into the fake Hawkeye, his intelligence also landed on Kingpin's desk. There are paths for snakes and paths for mice. In stark contrast to the lofty S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Kingpin's subordinates were a motley crew. Perhaps not impressive, but certainly numerous. To gather intel, Hawkeye found himself engaging in casual conversations with a tattooed individual performing street art, which could inadvertently lead him to Kingpin's associate. Or he might strike up a heartfelt chat with an exuberantly dressed young woman, potentially connecting with one of Kingpin's streetwalkers. Furthermore, dressed in tight leather and armed with a bow and quiver, he was as conspicuous as a torch in the night. Consequently, a top-secret piece of information regarding a significant deal involving Kingpin fell into Hawkeye's hands. Arlington, Virginia. General Ross, this may pique your interest. In Milwaukee, a citizen drank a bottle of guarana soda and experienced effects beyond his expectations. We suspect gamma poisoning. A female clerk presented a file to General Ross, who was savoring a cigar. What? General Ross immediately leapt to his feet. This news was like a refreshing oasis in the desert. In an instant, he was revitalized, feeling a decade younger and brimming with energy. Where was the soda bottled? Brazil, Porto. Send someone to the bottling factory to find a Caucasian. Hold back for now. If he sees us, he will flee. Understood. After the clerk departed, Ross's gaze sharpened further. If we were to say that the initial capture of the Hulk was merely a matter of duty, stemming from a soldier's sense of responsibility, honor, and mission, it is evident that as his daughter repeatedly pleaded for Banner's clemency, the pursuit of the Hulk became tainted with personal vendetta. As a father, can one truly fathom the thought of allowing one's beloved daughter, whom one has nurtured since infancy, to what a monstrous being capable of unpredictable wrath? Let us not speak of true love. When the very essence of their beings diverges so drastically, how could romance possibly flourish? He certainly does not wish for the daughter of the Ross family to bear a green abomination. After multiple attempts at capture, each ending in failure, Ross's original intentions have long since evaporated. He becomes increasingly obsessed with the Hulk's unparalleled might. The quest to capture the Hulk has transformed from a mere duty or personal grudge into a stepping stone for his advancement, a lifelong obsession. Chapter 47. The Emergency Meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., located in the Triarch Wing Tower, numerous high-ranking officials gathered, including Nick Fury, Hill, Coulson, Melinda, Black Widow, Pierce, Crossbones, and Sylvette, among others. Nick Fury declared, "Now that everyone is present, we shall commence." "Indeed," replied Maria Hill, stepping to the forefront. 30 minutes ago, an intense battle erupted in the National Forest Park. Please direct your attention to the screen. As the lights dimmed, a video commenced its playback. Due to the angle of the recording and the limitations of mobile phone resolution, the footage appeared exceedingly blurry and was riddled with shakiness. Yet, despite these imperfections, it instantly captivated the hearts of all present. Team A, open fire. Where are the 50 caliber sniper rifles? Fire immediately. At General Ross's command, soldiers unleashed a barrage from their heavy machine guns and large caliber sniper rifles, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the Hulk. However, to everyone's astonishment, even the 50 caliber rounds failed to pierce the Hulk's skin, akin to mere tickles. What kind of creature is this? Is he truly a being of flesh and blood, like humanity? A 50 caliber bullet. One should think it could obliterate even a dinosaur under the hollow point effect. Could he not be a demon risen from the depths of hell? Though the name of the Hulk had echoed in their ears 2 years prior, hearing of him paled in comparison to the shock and awe evoked by the video. In the footage, the battle raged on. The Hulk roared, charging through artillery fire, effortlessly flipping an armored vehicle with a mere swing of his arm. He intercepted a speeding armored car with a collision, lifting it with ease and barbarically wielding it as a weapon, reducing another armored vehicle to rubble in mere moments. He even used a small car as a projectile, smashing it into a long-range armed vehicle with devastating force. Particularly striking was the moment when 2 sonic cannons fired simultaneously. The immense output power and the energy wave alone sent the formidable Blonsky flying. Yet, even this epic-defining weapon could only temporarily suppress the Hulk for a scant 10 seconds before he dismantled it into fragments. The cacophony of gunfire, the Hulk's furious roars, the anguished cries of injured soldiers, and the explosions of cars and armored vehicles filled the battlefield with smoke and devastation, especially as helicopters crashed and exploded, engulfing the scene in flames and escalating the battle's intensity to its zenith. When the Hulk shielded Betty with his own body, the female agents present felt a pang in their hearts. Though brutish and savage, the Hulk possessed a tenderness within. Was this a real-life rendition of Beauty and the Beast? Even Natasha, the fierce heroine, could not help but admire Betty. Not everyone possesses the courage to love a creature as monstrous as Shrek. Meanwhile, the male agents applauded the Hulk for protecting the beautiful lady at a moment of peril, truly embodying the essence of manhood. They even began to worry for the Hulk's safety. However, when the flames receded and the Hulk appeared unscathed, cradling Betty, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, though silence soon fell upon them. As agents, even when momentarily swayed by emotion, their approach to problem-solving remained distinctly different from the average person. As the video abruptly concluded and the lights brightened once more, no one dared to speak. All brows were furrowed in deep contemplation. SHIELD, formerly known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, was established by the International Security Council to address various extraordinary incidents. These incidents do not merely pertain to supernatural events. They encompass attacks, defenses, and logistics, granting SHIELD the authority to intervene in any matter threatening national security. Thus, the Hulk, a phenomenon beyond public comprehension, undoubtedly fell within their jurisdiction, and it was indeed their responsibility to address it. Yet, it was precisely this responsibility that weighed heavily upon their minds. The Hulk possesses immense strength, towering stature, remarkable speed, and formidable leaping ability, showing no fear of flames. Even sonic cannons are rendered ineffective against him. This adversary, with seemingly no vulnerabilities, is it truly within their capacity to confront? Agents, after all, are still human. They are not the cinematic heroes clad in suits, driving modified supercars, wooing women while saving the world. Espionage, subversion, assassination, and intelligence gathering are their forte. They do not believe they could outmatch an army clad in advanced armor in direct combat. The Hulk, originally known as Bruce Banner, was once a brilliant physicist, having earned 7 doctoral degrees. 2 years ago, an accident during a gamma pulse experiment transformed him. The angrier he becomes, the stronger he grows, with his limits still unknown. His blood is toxic and highly infectious. Hill adjusted the projection equipment, presenting various intelligence reports on the Hulk to her fellow agents. Nick Fury prompted, "What are your thoughts on capturing the Hulk? Please, speak freely. Speak. What nonsense. To voice an opinion now would only invite blame upon ourselves." The members of the Hydra faction cast furtive glances, evading accountability. Director Pierce appeared half asleep, looking as if he were suffering from dementia. An awkward silence enveloped the room, leaving Nick Fury feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He glanced at Coulson, his trusted confidant. Surely, at a critical moment like this, he ought to step forward to alleviate the burden? Coulson, sweating profusely, thought to himself that with his meager abilities, he wouldn't stand a chance against the Hulk's might. But the intensity of Fury's gaze compelled him to speak. After considerable hesitation, he ventured, "If only Captain America were here." Nick Fury, all agents. Captain America has been missing for countless years. We understand your admiration for him, but there must be limits. Natasha raised her hand. "Please, may I speak?" "Go ahead." Natasha continued, "The Hulk possesses formidable defenses and immense strength, showing no fear of flames or sonic waves. What about tranquilizers or toxins? Would they prove effective against him? Nick Fury shook his head in disappointment. According to General Ross's intelligence, toxins and tranquilizers have little effect on the Hulk. Natasha pressed on. What if we were to administer them before Banner transforms into the Hulk? For instance, a Barrett bullet from 800 meters away. Nick Fury shook his head again. The moment Banner experiences anger, panic, or pain, he will transform into the Hulk. Even if we were to blast his head apart in his human form, the intense pain would immediately trigger his transformation. Once he is changed, any injury would rapidly heal. The agents exchanged glances, pondering. Does this mean the Hulk has no weaknesses at all? What use is this meeting? We might as well wash up and go to bed. Currently, the only known superheroes are Captain America and Iron Man. Captain America's whereabouts are uncertain, and Iron Man is best left out of the equation. His toys wouldn't withstand even 2 strikes from the Hulk. Nick Fury felt an immense headache coming on. After training soldiers for 1,000 days, they must now utilize them at a critical juncture. The military has sent a communique. If they find themselves powerless against the Hulk, the Council may reconsider the necessity of SHIELD's existence. Natasha appeared contemplative. Director, perhaps we could inquire about that individual. There might also be a Hulk film over there. Film? Several agents lacking clearance looked bewildered, while those with sufficient clearance and some insider knowledge pondered thoughtfully. Nick Fury nodded helplessly. In truth, he was quite reluctant to involve Rimuru. Parallel universes were far more troublesome than a green giant. Yet, there was no alternative at this juncture. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Once resolved satisfactorily, I shall arrange a 6-month leave for you, along with a bonus of $3 million. Thank you, Director. Natasha instantly beamed with joy. A subordinate who cannot alleviate their superior's burdens is not a commendable one. Indeed, she had wagered correctly. Her efforts would yield substantial rewards. Seeking intelligence from Rimuru was undoubtedly far simpler and more pragmatic than confronting the Hulk directly. If successful, she would reap great benefits, and if not, the losses would be minimal. Hearing the reward proposed by the director, the others were filled with envy and jealousy. However, many were still contemplating what that film truly signified and who that individual could be. Just moments ago, Director Pierce, who had been feigning senility, had his small eyes darting around, his mind racing with thousands of thoughts. Chapter 48. Black Widow. There are always schemers wishing to harm me. Long Island Villa. After tirelessly working for over 10 days, Rimuru finally completed The Wind God 2. Gazing at the masterpiece before him, Rimuru's heart soared with elation. Akin to love at first sight, this mech boasted smooth lines, evenly distributed modules, and harmonious proportions, embodying the very essence of mechanical engineering beauty. Dominated by a silver-white hue, accented with red and blue, it harmonized splendidly with its metallic composition, exuding a strong sense of sci-fi allure. Particularly striking was the external armor of Wind God 2, which, though composed of overlapping modules, appeared seamless and perfectly crafted, optimizing aerodynamics to the utmost. In a sense, Wind God 2 transcended the realm of a mere war machine. It had become a work of art. Despite possessing multiple barriers, Rimuru had significantly reduced the armor's thickness, having initially designed it to combat colossal beings like the Hulk. Thus, in comparison to Wind God I, Wind God 2 still retained its massive stature. At first glance, it even conveyed a sense of a war fortress, exuding aggression. In terms of energy, it had been upgraded with a new energy reactor, ensuring its overall performance was exceptionally superior, with no apparent shortcomings. As he caressed the mech's exterior, the distinctive chill of metal seemed to melt away, sending a euphoric sensation coursing through him. A product of the great sage, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Just as Rimuru reveled in the birth of Wind God 2, Natasha once again arrived at the villa's entrance. Unlike her previous visit, this time, Natasha felt less arrogance and more reverence. In human history, Captain America stood as the first widely recognized and acclaimed superhero. Certainly, he was the first and arguably the last. Subsequent attempts to revive the super soldier program had largely ended in failure. As for Natasha herself, her enhancements from the former Soviet Union had significantly bolstered her immune system and resilience, even greatly slowing her aging process. In many respects, Natasha was a half-altered being, physically the closest to Captain America. Throughout her years as an agent, she had never feared combat, a source of her confidence. However, the emergence of the Hulk had reshaped her understanding of combat prowess. Initially, Natasha had dismissed Rimuru's nonsensical ramblings, but observing the director's reaction led her to believe that a considerable portion of Rimuru's claims might hold some truth. Faced with the unknown, the mysterious, and the uncontrollable future, humanity often harbors immense awe. After pressing the doorbell, she awaited his response. Natasha felt a tinge of anticipation for this meeting, especially when considering the prospect of a 6-month vacation and $3 million, which fueled her motivation. Upon seeing Rimuru again, she was once more struck by his charm. It was truly difficult to fathom that such a delicate and adorable young girl could effortlessly transform into a bouncy, soft blue orb. The thought of having to ask her for methods to defeat the Hulk, that ferocious beast, felt utterly absurd. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Rimuru bore a peculiar expression. He acknowledged that Natasha's allure was indeed captivating, yet he was more intrigued by the remarkable items she concealed within her attire. True to her moniker as the Deadly Black Widow, Natasha had equipped herself with an array of listening devices and recording equipment hidden within her ears, mouth, stockings, skirt, and several even more clandestine locations. Rimuru even pondered whether she possessed a fourth-dimensional bra, should she ever produce a long, thick sword from it. He wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Yet, a question arose. What if these devices encountered water or malfunctioned? Not everyone possesses Rimuru's unique resistance to electrical currents. Reclining casually on the sofa, Rimuru inquired, "What brings you here?" One does not visit without purpose. Natasha smiled gently. Rimuru's previous expression had already conveyed much. While he chose not to expose her, she was content to play coy. Conversing with an intelligent individual was always a pleasure. Natasha replied, "Half a day ago, General Ross and the Hulk engaged in a fierce battle in Forest Park, resulting in a resounding defeat for General Ross. The military has requested assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D., and I would like to inquire how humans have triumphed over the Hulk in those films you mentioned." Upon hearing Natasha's words, Rimuru was initially taken aback. While he had been engrossed in crafting Wind God 2, had the Hulk already wreaked havoc in New York? Furthermore, Natasha had come to ask her how humans had defeated the Hulk in films? Rimuru's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. truly believed the nonsense she had previously spoken? The thrill of deceiving was exhilarating, and the prospect of continuing to mislead filled him with renewed vigor. Observing Rimuru's sudden exuberance, Natasha felt an unsettling chill run down her spine. Was this a premonition of impending doom? Rimuru regarded Natasha with utmost seriousness. "Sister Natasha, you may not realize, but in the films, it was actually you who defeated the Hulk." "What?" Natasha was momentarily stunned, her mind racing. What sort of jest was this? With her physique, she could hardly withstand a single blow from the Hulk. Did Rimuru truly refer to her as sister? With Natasha's extensive experience and professional training, every instinct and psychological insight told her that there was undoubtedly a trap afoot. At that moment, Natasha harbored only one thought. Rimuru, that schemer, undoubtedly sought to ensnare her. Was he attempting to retaliate for her earlier trickery in sending him to elementary school? It was merely a matter of attending school, not a perilous journey through fire and sword. To suggest she should defeat the Hulk? WTF. Natasha felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. Yet she was acutely aware of the multiple miniature communication devices concealed on her person. Despite arriving alone, the director could hear every word exchanged between her and Rimuru. Regret washed over her. Why had she hidden those devices so discreetly? Had they been more visible, she could have fabricated a story about Rimuru discovering them, prompting him to explode in anger and evict her. With a smile plastered on her face, her thoughts screamed in frustration, knowing that a great pit lies ahead. Yet feeling compelled to leap into it is perhaps the most excruciating experience one can endure. Natasha, with a smile that conceals her tears, inquired, "How did I defeat the Hulk in the movie?" Rimuru, adopting a serious demeanor, responded earnestly, "Sister Natasha, there exists a classic film titled King Kong. I trust you have seen it?" King Kong. Natasha's beautiful eyes narrowed momentarily. Ah, the classic film. King Kong battles an airplane atop the Empire State Building, and the aircraft meets a woeful fate. It is not modern weaponry that conquers King Kong, but rather a beautiful woman. Could Rimuru be suggesting that she... OMG. I'm sorry, I don't know, farewell. Chapter 49, Prejudices in the Heart. If I had not voluntarily approached the director, I could have simply turned and walked away. Did I approach the director? Indeed. Thus, I cannot simply turn away. If I had not concealed various sophisticated listening devices on my person, I could boldly inform the director that I am unaware. Do I have concealed listening devices? Yes. Therefore, I cannot pretend ignorance. If I had never watched King Kong, I would remain oblivious to the truth that humanity's triumph over King Kong does not stem from high-tech weaponry, but from beauty. Have I seen the film King Kong? Certainly. Hence, I cannot deny that beauty can indeed conquer and even slay beasts. Yet, I truly cannot accomplish that. Natasha Romanoff felt utterly bewildered. What was the point of requesting a 6-month leave or 3 million? The notion of seducing the Hulk to capture his heart, only to eliminate him later, was simply beyond her capabilities. Let us hope the director does not heed Rimuru's nonsensical chatter. Observing the forlorn expression on the Black Widow's face, Rimuru could not help but chuckle inwardly, exclaiming in astonishment, "Sister Natasha, you can't possibly think I meant for you to seduce the Hulk, right?" Natasha gazed at Rimuru, her lovely eyes blinking in disbelief. "Isn't that the case?" Rimuru covered her mouth with both hands, incredulous. "OMG, how can one romance a being of another species?" "Sister Natasha, your thoughts seem rather unhealthy." Uft. Natasha ground her teeth, seething within, wishing to give Rimuru a good thrashing. What did she mean by her thoughts being unhealthy? Wasn't that precisely what Rimuru implied? Rimuru looked at Natasha with admiration, stating, "Sister Natasha, I once revered 3 individuals, Su Xian, Ning Kaichin, and Lu Shi. It appears I must add another to my list." "What do you mean?" Natasha's face was a canvas of confusion. Rimuru promptly elucidated the remarkable tales of the 3 figures. Natasha, upon hearing this, nearly lost her temper and chased after Rimuru for a good beating, but Rimuru was no ordinary person. "Humph, don't be foolish, dear sister. She never strikes women." After a reminder from the earpiece, Natasha regained her composure. "I was mistaken. I admit my thoughts wandered astray, and I apologize." Natasha looked at Rimuru, her small fangs bared as she articulated her apology. It seemed with each word, she bit Rimuru with fierce intensity. As a top-tier agent, feigning and flattering were her forte. Yet it left her feeling begrudging. Bitter wine coursed through her heart like a painful image. Rimuru also acknowledged her fault with sincerity, accepting Natasha's apology calmly. "Sister Natasha, my apologies, I failed to communicate clearly." Is there a chance for redemption?" Natasha's large eyes sparkled with boundless hope. As long as she was not tasked with seducing the Hulk, she was open to any proposition. Rimuru replied, "Sister Natasha, what I meant was for you to seduce Banner." Uft. Natasha nearly choked on her own blood. "Please tell me, what is the difference between seducing the Hulk and seducing Banner?" Her fiery temper. "Prejudice in the heart is akin to an insurmountable mountain, immovable by any effort." Rimuru rose, no longer the earlier flippant self. Natasha paused, bewildered. Could this truly be the same mischievous imp from moments ago? How had she suddenly become so philosophical? Was there another trap being laid for her? Natasha had ample reason to be suspicious, given Rimuru's notorious history. Whatever doubts Natasha harbored, Rimuru could likely fathom. Yet this time she genuinely had no intentions of further mischief. Jests are one thing, but moderation must be maintained. Going too far would be unwise. Banner might be the most unfortunate superhero in the Marvel realm, and should she be able to assist him, Rimuru would gladly do so. Rimuru posed a question, "Sister Natasha, why is it that during contemplation, your first instinct is to capture the Hulk, rather than having a discussion with Banner?" "Natasha," Rimuru continued, "in truth, I have never lied regarding the methods of capturing the Hulk. Surely you have seen the footage from the battle in the forest park. Did you not notice how kind and gentle the Hulk truly is?" "Kind and gentle?" Natasha scoffed. "You must be jesting. In the video, the Hulk was either smashing armored vehicles or heading towards them. I distinctly recall the Hulk reducing both man and machine to mere pancakes." Wait. Natasha suddenly recalled the moment when the Hulk shielded Betty with his body, deflecting bullets and flames. Could Rimuru be speaking the truth? Seeing that Natasha was beginning to consider her words, Rimuru pressed on, "Whether it be the military or SHIELD. The initial approach has always been misguided. Each time the Hulk appears, it is always due to General Ross's provocations, be it in Brazil or Central Park in New York. Think carefully, has Dr. Banner truly erred? In his attempts to suppress the Hulk's emergence, Banner has always endeavored to repress his emotions, even practicing yoga from scratch. His ultimate pursuit has been to eliminate the gamma radiation and return to being a normal human. Not only Natasha, but even the elusive Egghead pondered this notion. The onlooker sees more than the participant. Rimuru's words struck like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of Natasha and Egghead. Especially for Egghead, those words resonated deeply within him. He had contemplated recruiting Banner but had always hesitated, for the Hulk's condition was notoriously unstable. Egghead interjected, "Normanoff, inquire of her how Banner performed in the film." Natasha was taken aback. Her keen intellect immediately understood that the director had been swayed by Rimuru's arguments and was inclined to recruit Banner. Truthfully, the prospect of integrating such an unstable factor into their ranks filled Natasha with dread and resistance, yet it was not her decision to make. Natasha relayed the director's intentions to Rimuru. Rimuru responded, "Well, The Hulk may have lost control on numerous occasions, yet he has repeatedly saved the world. He is a double-edged sword, indeed, extremely sharp. When weighed against his many accomplishments, his lapses in control pale in comparison. Egghead replied, I understand. Normanoff. Proceed freely and inquire further for more details. Natasha acknowledged. Under her inquiry, Rimuru candidly recounted various aspects concerning Banner and the Hulk. For instance, while the Hulk is prone to rage, he possesses a fundamental sense of right and wrong, akin to a personality with room for growth. The Hulk has an affinity for adorable creatures, such as puppies and kittens, which can effectively help calm his fury. The personalities of the Hulk and Banner could potentially merge, allowing for the emergence of the Green Doctor, endowed with both the might of the Hulk and the intellect of Banner. Upon hearing this, Natasha and Egghead exchanged glances filled with excitement, especially Egghead, who seemed to be brimming with enthusiasm. If the Green Doctor were to manifest, their Avengers team would gain an irreplaceable powerhouse. At that moment, Egghead was genuinely moved. Chapter 50, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Serpent Shield Bureau. In numerous online novels, the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. are often exaggerated to an almost supernatural degree. It seems that even if a solitary black gentleman from a primitive African tribe goes missing, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be able to track him down. This notion, however, is quite ludicrous. In a certain sense, the operational efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not significantly superior to that of ordinary administrative agencies. In a vast sea of humanity, locating an individual who is intent on remaining hidden is no trivial task. In the sprawling metropolis of New York, with its millions of inhabitants, deploying hundreds of thousands of agents might not even stir a ripple. Having endured a protracted ordeal, Banner has become adept at evasion. He refrains from utilizing anything that could potentially reveal his identity, such as mobile phones, credit cards, or passports. Faced with such a cunning individual, S.H.I.E.L.D. finds itself at a loss. In the films, the reason S.H.I.E.L.D. is able to uncover the transaction between Banner and Mr. Blue, pinpointing it to the Gambit Academy, and setting an elaborate trap to apprehend him, is primarily due to Banner's decision to use a network called S.H.I.E.L.D. for data transmission. Unbeknownst to him, this encrypted network is actually managed by the logistics division of S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, the data contained critical information such as gamma pulses, making it nearly impossible for him to remain undetected. Ultimately, this situation embodies a disparity in information, leading to Banner's oversight. The whole conversation between Rimuru and Natasha was eavesdropped on by the Egg, which further solidified his resolve to incorporate Banner into the Avengers initiative. Particularly, upon receiving confirmation from the logistics department regarding Mr. Blue's identity and location, the Egg's trust in Rimuru surged exponentially. Simultaneously, Rimuru's value in the Egg's eyes multiplied dramatically. Gaining control over Rimuru equated to possessing a prophet, which heightened the Egg's regard for him, as well as his caution. Since Rimuru dared to reveal the identity of a prophet, he undoubtedly possessed substantial confidence. Any misstep, impulsive action, or rash decision could jeopardize the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Rimuru, potentially leading to a complete fallout. This is something that Nick Fury would categorically not allow. Remarkably, Nick Fury harbored no animosity towards this. In fact, he admired it. Possessing strength and knowing how to wield it for personal gain is a hallmark of maturity, which inherently minimizes trouble and garners respect. This revelation prompted the Egg to reassess the information that Black Widow had brought back after her initial encounter with Rimuru. Contemplating this, the Egg could not help but gaze out at the sun, its piercing rays sending a chill down his spine. Could the sun truly age so rapidly? Reflecting on Rimuru's mention of the Battle of New York intensified the Egg's sense of urgency. He began to deliberate further on the feasibility of involving Rimuru in the Avengers initiative. Little did Rimuru know that her deceptive maneuver had inadvertently ensnared herself as well. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is an international organization, it is fundamentally under the control of the United States. In recent years, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s position has become increasingly precarious, with various nations on the Council eager to intervene, much to the Egg's chagrin. Consequently, the Council has publicly questioned the necessity of S.H.I.E.L.D. on multiple occasions, repeatedly threatening budget cuts. Were it not for the Egg's adeptness, S.H. might have long lost its independence. Nevertheless, the pressure on the egg continues to mount. He must achieve substantial results to demonstrate to the Council that SHIELD's existence is warranted. The taxpayers' money must not have been squandered. This situation presents an exceptional opportunity to validate SHIELD. After all, General Ross has not only squandered resources in his pursuit of the Hulk, but has also incurred significant casualties. The public, Congress, and even the military have grown dissatisfied with Ross. If successful, SHIELD could finally hold its head high, allowing the egg to confront the bureaucrats of the council with tangible results. Without the military's dismal performance, how could SHIELD demonstrate its astuteness? The egg harbors no qualms about potentially sacrificing General Ross, even if it might jeopardize his political career. After all, has not General Ross failed time and again? This is a world where failures abound. No matter how poor the performance, it could hardly be worse than that of General Ross. Indeed, whether in success or failure, General Ross would be left to face the consequences. After all, he has been the principal figure in the pursuit of the Hulk and has failed repeatedly. Were it not for the insurmountable challenge that capturing the Hulk presents, countless individuals would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to cast General Ross aside and take his place. The logistics department's information was suppressed by the egg, and plans to discreetly contact Banner rapidly took shape, leading to the frequent mobilization of numerous agents. Unbeknownst to the egg, SHIELD is also known as Hydra's shield. Just as the egg was filled with ambition, agents affiliated with Hydra were quietly forming alliances. Particularly with Pierce, the master manipulator wielding maximum authority, the egg's seemingly foolproof plan had already been infiltrated and rendered ineffective. Crossbones remarked, "Director Pierce, what should we do? We have witnessed Hulk's formidable combat prowess, and if he is successfully recruited by Nick Fury, will our plans ever see success?" The resolute Hill also nodded in agreement. Notions of glorious missions or restoring Hydra held no appeal for him. Unlike the fervent idealists, Hill, of Indian descent, merely wished to remain a quiet agent. Whether it be Hydra or SHIELD, he preferred to stay uninvolved. However, with Crossbones voicing his concerns, failing to express his stance would seem disloyal. Thus, he merely nodded in agreement, minimizing risk while maximizing potential gains, an opportunity not to be missed. Consequently, he casually nodded along, familiarizing himself with the situation. As a former director, Pierce possessed knowledge beyond that of the average agent. The Avengers initiative, a closely guarded secret to most agents, bore no such mystery for Director Pierce. Nick Fury, as the head of SHIELD, was already overseeing all agents. Yet he sought to form a clandestine team. This was decidedly worrisome. Pierce even suspected that Nick Fury might have unearthed certain truths. Undoubtedly, the enemy's objective was clear: to sabotage any efforts. There was no need for direct intervention. If General Ross were to discover that Nick Fury had concealed vital intelligence from him while planning to independently recruit the Hulk, his reaction would surely be quite entertaining. Crossbones chuckled darkly. As a staunch loyalist of Hydra, Pierce's strategy was utterly to his liking. This task would be entrusted to Agent Hill. Pierce cast a glance at the bald agent and casually remarked. Hill inhaled sharply, his scalp prickling, yet he steeled himself to accept the assignment. In the hierarchy of power, junior agents wield little authority. Thus, the plan was set in motion, and soon, information regarding Banner found its way to General Ross's desk. Chapter 51, The Recruitment of the Hulk. As a general, Ross prided himself on his personal conduct, having mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Nevertheless, Nick Fury's unexpected betrayal ignited a flurry of curses, causing him to pound his desk in frustration. The Hulk is my quarry. If I cannot succeed, then neither shall anyone else. After 2 years of relentless pursuit, fraught with failure after failure, and enduring the relentless scrutiny of the military, Congress, and the public, Ross had come to regard the Hulk as a coveted prize. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his career was now intricately tied to the fate of the Hulk. To say he was nurturing a dangerous obsession would not be far from the truth. Despite his repeated failures and the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Hulk, these setbacks only served to reinforce his conviction in the righteousness of his cause. The might of the Hulk is extraordinarily formidable. The military has a pressing need for him, and the prospect of capturing the Hulk is exceedingly promising. Prior to his transformation into a monster, Banner was his prospective son-in-law, and no one understands his character and talents better than he does. If SHIELD were to successfully coax him into submission through gentle means. The likelihood of success would be immensely high, indeed, exceedingly high. This is something Ross will never permit. Without comparison, there can be no harm. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to effortlessly bring the Hulk to heel, then what would his expenditure of several $billion and the countless soldiers who perished at the hands of the Hulk amount to? A joke? Absolutely not. He will never allow such an occurrence. Summon Lieutenant Blonsky at once. Indeed, Lieutenant Blonsky, who is destined to become the Abomination, is a veteran in his 40s with an extreme reverence for personal strength. Yet, regrettably, time is unkind, and at such an advanced age, his combat capabilities have inevitably begun to decline. This is something he cannot accept. While pursuing the Green Giant in Brazil, he witnessed the immense power of the Hulk, which only intensified his thirst for strength. General Ross recognized this yearning in Blonsky and lured him into accepting the injection of a diluted version of the super soldier serum. The successful case of Captain America has kept the military's hopes alive regarding the development of the super soldier serum. Unfortunately, they have never succeeded. This truncated version is severely flawed and ultimately had to be shelved. If Captain America, after receiving the serum, had his inherent goodness magnified infinitely, Blonsky, conversely, found his inner malevolence exponentially amplified by this flawed serum. Especially his insatiable thirst for power drove him into a frenzy, eroding his rationality. During the conflict in Forest Park, Blonsky unleashed himself, deliberately provoking the Hulk, only to be taught a harsh lesson by a single kick from the Hulk, resulting in ruptured organs and shattering fractures throughout his body. For an ordinary person, such injuries would likely lead to permanent paralysis or a vegetative state. Yet, astonishingly, Blonsky recovered completely in less than a day, further magnifying the darkness within him and intensifying his covetousness for the Hulk's strength. Alas, General Ross remains oblivious to this fact. He possesses an unwarranted confidence in his control over his subordinates. Blonsky soon arrived, and upon learning of the Hulk's location, he became exhilarated. Meanwhile, as General Ross raced against time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not lagging behind. Bruce Banner and Betty had barely arrived at Gibbons Academy when Natasha, fully armed and secretly orchestrating heavy protection, initiated her first intimate encounter with Banner. Today, Natasha donned a floral long dress, her hair cascading down, exuding an aura of innocence and sweetness, resembling a gentle schoolgirl rather than a spy capable of snapping a robust man's neck in an instant. One cannot deny the wisdom in the words of Zhang Wuji's mother. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she tends to be. Mr. Bruce Banner and Miss Betty Ross, it is a pleasure to meet you, Natasha began, prompting both Banner and Betty to adopt a cautious demeanor. However, Natasha's enchanting appearance did not provoke any extreme reactions from them. Who are you? Banner inquired. Raising her hands, Natasha replied, I am an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I am here to speak with you, Agent. The mere mention of this term caused Banner and Betty's pupils to constrict, nearly prompting them to flee. Relax, relax. If I intended to harm you, I wouldn't have come alone, Natasha reassured them, maintaining her hands raised and even taking a few steps back to convey her goodwill, indicating she bore no malice. Just you? Banner and Betty glanced around, and upon finding no suspicious figures, their tension began to ease. Men tend to exhibit more patience towards beautiful women, although Banner remained wary of Natasha. Her demeanor as a seemingly vulnerable woman provided him with a sense of security. Once they established a basic mutual trust, Natasha began to elaborate on her identity as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and her purpose for visiting. What division? Banner and Betty were somewhat bewildered. They had never even heard of this division. Natasha, however, remained patient, carefully explaining the structure and functions of S.H.I.E.L.D. After her explanation, they began to grasp a rudimentary understanding of the organization. Upon learning that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s logistics department had located him through their encrypted network, Banner was taken aback and greatly surprised by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities. The ever-cautious Banner had never realized that this encrypted network belonged to a clandestine international organization. He began to trust Natasha's words more than half-heartedly. What? When he discovered that Natasha's intention was to recruit him, Banner was momentarily astonished, questioning whether he had misheard. The past 2 years of hiding had been exceedingly stifling. He, a man with 7 doctoral degrees, should have been able to pursue a professorship at a prestigious university. Instead, he found himself hiding in a Brazilian slum, working as a bottler, a situation too suffocating to bear. Yet, even in that, he lived in constant fear. Not only of the military tracking him down, but also of the monster within him breaking free. Are you not concerned about the other me? Banner queried. About the Hulk? We are aware. Not long ago, he protected Betty, did he not? Natasha replied. Banner rubbed his head, agitated. You don't understand. I can never help but get angry. And when I do, the Hulk emerges. His voice trembled, filled with fear and resentment. Natasha smiled gently. This brief encounter had granted her a clearer understanding of Banner's character. Rimuru was correct. Bruce Banner was indeed a kind and reasonable man. The biases people hold in their hearts can be truly terrifying. Prior to Rimuru's proposal, nearly everyone's attitude towards the Hulk revolved around capture and combat. Few had the audacity to consider recruiting him. You're striving to control him, aren't you? For the past 2 years, you have been managing your emotions. Every time you lose control, it has been forced upon you by General Ross, has it not? Natasha inquired. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Banner was stirred, his eyes glistening with moisture. At last, did the officials begin to attempt understanding him? Bruce. Betty's eyes sparkled with unshed tears, struggling to contain her emotions. The Gamma incident had inflicted suffering not only on Banner but also on Betty, who found herself torn between her father and her beloved. The agony was unimaginable. She had previously been unaware of the torment Banner had endured over the past 2 years, but their brief days of shared escape had illuminated her understanding. Betty. Banner grasped her hand, overwhelmed with emotion, causing his watch to beep incessantly. He had to take a deep breath to calm himself. Natasha felt a wave of tension as she observed Banner successfully regain control of his emotions, quietly exhaling in relief. This provided Natasha with a new insight into Banner's emotional control. Perhaps recruiting him was indeed feasible. Banner, feeling restless, remarked, You see, my emotions are incredibly unstable. I cannot afford to be overly angry, excited, or agitated. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. still wish to recruit me? Extending her delicate hand and smiling warmly. Natasha replied, Of course. Banner, exhilarated, slowly extended his hand, perhaps due to his excitement. His palms were clammy with sweat. He anxiously wiped his hands on his clothing before extending his hand once more. At last, a man and a woman, one black and one white, clasped their hands together with a firm grip. Success. In that fleeting moment, not only Natasha but even the ever-watchful Egg, along with numerous agents, found it hard to contain their emotions. However, before the smiles could fade from their faces, they were abruptly met with the horrifying sight of Banner's head exploding, blood splattering across Natasha and Betty's faces. The two women could only watch in disbelief as the wounded Banner collapsed before them. Chapter 52, The Hulk's Rampage. The drastic turn of events was too sudden. Just a moment ago, everyone had been celebrating their success in bringing Banner into S.H.I.E.L.D. And the next, they watched in shock as he was shot in the head, falling before their very eyes. They could even see the smile that lingered on Banner's face. A stark slap in the face to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a loud clap resonated as Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table, his expression dark and menacing. Team A, move out immediately. Find that gunman. We do not accept the surrender of terrorists. Fury's words directly classified the perpetrator as a murderer and a terrorist, and his refusal to accept surrender spoke volumes of his fury. Understood. On site, the agents of Team A sprang into action, fully aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not tolerate the capitulation of terrorists. In other words, they were to locate the mastermind and eliminate him on the spot. Without needing exhorters, they were already brimming with determination. Recruiting the Hulk was a dangerously high-stakes task, one that could cost them their lives at any moment. Yet, high risks often heralded high rewards. Upon successful completion of the mission, they might even earn a distinguished commendation, leading to promotions and wealth. It would have been one thing if there was no hope for success, but just as the mission was nearing its completion, someone had audaciously intervened, blocking their path to success. To obstruct one's means of livelihood is akin to killing one's parents, and at this moment, every member of the Special Operations team felt their anger surge. As the agents conducted a thorough search, Nick Fury's expression suddenly shifted. Agent Norman, retreat immediately. Withdraw. Fury reacted swiftly, ordering Natasha to pull back. Unlike the reasonable Banner, the Hulk, when enraged, incited fear even in Banner himself. But it was already too late. With a thunderous roar, the recently shot Banner's body began to swell, rapidly transforming into a hulking mass of green muscle, his shoes, socks, and shirt bursting apart, leaving only his trousers intact. At Gibbon Academy, chaos erupted as students and faculty alike were thrown into disarray at the sound of gunfire. The sudden appearance of the green monstrosity sent the pandemonium into a frenzy, with countless individuals screaming and fleeing. In the face of death, who cared for order or traffic rules? Pushing, trampling, and accidents ensued, leaving the entire academy in disarray. Roar! The Hulk bellowed at Natasha, the sound echoing like a tempest, causing her dress to flutter violently and making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Confronted by the Hulk, Natasha found herself momentarily dazed, her mind racing and her body frozen in place. Until one faced the Hulk, one could never truly comprehend his terrifying nature. With an overwhelming height, explosive muscles, and an intimidating visage, the Hulk wielded an almost primal force that crushed everything in his path. Though Banner had fought to suppress the Hulk's existence for over 2 years, the creature's intellect remained tragically low. He was akin to a volatile infant, driven solely by instinct and an insatiable desire for destruction. The agony of that gunshot rang in the Hulk's mind, and at that moment, all he could think of was destruction, destroying everything in sight. Upon seeing Natasha, the Hulk's simple mind immediately concluded that she had deceived him. In his eyes, there was no concept of mercy. Without hesitation, he swung his fist toward Natasha. The fist loomed larger in her vision, the weight of impending doom pressing down upon her like a vice. Yet, as a seasoned agent, Natasha's agility proved remarkable. Even in her moment of paralysis, she managed to roll away at the last second, narrowly avoiding the Hulk's fist. Boom! The Hulk's punch missed its mark, crashing into the wall behind Natasha and sending bricks flying as dust filled the air. Run! Regaining her senses, Natasha sprinted down the narrow corridor, not daring to look back as the Hulk pursued her relentlessly. The corridor quickly fell to ruin, with the Hulk barreling through like a high-speed, out-of-control tank, demolishing everything in his path. Everything transpired far too swiftly. While the Hulk relentlessly chased Natasha, Betty finally snapped out of her shock from witnessing Banner's headshot. Seeing the Hulk relentlessly pursue Natasha, demolishing everything in his wake, Betty shouted repeatedly for Bruce, hoping to awaken Banner's consciousness once more. But how could the furious Banner's rage subside so easily? The fact that he could maintain a flicker of rationality, refraining from directing his fists at Betty, was already a monumental feat. The frenzied chase continued, with Natasha shifting between being a skilled sprinter and a champion escape artist, teetering on the brink of life and death with every narrow dodge. Meanwhile, Nick Fury decisively commanded Team B to mobilize, seeking ways to support Natasha. Yet, even with the best agents at their disposal, assistance could not be summoned at a moment's notice. Natasha had escaped into the academy, distancing herself further from Team B's position. Faced with the Hulk, without a proper vantage point for engagement, no agent would recklessly charge in. Ultimately, whether Natasha would survive to enjoy her life or perish at the hands of the Hulk rested solely upon her fate. Amid Natasha's desperate flight, the very soldier who had shot Banner, Blonsky, received new orders. Soldier, well done. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents are heading towards your ambush position. You must evacuate immediately. As Blonsky retreated, he responded through his earpiece. Received. I have successfully lured the Hulk out. I request immediate action to initiate the follow-up plan for capturing him. General Ross, that's not urgent. I have another crucial task for you. Ross proceeded to inform Blonsky of Mr. Blue's identity and ordered him to proceed to the academy to apprehend Mr. Blue, seizing Banner's blood samples and all research data. Initially displeased with Ross's decision to prevent him from capturing the Hulk, Blonsky's interest peaked upon hearing about Mr. Blue's possession of Hulk's blood samples and research data. After 2 consecutive injections of the super soldier serum, Blonsky was already craving more. I understand, General. I will bring you Hulk's blood and strength. Blonsky licked his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Good, 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 Blonsky. You truly are my most exceptional soldier. Go forth and execute your mission. After hanging up, General Ross felt a sense of satisfaction. The S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents had been thoroughly bested by the Hulk. The recruitment plan lay in ruins, and all research data in Mr. Blue's possession remained firmly within his grasp. Everything was progressing favorably, and General Ross reveled in the chaos before him, finding it a beautiful spectacle. At the Long Island Villa, upon hearing from Aya about the Hulk's rampage and his relentless pursuit of Natasha, Rimuru exclaimed, "What the hell?" Without a moment's hesitation, she donned the Wind God too and soared towards Gibbon Academy. When asked for a reason, she had none. What need was there for reason to save a life? Chapter 53, Rimuru vs. the Hulk. The more elusive his target became, The greater Hulk's fury intensified. With each surge of anger, his physical attributes soared to unprecedented heights. Strictly speaking, Hulk's system of rage-induced enhancement far surpassed the ultimate ability of the Barbarian King in League of Legends by a staggering margin. While the Barbarian King has a defined limit and, even in his invincible state, only lasts 5 seconds as a true man, Hulk's system knows no bounds. Nor does it suffer from a lack of energy or stamina. His recovery rate is so rapid that it borders on despair. Natasha, known as the Black Widow, was one of the rare 10th-level agents, renowned within SHIELD. Among her fellow agents, she was regarded as an untouchable leader, the very embodiment of a superhuman. Yet at this moment, Natasha found herself in a dire predicament. In the relentless chase and escape, while Hulk grew increasingly formidable, Natasha, burdened by the rapid depletion of her stamina, became progressively weaker. As the disparity between their strengths widened, the pressure of her escape escalated. With a thunderous roar, Hulk struck down upon a stone pillar, shattering it as if it were mere tofu. His strength was nothing short of overwhelming. The debris he flung aside resembled cannonballs, hurtling towards Natasha amidst a cacophony of explosions. Utilizing her animalistic instincts, Natasha managed to evade a significant portion of the rubble. Yet her right leg was tragically grazed by a fragment. With a sickening crunch, her leg fractured, blood gushing forth as she collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Am I to meet my end? As Hulk approached menacingly, Natasha let out a bitter smile. As an agent, reaching her current age was already a stroke of fortune. She had often fantasized about death, envisioning scenarios of mission failures leading to her demise at the hands of gunfire. Or perhaps being captured and resorting to suicide by poison concealed in her teeth. Even the thought of a failed suicide, leading to a torturous death at the hands of enemies, had crossed her mind. Yet, she never imagined her death would come at the hands of a green monstrosity named Hulk. Curiously, the image that flooded her mind was that of Rimuru. Without that little rascal Rimuru, she would have never taken on such a perilous mission. Strangely, she found it impossible to harbor resentment towards him for the predicament she found herself in. Perhaps it was simply the fate of an agent. This conclusion is not so bad. As she beheld Hulk leap over 10 meters into the air, towering above her and hurtling downwards, a sense of relief washed over Natasha. But in that instant, her eyes widened in shock. Hulk's body suddenly veered sideways mid-air, akin to a cannonball, and was thrust away with incredible force. The sheer magnitude of this unexpected power was staggering. Hulk tumbled across the ground, rolling over and over, causing devastation to the many structures beneath him. What? As they beheld the figure suspended in mid-air, still poised to deliver a powerful blow, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. Had Hulk truly just been struck down? The sheer magnitude of Hulk's earlier display of strength had left everyone awestruck. Even if it was a sneak attack, the sheer weight he carried was undeniable. How could this colossal giant be sent flying by a single punch from the silver-armored god of war? Is such immense power truly possible in a suit of armor? And from where did this heavy combat mech originate? The design bore a resemblance to the wind god, but was it truly that robust and imposing? Could it be that the enigmatic silver-armored god of war had upgraded the wind god from its first to second iteration? Oh my god, has this world changed so rapidly? Not only were the bewildered faces of General Ross and others who knew nothing of Rimuru evident, but even the high-ranking officials of SHIELD, who prided themselves on their knowledge of Rimuru, were left in shock. Nick Fury's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Could this be the future black technology of a parallel universe Earth? If there were 100 wind gods, what need would he have for the Avengers? With a clang, Rimuru descended from the skies, executing a classic landing pose before Natasha. The helmet automatically retracted, revealing Rimuru's adorable, youthful, and earnest visage. A vial of recovery potion was tossed towards Natasha. Sister Natasha, Hulk is coming. Evacuate the civilians and tend to the injured. I'll handle the rest. Without further ado, Rimuru stood and charged towards Hulk, not once looking back. As Natasha observed Rimuru's retreating figure, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. At that moment, she couldn't help but acknowledge how incredibly gallant Rimuru appeared, clad in armor and resolutely advancing towards a formidable foe. As she felt the pain in her leg dissipate, the injury healed completely, leaving no trace behind. Natasha's eyes sparkled even more vibrantly. Little Rimuru, just how many secrets do you harbor? You certainly pique my curiosity. It must be said, powerful and enigmatic individuals, regardless of gender, possess an irresistible charm. However, Natasha was still Natasha. Once she regained her composure, she promptly began directing operations over SHIELD's communication channels. evacuating civilians, attending to the injured, and intimidating the media to refrain from indiscriminate filming became her forte. Meanwhile, the fierce confrontation between Rimuru and Hulk raged on. Hulk, we are not enemies. Rimuru utilized his telepathic abilities to continuously communicate with Hulk, attempting to soothe his agitation, but Hulk held on to grudges tightly. Compared to Rimuru's attempts at placation, what remained etched in Hulk's memory was the shameful sneak attack that had left him in considerable pain. Hulk. With a bellow, Hulk charged fiercely towards Rimuru. The sheer weight of his presence was monumental. Each step he took reverberated through the ground, leaving deep imprints in his wake. Faced with Hulk's onslaught, Rimuru did not falter. He too wished to ascertain the effectiveness of his anti-Hulk wind god, harnessing multiple protective barriers. Rimuru maneuvered the wind god at breakneck speed while fortifying its exterior with layer upon layer of enchantments. Unlike Tony Stark, who could afford to be reckless, Rimuru was determined not to let his creation be reduced to rubble by the end of this battle. Consequently, he reinforced it with 20 layers of barriers, creating a defense that bordered on insanity. Boom. Rimuru and Hulk collided with the force of two speeding trains, the impact generating a cataclysmic energy storm akin to the explosion of a massive TNT bomb. Bang! The energy tempest surged forth, whipping up a violent gale that uprooted trees and sent nearby drones tumbling. Even Natasha, positioned at a distance, was caught off guard. The wind caught her long skirt, prompting her to instinctively adopt the classic pose of Marilyn Monroe. Heavens! The astonished onlookers, including Nick Fury, General Ross, Pierce, and various hidden powerful figures, were left wide-eyed. Could this silver-armored god of war truly stand toe-to-toe with Hulk? It was well known that Hulk could dismantle armored vehicles as easily as toys. Who is this silver-armored god of war? This is beyond impressive. All the men present, regardless of age, were stirred by Rimuru's performance, their blood boiling with excitement. True men ought to confront Hulk head-on. What a spectacle! Chapter 54, Tony's Shock. The scene rewinds 5 minutes earlier. At his coastal villa, Tony Stark emerged from his office, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes. Though he was arrogant and self-assured, his intellect was undeniably sharp. After a brief exchange with Rimuru, Tony Stark gleaned a considerable understanding of the wind god, especially with the advent of the new elemental reactor, which opened his eyes to unprecedented possibilities. Naturally, this revelation heightened Tony's sense of urgency. The energy capacity and efficiency of the new elemental reactor were far beyond that of the palladium reactor. If Rimuru could develop a new elemental reactor, then her wind god was undoubtedly formidable as well. This upcoming duel could very well lead to his downfall, a prospect Tony Stark could not abide. Consequently, he plunged into his laboratory, dedicating himself to a comprehensive overhaul and upgrade of the newly birthed Mark IV, which had yet to be revealed to the public. This transformation took nearly half a month, but the results were exceptionally gratifying. The upgraded Mark IV showcased a holistic enhancement in all aspects of its capabilities. Unless new materials were utilized or a new technological revolution emerged, Tony was confident his Mark IV would remain relevant. Eagerly, he anticipated another confrontation with Rimuru's wind god. The notion that the wind god could surpass the Mark IV was one he vehemently rejected. He intended to make Rimuru swallow those words whole. Jarvis, he commanded, hack into the military satellites, adjust the frame rate, and transmit the video to me. As you wish, sir. Moments later, the live feed from Gabon Academy materialized before Tony Stark. Impressive. As a connoisseur of machinery, the instant he beheld Rimuru's second-generation wind god, Tony was captivated. The lines of the wind god were exquisitely fluid, and the integration of its modules was seamless, exuding a harmonious beauty reminiscent of the golden ratio that left Tony in awe. While the average person might admire the wind god for its aesthetic appeal, Tony, with his discerning eye, recognized the craftsmanship and ingenuity behind Rimuru's mech design. Despite Rimuru's notoriously abrasive personality and lack of scruples, it was undeniable that he possessed extraordinary talent in mech design, almost rivaling Tony himself. Sir, your capacity for admiration is truly expansive, Jarvis remarked. Should outsiders learn of this, your friendship may very well become legendary. As Hulk charged towards the wind god, Rimuru opted not for a kite strategy, but rather confronted him head-on. Tony facepalmed, pondering whether this was sheer foolishness. Hulk's massive form was capable of dismantling helicopters with ease. After just one exchange, the titanium alloy could very well deform, leading to catastrophic damage to the wind god and a significant decline in its performance. Damn it, why hasn't Rimuru deployed an energy cannon? Could it be that he hasn't equipped any energy weapon? But in the next instant, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "This defies logic. Rimuru's wind god was constructed from materials he had provided, and no one understood the armor's resilience better than he did. The sheer kinetic energy generated by such a violent clash was equivalent to that of a TNT explosion. Yet, bafflingly, Rimuru's armor exhibited no damage whatsoever. In that moment, Tony felt an unsettling sensation, as if countless scientists were rising from their graves in disbelief. How could this be? It was utterly absurd. To initiate an energy storm, the impact must reach in. Under such immense force, the titanium alloy's strength should be insufficient. How was the wind god achieving this? It was entirely illogical. Tony instinctively raked his fingers through his dark hair, only to find a handful pulled out. As someone already grappling with early signs of hair loss, this caused him to grimace. Could it be that the laws of physics do not apply to Rimuru? He watched as Rimuru maneuvered the wind god with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly dodging Hulk's powerful punches and appearing at Hulk's side. What? He avoided Hulk's charge with just a few steps? Tony felt a dryness in his mouth. How could a mech perform so exceptionally? What did that make his own mech, which required significant repositioning? Then, Tony witnessed an astonishing move. Rimuru, now beside Hulk, lunged forward with a swift, precise strike aimed at Hulk's kidneys. Ouch! The attack was so rapid and brutal that even Hulk, known for his impenetrable defenses, let out a pained cry. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, inexplicably feeling a sharp pain in his own kidneys. Who strikes directly at the kidneys in a fight? That's just cruel. Tony's perception of Rimuru's scruples had shifted dramatically. On the screen, the cataclysmic battle raged on. Hulk, enraged by the kidney strike, was pushed to his limits. Despite his youth and some intellectual shortcomings, he was still a man, driven by primal instincts to unleash his fury. Hulk seized a nearby tree, uprooted it with both hands, and let out a furious roar, preparing to wield it as a weapon. Tony's eyes widened in shock. Wait, the Hulk can use weapons? What a revelation. But then, he witnessed something even more astonishing. Hulk swung the tree with ferocity, yet Rimuru darted around it like a gust of wind. Time and again, he narrowly evaded the tree's impact. If it had happened once or twice, it could be dismissed, but this was becoming too uncanny. Was this what they called footwork? Tony recalled childhood memories of watching Chinese martial arts films, which he had found amusing but not particularly appealing. The exaggerated feats of agility defied the laws of physics and were utterly implausible. Yet, at this moment, Tony's mind was in turmoil. Could it be that the mystical East truly possessed secrets of such agility? Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted once more. Rimuru seized an opportunity, effortlessly toppling Hulk and the tree together. With a decisive leap, he landed heavily atop Hulk, unleashing a flurry of punches to Hulk's face, chanting, "Sleep, sleep, sleep." Tony Stark was utterly enthralled by Rimuru's display of skill. This was precisely the kind of audacious maneuver he relished, and even as an observer, he felt a thrill coursing through him. The only disappointment was that such masterful execution was not his own. Such is the lament of life. Chapter 55, A Celestial Duel. As Rimuru continued to pummel Hulk into submission, the latter's pent-up rage surged to new heights, augmenting his strength yet again. Hulk delivered a sudden, powerful blow that sent the wind god hurtling away. Boom! The wind god rocketed through the air like a cannonball, crashing into a building and demolishing several walls, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. It was as if a divine hand had struck, leaving the wind god feeling hollowed out. Fortunately, Natasha had effectively managed the evacuation, or else countless innocent civilians would have borne the brunt of that disastrous impact. Amidst the swirling dust, Rimuru rose from the rubble, shaking his head in disbelief. Hulk truly was a force to be reckoned with. That last punch had been extraordinarily potent. With a single punch, she shattered nearly 20 layers of barrier. Were it not for Hulk's thick, raven hair, Rimuru might have even doubted whether he would send both her and the wind god flying into a grand finale with that blow. Determined, Rimuru reinforced her barriers to 50 layers. Each additional layer exponentially increased the difficulty and geometrically augmented the consumption of magical energy. However, with the proud dragon residing within her, an almost infinite source of magical energy, she found herself lacking for nothing in that regard. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, as she recklessly expended her magical energy, she appeared to the sorcerers as a beacon of light, radiating signals outward. This was particularly apparent to Baron Modu, who had specifically come from Kamartaj. At the moment Rimuru was pouring vast amounts of magical energy into her barriers, the enraged Hulk charged at her once more. Hulk possessed no particular combat skills. In fact, one might say he had none at all. Any martial arts master witnessing his style would undoubtedly deem it worthless. Yet, with his tough skin and overwhelming strength, coupled with surprising speed, what need had he for finesse? His approach was simple, brute force. As Rimuru completed her barrier enhancements, she activated the boosters set on her arms and back, unleashing their full power. With a swift step forward, she delivered a punch to Hulk's abdomen. Catching him off guard, his body bent like a shrimp, and he was sent flying. Hulk's massive form rolled across the ground, creating crater after crater with each impact. The onlookers, witnessing this titanic clash, were left agape, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit a watermelon. This was truly a battle of deities. While they were astonished by Hulk's ferocity, they were even more captivated by the extraordinary combat prowess of the Wind God too. Hulk was unique, almost impossible to replicate. However, the Wind God 2 was a different matter. It was a mecha, a product of technology, and with the right knowledge, it could be mass-produced. Both the military and SHIELD eyed humanoid mechas with increasing eagerness. Meanwhile, the true mecha goddess, Nini, was left utterly flabbergasted. WTF. This defies logic. The Wind Goddess armor should have been torn to shreds by Hulk by now, yet it remains steadfast and even dominates Hulk. This must be cheating. J.A.R.VIS. Sir, I detect that the exterior of the Wind God is enveloped in multiple layers of mysterious, unknown energy, possibly an energy shield. A simulated data model appeared before Tony Stark, allowing him to see that the armor was covered in what resembled layers of eggshell-like energy shields. What? Tony Stark could hardly believe it. Energy shields were not a concept he had neglected. He had designed countless energy models, yet none had succeeded. Had Rimuru truly achieved such black technology? His failures were overshadowed by her success, instilling within him an unshakable sense of defeat. Undoubtedly, in this contest, his mark had once again fallen short against the Wind God. J.A.R.VIS. Make a note to prioritize research on the energy shield. Also, design an anti-Hulk armor and an anti-Wind God armor. At once, sir. The intensity of their battle was monumental. Buildings crumbled, trees uprooted, cars were hurled like cannonballs, and statues became makeshift projectiles. Anything within reach was wielded as a weapon. Within mere minutes, the esteemed Gabon Academy, with its century-long history, was reduced to ruins by the demolition duo of Rimuru and Hulk. Yet, Rimuru was troubled. Hulk was only growing stronger. She felt a sense of dread wash over her. Despite her repeated reinforcement of the barriers, the Wind God too sustained considerable damage, its mecha torn asunder. Was being dismantled the fate of all mechas? Rimuru felt a pang of anguish that left her breathless. Black flame thunder. Boom. Rimuru's palm erupted with surging black lightning. Its brilliance so radiant that it momentarily eclipsed the very sky, rendering the sun dim. The surging black lightning became the singular source of illumination. Roar. Hulk instinctively sensed the threat, yet fear was an alien concept to him. With a stubborn resolve, he charged at Rimuru. Fast, fast, bang. Boom. As the black flame thunder struck Hulk, the ensuing devastation left him scorched and battered. Unlike previous attacks, black flame thunder was a magical assault, even for Rimuru. It was a trump card of terrifying power. The magical energy surged, vast and boundless, akin to the detonation of a mushroom bomb, creating a miniature sun that blinded all around. What kind of weapon was this? Was it the Silver Armor God's secret weapon? Those watching felt parched and speechless, at a loss for words to describe the overwhelming emotions swelling within them. The Silver Armor God had delivered an unprecedented shock, leaving them almost numb. Only the egg seemed unfazed, wearing an expression of as expected, yet even that was overwhelmingly intense. The egg sighed in relief. Grateful that he had advocated for peaceful engagement with Rimuru, had he charged in recklessly, countless SHIELD agents would have found themselves 6 feet under. As the brilliance faded, all present gasped in unison. At Gabon Academy, a chasm spanning 100 meters and plunging 10 meters deep had formed. Hulk lay motionless, bloodied and battered, with gaping wounds revealing stark, white bones in several places. He appeared to have been knocked unconscious by the devastating attack. The Silver Armor God stood beside him, severely damaged, nearly unrecognizable as a complete suit of armor. Yet this did nothing to diminish the towering image of the Silver Armor God in the eyes of the onlookers. He was formidable, the only being on Earth to have faced Hulk directly and emerged victorious. Unbeknownst to all, Rimuru looked down at the unconscious, bloodied, and pitiful Hulk, sticking out her small tongue. Her use of the ultimate move, Black Flame Thunder, was purely to halt Hulk's path of destruction. There was absolutely no intention of vengeance for the damage he inflicted on her Wind God too. None whatsoever. Believe it or not, she was convinced of it. Chapter 56. Betty is amazing. In the depths of the 100-meter pit, black smoke swirled, and remnants of electrical sparks flickered, occasionally igniting secondary explosions. It appeared eerily mysterious and terrifying, wholly unlike damage caused by conventional weaponry. This left many military officials with reddened eyes, contemplating the immense power of such a weapon. If only it were in their hands. As they pondered this, many high-ranking officers found their breaths quickening and their hearts racing. However, upon witnessing the mangled and terrifying wind god, they felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them. The silver armor god was a fierce individual capable of standing toe-to-toe with Hulk. Surely, acquiring his technology would not be so simple. Not long ago, they had exerted significant pressure on Nick Fury, only to be rebuffed. What kind of sorcery had Fury conjured to gain the support of the Security Council? It was utterly baffling. Yet, such a military asset could not rest in the hands of an unidentified private entity. The military had to seize control of humanoid mecha technology. There was no alternative. In the aftermath, they would press Nick Fury to the limits, demanding the true identity of the silver armor god. If one or two generals cannot suffice, then the entire military shall mobilize. If the military's will proves inadequate, we shall enlist the cooperation of Congress. Should that still fall short, we will rally all citizens. Before the resplendent will of the nation, any dissent shall be utterly crushed. Even the wealthiest, Tony Stark, cannot withstand it. The only force that can contend with the will of the nation is the will of the nation itself. As the unconscious Banner slowly regained consciousness, his eyes fell upon the battered form of the wind god. Instinctively, he recoiled, transforming into the Hulk, while Banner's consciousness remained hazy, as if he were caught in a dream, barely able to recall the events that transpired. Yet, certain vividly ingrained impressions lingered. He remembered that very metal mass before him had inflicted excruciating pain upon him. The inexperienced often fear not, until they are battered by the harsh realities of society. For example, being ruthlessly struck by a certain bald, purple-skinned fiend. Evidently, at this moment, the Hulk remained blissfully unaware of fear. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, Banner's heart rate surged uncontrollably. No, no, no. He engaged in deep breathing, striving to quell his emotions and prevent the Hulk from surfacing once more. Each manifestation of the Hulk was not merely a nightmare for others, but a harrowing ordeal for Banner himself. The frustration of failing to control his emotions, coupled with the guilt for the devastation he caused, threatened to drive him into madness. Rimuru was equally taken aback. Should the Hulk rear his head again, even the Black Flame Thunder might prove ineffective. She feared she might have to resort to her ultimate weapon, the Predator. When it comes to trump cards, the more clandestine, the better. Clang. The metallic covering atop Rimuru's head lifted, revealing her adorably beautiful face, so charming it bordered on the extraordinary. Hulk, please remain calm. I am not inclined to engage you in combat at this moment. If possible, I would actually love to befriend you. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Banner was taken aback. Befriending the Hulk? Surely, he had misheard. Who in the world did not regard the Hulk as a monster to be avoided? Moreover, what on earth did it mean to befriend the Hulk? Shouldn't it be about befriending Bruce Banner instead? Only then did Banner realize Rimuru's enchanting visage, and his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. The invincible powerhouse who commanded the wind god and had just pummeled the Hulk into submission was an adorably charming girl. What nonsense was this? The Hulk, lacking in intellect and not yet transformed, could barely comprehend Rimuru's words. Nevertheless, her goodwill managed to penetrate through to Banner, at least preventing further deterioration. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Banner knelt on the ground, cross-legged, striving to calm his racing heart. Minutes later, Bruce Banner exhaled a long breath, akin to emerging victorious from a perilous battle. He felt a mix of relief, joy, and bitterness. With a complex expression, he gazed at Rimuru. Befriending the Hulk? Had she truly lost her mind? Rimuru smiled mysteriously, insisting she was not mistaken. The Hulk, in a strict sense, was not a monster. He was simply another version of himself, born more recently, with an immature mind, prone to anger. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Banner's emotions surged. You don't understand. You know nothing. The Hulk is merely a creature that knows only destruction, a beast. He has ruined my life, obliterated everything. All I can do is continue my research until I can completely eradicate him one day. Rimuru chose not to respond further. In any circumstance, delving too deeply into matters too soon was a grave error. Bruce, Bruce. They turned toward the sound to find Betty, bruised and battered, calling out Banner's name while peering over the edge of a large pit. Betty. Banner, overwhelmed with emotion, waved his arms enthusiastically to greet her. Rimuru mused to herself. What else with this sudden display of affection? Showing off love leads to a swift demise. It's no wonder he's being relentlessly pursued by his father-in-law. She had previously thought that Banner was the most unfortunate superhero in the Marvel Universe. She wished she had never said that. Rimuru patted Banner on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Banner, your girlfriend is truly remarkable." Banner nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing. Betty was indeed an extraordinary girl. Rimuru, gazing enviously at the captivating Betty, remarked, "Banner, the moment I laid eyes on Betty, I knew I had to befriend you." Banner felt a surge of excitement. The fact that she was willing to befriend him despite knowing his identity as the Hulk was a rare gift indeed. Yet, there was something oddly off about her words. What did she mean by befriending him at the moment she saw Betty? Rimuru reassured him, "Bruce, you can rest assured and go into hiding. I will take care of Betty for you." At this, Bruce Banner felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly losing control of his emotions and allowing the Hulk to burst forth. "I, Bruce Banner, will never have a friend like you, never. Forever. Furthermore, do not call me Bruce. Our relationship has not yet reached that level of familiarity." Rimuru tugged at Banner's arm, guiding him toward Betty Ross. Although she briefly contemplated striking up a conversation with Betty, Rimuru refrained, adhering to the principle of not encroaching upon a friend's romantic interests. Indeed, Rimuru's integrity was commendably high. She had merely jested. She held no intention of undermining anyone's relationship, truly, more genuine than pure gold. It was time to depart. Rimuru spun gracefully, departing without a backward glance. Her posture and movement exuded an elegance akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. Betty's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Banner seethed, wishing he could chase after Rimuru and deliver a few well-deserved punches. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, shortly after her departure, a fire circle abruptly appeared not far from where the wind god had been, erupting with sparks. Chapter 57, The Unfathomable Rimuru. The circle, showering sparks, emerged quite suddenly. However, the wind god's dazzling performance had drawn everyone's attention, making it impossible to ignore. Countless satellites worldwide locked onto the wind god, hoping to uncover his landing's location and confirm the true identity of the silver-armored war god. Yet, viewers were left astounded as a fire circle materialized in the sky. The wind god entered it and then vanished. Disappeared? Can you believe that? At the Pentagon, various Congress members and generals exchanged bewildered glances. They had just been exhilarated, believing that once they uncovered the silver-armored war god's identity, the day when they could obtain the wind god's armor was not far off. Yet now, after all their efforts, they were presented with this? Search, find him at once. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. I want the silver-armored war god located. Bellowed a hard-nosed general, exuding an aura of iron will. Yes, following his command, the entire nation began to operate at high speed. Various departments communicated frequently, and the air was filled with the sounds of busy telephone calls. At the Pentagon, countless staff members furiously typed away at their computers. In a moment, silence enveloped the room, save for the sound of keyboard clatter reminiscent of raindrops falling. Satellite tracking, Patriot systems, and the world's most advanced scanning technologies were all deployed, even resorting to previously undisclosed methods. However, everyone was left astounded. They could not uncover any clues regarding the wind god. Just moments ago, the wind god had been battling fiercely, yet now it seemed as if he had vanished from the earth itself. Optical invisibility, curvature travel, spatial jumps. If the wind god possessed technologies that were centuries ahead of humanity, what hope was there of finding him? The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, looking as defeated as a pair of vanquished roosters. At this moment, very few individuals were still pressing the silver-armored war god to surrender the mecha technology. Politicians, akin to hounds, revel in the spoils without engaging in the hunt. Yet this does not imply that they are willing to sacrifice their lives for a feast. As for the humanoid mecha technology, was there not a soft target in Tony Stark? The morally upright politicians collectively shifted their extortion focus from the wind god to Stark's mark. Observing everything unfold, the egg-shaped creature wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Goodness, Rimuru is indeed a master of concealment. It appears he possesses profound knowledge of optical invisibility and spatial jumps, keeping such secrets under wraps and treating them as fools. How insidious. It seems that dealings with Rimuru must be approached with utmost caution from now on. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. All he desired was to quietly fulfill his role as director, yet it proved exceedingly difficult. What gifts could he possibly offer someone like Rimuru, who possesses supernatural abilities and excels in technology, to win her favor? Perhaps he should delve into the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. to discover what might impress Rimuru. Not only the egg-shaped creature, but also Pierce and Crossbones, those Hydra elements, exchanged glances, equally astonished. Witnessing the formidable wind god had stirred their interest. Unlike the military personnel, Pierce was well aware of Rimulu's true identity. They had initially contemplated a threat, but Rimulu's deliberate display before departing served to intimidate them. Being regarded as insignificant, while uncomfortable, was undeniably effective. Rimuru is indeed an unfathomable enigma. In a brief exchange of glances, Pierce and Crossbones reached a consensus. A figure like Rimuru, who conceals her depth and likely possesses many hidden cards, is best left undisturbed. As for the humanoid mecha technology, was there not a certain Iron Man? Even a child of 3 would understand who the soft target is in this scenario. As for Tony Stark, he was nearly propelled into the air with disbelief. This is impossible. Today, he had uttered this phrase more times than he could count. Given Tony's status, it was hard to fathom him speaking such irresponsible words. However, everything he had witnessed today was utterly revolutionary to his worldview. While others might not grasp Rimulu's intricacies, Tony was well versed in them. He had engaged in discussions about mecha technology with Rimuru more than once, their expertise being relatively comparable. Although Rimuru often had the upper hand, the disparity could not be as vast as to border on different civilizations. Yet Rimulu's final move, creating a ring of fire and vanishing into thin air, was not merely a spatial jump technique. It was mystifying. How on earth did Rimuru accomplish this? Could it be that the world's most brilliant mind, Tony Stark, was at such a vast disadvantage? Overwhelmed with frustration, Tony found himself in a despondent state. Rimuru was an overwhelmingly formidable opponent. Every time he thought he had caught up, she unveiled a new era-defining technology that left him bruised and battered. At this moment, Tony Stark gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes reflecting a bright melancholy. To have both you and Leon born in the same era. Just then, J.A.R.VIS's voice suddenly broke the silence. Sir, a large-scale riot has erupted at the intersection of Broadway, instigated by a creature resembling the Hulk. The military is currently in retreat. As J.A.R.VIS spoke, he relayed a video of the abomination wreaking havoc on the streets. Upon seeing the putrid yellow creature, Tony Stark's eyes lit up. Fate had intervened. Since the wind god could no longer fight, it was time for Iron Man to shine. Tony Stark raised his right hand to reveal a wristwatch equipped with infrared sensors. With a flamboyant leap reminiscent of a faith-driven ascent, he jumped from the villa. J.A.R.VIS, what are you waiting for? With a beep, the Mark IV flew out of the lab, seamlessly adorning Tony Stark. Just as Stark was mere meters above the ocean's surface, the Mark IV was finally fully equipped. Boom. The Mark IV soared just above the water, creating a tumultuous spray that sent several bikini-clad women shrieking in delight. The thrusters flickered, and the Mark IV traced a graceful arc, piercing through the sky. Tony Stark declared, I am Iron Man, a life not inferior to any. As Tony flew towards Broadway, eager to confront the abomination for a confidence boost, Rimuru found herself plunged into an entirely unfamiliar realm, surrounded by a blizzard of white. The enigmatic Rimuru blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered by her surroundings. Where am I? Response, Mount Everest. Rimuru exclaimed, what the hell? How did I end up in this godforsaken place? Response, this is the magical portal of Kamartaj. Rimuru felt a deep sense of grievance. Since her arrival in this world, she had done nothing but good deeds. Those brutes from Kamartaj had whisked her off to Everest without so much as a word. Were they hoping to invite her for tea? At that moment, a source of magical energy manifested in Limuru's mind. Turning around, she spotted a bald black man clad in an Eastern robe, wielding a thick, dark wooden whip. Upon seeing him, Rimuru felt a surge of incredulity. Wasn't this Baron Mordo, the chief disciple of the bald sorcerer supreme? Why was he fixating on her? Mordo scrutinized Rimuru, his expression grave. Your magical energy does not belong to the Vishanti, nor does it resemble that of the Dark God Thon or the Dark Lord Dormammu. You are a mysterious entity from another realm, and you should not be here on Earth. Chapter 58, Mordo's Existential Doubts. Mount Everest. The biting winds howled. Snow swirling in the air. A substantial amount of blue liquid seeped from the wind god too, swiftly enveloping it, and within mere breaths. The massive wind god too vanished without a trace, leaving only Rimuru, clad in summer attire. Upon seeing Limuru's true form, Baron Mordo displayed a slight surprise. Though he was not particularly astounded, in the world of magic, appearances held little significance. For instance, his master, the Sorcerer Supreme, appeared far from aged. Yet her true age remained a mystery to all. Though his interaction with Rimuru had been brief, Mordo's expression grew increasingly solemn. Bringing Rimuru to Everest was a carefully considered decision on his part. The extreme cold here would challenge even seasoned sorcerers, forcing them to constantly expend magical energy to ward off the chill. Having visited Everest multiple times for training, he possessed some experience, making this his semi-home turf. More importantly, the frigid climate would severely limit the effectiveness of her technological weaponry. Mordo had personally witnessed the wind god's prowess, even in a severely damaged state. He would not underestimate it. Mordo was not so arrogant as to presume his magic was invincible, at the very least, compared to his master. His own abilities were still lacking. However, what he had not anticipated was that this mysterious visitor would outright shed her technological armor. Even more terrifying, she seemed to disregard the icy temperatures entirely, as if immune to the cold. Surely, even the Sorcerer Supreme could not ignore such freezing conditions? This was a miscalculation. It further underscored the dreadfulness of the being before him. He needed a swift resolution, or the extreme cold would be the first to bury him. Crack! Baron Mordo gripped the black wooden whip behind him, yanking it sharply. The segments of the whip separated, transforming into a bone whip woven from fiery magical energy. Sparks erupting from the joints. Mordor, a man of few words yet fierce demeanor, swiftly advanced to Rimuru's side, lashing out with his whip aimed at the latter's head. Too slow. Rimuru merely inclined his head slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. Ignoring Rimuru's taunts, Baron Mordor wielded his whip with formidable prowess. Its movements resembling that of a dragon or serpent, as he executed horizontal slashes, vertical strikes, and sweeping motions. Despite his relentless efforts, Rimuru, with hands casually behind his back, consistently sidestepped his attacks with remarkable precision. Such prowess, Mordor felt as though he were confronting his master directly. Breathing heavily, he exhaled clouds of mist from his mouth and nose. The intensity of the assault and the biting cold were depleting his magical energy at an alarming rate, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Mordor, you should comprehend the disparity in our strengths. Were I intent on your demise, your lifeless body would be cold by now. We are not enemies. Were it not for Mordor's formidable backing, Rimuru would have long since hypnotized him, seized his suspended ring, stripped him of his robe, and ensured its grand legacy. Rimuru, with an unusual expression, felt the need to speak up, brandishing a firewood stick and asking, "Do you harbor any misconceptions about the mage profession?" Unmoved, Mordor retorted, "Demon, do not attempt to sway me. I sense an unprecedented darkness within you. I am not your adversary. I am safeguarding this world." With a sudden, forceful stomp, sparks erupted from beneath his feet, propelling Mordor's speed to new heights. In an instant, he maneuvered behind Rimuru, his magical whip striking with such ferocity that it shattered the sound barrier, crashing heavily against Rimuru's head. Success! Baron Mordor felt a surge of triumph. His whip was no ordinary weapon. Known as the Staff of the Court of Life, it was a highly renowned artifact even in Kamartash. His boots were equally exceptional. Called the Jumping Boots of Vardo, which he had kept concealed for this pivotal moment. He had truly succeeded. Yet, to his astonishment, the staff felt as though it had struck steel, numbing his hands. It was then that Baron Mordor noticed the thick, shell-like armor that had mysteriously appeared on Rimuru's once smooth forehead. How resilient! What is this? Mordor was utterly flabbergasted. But even more shocking was Rimuru's grip on the Staff of the Court of Life, from which he could not pull away. Thud! With one hand gripping the staff and the other enveloped in thick armor, Rimuru delivered a powerful punch to Mordor's soft abdomen. In an instant, Mordor doubled over in excruciating pain, rolling several meters through the snow before finally coming to a halt. Gazing at the artifact in his hand, Rimuru inquired, "Great sage, what manner of weapon is this?" Answer, "Staff of the Court of Life." The Court of Life? Rimuru was somewhat taken aback. How could such an ugly wooden whip possess such significance? In the Marvel Universe, the Court of Life was a profoundly mysterious entity, boasting an almost incomprehensible level of power. Its judgments capable of affecting the entire cosmos. It had once thwarted Doctor Strange from destroying Earth, successfully dissuaded the White Phoenix from erasing a universe, and with a mere snap, rendered the Infinity Stones utterly useless. Answer, what relation do the Roman Avenue and Rome have? Uft! Rimuru burst into laughter. Could this be considered name fraud? It was akin to naming a small grove Norwegian forest or dubbing a street Champs-Élysées. It appeared this practice was not unique to the Eastern nations. Boom. Just as Rimuru jested about the Staff of the Court of Life engaging in name fraud, Baron Mordor slammed both hands to the ground. The earth erupted in a wave of soil, and suddenly, the entire world seemed to awaken. Mirror space. Rimuru was astonished. The most memorable aspect of the film Doctor Strange was its ability to distort space at will, altering terrain without interfering with reality through mirror magic. Experiencing it firsthand, he found mirror magic to be even more wondrous than he had imagined. Mordor maintained his position with hands on the ground, casting spells. Although mirror magic created its own space, it did not alter the climate within. Thus, he was perpetually expending magical energy to stave off the cold. And mirror magic was an exceptionally challenging spell. Even in Kamar-Taj, few mages could master it. You know quite a bit, without the suspended ring. You will not be leaving here, Baron Mordor declared, gesturing grandly as he transformed the terrain, flinging Rimuru away. Utilizing the suspended ring, he opened a portal. Sparks erupted continuously, and the portal revealed two entirely different realms, one cloaked in snow, the other basking in sunshine. The magic portal was truly wondrous. However, before he could step through, he suddenly beheld Rimuru, who had just been hurled down the mountain, charging back up. To his astonishment, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, unlike ordinary angelic wings. Rimuru's resembled those of a bat, lacking feathers. At that moment, Baron Mordor felt an urge to curse. Was this some kind of cheat? Not only could his body grow thick armor, but now he had wings as well. Sticky wires. Rimuru extended a hand, releasing a multitude of fine, transparent wires that ensnared Baron Mordor firmly. Mordor struggled vigorously, but the sticky wires were not so easily broken. Unable to overpower him, he resorted to threats. Demon. Beyond this portal lies Kamar-Taj, where the supreme sorcerers preside. Do you dare to wreak havoc there? Mordor spoke the truth. He had been captured. But the other side of the portal indeed led to Kamar-Taj. With the mastery of the supreme sorcerer, they would undoubtedly perceive everything unfolding before them. Thus, he remained entirely unfazed. Then, Baron Mordor witnessed a scene he would never forget. Detected unique magical portal of Kamar-Taj. Do you wish to activate the unique skill predator? Yes. Just moments ago, Rimuru, appearing as a young girl, transformed into a blue orb before the portal, instantly morphing into a blue liquid that enveloped the entrance. In an instant, the portal vanished, and Rimuru returned to her youthful form, wiping her mouth with a look of lingering satisfaction. Can the portal be consumed? He, Baron Mordor, the chief disciple of the supreme sorcerer Ancient One, must have learned to counterfeit magic. Chapter 59. Mordor is a good person. Confirmation complete. Skill portal successfully acquired. The voice of the great sage resonated in Rimuru's mind, and she instantly beamed with joy, overflowing with happiness. For Rimuru, it was indeed true that one consumes what one seeks to replenish. She recalled that Baron Mordor possessed a variety of signature spells. First and foremost was that one where he would rub his hands together and conjure a string of sparks, akin to a fiery red whip, like the Queen's. This magic had been employed by Doctor Strange in battle, wielded with both hands or flung with one. Mordor could undoubtedly perform it. Moreover, the magical shields wielded by Mordor, the king, and even the notorious villain Caecilius were likely variations of this spell. No matter what, she had to acquire this magic. Additionally, mirror magic could not be overlooked. Suddenly, Rimuru gazed at Baron Mordor as if he were an adorable little bunny delivering takeout. Little bunny, how cute you are. With those upright ears. I'll slice your arteries and veins, skin you, chop you into pieces, and boil you before garnishing with cilantro. Rimuru had thoroughly watched all 3 seasons of A Bite of China, mastering various culinary techniques, including steaming, frying, stir-frying, boiling, and sautéing. In the culinary vernacular, it is often said that the more exquisite the ingredient, the more it requires the simplest of cooking methods, peeling, juicing, and extracting essence. I pose a question to you. Dear Modu, are you afraid? Observing Baron Modu, Rimuru instinctively licked her lips, causing the Baron to shudder involuntarily. What was this menacing aura that seemed to indicate she intended to devour him? Where was the master? Help! This was, in fact, one of the reasons Modu chose the battlefield at Mount Everest. It was the very backyard of Kamar-Taj. If his disciple were to be harmed, could the master remain idle? Even when dealing with a dog, one must acknowledge its master. Baron Modu was subtly pressuring Ancient One. It was time to showcase his acting skills. Remain calm. He must not uncover my true intentions. Modu, you wish to trap me in the mirror dimension? Not a chance. If I cannot escape, neither shall you. Rimuru donned a fierce expression, advancing menacingly towards Modu. Meanwhile, she discreetly loosened the adhesive steel wires binding him, deliberately revealing a flaw. In an instant, Modu sensed the change. Though minor, the flaw was unmistakable. I can turn the tide. A glimmer of fervor sparked in Modu's eyes, but he quickly lowered his gaze, concealing his excitement. Internally, he mused, it is time to test my acting skills. We have never crossed paths before, nor do we harbor any grievances. Shall we not cease hostilities? You may open a portal to New York, and we shall part ways peacefully. Rimuru approached Modu, feigning trepidation about being trapped in the mirror dimension, adopting a demeanor of amicability. Now is the moment. Modu exerted force, and the adhesive wires binding him shattered instantaneously. Chanting an incantation, he rubbed his hands together, conjuring a fiery red magical whip. With swift precision, he lashed out at Rimuru. Taken by surprise, she was sent flying, grievously injured, and was forced to roll helplessly across the ground to evade the pursuing Modu, brandishing his whip with fervor. Modu, emboldened, wielded the whip with great vigor. Strength does not guarantee victory. Your pride and arrogance shall ultimately drag you into the abyss. Pay the price for your hubris. Denizen of another realm. This is your doing. I shall consume. Rimuru appeared desperate, cornered like a rat. The whip swung menacingly, only to be forcibly devoured by Rimuru. Confirmed, skill magic whip successfully acquired. Rimuru's eyes sparkled with delight, unable to resist licking her lips. Its flavor was quite agreeable. However, considering the potential for losing composure, she instinctively covered her chest and coughed lightly, suppressing her urges. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see her body tremble slightly. As the chief disciple of the Supreme Mage, Modu had enough discernment to see through Rimuru's facade. He promptly pierced through her bravado, noting that this magic of consumption must be quite taxing. You can barely stand. Can you? Rimuru initially panicked, then attempted to maintain her bravado, retorting, nonsense. Killing you is as easy as chopping vegetables. Yet her demeanor resembled that of a cornered fox trying to intimidate a predator. Modu's confidence surged. Reciting an incantation, he crossed his hands, and after performing several specific gestures, 2 fiery red energy shields adorned with intricate magical patterns appeared in his hands. After a series of desperate evasions, Rimuru found herself with no alternatives left and once again resorted to the magic of consumption. Confirmed, skill magic shield successfully acquired. Magic shield and magic whip now combined. Conditions met to gain control over magical energy. Excellent. Rimuru's eyes gleamed with excitement as she instantly mastered the ability to shape magical energy into various weapons. Magic shield, magic whip, magic sword, and magic spear were all at her command. At that moment, the voice of the great sage echoed once more. Confirmed, new source of magical energy detected. Would you like to communicate and absorb? Rimuru paused. New source of magical energy? Response. In the Marvel Universe, what is termed magic derives energy from additional dimensions. The magical energy absorbed by various white mages, including those from Kamar Taj, primarily originates from the trinity known as the Vishanti, Agamotto, Hoggoth, and Ashtar. Hearing the great sage's words, Rimuru was immediately elated. In such circumstances, what was there to hesitate about? Yes, in an instant, Rimuru experienced a sensation of temporal disarray, as if glimpsing a magnificently vast world. This world felt so distant, beyond clarity, yet she sensed its existence. She had forged an almost ethereal connection with it, an unbreakable bond. The immense magical energy flowed like a vibrant river from the Vishanti dimension, coursing through her being before continuing onward. Confirmed, host has acquired a unique source of magical energy, the power of Vishanti. Confirmed, host's original magical essence merges with the power of Vishanti, evolving into a higher form of magical energy, resulting in an elevation of the host's life tier. In a mere moment, Rimuru felt transformed. The sense of scarcity that had plagued her since traversing from the ceiling cave into the Marvel world vanished entirely. The entire realm brightened, akin to a tarnished mirror being polished. It was as if she had transitioned from a small puddle to a grand river. Both her body and soul experienced a profound sublimation. Rimuru was overwhelmingly joyful. She had not anticipated that after being ambushed by Baron Modu, she would gain an opportunity for evolution. It is noteworthy that even in the original work of that time, I got reincarnated as a slime. The evolution opportunity for the Slime Queen occurred only after she consumed the Pig Emperor, acquiring the unique skill Devourer, which transformed the predator into the glutton. Baron Modu truly was a benevolent soul. Observing Rimuru's stillness, Modu felt a surge of joy. Could it be that she had consumed too much magic and was rendered immobile? Most likely. Seizing the opportunity, Modu formed hand seals, conjuring 2 magic shields once more. He leaped to a height of 10 meters, towering above her, and brought the shields crashing down upon her. Rimuru was deep in contemplation regarding her upgrade. At that moment, she had no time to concern herself with the exhausted Modu. Do not disturb me. With a wave of her hand, 5 or 6 fiery red magical whips materialized in the sky and lashed out at Modu from every direction. Injured and sprawled on the ground, Modu wore an expression of utter despair. Why? Had he not been on the verge of executing a counterattack? What could have gone awry? Chapter 60. The Favor of the Ancient One. After devouring Miss Jingjiang, Rimuru acquired her unique skill, the Transmuter. At this juncture, Rimuru's power tier. According to the classification of the Jura continent, had reached S-Class, also known as Demon Lord rank. Claiming the title of Demon Lord would pose no significant issue. The Pig Emperor was approximately at this power level, but with Rimuru's extraordinary skills, Predator, Great Sage, and Transmuter, she was among the stronger entities even within the ranks of Demon Lords. Now, with her power having surged once more, she had essentially reached the S-Class threshold. In the Jura continent, even among Demon Lords, she would be considered above average, not too far from the SS-Class awakened Demon Lords, such as Malim, if she were to unleash her full might with relentless fury. Obliterating an entire continent would be well within her capabilities. Although it may not yet reach the level of annihilating planets, it can certainly be regarded as a formidable force. Presently, the number of beings capable of instilling fear in Rimuru has dwindled significantly. Even the likes of Agamotto, Odin, and Thanos are not without their challenges against him. As for others, such as the Hulk, Thor, and Hela, they would find themselves submissively acknowledging their inferiority before Rimuru. While Rimuru savored the exhilaration brought by his recent upgrade, Baron Modu, who had suffered a severe setback, finally managed to readjust his mindset. He gazed at Rimuru, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. At this moment, he was acutely aware that he had been outmaneuvered by Rimuru from the very beginning. What a truly wicked disposition. Observing Rimuru lost in contemplation and utterly unguarded, Baron Modu could not help but grimace. This fiend had never regarded him with any seriousness. Yet now, even if he wished to act, he found himself utterly powerless. His limbs burned with heat, his body felt feverish, and he even had an urge to shed his garments. He realized that the warmth was not a result of the environment, but rather a consequence of the bitter cold he had endured, pushing his body to its limits, causing his brain's temperature regulation center to issue erroneous commands. In no more than 5 minutes, he might succumb to complete frostbite. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Baron Modu sensed a subtle shift in Rimuru's aura. Her magical essence was no longer shrouded in total darkness. It seemed to possess the familiar power of the Vishanti. Was this a consequence of her earlier consumption of his magic? Baron Modu was once again struck by the profound implications of this realization. Who exactly was she? The ability to absorb magic and acquire new powers was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, a portal unexpectedly materialized in the mirrored space. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe, the gleaming-headed Agamotto stepped forth with measured grace. Master. Upon seeing Agamotto, Modu's eyes lit up, and the stiffness that had gripped his body seemed to dissipate somewhat. Meanwhile, Rimuru grew increasingly vigilant. Despite this bald figure's seemingly untimely demise in the films, it was a deliberate act of mercy on her part. She had chosen to meet her end at that precise moment. Agamotto's death served as a lesson imparted to her disciple. After all, Agamotto could have easily lived for another 300 years without issue. With a smile gracing his features, Agamotto addressed Rimuru. Mysterious One, I am grateful for your leniency towards my disciple. Mysterious One? Baron Modu was taken aback. Who was his master? The Sorcerer Supreme, who commanded respect even from the Dark Lord Dormammu, now referred to Rimuru as a powerful being. Was she truly that formidable? Sorcerer Supreme, you flatter me. Rimuru replied gracefully. One must respect others as they wish to be respected. Besides, this was Agamotto, which filled Rimuru with an overwhelming sense of comfort, almost euphoric. Most importantly, Agamotto appeared to harbor no malice towards her, which greatly relieved Rimuru. At her core, she was incredibly laid back, enjoying bouts of combat as mere games to spice up her existence. However, if it came to relentless battles, she would rather abstain. I relish in the thrill of easy victories. They bring me joy. A moment of bliss now, a lifetime of bliss forever. Agamotto nodded appreciatively, clearly pleased with Rimuru's demeanor. Although she had remained unseen until now, she had been a vigilant observer throughout the conflict. It must be said that Rimuru's innate talent had astonished her immensely. Learning through consumption was something Agamotto had never encountered in her over 3 centuries of existence. After a thorough assessment, Agamotto believed she had gained some insight into Rimuru's character. How should one describe it? A playful spirit, yet inherently good, a being well worth cultivating and aligning with. My wayward disciple has caused you trouble. I shall impose my own discipline later. He has endured sufficient hardship. Shall we find another venue to converse? Agamotto's words, though amiable, carried an undeniable undertone of authority. Perhaps it was the weight of her position that lent her every gesture an air of grandeur, for she never acted with pretense. Of course, Rimuru nodded in agreement, not wishing to refuse. With a mere wave of her hand, the portal shifted, guiding the 3 of them. In the next moment, they materialized within the training grounds of Kamartaj. Several sorcerers were engaged in sparring, exchanging blows with fervor, creating quite the lively scene. Though Rimuru had already experienced Modu's fighting style, it still struck her as peculiar. Shouldn't sorcerers be the ones donning magical hats and wielding wands, casting spells from a distance? Kamartaj seemed to have strayed far from the realm of long-range combat. After a brief exchange of greetings, two sorcerers took it upon themselves to assist Modu, ensuring everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Rimuru felt an overwhelming curiosity about Kamartaj, the sacred haven of sorcery. The architectural style was a quintessential Eastern temple, its origins shrouded in mystery, bearing the marks of time with an ancient allure. Immersing herself in the atmosphere, Rimuru sensed something extraordinary. The magical energy here was exceptionally potent, especially within the arcane circles and magical barriers. Even Rimuru felt a hint of danger. In one particularly large chamber, she found her senses unable to penetrate its depths. Upon detecting the presence of the Sorcerer King at the entrance, Rimuru realized that this must be the library of Kamartaj. A library? Rimuru felt a twinge of envy. Would you like to enter the library? Agamotto's question caused Rimuru to blush, for being caught peeping by the owner was indeed an embarrassing predicament. Yet, in an instant, Rimuru's eyes widened. What had Agamotto just said? She was asking if she wanted to enter and take a look? Could she truly have access to the books? What was Agamotto's intention? Was there a hidden trap within? Agamotto casually poured her a cup of tea, exuding an air of ease. Your talent is remarkable. It is a rarity in my lifetime. To let you fade into obscurity would be my failure. With each glance exchanged with Agamotto, Rimuru found it hard to believe. Could such a stroke of luck truly exist? Sipping her tea slowly, Rimuru pondered, yet ultimately succumbed to temptation. If I were to enter the library, what would be the cost? Agamotto shook her head. No cost. Rimuru was skeptical. The adage that nothing is truly free often rang true. No cost often conceals a staggering price. Who was Rimuru, after all? She bore the title of the Great Sage. If she merely wandered about Kamartaj, she might glean various magical insights. Just as Rimuru prepared to decline, Agamotto's voice echoed again. I have seen much and endured much. Yet your past and future remain opaque to me. I admire your talent and wish to see how far your future can reach. Allowing you access to the library is akin to a modest investment in the future. Rimuru's eyelashes fluttered, her large eyes swirling with contemplation. Should she trust Agamotto's words? But the allure of entering the library and perusing its tomes was simply too enticing. Chapter 61, Agamotto's Regret. Is there really such a thing as a free lunch? To be honest, Rimuru found it hard to believe. Agamotto's stature was so elevated that if she wished to deceive her, it would be nearly impossible to guard against. Yet, it must be said, the opportunity to visit the library was an irresistible temptation. In a strict sense, Rimuru was a born sorceress, especially with the Great Sage's chant-breaking effect. She could cast spells without the need for incantation. It can be said that any form of magic, once mastered by Rimuru, renders competition obsolete. Just as Modu painstakingly crafted a single magical whip, Rimuru, with a mere thought, can conjure a multitude, dozens in an instant, with the swiftness of a flick. One must ask, who wouldn't be intimidated by such prowess? Presently, Rimuru resembles a wealthy magnate. With just a smidgen of financial acumen, her power would experience an explosive surge. Such fortuity is rare, as once this opportunity is lost, it may never return. Great Sage, can you extrapolate the tomes within the library? Response: I can only extrapolate the most basic public texts. The most profound works are largely sealed and beyond extrapolation. Rimuru is determined. Even if the Ancient One were to set traps for her, what of it? Her strength is ever increasing, and this world has entered a fast lane. Fail to advance, and one risks extinction. Rimuru has no desire to become mere ashes in the future. With resolve, she bows to the Ancient One, expressing gratitude for the esteemed mage's generosity. Should Earth ever face peril, she vows to intervene with all her might. The Ancient One has devoted her life to safeguarding Earth, bearing immense responsibilities and losses. The safety of the planet is her unwavering obsession. Rimuru's declaration is a clear affirmation of her intent. Hearing this, the Ancient One smiles with satisfaction. Engaging in conversation with a keen mind is indeed a delightful experience. In Kamartaj, all knowledge is shared, albeit with certain prohibitions. Your talents are remarkable, yet your foundation is lacking. When reading, do not solely seek out formidable spells. Is the Ancient One offering her guidance? Rimuru adjusts her demeanor, her large eyes sparkling with eagerness, embodying earnest attentiveness, as if to say, I am listening intently. Please share more. The Ancient One, smiling gently, reflects on her long life. Though her body appears youthful, her mindset has aged. The sight of Rimuru, a playful and charming child, invigorates her spirit. It must be acknowledged that this is a world that often judges by appearances. Had an unattractive person attempted to charm her, the Ancient One likely would have dismissed them outright. As for reading, she recommends starting with titles such as The Book of Sight, The New Cosmos, and The Multiverse Perspective. These works will offer you a fresh lens through which to view the world, greatly benefiting your magical studies. Following these, one may delve into foundational texts like Introduction to Magic, Meditation Techniques, and The Heart and Magic. Thereafter, one can explore deeper studies such as the Key of Solomon, the Supreme Codex, Newton's Codex, and Galileo's Treatise. The Ancient One speaks earnestly, and Rimuru listens attentively. However, upon hearing Newton's Codex and Galileo's Treatise, she feels an urge to jest. No wonder Newton's coffin cannot be contained. With the Ancient One's insights, a reading plan begins to take shape in Rimuru's mind. Minutes later, the Ancient One ceases her discourse. The books she mentioned are sufficient for Rimuru to occupy herself for quite some time, and discussing further holds little significance. Rimuru expresses her gratitude once more. Then, seizing the moment, she moves closer to the Ancient One and playfully implores, "Master, could you perform the mirror magic just once more? Take your time. I didn't get a chance to indulge earlier when I was battling with Master Modu." The Ancient One nearly spills her tea, startled by the unexpected request. When did she acquire a disciple? Moreover, what does Rimuru mean by stating that Modu's execution was too swift for her to partake? "Master, just one more time, please. Just once more." In comparison to the instant mastery of mirror magic, what is virtue? Can it be consumed? The Ancient One finds herself flabbergasted. Is the world transforming at such a rapid pace that someone dares to shake her arm, asking for assistance in crafting desserts? "Master, master, master." The Ancient One's expression turns serious, particularly when a female disciple enters, her surprise morphing into a suppressed smile as she exits. The Ancient One's stern demeanor crumbles. With a swift motion, the Ancient One creates a rift in the air, resembling a mirror splintering with countless cracks. Detecting Kamartaj exclusive magical mirror space, initiate Predator. Yes, Rimuru immediately activates Predator, transforming into a blue liquid and lunging toward the fissured void. In an instant, she completely devours the mirror space. Confirmation complete. Host successfully acquires mirror magic. The sensation of reaching the pinnacle of consumption is utterly exhilarating. Rimuru effortlessly wields her newfound power, twisting the very fabric of the room. The earth and walls come alive, twisting, contorting, and transforming. Having witnessed such phenomena before, the Ancient One remains profoundly astonished. What kind of magic is this that consumes other spells? It is simply unfathomable. The previous magical whip and shield were merely different utilizations of magical energy, fundamentally not dissimilar. Yet mirror magic is a highly advanced and perilous form of sorcery, demanding considerable mastery over magical energy, soul, and spatial awareness. In Kamartaj, fewer than 100 individuals qualify to learn this magic, and even fewer manage to master it. Yet, Rimuru has grasped it with a single consumption, such an outrageous feat. Even the Ancient One feels a twinge of envy. "Thank you immensely for your generous gift, Master." Rimuru expresses heartfelt gratitude. With this spell in her repertoire, her future endeavors will be significantly easier. A divine art for mischief. If she wishes to ensnare someone, she can simply pull them into the mirror space. No amount of shouting will save them. Observing the sweet smile on Rimuru's face, the Ancient One nods, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It brings back memories of her youthful days, tirelessly learning magic. Each small achievement brought her immense joy. Regrettably, since becoming the Supreme Mage, such joy has eluded her. Perhaps this is the price of growth. Just then, Rimuru's voice interrupts the Ancient One's nostalgic reverie. Her eyes gleam with desire, reminiscent of a curious child. "Master, do you have any secret spells left? I could help you spread their glory." The Ancient One, even with her immense composure, she nearly loses her temper at Rimuru's insatiable greed. Perhaps sending this little glutton to the library was a misstep. Rimuru may lack in some areas, but her perceptiveness is remarkably sharp. After bowing 3 times to the Ancient One, she dashes out. Watching Rimuru's impulsive retreat, the Ancient One cannot help but smile, finding amusement in her antics. Most of her disciples treat her with utmost reverence, but Rimuru's unique approach feels refreshing and entertaining. As the Ancient One sips her tea, she savors the moment. Indeed, enjoying tea in the twilight glow is most suited to her. However, just then, a small head peeks back through the door. "Master, is it all right if I devour a couple of books from the library?" Uft. The Ancient One sputters, choking on her tea for a considerable time. She is utterly exasperated. In the dead of night, which mage does not toil diligently over their studies? You think you can merely consume a few tomes and master all my spells? Such an easy path does not exist. The Ancient One exclaims, if you dare to devour my books, I shall banish you to the wild dimensions. Rimuru gasps, Ayamea. It's terrifying when a good-natured person gets angry. The wind is tight, it's a mess. Chapter 62, Iron Man vs. Abomination. While Rimuru was deeply engrossed in his studies, the normally tranquil city of New York erupted into chaos. Hulk, where are you? Come out. You are unworthy of such immense power. Blonsky, having forcibly injected Mr. Blue with Hulk's blood, had completely lost control and transformed into the monstrous Abomination. Unlike the intellectually challenged Hulk, Abomination possessed a considerable degree of intelligence. He was acutely aware of his actions and intentions, capable of articulating them with clarity. Unfortunately, he had succumbed entirely to the domination of power, becoming a slave to it. With a mere flick of his wrist, a small sedan was sent soaring through the air, akin to a marble being flicked. Boom. The airborne vehicle crashed into a building, collapsing it, and sending a shower of concrete debris flying, leaving countless unfortunate souls caught in the fallout. Oh my God, what manner of creature is this? Help, my leg is trapped. Mom, please wake up. Don't leave me. In stark contrast to the relatively secluded Gibbons Academy, Broadway was a bustling thoroughfare, teeming with vehicles and pedestrians. The appearance of Abomination here heralded disaster. News of the monstrous rampage on Broadway spread like wildfire across the globe. By the time efforts were made to contain the information, it was already too late. Within moments, the Pentagon switchboard was overwhelmed with calls. Politicians were quick to deflect blame, with the most convenient target being General Ross, who had consistently failed to capture the Hulk. How could one expect to occupy a seat in Congress without the ability to connect these dots? Similarly, the emergence of Abomination left General Ross in a state of shock. Although a military man, his political instincts were far from dull. Witnessing Abomination wreak havoc while incessantly shouting Hulk's name, Ross felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. If he could not reign in this behemoth, he would likely find himself assigned to a permanent cell at the raft, and it would be a lifetime sentence. Without delay, Ross commanded the soldiers originally tasked with apprehending the Hulk to redirect their efforts towards capturing Abomination. The outcome was predictably disastrous. Ross's elite troops suffered significant casualties. Defeated, Ross slumped to the ground, acutely aware that he was at the end of his rope. At that moment, perhaps only Nick Fury remained unperturbed, observing from a distance. The military's crushing defeat underscored the necessity of the Avengers formation. Nick Fury had already begun drafting a request for funding from the Council in his mind. Agent Norman, prepare to persuade the Hulk to join the fray. Watching the screen display the rampaging, feculent-colored monster, Natasha felt a tangle of emotions. To be honest, she was reluctant to confront the Hulk at this moment. Not long ago, the Hulk's pursuit had left her with psychological scars. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. had only recently rescued Banner and Betty from General Ross's clutches and had just settled them in a safe location. Convincing the Hulk to engage now could render S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efforts futile. Yet, Natasha understood that this was beyond her control. However, just then, Nick Fury personally intervened to halt her actions. In an instant, Natasha grasped the situation's context. It turned out that not long ago, Iron Man had descended from the heavens, successfully diverting Abomination's attention and granting precious time for the pedestrians to escape. Monster, your foe is me. Iron Man maintained his poised stance, ready to unleash his repulsor rays, exuding confidence and charisma. Roar. Caught off guard by Iron Man's repulsor blast, Abomination staggered up from the rubble that his massive frame had collapsed. Shaking his head in fury, he glared at Iron Man. Iron Man, you think donning a tin can allows you to act with impunity before me? You know nothing of true power. The helmet's display screen showcased Jarvis loading Abomination's image and various data. Tony exclaimed dramatically, are you also a genetic anomaly like the Hulk? How did you end up like this? Compared to the Hulk, you resemble a freebie from a phone plan. Your appearance is simply too haphazard. Tony's taunts inflicted significant emotional damage on Abomination. While he could tolerate insults about his looks, the comparison to Hulk's strength was intolerable. Rage surged within Abomination. Roar. Abomination slammed his fists into the ground, causing the earth to tremble, lifting several nearby vehicles into the air before they crashed back down. In an instant, the street was filled with the cacophony of car alarms blaring. Enraged, Abomination lunged at Iron Man. Given the provocation, Tony was certainly prepared. Boom. With a flick of his left hand, the repulsor ray unleashed a pulse of energy, sending Abomination reeling. Is this what you call power? Compared to the Hulk, you are not only weak but also grotesque. And as if that weren't enough, you appear to be a eunuch, and to top it off, you have the audacity to behave lewdly. At least the Hulk knows to wear pants. You, on the other hand, seem to be devoid of even a pair of shorts. Such behavior is rather unbecoming. Abomination's fury escalated. While he could accept the comparison to Hulk, the mention of his emasculation struck a deep chord of pain. For the sake of power, he had accepted his hideousness, but as a man, losing his manhood was an everlasting wound. For a moment, Abomination forgot about Hulk. All that occupied his mind was the singular desire to obliterate this tin can. The battle was broadcast live, leaving many spectators speechless at Tony's verbal barbs. Has Tony's mouth been blessed? That was brutally sharp. The clash resumed, with Tony and Abomination exchanging blows in a ferocious melee. The audience witnessed Iron Man's combat style. Employing energy pulses, mini-missiles, rapid-fire guns, sonic blasts, headbutts, and close-quarters combat. Each method and advanced weaponry subjected Abomination to relentless punishment. Yet, regrettably, Iron Man was unable to fully vanquish Abomination. While Abomination's fighting style was simplistic, relying solely on brute force, his formidable armor, immense health, astonishing recovery, and unparalleled agility made him a daunting opponent. It wasn't long before Tony began to pay for his sharp tongue. As the battle wore on, his weapons, energy, and armor suffered severe depletion, while Abomination remained unfazed. As Iron Man found himself at a disadvantage, his armor visibly damaged, the audience watched with mounting concern. Disappointment loomed large. The silver-armored warrior could subdue the Hulk, yet Iron Man appeared only capable of absorbing Abomination's blows. Iron Man was undeniably too weak. Chapter 63, Exhausted Iron Man. Behind a wall, Tony Stark leaned against it, gasping for breath. Jarvis, administer a vial of the Goddess of Life's Embrace. The so-called Goddess of Life's Embrace referred to the powerful restorative potion provided by Rimuru. Tony had preloaded 3 vials into Mark IV. This was one of the strongest trump cards in Mark IV's life support system. Understood. After using 1 vial, Tony Stark's injuries were miraculously healed. Although it wasn't his first time using it, he still felt a surge of wonder. The instantaneous restoration of his injuries was nothing short of miraculous. However, there was no time for reflection on this marvel. J.A.R.VIS, report on the armor damage. The helmet's display was awash with red alerts, indicating severe damage to nearly all sections. Tony sighed in resignation. Okay, I get it. To be frank, the performance of Mark IV has reached the pinnacle of testing standards. He has performed admirably, at least without any significant mishaps. Regrettably, it still proved insufficient. This realization left Tony somewhat disheartened, as the gap between him and Rimuru was considerably vast. Without the energy shield technology, the armor of Mark IV simply could not meet the combat demands posed by such a behemoth as the Abomination. The armor sustained severe damage, and the efficacy of the shock absorption system was greatly diminished. Tony Stark had incurred multiple injuries and had already consumed 2 of his 3 recovery potions. The brutality of this battle far exceeded Tony Stark's expectations. Jarvis, sir, energy levels are down to 30%. You are currently in a state of extreme danger. I recommend an immediate withdrawal from combat. Tony, unfazed, feigned nonchalance, responding, Jarvis, my father imparted a wealth of knowledge to me, but he never taught me the art of retreating in the heat of battle. What I need you to do now is devise a strategy that leads us to victory. Jarvis, as you wish. Boom. The Abomination, unable to locate Iron Man, was in a fit of rage. It leaped 10 meters high, incessantly bounding from one skyscraper to another, occasionally smashing into walls and kicking cars aside. In an instant, the entire street was left in ruins. Is this all the strength you possess, Tin Can? Come out. Show yourself. The furious roars of the Abomination echoed in Tony's mind, which was swirling with thoughts. How could he possibly defeat the Abomination? His energy was running low, and his arsenal was nearly depleted. It appeared he would have to rely on external forces. Even if he could not vanquish the Abomination, he at least needed to confine it, preventing further destruction. Jarvis, display the holographic map of the entire street. At once, after careful consideration, Tony ultimately chose a particular building. Jarvis, please scan that building for life signals. As you wish. Soon, Jarvis reported back, Sir, the scan is complete. No life signals detected. Good. Now devise the optimal action plan. I intend to lure this giant over there, and then deliver a decisive blow. Understood. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the Abomination, instantly filling its rage meter to the brim. So, Tin Can, you finally found the courage to show yourself? The moment the Iron Man emerged, the Abomination was filled with delight, immediately launching a relentless assault on him. Tony, of course, did not intend to engage the abomination head-on. He skillfully maneuvered, maintaining a safe distance while taunting the simple-minded brute, who quickly fell into Tony's rhythm. Minutes later, Tony successfully lured the abomination to the designated ambush location. Just as Tony prepared to deploy the final bomb, intending to collapse the building and entomb the abomination, he was taken aback to discover that life signals were detected on the rooftop of his ambush point. Upon zooming in, Tony was astonished to find a reporter, camera in hand, standing atop the building, filming. How had he made it up there without being detected earlier? Was he truly willing to risk his life for a scoop? Tony Stark felt the urge to curse. If one were to describe Tony's feelings at that moment, it would be akin to an epic disaster film, with the students on holiday. To make matters worse, the abomination, in its fury, hurled a car at him, and by sheer coincidence, the car's landing spot was precisely where the reporter stood. Upon seeing the car hurtling towards him, the reporter froze in terror, instinctively shutting his eyes. Boom. The thrusters beneath Tony's feet erupted with a powerful blaze, and in an instant, he appeared before the reporter, catching the car mid-flight. The anticipated impact never occurred, and as the reporter slowly opened his eyes, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Iron Man, encased in tattered armor, knelt before him, arms outstretched, having caught the car that was destined for him. It was Iron Man. Iron Man had saved him. The reporter watched in awe as Iron Man struggled to lower the vehicle, but just then, the reporter's eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively shouted, "Watch out." His warning came too late. Tony had no time to evade. What the reporter could not have anticipated was that just as the abomination's grotesque foot came crashing down, Iron Man enveloped him in an embrace. Boom. Crackle. In an instant, they were propelled like cannonballs, the searing pain rendering the reporter breathless, causing him to cough up blood as his consciousness began to blur. His final hazy impression was of the sparks erupting from Iron Man's armor. Like the reporter, Tony was also engulfed in darkness. The excruciating pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Had it not been for the Hulk, who had just arrived and diverted the abomination's attention, Tony Stark, one of the Marvel Universe's 3 Titans, might have met his end. Perhaps this was a manifestation of the protagonist's halo. Sir. With his vision fading and a ringing in his ears, it took some time for Tony to gradually discern J.A.R.VIS's voice. "Sir, your life is in significant jeopardy. Automated protocols indicate the use of a life goddess's caress. This was a pre-programmed emergency measure intended for such extreme peril. Stop." Just as J.A.R.VIS prepared to administer the injection, Tony halted him. "J.A.R.VIS, sir, your injuries are critical. Immediate medical attention is imperative. Otherwise, you will lapse into shock within 10 minutes. Organ failure will ensue within 20 minutes, and death is inevitable within 30 minutes. Tony glanced at the violent clash between the Hulk and the abomination, each blow capable of wreaking havoc. He took a deep breath. My battle is over. The recovery potion should be administered to this reporter. J.A.R.VIS, sir, your selflessness is truly admirable. You are a noble and pure soul. Tony chuckled wryly. Admirable? No, I am merely a failure. Now, let us tend to our reporter friend. Understood. The final recovery potion was administered to the reporter, his injuries healing swiftly. While the battered Iron Man ascended into the sky, before the screen, many gazed in awe at the soaring Iron Man, their eyes gleaming with inspiration for forthcoming articles. Iron Man's inability to conquer the abomination. Was he a fleeing superhero or a cowardly deserter? His failure to protect the citizens. Did he still merit exclusive rights to the mechanized suit? Chapter 64. The sun will rise again tomorrow. Due to the abomination's lack of proper trousers, the outcome of the battle was undeniably a defeat for it. Thus, the Grand New York battle came to a close. While S.H.I.E.L.D. may have successfully recruited Banner, the Hulk was decidedly unimpressed. After the skirmish with the abomination, the Hulk leapt away from New York, leaving behind a trail of devastated rooftops. S.H.I.E.L.D. opted not to intervene, quietly dispatching agents to monitor the Hulk's escape route. Wherever the Hulk roamed was of little consequence, as long as he remained under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance. The agency had calculated astutely. The Hulk's prowess was widely acknowledged, and retaining him nearby would only invite other factions to swoop in. Moreover, with the Hulk causing extensive damage and the vicinity around Broadway reduced to rubble, the financial losses, both direct and indirect, could reach staggering figures in the hundreds of millions. What would happen if accountability was demanded? S.H.I.E.L.D. had no reserves to spare. As for the fallen abomination, the military and S.H. I.E.L.D., hastily arrived at the scene, both claiming ownership over the abomination's remains, resulting in a fierce dispute. The scent of opportunity attracted Congress, escalating the contention to new heights. It was a case of dogs biting dogs, each with a mouthful of fur. As for the news media, the New York battle was nothing short of a feast, a veritable banquet for their sensationalist appetites. Whether it be the serious and meticulous media, the tabloids focused on celebrity gossip, or even those unscrupulous websites that flirt with ethical boundaries, not to mention certain adult communities, all have eagerly joined the fray. In news reporting and casual conversations, to neglect mentioning figures such as the silver-armored war god, the Hulk, the Abomination, or Iron Man seems to signify a complete disconnection from the present era. The perspectives presented in these reports are as varied as they are colorful. Some media outlets recount the course of the battle, others delve into the losses sustained in New York, while yet more question whether the Hulk and the Abomination are merely the products of military bioweapon experiments. There are even those educating the public on the silver-armored war god's wind powers and Iron Man's technology. Undoubtedly, amidst various comparisons, Iron Man has been thoroughly humiliated. The outcome of the conflict is glaringly evident. The silver-armored war god, the Hulk, and the Abomination have triumphed over Iron Man. The silver-armored war god has been showered with accolades, as if money were no object, with praises heaped upon him. Particularly intriguing is the mysterious identity of the silver-armored war god and the portal he utilized to depart, which has sparked a plethora of speculation among both professionals and curious onlookers alike. Iron Man has indisputably become synonymous with weakness and inferiority, especially under the deliberate influence of certain individuals, with numerous media outlets openly questioning whether Iron Man is truly fit to wield the iron suit. Several public intellectuals have even audaciously proclaimed that for the sake of world peace and the safety of humanity, Iron Man should relinquish the patents for his suit, allowing its capabilities to be fully realized. One should never overestimate the integrity of the media, particularly when there are those deliberately orchestrating the narrative. The denunciation of Iron Man has become a form of political correctness, creating the illusion that in the New York battle, Iron Man is the true antagonist. In Malibu, California, within his coastal villa, a television program is airing featuring a talk show host, the same unattractive figure from Iron Man 1 who advocated selling Stark Industries stock by smashing cups with a baseball. His demeanor is exaggerated, thumbs raised, slowly turning them downward. Iron Man, take my advice. Just go home and continue playing your Save the World games with the starlets in your bed. There. Regardless of your combat prowess, even if it's inferior to that of the Toyman, those models 1T expose you. The real deal of battle isn't for a dandy like you. Laughter erupts in the studio. Tony Stark, visibly irked, commands, Jarvis, acquire this television station. Let him host 100 consecutive episodes praising me. At once, sir, Jarvis responds. Tony then changes the channel to one with a markedly different tone, akin to a celebrity interview program, featuring a beautiful host and experts engaging in serious dialogue. An aging expert, with only a few stubborn strands of hair remaining, asserts confidently that the humanoid mech is an invention of epical significance, and Stark is indeed worthy of his genius label. Yet, it is evident that he is merely a brilliant inventor, not cut out for the mantle of a superhero. Professor Simon, are you suggesting that Stark should open the patents for the humanoid mech? The beautiful host inquires. Absolutely, replies Professor Simon. Tony Stark remains impassive. Jarvis, acquire this station at the fastest pace possible. Within 3 days, I want this expert to publicly declare the sanctity of private property. Understood, sir. I have already sent a communication to Professor Simon, and the station has received your acquisition proposal. Satisfied, Tony nods. Jarvis, compile a list of all the media outlets in the nation spreading unfavorable remarks about me. For those openly slandering, send them a cease and desist letter. Contact Pepper and have her organize our legal team for litigation. For the larger companies disseminating negative commentary, I want to acquire shares to gain influence. For the smaller ones, outright purchase. Sir, I must inform you that some newspapers and websites are deeply entrenched, serving as mouthpieces for the Pentagon and military. Then let us ignite a war of public opinion to compel legislators to revisit the gun control debate, making a grand spectacle of it to overshadow this issue, Tony commands. As you wish. It must be said, Stark is no novice. He deftly navigates the intricacies of public opinion manipulation. After a series of maneuvers, the online criticism of Iron Man diminishes significantly. The public relations campaign orchestrated by Tony unfolds vigorously, dividing media into factions of supporters and opponents, each passionately defending their stance, resulting in a cacophony of disputes. Those schemers attempting to coerce Tony into submission through public sentiment find themselves thwarted. Tony Stark is far from a powerless commoner. Under the influence of his financial might, they risk igniting a backlash against themselves. Underhanded tactics are futile. Everything ultimately returns to proper procedures. A summons from the military committee lands in Tony's hands, but he appears unperturbed. Life continues as usual. The battle in New York seems to have had no effect on Iron Man, as everything progresses along its original trajectory. Following the conflict, Tony spends increasingly more time in the lab, with his martial arts trainers increasing from 3 to 10. Pepper observes all of this, yet she says nothing, merely attending to Tony's daily needs with heightened diligence. Chapter 65. Enraptured by reading, unable to escape. Upon encountering the vast collection of books in Kamartaj, Rimuru feels an overwhelming curiosity. Or rather, humanity is inherently curious about all things unknown. However, upon opening these tomes, Rimuru is instantly struck by boredom. Due to her magical perception skills, Rimuru experiences no reading barriers. Any language or script automatically transforms into comprehensible information. Yet, the profundity of the contents proves tedious. Akin to a higher mathematics textbook, each word and image is understandable, yet the knowledge within induces a desire to doze off. As the saying goes, one's own assignments are one's own to complete. The system's tasks are for the system to handle. Without hesitation, Rimuru activates her idle mode, allowing the great sage to peruse the material on her behalf. Thus, the mages of Kamartaj witness a remarkably astonishing sight. Rimuru fervently flipping through pages in the library. Can this truly lead to an understanding of the texts? Many mages express their skepticism, wondering if she is merely feigning comprehension. Some of the Sanskrit texts present an exceptionally high difficulty level. Understanding them is nearly impossible. Ancient Sanskrit has no speakers today, effectively rendering it a dead language. Even beings like Dr. Strange, with photographic memory, must consult dictionaries and laboriously decipher it. There are also Latin magical texts, where spells can stretch into lengthy and obscure phrases that are difficult to pronounce. One must remember, these are incantations. Mispronouncing or forgetting them could mean the difference between casting a spell or invoking one unknown to the magician. On the battlefield, an error in recitation can lead to fatal consequences. Rimuru begins to understand why Kamartaj produces so many melee mages. Reflecting on those students who fear memorization and opt for scientific disciplines, the rationale becomes clear. However, this reiterates the notion that those lacking academic aptitude have no future unless they possess a powerful backing, coupled with an extraordinarily impressive parent. Talent accounts for 30%, hard work for 70%, and the remaining 90% is provided by one's parents. Regarding the skepticism from the various senior mages in the library, Rimuru merely smiles in silence. Some may appear effortless on the surface, yet they are likely working far harder behind the scenes. A single piece of knowledge, once mastered by the great sage, equates to its comprehension by Rimuru. Even if the great sage articulates concepts that are profoundly intricate, Rimuru can simplify and elucidate them through visual and textual aids, much like how the great sage educates the demon lord on the intricacies of magical essence. Should the textual information prove too esoteric to grasp, fret not, for illustrations will accompany it. More importantly, once Rimuru successfully learns magic, she shall never again need to utter incantations. The life of a cheat requires no explanation. Are you vexed? Vexed? Such frustration is futile. Although the great sage may be acting as a crutch, Rimuru adheres to the counsel of the Ancient One, commencing her studies from the most rudimentary level. Had the Ancient One not advised her, Rimuru might have perused freely. However, given the guidance provided, she cannot disregard it. This transcends mere ability. It reflects an attitude towards learning. It is a fundamental respect towards her mentor. However, all of this is mere pretense. Rimuru's true intention is to impress the Ancient One, who, daringly, has allowed her into her library, perhaps secretly observing her from some hidden corner. At such a moment, it is only prudent to exhibit obedience, to perform well in front of the Ancient One, thereby enhancing her favor. Consequently, she can rightfully request additional benefits from the Ancient One. A child who cries receives milk. Rimuru is certainly adept at navigating such opportunistic endeavors. One cannot help but acknowledge that the reading sequence recommended by the Ancient One, moving from simple to complex, is indeed remarkably scientific. This knowledge initially offers Rimuru a fresh worldview, enabling her to perceive the multiverse through a novel lens. Many of the perspectives presented clash with, and even contradict, the education Rimuru previously received, leaving her somewhat bewildered. For instance, within Rimuru's preconceived philosophical framework, The essence of the world is material, wherein matter dictates consciousness. And consciousness is merely the objective reflection of matter within the human brain. The physical body is the origin of consciousness. When the body perishes, consciousness extinguishes. However, within the Book of Sight, the distinction between consciousness and matter is blurred. The nature of the world hinges upon one's perspective. Some may remain confined to their immediate surroundings throughout their lives, while others can behold the cosmic expanse, transcending time and space to unveil the multiverse. The impact of these texts on Rimuru is profound. Many concepts she finds difficult to accept. Yet, this does not deter her from continuing her reading. Whenever she encounters something she does not comprehend or considers nonsensical, she simply skips over it. To quote Tao Yuanming, one should enjoy reading without demanding complete understanding. As her reading progresses, the structure of her magical knowledge begins to take shape, developing roots, a trunk, and branches. In a strict sense, the magic of Kamar-Taj resembles the Taoist philosophy of Tao follows nature, emphasizing the importance of aligning with the flow. The goal of a mage is not to obstruct the flow of water but to guide it, utilizing its power to achieve significant effects with minimal effort. Despite the great sage's assistance, Rimuru is gaining invaluable insights. Previously, her understanding of magic was superficial. She knew its existence without grasping its underlying principles. Now, Rimuru is beginning to acquire a systematic and in-depth comprehension of the mechanics of magic. Unlike the typical mages of Kamar-Taj, Rimuru also integrates a plethora of spells and skills from various dimensions. The interplay of magic civilizations across different planes inevitably ignites sparks of wisdom, filling Rimuru with exuberant delight. While she harbors some trepidation towards the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One, she does not possess the reverence that her disciples exhibit. When the accumulation of unfamiliar knowledge reaches a threshold that hampers her reading progress, Rimuru naturally seeks clarification. Thus, many disciples of Kamar-Taj are astonished to discover that, after barely a day of apprenticeship, Rimuru engages in lively conversation with the Supreme Mage, often eliciting laughter from her. This inevitably stirs jealousy among some disciples. Not everyone is afforded the privilege of receiving personal attention from the Supreme Mage. Some disciples have been training for years, rarely encountering the Supreme Mage, fueling their discontent. Consequently, unflattering rumors begin to circulate among the disciples, suggesting that the new arrival, Rimuru, is merely a sycophant, skilled in flattery. In response, Rimuru simply chuckles. One cannot be envied without merit. Moreover, if she is indeed flattering, so what? If one possesses the ability, why not flatter as well? Unbeknownst to Rimuru, among those observing her is a figure named Caecilius. With the capabilities of the great sage, the library's tomes, aside from those sealed away, specifically the Ancient One's collection, can be effortlessly scanned and recorded. In other words, Rimuru need not remain ensconced in the library. However, she chooses not to do so. The great sage's trump card is knowledge she prefers to keep to herself. The Marvel Universe, within the realm of magic, is neither vast nor small. Should this trump card come to the Ancient One's attention, Odin might discover it too. How then could she visit the library in Asgard? As she delves deeper into the systematic study of magic, Rimuru increasingly perceives its grandeur and vastness. Her focus has decidedly shifted towards the magical realm, distancing herself from the technological domain. Furthermore, spending additional time in the library provides an opportunity to cultivate her relationship with the Ancient One. Such an influential figure is certainly worth befriending. Not to mention the vast knowledge the Ancient One possesses, Rimuru covets her treasures. Without the ability to flatter or understand how to win her mentor's favor, one cannot expect to inherit their finest possessions. Dream on. The cautionary tales of Shun Gongbao and Huang Longzhenren serve as stark reminders, particularly in Huang Longzhenren's case. Despite being among the 12 golden immortals, he received no treasures from his master due to a lack of favor, ultimately becoming a figure devoid of strength, disciples, intellect, and achievements, an abject failure. Rimuru has no intention of treading the path of such misfortune. One must admit that this excursion to the library has proven immensely beneficial for Rimuru. For instance, the magic shield known to the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj is actually grandly titled the Crimson Ring of Ragador, a fundamental spell within their repertoire. However, through her readings, Rimuru has gained a deeper understanding of this foundational magic. This spell allows one to modulate the output of energy, thereby adjusting the intensity of defense. The orange variant represents the basic level, while the red version signifies the upgraded form, the complete version. Doctor Strange once employed the red upgrade to withstand a kick from Thanos, underscoring its potential for development. There are also numerous fascinating spells, such as the Holy Sword of Vishanti, the ancient body of Hoggoth, the lightning of Balthak, the shield of Seraphim, teleportation, the source of divine power, the form of Icon, and the crimson chains of Sidorak, among others. The reason Rimuru has notably remembered these spells is that they were prominently featured in Doctor Strange's battle against Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War. For instance, the ancient body of Hoggoth is the very spell that transformed Thanos' black hole attack into a flurry of butterflies, leaving him utterly bewildered. In her past life, this spell left a profound impression on Rimuru, as it was simply too fantastical and beautiful. Many online users affectionately referred to it as the butterfly transformation spell. The form of Icon, on the other hand, is a technique that begins with the thousand-hand cannon, instantly splitting the user into countless clones. This magic is truly astonishing. The avatars created are a blend of the real and the illusory. Though termed as mere illusions, they possess the capability to unleash formidable attacks. At that moment, after Doctor Strange executed this spell, each avatar simultaneously unleashed a magical whip, ensnaring Thanos from all directions in an instant. It was nothing short of miraculous. It resembled a Marvel version of the shadow clone technique. As for the magical crimson chains of Sidorak, this spell is even more intriguing. Sidorak is no ordinary entity. He stands alongside Dormammu as a formidable overlord, the sovereign of the Crimson Cosmos. The Crimson Chains are an exceptionally potent control skill, and even someone as powerful as Thanos would find it a challenge to extricate himself from their grasp. For an ordinary individual, being bound would be a certainty, allowing them to dictate the terms of their predicament. The Seraphim Shield, on the other hand, is an all-encompassing energy barrier that once facilitated the soft landing of a spacecraft. What does it mean to enable a spacecraft to land softly? It implies the capacity to withstand the impact of a small meteorite. The level of defense is simply extraordinary. With the mastery of these spells, Rimuru's abilities have essentially crystallized, propelling her strength to new heights. Aside from a slight deficiency in her understanding of the multiverse, time, and the soul, she has nearly reached parity with the Supreme Sorcerer. At this juncture, Rimuru can truly be regarded as one of the preeminent powers within the Marvel Universe. Just as Rimuru was reveling in her newfound accomplishments, her reverie was interrupted by the arrival of an individual. Master Caecilius. Master Caecilius. Master Caecilius. Rimuru looked up and noticed the patrons in the library greeting the newcomer with great respect. It was astonishing to see such deference. Had it been a mere stranger, Rimuru would not have been so surprised, but this man was Caecilius. Caecilius is the principal antagonist in Doctor Strange, infamous for stealing pivotal pages from the Book of Cagliostro that summoned Dormammu, and for his betrayal of Kamar Taj alongside a cadre of cohorts. Caecilius could boast for a lifetime that he personally assassinated the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. What Rimuru did not anticipate was the level of popularity Caecilius enjoyed prior to his treachery within Kamar Taj. He seemed to possess considerable esteem. Rimuru marveled at this display. Akin to a humble Wang Mang before usurpation, such talent and performance would surely earn him accolades, even an Oscar. However, at that moment, Rimuru found herself momentarily dumbfounded as the esteemed Caecilius strode directly towards her. They had never crossed paths before. Had she inadvertently offended him? Nevertheless, Rimuru remained undaunted. Should he dare to trouble her, she would not hesitate to send him to meet Dormammu ahead of schedule. Caecilius scrutinized Rimuru from head to toe and smiled. Greetings, Sorceress Rimuru. I am Caecilius, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hello, Rimuru replied casually, having no desire to engage with such a nefarious villain. Caecilius, perceptive as he was, recognized her dismissive demeanor, which left him somewhat taken aback. Logically, they were meeting for the first time, and there should have been no underlying tension. However, such inquiries would be unwise for Caecilius to voice directly. That would be far too naive. He meandered through conversation, while Rimuru offered vague responses. One sought to steer the dialogue, while the other responded with indifference. Yet to onlookers, their exchange appeared amiable. Unbeknownst to them, the dialogue unfolded as follows. Caecilius, Sorceress Rimuru. What motivates your pursuit of magic? Rimuru. What reason is needed to learn magic? Caecilius, Sorceress Rimuru. Are you aware that the Supreme Sorcerer has lived for countless years, and now no one knows his true age? Rimuru. Of course, he has lived roughly 300 years. Caecilius. Internally sighs, 300 years. Must you not express any astonishment? Encountering such a lack of social finesse was a rarity. Rimuru was indeed a unique specimen. The 70th chapter. So, you are this kind of fool. 300 years is undeniably a protracted span for humanity, encapsulating the rise and fall of dynasties and the cycles of life and death across generations. the United States, from its founding to the emergence of Iron Man in 2008, has only a history of 243 years. Thus, it is easy to comprehend how the notion of the Ancient One having lived for 3 centuries would be profoundly shocking and enticing to an ordinary person. However, for Rimuru, it hardly held any significance. In the Jura dimension, aside from humans, a multitude of magical beings possess extraordinarily long lifespans. For instance, the storm dragon Veldora was sealed by a hero for 3 centuries without any ill effects. The lowly demon Lord Malim is so ancient that she approaches the realm of immortality. To Rimuru, even if Thor were to perish from old age, she might still retain her youth. Kaecilius aimed to entice Rimuru into joining their ranks and worshipping Dormammu, but he had entirely misjudged his target. As for Dormammu, Rimuru currently harbored an immature curiosity regarding his flavor. What would it taste like if one were to remove his head and entrails? The protein content would be 6 times that of beef, perhaps possessing a delightful crunch, reminiscent of chicken. As their conversation faltered, Kaecilius, having met with resistance, chose to spare himself further awkwardness, exchanging a few pleasantries before departing with a sense of disappointment. Rimuru, indifferent to the encounter, recognized that Kaecilius likely sought her out due to her recent library exploits, hoping to persuade her into reciting the Book of Cagliostro. How utterly tedious. It seemed that Kaecilius had already begun to harbor treacherous thoughts, yet was deterred by the Ancient One's unfathomable power, preventing him from directly pilfering the book. Observing Kaecilius' retreating figure, Rimuru pondered whether selling him to the Ancient One might yield a handsome profit. At that moment, the Ancient One's secret of subtly drawing power from the dark dimension remained undiscovered by Strange. His desire to survive had not yet waned. Could she indeed fetch a good price for this traitorous scoundrel? Truth be told, Rimuru felt uncertain. In general, if a prominent figure discovered that a rogue was lurking among them, they would likely seek immediate retribution. Yet, the Ancient One placed immense value on destiny. Reporting such matters required a delicate touch. A misstep could easily lead to a negative impression, branding one as a petty informant. Thus, caution was imperative. Ultimately, Rimuru resolved to jot down Kaecilius' name in her notebook for future consideration. As Kaecilius made his way out, a chill ran down his spine, leaving him with an unsettling sensation, prompting him to quicken his pace. He remained oblivious to the fact that during their brief interaction, Rimuru had already begun contemplating how to profit from his capture. After an afternoon spent perusing books in the library, Rimuru did not feel fatigued. However, having absorbed all that she needed to learn, remaining in the library felt unnecessary. Missing the delightful, lowly voice of Aya, Rimuru soon bid farewell to the Ancient One and promptly opened a portal to the living room of her Long Island villa. Upon witnessing Rimuru effortlessly conjure a portal, even without the use of the sling ring, the Ancient One couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He was well aware of the existence of the multiverse and had, through the eye of Agamotto, glimpsed countless parallel universes. Yet, in none of the universes has the existence of Rimuru been detected. She appears as if conjured from thin air, with no past to behold and no future to glimpse. Upon witnessing the vanishing portal, Ancient One found herself momentarily lost in thought. She was uncertain whether her current actions were right or wrong, and what ramifications they might have on this universe. At the Long Island villa, as Rimuru stepped into the room, she sensed something was amiss. Firstly, Isla had not greeted her with the customary, "Welcome back, Master," which was decidedly unusual. Furthermore, there were several shadowy figures lurking in the room, whose presence was inexplicable. With a mere thought, Rimuru activated the newly learned spell, Invisibility. This spell rendered her invisible and allowed her to pass through solid objects, a fusion of stealth and phasing. Having just passed through the wall into the living room, Rimuru was rendered speechless. The individuals engaged in dubious activities were mostly familiar faces. There sat Egg, clad in leather, striking a mysterious yet flamboyant pose on the sofa. Nearby, several agents were tidying up. Among them was Coulson, the novice village chief whom Rimuru knew well. Coulson was connected via earpiece, confirming details. "Number 9, report your findings." The earpiece responded, "Number 9 acknowledged. All is normal outside. No trace of the target has been found." "Over." Coulson replied, "Received. Number 9, please continue monitoring." "Understood." Coulson continued, "Number 7, report the cleanup status." Number 7 acknowledged, "The chef has been hypnotized. She will not remember anything that occurred today. Over." After confirming with a dozen agents, Coulson approached Egg to report, "Director, all confirmations are complete. All cleanup tasks have been executed. The intelligent program Isla has been temporarily disabled, and the chef we coerced has been hypnotized. She will completely forget this memory." Everything is in order. We await Rimuru's return. Nick Fury nodded in understanding. You may withdraw now, but remember to leave no trace. Understood. Coulson and several agents promptly retreated. One of the junior agents even mopping the floor as he exited, ensuring no signs of intrusion remained. Witnessing this, Rimuru felt utterly bemused. Previously, whenever Egg mysteriously appeared in the homes of superheroes, it had always evoked an aura of enigma. She had often wondered how Egg managed it. Now, she finally comprehended. Each of Egg's successful intrusions was backed by collective intelligence and effort. For the sake of a facade, Egg truly exerted himself. Yet, how could her home be so easily infiltrated? To intrude upon her abode was one thing, but to hypnotize her chef? Though her culinary skills were lackluster, she was still her chef, who dared to bully anyone in her household, apart from Rimuru herself. Hypnotizing her chef was one matter, but to disable Isla, her loyal maid, was utterly intolerable. Rimuru had never even scolded or struck Isla. This was sheer audacity. To bully her maid was one thing, but Egg dared to put on airs before her. The audacity to orchestrate such an elaborate scheme, employing nearly 20 individuals, was beyond belief. Egg, how dare you aspire to outshine her? It was time to put an end to this charade. With a swift motion, the air before Egg began to crack as if it were a mirror shattering. Clad in a black trench coat and striking a pose, Egg was suddenly taken aback as the space around him fractured. Was he dreaming? Chapter 68. Egg's mind-blowing revelation. Am I dreaming? Egg incredulously rubbed his eyes, only to behold a scene forever etched in his memory. The room around him transformed into interlocking gears, incessantly rotating and spiraling, swiftly spreading throughout the space. Egg, nicknamed One-Eyed Jack, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and an ace agent, possessed remarkable agility, perception, and composure. Even when confronted with such an unbelievable and surreal spectacle, he maintained his usual stoic demeanor. Having traversed into space, he had little fear left in this world. Once this skirmish concluded, he would return home to his cat. Egg swiftly drew his gun from his waist, leaping nimbly to the side to evade the rapidly spinning gears. By conventional logic, his actions were entirely justified. Those gears appeared exceedingly bizarre and suspicious. However, to his astonishment, his simple leap resulted in a misstep. Fortunately, his agility and reflexes remained exceptional, allowing him to stretch his legs forward, performing a split, and successfully stabilizing himself on either side of the widening chasm in the earth. Yet, Egg's expression shifted from dark to ghostly pale. The reason? Well understood by all. Taking too large a step could lead to unfortunate consequences. Tragically, the fissure in the ground continued to expand, causing his legs to stretch further apart. Watching this unfold, Rimuru's eyes widened in surprise, giving Egg an approving thumbs up. No wonder he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. His flexibility is commendable. As Rimuru marveled at Egg's agility, a sudden whoosh sounded as a grappling hook shot from his belt. The hook embedded itself in the ceiling, lifting Egg off the ground. Rimuru was not particularly surprised. As an agent, possessing a few gadgets suited for scaling walls was completely normal. With a flick of her wrist, the ground flipped, turning the floor into the ceiling and vice versa. In an instant, the very Egg who had just been relieved to escape calamity found himself crashing onto the ceiling. His eyes rolled back as he gasped in pain. My back. First, the floor had come alive, then the gears rolled, and now the absurdity escalated. With the floor and ceiling swapping places, what in the world was happening? This was intolerable. With such blatant humiliation, where was Newton to intervene? But there was no time for such contemplation. The immediate priority was to escape this cursed house. Egg, resolute, did not dare to exit through the front door. Instead, he hurled himself toward the window, intent on breaking through. Then, Egg was left even more bewildered. As he lunged forward, the window miraculously cracked open wide, as if a lurking demon awaited his arrival, eager to ensnare him. In a bizarre twist, he stumbled, tripping over his own foot and crashing to the ground. Similarly, a window? Why was this one so exceptional? No matter the struggle, blood streaming from his nose, Egg finally sighed in relief. He had escaped that infernal house. What was even more overwhelming was seeing Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who were quietly waiting in the shadows to assist him. In that moment, Egg was overcome with emotion, his eyes even glistening with unshed tears. It had been so arduous. Surviving truly felt like an insurmountable challenge. Recently, Coulson had faced repercussions for his failures in apprehending Rimuru and managing the Iron Man debacle, leading to his temporary demotion. Nick Fury had resolved that upon his return, he would assign additional responsibilities to Coulson, reinstating him in a central department. As for the other agents, They too could be entrusted with significant duties. Nevertheless, the director's composure must not be compromised. He, Nick Fury, the one-eyed warrior, held his dignity in high regard. With a flourish, he retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket, swiftly wiping away the blood from his mouth and nose, smoothing his dark trench coat in a matter of seconds, and adjusting his eye patch with care. Blood may flow, and heads may roll, but the integrity of the eye patch, as his core identity, must remain intact. Moments later, everything was in meticulous order. He, Nick Fury, the suave and enigmatic king of spies, the S-H-I-E-L-D equivalent of Wu Qilong, had returned. Ahem, with a pronounced cough. He signaled his subordinates of his arrival. Yet, to his astonishment, he found that Coulson and the other S-H-I-E-L-D agents treated his presence as if it were non-existent. Had they not heard him? Fury felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He had made quite the racket, and still, those agents remained oblivious. As agents, these inept youngsters had a long way to go. Cough, cough, cough. Another fit of harsh coughing erupted, nearly smoking his throat. Still, no one acknowledged him. Even in his state of confusion, Fury began to sense that something was amiss. Hobbling toward Coulson's vehicle, he was further shocked to discover that not only Coulson but also the other agents seemed utterly unaware of him, conducting several small experiments. He was dumbfounded to realize that everything in this world appeared normal, save for the fact that no one could see him. Even if he delivered a sharp kick to Coulson, his foot would merely pass through him. Coulson himself was completely oblivious. Good heavens, how could this be? Had Nick Fury unknowingly passed into the realm of the dead? Was he now a mere spirit? Otherwise, how could everyone fail to perceive him? Only a soul could explain such a phenomenon. Yet, how had he met his demise? Deep in thought, Fury meticulously recalled each detail. But he could not discern when or how he had died. He remained unaware of the true cause of his death that day. Speaking of which, if he were indeed dead, how elegant had his passing been? Ugh, what was he even contemplating? There was no way he could be dead. Pain radiated throughout his body. If he were a spirit, he certainly wouldn't feel such agony. Were Coulson and the others merely figments of his imagination? Was he truly the last human on Earth? Yet, that defied logic and theology. He must be dreaming. Surely, he was lost in a dream. Dream? Fury's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. How many layers of dreams had he traversed? He found a spinning top, and with a flick of his finger, it began to whirl upon the smooth floor. To his bewilderment, after a few seconds, the top abruptly stopped. What on earth? How could the top simply cease spinning? Fury felt as though his head might explode from the confusion. What was happening? With Coulson waiting here, would his very existence soon be erased by the mysterious forces at play? Chapter 69, Exceptional Effects. Rimuru's hypnotic bow. Bang. Rimuru nonchalantly waved her hand, exuding an effortless grace, as an original spell struck Fury on the back of his head. He immediately swayed and succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing the now slumbering Fury, Rimuru felt a profound sense of satisfaction. From this moment onward, she had created a spell worthy of legacy. It could be said that this was learned from these Westerners, a testament to her adaptability to local customs. Perhaps due to a sense of copyright, these Western magicians, regardless of their inventions, would brand them with their names. For instance, the Icon form was conceived by the mage Icon. The Crimson Master, Satarak, held the rights to the magical Crimson Chains, the holy sword of the Viscanti, Saboteur's Thunder, and Schrodinger's Loki all belonged to similar circumstances. In the future, Rimuru would likely develop spells such as Rimuru's Overturning Seal or Rimuru's Face-Splitting Fist. The magical realm was destined to have a place for her. After a sustained tremor, Nick Fury gradually awoke. The first sight that greeted him was an unfamiliar ceiling. He touched the painful lump at the back of his head, his mind still hazy as memories of his unconsciousness trickled back. Fury's pupils dilated as he recalled that he had been knocked unconscious by some brute wielding a blunt object. His first suspect was Rimuru. After all, this was her villa. Moreover, Rimuru was extraordinarily enigmatic, with an array of hidden capabilities that left him uncertain of her true powers. Unfortunately, he had no evidence. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, only to be met with a sharp pain in his thigh that made him involuntarily gasp, examining his clothing for any signs of alteration. He finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon finding none. Pulling out his phone, he was greeted by a familiar number. Coulson had called. Overwhelmed with excitement at re-establishing contact with the other agents, he felt an immense wave of gratitude. Goodness, he had nearly believed he was truly gone. Coulson, Director. Are you all right? Fury pondered briefly before cautiously replying. Why do you ask? Coulson, Director, you usually answer within 10 seconds of a call. It has been nearly 30 seconds. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Fury replied nonchalantly, I was preoccupied. What is it? Coulson, Director, the logistics department has detected the location of the Wind God. It is en route to Long Island. Please prepare. Fury's eyes narrowed. The Wind God. Where did it first appear? Coulson, the west coast of California. Taking a deep breath. Fury responded, understood. Stay discreet. The journey from the west coast of California to New York spanned the entirety of the United States. It was evident that Rimuru had no opportunity to commit any crimes. Fury would not forget the optical invisibility or spatial jumping technology the Wind God had displayed not long ago. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Logistics Department's ability to detect the Wind God was only possible because the Wind God allowed it. Fury had a strong premonition that the series of events he had encountered earlier were the handiwork of Rimuru. This was the instinct of a seasoned agent, yet regrettably, he lacked any proof. The recent occurrences had left an indelible impression on him. The seemingly animated room, the ceaselessly spinning and rolling gears, and the casually flipped and folded spaces had left him with a sense of dread. Without first-hand experience, one could never comprehend the terror of being isolated while the rest of the world continued on. On Earth, if there were a secret to be known, Fury would consider himself second to none. Who would dare claim the top spot? Yet, what he had encountered today surpassed his wildest imagination. It was as if he had encountered divine powers. This world was far more mysterious than he had ever fathomed. Reflecting on his prior confidence in his grasp of all things felt utterly ludicrous. Fury even began to suspect that this was Rimuru's way of teaching him a lesson for trespassing into her villa, to appear so brazenly in California. Allowing the logistics department to discover her presence was likely her way of avoiding outright confrontation. The more he contemplated this possibility, the more it seemed plausible. If this were the truth, he had nowhere to voice his grievances. Was it merely a transgression of entering without permission? Is it truly necessary to escalate matters to such an extent? Regardless, Lu Dan must treat this incident as if it never transpired. Rising to his feet, Lu Dan stationed himself in a shadowy corner, seamlessly blending into the darkness. Were Rimuru capable of reading minds, she would undoubtedly be fervently applauding Lu Dan's reasoning. Indeed, this was precisely her intention. The incident served as a stark lesson for both Lu Dan and S.H.I.E.L.D. The formidable Wind God, capable of vanquishing the Hulk, had provided her with an abundance of formidable tools. She must fortify her defenses in advance to prevent these ruffians from speaking indiscriminately. To punish without teaching is akin to cruelty, and Rimuru had no desire to engage in such trivial pursuits. The thrill of feigning ignorance stems from the might of the predator. Why would she pretend to be a pig before mere flies she could effortlessly swat? That would be sheer folly, a self-imposed burden. Clang! The Wind God descended upon the villa, and the skilled Rimuru feigned ignorance with a facade of innocence. Then, Lu Dan made a dramatically mysterious entrance. Having decisively defeated the Hulk and vanished before countless satellites, the silver-armored war god Rimuru, you truly are modest. Do you believe yourself to be the world's most powerful superhero? The tone of this remark echoed the derision he had once directed at Iron Man. Lu Dan remained ever so fond of his pretentiousness, despite Rimuru having shattered his bravado by 99%. A quintessential case of discomfort and sincerity. Nonetheless, Rimuru had no intention of exposing him. After all, Lu Dan was already in such a difficult position. Why add to his troubles? Who are you? Why are you in my home? Rimuru's expression turned wary as she scrutinized Nick Fury. Uncertain, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury nodded, teasing, is this yet another scene from the movies? Of course. I do enjoy films, particularly those related to myself. I hope we can discuss them together when time permits. Certainly. The two exchanged some inconsequential banter, while Lu Dan, ever cautious, subtly probed. Rimuru casually replied, I must make it clear, I was responsible for what transpired earlier. What can you do about it? Observing Rimuru's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Dan felt a surge of irritation, grinding his teeth in frustration. I've tolerated enough. Truth be told, Rimuru's display of dominance had far exceeded her own expectations, almost prodigious in its impact. Witnessing Lu Dan endure such indignity, swallowing his pride, even Rimuru felt a twinge of discomfort. Just look at that pitiful expression on Lu Dan's face. Were it not for his dark, reflective complexion, Rimuru might have suspected he was a descendant of the sun, a remnant from a millennium of peace following the Great Tang War. Chapter 70. Extorting Lu Dan. Just as rice nourishes a variety of individuals, the responses to humiliation vary drastically among different people. A common man's fury can spill blood over mere steps, while others may choose to endure in anticipation of future gain. Undeniably, Lu Dan exemplifies a profound understanding of restraint. At the very least, Rimuru could not compare to his ninja-like tenacity. The more one knows, the broader the mind expands, and the more one contemplates. His earlier brief yet despairing encounter had heightened Lu Dan's wariness of Rimuru to an extreme degree. With her unfathomable strength and seemingly endless trump cards, it is best to avoid inciting her wrath. Naturally, if alliance or cooperation could be achieved, that would be splendid. It is imperative not to push her into opposition. As Lu Dan gazed upon Rimuru's fresh, youthful, and endearing visage, he felt a headache coming on. Who could have imagined that such an innocuous-looking girl could corner him? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., capable of contacting world leaders with a mere phone call? The world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. However, upon further reflection, Lu Dan found some solace. Throughout, Rimuru had maintained a remarkably amicable stance toward S.H.I.E.L.D., having recently rescued Norman Osborn from the Hulk. The reason for her intervention was primarily due to his overstepping. It seemed Lu Dan was beginning to grasp Rimuru's boundaries. After all, had some other agent intruded upon his home to engage in such antics, Lu Dan would have promptly eliminated them. As their conversation continued, Rimuru was taken aback to notice Lu Dan's demeanor appeared markedly more amicable. This struck her as peculiar. After receiving a reprimand, could Lu Dan have awakened some unusual attribute? Was he a masochist? Hentai. Rimuru instinctively distanced herself from Lu Dan, finding such peculiar individuals utterly intolerable. Little did Rimuru realize, the stoic Lu Dan, who had endured much, perhaps even unknowingly possessed a spirit akin to that of A.Q., self-justifying and unlocking his inner conflicts. As Lu Dan opened up, his demeanor softened, and his desire to foster a connection with Rimuru became increasingly evident. Bargaining for allegiance? Rimuru regarded this notion with disdain. With her current prowess, she stood above any organizational enticements. Furthermore, Lu Dan's assembly of the Avengers was nothing short of dismal. How to describe it? Lacking organization and discipline. It was compounded by the absence of a strong, unifying leader. Members fought their own battles, leading to disarray and conflict. They had saved the Earth from the Chitauri and the world from Ultron, yet the public and politicians remembered the destruction wrought during the Sokovia incident, resulting in numerous innocent casualties. As for the loss of life, Rimuru could only express her regrets. However, Lu Dan, as the leader, had utterly failed to protect the Avengers during this pivotal moment, allowing the team to fracture, an utter display of incompetence. If he could not safeguard his own confidence, how could he expect his subordinates to rally behind him? Moreover, during the public outcry against the Avengers, Lu Dan had failed to devise a public relations strategy, allowing malicious actors to exacerbate the situation. It was perplexing to fathom Lu Dan's thought process. After all, diverting public attention was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forte. One could argue that being an Avenger was the most grueling, perilous, and thankless job within the Marvel Universe. If accomplished, it was merely one's duty. Should one falter, prepare for the wrath of the populace. To put it bluntly, when aliens attacked Earth, the enraged public would retaliate against the space agency. Observing the disdain in Rimuru's expression, Lu Dan wisely refrained from broaching the subject of inviting her to join the Avengers. This left him feeling quite stifled. Each individual was a source of concern. Inviting Iron Man, only to have Tony mock his Avengers initiative as a Superboy plan. As for Rimuru, he had not even been granted the opportunity to speak. Only Norman Osborn and Clint Barton were within his purview. Regrettably, their words alone could not uphold the entire team. With no alternative, Lu Dan cut straight to the heart of the matter, the restorative elixir. This, one could say, constituted the core objective of Nick Fury's meeting with Rimuru. Norman had thoroughly briefed him on how she had suffered severe injuries to her thigh, nearly reaching the bone. Yet, Rimuru had applied some liquid to her body, and within mere seconds, she had fully recovered, with no trace of her injuries remaining. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Agents are among the most perilous individuals on Earth, living on the edge of danger. If one could acquire such a miraculous restorative potion, it would equate to having several lives. You speak of a restorative potion? Rimuru wasted no time, producing a vial without hesitation. As he gazed upon the glistening, jewel-like elixir, the breath of the egg of brine quickened in an instant. He had not anticipated that Rimuru would be so forthright, revealing the tangible product to him directly. However, the egg of brine was not so naive. He understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially not for a precious commodity capable of wresting souls from the clutches of death. Swallowing hard, he lowered his voice, striving to suppress his surging excitement. What price must I pay to acquire a batch of this restorative potion from you? With a radiant smile, Rimuru refrained from stating any conditions, instead elaborating on the properties of the restorative potion. The primary ingredient was a mysterious herb known as hippocute grass, which thrived under exceedingly harsh conditions. Rimuru began her grandiose tale, claiming that the restorative potion could only be cultivated when the earth emerged from its ice age. As the climate gradually warmed, the growth cycle was lengthy, with a decade required for blossoming and another for fruiting. The manufacturing process was even more intricate, the highest grade, capable of instantaneously mending wounds, involved thousands of purification steps. Even in her original universe, such a superior restorative potion was an unparalleled treasure. Upon witnessing Rimuru's incessant chatter, as if readying to fleece him, the egg of brine felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Did he appear foolish? Yet, he found himself unable to refuse. Trapped in Rimuru's seller's market. If he did not purchase from her, he would be hard-pressed to find another vendor. How vexing. Rimuru had no intention of kindly informing him that Tony had already commenced mass production of a basic restorative potion, aptly named the Embrace of the Goddess of Life, which was soon to hit the market. I desire adamantium. After a lengthy preamble, Rimuru finally articulated her objective. Adamantium was indeed a remarkable material. Among all substances in the Marvel Universe, only vibranium could rival it. In the X-Men series, Wolverine's claws were forged from adamantium, rendering them nearly indestructible. Describing them as the strongest spear would not be an exaggeration. Adamantium was a top-secret material controlled by the military, and Rimuru could not procure it without the involvement of S.H.I.E.L.D. adamantium. A thought struck the egg of brine, and he instantly comprehended Rimuru's intentions. This meant that they could engage in a fair trade, did it not? Rimuru, I shall take a slight loss and offer you a fair price. 1 vial in exchange for 1,000 pounds. Poof! The egg of brine nearly spat blood, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he exclaimed, 1 vial for 1,000 pounds? Why don't you go rob a bank? Indeed, how could one term this as robbery? Rimuru replied with a pious demeanor, feigning great loss. It is merely 1,000 pounds. What is the fuss? With just 1 vial of restorative potion, even if you, the egg of brine, were shot to pieces, left with only a breath of life, I could have you leaping about in a second. The egg of brine was taken aback, indignantly retorting, who is the egg of brine here? And who is left with just a breath of life? You unfortunate child. Your words leave much to be desired. I, Nick Fury, would rather leap from a building and turn to ash than succumb to your extortion. Chapter 71. What a pathetic egg of brine. Adamantium is forged from the components of extraterrestrial meteors mixed with carbon alloys, rendering it unbreakable and the hardest known metal on Earth. Once smelted, it must be maintained at a scorching temperature of 500 degrees Fahrenheit, equivalent to 55 degrees Celsius. At such temperatures, adamantium remains in a liquid state, allowing it to be forged into any shape. However, once cooled, it becomes virtually indestructible and unable to be reshaped, remaining solid even at temperatures of 500 degrees Celsius. What does 500 degrees Celsius represent? The Earth's core temperature is approximately 982 degrees Celsius, while the surface of the Sun reaches around 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the Sun's core is about 20 million degrees Celsius. Thus, the only way to melt adamantium weapons again would be to cast them into the heart of the Sun. It is the epitome of a one-time formation, never to warp, eliminating the need for aftercare. As for the incident in the Wolverine, where Wolverine's claws were severed by Silver Samurai wielding an adamantium sword, it is worth noting that in the comics, Silver Samurai not only possesses an adamantium blade, but also generates a form of superluminal particle energy. By attaching this energy to the blade, he can disrupt the atomic forces, capable of severing even the most formidable materials. Yet, against Wolverine's claws, it was as futile as breaking eggs. Wolverine could sit there for an entire day, and upon awakening, his claws would likely bear not a single mark. Rimuru's yearning for adamantium was not a fleeting desire. She had long coveted it, but regrettably had never been able to acquire it. Now that the egg of brine had presented himself, she felt compelled to seize the opportunity. However, even if she managed to do so, it would be in vain. The wind god had evolved to such a degree that its power could hardly be improved further. Opting for a premium metal like adamantium was merely one possibility. Nonetheless, for Rimuru at this moment, it was not of great necessity. With skills like multi-layered barriers and the magical Seraphim shield, she could withstand even Thanos without a hitch, were it not for the need to conceal her identity. Rimuru could even discard her mech and frolic freely. But just because she did not require it did not mean her future mech girl would not need it. She could not allow her precious creation to falter at the starting line. Vibranium and adamantium were the two premium materials Rimuru had earmarked for her future mech girl, ensuring she would be both adorable and formidable from the moment of her birth. Rimuru even envisioned her mech girl using her tiny fists to pummel Thanos' chest. No, 1,000 pounds is absolutely out of the question. The egg of brine felt as if he might spew blood, shaking his head vigorously. 1 gram of vibranium is valued at $10,000. Black Panther was often regarded as wealthier than Iron Man due to his family's mining interests. As for adamantium, it was on par with vibranium in terms of prestige. 1 pound equals 500 grams, which at $10,000 per gram would make one vial worth $50 billion. Who could possibly afford that? Am I to drink the restorative potion, or is the restorative potion to drink me? The egg of brine's face darkened, his voice brooding. Your price is outrageous. I might offer you 1 pound for a vial. The egg of brine was astutely calculating, setting a sky-high price and expecting to land on solid ground. He pressed the price down by 1,000-fold. Such a miraculous potion, capable of resurrecting the dead, was not something an average person could afford. He planned to resell this restorative potion to the council's bigwigs, domestic and international magnates. Not only could he recoup his costs, but he could also rake in a handsome profit. 5 million per vial was a price that most affluent individuals could manage. For true tycoons, 5 million was chump change. Moreover, as a life-saving elixir, even those who did not need it regularly could stock a few vials at home. Who doesn't have a medicine cabinet? In truth, the egg of brine's expectation was 50 million per vial, exchanging 1 vial for 10 pounds. Having wielded power within S.H.I.E.L.D. for over a decade, mastering financial and personnel authority, he often skimmed a bit of funding to build a secret base. When it came to sensitivity regarding money, he believed he surpassed 99% of the world. Furthermore, his opponent was Rimuru, a mere child. In terms of skill, she was still far behind. Deal. Rimuru replied without hesitation. The egg of brine froze, his confidence draining from his face as he nearly coughed up blood. He had slashed the price by 1,000-fold, only to have Rimuru agree without a moment's thought. What did this signify? 1 vial of restorative potion for 1 pound of adamantium meant that Rimuru not only profited, but did so handsomely. The excruciating agony of defeat that pierces to the very marrow. Who could possibly endure such torment? Ah, how I long for oblivion. The sense of regret is palpable, akin to a boiled egg in a state of despair, contemplating the absurdity of wanting to bash my head against a wall. That visceral pain of disappointment is something anyone who has ever haggled would surely understand. For instance, unscrupulous vendors often set exorbitant prices on their wares. You approach them, convinced you've negotiated a significant reduction, trembling in anticipation, fearing rejection. Yet, when the vendor readily agrees, the fleeting sense of accomplishment is instantly obliterated. Not only that, but you are left feeling utterly cheated. And do you think that that's the end of it? For a considerable time thereafter, each recollection of that bargaining experience fills you with indignation, heartache, and regret. Those of a more petty disposition may even dwell on it for a lifetime. Certainly, Rimuru could engage in a protracted negotiation with the boiled egg, wrangling for additional benefits. However, when it comes to recovery potions, Rimuru is far from lacking. She has devoured every last bit of hippocampus grass from the entire cave. As for the recovery potions, she possesses an unfathomable quantity. More importantly, the satisfaction derived from vexing the boiled egg far outweighs any financial gain. Witnessing the color drain from the boiled egg's face brought Rimuru immense joy, her eyes narrowing to crescent moons of delight. The boiled egg, incensed by Rimuru's gleeful schadenfreude, could hardly contain his ire. Truly, such mischievous children are the most exasperating. He is undoubtedly better suited to petting cats. Upon seeing Rimuru casually arrange the recovery potions in a row, the boiled egg's face turned an even deeper shade of green. Observing Rimuru's nonchalant demeanor, he felt as though the value of the recovery potions had diminished even further. The heartache was unbearable. Diluting the potions, he must ensure that the recovery potions are heavily watered down upon resale. After the transaction was completed, the boiled egg stumbled out of the villa, lightheaded and unsteady, unsure of how he had even made it outside. Rimuru would never divulge to him that Tony had already begun mass-producing recovery potions with a purity of 5%. Though this severely diluted version of the potion could not resurrect the dead, it was still capable of healing wounds without leaving scars. In other words, the boiled egg's little scheme was destined for failure. Chapter 72. Surely, Odin would not mind. Welcome back, Master. Ayaka's sweet voice resonated, bringing immense comfort to Rimuru's heart. That wretched boiled egg dared to employ extraterrestrial technology to silence Ayaka. He deserved every bit of his predicament. It seems I must find an opportunity to urge Stark to expedite the installation of the supercomputer so that Ayaka may move in sooner, along with an upgrade. One must admit, as the director of SHIELD, the boiled egg possesses an abundance of valuable resources. This time, it could be said that misfortune turned into fortune, as Rimuru's exposure to the advanced technology of the Kree Empire through the boiled egg allowed the sage to glean considerable knowledge about Kree technology. Although the knowledge systems differ somewhat, for the sage, nothing is insurmountable. Ayaka, please report on recent events. Yes, master. A cute little girl with twin ponytails emerged from the shadows, clad in a uniform, stockings, and heels. She was the very image of an adorable little host. Under Ayaka's presentation, Rimuru quickly learned of the various significant news events that transpired during her time reading in Kamartaj. Iron Man faced defeat against the Abomination, while the Hulk triumphed over the same foe, and the Silver Iron God captured the public's attention, igniting widespread discussion. Countless netizens speculated about the true identity of the Silver Iron God, his combat prowess, and the advanced technology he employed. In stark contrast, Iron Man found himself embroiled in a maelstrom of public criticism, facing widespread condemnation. Many experts and scholars proclaimed that Iron Man should disclose his humanoid mech technology to the military. However, a plethora of news outlets asserted that private property is sacred and inviolable, publicly defending Stark. What amused Rimuru was that some media outlets that had condemned Stark just yesterday were now openly fawning over him. One cannot help but marvel at the integrity of American media personnel, truly a sight to behold. Response: these flip-flopping media outlets have all been acquired by Iron Man. How startling. Do not suddenly leap forth to assert your presence. It is quite alarming. The sage chuckled. Rimuru, on the other hand, mused, according to historical precedent. The Stark Industrial Expo should be approaching, aligning with the narrative of Iron Man 2. In the original film, Iron Man had just publicly declared himself as Iron Man. His stock prices soaring, and his reputation reaching unprecedented heights, standing at the pinnacle of his life. Amidst the military committee's scrutiny and challenges, Tony rebuffed the executives with a flourish. Justin Hammer was utterly humiliated, reduced to a mere jester, subjected to ridicule. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the seemingly glamorous Tony was suffering from severe palladium poisoning, teetering on the brink of despair. Thus, he orchestrated an extravagant industrial expo, a mere facade of prestige, which even Pepper criticized as a complete waste. His reckless decision to participate in a perilous racing competition in Morocco only compounded the disappointment felt by those who knew him. But will this expo still take place? That remains a substantial question. Unlike the original timeline, due to Rimuru's interference, Tony has faced a series of failures and setbacks. As for his prestige, does Tony even possess such a thing anymore? Thanks to the recovery potions, Tony no longer fears for his life. It is unlikely that an extravagant display of prowess like the Stark Industrial Expo, a wasteful and meaningless endeavor, will occur. At this juncture, Tony is far more likely to seclude himself in his laboratory, nursing his wounds and biding his time. It appears that New York City is about to enter a peaceful new era, where property remains untouched and doors remain unlocked. Speaking of which, what is Tony's state of mind during this period of introspection? Poor Nini, should I offer him some comfort? Nini, is there something troubling you? Speak freely, so we may all share in the joy together. Snap. With a snap of her fingers, Rimuru resolved the matter cheerfully. After all, Rimuru is inherently empathetic and tender-hearted. In time, when Thor descends upon the earth, Rimuru plans to casually observe and learn the runes from Odin's mighty hammer. Runes are truly a treasure, and surely Odin, as a celestial patriarch, would not mind if she discreetly acquired some knowledge. Runes are not particularly secretive in Asgard. Many sorcerers possess knowledge of them. However, one must wonder, is the great fireball technique of Ban not the same as that of the second pillar? Furthermore, Asgardian artifacts possess an intriguing characteristic. They can be effortlessly summoned back once thrown. Odin's spear, Gungnir, is the eternal spear. Once hurled, it strikes with 100% accuracy, akin to a weapon of causality. Upon hitting its target, it automatically returns to Odin's hand. Similarly, Thor's Mjolnir behaves in the same manner. When thrown, it can be effortlessly summoned back to Thor's grasp. Hela's weapon, the Necrosword, also shares this trait, allowing her to wield it with the effect akin to the treasure trove of the Golden King. If Rimuru were to forge a weapon, this remarkable feature is one she would undoubtedly wish to incorporate. Let us not forget, Rimuru's belly contains a considerable amount of magical steel. Rimuru was equally curious about the chemical reactions that might occur when the magical steel blocks from the Kirara realm encountered vibranium, adamantium, and Uru metal. One could hardly blame Rimuru for crafting a weapon by piecing together various materials. After all, she was just an underdog, lacking a prestigious lineage. Unlike Sun Quan, who had a supportive brother, or Cao Cao, who had a benefactor, Rimuru found herself compelled to follow the arduous path of self-employment, much like the beleaguered Liu Bei. At this juncture, Rimuru had a few grievances that she could no longer suppress. The god of hammers, Thor, was undoubtedly the most reckless spender in the Marvel Universe. There was no doubt about it. Observing Thor's actions, one could only conclude that he was heedlessly squandering his father's wealth. Just as old Odin had settled into a brief slumber, one of Asgard's most treasured artifacts, the Destroyer armor, was reduced to ruins by Thor's reckless hammering. Not long after, Thor smashed the strategic asset of Asgard, the Bifrost Bridge, into oblivion as well. The Bifrost was crucial for Asgard's military, allowing them to strike anywhere. Much like the sword of Damocles hanging over the other realms, who would dare to act recklessly? Thor, however, showed no sign of remorse. The only moment of hesitation he displayed was due to his inability to immediately rendezvous with his girlfriend, Jane Foster. This reckless abandon was enough to rouse old Odin from his slumber. Yet, for Rimuru, a spendthrift like Thor was a boon. If Thor did not want these items, surely she could salvage a few scraps without old Odin minding too much. Since Thor had discarded the Destroyer armor, Rimuru thought to help with its recovery. It simply wouldn't do to leave such items lying about. Even if they didn't harm anyone, it was still inappropriate to damage nature. As for the Bifrost, perhaps a taste would allow her to learn the construction method. The unique means of transporting an entire battalion was something Rimuru found particularly intriguing. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but lick her lips, overwhelmed by desire. Chapter 73, The Toolman Hawkeye. Preparation is the key to success, and though Rimuru had her moments of lethargy, she was quite proactive when it came to matters of life and death. The Chitauri were soon to visit New York, and as the host, she felt obliged to prepare fine wine and exquisite dishes. Otherwise, it would be utterly impolite. The damaged wind god too was promptly devoured by Rimuru, who then had the great sage analyze it before replicating a brand new one. Upon witnessing this pristine wind god, Rimuru couldn't help but marvel. Was this elegant design and cutting-edge technology truly her creation? She was indeed remarkably talented. Oh my gosh, born as Rimuru, I excel at everything, and everyone praises me. Just as Rimuru reveled in the aesthetic of the wind god, Aya's voice interrupted. Master, your bank card has received a new transfer notification. Would you like me to report it? Huh. Rimuru's eyebrows shot up. A transfer notification? Had someone set their sights on her meager finances? How dare they encroach upon her little treasure? It was a futile endeavor. What is this transfer information? Aya, Master, your bank card, XXXXXXXXX, has just received $500 million. Rimuru was flabbergasted. How much? Aya reiterated, 500 million. Rimuru could scarcely believe her ears. Is that in dollars? Not Zimbabwean dollars. Aya, it is indeed in dollars. Hooray. She recalled how enviously she had watched news of a female exchange student who received an unlimited overdraft card, spent 30 million, and was acquitted. Oh my goodness. Was she finally experiencing a turn of fortune? She was utterly moved. Rimuru's eyes sparkled like a child struck by a pie, her head spinning with happiness. Great sage. What is the source of this 500 million? Response. Hawkeye has repeatedly thwarted Kingpin's operations, destroying 25 of his businesses. Recently, he triumphed over Bullseye. And this 500 million is a peace offering from Kingpin. Rimuru nearly choked upon hearing the truth. After robbing the rich to aid the poor, she had casually threatened Kingpin. In the aftermath, the battles involving the Hulk in New York, the showdown at Kamar Taj, and the transformation of Egghead had all slipped her mind. To her surprise, it was the genuine Hawkeye who had filled the pit she had dug. Hawkeye was truly a good man. She was grateful to his ancestors for generations. Nonetheless, Rimuru was quite curious about how Hawkeye had accomplished this. Kingpin was reputedly the underground emperor of New York. Did he capitulate after losing to Bullseye? Wasn't he that a bit cowardly? That was not the Kingpin she knew. Kingpin, a muscular figure with explosive strength and countless decoys, was no ordinary foe. As the saying goes, the superheroes come and go, but the villain Kingpin remains. Kingpin lacked superpowers and, to Rimuru, was merely a minor nuisance. However, to Daredevil, the Punisher, and Spider-Man, Kingpin was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. In the comics, when Spider-Man revealed his identity, Aunt May nearly perished at Kingpin's hands. Just imagine his tactics. Great sage. Was the Kingpin who surrendered merely a decoy? Response. No, it was the real thing. Rimuru was even more astonished. The real Kingpin? Hawkeye was that formidable? In the Avengers, wasn't he Hawkeye considered the weakest and most forgettable superhero? Even Black Widow could outshine him. Moreover, Rimuru remembered that Hawkeye's most glorious moment was shooting Loki in the face with an arrow. This was a feat he could boast about for a lifetime. However, even that moment was enhanced by the charming expressions of Princess 3. Without her exceptional acting, who would remember Hawkeye's shot? Rimuru was even more intrigued. What exactly transpired? Response. Hawkeye and Bullseye engaged in a fierce battle, with Hawkeye gaining the upper hand, yet he also recognized Bullseye's prowess. Subsequently, Hawkeye altered his strategy, specifically targeting Kingpin's businesses, leading to the destruction of 25 of them, causing significant losses for Kingpin. Rimuru understood, and then Kingpin surrendered? Not quite. After sustaining heavy losses, Kingpin initiated a comprehensive investigation into Hawkeye's identity. He eventually uncovered Hawkeye's ties to S.H.I.E.L.D., leading him to accept his misfortune and relent. Rimuru had to concede. That was a compelling reason. Regardless, Hawkeye had rendered a great service this time, and to express her gratitude, Rimuru vowed to utilize the title of Hawkeye wisely in the future. She would continue to rob the rich and restore justice to New York. Clearing her throat, Rimuru nonchalantly stated, Aya, please erase that transfer information. There has never been $500 million transferred into my bank account. Aya, as you wish, my master. Moments later, Aya's voice chimed in again. Master, everything has been cleansed. Additionally, all transfer information has been completely erased. Rimuru grinned, feeling lighthearted, as if she were floating on a cloud, basking in the warmth of the sun while lying on soft cotton candy. This languid sensation of sunbathing was simply divine. Why should I return what I obtained through my own merit? Unbeknownst to Rimuru, in the peaceful city of New York, Hawkeye was striding swiftly, a smile beaming on his face. The mere thought of the $500 million promised by Kingpin filled him with joy. After settling national and collective dues, the remainder would be his own. Hawkeye had already informed Egghead, who expressed his support. Opportunities like this to earn extra income were few and far between. Naturally, as a senior leader, Egghead would take the lion's share. Furthermore, there are Natasha, Melinda, and Coulson. These colleagues certainly deserve a share. Is this unexpected windfall? Everyone who witnesses it should partake. Hawkeye thrives on his good rapport, sharing generously, a principle that Barton understands profoundly. Otherwise, he would not stand alongside Natasha as one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite. Even so, he could easily pocket $100 million. $100 million, considering the gray income, it would sustain him for a decade of toil. This truly represents a lucrative opportunity. Having earned such wealth, how shall he spend it? The mere thought ignites a thrill within him. An hour later, the smile on Barton's face gradually fades. 2 hours later, his expression turns as somber as a stormy sky. 4 hours later, as dawn breaks over New York City, Barton's visage is as cold as ice. With a swift motion, he brandishes his mechanical bow, its limbs twisting and contorting until they coalesce into a weapon resembling a sword. Diligence leads to prosperity, while sloth begets ruin. Do not await salvation in vain. A sentiment echoed by Lu Sun. With the bow's body hypnotically swaying, he, Hawkeye, can achieve such feats. Kingpin, you have betrayed this city. Barton leaps from the rooftop, his trench coat billowing, his silhouette embodying a solitary hero battling against the heavens and earth. The following night, Kingpin's 26th operation meets its demise. Consumed by rage, Kingpin curses. Damn it, Hawkeye, you have forced my hand. Chapter 74. Everyone admires Miss Melinda. Morning breaks, the sun rises, and the weather is splendid. Awakening from slumber, Rimuru feels remarkably refreshed. Though slimes do not require sleep, the sensation of resting is undeniably pleasant. Years of human habits cannot be altered overnight, nor does Rimuru wish to change. Today, Rimuru intends to attend school, a decision stemming from a phone call the previous night from Mrs. Jacqueline, the homeroom teacher. As soon as the call connects, Mrs. Jacqueline's gentle and amiable voice resonates. She inquires about Rimuru's health and subtly hints at the impending final exams in a few days. If Rimuru's condition has improved, she hopes she can endure a bit longer to participate in the exams. However, Mrs. Jacqueline clearly states that if Rimuru is truly unwell and cannot attend, it would not be a problem. Such kindness and understanding leave Rimuru feeling both grateful and humbled. Truly, an exemplary teacher. At Forest Mountain Elementary, upon entering the classroom, Rimuru hears several familiar voices. Did you hear about what happened on Broadway last Saturday? Who hasn't he heard? That hulking yellow villain is terrifying. able to lift a car with ease and leap several stories high. Wrong. That yellow villain pales in comparison to the green monster. The Hulk is far mightier, his punches more powerful. What yellow and green nonsense? My dad says the yellow one is called Abomination, and the green one is the Hulk. Neither can hold a candle to the Silver Iron Warrior. The Silver Iron Warrior is so cool. I wish I could pilot a mech just like him. Then I too could defeat monsters and save the world. Only I can pilot the Silver Iron Warrior. You? You could at best be Iron Man. I don't want to be Iron Man. He is too weak. Listening to the childish banter of the students, Rimuru finds herself at a loss for words. What do they mean by you could at best be Iron Man? One cannot help but feel pity for Tony Stark. This might be the most disparaging moment he has faced. History consistently reveals that victors are revered while the vanquished are scorned. Rimuru cannot help but lament the current public sentiment, which is indeed quite unfriendly toward Tony. Even children deem Iron Man weak, unwilling to be associated with him. One can only imagine the attitudes of politicians. Survival of the fittest has always been an unyielding truth. Continual setbacks suggest that the Stark Industries Expo will likely be cancelled, and as for that military committee hearing in Washington, Tony will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate through. What does the future hold? Rimuru grows increasingly curious. As Rimuru contemplates these matters, the previously listless Mindy suddenly brightens, her face alight with incredulity. With a swift motion, she springs from her desk and dashes to Rimuru's side. Silver, hush. Before Mindy can utter another word, Rimuru places a finger over her lips and smiles, nodding in affirmation. Recognizing her identity, Mindy immediately erupts in jubilant cheers. Hello, Mindy. I am Rimuru Tempest. You may simply call me Rimuru. Mindy disregards formalities, linking her arm with Rimuru's. Chattering incessantly. Silver Rimuru. So you are indeed Rimuru? This is incredible. I've heard classmates speak of a student named Rimuru, described as beautiful and adorable. I must admit, I was skeptical at first. Who would have thought it was you? Oh, how I wish I had known sooner. Rimuru, you must know. I witnessed your battle with the Hulk. It was absolutely epic. I adore your wind spirit. Can I please see your wind spirit? Mindy transforms into a chatterbox, speaking rapidly and excitedly. Rimuru finds herself both amused and bemused. Technically, this is only her second encounter with the character known as Killer Bee. Mindy is rather familiar. Of course. Rimuru casually responds. You are amazing, Rimuru. I adore you. Smack. As Mindy speaks, she plants a heavy kiss on Rimuru's cheek, leaving Rimuru momentarily stunned. Her cheeks flushing slightly. The Western tradition of kissing on the cheek is delightful. Watching the affectionate exchange between Rimuru and Mindy, the classmates are left dumbfounded. Who is Rimuru? She is universally acknowledged as the most beautiful student in class, yet has only attended a few days before taking numerous absences. She remains an enigma. Mindy is equally fascinating. Though she is also strikingly beautiful and charming, she stands in stark contrast to Rimuru. Having transferred just under a week ago, she has already asserted dominance over the class bullies. Now, she seems to be the reigning queen of the classroom. What perplexes everyone is the sudden closeness between Mindy and Rimuru. Had they known each other prior? Were they childhood friends? As for Melinda, Peter Parker's expression is one of complexity. How foolish he had been to trust Rimuru. It seems she was either deceiving him or on the path to doing so. Now, he has come to realize that all those notions of harmony and the unity of heaven and man, and the idea that one could regress without donning feminine attire, were all mere fabrications. To Peter Parker, Rimuru resembles a mischievous little demon clad in the guise of a beautiful girl. Cut her open, and she would be darker than coal. What is even more unbearable for Peter is that Rimuru has taken that embarrassing photo of him dressed as a girl and turned it into memes. As if that wasn't enough, the images have gone viral. Oh, the agony. Every time he thinks of this, the little spider feels a surge of frustration, wanting to hide beneath his blanket and weep. One misstep leads to eternal regret. How foolish he had been. Even more terrifying is that many classmates are now aware of Miss Melinda. What Peter cannot accept is that his rival Thompson has formed a fan club for Miss Melinda, with a significant portion of the boys in class joining. Daily, as he watches his peers discuss how adorable Miss Melinda is in the group chat, Peter Parker feels a chill run down his spine. Should he reveal to the class that Miss Melinda is actually him? In the past, he was the seasoned chatterbox of the group, effortlessly sharing words, images, and memes. However, now he hardly dares to speak in the chat. Rimuru not only deceived him, but also robbed him of the joy of the water skirt. As for the meme battles, that is an even more sorrowful tale. Nowadays, whenever a meme battle occurs, it predominantly features various expressions of Miss May Die, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Where has the fundamental trust between individuals gone? covering his face. Feeling utterly defeated, he thought of Peter Parker, who was quite furious, knowing the consequences would be severe. This was also the reason why, during Rimuru's prolonged illness, he hadn't even made a single phone call. If Rimuru did not promptly apologize to him, he vowed never to acknowledge her again. He may die, and, cough, cough, Peter Parker. We're serious about this. Upon seeing little May die, Rimuru's eyes sparkled with delight. Hey, Peter, long time no see. Peter's face instantly flushed crimson as he stammered. Why yeah. Long time no see. Chapter 75. Rimuru is actually quite a nice person. Why are you following me, you softy? Mindy glared at little Peter with evident displeasure. Although she had only transferred schools less than a week ago, Mindy possessed a unique set of standards for assessing people. To her, little Peter had decent athleticism and strength. Yet his character was far too timid, even inferior to the likes of the brutish Dave. Such strength, yet he was bullied by Thompson. What a pity, a real coward. If it were her, she would have delivered a couple of slaps and a well-deserved kick to teach that little rogue Thompson a lesson he wouldn't forget. Mindy held little Peter in low regard. Moreover, today was supposed to be a special occasion for Rimuru to showcase the wind god to her. A day meant for just the two of them. Yet, an uninvited, oblivious third wheel had crashed their plans. It was no surprise that Mindy wouldn't be in a good mood. Little Peter scratched the back of his head, feeling quite awkward. To be honest, he was a bit intimidated by Mindy, the violent loli. Had she not beaten up countless people this week? Not only her classmates, but even upperclassmen had been brought to their knees, singing songs of subjugation. She was practically a humanoid beast. Mindy, do not underestimate Peter. He is exceptionally strong and possesses a good heart, being fiercely loyal to his friends. Hearing Rimuru's words warmed little Peter's heart, deeply moved. It turned out that in Rimuru's eyes, he held such a noble image. Truly, Rimuru was wonderful. He had previously thought she was as dark as coal. He felt remorseful. He acknowledged his mistakes and repented. Upon reflection, aside from her penchant for pranking him, deceiving him into wearing women's clothing, and sharing those photos online without his consent, she was actually quite a decent person. Is there anything special planned for today? To Peter, Rimuru seemed incredibly mysterious. Simply giving him a name had nearly transformed his very being. Yet, her character was quite peculiar, exemplified by her tricking him into wearing women's clothing. Of course, little Peter secretly hoped that this did not entail wearing women's attire. Truly, this was a secret, a mystery. Oh, Rimuru smiled enigmatically, piquing Peter's curiosity further, as if 1,000 claws were scratching at his heart. Revealing the identity of the silver-armored war god to Peter was a decision Rimuru had pondered deeply. Little Spider, the future good neighbor of New Yorkers, the successor to MCU's Iron Man, your future is undeniably boundless. Among all superheroes, while Little Spider may not be the most powerful, he is certainly one of the most beloved. Throughout his life, Little Spider has embodied Uncle Ben's adage, with great power comes great responsibility, never misusing his abilities, even in dire poverty. Truly, he is immensely admirable. In Rimuru's heart, Little Spider had long been designated as her little brother. Have you ever seen her deceive anyone else? No, right? Today, Rimuru remains steadfast in her principles. For ordinary individuals, she would not deign to play tricks on them. Recognizing Little Spider's immense potential, Rimuru, having already intervened in his life, could not simply neglect him. It would be a true pity if he were to go astray. Thus, after careful deliberation, Rimuru decided to disclose her identity as the silver-armored war god, with absolute authority and earnest guidance, encouraging Little Spider to don women's clothing and follow the righteous path. As for why Mindy was involved, that too was a product of Rimuru's thoughtful consideration. Mindy excelled in fashion, makeup, disguise, firearms, and combat. She would be the ideal mentor for the present-day Little Peter. Arriving at the villa, although it was not his first visit, Little Peter remained exceedingly nervous. This house was simply too luxurious. Unlike Little Peter's awe, Mindy was more accustomed to such residences. However, every time she entered with her father, they typically left the owners in dire straits, seizing their ill-gotten gains. This was likely Mindy's first time entering such an opulent mansion with such boldness. Rimuru, Aya, these are my good friends Mindy and Peter Parker. Aya, master, welcome back. This is your second time bringing friends home. It seems your school life is going quite well. Mindy, Peter, welcome to our abode. The moment the voice rang out, both Little Peter and Mindy were taken aback. To be honest, the voice was truly enchanting. They exchanged glances, scanning their surroundings, yet failed to locate the maid. Mindy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Rimuru, is Aya the name of your maid? Where is she? Why can't we see her? Rimuru chuckled. Aya is not a human. She is an intelligent program. An intelligent program? Mindy was still processing this information, while Little Spider was already in an uproar. Oh my god. Are you referring to the kind of intelligent program like Red Queen from the movie Resident Evil? Precisely. With Rimuru's confirmation, Peter Parker was practically ready to take flight with excitement. Cool, this is absolutely insane. Rimuru, are you an alien? Rimuru, curious, asked, why do you ask? Today's computer languages consist of binary code made up of zeros and ones. All information is stored and transmitted in this coded format. Little Peter spoke endlessly, filled with an abundance of technical jargon about computers, leaving both Rimuru and Mindy feeling slightly dizzy. Rimuru was somewhat okay, as the wise sage assisted with translations, yet Mindy's eyes began to spin, transforming into swirling orbs. By the way, are you really a primary school student? You must be a fan of that certain Death God primary student. When Peter Parker laid eyes on the Wind God 1 and Wind God 2 displayed in the wardrobe, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. While he was somewhat unfamiliar with Wind God 1, Wind God 2 was all too familiar to him. Just recently, this very mech had battled the Hulk at Gabon Academy, pinning him to the ground with relentless force. The clash had been so fierce that, in its aftermath, Gabon Academy lay in ruins, with a crater nearly 100 meters wide carved into the earth. In a remarkably short span, this mech had garnered a legion of fans. Online, many referred to it as the Wind God. Though its origins were somewhat obscure, it seemed to carry an air of officiality. Conversely, some detractors referred to it as the Silver Charm, its striking silvery hue exuding a sense of sci-fi allure and undeniable charisma. Others dubbed it the Silver Lightning due to its astonishing speed, outperforming the most advanced fighter jets of today. Regardless of whether it was called Wind God, Silver Charm, or Silver Lightning, each name sent shivers of excitement through countless mech enthusiasts. Peter Parker had long been captivated by the silver-armored warrior, even fantasizing about possessing such a magnificent suit of armor himself. He had speculated numerous times about the true identity of this ingenious inventor, but he never once imagined that the silver-armored warrior was none other than his classmate, Rimuru. How utterly insane. It wasn't just Little Spider who was enamored. Mindy's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly leading her to leap onto the Wind God and shower it with affection. Little Spider was in a state of disbelief. Truly, this was the epitome of a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, sharing an affinity for such mechs just like him. Rimuru, may I touch it? Little Spider blinked his big eyes, filled with stars of admiration. Upon hearing Peter's request, Rimuru flashed a fox-like grin, saying, of course you can touch it, and not only that, I can even let you pilot it. Really? Little Spider was so elated that he nearly jumped for joy. Rimuru was such a wonderful person. Oh dear. He had previously misunderstood Rimuru, thinking she was dark-hearted. He felt utterly guilty now. While Rimuru had a penchant for mischief, she was genuinely kind-hearted. In Chapter 76, the essence of true heroism unfolded. Mindy initially found Little Spider's appearance unappealing, her features distorted in annoyance. After all, she was the one who suggested coming to see the Wind God, only for Peter Parker to intrude unexpectedly. However, when Rimuru suggested that Peter would have to don female attire to play with the Wind God, Mindy nearly spat out her drink in disbelief. Forcing a boy to wear a dress. Rimuru, are you a devil? She was taken aback by this side of Rimuru, yet had to admit it was brilliantly executed. Upon seeing Peter Parker in women's clothing, Mindy couldn't help but rub her eyes in astonishment. Oh my god, could it be? Was that truly the boy Peter Parker and not his sister? He looked far too adorable. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming embarrassment. But little Peter's cheeks flushed a bright red, akin to a ripe apple, exuding an inexplicable charm. In an instant, Mindy felt herself captivated. No wonder they say that beauty at its pinnacle embodies both masculine and feminine traits. Little Peter in a dress perfectly illustrated this notion. Moreover, the more Mindy looked, the more familiar he seemed. When she finally recalled why he seemed so recognizable, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, her wide eyes filled with sheer incredulity. Peter, could you possibly be Miss Mayday? Peter Parker's face turned crimson, transforming him into a steamy mess. Oh no, his reputation was utterly ruined. How could he have agreed to such a humiliating demand just to wear the Wind God? He must have lost his mind. From Peter Parker's expression, Mindy was rendered speechless, struggling to articulate her emotions. In class, Thompson had even taken the initiative to form a fan club for Miss Mayday. If they knew that the Miss Mayday they adored was actually Peter Parker, how would they react? The mere thought of that scene was too delightful to behold. Rimuru, can I now take the Wind God for a spin? Mayday Parker declared fiercely, determined to channel his frustration into exhilarating fun. Of course, Rimuru replied, keen to uphold her promise. After all, her credibility was at stake, particularly when it came to guiding Little Spider onto the righteous path. With Aya's automatic navigation, the operation was far from complex. In no time, Little Spider was joyfully soaring through the skies, reveling in the experience. The only concern was the fear of military interception. Unbeknownst to him, Rimuru had long since activated the mirror space, rendering his worries unnecessary. Not just Little Spider, but Mindy also indulged in the thrill. Eventually, both grew weary and hungry, finally willing to pause. Yet, even at the dining table, their thoughts, words, and actions remained fixated on mechs. Akin to someone newly licensed to drive, addicted and unable to resist the urge to touch and drive. This was precisely what Rimuru aimed to achieve. The bait had been cast. How could Miss Mayday resist? Rimuru had resolved that henceforth, every time Peter wished to play with her mechs, he would have to wear female clothing. It was a principle. To Rimuru's surprise, Mindy was even more enthusiastic about guiding Peter Parker onto the right path than she anticipated. As soon as Rimuru proposed the idea, Mindy offered her unwavering support, vowing to impart all her skills to Peter Parker. After all, Peter's a big boy now. He should learn to apply a clean eyeliner, shape his brows, and spritz on some delightful perfume. With this shared passion, the bond between Rimuru and Mindy flourished immensely. Eventually, in a moment of impulsiveness, Mindy suggested they form a superhero team to combat crime and uphold justice. Upon hearing this proposal, Peter Parker readily raised both hands and feet in agreement. The idea of being superheroes sounded incredibly cool, especially with Rimuru as a peer, a superhero capable of taking down the Hulk. How fitting. Never underestimate the American obsession with superheroes, particularly within the Marvel Universe. The spirit of Captain America has inspired generations, becoming a symbol of American ideals. Dave Lazeski, a mere mortal without any superpowers, purchased a garish green costume online and dared to take to the streets to fight crime, achieving a degree of notoriety. This illustrates the intensity of American individualism. Much like how one could randomly encounter a Chinese individual who could narrate tales of martial arts or an islander who could sketch a few manga characters. These are cultural imprints ingrained in their very blood. However, Rimuru found herself hesitating. Fighting crime was no casual affair. It wasn't about indulging in fine dining, writing essays, or painting. There's nothing elegant, composed, or cultured about it. The stakes could be life or death. Mindy, though young, had been influenced by her father from a young age, so her mindset was unwavering. When it came to action, she was swift, precise, and ruthless. But Little Spider was simply too young, akin to a delicate sprout raised in a greenhouse, with his worldview still in formation. Even in the future, he would adhere to a no-kill principle. If Uncle Ben encountered Big Daddy, the two guardians would undoubtedly clash over their differing philosophies. With such divergent beliefs, could this nascent superhero team endure? To be frank, Rimuru was quite skeptical about this unformed group. Nonetheless, she refrained from outright rejection, instead posing a question. Mindy, you are the Deadpool, so I want to comment. But Peter, are you truly prepared for this mindset? Peter Parker pouted, feeling underestimated. Of course. Uncle Ben has always taught me to empathize. Having been weak and bullied in school, I understand that sense of helplessness and despair. Now that I have gained strength, I wish to assist those in need. Rimuru couldn't help but admire Uncle Ben's approach to education. He and Aunt May had truly done an exceptional job. Rimuru smiled and inquired, so what are your thoughts on Iron Man? In the battle against hatred, his original intention was to punish evil and promote goodness, aiding the citizens of New York City. However, as you can see, the overwhelming majority of the populace holds little gratitude towards Iron Man. Instead, they deem him too weak. Peter Parker found himself momentarily speechless, entirely at a loss for words. He had never truly contemplated this issue. Not only Peter Parker, but even Mindy appeared somewhat disoriented. Her and her father's approach to combating crime was one of tit-for-tat violence, often operating in the shadows, and despite their numerous endeavors, the public remained oblivious to the existence of two heroes known as Big Daddy and Hit Girl. What if they were to encounter a predicament akin to Iron Man's? Limlu spoke earnestly. Peter, there's no rush. Take your time to ponder this matter. If you remain perplexed, you might consider seeking counsel from Uncle Ben. Mindy too. Both Peter and Mindy were left bewildered, merely nodding in compliance. Chapter 77. The Ever-Confident Iron Man. The following day. Master, the hearing has commenced. Would you like me to stream it live for you? Is the hearing already underway? Limlu's eyes brightened at this revelation. The current situation diverged significantly from the original narrative, exacerbated by untold magnitudes. How would Tony respond to this? Please, stream it for me. Certainly, Master. The scene shifted to a live broadcast of the hearing taking place in Washington, D.C. Mr. Stark, let us continue with our previous discussion. Senator Sunstein, intent on capturing Tony's attention, struck his gavel repeatedly, reminding Tony to pay heed to his statements. Yet, Tony remained unfazed, disregarding the senator entirely as he engaged in whispered conversation with Pepper, enjoying their private exchange. At this juncture, Rimuru found herself somewhat speechless. The atmosphere was not at all what she had anticipated. In the films, he was a formidable force at the pinnacle of success, and even amidst life-threatening circumstances. His audacity was understandable. However, after suffering defeat against the Ironmonger and then again against hatred, how could he still exude such arrogance while facing public backlash? Strangely enough, Rimuru sensed that the Tony on screen appeared even more flamboyant than before. Mr. Stark, for the love of all that is good, please focus on what I am saying. The senator's almost pleading demeanor nearly caused Rimuru to burst into laughter. A humble entreaty for Tony to listen? Surely, he must be a double agent for Hydra. Indeed, this senator was a covert operative for Hydra, with a significant mission in this hearing. The upper echelons of Hydra were covetous of Tony's humanoid armor technology. If they could acquire dozens, or even hundreds of such armors, Hydra's ambitions would be within reach. Senator Son, do you possess a weapon? Whether Tony Stark has one depends on how you define it. Senator, that weapon is Iron Man. Tony Stark, my invention has not been aptly described. It is a high-tech prosthetic, which I believe is the most fitting descriptor. Laughter erupted from the audience present at the hearing. Senator Sen's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his frustration palpable. To substantiate his claim that Iron Man constituted a weapon, Senator Sen called upon weapons expert Justin Hammer and requested Colonel Rhodes to present a report. Unlike in the original film, where military data was scant, the aftermath of Tony's battle with the Hatred had yielded a wealth of detailed video evidence. All this served to convincingly argue that Iron Man was indeed a weapon. However, Tony's eloquence and the support of his steadfast friend Colonel Rhodes managed to turn the tide. Particularly after the video of Hammer Industries attempting to replicate humanoid armor was revealed. The entire hearing took an unexpected turn. While most nations would require 5 to 10 years, Justin Hammer stated he would need 20. This display of superiority rendered Justin Hammer a mere fool in comparison to Tony. As it stands, I can prevent nuclear extortion. Iron Man is invaluable, and we are safe. You wish to seize my product? Do not even think about it. I alone can maintain world peace. Bang, bang, bang. Senator Sen seized upon Tony's remark, striking the table with fervor as he scoffed. You alone can maintain world peace? Mr. Stark, are you under some misapprehension about global tranquility? And should I remind you that you recently suffered defeat at the hands of hatred? The Silver Centurion's war machine appears to be far more advanced than your mark. As these words fell, the room fell silent, all eyes fixated on Tony Stark. Undoubtedly, this was an obstacle he could not evade. Not just others, but even Rimuru was exceptionally curious. However, to everyone's astonishment, Tony maintained an air of unwavering confidence. The war machine is more advanced than my mark. Only a novice like you, completely devoid of technical knowledge, would make such a claim. Should I enlighten you that the war machine and the mark are actually of the same technological lineage? Upon hearing this revelation, the audience erupted in excitement. It was their first time learning that the war machine and the mark shared a common origin. The design philosophies of the two were vastly different, as were their real-world performances. Notably, the war machine's demonstration of spatial teleportation, optical invisibility, and its ability to create massive craters with ease were beyond imagination. One could only fathom the shock and upheaval resonating through the crowd upon hearing Tony's words. Senator Son, astonished, inquired, does Mr. Stark know the true identity of the Silver Centurion? Tony Stark shrugged. Senator, I believe your command of the English language requires some improvement. Do I need to explain such kindergarten-level questions to you? Senator Son, who is the Silver Centurion? Tony Stark replied, I know, but I simply refuse to tell you. The audience erupted in laughter. Even Rimuru found herself speechless. Tony was being extraordinarily audacious and insufferable. Senator Son nearly collapsed from rage. At risk of a heart attack on the spot, taking several deep breaths, he finally regained his composure. Tony Stark, keep dancing. Let us see how long you can keep it up. Regardless, today's agenda is not to discuss the identity of the Silver Centurion, but to define Iron Man as a weapon and subsequently compel Tony to relinquish the technology behind it. Mr. Stark, the identity of the Silver Centurion aside, it was the war machine that was defeated by the Silver Centurion. You cannot deny that, can you? Tony nonchalantly nodded. Indeed. The smile on Senator Sen's face broadened. Not long ago, you were unable to conquer hatred. That is indisputable, correct? Of course. Senator Son took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement at victory, and stated, Thus, your claim that you alone can maintain world peace is utterly absurd. Mr. Stark, for the safety of America and the peace of the world, you should surrender the technology of Iron Man to ensure it better protects the safety of Americans, rather than treating it as your personal toy. Tony Stark, Iron Man. When compared to world peace, you must not only consider your insignificant personal gains. This is a lesson you ought to learn from your father, Howard Stark. Applause erupted throughout the hall, with Justin Hammer clapping vigorously, his hands turning red from the effort. Yet, Tony Stark remained adorned with an unwavering smile, standing before the audience. He proclaimed, "I am Iron Man is me. My high-tech prosthetics have evolved to the Mark V, an innovative creation that rivals any mechanized suit. I am set to host the Stark World Martial Arts Championship, a year-long event welcoming all challengers, regardless of their mechanical prowess. The champion shall be rewarded with the latest mech from Stark Industries. Do you covet my technology? Then come and claim it." Instantly, the hearing erupted with unprecedented cheers. Chapter 78, Conflict. Do you desire my technology? Then come and seize it. Watching Tony Stark's flamboyant demeanor on television, Rimuru couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Iron Man remains the quintessential Iron Man. Regardless of the numerous setbacks faced, he exudes unwavering confidence and charisma. Frankly, if roles were reversed, Rimuru would struggle to envision anyone surpassing Tony's capabilities. Tony's repeated defeats at Rimuru's hands are not due to a lack of intellect, but rather the disparity between a pay-to-win player and a cheat code player. That is the crux of the matter. The cards in Tony's hand are nearly transparent to Rimuru, while Tony remains oblivious to the multitude of trump cards Rimuru holds. Moreover, Rimuru possesses an overwhelming advantage, rendering Tony's efforts futile. Is it merely an ancient adage to assert that money cannot alter destiny? The Stark Industries Expo has been cancelled in favor of hosting a martial arts tournament, with the grand prize being the latest mech. This maneuver is nothing short of audacious. Tony truly dares to dream. To be honest, Rimuru feels a twinge of excitement. The technology behind the Mark V does not particularly entice him, but the prospect of triumphing over Tony imbues it with extraordinary significance. Placing the Mark V in his wardrobe would undoubtedly carry far more prestige than simply conceding to the Wind God. Tony's declarations before the media are, in essence, a declaration of war against Rimuru. After all, the two most formidable mechs recognized globally are the Wind God and the Mark. Public opinion leans heavily towards the belief that the Wind God surpasses the Mark, and Tony evidently aims to use this martial arts championship to assert that his Mark is the strongest. Rimuru would never allow such a notion to stand unchallenged. After all, what could be more exhilarating than dueling with Tony? What new technologies has Tony integrated into the Mark V? Rimuru is intensely curious. In the original timeline, the Mark V was a suitcase armor that sacrificed much of its functionality for portability. What, then, could the modified Mark V of this timeline resemble? As the saying goes, one's adversary often knows them best. Although Rimuru and Tony are not enemies, they are indeed formidable rivals in the realm of battle suits. If anyone is capable of deducing the performance parameters of the Mark V, it is undoubtedly Rimuru. Based on past iterations, each generation of Tony's mechs has been a refinement born from previous combat experiences. For instance, the Mark II faced issues with icing, prompting the Mark III to incorporate a titanium alloy. Following the battles, the Mark III's exterior deformation led to difficulties in disassembly, resulting in the Mark IV improving upon the connection mechanisms of its predecessor. Observing Tony's various battles in this world, from his contests with Rimuru's Gundam to his clashes with Ironmonger and the recent confrontation with the Abomination, it is clear that after facing the Wind God, Tony recognized the Mark II's mobility deficiencies, which birthed the highly mobile Mark III, including the early development of dual-ribbed thrusters. In the original narrative, such a design was not realized until the Mark VII. Tony relied on this armor to ascend into the sky with a nuclear bomb. The battle against Ironmonger revealed the Mark III's shortcomings, despite the primary issues stemming from an incompatible arc reactor. It also exposed the mech's insufficient firepower and armor penetration capabilities. Therefore, the Mark IV in this timeline boasts significantly enhanced firepower, especially with the advent of the new element reactor, which facilitated the deployment of high-power energy weapons. The palm and chest-mounted repulsors now possess greater power, extended firing durations, and increased potency. Additionally, laser cutters designed for penetrating steel armor, small anti-armor missiles, and retractable ablative missiles were all conceived following the experiences from the battle with Ironmonger. Specifically designed for armor penetration, the retractable ablative missile, utilizing the principle of explosive penetration, proves nearly infallible in close-range anti-armor scenarios. Should the Mark IV confront Ironmonger once more, the latter would be reduced to scrap metal in mere moments. Next, we have the most significant confrontation between Tony and the Abomination. The Abomination's size, strength, and exaggerated defenses rendered the Mark IV woefully inadequate. The modified Mark V in this timeline will undoubtedly address these lessons by enhancing the mechanical exoskeleton's output and increasing its melee capabilities. However, that alone is insufficient. To face an opponent of the Abomination's sheer strength head-on, the addition of high-powered supplementary thrusters becomes imperative. Furthermore, given the Abomination's remarkable agility, a robust means of restraint must also be anticipated, perhaps an emergency containment field or binding apparatus. This martial arts championship is, without a doubt, a declaration of war against Rimuru. While countering the brute force of the Abomination, it is essential to possess characteristics that can also counter the Wind God, making high mobility absolutely indispensable. Could it be that the mech is encased in additional armor? This notion seems reminiscent of the Hulkbuster armor design. Could it be that Tony has rapidly developed a counter to the Hulk? The Hulkbuster armor presents numerous technical challenges to overcome. For instance, the automatic assembly technology of the Mark XLI represents a significant technological leap, with nearly every component possessing its own power and control systems. This concept was further refined in the Mark XLIV Hulkbuster armor. Technological breakthroughs are not achieved overnight, in such a short time frame. It seems implausible that Tony could surmount so many technical hurdles. Yet, he is Tony Stark, one of the Marvel Universe's greatest geniuses. Even the quantum tunnel for time travel was brought to fruition with a mere flick of his fingers. Wait, Rimuru has considered another possibility: the sheer accumulation of resources. Tony is not only a genius, but also possesses unassailable financial prowess. If he employs materials like vibranium and adamantium, oh my god, in that light, it becomes entirely plausible. Rimuru currently possesses adamantium and could effortlessly craft the most formidable spear. Is this martial arts championship destined to be a clash between the strongest spear, adamantium, and the strongest shield, vibranium? Which shall emerge victorious, the spear or the shield? With this thought, every cell in Rimuru's body ignited with exhilaration. It appears the time has come for a comprehensive technological upgrade of the Wind God. As Rimuru contemplates Tony's audacious martial arts championship, various news media outlets have already erupted with fervor. One must never underestimate the integrity of the media. Although Tony has not explicitly stated it, the battle for the title of the world's strongest mech, Wind God versus Mark, has reached a fever pitch. The military, known for its decisiveness, has gathered a multitude of scientists and strategists to devise countermeasures. Meanwhile, in a lowly, frigid dwelling in Moscow, a new arc reactor radiates a bright glow. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., after a clandestine discussion among several high-ranking Hydra officials, a top-secret box is opened, revealing an immensely mysterious red gem. Chapter 79, Movement from All Directions. AUS, Military Base. General, I must express my deepest apologies, but Iron Man's Mark IV is simply flawless. In aerial combat, long-range engagements, and close-quarter skirmishes, it is nearly invincible. Even the mightiest of warriors, clad in the latest exoskeleton and armed with the most formidable infantry weaponry, would stand no chance against Iron Man. To defeat him, one would require at least a battalion equipped with an extensive array of heavy weaponry. A scientist, clad in a lab coat, spoke tremulously, flanked by a line of equally dejected colleagues. They hung their heads, resembling defeated roosters. The notion of employing an entire battalion to vanquish Iron Man clearly contradicted the principles of the martial arts tournament. Moreover, there was an unspoken truth that the scientist refrained from articulating. Even a battalion would merely serve as fodder against Iron Man, who is not merely a target to be struck without retaliation. The general's name was Chris Lennox. Recently, General Ross had been impeached due to his loathing, forced to resign. Lennox, having ascended on the coattails of Ross's downfall, was a rising star eager to make his mark. At this opportune moment, Tony Stark had convened a martial arts tournament. With the victor poised to claim Stark's latest Mark V suit, Lennox was electrified, akin to being invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. He promptly summoned a cadre of experts in weaponry, tactics, materials, and mechanical engineering, dedicating nearly half a month to research. Yet, while aspirations soared, reality struck with a chilling splash of cold water. Lennox's expression darkened as he bellowed. All the data on the Mark series is right here, including parts of the blueprints for Mark I, the Iron Tyrant. I have not asked you to design an entirely new suit of armor from scratch, nor have I burdened you with the most challenging energy supply technology. I merely requested that you devise a plan based on the Mark IV data to defeat Iron Man. Is it truly beyond the capabilities of hundreds of experts spanning every cutting-edge field to surpass even Tony Stark? The Silver Armor's wind god is achievable. If Stark can accomplish it, so too can the Silver Armor. Human mech technology, though challenging, should only differ by a generation from today's advanced technologies. The leading scientist raised his head and said, I apologize, General, but not every scientist is named Tony Stark. Furthermore, I believe you harbor misconceptions regarding the Silver Armor. Stark's technology can indeed be explained through modern science, whereas much of the Silver Armor's technology eludes scientific comprehension. We cannot even begin our research. Lennox, frustrated, stormed out, exclaiming in exasperation, damn it. Everyone has fallen victim to Tony Stark's cunning. Human mech technology is indeed far too advanced. Can individual combat truly defeat him? Perhaps the media's reports are correct. Tony Stark has never regarded the military with any seriousness. His only adversaries are the Silver Armor and its wind god. This so-called martial arts tournament is merely a declaration of challenge from Iron Man to the Silver Armor. At that moment, a lieutenant colonel approached General Lennox, speaking softly, General, I believe you may have fallen into a misperception. Defeating Iron Man may not be as insurmountable as you imagine. Lennox, taken aback, inquired, I have strayed into error? Please elaborate. The lieutenant colonel chuckled, General, without his suit of armor, Tony Stark is just an ordinary man. Perhaps you should consider a visit to Devil's Island Prison. Devil's Island Prison? Lennox squinted, deep in thought. He was well aware of the prison's infamous reputation for housing the most heinous criminals and various inhuman entities. In Moscow, drawing inspiration from Stark's arc reactor and the various materials left by his father, Anton Vanko, Ivan Vanko successfully designed the Vanko version of the arc reactor. Additionally, 2 electric whips had been developed. His equipment was nearly complete, and unlike in the movies, he did not need to covertly obtain visas and tickets from the black market. Whenever he wished, he could challenge Tony Stark and prove his superiority. Moreover, he possessed the technology for a full-coverage metallic exoskeletal heavy combat armor. His father Anton Vanko had left him blueprints for something named the Crimson Mech. Since Stark had arrogantly called for a martial arts tournament, he too would boldly issue a challenge. He intended to demonstrate to the entire world that Tony Stark was merely a clown, and his father, Howard Stark, a shameless thief. He would reclaim everything he had lost. Pierce led a clandestine gathering of several Hydra members once more. Gazing at the ruby ensconced within a box, their breaths quickened. This famed gemstone promised boundless power to its possessor, yet its destructive potential was perilous. After years of failed research, S.H.I.E.L.D. opted to seal it away. Pierce and his associates had lives to lead. They would not risk tainting themselves with such uncontrollable power. The task of cannon fodder was left to mere pawns. The universe is vast and enigmatic, concealing countless unsolved mysteries. Pierce knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed no fewer than 100 mysterious artifacts, such as the Tesseract. It was through the Tesseract that Red Skull had once developed unprecedented energy weapons, nearly sweeping across Europe. Had it not been for Captain America and his howling commandos intervening, the war's outcome might have been drastically different. Howard Stark had pioneered the arc reactor's prototype through his research on the Tesseract. Regrettably, due to the technological limitations of his era, he could not miniaturize the reactor. All of this was realized in Tony Stark's hands, where Howard's research blossomed into unprecedented brilliance. And then there was the mysterious obelisk, shrouded in secrecy by S.H.I.E.L.D. Its enigmatic exterior rendered all electronic devices inoperative and possessed the ability to petrify humans, an exceedingly bizarre phenomenon. Thus, the more one learns, the greater the reverence for this mysterious universe. Pierce declared, the ruby has been procured. Your task is to find someone capable of unleashing its full potential. Remember, our true enemy is never Tony Stark, but rather the Silver Armor. Hydra has long concealed its strength, to the point where the world has forgotten our existence. This time, let us unleash chaos. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! The champion's prize, the Mark V, was an enticing bait, captivating not only the military but also Hydra, and even the lowly underworld. Among them, the Bear Mafia in New York not only felt tempted but also took decisive action. One enforcer, Alexei Mihailovich Seisvich, succumbed to the allure of wealth under the relentless persuasion of the Mafia's leader, ultimately agreeing to partake in a perilous chemical radiation experiment. In a surprising twist, he succeeded. After a tough polymer bonded to his body, Seisvich became impervious to blades and bullets, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. During a strength test, Sicefich collided with and demolished an entire building. From that moment on, he earned the moniker, the Rhino Man. Chapter 8. The martial arts tournament commences. The denizens of Earth were well aware that Tony Stark was set to host a martial arts tournament. The ultimate victor shall claim his latest Mark V. Such occurrences may pique the curiosity of the masses, yet no one truly considers participating. Of course, even if they wished to involve themselves, they would lack the means. However, no one underestimated Tony's determination and ambition. On the grand screen, Tony Stark, clad in a tailored suit and radiating confidence, stood before an awe-inspiring, monumental steel structure. This is the venue I have specially constructed for this martial arts tournament. It is entirely made of steel, with a staggering investment of $1 billion. Featuring 20,000 seats and capable of accommodating up to 80,000 spectators. It will be broadcast worldwide by Stark's television network, and naturally, we are open to collaborating with other networks. Tony proceeded to elucidate various aspects of the venue's design, including measures to ensure the safety of attendees. For instance, each spectator seat is equipped with tempered glass protection, effectively preventing accidents and safeguarding the audience. Under the scrutiny of reporters, the excitement on screen reached a fever pitch. The Mark, the Wind God. These are revolutionary mechas. To witness an actual mecha battle on television? Oh my god. The entire world erupted in enthusiasm. Particularly among men who adore mechas, even more exhilarating than finding a girlfriend. The pre-sale channels for the martial arts tournament had yet to open. Yet countless internet users were already queuing in anticipation. With the cooperation between reporters and Tony, the audience swiftly grasped the tournament structure, a remarkably straightforward elimination system where victors advance and losers retreat. Even Tony Stark himself was not exempt. A reporter posed the question everyone was eager to ask. Mr. Stark, you are not exempt. Are you not afraid of defeat? Your Mark has not performed well against the Wind God. The reporter's blunt inquiry felt somewhat confrontational. Nonetheless, Tony displayed remarkable composure, surprisingly unruffled. The Silver Armor God has the Wind God, while Iron Man has only the Mark. Before a mecha, the Mark shall not falter. As these words left Tony's lips, the reporters erupted in astonishment. What did he mean that the Silver Armor God has the Wind God, while Iron Man possesses nothing but the Mark? It implied that Iron Man was essentially devoid of value beyond the Mark. How would the homeless on the streets perceive this? Mr. Stark, one journalist interjected, forgive my candor, but your earlier statement implies a desperate gamble. Do you lack confidence in defeating the Wind God? Tony chuckled, lack of confidence? How could that be? The Mark V is the finest mecha I have ever encountered. It embodies humanity's most advanced industrial and technological achievements, serving as the key to the future. I firmly believe my Mark will triumph over all formidable foes. And what if you were to lose? Tony shrugged nonchalantly. If I were to lose, it would merely be a Mark V, just a few $100 million. Do I appear to be a man who cannot afford to lose a few $100 million? The reporters and audience were astounded. Forget others. Even Rimuru, watching from the television, nearly spat out in disbelief. Just a few $100 million. Fine, Iron Man. You win. Observing Tony's arrogant demeanor on screen, Rimuru felt an urge to shake her tiny fists and land a few solid punches on his face. Initially, she had merely intended to win back the Mark V as a memento and tease Tony for amusement. But now, Rimuru had changed her mind. Not only did she aim to reclaim the Mark V, but she also sought to win in a spectacular fashion, imparting an unforgettable lesson to Tony. From the ill-gotten Edmund alloy procured from the boiled eggs, Rimuru had received her shipment, now heated to a liquid state rather than a mixed mineral form. The transition to liquid significantly increased the complexity and cost of preservation and transportation. The intent behind this was not hard to deduce. They feared Rimuru might deduce the configuration ratio of the Edmund alloy. Yet, it proved utterly futile. Rimuru scooped a bowl from the liquid alloy, consuming it with relish, and soon discerned everything. Were it not for the regulation of Edmund meteorites, which were nearly non-existent in the outside world, Rimuru could utilize Edmund alloy as scrap metal in the future. Every coin has two sides. Mechas are an intricate system, where the alteration of materials necessitates a complete recalibration of the entire construct. Nevertheless, these were minor concerns. With Aya's assistance in calculations, all tasks were completed with remarkable efficiency. In just a week, Rimuru successfully upgraded the Wind God 2, coating its exterior with a layer of Edmund alloy. This significantly enhanced the Wind God's defensive capabilities. The most pivotal transformation was perhaps the mecha greatsword designed for use with the mecha. The core material of the sword is Edmund alloy, renowned for its unparalleled hardness and sharpness, capable of slicing through the finest hair and cleaving iron as if it were mud. However, the core of the sword was embedded with a piece of magical steel from the J.A.R.VIS dimension. Strictly speaking, this sword had become a semi-magical weapon. Rimuru was not a specialized weaponsmith, nor did she have a long sword to consume and analyze. All her work could only be regarded as experimentation. The most remarkable effect of the magical steel was its capacity for growth. Any weapon embedded with the magical steel could evolve and adapt according to its owner's will. This transformation encompassed not only the weapon's appearance, but also its attribute compatibility. For instance, Shizuku Aizawa, due to her affinity with the fire spirit, possessed a remarkably high compatibility with flames. Thus, her sword entirely transformed into a fire attribute. For Miss Aizawa, wielding it was effortless, greatly amplifying her power. However, once the Edmund alloy was completed, it would never deform, which contradicted the magical steel's properties. Rimuru's blending of two metals from different worlds, each with opposing attributes, was an experimental endeavor. She was eager to discover the intriguing chemical reactions that would result from this combination. As Rimuru toiled in her laboratory, the martial arts tournament, which had garnered immense discussion online, finally commenced. To everyone's surprise, Tony was the first to take the stage. His opponent was named Ivan Vanko, nicknamed Whiplash, with a mecha called Crimson. Apart from Rimuru, no one anticipated that the world's foremost martial arts tournament would begin in such a manner. Just a short while ago, during the hearing, everyone had listened to Tony boast about his technology, asserting that no one could conquer it for at least 5 to 10 years. Yet, not even half a year had passed, and not only had the arc reactor technology been breached, but even a fully mature exoskeletal mecha had emerged. The pace of change in this world was astonishingly swift, leaving many feeling bewildered. Nevertheless, excitement surged among the crowd. Initially, they believed the clash of mechas would pit the Mark against the Wind God, but they never expected the inaugural match of the tournament to feature 2 mecha battles. It was utterly insane. Chapter 81, Mark vs. Crimson. What does a battle between 2 mechas look like? Surely everyone has some understanding from films, but witnessing it in reality was an unprecedented experience. Tickets for the martial arts tournament had long since sold out, with scalpers struggling to procure even a single ticket. Even the rights to live broadcasts and retransmissions had become a fierce battleground among major global television networks. One must admit, Tony Stark possesses remarkable audacity. He not only dares to dream, but also possesses the capability to turn those dreams into reality. It is truly hard to fathom that in a place as expensive as New York, Tony managed to secure such a vast expanse of land to build this grand martial arts arena. Is this the martial arts arena? Cool. Young Peter Parker, upon entering the venue, gazed around in wonder, snapping photos incessantly with his second-hand camera. So many people. I can't wait. Little Mindy also looked around with wide eyes, her face beaming with joy, nearly overflowing with happiness. Ordinary girls may not share such excitement, but Mindy has long been molded by her father's eccentric tastes. She remains utterly indifferent to the charming dolls, delightful attire, and lovely skirts that most girls adore. Conversely, her fascination lies exclusively with an array of weaponry, a passion that is nothing short of astonishing. As for Dave, he gazes around in a state of bewilderment, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Coming from a modest background, the exorbitant ticket prices had deterred him, especially given the current scarcity caused by scalpers. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that he would actually witness the competition live, a dream he never dared to entertain. All of this is thanks to Rimuru, the silver-armored god. Observing Rimuru engaged in lively conversation with a stunning woman in uniform, Dave felt a spark of curiosity. However, there was an uncanny familiarity about this intellectual beauty. As he recalled her identity, his mouth fell open in sheer astonishment, his mind momentarily blank. Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant. How could she possibly be so close to Rimuru? Wasn't it rumored that the silver-armored god and Iron Man were bitter rivals? Rumors can be deadly. Pepper, these are the friends I mentioned. Rimuru introduced Peter, Mindy, and Dave to Pepper, who greeted them warmly. The trio, taken aback by her enthusiastic response, felt a delightful surprise wash over them. The atmosphere was electric, and with Pepper's knack for creating a lively environment, they quickly became acquainted. Pepper had reserved an exceptional viewing position for Rimuru, boasting the best sightlines and maximum safety, complemented by the finest electronic equipment in the box. Such luxury was typically reserved for the affluent elite, and there were few like it in the entire arena. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A male host with a microphone burst onto the scene, showcasing a distinctive tone and an irresistibly magnetic voice. What will the future of mech warfare look like? Let us await in eager anticipation. First, please welcome Tony Stark, the visionary behind revolutionary humanoid mech technology. A cascade of fireworks erupted, igniting the daytime sky with a dazzling display. Within the arena, the most advanced high-tech screens showcased videos of Iron Man soaring through the skies in his Mark armor. The blue sky, cottony clouds, and the sonic boom of the Mark cutting through the city were accompanied by a thrilling soundtrack. In an instant, the crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers, the atmosphere completely ignited. With a resounding clang, Tony Stark descended with the classic superhero landing, striking the center of the arena with precision. The impact of his armor hitting the ground resonated like a drumbeat in the hearts of all present, eliciting a thunderous roar of applause. Now, please welcome today's challenger. Ivan Vanko. The host gestured dramatically, his voice imbued with infectious energy. The arena staff seamlessly collaborated, and all screens simultaneously displayed Ivan Vanko's image. Unlike the explosive entrance of Iron Man, Ivan's introduction began in the midst of humble dwellings, shrouded in a somber color palette. The stark simplicity of the surroundings, combined with crude, impoverished tools, depicted Ivan hammering away, sparks flying from welding, as the crimson armor gradually took shape against a backdrop of melancholic yet hopeful music. In stark contrast to Tony Stark's golden upbringing, Ivan emerged from the depths of obscurity. The battle between Ivan and Tony symbolized the clash of the underdog against the ultra-wealthy elite, as the crimson mech materialized from nothingness, revealing itself to the audience. It mirrored Ivan's own journey from obscurity to creation. The tale of the underdog rising against adversity resonates universally, cherished in both Eastern and Western cultures. After all, in this world, the vast majority are indeed the underprivileged. It is a profoundly beautiful misconception, much like Cinderella, who is believed to have married a prince. Representing the triumph of the common girl, few realize that her true narrative is one of hardship, with a deceased legitimate mother and a father who remarried a cruel stepmother. Our protagonist, the legitimate daughter, endured relentless torment from her stepmother and half-sisters. Not only were her mother's dowry seized, but her monthly allowance was also withheld, while her father, oblivious and weak-willed, treated her as if she did not exist. She lived a wretched existence, often reduced to servitude, until the moment she encountered a fairy godmother and a prince. The wicked stepmother and her greedy sisters, who had taken everything from her, eventually returned what was hers. Cinderella, in truth, possessed everything. She merely suffered at the hands of her stepmother. The notion of a triumphant comeback? Non-existent. Ivan Vanko, too, had everything he needed for vengeance, inherited from his father. With a resounding clang, unlike Tony's suave superhero landing, Ivan's descent was starkly simplistic, straightforward, and undeniably bold. In essence, it could be summed up in one word: straightforward. Yet, not a single person in attendance felt any loss of grandeur. His landing was overwhelmingly impactful. The specially crafted ground instantly bore a multitude of cracks resembling a spider's web. Rimuru, I hope you're all right. Pepper grasped Rimuru's small hand, anxiety coursing through her. This was a mech battle, armed to the teeth. It was difficult to imagine what could unfold. The potential for disaster was something Pepper dared not contemplate. The ferocity of the crimson mech's appearance, coupled with its previous unyielding landing, had left the spectators in awe. Within the box, all eyes turned to Rimuru, the foremost authority on mechs present. For Rimuru is also renowned as the silver-armored god. With a reassuring smile, Rimuru comforted. Don't worry, Pepper. The technological gap between the Crimson Mech and Mark is at least 2 generations. Unless Tony has lost his mind, there is simply no way he could lose. Is that so? Hearing Rimuru's words eased some of Pepper's tension. Just as Rimuru was elaborating on the significant advantages of Mark over the Crimson Mech to Pepper and the trio of young friends, the Crimson Mech suddenly brandished a whip. Crackling with electricity, the whip struck swiftly and fiercely, sending Tony flying. Rimuru, Pepper, Peter, Mindy, and Dave. Chapter 82. The mouth has opened. Witnessing Tony being flung away, Rimuru was at a loss for words. The most pressing concern was the sudden pain in her face. Just moments ago, she had assured Pepper and the trio that everything was fine, only to see Tony sent hurtling through the air by an electric whip. Tony, oh Tony, are you deliberately opposing her? You're not the protagonist of a shonen manga, destined to suffer before turning the tide, are you? Have you ever seen a 3rd-generation mech overpower a 4th-generation mech? It's not like we're dealing with a washed-up F-22 in every film. They inevitably crash a few of those first. Of course, if we were discussing the aircraft of the 3rd Brother S family, that would be an entirely different matter. A nation capable of using submarine-launched anti-ship missiles to sink its own submarines within the confines of its own shipyard is indeed a place where anything could transpire. And Rimuru finds it hard to guarantee otherwise. The technological prowess of the Crimson Mech is, at best, akin to that of Mark II, with its design philosophy closely trailing the Iron Tyrant. In stark contrast to Mark's refined aesthetic, the Crimson Mech embodies the quintessential characteristics of the Bear's weaponry: clumsy, massive, dark, and crude. Yet, it must be said, the Crimson Mech possesses an undeniably fearsome and ferocious visage. If Tony's Mark resembles a fine work of art, a mere trinket for the affluent, then the Crimson Mech is truly a harbinger of death upon the battlefield, a rose blooming amidst the impoverished. Without the invaluable assistance of Justin Hammer, Ivan Vanko would find himself unable to procure those high-end materials. Compared to the original film, Ivan's most significant advantage in this timeline is undoubtedly the relatively abundant information regarding the Mark. With Ivan Vanko's computer expertise, uncovering declassified military versions of the confrontations between Mark and Abomination, as well as between Whiplash and Hulk, poses no challenge whatsoever. Armed with ample reference material, Ivan is naturally capable of devising some countermeasures. However, bridging the technological gap is no trivial endeavor, especially after Limuru's butterfly effect has caused Tony to endure far more societal hardships, resulting in the Mark's rapid evolution. The electric whip crackles and sputters as Ivan, clad in the Crimson Mech, amplifies its current to an astonishing degree, wielding it with an impressive ferocity. The ground struck by the electric whip instantly rends open, while Iron Man, recently struck, bears numerous grievous wounds. Nonetheless, from Limuru's perspective, the power of the whip is somewhat unimpressive. Given the advancements of Mark and Whiplash, electrical resistance has long been accounted for, rendering it a minor inconvenience. Yet, the audience, lacking exposure to such encounters, is enthralled. Ivan, the sight of Tony Stark, the billionaire, battling evokes excitement and cheers from the crowd. In an instant, Ivan Vanko and his Crimson Mech garner thunderous applause, the arena resonating with a cacophony akin to a tsunami of cheers. Contrasting the exuberance of the crowd, Pepper Potts grows increasingly apprehensive, her eyes widening in alarm as her breathing quickens. Rimuru, offering solace, reassures, "Fear not, Sister Pepper. The Mark IV possesses ample means to counter the rugged Crimson Mech. Just considering the anti-armor missiles, ablative ordnance, and laser-cutting beams, there are more than enough resources to deal with the Crimson Mech." Is that so? Pepper, lacking a keen interest or understanding of mechs, finds Limuru's assertion somewhat reassuring, her heart easing considerably. Witnessing her effective persuasion, Rimuru beams with confidence. In the original film, the arduous battle between Tony and Ivan, culminating in their dismal chain with their friend Rhodey, stemmed largely from their initial confrontation with numerous armored soldiers. The weapons mounted on the Mark were nearly depleted, exhausting even the trump card, the laser-cutting beam. Resorting to melee combat with the Mark, they had little choice but to engage directly with Whiplash's dual electric whips, resulting in a brutal thrashing. However, the current battle is markedly different. The Mark is not only in peak condition but also an enhanced version, making defeat an arduous task. Sister Pepper, surely you have witnessed the might of those electric whips. With Tony's intellect, he would never engage the Crimson Mech in close quarters. As long as Tony maintains distance, leveraging the agility of the Mark IV, he can effortlessly kite the Crimson Mech. Before Rimuru can elaborate further, the thrusters on Tony's feet ignite, propelling the Mark IV into the air. From his elevated position, Tony extends his fist, akin to a massive boulder, and strikes down upon Ivan Vanko. Clang! The Crimson Mech stumbles under the force of the blow, nearly toppling from the might of Tony's iron fist. Yet, a hair's breadth separates success from failure. Regaining balance, Whiplash retaliates with a swift electric whip aimed at the Mark's neck. Crackle! The Mark IV, ensnared by the electric whip, is momentarily compromised as the intense current disrupts its systems. Tony finds himself on his knees. He truly kneels. Limuru's smile fades, her expression growing tense. Tony Stark, are you a fool sent by the monkeys? This battle resembles a child's play. Your intellect is completely absent. You, a lightweight mech, engaging in close combat with a war fortress? Surely you jest. Humiliated by the skeptical gazes of Pepper, Spider-Man, Mindy, and Dave, Rimuru feels the heat rise to her cheeks, a burning embarrassment overtaking her. She is a true expert, not a mere pretender. Moreover, this scene unfolds before her subordinates. She has her pride. What could possibly be unfolding? Could the Crimson Mech possess unknown technological marvels? Perhaps a form of intelligence dampening? Great sage, Does Ivan's crimson mech harbor any extraordinary technology? Response: no unknown special weapon detected. What of mind control abilities? The original Rimuru would never entertain such inquiries, for Ivan Vanko possesses no superhuman capabilities. Yet now, doubt begins to creep in. Response: no anomalous psychic fluctuations detected. Thus, Tony is genuinely being overwhelmed by the crimson mech through sheer prowess? Limuru's brow furrows, and she diligently notes yet another reason to reprimand Tony Stark. In the arena, the struggle between Tony and Ivan intensifies, and after several exchanges, Tony successfully disarms Whiplash of both electric whips at the cost of his armor's integrity. The intensity of the battle escalates dramatically, particularly as Whiplash, now without the electric whips, brings both mechs to an equal footing. The confrontation sheds any semblance of flourish, reducing the clash to its most primal and ferocious essence. Each impact reverberates like the collision of two mountains, producing thunderous roars. The battle between the two mechs eclipses even the most dazzling brawls between titans. Each moment of collision delivers a terrifying sense of force and impact, epitomizing the concept of violent beauty and leaving the audience spellbound. With every clash, the extensive damage to the armored exteriors sends forth a shower of sparks, igniting a primal urge within the spectators, their blood surging with adrenaline as they shout and scream in a frenzy of excitement. Even Rimuru, devoid of blood, finds herself swept up in the fervor, reveling in the electrifying atmosphere. Abandoning bullets and high-tech weaponry, the raw contest of martial prowess proves breathtaking. Yet, in a contest of pure martial skill, the Crimson Mech's greater mass suggests that, if the battle persists, Tony's defeat is inevitable. Crash! Amidst another fierce collision, Tony falters and is struck squarely on the chin by a punch from the Crimson Mech. He is sent spiraling backward, tumbling across the ground. Tony Stark down. Pepper, Spider-Man, Mindy, Dave, Chapter 83, Strutting with the Wind. Confirmation complete. The secret technique, the 9-star poisoning milk, has been successfully acquired. Regardless of whether it is a positive or negative influence, Tony shall suffer debuffs and intelligence dampening. Just a joke. It is utterly impossible for Rimuru to possess such a secret technique of Tony. Thus, Tony's previous defeat truly has no connection whatsoever to her. After all, her mouth has not been consecrated. How could she speak of any mystical powers? However, Pepper and the others wore skeptical expressions, maintaining a respectful distance from her. What could that possibly mean? After all, she had finally hoped to make a cameo as a professional commentator, only to find herself engulfed in a complex emotional turmoil, rendering her speechless. In the arena, Mark and Crimson were already battered and bruised, their outer armor barely recognizable, marred and fragmented, occasionally erupting with arcs of electricity. The brutality of the battle was vividly showcased upon the two. Having fought to such a degree, it was evident to all present that there was a certain balance weighing in their minds. When it came to close combat, without a doubt, Crimson had the upper hand. After all, the disparity in size and weight was quite apparent. Otherwise, one might wonder why a diminutive individual, standing at just 5 feet 3 inches, would only appear in animated sports dramas. Indeed, everyone understands the nuances of such portrayals. When Ivan unexpectedly grasped the neglected electric whip, a collective tension gripped the hearts of the spectators. Was the decisive moment finally at hand? Anticipation mingled with anxiety permeated the atmosphere. Tony, if your mark is only capable of this, then continuing the fight holds little significance. Tony Stark rose from the ground, his demeanor indifferent as he stated, "Indeed, I have completed my data collection. Continuing this battle would be utterly pointless." His voice reverberated through the microphone, reaching every corner of the venue. Not only the audience, but even Ivan Vanko appeared bewildered. What did he mean by data collection? Collecting data means precisely that. J.A.R.VIS, activate full power. Mark IV began to glow ever brighter, as if all its energy was converging into its core. This is bad. Ivan Vanko's brow furrowed as he swung the electric whip with fervor towards Mark. Yet, no matter how swift the whip, it could not surpass the energy pulse cannon powered by Tony's full capabilities. Boom. An energy beam surged forth from Tony's chest, striking the crimson armor with such force that it was sent flying as if it were a mere leaf. Could this truly be? The audience was momentarily stunned. Did Tony possess such a trump card? What had been the purpose of the prolonged skirmish between Mark and Crimson? Regardless, it left everyone feeling exhilarated and enthralled. The battered crimson armor struggled to rise, but before it could launch a counterattack, it was struck directly by a penetrating ablative missile from Tony. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as the chest of the crimson armor was obliterated, rendering it utterly incapable of combat. 10, 9, 8. The host, gripping the microphone, shouted with fervor, his voice brimming with infectious energy. It seemed that each second he counted could restore vitality to Crimson, invigorating it anew. As time elapsed, many in the audience, caught up in the excitement, began to chant along. In stark contrast to the exuberant crowd, Tony turned his back and strode away from the arena. In that moment, watching Tony's silhouette, the spectators felt as though they were witnessing a lone hero. Before him lay a sunset stained with blood, while behind him lay an endless expanse of corpses. True heroes never look back at the explosions. Cool. When an astute observer noticed that Tony was heading in the direction of Pepper Potts, a multitude of imagined scenarios flooded the minds of the onlookers. Even a man of iron possesses tenderness. Dashing. In that instant, regardless of gender, everyone found their hearts ensnared by Tony Stark. Countless cameras flashed incessantly, capturing the moment. Undoubtedly, at that instant, Tony Stark had garnered the acclaim of all present. Yet, he remained silent, as cold as a soulless automaton. Strangely, the Americans seemed to revel in this demeanor, cheering excitedly. Observing all this, Rimuru could not help but roll her eyes. This was a textbook case of Hollywood bravado. Yet why did it evoke such annoyance? Unbeknownst to her, Tony was indeed experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. He had just scanned the technology behind the Crimson Armor's reactor, which bore a striking resemblance to his own design, albeit with a slower rotational speed. Had they been outside, he would have seized Ivan's reactor without hesitation, demanding to know where he obtained such technology. However, this was a battleground, and there were rules to adhere to. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Iron Man Tony Stark. He has claimed victory in this unprecedented mech battle and advanced to the next round. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, chanting Tony's name. Little did they know, mere moments ago, many had been cheering for Ivan. Ignoring the exuberant crowd, Tony Stark piloted the damaged Mark IV into the sky, soaring directly towards his Malibu beach villa in California. Although Tony had departed, the atmosphere remained electric, with everyone animatedly conversing and sharing their exhilaration. Each individual felt that their ticket purchase was undeniably worthwhile. Many who captured photographs rushed to share their moments on Twitter and Facebook, garnering unprecedented attention and likes in mere moments. This exhilaration sent them over the moon. With Tony Stark's dazzling performance, anticipation soared for the upcoming battle between the Silver Iron God and the Rhino. It was well known that in the current discourse, the Silver Iron God was unequivocally the strongest contender. On the arena floor, numerous staff members had ascended the stage, lifting the injured Ivan Vanko along with his mech onto a stretcher for medical attention. In the audience, countless eyes were fixated on the crimson armor adorning Ivan Vanko. Despite its defeat, the performance of the Crimson Armor remained exceptionally impressive. The most challenging aspect of humanoid mech technology lay in energy supply systems. Yet, it appeared that the arc reactor was no longer the exclusive domain of Tony Stark. Military factions, Hydra, arms companies, and energy corporations all seemed to sense an opportunity. Akin to cats drawn to the scent of prey, the meat was laid bare. Who would be able to claim it would depend on their respective skills. Many with ulterior motives watched Ivan Vanko leave the arena with rapt attention, leading one to believe that Ivan Vanko was indeed the ultimate victor. Little did anyone know, the inconspicuous Rimuru, a minuscule being, was equally invested in Ivan Vanko. Chapter 84, Casual Chess. How should one handle Ivan Vanko? His existence represented a significant variable for Rimuru. In today's battle, he had abundantly showcased his capabilities and intellect, particularly with the Crimson Armor technology, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. Regardless of which side claimed him, it would not bode well for Rimuru. Currently, Rimuru was also a shareholder in Stark Industries, albeit a minor one. She shared in both its triumphs and tribulations. Should Ivan align with any faction, it would certainly lead to the leakage of reactor technology, causing a considerable impact on Stark Industries' stock price, resulting in unimaginable losses for her. Ivan's presence was akin to a ticking bomb for Rimuru. Her first instinct was to eliminate him, but she promptly shook her head with a smile. She was not a malevolent slime, after all. Truth be told, Rimuru had never taken a life before. It was not out of some moral superiority. Rather, she did not harbor any significant animosity towards Ivan Vanko. On the contrary, she found herself somewhat admiring him. Rimuru was oblivious to how Ivan Vanko was depicted in the comics, yet in the MCU universe, the sole transgression of Ivan Vanko could very well be his enmity with Iron Man, Tony Stark. Rimuru even felt a tinge of pity for him. The identities of Ivan and Tony were nearly equivalent. Both had fathers who were illustrious scientists and co-inventors of the arc reactor. However, Howard Stark, in a clash of ideologies with Anton Vanko, dismissed Anton outright, resulting in Anton's lifelong frustration and eventual demise in poverty, succumbing to illness in a dilapidated tenement. Ironically, Howard's justification for discharging Anton was his desire to prevent the reactor's technology from being utilized for military or commercial purposes. Even more absurdly, Howard's son, Tony Stark, has done precisely what Howard sought to avoid. If one insists on classifying the armored suit as a high-tech prosthetic, then Rimuru finds himself at a loss for words. The tale of Iron Man unfolds against the backdrop of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, a period rife with typical maneuvers and strategies. To be candid, Rimuru harbored a degree of admiration for Ivan Vanko's genius. When Ivan fashioned an arc reactor in his modest dwelling, his circumstances were hardly superior to those Tony faced in an Afghan cave. Scientists abound, yet true genius is a rarity. In the Marvel Universe, collective wisdom is hardly revered. The impact of genius is truly extraordinary. To eliminate such talent would indeed be a grave misfortune. Recruit him for his own ends? Rimuru, accustomed to redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished, had little interest in the arduous path of entrepreneurship or labor. It was truly a case of being unable to savor the dish, yet reluctant to discard it. To employ Ivan as bait for the bumbling Justin Hammer? Hammer may possess limited capability, yet his ambition is unparalleled, and he has unfortunately chosen the wrong adversary. Should Ivan be delivered to Hammer, his thirst for vengeance would undoubtedly lead him to exploit Hammer's resources, resulting in yet another confrontation with Tony. After Ivan's inevitable failure, dragging Justin Hammer down with him would be a foregone conclusion. Then, Rimuru could seize this opportunity to become a major shareholder in Hammer Industries. This prospect seemed quite appealing. Currently, Aya had become quite adept at stock trading, allowing Rimuru to take a back seat. Upon contemplating all of this, Rimuru couldn't help but smile. A portal silently opened to a hospital, and Rimuru materialized in a camera-free equipment room. Once the mirror space activated, he swaggered into the hospital room, right under the noses of various guards. In truth, Ivan Vanko was not gravely injured. The primary reason for his prolonged hospital stay was the multitude of forces observing him. In a state of mutual deterrence, none dared to act rashly, leading to a stalemate. As for Ivan's own thoughts, who cared? With a toothpick dangling from his mouth, Ivan languidly pondered, yet this situation had been anticipated. He had meticulously studied Mark and the God of Wind, acutely aware of the disparities. A surprise attack might incapacitate Tony, but a direct confrontation held slim chances of success. Nevertheless, he had come resolutely. If he could unveil the technology of the arc reactor and the scarlet armor, Tony Stark would, without a doubt, face defeat. Although he had foreseen this outcome, the reality of it still left him disconcerted. No one relished the feeling of being manipulated, of having their fate dictated by others. At that moment, Ivan was taken aback to discover a fiery red circle materializing within the room. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he felt something ensnaring him, and then he was yanked into the fiery circle, armor and all. Once inside, Ivan Vanko was bewildered, questioning where he was. The opulent architecture suggested great wealth. This was certainly not a hospital. In an instant, he had been transported from the hospital to an entirely unfamiliar locale. What kind of sorcery was this? The fiery ring invoked numerous thoughts in Ivan's mind. Could it truly be the handiwork of the one he was pondering? What were their intentions? As he pondered, Ivan suddenly heard a voice filled with resentment. Wade Wilson, aren't you supposed to be the best mercenary? I don't care what methods you use. Just bring Ivan Vanko before me, and this $100,000 is yours. $100,000? Wade's voice quivered slightly. Mr. Hammer, what do you take me for? I am a battle-hardened Special Forces operative. Do you have any idea what that means? Anyone who has hired me can vouch for my reputation, and you offer me only $100,000? Are you jesting? Upon overhearing the conversation next door, Ivan Vanko immediately realized where he was. Justin Hammer, the mercenary Wade, and Hammer Industries. The neighboring mercenary was incredibly verbose, merely haggling. Was all that unnecessary chatter truly required? Moreover, Justin was quite miserly. For such a daunting task, only $100,000? Did he truly believe mercenaries engaged in such dangerous work for charity? Foolish. Ivan Vanko mentally branded Justin Hammer as dim-witted. Just then, another voice emerged. $110,000, no more than that. If you can't handle it, I'll have to find someone else. Ivan Vanko thought to himself. Wade Wilson. Deal. He mused. Have I stumbled upon two fools? What could that mysterious entity, who transported me here, possibly want? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ivan's mind. With Justin Hammer's intellect, manipulating him should be a trivial task. With access to Hammer Industries resources, you would be on equal footing with Tony Stark. Have you ever considered defeating him in his proudest domain? For instance, by becoming a superhero, overshadowing Iron Man in your wake? Ivan furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. To become a superhero and surpass Iron Man, thereby humiliating him? What an outrageous proposition. Yet, there was an inexplicable allure to the idea. Wait, what was this sudden voice echoing in his mind? Chapter 85, Under the Spotlight. Having tossed Ivan Vanko beside Justin Hammer, Rimuru couldn't be bothered to show her face. It was merely a casual move, hardly warranting her full attention. Justin Hammer's talent was utterly underwhelming, as evidenced by his most acclaimed creation, his ex-wife. To put it bluntly, Justin Hammer was simply a dancer whose potential was squandered in the arms trade. His tap dance was rather impressive. Rimuru's decision to hand Ivan over to him was, in a sense, motivated by Justin's safety. As for whether Ivan Vanko would become a superhero, it was merely a throwaway remark to Rimuru. If he succeeded, it would be a delightful surprise. If not, it would be inconsequential, easily resolved. Having strength breeds such confidence. Rimuru was now a player with the right to strategize. Little did she know that her offhand move would unleash a tempest. With so many factions eyeing Ivan Vanko, his sudden disappearance led to rampant suspicion of foul play among them, igniting a fierce conflict. Yet, none of this concerned Rimuru, with her time to spare. She might as well engage in a dungeon run and collect some precious Saint crystals. Why was gaming so challenging for her? The last time she checked the auspicious dates, she still hadn't drawn anything worthwhile. As Rimuru became ensnared in her gaming obsession, news of the martial arts competition had already reached a fever pitch. The clash between Mark and Crimson was utterly astonishing. The collision of steel against steel unleashed a chemical reaction that is beyond imagination. In a remarkably brief span, Mark and Crimson ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics. Through the intentional and unintentional dissemination by countless content creators, the most viewed videos across major short video platforms were all centered around the epic confrontation between Mark and Crimson. Particularly, the background music accompanying Iron Man's entrance was immensely fitting, and watching the various compilations by different creators while immersed in that score sent chills down one's spine. It was truly exhilarating. Nowadays, if one is still unaware of the battle between Mark and Crimson, they are decidedly out of touch. One might find it impossible to insert a word into conversations. As for the ladies, while the mecha battles intrigued them, their fascination ultimately leaned more towards aesthetically pleasing attire. After all, women are creatures who, even after traversing through time, are primarily preoccupied with romance, showing little inclination to alter history. Yet, the men seemed almost frenzied, with some disregarding the context, animatedly gesticulating and sharing their excitement. Those who discussed mechas resembled fervent sports fans, leaving those uninitiated utterly bewildered. It was easy to dismiss the so-called brain-dead fans for their lack of decorum, but once they were drawn in, their enthusiasm knew no bounds. It was akin to a rapidly spreading virus. By the time they realized it, they were already deeply entrenched. Those fortunate enough to secure tickets for the first event became the envy of all. The atmosphere at the venue surpassed that of watching a live stream. The experience was incomparable. Countless individuals marveled at Stark's prowess. Truly, he is Stark, and whatever he undertakes, he excels at, a quality that cannot easily be emulated. There is no doubt that the Grand Martial Arts Tournament has gained immense popularity, with both Mark and Crimson shining as the brightest stars. Following the explosive success of the first event, speculation regarding the second battle, though currently limited to just 2 names, has propelled the tournament's excitement to new heights. Who is the Rhino Man? Unknown. Yet, his adversary is the silver-armored god of war, widely acknowledged as the foremost powerhouse capable of subduing the Hulk. If the battle between Mark and Crimson was this spectacular, how extraordinary could the confrontation between the Wind God and the Rhino Man be? The entire internet erupted, and ticket purchasing avenues were forced to close due to overwhelming demand. Nevertheless, countless individuals continued to log onto the website until it ultimately crashed. The conjectures surrounding the second battle were rampant, particularly regarding the enigmatic Rhino Man. The silver-armored god of war exuded an aura of mystery and strength, and the public had already formed preliminary impressions of him in their minds. What manner of being is the Rhino Man, who possesses the qualifications to challenge the silver-armored god of war? The Grand Martial Arts Tournament has now evolved into a spectacle akin to a variety show, with a dedicated review committee ensuring that each battle is sufficiently thrilling. This implies that the Rhino Man's combat prowess has received official endorsement. From the official perspective, the Rhino Man is deemed fit to engage the silver-armored god of war. Is the Rhino Man's mecha design reminiscent of a rhinoceros? It is no wonder that the public draws such associations. The moniker Rhino Man is inherently suggestive. The combat capabilities of mechas are evident to all. Without formidable mechas, one would not even qualify to step onto this stage. Following the Wind God, Mark, and Crimson, will we witness the emergence of yet another Rhino mecha? The crowd is invigorated. Does this not suggest that, within their lifetimes, these ordinary individuals might also have the chance to don their own mechas? The notion of soaring through the skies in a mecha has captivated the imaginations of countless souls. Meanwhile, the sentiments of the military and arms companies are undoubtedly complex. Given the current trajectory, 3 mature mecha models have already been developed, with one still undecided, yet none belong to them. If this trend continues, what face will they have left? The arms companies are utterly bewildered by the sudden influx of mechas, and the level of anxiety they experience could likely only be understood by those affluent oil magnates in the Middle East. Should they fail to design their own mechas soon, they risk being consigned to the annals of history. The arms tycoons never anticipated that one day, companies once at the forefront of advanced weaponry would swiftly become obsolete. Is the pace of change in this era not astonishingly rapid? Even notable figures have directly crafted conceptual designs for the Rhino battle armor, garnering substantial acclaim and recognition from countless online users. One cannot help but acknowledge the talent that lies among the populace. The impending clash between the Rhino Man and the silver-armored god of war has also piqued the interest of betting agencies, which have opened betting lines. As for the odds, they are quite heartwarming. Almost 90% of individuals wager on the victory of the silver-armored god of war, though there are some who dare to bet on the underdog. In any case, as time marches on, the anticipation surrounding the battle between the silver-armored god of war and the Rhino Man only intensifies. At long last, the day of the much-anticipated match has arrived. Compared to the encounter between Mark and Crimson, today's event undoubtedly draws an even larger crowd. From an aerial perspective, the venue is nearly overflowing with spectators. Many can be seen holding placards emblazoned with slogans such as Wind God Prevails and Silver Lightning, I Choose You. Tony Stark gazes upon the freshly renovated arena, his heart stirred with myriad emotions. He was involved in the qualification review process for the Rhino Man, and no one understands the extent of his combat capabilities better than he does. Consequently, Tony harbors great expectations for this battle, for his Mark V, also known as the Anti-Wind God armor, is ready to make its entrance. Chapter 86. The Rhino Man. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. After witnessing the battle between Mark and Crimson, are you not eagerly anticipating the clash between the Wind God and the Rhino Man? The male host's resonant baritone reverberated throughout the arena, instantly igniting the atmosphere as if a valve had been opened, and the entire martial arts hall erupted in excitement. What exactly is the Rhino Man like? Why did the qualification review committee unanimously deem him worthy to challenge the silver-armored god of war? Why? The host, microphone in hand, reiterated this question thrice, each iteration growing increasingly robust and exaggerated, tantalizing the audience as curiosity. Are you all ready? Are you prepared? Ready? Another triplet of inquiries, leaving the audience wishing to drag the host over for a good beating. Damn it. We're here to witness the battle between the Wind God and the Rhino Man, not to listen to your incessant prattle. Yet, one cannot deny that this host is indeed a master of evoking emotion. In just a few sentences, he stirred an extraordinary level of curiosity among all. Let us await the spectacle. Accompanied by stirring, somber background music, all the large screens within the martial arts hall simultaneously displayed the same image. From various angles, front, aerial, and side views, everyone quickly comprehended the nature of what they were witnessing. A specially designed concrete wall, half a meter thick. The steel reinforcement within was as thick as an infant's arm. In an instant, the crowd grasped a vivid concept of this wall. It was robust, resilient, and indestructible, capable even of serving as a fortress. But why was such a thick wall being showcased on the big screen? The curiosity of the audience was piqued. Buzzing. The sound of a high-speed engine filled the air, and then a formidable Hummer hurtled toward the wall at full throttle. With a resounding crash, the Hummer collided forcefully with the wall. The audience watched as the screen, in a near bullet-time perspective, revealed the Hummer crumpling and deforming upon impact, while the wall displayed only minor cracks, remaining intact. What a sturdy wall. But why erect such an imposing wall? The curiosity among the crowd intensified. Suddenly, the background music transformed into an exhilarating, fierce, and aggressive tune, heralding the arrival of the Rhinoceros Man. He charged forth from the distance with a speed that surpassed even the hulking Hummer. The spectators bore witness as this beast, adorned with rhinoceros horns, collided headlong into the wall. Oh my God! Gasps of astonishment echoed as they recalled the wall's formidable strength just moments prior. Would a single individual truly shatter his skull upon impact? Yet, in the next heartbeat, every eye widened in disbelief. The wall, once deemed impenetrable, was obliterated in an instant by the rhinoceros man. Even the reinforced steel was snapped like twine. Good heavens! In mere moments, the onlookers erupted into a cacophony of screams, their blood surging with adrenaline. But an even greater surprise awaited them. As the camera zoomed out, it became evident that this seemingly massive wall was not merely one, but a staggering 10. Undeterred after breaching the first barrier, the rhinoceros man continued his momentum, crashing through wall after wall. 1, 2, 3, each collapsing like a house of cards beneath his relentless assault. Was he truly human? He must be a titan. The crowd roared in excitement. The sheer ferocity of the rhinoceros man's display instantly captivated everyone. Is this what the rhinoceros man embodies? By the heavens, it is astonishing, it is magnificent. No wonder the qualification committee unanimously deemed him worthy to challenge the silver-armored war god. It seems he possesses strength that rivals even the Hulk. However, do you believe the rhinoceros man is merely a brute force? Then the audience beheld a quartet of soldiers clad in bulletproof vests, armed with Gatling guns. Emerging into the fray, without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the rhinoceros man. The rapid whir of the rotating barrels, the incessant tongues of fire, and the shells cascading to the ground created a chaotic symphony. When the spectators witnessed the rhinoceros man endure the onslaught of Gatling bullets and scathe, pandemonium erupted. Rhinoceros man! Rhinoceros man! The atmosphere was electric, as if the very air crackled with exhilaration. The bullets seemed to tickle him, an exhilarating spectacle indeed. Did you think this was the climax? The crowd soon realized this was merely the prologue. Watermelon grenades, rockets, cloudburst bombs, flamethrowers, liquid nitrogen explosives, high-voltage electricity, an arsenal of human weaponry unleashed in succession. Yet to the rhinoceros man, they were akin to child's play. Impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to extreme heat and cold, he embodied the essence of a superhuman. Truly, this was beyond extraordinary. Not only the ordinary citizens, but even the military seemed bewildered. Pray, from whence did this rhinoceros-shaped behemoth emerge? Is this Earth still the one they recognized? How could such a creature appear as if conjured from thin air? Had this not been a competition arena, countless spectators would surely be paralyzed with fear. Naturally, the military's interest was piqued not merely by the rhinoceros man's strength, but by the advanced technology of his rhinoceros hide. It was so impressive that even Iron Man, Tony Stark, wore a grave expression. The recent display by the rhinoceros man had effectively rendered most of the weaponry on his Mark IV armor obsolete. If Gatling bullets could not pierce him, then his armor-piercing rounds would prove futile. If he could withstand extreme temperatures, then Tony's laser-cutting tools and ablative projectiles would be ineffective. A single headbutt could demolish 10 walls, a feat of exaggerated power. Hesitation could lead to defeat. Decisiveness could result in utter failure. Tony Stark's brow furrowed in contemplation. Could the rhinoceros man be this formidable? Did he possess no weaknesses? What of the sonic cannon? Could it incapacitate him? Tony tirelessly ruminated in his mind for a means to conquer the rhinoceros man, but found no immediate solutions. Not only Tony Stark, but even the brooding figure known as Egghead, upon witnessing the rhinoceros man in the video, stood up in sheer anxiety. The rhinoceros man? Such an unscientific entity. Whence did he arise? Egghead rubbed his temples, beleaguered. According to the protocols of S.H.I.E.L.D., they ought to subdue this individual, deliver a stern warning, and caution him against causing any disturbances. Yet Egghead felt overwhelmed, utterly unable to act. Ever since Iron Man's public revelation of his identity, it was as if Pandora's box had been flung wide open. And now, the time had come to summon the rhinoceros man. The host exaggeratedly bent the microphone, making an ostentatious gesture of invitation. Roaring forth, the rhinoceros man leaped into the arena, landing with a thunderous crash that reverberated throughout. In an instant, the crowd erupted into an overwhelming wave of applause. If there had been any lingering doubts while viewing the video, the rhinoceros man's grand entrance had decisively won over their hearts. The rhinoceros man, a living superhuman, a symbol of invincibility. Who could predict the outcome of his battle against the silver-armored war god? The silver-armored war god. With a loud cry, the rhinoceros man gave a thumbs up to the heavens, then executed a dramatic 180-degree turn, pointing his thumb downward. War god, you are not worthy. The crowd erupted once more, the energy surging like wildfire. This impending clash promised to be a spectacle beyond their wildest imaginations. Rimuru smiled, utterly unperturbed. Truly. Chapter 87. Wind God vs. Rhinoceros Man Arena. On the high-tech screens, only the azure sky and the howling winds were visible. The camera panned from afar, initially capturing a mere speck of light akin to a shooting star. But as it drew nearer, the source of the tumultuous wind became clear. The wind god, soaring at breakneck speed. Typically, such a cacophony would be maddening. Yet at this moment, the audience felt their blood quicken merely at the sound of the rushing wind. Upon beholding the wind god's figure, an exquisite work of art, their eyes widened, entranced as if beholding a breathtaking beauty. Regardless of gender, there existed a singular thought among them. Who could withstand such magnificence? This beauty is mine to protect. Boom. The wind god unleashed a resounding blast, accelerating to a speed that rendered him nearly invisible. Only the brilliant silver body, rapidly interacting with the air, formed a barrier, while a long, trailing contrail marked his path through the atmosphere. Stunning. Though the wind god too had only been on the scene for mere seconds, the edited footage showcased his attributes in their entirety. The wind god, unmatched in speed. Roar. The Hulk's furious bellow resonated, waves of sound spreading forth, and behind him lay a desolate landscape, with panicked humans fleeing, many wounded and bloodied. In an instant, the palpable sense of impending disaster from a monstrous assault was vividly portrayed. Suddenly, a military-style march of music erupted, abruptly shifting the scene. The camera pivoted to reveal a mechanized, stunningly designed leg. As it struck the ground, the earth trembled in response. The camera shifted once more, capturing the gargantuan wind god charging headlong toward the Hulk, each step sending tremors through the ground. In the midst of it all, the camera incessantly shifts focus, at times honing in on the fierce, menacing visage of the Hulk, and at other moments, drawing attention to the aesthetically pleasing helmet of the wind god too. As the distance narrows and the pace slows, the lens spirals, allowing a complete 360-degree view of the two combatants as they plunge towards one another with fervor. With a sudden shift, the speed escalates dramatically. The iron fist of Wind God 2 collides with the Hulk's colossal fists in a thunderous clash. A resounding boom reverberates as the energy unleashed from their collision generates a terrifying tempest of power, sending debris flying and dust swirling in the air. In that fleeting moment, Rimulu's Wind God appears to be the very epicenter of the world, embodying the hope of the entire planet. Collision after collision ensues. The Wind God and the Hulk, one a beast, the other a mechanical marvel, engage in an uninhibited melee, casting aside all restraint, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Witnessing the Hulk uproot a massive tree sends a shiver of trepidation through the crowd. Seeing Wind God 2 disassembled stirs a sense of urgency. And as the Hulk is sent soaring, cheers erupt from the onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, it seems that each spectator has become a pilot of the Wind God, breathing in unison with its fate. They have even forgotten that this battle had occurred months prior, with the outcome long since determined. Their hearts appear to beat in rhythm with the Wind God. Ultimately, when they witness the Wind God unleash its ultimate technique, the Black Flame Thunder, obliterating the Hulk and everything within a 100-meter radius, a multitude rises in unison, shouting fervently, "Wind God! Wind God! Wind God!" It must be said, the introductory clip featuring Rimuru was nothing short of divine, akin to watching a blockbuster filled with stunning special effects. Not only did others feel awed, but even Rimuru herself was somewhat taken aback by the promotional video. For a moment, Rimuru questioned whether she had indeed invested money to create such joy. The editing of this promotional short was undeniably masterful. What Rimuru did not realize was that the editor was a fervent fan of the Wind God, one who was particularly captivated by aesthetics. In stark contrast to Limuru's astonishment, Tony Stark could only feel displeasure and envy. Comparing his own promotional video to hers felt like pitting Fortress of the Sea against Avatar. The disparity was beyond words. Rimuru seemed to embody the protagonist, basking in an aura of unmatched brilliance, as if she were perpetually endowed with an advantage. Ever since returning from Afghanistan alongside Rimuru, he felt overshadowed at every turn. It was infuriating. Let us welcome the mightiest superhero, the silver-armored war god. An explosion of fireworks erupted as Rimuru descended with a classic landing pose. Directly in the center of the arena, the crowd erupted once more into a cacophony of cheers, for the silver-armored war god's landing was simply spectacular. Tony Stark, observing Limuru's descent, found himself questioning his very existence. In his quest to design a landing pose more impressive than that of the Wind God, he had toiled for days and nights, crafting one dazzling pose after another. Yet, after countless attempts, he ultimately conceded that none could surpass the Wind God's signature stance. It felt akin to having a cherished child snatched away. His heart ached with frustration. Watching the silver-armored war god bask in the adoration of the crowd only intensified the ire of the Rhino Man. It was as if the goddess, who had just been enamored with him, turned her back upon encountering a handsome, wealthy suitor. How could humanity be so superficial? What was so commendable about a pretty face? Muscles, strength, and sweat were the true embodiments of masculinity. Biting his teeth in anger, the Rhino Man growled, "Is being handsome really so impressive? All these frivolities. Silver-armored war god, I shall dismantle your toys and mar your visage." Rimuru was taken aback at such an audacious declaration. "Rhino Man, have you perhaps knocked your head against a wall? Your intelligence is at 0, and your emotional quotient is in the negatives? Is it even worth asking? Being handsome is indeed remarkable. Strength is just one facet, but beauty is a lifelong asset. If I can thrive on good looks, why should I rely solely on my abilities? If you ask me whether living off charm is delightful, I can unequivocally say, yes, it is incredibly delightful." Enraged by Rimuru's words, the Rhino Man charged forward, intent on dismantling the Wind God. However, before he could gather his strength, he was taken aback to find the Wind God had inexplicably appeared before him, its fist already hammering against his soft underbelly. With a resounding crash, the unprepared Rhino Man doubled over, akin to a shrimp, and was instantaneously launched away like a cannonball. As he soared through the air, his body behaved involuntarily, akin to a stone skipping across water, bouncing and drifting forward. Rimuru unleashed a force of incredible magnitude, and in an instant, the ground of the arena bore the scars of deep craters, some even forming human-shaped trenches. As the Wind God maintained its striking pose, onlookers could still see the tail flame of its enhanced punch booster, yet to extinguish. The arena fell into a hushed silence. A pin drop could be heard. Was the silver-armored war god truly this powerful? How had he instantaneously appeared before the Rhino Man? Was he cheating? The crowd erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Wind God! Wind God! Wind God! The Rhino Man was strong. Yet he could not compete with the Wind God's striking appearance, especially after that recent promotional clip that had garnered countless hearts. Not only did the boys revel in it, but even the girls began to be captivated by the dazzling Wind God. As the saying goes, the uninitiated observe the spectacle, while the knowledgeable discern the subtleties. Tony Stark furrowed his brow, his hands instinctively clenching. Rimuru had grown stronger. At the very least, the near-instantaneous maneuver she had just executed was something she hadn't demonstrated before. While he was busy developing anti-Wind God armor, Rimuru had not remained idle. This realization instilled in Stark an unprecedented pressure, yet also a sense of challenge, as his heart swelled with exhilaration. Rimuru was indeed a worthy rival for Tony Stark. However, judging by the Rhino Man's performance in the promotional video, he surely would not sustain any life-threatening injuries from that last blow. As expected, the audience saw the Rhino Man rise from the ground, bracing himself with both hands, assuming a crouched starting position. On the ultra-high-definition screen, the crowd could clearly see the nearly explosive muscles in the Rhino Man's legs. With a thunderous sound, the ground beneath him cracked as he propelled himself forward like a tank, resembling a cannonball aimed straight at the Wind God. The crowd gasped. The Rhino Man's explosive power was astonishing. Was he truly human? However, just as the audience began to process this, they witnessed the Wind God's feet igniting with jet propulsion. With a thunderous roar, the Wind God surged forward, akin to a rattlesnake missile, aiming straight for the Rhino Man's heart. Everything transpired at lightning speed. The crowd only saw the Rhino Man and Wind God exerting force before the two titanic figures collided. In the preceding moment, they witnessed the Wind God's iron fist striking the Rhino Man's bulging, muscular arm, distorting it under the impact. In the next instant, the terrifying kinetic energy and wind pressure surged towards the spectators. It felt as though the very heavens and earth were colliding, as the arena was swept by a gale of unimaginable force, blinding the onlookers and forcing their bodies backward uncontrollably. Hats and outer garments were sent flying in every direction. What was happening? Could it be that the sheer kinetic energy generated by their collision has stirred such a tempest? This is truly exaggerated. My goodness. It's merely a skirmish between two individuals, yet it has escalated to this magnitude, utterly insane. The arena was filled with gasps of astonishment, yet the crowd was palpably exhilarated, their adrenaline surging wildly, each person on the verge of explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The spectators beheld the Wind God and the Rhino Man furiously trading blows, their fists moving so swiftly that they appeared to blur into mere phantoms. Remarkably, each time their fists collided, the force seemed to neutralize one another. Not even the commentators could find the words to describe the spectacle. Was this mere happenstance, or was it a deliberate maneuver? It was indescribably thrilling. Any language, in the face of such fierce clashes, seemed woefully inadequate. It was unclear how many punches had been exchanged. Was it dozens, or perhaps hundreds? The ground beneath them showed extensive damage, the terrifying kinetic energy causing fragments of the shattered earth to leap into the air. The little spider watched in awe, his eyes gleaming like bright bulbs. He had never imagined that mechs could exhibit such agility, as if they were extensions of the human body, resembling living flesh rather than mere metallic exoskeletons. He was equally astonished by the extent of human potential, which seemed to stretch into the realm of the extraordinary. Reflecting on the power within him, Peter Parker felt the seeds of his own strength beginning to take root and sprout. Meanwhile, Mindy was jubilant, every cell in her body seemingly crying out in ecstatic delight. This battle was nothing short of explosive. She wanted in, she wanted in. As for Tony Stark, he found himself questioning the very essence of existence. Was the Wind God truly this formidable in close combat? What sort of model did Rimuru devise for that energy shield? It was astonishingly robust. Despite the fearsome impacts, the Wind God's frame remained unscathed. The collision with the Rhino Man was nearly on par with that of the Hulk. Just previously, the Hulk had reduced the Wind God to a mere wreck, yet now, there was not a single mark of damage. The only explanation was that Rimuru's energy shield had undergone another upgrade. Rimuru was a genius, having just devised a means to counteract the energy shield, only for it to be enhanced yet again. Just as Tony was drowning in his frustration, the tide of the match took a sudden turn. No matter how mighty the Rhino Man, he was ultimately human, a creature of flesh and blood. Being human entails the inevitability of fatigue. And with diminishing strength came a moment of vulnerability. One misstep, and he was struck squarely on the jaw by Rimuru's punch, sending his body hurtling skyward. The sheer force exerted by Rimuru was staggering. As the crowd watched in disbelief, the Rhino Man's form ascending higher and higher. Initially, they had to look down at him, but soon they were craning their necks to gaze upward. The audience was left speechless. Just how much power could the Wind God generate with a single punch? This was utterly surreal. The Rhino Man, weighing no less than 500 or 600 pounds, was sent soaring skyward by a mere blow? Truly the silver-armored war god. Indeed the mightiest of superheroes. Before the crowd could fully process this, they suddenly noticed the Wind God, with thrusters blazing, had ascended into the sky, surpassing the Rhino Man's altitude. Yet he did not halt. Rather, he continued to climb ever higher. Eventually, to the spectators, the Wind God appeared as a mere speck, akin to a tiny star. Simultaneously, the Rhino Man's body, under the influence of gravity, began its descent. Just as the Rhino Man was about to crash to the ground, the Wind God, having soared to several thousand meters, made his return. With the force of gravity accelerating him from such heights, combined with the full thrust of his propulsion system, the Wind God's speed was beyond comprehension, possibly reaching unimaginable Mach numbers. In that instant, he resembled pure light, transformed into a bolt of lightning. Boom! The Wind God descended from the heavens, executing a devastating punch aimed squarely at the Rhino Man's abdomen. The impact contorted the Rhino Man's body into an anguished arc, and he involuntarily expelled a gout of blood. But this was only the beginning. That terrifying force instantaneously embedded the Rhino Man into the hard ground, the shockwave fracturing the earth in a radius of several meters. The roar of destruction echoed through the air, and as the dust settled, only the Wind God's graceful form remained visible. The Rhino Man lay buried beneath a pile of rubble, his eyes rolled back, utterly unfocused. Rhino Man versus Wind God, a devastating defeat for the Rhino Man. Upon witnessing the Wind God's armor, pristine and unmarred, the entire audience erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Is this truly the Wind God? How astonishingly heroic! Mark and Scarlet were rendered insignificant before the silver-armored war god. From now on, they would solely support the Wind God. Iron Man was left feeling despondent, facing an uphill battle. Chapter 89. Why we do not need the silver-armored war god. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the silver-armored war god for triumphing in this challenge and successfully advancing. The host contorted his body, his expression exaggerated, and he shouted in a frenzy, every sound wave infused with boundless joy. Upon hearing the host's declaration, the crowd erupted once more, a tsunami of cheers elevating the euphoria to unprecedented heights. Everyone was shouting. Even those typically reserved and shy let go of their inhibitions, reveling in the moment. The atmosphere was akin to a wild celebration, with each individual brimming with elation. Reluctant to depart, their sentiments regarding this match could be summed up in one word: Exhilarating. Was the Rhino Man weak? Not at all. He was extraordinarily powerful. In certain respects, the Rhino Man could be considered a monstrous entity, a wall that could withstand a Hummer's impact. Yet the Rhino Man could demolish 10 such barriers with a single headbutt. His striking force was likely comparable to that of a speeding train. He was impervious to bullets, explosions, flames, and freezing temperatures, exhibiting almost no weaknesses. Yet, against the silver-armored war god, the Rhino Man was consistently overwhelmed, even in the realm of hand-to-hand combat, where he was decisively defeated. It is crucial to note that the true strength of a mech lies not in close combat, but in amphibious warfare, especially air combat, where mechs utterly dominate current aircraft, reigning supreme as the undisputed champions. In comparison to the silver-armored war god, the Rhino Man was not even in the same league. Or rather, the silver-armored war god had never regarded the Rhino Man as a genuine adversary. The silver-armored war god was equipped with an array of onboard weaponry. Yet this time, he employed none of it. The crowd marveled at the silver-armored war god, who had not disappointed in living up to his title of the mightiest. Although the wind god had long since departed, countless spectators remained, unwilling to disperse. Medical personnel arrived to attend to the fallen Rhino Man, while a multitude of staff members began to clear and restore the arena. The work was tedious but surprisingly captivating for many onlookers. What was most astonishing was the presence of numerous enthusiasts meticulously analyzing the materials of the arena, measuring the size of the craters to calculate the wind goddess power. It was impressively hardcore and unexpectedly popular. Before entering, many had expressed doubts about the entertainment value of the second match, questioning whether their ticket purchase was worthwhile. Yet now, everyone felt they had struck gold, feeling as though they had made a tremendous profit. Some even lamented that they hadn't secured more tickets to share the experience with their closest friends. Twitter, Facebook, and short video platforms were soon flooded with news of the battle. Numerous journalists in attendance, eager to secure headlines, worked with remarkable efficiency, each presenting increasingly innovative angles. Unlike the previous battle with Mark and Scarlet, this contest was marked by a more direct, primal, and brutal style, heightening the audience's pulse and excitement. Major newspapers have been ruthlessly printed, inundated with reports of the silver-armored warrior and the wind god. Television stations have not lagged behind either. Many have established dedicated segments for martial arts competitions, featuring the most glamorous hosts from their ranks. As competition intensified, the quality naturally escalated. In a bid to capture higher viewership, numerous stunning female anchors incorporated elements of mecha into their attire, reminiscent of the bikini-clad dancers from the opening of Iron Man 2. Thus, beauty and mecha became the most dazzling sights across America. As viewership ratings soared, other sectors, such as tissue production, also experienced a remarkable surge. However, many industries faced severe repercussions, with the entertainment industry taking the brunt of the impact. Numerous celebrities relied on media partnerships to maintain their relevance, often depending on tabloid gossip for exposure. Yet now, who still cares about celebrity scandals? The acumen of paparazzi is beyond the comprehension of the average person, leading many to realize that once relevant stars, known for their occasional scandals, suddenly faded into obscurity. This left many of them casting envious glances at the silver-armored warrior, feeling melancholic. After all, they were not even stars, yet their popularity had eclipsed that of many celebrities. At the Long Island villa, upon returning home, Rimuru had already shed the wind god armor. One must admit, the exhilaration from that battle was utterly intoxicating. The joy of triumphing over a formidable foe was simply unparalleled. Although the Rhino Man was somewhat inferior to the Hulk, he was still a formidable adversary. Remarkably, Rimuru had hardly utilized any magic, engaging in a purely physical confrontation with the Rhino Man. To emerge victorious in such a contest was no trivial feat. Were it not for the seemingly overpowered skill of mana perception, relying solely on close combat techniques might not have yielded such smooth success. It is no wonder that many often say, a mage who cannot engage in close combat is not a true mage. Rimuru now deeply understood this sentiment. Of course, through this battle, Rimuru also unearthed several issues. In the realm of magic, her prowess had reached impressive heights, with an array of techniques at her disposal. Yet, in the domain of close combat, she was undeniably lacking, particularly in terms of raw power, which could be considered her Achilles heel. In assessing her own identity, Rimuru aspired to emulate the demon Lord Malim. Physically, she envisioned delivering earth-shattering punches. Even if a dragon were to appear, a single blow would suffice. If one punch proved insufficient, then two would follow. In magic, she aimed to unleash devastating spells capable of obliterating catastrophic beings like the storm demon vortex. Strictly speaking, Rimuru was currently more adept at consumption. Determined to grow stronger, she resolved to indulge in nutritious fare, such as a few infinity stones. For balanced nutrition, subsisting solely on unwholesome minerals would not suffice. She also needed to consume meat to replenish her protein intake, targeting formidable foes like General Deathblade and the Ebony Throat. Particularly, the latter was a source of great temptation for Rimuru. Consuming him would guarantee mastery of his enigmatic telekinesis. Though Ebony Throat was far from attractive, his telekinetic battles exuded an unparalleled charm. Despite his unsightly appearance, Rimuru's mother had always taught her not to be picky with food, and obediently, she heeded this lesson. After contemplating her battle experiences, a flurry of ideas for enhancing her mecha ignited within her mind. After meticulously recording her thoughts in the laboratory, the sky had darkened significantly. Rimuru casually grabbed several bags of chips and a few large bottles of soda, indulging in a delightful feast. Chips and cola truly were a match made in heaven. Alea, the news should have been released by now. Pull it up for me to see. Yes, master. In no time, a plethora of news articles appeared before Rimuru. A vibrant array of praise. However, among them, an article from the Daily Bugle stood out, piquing her interest with its intriguing title, Why We Don't Need the Silver Armored Warrior. The Daily Bugle? Isn't that the tabloid notorious for its antagonism toward Spider-Man? Its editor, J. Jonah Jameson, is a quintessential penny pincher, stingy, provocative, yet oddly endearing. During Spider-Man's heyday, he relentlessly sought opportunities to criticize, mercilessly exploiting and attacking the young hero. When Spider-Man, disheartened, discarded his suits into the trash, Jameson would outwardly boast about exposing Spider-Man's true identity, while secretly donning the costume himself and engaging in playful antics at home, pretending to be a superhero. How shall I put it? This type of person seems utterly detestable at first glance. Yet, when interacting with him, one finds him even more intolerable. Why we don't need the silver-armored warrior? Is Jameson targeting me? Rimuru felt a peculiar sensation, surprised that he would first address her before Spider-Man. Opening the newspaper, she immediately began to peruse its contents. Ever since Tony Stark publicly announced himself as Iron Man, this era seemed to have ushered in a new age, with Iron Tyrant, Silver Armored Warrior, and Crimson Mecha making their grand entrances. Among them, the Silver Armored Warrior stood out, hailed as the most formidable superhero. However, I must assert that we do not require the Silver Armored Warrior. The Silver Armored Warrior is shrouded in mystery. We do not even know whether they are male or female, their age, origin, or educational background. Examining the Silver Armored Warrior's encounters, battling the Iron Tyrant, facing off against the Hulk, and engaging in combat with the Rhino Man, there is no denying that their achievements are exceptionally remarkable, with their profound techniques leaving the world in awe. Yet, we foolishly elevate the Silver Armored Warrior to the status of a superhero. But is he truly a superhero? Has he accomplished any great deeds for the nation or its people? No. In my view, the Silver Armored Warrior might be quite young, merely a child who delights in flaunting their toys. Observing each of their battles reveals a pattern. They fight solely to showcase their prowess, not to save others. Outside of these three significant battles, who has witnessed the Silver Armored Warrior taking action? In fire emergencies, the Silver Armored Warrior is absent. Only firefighters are present. At crime scenes, the Silver Armored Warrior is nowhere to be found. Only police officers are there. In the wake of aviation disasters, there is no sign of the Silver Armored Warrior. Only the unfortunate passengers remain. Wake up, citizens of New York. Wake up, people of America. The Silver Armored Warrior is not a superhero, nor a savior. This world does not require a savior, for even if there are those in suffering calling out, the Silver Armored Warrior may not respond. Most importantly, this world does not need a god. The Silver Armored Warrior is far too powerful. Their armor allows them to soar through the skies, rendering even the most advanced F-22 fighter jets no match for them. Today, the Silver Armored Warrior may choose to save out of pride in their toys. Tomorrow, will they not also be capable of choosing destruction for the same reason? A god is selfish. They will only don their armor and fly above, gazing down upon humanity without willing to share their strength. A god should remain on their pedestal, to be worshipped and revered. The world does not need a living god. We must move forward, and the world must advance. Therefore, we do not need the Silver Armored Warrior. Though the article was not lengthy, merely a little over 1,000 words, Rimuru found herself engrossed for several minutes. One cannot deny that Jameson possesses considerable talent. His writing is compelling, each word striking at the heart. The impact is truly formidable. If, starting tomorrow, a significant number of citizens in New York were to protest against the silver-armored deity, Rimuru would not find it surprising. Even she must concede that many of Jameson's analyses are quite astute. She is not a superhero. Unlike the selfless spirit of Little Bug, she possesses none of that. However, is it not a bit exaggerated for Jameson to describe the silver-armored deity as a god? Such a description ought to be reserved for Thor or Odin. Does it not? At best, she is merely a minor demon lord, nothing more. Upon reading this article, Rimuru cannot help but marvel at the severity of the American persecution complex. It truly requires remedy. After a few moments of silence, Rimuru cast the article aside. Although she found a smidgen of truth in Jameson's words, it did not sway her perspective. What constitutes a true hero? Surely, each individual possesses their own interpretations and understandings. The Marvel Universe, in many respects, embodies a realm of heroes. Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, Spider-Man, and Scarlet Witch, all are heroes in their own right, yet each embodies heroism in unique ways. Captain America, strictly speaking, is simply an American soldier. After 70 years of slumber, he awakens still a soldier. Only the battlefield has changed. Everything Captain America does is merely the duty of a soldier, nothing more. Not just him. Any competent soldier would act as Captain America does. Yet, Captain America epitomizes the soldier's ethos, unwaveringly adhering to his principles as long as he believes it to be right. That is the essence of Captain America's nobility. Iron Man's battles against the Ironmonger are merely a struggle for capitalist interests, a contest for power. His confrontations with Whiplash are rooted in familial vendettas, steeped in the grudges of generations. His conflict with scientist Aldrich Killian is a matter of personal animosity. Iron Man's actions, while grand, do not necessarily correlate with heroism. Tony Stark is simply fulfilling his obligations, and under different circumstances, another wealthy individual might find themselves in similar situations. The Hulk's endeavors are primarily for survival, striving to reclaim a lost existence. Thor's role is to embody a prince, bearing responsibility for his realm and his subjects. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are driven by vengeance, which hardly aligns with the notion of heroism. Thus, from Rimuru's perspective, the concept of heroism is not so rigid. As long as one fulfills their role effectively, they are a hero. To understand one's heart and to protect what one cherishes is the mark of a great hero. If one can safeguard their own desires while also defending the aspirations of others, they ascend to the status of a superhero. In the Marvel realm, perhaps the one who diverges from this notion is Spider-Man. As a good neighbor to the citizens of New York, his actions embody a true sense of altruism. Everything he does transcends mere obligation. To fulfill his role as a good neighbor, Spider-Man faces police pursuit, media condemnation, and public skepticism. Thus, in Rimuru's eyes, among all superheroes, Spider-Man stands as the most noble and transcendent. Yet, ironically, this form of heroism is one Rimuru would never aspire to emulate. If she were compelled to become a hero and choose a form of heroism, she would rather admire Saitama, who embodies a hero driven by personal interest. I am not a hero for your praise. I choose to be one for my own sake. Confident and carefree, bold yet unrestrained. That is the heroism Rimuru venerates. As for the likes of the no-license rider, their heroism might be noble and awe-inspiring, yet it lacks substantial significance. Faced with the Deep-Sea King, even S-class heroes fall one after another. When the no-license rider charges forth, he only serves as fodder. This is something he himself understands, yet he charges ahead without hesitation. It is truly perplexing to evaluate. Her emotions are tumultuous. Thus, Rimuru is destined not to be a hero. She possesses no awareness of what it means to be one. Chapter 91, Subsequent Impact. Never underestimate the American persecution complex. It is akin to a rabbit's fear of inadequate firepower, and it has reached a late stage. Rimuru's suspicions were not unfounded. The influence of the Horn Herald's article, Why We Don't Need the Silver-Armored Deity, is far more exaggerated than anticipated. An increasing number of media outlets have begun to publish articles, crafting one after another to demonstrate that the silver-armored deity is not the savior many envision, urging the public to temper their expectations. More and more citizens are beginning to reflect and ponder what the existence of the silver-armored deity truly signifies. Many draw comparisons to Iron Man, Tony Stark, who, despite being a playboy, is not entirely distrusted by the populace. Quite the opposite, many harbor skepticism, as a wealthy and capricious playboy carries a label of unreliability, seemingly far removed from the essence of a superhero. However, compared to the enigmatic silver-armored deity, Tony Stark is a figure whose background is well known and whose character is unblemished. During the hearings, while Tony explicitly refuted the committee's attempts to seize his armor, he simultaneously indicated his willingness to contribute to the safety of America and the world. Tony speaks of it, and he acts accordingly. In the Middle East, Iron Man can often be seen combating terrorists. And what of the silver-armored deity? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He is neither Robin Hood, who redistributes wealth from the rich to the needy, nor Captain America, who has never claimed he would fight for America. Even the lesser-known Daredevil, who operates in the shadows, stands apart. He is never seen combating crime. The silver-armored deity does not embody the qualities of a hero devoted to justice, altruism, or saving lives. As the Horned Herald aptly states, the silver-armored deity resembles a child boasting about his toys. Today, he may choose to fight for the sake of flaunting his toys. Yet tomorrow, he might just as easily choose destruction for the same purpose. So, what does the existence of the silver-armored deity truly signify? A whimsical deity capable of flight and mischief? Those who are deeply enamored with the silver-armored deity find themselves suddenly bewildered. Each person yearns for a hero, harboring an inner dream of becoming one. Yet most find their heroic aspirations ruthlessly shattered by the harsh realities of life. Thus, society venerates, admires, and longs for heroes. They regard heroes as idols, as vessels for their dreams. They hope that one day, in their moments of peril, a hero will emerge to rescue them from the clutches of despair. The silver-armored deity, powerful, mysterious, capable of flight, and invincible in battle, seemingly fulfills every fantasy of heroism, embodying the hopes of the masses. Yet, following the analysis presented by the Horned Herald, the public suddenly realizes that the silver-armored deity is not the superhero they had envisioned. He is merely the silver-armored deity, nothing more. The notion that he is the mightiest of superheroes is a construct imposed by the masses, a pleasant fantasy. The truth is often harsh, and the ensuing disillusionment is indescribable. In the face of disappointment, what is one to do? Naturally, one takes to the streets, brandishing banners and shouting slogans. In this regard, Americans are quite adept. An increasing number of citizens hope that the silver-armored deity will follow in Iron Man's footsteps, publicly revealing his identity and submitting to oversight. At the Triskelion, S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury feels a twitch in his eyelid as he observes the intensifying public outcry online. The online discourse appears rather abnormal. Knows when no die. Perhaps there is yet another reckless individual emerging to stir trouble, while others may be oblivious to the identity of the silver-armored god of war. He is acutely aware of much regarding her. Nevertheless, Nick Fury still perceives a shroud of mystery enveloping Rimuru, and even he is reluctant to provoke her. After some contemplation, Nick Fury made a call to the logistics department of S.H.I.E.L.D. He issued but a single directive: investigate who exactly is instigating this uproar. Upon discovery, they were to deliver a warning, ensuring that these individuals comprehend whom they can offend and whom they cannot. Half a day later, the report from the logistics department left Nick somewhat bewildered. To his astonishment, the vast majority were volunteers. This situation felt rather peculiar. The public harbored such lofty expectations for the silver-armored god of war. What a jest! Yet, this only compounded Nick's headache. He had no choice but to instruct the logistics department to steer the narrative and temper the fervor online. Additionally, he sent Norman Osborn to visit Rimuru, hoping to clarify matters and that she would not take offense. Upon receiving her orders, Natasha's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Was the director perhaps being overly lenient in his approach to Rimuru? A mere flicker of adverse commentary online warranted her presence to explain? If, on any given day, a significant incident were to arise targeting Rimuru, would the director simply package her off to Rimuru? With free shipping, Rimuru may be formidable, but could she truly stand against the will of the nation? Although somewhat perplexed, Natasha ultimately chose to comply with the director's orders. She still owed Rimuru her gratitude for saving her life. In Queens, at Peter Parker's residence, after perusing the newspaper in hand, Peter was left in disbelief. How could this be? How could the silver-armored god of war not be deemed a hero? Of course, we need the silver-armored god of war. While others may not recognize her identity, Peter Parker certainly knows that the silver-armored god of war is none other than his dear friend Rimuru. In a strict sense, Rimuru was even Peter's first true friend. When he was bullied, only Rimuru stood up for him, and after a vigorous display of support, no one dared to bully him again. She confided in him her secret identity as the silver-armored god of war, let him pilot the wind god mech, and even took him to watch competitions. Rimuru is undoubtedly the person Peter admires most. She is his idol. There is no one better than Rimuru, despite her somewhat mischievous nature. Yet, that is of little consequence. If given the chance, Peter would love to tell those individuals that they have completely misjudged the silver-armored god of war. She is indeed a hero, a truly remarkable superhero. If they claim they do not need her, it would surely sadden her immensely. Observing Peter's fervor, Aunt May and Uncle Ben exchanged curious glances. After a brief conversation, both understood Peter's sentiments. Aunt May gently ruffled Peter's hair and smiled. Peter, I comprehend your feelings. Everyone loves a hero. People line up for them, cheer for them, and scream their names, much like fans idolizing a star. When they discover that their beloved star's image has crumbled, they cannot bear it. Peter, you must understand that heroes possess not only glory and adoration, but also trials and skepticism. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. This is a path every hero must traverse. Uncle Ben interjected, Peter, heroes require time to prove their worth. Whether the world truly needs the silver-armored god of war cannot be determined by a single newspaper. Peter Parker pondered, is that so? Chapter 92, Undercurrents. A butterfly flapping its wings in the tropical rainforests along the banks of the Amazon in South America could, 2 weeks hence, incite a tornado in Texas. Unlike the tumultuous external discourse, the military, arms magnates, and Hydra remained eerily silent. The clash between the Wind God and the Rhino Man had genuinely startled them. With their resources, they had long since uncovered the origins and capabilities of the Rhino Man. They had a fair understanding of the Rhino Man's strength. Yet, despite this knowledge, the Rhino Man was thoroughly outclassed by the Wind God, with no opportunity to retaliate. The existence of such a pinnacle as the Wind God left many disheartened. Realizing that acquiring the Mark V through conventional means via the martial arts tournament was nearly impossible, the Mark V had a 99% chance of falling into the hands of the silver-armored god of war, but did she even require it? Should such a scenario come to pass, the world would be pleasantly surprised to find that the most sophisticated mechs would forever remain the Wind God, Mark, and Crimson, with no connection to them whatsoever. This entire affair was merely a light-hearted comedy orchestrated by the silver-armored god of war and Tony Stark. Swapping hands, one must admit. They executed it splendidly. However, accustomed to feasting on meat, how could they willingly descend to grazing on grass in this new era? Rules are merely spoken for others to hear. For them, if something is advantageous, they will employ it. If not, they will discard it, and should it prove useful again, they will polish it up and continue to use it. On Devil's Island Prison, the battle between the Wind God and the Rhino Man eliminated General Chris Lynx's hesitation, solidifying his resolve. In a cell entirely crafted from plastic, devoid of any metal, Lynx regarded the diminutive, emaciated man before him with skepticism. Could he truly defeat Tony Stark in his armored suit and the silver-armored god of war? The Rhino Man had been defeated. The colonel chuckled, leaning closer to the frail man and whispering a few words. Then he clapped his hands, prompting a soldier to bring forth a steel construction material, while another used a plastic key to unlock the plastic shackles binding the man's hands. Without a word, the slender man reached out to touch the metallic material, which instantaneously transformed into liquid. This liquid slowly coated the frail man, and in an instant, he morphed into a gleaming silver-skinned metal figure, radiating luminescence. Instantly transmuting metal into liquid, this superpower seemed tailor-made to counter Iron Man and the silver-armored god of war, a veritable bane to steel. General Lynx's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. With such a trump card, what need had he to fear Iron Man or the silver-armored god of war? The Mark V would ultimately be his. Not only the military, but Hydra's members were equally shaken by the confrontation between the Wind God and the Rhino Man. Although they had never intended to acquire the Mark armor through conventional means, the Wind God's combat prowess instilled a profound sense of apprehension. The ruby could transform those who touched it into immensely powerful red tanks, yet this type bore resemblance to the Rhino Man. If the Wind God could easily dominate the Rhino Man, defeating the red tank would surely pose no challenge. Thus, this disruptive red tank must be stronger, even more formidable. Even in defeat, it must at least be capable of stalling Iron Man and the silver-armored god of war for half an hour. But could such an individual truly be found? The members exchanged glances, all falling into silence. At that moment, a Hydra member spoke up, suggesting that if the intent was merely to create chaos, then the issue of control might not be of paramount importance. Uncontrolled? That sounds utterly reckless. Are you planning to raise New York? Should the sky fall, isn't there a tall figure to bear the burden? This world is far more mysterious than you could ever imagine. Perhaps Captain Marvel could shed some light. Where would one even find such a creature? Have you forgotten about the Abomination? I recall he is currently detained at some military base. The Red Tank Abomination? How intriguing, truly intriguing. Long Island Villa. The tumultuous clamor of media discourse and the undercurrents of various factions seem entirely disconnected from Rimuru. It appears that she is not at the eye of this storm. Rather, it swirls around others. Her former life remains unchanged, just as her current existence does. After perusing Jameson's article in the Horn Herald, Rimuru tossed it aside nonchalantly. What relevance does the silver armor god have to her? Even if there were a need, she certainly has no inclination to meddle. She is no superhero. Given her current strength, she can effortlessly disregard the devious schemes and sinister plots that abound. Yet, Rimuru finds herself bemused by the incessant stream of well-wishers attempting to console her. Is it truly the case that they perceive her as so fragile and irascible? Natasha's explanations are somewhat comprehensible. After all, the lesson Rimuru imparted to the boiled egg was profoundly impactful, leading it to become increasingly wary of her. However, when she observes young Peter Parker, mimicking his Uncle Ben and uttering profound statements, she can't help but chuckle. Childish, yet unexpectedly heartwarming. But what is the meaning of Tony Stark, the acerbic wit, coming to her? Does he intend to offer her solace? Is it really necessary? Rimuru does not believe Tony possesses the talent for consolation. If one were to be rendered useless without their armor, then they do not deserve to wield it. Whenever she recalls Iron Man's admonition to the little bug, she is left speechless. Is there anything wrong with that statement? Absolutely not. Yet, when voiced by Iron Man, it takes on an unexpectedly humorous quality. Rimuru, this is merely the beginning. As long as their desires remain unquenched, the scrutiny, interrogation, and malice directed at you will only intensify. Tony Stark gazes at Rimuru, his expression grave, and earnestly states, so what? Should you strive to live according to others' demands? Should you relinquish everything? Rimuru shrugs, dismissing it entirely. What she knows of Tony Stark is that he lives with unparalleled freedom, never caring for others' opinions. Of course not. Tony Stark vehemently disagrees. Even if you surrender everything, they will still be dissatisfied, for they believe there is more to be gained. Rimuru scrutinizes Tony Stark, perplexed and uncertain of his message. Is he suggesting that human nature is inherently dark, greedy, rude, vile, and selfish? What are you trying to convey? Rimuru, you are a slime, perhaps lacking an understanding of human essence. Yet humanity embodies both light and darkness. I hope that upon discerning the true nature of humanity, you will continue to cherish it, or at the very least, refrain from harboring hatred or seeking vengeance. Rimuru nearly bursts out laughing. So Tony Stark's visit was not to console her, but rather to worry about her retaliating against humanity. Really? I am merely a small slime. Not some vengeful force like Zysorn. You are overthinking this. Tony Stark, I know you are a slime, but what does that have to do with your stature? Indeed, Tony Stark's concern for Rimuru is primarily rooted in his apprehension. She is far too powerful. Meanwhile, the humans outside are relentlessly provoking Rimuru's patience. Chapter 93, Prelude. Tony Stark's words elicit a blend of amusement and unease in Rimuru. Despite her transformation into a slime, she has always identified herself as human. The notion of being a monster is one she has yet to embrace. Her disillusionment with humanity is profound and not a singular occurrence. She lives for Ilya. Yet why is it that she cannot summon her? Baka. However, Tony Stark's concern prompts Rimuru to reassess herself. After careful contemplation, she arrives at a conclusion. Indeed, she is too beautiful, too intelligent, too powerful, and too adorable. So exceptional that even a genius like Iron Man begins to feel trepidation. This predicament is undoubtedly her fault. She must bear the blame. Yet, such excellence is something she cannot conceal, even if she wished to. She feels equally helpless and despondent. Humanity is perpetually fickle. When the masses realize that no matter how fervently they call for the silver armor god, she remains unresponsive, their hearts gradually grow cold. Attacks, slander, and defamation become inevitable. Many openly declare that they will no longer support the silver armor god. Furthermore, some media outlets, eager to stir the pot, even filmed a fan tossing the silver armor god's mask into a trash bin. This act spurred many to follow suit. In a flash, a plethora of merchandise associated with the wind god, figurines, masks, and collectibles, was discarded into garbage bins. Rimuru, however, felt no emotional upheaval, even finding it somewhat amusing. They are all mere counterfeits, and they haven't given her a single cent. How dare they claim to be her fans? If you're going to be a freeloader, at least embrace the spirit of freeloading. All news possesses a cycle of popularity, and this is especially true for single-player games. The fervor surrounding the silver armor god quickly waned, with reports about her diminishing in number. Media outlets returned to covering celebrity gossip and trivial scandals, allowing life to revert to its familiar rhythm. This seemed to corroborate the Horn Herald's assertions. We do not need the silver armor god. Time flows like a fleeting shadow. And before long, half a month has passed. Recently, the martial arts tournament's official website finally announced the latest round of matches, Iron Man vs. Steel Killer. Unlike previous match announcements, which included promotional videos, this time the event was solely marked by the 4 words, Steel Killer. Yet, those 4 words ignited boundless speculation among netizens. Steel Killer evokes a sense of a clash between titans. Who is worthy of the title Steel Killer? The previous 2 battles were spectacular, and now, the world's premier martial arts tournament has established a formidable reputation. Although many vocally declared their intention to boycott the Silver Armor God in the tournament. When the event was announced, their bodies proved to be far more honest than their words. The ticketing portal opened, and within half an hour, all tickets were sold out. Many who lamented not securing tickets were astonished to discover that many of those who did were among the loudest voices calling for a boycott of the tournament. At this point, it was evident that they had fallen into a trap. The city's schemes run deep. As time passes, speculation surrounding the Steel Killer proliferates. Yet the officials remain silent, further intensifying the public's curiosity about the match. As before, amidst a dazzling display of fireworks, the martial arts tournament commenced with great fanfare. Upon Iron Man's entrance, a wave of thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Everyone was well aware of Iron Man's identity, and coupled with his performance in the first match, expectations were exceedingly high. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Are you all eager to uncover the identity of the Steel Killer? The host's voice, exaggerated and magnetic, resonated throughout the venue. Since becoming the host of the martial arts tournament, he has gained worldwide fame. His flamboyant commentary style is immensely captivating, leaving audiences craving more. Indeed, came the resounding chorus from the crowd. Curiosity. How could one not be curious? If they weren't curious, they wouldn't be seated here. What manner of individual can truly be deemed the Steel Killer? What surprises might this contest unveil for them? Are you eager to find out? Do you truly wish to know? Indeed. Yet, I shan't divulge anything. The crowd erupted in laughter. Such mischief was utterly delightful. With the emotional atmosphere sufficiently stirred, the host ceased to tease. Following a subtle cue, a somber, slow background melody began to play. On the high-tech screens, a frail and unremarkable man appeared. Upon seeing him, the audience frowned in unison. The Steel Killer, is that him? This scrawny figure? But in the next moment, the background music shifted dramatically, transforming into a rousing symphony reminiscent of a cascading galaxy, a stampede of wild horses. The collective gaze of the audience shifted, mouths agape in astonishment. Gasps of God and similar exclamations echoed throughout. The footage was undeniably impressive. The Steel Killer extended his hand, and metal morphed into liquid form. With such advanced technology, the spectators could even see the molten metal gradually entwining around him. Under the effects of a high-powered microscope, they could observe his cells beginning to metamorphose, saturating and slowly transforming into a metallic structure. As the scene changed, when the audience beheld the Steel Killer once more, he was enveloped entirely in a shimmering silver liquid metal, as if clad in a tight-fitting silver suit. Dazzling, striking, resplendent. In an instant, every heart among the audience felt as though it had been pierced by an arrow. A human could achieve such a feat? This was utterly inconceivable. The footage transitioned again, revealing 4 soldiers clad in bulletproof vests and armed with Gatling guns. This was familiar territory, having appeared in the previous promotional video for the Rhino Men, and the crowd felt an escalating sense of anticipation. Various firearms were unleashed upon the Steel Killer without restraint. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, bullets and shells alike were devoured by the Steel Killer, becoming a part of him. Heavens! The audience was left speechless. Could this truly be the adversary of Iron Man? Such an enigma was unfathomable. He was indeed worthy of the title Steel Killer. The crowd's breaths quickened, hearts racing with exhilaration. Undoubtedly, this foe was the ultimate nemesis of Iron Man, explaining why he bore the moniker of Steel Killer. Faced with such a formidable opponent whose attributes countered his own, what could Iron Man possibly do? Could he conjure yet another miracle? Not only Iron Man, but even the Silver Avenger would likely find themselves at a loss against the Steel Killer. Chapter 94, A Turn of Events. In the audience, witnessing the Steel Killer's display of power, Pepper Potts felt a tight knot form in her stomach. Without his armor, Tony was merely an ordinary man. How could he possibly contend with the Steel Killer? It was not that Tony lacked strength, but rather that the attribute counter was overwhelmingly potent. Observing Pepper's anxious demeanor, Rimuru felt a pang of compassion. Would something happen to Tony? 1090. After all, he was the illustrious Iron Man, one of the 3 titans of the MCU. It was inconceivable that anything could befall him before encountering the purple potato. Rimuru reassured her, "Fear not, Pepper. Tony will undoubtedly be fine. This is merely a formal competition. Friendship comes first, and the contest second." Hearing Rimuru's words, Pepper's tension eased slightly. He was right. This was a competition governed by rules. It was not the same as a life-and-death struggle. Thank you, Rimuru, for your concern. Pepper smiled at him, feeling somewhat ashamed that she was not as composed as this young child. This would not do, as the woman behind Iron Man. She could not be a hindrance to Tony. In the arena, the Steel Killer, shimmering in silver, glared at Iron Man Tony Stark. Do you remember me? Tony Stark scrutinized the figure clad in silver, perplexed. Have we met before? The word struck a painful chord. The Steel Killer was instantly engulfed in a wave of frustration. For years, confined within prison walls, he had yearned for the day he could exact vengeance upon Tony Stark. And yet, Tony Stark did not even recognize him. What the hell? The Steel Killer gasped, fury boiling within him. Stark, I am Gordon Cutton, a PhD from Caltech. Do you remember now? Gordon Cutton? Who is that? Sorry. Could you provide more hints? Naturally, Tony Stark sensed the malice radiating from the Steel Killer, yet he felt utterly wronged. He genuinely did not recall anyone named Gordon. He was too busy managing billions, surrounded by countless models and cover girls awaiting his rescue. How could he possibly remember a rough man named Gordon? He had no particular hobbies. The Steel Killer, Gordon Cutton, was beside himself with rage, but he restrained the impulse to strike. My girlfriend, Kaisa, and I dedicated ourselves to the study of metal materials for 8 long years. We were on the brink of a breakthrough, but that final step was insurmountable. Then, Kaisa discovered that you, Tony Stark, were a super genius with significant achievements in metal materials. She went to seek your counsel, and that visit lasted 3 days. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark's eyes brightened. Kaisa, I remember now. She is indeed a brilliant woman, so perceptive. Didn't she have a few star-shaped birthmarks on her chest? Mentioning Kaisa's birthmarks was the last straw for the Steel Killer. Enough. Today, Stark, it is either you or me. The Steel Killer extended his hand, and the liquid metal on his body surged forth, rapidly solidifying into rocket-like projectiles. Boom. Several projectiles shot toward Iron Man, engulfing Tony Stark in an explosion. The Mark IV was immediately shrouded in smoke. Tony, Pepper gasped, startled, rising from her seat. Rimuru was equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? This was merely a contest of friendship, yet it had morphed into a scene of vengeance. Pepper, don't worry. According to the law of smoke means no harm. Tony will be just fine. Hearing Rimuru's words, Pepper's heart raced, nearly bringing her to tears. Rimuru, please. I beg you, stop explaining. Rimuru replied, what's wrong? Did you really think of me as a harbinger of doom? Isn't this the consequence of Tony's own actions? The law of smoke means no harm is a law. Surely it cannot fail to apply to Tony. As the smoke cleared, the visage of the Mark IV was finally revealed. Its exterior was covered in a silvery, web-like liquid metal that was continuously spreading, threatening to invade the Mark IV's systems. The Steel Killer laughed triumphantly. Stark, the renowned Iron Man, your end is nigh. My liquid metal will gradually erode your armor, infiltrating your mouth, nose, and throat, leading you to a slow suffocation before the eyes of the world. Tony, oh my God, this was supposed to be a contest. How did it turn into a murder scene? What are we going to do? What can we do? The scene erupted into utter chaos, as no one could have anticipated that a mere competition would devolve into a globally broadcasted murder scene. The victim, it turned out, was none other than the world's wealthiest individual, Iron Man, Tony Stark. The entrances were sealed with metal, preventing any security personnel from gaining access. How could this happen? How could this transpire? Disconnecting the call, Pepper Potts was consumed with anxiety, akin to a drowning person on the brink of death. Even if confronted with just a straw, she would grasp it without hesitation. Rimuru, sister, I implore you, save Tony, please. Pepper clutched Rimuru's hands tightly, fully aware that her request was exceedingly presumptuous. The powers of the Metal Killer specifically targeted metal, rendering Rimuru incapable of donning the Wind God's attire to rescue Tony. In other words, Rimuru would have to expose herself to the scrutiny of the global media. There was no denying that her plea was profoundly selfish, yet she felt utterly helpless. Do not worry, Pepper. Tony is also my friend, and I will not allow any harm to befall him. Thank you, I am truly grateful. Rimuru gazed at the center of the arena, where the Mark IV was nearly engulfed by a metallic liquid, questioning her very existence. Had her mouth truly opened to such supernatural powers? How could one possibly perish by merely invoking a name? This was simply absurd. Even a protagonist like Iron Man could fall victim? This defies logic. This transcends magic. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. If Iron Man were truly to perish, it would spell disaster. With a flicker of thought, Rimuru prepared to cast her teleportation spell. But at that moment, Tony Stark's voice resonated throughout the arena. I really didn't want to use this, It was specifically prepared for the Wind God. I had always believed that only I and the silver-armored god were the true heroes, but perhaps I underestimated the world. Did Tony Stark possess a hidden trump card? A card previously designed for the Wind God? Instantly, the arena buzzed with excitement, electrifying every spectator. What was presumed to be merely a competition had revealed itself to be a premeditated assassination. What seemed to seal Tony Stark's fate was, in fact, a revelation that he had never unleashed his full potential. Boom. A cerulean light flickered, and in an instant, the metallic liquid that had ensnared the Mark IV began to peel away, drop by drop. In that moment, the once mighty metallic figure was sent flying, and Iron Man emerged as the sole champion within the arena. Chapter 95. Iron Man, Iron Man. Iron Man, Iron Man. Witnessing the Iron Man radiating blue light, both those present and the viewers at home were filled with an exhilarating fervor. In contrast to a murderous villain, there was no doubt that the crowd would rally behind Iron Man. Furthermore, despite the severe damage to his armor, with sporadic sparks flickering, the combination of the azure glow rendered him undeniably spectacular. It was as if he had suddenly received a financial boost, elevating the effects to an entirely new level. A surge in charisma. What? The metal killer, Gordon, who had been sent sprawling, tumbled multiple times before finally coming to a halt. He could scarcely believe it. What he thought was a foregone conclusion had been upended by Tony Stark's hidden ace, originally intended for the Wind God. Yet today, he was determined to eliminate Tony Stark at any cost. He had endured far too long for revenge. Stark, you will die? Gordon concentrated, summoning the metallic liquid to form bomb after bomb, launching a relentless barrage towards the Mark IV. Tony Stark did not flinch. He stood firm, enduring the onslaught of the metallic bombs. Each explosion sent ripples through the blue glow surrounding the Mark IV, yet nothing further occurred. What was this? An energy shield? An field? Good heavens, had Iron Man truly mastered such a fantastical technology? Unbelievable. Tony Stark was indeed a super genius. Tony, I love you. The audience erupted in exhilaration, their cheers echoing through the arena. Even Rimuru, who had been observing, was momentarily taken aback. Had Tony Stark truly developed the energy shield technology? A fighting machine among the gaming elite. This was beyond exaggeration. An energy shield is essentially a type of force field designed to absorb impacts or alter trajectories, thereby defending against weapon attacks. It is a staple in nearly all science fiction blockbusters, whether in alien spaceships, bases, or even astronaut suits. Yet, for those in the know, the technical challenges posed by energy fields are monumental. Given current technological constraints, overcoming them is nearly an impossible feat. To think that Tony Stark had quietly achieved this technology. Not only that, but it was also mature enough to be deployed in actual combat. Truly remarkable. Tony Stark, without a doubt, is one of Marvel's most illustrious icons. At that moment, the most astonished was, of course, the metal killer engaged in combat with Iron Man. He could hardly believe it, unable to accept the reality. Impossible. How could you have mastered such an epic-making technology? I refuse to believe it. Gordon, pouring all his strength into it, conjured dozens more liquid bombs, unleashing a frenzied assault against Iron Man, attempting to exhaust Tony Stark's energy through sheer numbers. His strategy was astute. Energy fields consume substantial resources. Yet, would Tony simply remain a stationary target? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sonic cannon activated, unleashing high-frequency ultrasound. Gordon felt as though his head might explode. His eardrums ruptured, and he clutched his head, wailing in agony. What in the world is this? Witnessing Gordon's distress, the audience was left dumbfounded. They had anticipated that Iron Man would be utterly defenseless, yet no one expected Tony to turn the tables so spectacularly. The sheer array of advanced weaponry left everyone in awe. But this was the essence of Iron Man. Cool. Gordon, a mutant capable of controlling liquid metal, after suffering a significant setback, worked diligently to manipulate the metallic substance, finally managing to block his ears. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Tony Stark's laser-cutting beam swept toward him. Zzz. In an instant, the floor before Gordon bore a deep gash, the high temperature still evident. Gordon, concede defeat. Next time, my laser-cutting beam will not miss. As Gordon faced the laser-cutting apparatus aimed at him, he felt as though his soul had left his body. How exceedingly unjust is the universe. Not only did it bestow upon you, Tony Stark, a world-class lineage, but it also gifted you with an unparalleled intellect. While Kaisha and I toiled for 8 years, you achieved what we could not in merely a few days. The miniature reactor technology that stumped every scientist worldwide was at your fingertips. A mecha capable of intimidating a nation was merely a toy to you. In less than a year, you had already upgraded to the Mark V. Now, you had even developed the energy field technology. Oh, how unjust. How profoundly unjust. Gordon's lamentations echoed through the live broadcast, resonating across the globe. All fell silent. Indeed, how unjust it is. The heavens have bestowed all blessings upon Tony Stark. In that moment, countless individuals sighed in lament, finding common ground with his plight. They even began to feel sympathy for Gordon. While people typically empathize with the weak, in comparison to Iron Man Tony Stark, everyone here is a weakling. Gordon's words struck a chord with all the weaklings present, including the little demon king, Rimuru. It is so unfair. Tony, this cheat, possesses an intellect that is simply too high. Unfair. Tony Stark bore a wry smile, as if he had never exerted any effort at all. They always loved to brandish the term genius, erasing all his endeavors. Who among them could fathom the bitterness of being consistently outmatched by Rimuru? The iron tyrant that Rimuru could dispatch with but 3 moves had repeatedly bested him. When he heard Pepper remark, "Tony, you're so weak," did it not strike a blow to his pride? He was not a soulless automaton. The Hulk, who could crush hatred beneath his feet, was effortlessly subdued by Rimuru. Yet here he was, Iron Man, being brutally beaten by that very hatred. The enmity between the silver-armored giant Hulk and Iron Man was a mathematical equation even a child could comprehend. Could a genius like him truly be oblivious to it? Even now, the awe-inspiring energy shield technology that amazed the world was merely a remnant of Rimuru's exploits. Who knew that even the arc reactor nestled within his chest was a patented design purchased from Rimuru? No one knew, none at all. But Tony Stark would not yield. He was Tony Stark, Iron Man, and donning his armor rendered him invincible. Even in the face of the unparalleled genius Rimuru, he would never concede defeat. Among all heroes, only he, Tony Stark, and Rimuru Tempest remained. Once he believed this, and he still did. Only Rimuru was destined to be his lifelong rival. As Tony Stark was swayed by his own rhetoric, Gordon Clutton's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. "Stark, you might as well perish." An endless torrent of metallic liquid instantly peeled away from Gordon Clutton, surging towards Tony Stark. A tearing sound echoed. In a flash of light, Clutton felt an agonizing pain in his abdomen. When he regained his senses, he discovered, to his horror, a fist-sized gash had appeared in his stomach. What was this? Did Tony Stark possess an unknown trump card? What was this so-called Iron Killer? Was he merely a jest from start to finish? Chapter 96, The Red Tank of Hatred. The arena fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated that events would escalate to such dire extremes. What began as a mere competition had devolved into a life-and-death struggle. The Iron Killer, Gordon Clutton, lay dead, his liquid metal barrier collapsing alongside him. A swarm of medical personnel rushed to the scene, desperately attempting to revive Clutton. But with a gaping hole in his abdomen and his organs severely damaged, how could they hope to succeed? The medical team shook their heads in unison, resigned to their failure. Humanity has its limits. Doctors cannot wrest souls from the clutches of death. But could Tony Stark be blamed for this? Any discerning observer could see that he had already given Clutton a chance, yet Clutton remained intent on killing him. If Tony Stark were to slay Clutton, it would be a reasonable act of self-defense. At that moment, the crowd was taken aback as they spotted Tony Stark, clad in his armored suit, approaching Clutton's side. Under the scrutiny of countless high-powered cameras, the mechanical arm of the marked suit activated, and Tony retrieved a syringe from within. A syringe? The crowd was puzzled, uncertain of Tony's intentions. How could such a wound be salvaged? Yet, because it was Tony Stark undertaking this action, they held on to boundless hope. Then, in a globally broadcast spectacle, they watched in astonishment as Gordon Clutton, with a gaping hole in his abdomen, witnessed his wound heal at a visibly rapid pace after receiving the injection. Even more astonishingly, not a single scar remained. Oh my God! In that instant, everyone stood in unison, regardless of what he was doing. What was this miraculous syringe that Tony had injected into Clutton? Were they all hallucinating? Cough, cough, cough. Upon seeing Clutton cough a few times and then fully awaken, the entirety of humanity was left in disbelief. God! Tony Stark truly possessed a near-miraculous elixir capable of reviving the dead. A wound so vast, yet it was healed without a trace left behind. What else could this be if not sorcery? The affluent, military officials, politicians, and various strata of the medical community were all thrown into a frenzy, particularly the pharmaceutical companies, who were in a state of panic. Had Tony Stark just shattered the military's monopoly, and now was he set to dismantle the pharmaceutical industry as well? Tony Stark, were you a devil? Faced with such an epic-defining miracle drug, every journalist present could hardly contain themselves. Sensing the opportunity, they ignored the arena's restrictions and surged towards the scene. Tony, already the most successful arms dealer, excelled at maximizing his profits. Sometimes, the more one tries to conceal something, the more others yearn to uncover it. As the reporters rushed towards him, Tony ignored them entirely, taking flight in his armor. The reporters stomped their feet in frustration. Yet they were experienced enough to quickly turn their attention to Pepper Potts, who was also at the event. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. With Rimuru at Pepper's side, how could they possibly succeed? This was something Rimuru understood perfectly. He was wholly supportive of Tony Stark. After all, the sale of the recovery drug directly impacted her wealth and happiness. The reporters, undeterred by their setbacks, recognized that sometimes success or failure depended on the relative stature of their peers. If everyone was in the same boat, then victory or defeat became inconsequential. Phones rang incessantly. Various media outlets and journalists stationed in different cities sprang into action. As for the reporters in California, they were the first to rush to Tony Stark's Malibu estate. What Tony Stark had unveiled was nothing short of sensational, igniting a global uproar. At a certain military base, General Chris Lennox was beset by a headache. Having succeeded General Ross only 6 months prior, he had already lost a significant portion of his hair. He was supposed to be among the younger generation of generals. Initially filled with ambition, he now faced a relentless barrage of setbacks, nearly devoid of confidence. At this moment, he found himself begrudgingly admiring General Ross's tenacity. After years of pursuing the Hulk, enduring failure after failure, Ross had never given up. In contrast, Lennox's position was becoming increasingly precarious. Little did Lennox realize that the Iron Killer, whom he viewed as a secret weapon, was not only ineffective but had turned against him, assassinating Tony Stark in the arena. Lennox had become the second general after Ross to be thoroughly ridiculed. WTF. However, upon witnessing the syringe Tony Stark had produced, Lennox felt a glimmer of hope. If he could secure this syringe for the military, it would be a monumental achievement, a means of redemption. Just then, his desk phone rang. "General, it's bad. The abomination has escaped, and we are barely holding it back. Requesting fire support. Requesting fire support." What? General Lennox stood frozen in disbelief, hardly able to process the words. "Soldier, are you saying the abomination has escaped?" The facility housing the abomination was a specially designed super prison, fortified with steel plates measured in meters. It was bound with chains forged from adamantium. This is hardly reassuring. He has been administered copious amounts of anesthetic, and the abomination has spent 90% of the time in slumber. How could he possibly escape from prison? April Fool's Day must have long passed. Yet, it is indeed the abomination. General, not only has he escaped, but he seems to have grown even stronger. God, no. A busy signal blared through the phone, and despite General Lennox's desperate calls, the soldiers on the other end remained unresponsive. Through the receiver, he could hear the abomination's furious roar. Is this what power feels like? Marvelous, absolutely splendid. An unending surge. I have never felt so invigorated. Hulk, Hulk, where are you? Is there not a single formidable opponent? Give me a worthy adversary. Boom. With a resounding crash, General Lennox lost all contact with the prison housing the abomination. God. His lips trembled. He knew his political career was doomed. The abomination has broken free, and a river of blood is certain to follow. Ultimately, he would bear the blame, facing a military tribunal and imprisonment. Yet, as a general, he could not shy away from battle. It was his duty and responsibility. 10 minutes later, clad in military attire, General Chris Lennox boarded a helicopter headed for the prison to capture the abomination. Chapter 97. A peaceful day in New York City. Team C, deploy incendiary devices. In the helicopter, General Lennox commanded. Whoosh. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers unleashed a barrage of incendiary bombs towards the abomination. Within moments, the area where the abomination resided was engulfed in roaring flames. Team B prepared liquid nitrogen bombs, while Team D readied plasma bombs. Having succeeded General Ross, Lennox had conducted considerable research on the abomination. He understood that conventional weapons were ineffective against both the abomination and the Hulk. Special measures were imperative. Incendiary bombs. Such meager heat is far from sufficient. Amidst the inferno, the abomination, now infused with ruby energy, had grown to more than twice his former size. His bone armor and skin appeared increasingly grotesque and terrifying. He resembled a prehistoric monstrosity, rendering humanity beneath him utterly insignificant. The red tank abomination, grinning maliciously, charged towards the fortress manned by Team C. With a thunderous crash, the seemingly indestructible fortress, capable of withstanding missile strikes, was instantly reduced to ruins. In the blink of an eye, the entire fortress was left in a state of carnage, marked by blood, bones, and wails. The red tank abomination was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond the soldier's capability to confront. At this juncture, professionals were needed. Perhaps the Silver Centurion or Iron Man would be most suitable. However, the military had its pride. The honor and dignity of the United States Armed Forces must not be tarnished by him. Moreover, General Lennox harbored a plan in his mind, one that could potentially alter the future of the U.S. military. If successful, every sacrifice, including his own, would be worth it. Deploy the liquid nitrogen and plasma bombs. Then withdraw immediately. The helicopter squadron was dispatched to cover the infantry's retreat, while the communications team contacted headquarters to request air support. Understood. Commence the operation. Yes. 5 minutes later, Teams B and D were entirely decimated, and 2 Black Hawk helicopters plummeted to the ground. 10 minutes later, 2 F-22s released heavy missiles upon the base, transforming it into a sea of flames. Amidst the endless debris, the red tank abomination stood tall, surrounded by an ocean of wreckage. Is this all you have? Hulk. Where's Hulk? Bring him here. The few soldiers who had narrowly escaped were trembling in fear, utterly devoid of resolve. We must flee. This monster is beyond our ability to defeat. Even Lennox's aide was paralyzed with terror, pleading, General, we must retreat. We have done all we can. A military unit is deemed combat ineffective after suffering over 1/3 casualties. With nearly 2/3 lost, their morale had shattered. They had performed remarkably well under the circumstances. General Lennox sighed as he gazed at the abomination's fearsome visage. Contact S-H-I-E-L-D. The aide rejoiced. Yes, S-H-I-E-L-D. Each employee tread carefully, wary of incurring the director's ire. No one knew what had set the director off. Ever since witnessing the competition between Tony Stark and Gordon Kent, his demeanor had soured. It seemed as though everyone owed him a fortune. Little did they realize that their conjectures, while slightly off the mark, were not far from the truth. It wasn't that everyone owed him a fortune, rather, he had incurred a substantial loss. Following the deal with Rimuru, Nick Fury had already felt it was a grave mistake. Yet today, Tony Stark had publicly unveiled a recovery serum, nearly causing Fury to choke on his rage. He had meticulously plotted his strategy, yet it had not come to fruition before Stark overturned the table. Just how infuriating is that? If Tony Stark can publicly present a recovery serum, how many does Rimuru possess? Surely, they cannot be worth a pittance? As S-H-I-E-L-D director, he had always been the one to profit. Who dared to take advantage of him? The more he thought about it, the more he felt cheated. At that moment, Melinda from the logistics department rushed in without knocking. Fury frowned, knowing that something grave must have transpired. Otherwise, Melinda would not be so reckless. Indeed, upon speaking, Melinda's words shocked him. What? The abomination imprisoned at the U.S. military base has escaped, and his strength has increased? Fury frowned, his head throbbing. Damn, what sort of biochemical experiments have the military conducted on the abomination? What is the situation now? Fury, well-versed in military affairs, had begun to seek S-H-I-E-L-D's assistance, indicating that the situation must have deteriorated to a critical level. Melinda replied urgently, Director, it's an emergency. According to military reports, the facility housing the abomination has been reduced to ruins, with casualties exceeding 1,000, and the numbers are still rising. Fury rubbed his forehead. Had the situation deteriorated to this extent? Melinda shook her head. Director, this is not the worst of it. The abomination is currently racing towards New York and will arrive in no more than half an hour. Fury was taken aback. What? He would reach New York in half an hour? After pacing the office a few times, he instructed Agent Norman Novick to contact Rimuru directly. Whatever conditions Rimuru has, as long as they are not excessive, agree to them immediately. Yes. Melinda promptly accepted her orders and left. Fury picked up the phone, dialing several numbers in rapid succession to reach Coulson and Hawkeye. 10 minutes later, S-H-I-E-L-D was fully mobilized, entering a state of emergency. In collaboration with the military, all intelligence regarding the red tank abomination was transferred to S-H-I-E-L-D's internal channels. Upon observing the abomination's performance, Fury, who had been mentally prepared, was still taken aback. What on earth? How has the abomination grown so powerful? What experiments has the military conducted on him? Additionally, that peculiar tendency to ram his head against walls seemed oddly familiar. Was it merely an illusion? While S-H-I-E-L-D was in a state of urgent mobilization, New York City descended into utter chaos. In this era, where firearms and missiles reigned, it was impossible to conceal the truth. With several television stations broadcasting live reports, The citizens of New York, who had just enjoyed a peaceful day, soon learned the truth. What on earth? That monster, the Abomination, which had almost reduced Broadway to ruins not long ago, is coming to New York again. What a joke. The citizens immediately lambasted the military, cursing them for their incompetence in managing even the incarcerated monster. How utterly inept. What was even worse was that they had allowed the Abomination to race directly towards New York. What use is it to maintain such a group of useless individuals? The taxpayers' money has truly been squandered. Panic rapidly spreads and engulfs the city. A multitude of citizens hastily flee New York, yet the sheer number of vehicles has led to extensive congestion and chaos on the roads. In the face of disaster, the ugliness of human nature is magnified beyond measure. Rampant theft, murder, and heinous acts proliferate, resembling a cataclysmic end of the world. When the citizens hear the abominable roar of the red tanks, akin to the sound of a thunderous drum, they tremble in fear, their faces pale as frost. Chapter 98. The world's attention. Reports are flooding in. The Abomination is approaching New York City. Requesting assistance, requesting assistance. General Lennox's expression is as dark as a stormy sea. The vast expanse of America is sparsely populated in most regions. However, New York is an exception. It stands as the largest city in America, the epicenter of its economy, finance, and culture, with an exceptionally dense population. The ramifications of a confrontation in the countryside versus one in New York are utterly incomparable. Lennox turns to an aide, inquiring about the status from S.H.I.E.L.D. The aide responds gravely, stating that S.H.I.E.L.D. has entered a state of emergency, and agents are already in contact with the Silver Iron Guardian and Iron Man. Lennox is disheartened, while emergency communication is underway. Whether it will be successful or if assistance will actually materialize remains uncertain. He is not yet senile enough to forget that just days ago, a significant number of citizens protested against the Silver Iron Guardian, even brandishing banners declaring, "We do not need the Silver Iron Guardian." In other words, they must now shoulder the burden themselves. At all costs, they must prevent the Abomination from breaching the gates of New York, buying precious time for the citizens to evacuate. Understood. 10 minutes later, reports are coming in. The Abomination has breached our defenses and infiltrated New York International Airport. Requesting assistance, requesting assistance. Lennox, fraught with anxiety, demands to know the airport situation. The Abomination's arrival was too sudden, wreaking havoc. Numerous passengers are stranded, and widespread chaos has erupted. This is dire. The control tower has been struck by debris hurled by the Abomination, injuring many staff members. Aircraft in the process of taking off and landing have lost communication, leading to the grave possibility of a mid-air collision. What? Upon hearing the communications officer's report, General Lennox is taken aback. New York International Airport, the largest in the nation, has all eyes upon it. If disaster strikes here, the repercussions could be even more severe than those of 9/11. As the commander, he would bear the weight of countless failures. The weather is sweltering, yet Lennox feels an icy chill enveloping him. Find a way to divert the Abomination and swiftly restore communication between the control tower and the aircraft. Yes, after hanging up, Lennox is left with a sense of utter depletion, as though all his strength has been drained. After so many years of service, he has never felt so powerless. The United States, boasting the world's foremost Navy and Air Force, finds itself helpless against a single monster on its own soil. Is it that the world is changing too rapidly, or has he grown too old to keep pace? He is, after all, among the younger ranks of the military. Helicopters soar through the skies. Below, flames rage, strewn with the remnants of buildings, weaponry, and wounded soldiers. General Lennox's mind is blank, as if all sounds in the universe are fading away from him. This world is in dire need of a hero, one capable of turning the tide and saving all. In London. Greetings, I am a reporter for BBC stationed in New York, currently at New York International Airport. As you can see, due to the emergence of the monstrous Abomination, the airport has descended into utter chaos. In Tokyo, according to reports from our correspondent, NHK, in New York, at approximately 1444, a creature known as the Abomination escaped from a military base. It has made its way toward New York City, where American forces are engaged in fierce combat, suffering thousands of casualties, yet failing to halt the Abomination, which has now breached the international airport, plunging it into panic and disorder. May God bless America, and may the military triumph swiftly and eradicate the Abomination. In Moscow, according to reports from our station, ORT, a creature suspected to be the result of a bioweapons experiment, known as the Abomination, has emerged from a U.S. military base. Intense firefights ensue, reducing the base to rubble. Yet the abomination remains unvanquished. It has now entered New York International Airport in Berlin. According to the latest news from our station, J.A.R.VIS, the control tower at New York International Airport has been destroyed, injuring numerous staff members. 2 aircraft, one taking off and the other landing, are now without guidance and have deviated from their flight paths. This is disastrous. The landing aircraft has been struck by a car hurled into the sky by the abomination. Its wings severed, and it is on a collision course with a Boeing 737 that is taking off. In Paris, are 2 aircraft truly about to crash at the airport? My God, this would undoubtedly be the most absurd and tragic aviation disaster in human history. At this very moment, the eyes of the world, regardless of day or night, are fixated on New York International Airport. No one could have anticipated that a single abomination could wreak such havoc against the most advanced military in the world, effortlessly piercing through layers of defenses. The nerves of nations worldwide are taut with anxiety. What if this creature, named the abomination, were to rampage through their own countries? The Boeing 737, with its wing torn and engines ablaze, trailing thick black smoke, tightens the hearts of people across the globe. It carries an entire aircraft full of passengers, potentially including young children whose lives have yet to blossom, now on the brink of being extinguished. Yet, who can wrest them from the clutches of death? At this moment, many find themselves recalling a certain gleaming silver suit of armor. Perhaps only it possesses the means to intervene. What is that? Before the screen, countless eyes widen in unison, gazing at a small dot rapidly approaching the aircraft engulfed in black smoke. Is it a bird? So fast. A suit of armor? It is Iron Man. Boom. In an instant, a cacophony erupts worldwide. As Iron Man arrives, a wave of exhilaration sweeps through the hearts of countless viewers. Previously, they had been consumed by an uncontrollable thought. If only the Silver Iron Guardian or Iron Man would arrive, could they avert disaster? Now, they finally know. In that fleeting moment, it feels as though everyone has become Iron Man, breathing and sharing fate alongside him. Yet soon, the smiles on their faces begin to fade. They can see that Iron Man is indeed giving his all. However, faced with the nearly 50-ton behemoth that is the Boeing 737, Iron Man appears to be at a loss. Moreover, the aircraft continues its rapid descent, and Iron Man cannot alter this grim trajectory. How can this be? Where is the Silver Iron Guardian? As the mightiest of superheroes, if he were to join forces with Iron Man, perhaps they could successfully save the aircraft. It has been so long. Why has the Silver Iron Guardian not made an appearance? Has he become entirely disillusioned with the citizens of New York? Before the television, silence envelopes everyone, especially Jameson, who not long ago penned the article titled, "Why We Do Not Need the Silver Iron Guardian," now filled with profound regret. Has his article truly driven the Silver Iron Guardian to despair over the citizens of New York? You are a superhero, after all, an entity that cannot be toppled by foes, crushed by hardships, or defeated by setbacks. How could you abandon such a noble and grand endeavor merely due to a single article and a protest? Just then, Jameson slams his thigh, his excitement bubbling over, declaring, "I knew it. I knew that a superhero would not be absent when the populace is in dire need." Chapter 99. The seemingly calm Ancient One. Inside the aircraft, pandemonium ensues as passengers scream in terror. The airplane is heralded as the safest mode of transportation in the world. However, when calamity strikes, it also bears the highest mortality rate. All passengers are gripped by fear, for in the face of life and death, billionaires and ordinary citizens alike are rendered equally vulnerable. Yet, as time passes, the passengers aboard the aircraft unexpectedly perceive a sense of calm enveloping them. Is this merely an illusion? At that precise moment, the intercom crackles to life. "Dear esteemed passengers, please remain calm and patient. Iron Man and the Silver Armor God have successfully lifted the aircraft." In an instant, the cabin erupts into a frenzy. The revelation that Iron Man and the Silver Armor God have elevated the plane signifies that they may be spared from death. My God, many who were paralyzed by fear, even recording farewell messages on their phones, are now overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy amidst this extreme juxtaposition of despair and elation. Notably, those who had previously protested against the Silver Armor God now find themselves engulfed in profound shame. It is only when faced with the brink of catastrophe that one truly realizes how uplifting the arrival of heroes can be at the 11th hour. They need the Silver Armor God. The world needs the Silver Armor God. Across the globe, countless cities, millions of homes, and billions of screens resonate with thunderous cheers. In this moment, how many are fervently calling out the names of the Silver Armor God and Iron Man? Not only the ordinary citizens, but even those within the Pentagon and the Tri-Wing building join in applause. At this instant, The Silver Armor God and Iron Man ascend to become the most luminous stars in the world. On the display screen of the Wind God helmet, a communication request from Iron Man appears. Rimuru chooses to accept. Tony Stark, Rimuru, you've arrived rather late. Haven to you? Who is it that claimed one could maintain world peace single-handedly? Who was that again? Oh, my memory. Tony Stark, the out-of-control aircraft has been successfully stabilized. Now, let us assist in its safe landing. Rimuru understood. Upon hearing Rimuru's response, Tony Stark breathes a sigh of relief. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Iron Man has nothing to fear. J.A.R.VIS, report the altitude of the aircraft and assist me in determining the optimal landing zone. At your command. The aircraft is currently at an altitude and speed conducive for landing. However, just as Iron Man prepares to collaborate with Rimuru for an emergency landing, J.A.R.VIS issues a warning. Danger! Danger! Sir, an object has been detected hurtling towards you. The aircraft may be destroyed upon impact. What? Upon discerning that the incoming object is a small car, Tony Stark is immediately taken aback. WTF? Are you throwing a car around like a pebble? Are you joking with me? The rear compartment of Mark opens, releasing several small missiles. Boom. After a series of explosions, the car is instantly engulfed in flames. Not only is Tony Stark affected, but Rimuru also feels the impact acutely. In a strict sense, under the influence of his magical perception, Rimuru detected the malevolent movements on the ground even before J.A.R.VIS. Witnessing the destruction of the car by the small missiles, the malevolent entity, rather than feeling defeated, hoisted the wreckage of an armored vehicle high above. Silver Armor God? Just the opponent I was hoping for. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle, cannon barrels, boulders, and more transform into weapons in the hands of the malevolent force. Fortunately, Iron Man's arsenal systematically dismantles each threat. However, everyone recognizes the dire situation. The weapons aboard Mark are inherently limited. They are rendered excessively defensive. Yet, when they see the malevolent creature aiming a toothpick-like RPG at the aircraft, the world collectively holds its breath. The malevolent creature, towering and powerful, now wielding human firearms. What a rogue. No one anticipated that the aircraft, under the joint efforts of Iron Man and the Silver Armor God, had just begun to turn the tide, only to be thrust once more to the precipice of disaster. Rimuru takes a deep breath, thinking, MMP, she had not even engaged. But now that she has, if the plane still crashes, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? On the communication channel, Tony, you handle the malevolent force, and I will take care of the aircraft. Leave it to you? The aircraft weighs 50 tons. Mark and the Wind God are indispensable. Stop being so sentimental. I still have a trump card up my sleeve. All right. After a few seconds of silence, Tony Stark says nothing further and promptly turns his attention toward the malevolent creature below. Boom. In an instant, the aircraft is thrown into chaos once more, and all passengers are gripped by terror, screaming in panic. Yet, at that moment, every passenger hears Rimuru's voice resonating in their minds. It is Rimuru's skill of telepathic communication, known as thought transmission. Do not be afraid. I am the Silver Armor God. Regardless of how the plane shakes or how rapidly it descends, please remain calm. I assure you that the lives of everyone aboard will be preserved. The voice of the Silver Armor God? How could it resonate directly in their minds? This is simply unbelievable. Rimuru's unexpected display of power instantly boosts the confidence of all aboard the aircraft. I forgot to mention, my mecha is merely a pastime. My true calling is that of a mage. A mage? Inside the aircraft, all passengers are left dumbfounded. Had it been anyone else making such a claim, they would have immediately dismissed it. However, given that it is the Silver Armor God, the world-renowned, most powerful superhero, who had just demonstrated extraordinary prowess, one can only imagine their astonishment. In an instant, to all observers worldwide, time seems to slow. They witness Iron Man relinquishing his hold on the aircraft to confront the malevolent entity. Simultaneously, the Silver Armor God faces an aircraft that is spiraling out of control, its descent accelerating perilously. Has the rescue failed? A collective sigh escapes the crowd. For although they know that this setback is not the fault of Iron Man or the Silver Armor God, disappointment lingers in their hearts. Yet just then, they instinctively rub their eyes in disbelief. What could that be? They see immense, intricate, and mystical light walls manifesting around the descending aircraft. Everyone is left in awe. What are these light walls? Why do they bear circular and hexagram patterns? Together, they resemble the legendary magic circle. For those unacquainted with the arcane, their skepticism remains. Yet they remain oblivious to the extent of Rimuru's capabilities. Meanwhile, at Kamartage, a gathering of mages watching the live broadcast are left with their mouths agape, as if an apple could fit within. Master, Is the magic Rimuru is performing the Seraphim Shield? The Seraphim Shield, the most potent defensive spell in Kamartage, is notoriously difficult to master. Only the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, has succeeded in casting it. Even the likes of Kaecilius and Mordo have yet to grasp its fundamentals. Yet, Rimuru has effortlessly conjured at least 7 or 8 of them, nearly forming a magical barrier. Could it be that the Seraphim Shield they know differs from the one Rimuru has wielded? The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, remains inscrutable, exuding an air of mastery. Yet, the little fan in her hand flutters rapidly, leaving behind an afterimage. Deep down, Ancient One is internally crumbling. If you ask me, who should I ask? Chapter 100. Farewell to the Wind God. Can those fiery light walls prevent the aircraft from crashing? This is the collective sentiment of all those watching the live broadcast across the globe. The out-of-control aircraft descends at such a rapid pace, akin to a meteor plummeting to Earth. Boom. The passenger aircraft, with a ferocious impact, collided violently with the runway, creating a substantial crater as a testament to its overwhelming force. This was merely the beginning. Propelled by terrifying inertia, half of the fuselage became embedded in the runway, relentlessly surging forward like a rampaging bull, shattering everything in its path. Bang! The asphalt runway fractured at a visible pace, reminiscent of a catastrophic earthquake. In an instant, the once smooth surface was cleaved open, revealing a fissure over 10 meters wide and stretching for hundreds. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Any top-tier Hollywood special effects paled in comparison to the raw power of this collision. When the chaos subsided, everyone held their breath in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend the events that had unfolded before their eyes. The aircraft had neither ignited nor exploded. Had the silver-armored god truly succeeded? In mere moments, the entire world erupted in jubilation, laughter echoing as applause rendered hands sore. They had witnessed the birth of a new miracle. What then? Could these fiery walls of light be? They astonishingly withstood the crash of a 50-ton passenger plane. How could this be anything but extraordinary? Was this a form of energy shield? What could possibly be beyond its capabilities? Truly, the mightiest of superheroes, defying all reason. Inside the aircraft, once the violent tremors ceased, the passengers wept tears of joy. They had survived. Truly, they had survived. It was a moment of sheer elation, as gratitude towards the silver-armored god filled every heart. The next course of action was simply to await rescue. The passengers were aware that the fuselage was lodged in the earth, but they understood that the greatest peril had been safely navigated. This minor inconvenience paled in comparison to the ordeal they had just endured. Suddenly, a myriad of passengers spotted a glowing crimson circle within the aircraft, continuously erupting with sparks. Beyond this circle, the gentle flow of the river was visible, along with the Statue of Liberty. Was it truly possible to see the Statue of Liberty from inside the plane? As bewilderment gripped the crowd, the voice of Rimuru echoed in their minds once more. This is a magical portal I have opened. On the other side lies the relatively safe Liberty Island at the mouth of the Hudson River. I will not be deactivating this portal for the time being. So do not rush. Crossing over will ensure your safety. A magical portal? Safety on the other side? This was unprecedented. The younger attendees remained unfazed, while several elderly professors, staunch materialists throughout their lives, found their worldviews shattered. With the first brave passenger crossing into safety at the Hudson River, the remaining passengers relaxed and rushed toward the portal in eager anticipation. Some bold souls even called out, hoping Rimuru might appear to sign autographs. Others speculated about the silver-armored god's voice, remarking on its youthful quality and pondering whether he might be a magical girl of sorts. Rimuru, bemused, observed their whimsicality. Having just narrowly escaped death, they were already preoccupied with such fanciful notions. Rimuru redirected her focus to the fierce battle between Iron Man and the Abomination. Witnessing the fierce confrontation, she was taken aback. What was happening? Why had the Abomination's combat prowess surged so dramatically? Its form had changed, becoming more fearsome than before. Its bony armor and spikes appeared grotesquely intimidating. In this brief skirmish, Iron Man's armor had sustained considerable damage. Yet it was evident that his defensive capabilities had significantly improved thanks to the energy shield he had developed. The energy weapons, laser beams, sonic cannons, and kinetic blasts were wielded with remarkable finesse. Compared to the Iron Man of the original timeline, Tony Stark's combat abilities had undoubtedly soared. However, the unfortunate truth remained. Every adversary he faced was terrifyingly formidable. What transformation had the Abomination undergone? Answer: the Abomination possesses the Sidorak Ruby, and it should now be referred to as the Red Tank Abomination. Its power is inexhaustible and must be addressed at its source, Otherwise, it cannot be defeated. Upon hearing the sage's words, Rimuru instinctively licked her lips. To tackle the issue at its root, she understood. The Sidorak ruby, she knew, was a precious item. Her eyes widened in excitement. Was the red tank abomination delivering her a snack? Currently, Rimuru lacked nothing in terms of attack, defense, control, and mobility, but she was slightly deficient in raw power. A mere 50-ton aircraft was beyond her ability to lift, even with the wind god's assistance. Compared to Superman from the DC universe, she felt utterly inadequate. If she could consume the Sidorak ruby, her strength would undoubtedly rival that of Thor. By consuming the ruby, she would finally overcome her last shortcoming. As for angering the malevolent deity Sidorak, Rimuru feared nothing. In the Crimson universe, she would be no match for Sidorak. Yet on Earth, even if Sidorak sought vengeance, his true form could not manifest. Would he send a mere avatar? Did he come to deliver her a treat, knowing she was still hungry? Even if Sidorak were to appear in a fit of rage, Rimuru had her own trump card, the ancient art of the Ancient One. In this day and age, who could claim to lack connections? On Earth, Iron Man, is this all you are capable of? You have thoroughly disappointed me. Where is the silver-armored god? Summon him. Before the screen, as they witnessed the abomination's maniacal laughter, the world fell silent. This was the abomination? Its strength was utterly outrageous. They observed Iron Man's every maneuver, noting that his singular impact could rival an entire battalion. Yet regrettably, Iron Man faced the abomination. After such a prolonged struggle, Iron Man's arsenal had showcased a plethora of inventive tactics, particularly his various energy attacks, which left the audience in awe. However, even these formidable assaults proved ineffective against the abomination. Upon hearing the call of the red tank abomination, Rimuru chuckled. Since you beckon me to feast, I shall not hold back. But first, I must deliver a grand finale for the silver-armored god. Since mastering the various spells of Kamartaj, the wind god's assistance to Rimuru had dwindled significantly. Thus, she would bid farewell to the wind god with an exhilarating battle. Chapter 101, The Wind God's Final Battle. Iron Man, do you only flit about like a fly, buzzing here and there? The abomination's hide is tough. And especially with the Sidorak ruby, its defenses have soared to astounding levels, with strength that is exaggerated. The weaponry housed within Mark's suit barely inflicts any damage upon the abomination. Yet, the abomination can inflict grievous harm upon Iron Man with the slightest contact. However, Iron Man's tactics were insidiously effective. Tony had elevated the art of evasion to new heights. Like a persistent mosquito, while he may not cause significant damage, he buzzed incessantly in the opponent's ear. You cannot kill him, nor can you catch him. When you least expect it, he will bite. The abomination seethed with frustration, unable to lay a finger on Iron Man, and resorted to incessant verbal taunts and provocations. In the face of the abomination's taunts, Iron Man remained unperturbed, executing his evasive tactics to perfection. J.A.R.VIS, sir, the Mark's damage rate stands at 70%, the munitions are depleted, and energy reserves have dwindled to a mere 15%. I strongly advise an immediate withdrawal from combat. Tony Stark shook his head, feigning nonchalance. But we still have 15% energy left, right? Do you stop using your phone when it's not yet at a black screen? J.A.R.VIS. At that moment, however, the wind god descended from the skies, positioning itself before the Mark. Rimuru, thank you for your hard work, Tony. Leave the upcoming battle to me. As she gazed upon the wind god's gleaming silver form and its sleek contours, a flicker of complexity crossed Tony Stark's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he replied, All right. I leave this to you. I will go tend to the injured. Great. Rimuru responded casually, oblivious to the unusual expression on Tony's face. At that moment, her eyes were filled solely with loathing. In her heart, there resided but one thought, to deliver a perfect conclusion for the wind god. Though her time alongside the wind god had been brief, with several upgrades in that short span, the significance of the wind god to Rimuru was undeniably profound. Upon Rimuru's arrival, the abomination erupted with joy, nearly splitting his mouth from grinning so wide. Ha ha ha, the silver-armored war god, you finally dare to show yourself. I hope you can provide me with more amusement. More amusement? As you wish. Rimuru smiled slightly, activating her magic for instantaneous movement, appearing before the abomination in the blink of an eye. Buzzing. The wind god's hands and side thrusters surged to full power in an instant. Rimuru, wielding the wind god, thrust her arms forward like twin dragons emerging from the sea, colliding forcefully against the abomination's chest. A thunderous crash echoed. Before the abomination could react, its massive form was sent hurtling through the air by the wind god's full-power collision, akin to a cannonball soaring skyward. How is this possible? The abomination gasped. Having engaged in prolonged combat with Iron Man, he was well versed in the movement of mechas. Yet, the Wind God had appeared beside him, employing a movement style that was starkly different. With a face-to-face displacement, full power unleashed, and a collision attack executed in seamless succession, the speed left him no time to react. Yet, rather than fear, the abomination felt an exhilarating thrill. Indeed, the silver-armored war god is truly formidable. Entertain me to your heart's content. Is that your dying wish? Upon hearing Rimuru's voice, the abomination was momentarily stunned, suspended in flight. But before he could gather his thoughts, a horrific blow struck his abdomen. This impact was not merely a physical assault. It felt as though the very air had been compressed. The abomination doubled over, as though struck by both an iron fist and an air cannon simultaneously. In an instant, he felt his internal organs shift, his muscles and bones dislocating under the terrifying force. He even sensed his eyeballs bulging, on the brink of bursting from the overwhelming pressure. Gagging, the abomination involuntarily spat blood, astonished by the reality of his injury. He had bled for the first time since touching the ruby. The silver-armored war god lived up to its name. Its power was indeed extraordinary. Boom. The abomination's colossal frame crashed into a passenger plane parked at the airport, cleaving it in two. Before he could rise, he saw the wind goddess palm unleash a concentrated pulse beam, striking the plane's fuel tank. Boom. The aircraft erupted in a massive explosion, a dark mushroom cloud billowing into the sky, thick smoke swirling as a tempest swept across the area. In an instant, the entire airport was engulfed in a furious gale, sand and debris blinding countless soldiers. Is this the combat style of the silver-armored war god? In front of screens worldwide, millions of viewers stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Compared to Iron Man's arsenal-laden tactics, the silver-armored war god's approach was undeniably simpler and more direct. Just one word: strike. Yet, in the hearts of every onlooker, adrenaline surged, their skin prickling with exhilaration. It was simply electrifying. The previously invincible abomination, who had effortlessly breached the layers of American defenses, was being thoroughly dominated by the silver-armored war god in a direct confrontation. What defines a war god? It is the ability to triumph against any adversary, no matter how formidable. Silver-armored war god. Silver-armored war god. Silver-armored war god. In that moment, people of all ages and genders across the globe began to chant the name of the silver-armored war god. But the fervent cries soon ceased. For amidst the flames of the exploding aircraft, the abomination rose once more. Even as flames licked at his skin, the abomination remained unfazed. What a thrill! Silver-armored war god, allow me to revel a bit more. Within the wind god's armor, Rimuru's eyes gleamed with a crimson light. Revel a bit more? Indeed. Only a powerhouse like the red tank abomination is worthy of standing as my final opponent. Come, let the battle commence once more. The wind god and the red tank abomination charged at each other. With each step they took, the airport trembled beneath them, and when they collided, a terrifying energy storm erupted. This energy storm was so potent that it shattered the windows of a nearby small aircraft. Battle against battle. Collision against collision. No elaborate techniques. Only the primal struggle for survival. Across the globe, nearly every heart raced in response. The intensity of this clash was unparalleled, even more exhilarating than watching a film. Everything within the airport became a weapon in their hands. A wing stretching over 10 meters transformed into a lethal blade. The wheels of the landing gear became shields. The cabin became a festival of fireworks. The New York International Airport, once a bustling hub, had been reduced to a wasteland. Aircraft exploded one after another, resulting in economic losses amounting to hundreds of billions. Undoubtedly, this was a spectacular blockbuster that would leave the New York International Airport in tears. As the battle raged on, more and more people furrowed their brows. The silver-armored war god was indeed performing admirably, but the scales of combat began to tilt in favor of the abomination. Being a mecha, the wind goddess energy was ultimately finite. Meanwhile, the abomination possessed nearly limitless strength. Silver-armored war god. Fight on. For humanity's sake, you must not lose. Chapter 102, The Apostle's Survival Handbook. Every punch is delivered at full power. Iron Man, having rescued a multitude of injured individuals, observed Rimuru and the abomination's brutal clash, his emotions in turmoil. Combat. Tony practiced it daily. He had several martial arts instructors at home, including one from the mysterious East, and he even knew a bit of Wing Chun. Yet, his fighting style was entirely distinct from that of the Wind God. Once an arms dealer, no one understood the power and value of various weapons better than Tony. However, There was no denying that Rimuru's combat style was far more captivating, more passionate, and undeniably more masculine. It was merely unfortunate that Iron Man would never tread that path. At that moment, what troubled Tony even more was that the Wind God was rapidly running out of energy. Communication channel. Rimuru, be cautious. Your combat style is too reckless. Your energy is nearly depleted. Prepare for withdrawal, and I will cover your retreat. Do not worry, I have my plans. This battle is of great significance to me, and you must not interfere recklessly. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Tony Stark was taken aback. It had been evident to him from the onset of the battle that something was amiss with Rimuru. Furthermore, Stark recalled that Rimuru possessed a move, the Black Thunder, capable of knocking Hulk unconscious in an instant. Yet today, Rimuru had refrained from employing it. What piqued Tony Stark's curiosity was the question of Rimuru's true intentions. On the battlefield, as the fight against the Wind God progressed, the Abomination gradually adapted to Rimuru's combat rhythm and began to hold its own against her. In a mere moment, the Wind God was left battered and bruised, with numerous damages evident. Outside the screen, countless viewers watching the live broadcast felt their hearts clench. Though reluctant to admit it, they recognized that the silver-armored god had begun to falter. The damage to his armor was increasingly severe, and his combat effectiveness had significantly diminished, while the Abomination's strength showed no signs of waning. Was the silver-armored god not strong enough? He was undeniably powerful. One could hardly argue against calling him the mightiest. Yet his opponent's capabilities were so grotesquely disproportionate that it seemed insurmountable for any human. Such a scenario was utterly unreasonable. Where in the world could one find a creature that never tires? At this moment, what could be done other than silently praying for the silver-armored god? At the Pentagon, the expressions of the high-ranking officials were grim. If even the silver-armored god was no match for such a monster, who else could hope to vanquish it? Were they truly to employ forbidden weapons on their own soil? Would they resort to self-destruction? The thought of Japan across the Pacific likely finding amusement in this was almost unbearable. How could it be that the silver-armored god could not defeat the Abomination? What manner of monstrosity had they allowed to escape? General Lennox sighed, fully aware that the moment he spoke, countless young lives would be lost in the face of the Abomination. Yet as a general, action was imperative. Trembling, General Lennox picked up the phone, issuing orders for the entire military to prepare to support the silver-armored god. Remember, New York is behind us. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's face darkened like coal as he fixed his gaze on the screen. Could Rimuru be on the verge of defeat? He refused to believe it. He had experienced firsthand that Rimuru undoubtedly had yet to reveal her trump card, not to mention the methods that had left him utterly helpless. The Black Flame Thunder had also not been unleashed. Rimuru, what exactly do you intend to do? Members of Hydra looked grave. The deployment of the Red Tank Abomination had yielded results beyond their expectations. However, the overwhelming combat prowess of the Red Tank Abomination still instilled a sense of dread within them. With an endless supply of strength, was it truly possible to conquer such a creature? Had their actions been right or wrong? Was the world destined to fall under the dominion of the Red Tank Abomination? The mere thought of such a horrifying conclusion sent chills down their spines. It cannot be. Absolutely not. Even if no one on Earth could contend with the Red Tank Abomination, surely Captain Marvel was still a possibility. Crossbones coldly stated, "Now is not the time for such thoughts. Let us not forget our objective." Indeed, Hill agreed. With Iron Man and the silver-armored god occupied by the Abomination, now is our prime opportunity to seize the Mark armor. Exactly. Let us commence. On the battlefield, a resounding clang echoed. Following the fierce exchange of blows between the Wind God and the Abomination, the Wind God's helmet display abruptly dimmed. Devoid of power, Rimuru, along with the Wind God, was sent flying hundreds of meters by the Abomination, tumbling across the hard ground like a stone skipping on water. In an instant, the entire world fell silent, and many emotionally fragile individuals were driven to tears. Had the silver-armored god truly been defeated? Who else in the world could stand against this creature known as the Abomination? In films, did heroes not always triumph over evil? Get up, silver-armored god. Don't you dare lose. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon, voices from around the globe, different nations, cities, skin colors, and languages, united in rallying cries. Silver-armored god, rise. You are the mightiest superhero. You shall never be defeated, right? Justice must prevail over evil. Is that not a certainty? Don't lose. On the battlefield, the Abomination laughed arrogantly as the presumed victor. Is this truly the end for you, silver-armored god? What an exhilarating battle it has been. I admire you. Upon hearing the Abomination's haughty laughter, despair enveloped the hearts of people worldwide. Countless souls found themselves choked with emotion. Even with the desire to fight back, they felt powerless. This was undoubtedly the darkest day in world history. Moreover, no one knew when dawn would arrive, or if it ever would. Yet at that very moment, through the screen, every individual heard the voice of the silver-armored god. The wind god has run out of energy. A young girl's voice? Surely this was a misconception? The mightiest superhero was a girl? How absurd. This is America, not some Japanese light novel where only a cute girl can wield the ultimate weapon in the apocalypse. But what was this sweet, melodic voice doing in the midst of doom? Not only others, but even the abomination was taken aback. After battling to a near stalemate, feeling exhilarated by the challenge, his opponent was a girl? How ludicrous. The abomination sneered. Since you have run out of energy, you are of no further value. Time to seek other forms of amusement. To this, Rimuru offered no retort. She was lost in her own world. Thank you, wind god. Then, the abomination was astonished to witness the wind god, battered and energy depleted, shedding copious amounts of blue liquid. At an observable pace, the wind god faded entirely, replaced by a petite girl with flowing blue hair, donning an unusual mask. Rimuru, abomination, have you ever heard this saying from the survival manual for apostles? Rule number 1. When encountering an EVA Unit 01, run as fast as you can, especially if it's out of power. Don't look back. The abomination was left utterly bewildered, reminiscent of Ronin's confusion when faced with Star-Lord's awkward dance. Perplexed Ronin, what are you doing? Perplexed abomination, what are you talking about? Rimuru sighed. My wind god has also run out of energy. Chapter 103. Unselfish Rimuru. Not only the abomination, but even the multitude of viewers before the screen fell into a stupor. The mightiest superhero was a blue-haired girl? Are you kidding me? There must be limits to such jokes. To control the wind god and engage in a direct confrontation with the abomination, trading blows in an intense battle that spanned thousands of exchanges, each strike resonating with extraordinary force, wielding the wings like blades and employing the landing gear as a shield, exhibiting a quintessential tough guy demeanor, turning planes into fireworks, never looking back at the explosions. By all accounts, this was the epitome of heroism, unmistakably a paragon of masculinity. And now you tell me that the one commanding the wind god is a delicate girl? The sheer contrast was enough to leave countless minds reeling. Yet, inexplicably, it felt remarkably exhilarating. Rimuru donned a mask, obscuring her true visage from the crowd. However, her petite, graceful form, fair and delicate skin, and melodious voice evoked boundless imagination in everyone. The desire for beauty resides in all. This astonishing twist left many astounded, while simultaneously igniting an interest in Rimuru. It was akin to a hulking brute wielding a massive club, seemingly normal. But now, to learn that the one mastering the wind god was a dainty girl? However, if a petite, diminutive young girl were to wield it, the perception would be entirely altered. At that moment, countless individuals found themselves enamored with Rimuru. Particularly in the culturally rich land of the rising sun, many even affectionately referred to Rimuru as Your Highness in a rather juvenile manner. Of course, among these newfound admirers, the abomination was not included. In the eyes of the abomination, there exists no distinction between genders or appearances, only the measure of strength. A delicate and charming beauty evidently does not align with the abomination's conception of a true powerhouse. Tall, robust, and muscular, that is the true essence of strength. Cuteness? What nonsense is that? Can it transform into combat prowess? Is this truly your true form? How utterly disappointing. Is it not? Zzz. Rimuru extended her small hand, and an abundance of black lightning surged, leaping and swirling within her palm, morphing into a tempestuous whirlwind. The brilliance of the black lightning was so dazzling that, in an instant, the very heavens and earth seemed to lose their color, as if the black lightning had become the sole source of illumination in the world. Witnessing Rimuru raise and spin the black lightning, all spectators across the globe were left aghast. This black lightning had previously manifested during the clash between the Wind God and the Hulk, thus it was not entirely classified as a secret. However, unlike the last encounter, where everyone presumed this black lightning to be a mysterious weapon of the Wind God, today they realized that it was not a weapon of the mech, but rather her inherent method of attack. In other words, this enigmatic blue-haired girl possessed world-destroying power independently of the Wind God mech. In that moment, the hearts of countless rulers raced with tumultuous thoughts, pondering what this could mean. Danger! Danger! Sir, high-energy reactions detected. Please evade immediately. Please evade immediately. Tony Stark maneuvered his mech, retreating over 1,000 meters, thus avoiding any further warnings from J.A.R.VIS. Tony Stark was astounded. What kind of thunder is this? The energy contained within it is utterly terrifying. Through the visor of his helmet, Tony Stark observed a black bolt of lightning descending directly upon the abomination. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. The entirety of existence was consumed by the ferocious energy of the black lightning. Magical energy surged, boundless and vast. In an instant, the heavens and earth fractured, and an endless white light engulfed the area within 100 meters of the abomination. Everything succumbed to obliteration beneath this terrifying magical force. As for the previously arrogant abomination, it was now left in tatters, blood splattering as it howled in agony amidst the relentless bombardment of black flame lightning. The explosion of the black flame lightning persisted for over 10 seconds. After several moments, the dreadful residual force began to dissipate slowly. Yet, all were left in shock. The power displayed was simply too horrifying. The entire airport had been transformed into a gaping crater, as if struck by a meteorite. Within a radius of several hundred meters, soil, rock, and even steel were obliterated as though erased at the molecular level. As for the abomination, it was in a state of utter desolation. Not a single inch of its skin remained intact. Its carapace and muscles charred extensively, and even a gentle breeze could carry away clouds of ash. At that moment, all viewers of the live broadcast were left in astonishment. What kind of skill is this? This power is far too exaggerated. Just moments ago, the abomination had fought evenly against the wind god, even depleting all of the wind goddess energy. Yet now, under this terrifying thunder, its body had been reduced to carbon ash. The crowd was left in a daze, pondering who the true monster was. With the Ruby S enhancement, the abomination did not lose consciousness. However, the damage inflicted by the black flame lightning left it trembling with fear. At this moment, its chest heaved rapidly as it gazed at Rimuru, eyes filled with profound dread. The abomination pursued power and yearned to battle strong foes. Yet that did not mean it was devoid of fear. Rimuru's strength was simply too formidable. The disparity in power was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Yet such a formidable move could not possibly be executed casually. Observing its rapidly healing injuries, the abomination felt it still had a chance. Even if it could not defeat this abnormality before it, it could at least escape with composure. Then, the abomination beheld Rimuru's palm once again rising with an abundance of black lightning. In an instant, the still recovering visage of the abomination turned pale. At this moment, the abomination began to grasp the weight of Rimuru's earlier words. Even my wind god has run out of power. It realized its grave miscalculation. It vowed never to wreak havoc in New York again. Furthermore, it was clear that much of the destruction at the airport was indeed caused by Rimuru. The abomination felt somewhat aggrieved. Crackle. Endless black lightning struck the abomination once more, and even with the Ruby S enhancement, it was unable to withstand it. The abomination's body carbonized extensively, large portions of its tissue vanishing, leaving not even a humanoid form. Yet one must admit, the Ruby and Hulk's genes were truly extraordinary. Even in such a state, the abomination did not perish. On the contrary, perhaps due to the two stimuli from Rimuru, the Ruby's power rebounded, accelerating the abomination's recovery. The abomination laughed maniacally. Ha ha, silver-armored god of war, I concede. I admit, your black lightning is indeed formidable. But do not think you can kill me. My power is inexhaustible, while yours is bound to wane. In a battle of attrition, I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. The wicked voice of the abomination echoed across the world, sending shivers down spines. How could one contend with an indestructible monster? Is that so? Rimuru smiled. You cannot be killed? Abomination, you have yet to experience the true brutality of society. With a mere thought, a portal opened, swallowing the abomination before it could even react. Before the portal, the masked Rimuru spoke gravely, embodying the essence of a hero determined to sacrifice for the world. Cannot kill you? I shall seal you away forever. Abomination. Even if it costs me my youth, I will never allow you, this scourge, to continue wreaking havoc upon the world. In that fleeting moment, the eyes of billions around the globe glistened with tears. Just moments ago, they had doubted and even considered Rimuru to be the true monster. They realized their blindness. They had misjudged such a noble and selfless hero. Damn it, I am truly damned. How could one allow a hero to bleed and weep? Slap. Countless individuals slapped themselves in remorse. In comparison to the silver-armored god of war, their hearts felt utterly filthy. Forgive me. Not only others, but even politicians felt a twinge of shame. Iron Man was baffled. Was Rimuru truly such a noble being? How had he not recognized it? Rimuru strode resolutely toward the portal, leaving behind a frail, yet towering silhouette. Long Island Villa. The portal closed. Rimuru removed her mask, gazing at the abomination, licking her lips. Yash, it's time to feast. Upon seeing Rimuru approach, the abomination was struck with terror, exclaiming, "What are you planning to do? Stay back. If you come any closer, I will call the police." Yamidi. Chapter 104. Old Sai doesn't care. Rimuru let out a burp, and to be honest, devouring the abomination left her feeling even more tranquil than she had anticipated, leaving beauty for the world and taking the sins upon herself. Rimuru truly was a supremely noble individual. Analysis complete. Acquiring the ability to mimic the abomination. Acquiring the abhorrent power of rebirth and self-healing. Integrating inherent skills of self-regeneration. Evolving into the unique ability of ultra-speed regeneration. Acquiring the abhorrent super-endurance. Merging existing skills of physical attack resistance. Evolving into the ability to negate physical attacks. Acquiring the abhorrent super-jumping ability. Combining the slime's extraordinary leaping talent. Successfully obtaining the skill of invincible jumps. The analysis of the Ceterak Ruby is complete. The power of infinite deep crimson has been acquired, allowing the extraction of strength from the deep crimson cosmos. With an inexhaustible source of power, the voice of the great sage resonated continuously, and Rimuru acutely sensed the transformations occurring within her body, especially after consuming the ruby. The acquisition of the infinite deep crimson power brought about an earth-shattering change in Rimuru. Gazing at her hands, she felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. The sensation of power was simply ineffable. In this moment, Rimuru even felt as though she could effortlessly hurl mountains, overturning the very world itself. However, Rimuru remained vigilant. The Ceterak Ruby belonged to the deep crimson cosmic sovereign, Ceterak. Would he not seek retribution for its consumption? Due to the presence of the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, those extra-dimensional demonic entities could not manifest their true forms on Earth. To exert influence over the planet, they could only rely on certain contingencies. For instance, the demonic entity Zysorn's contingency, the Dark God Book, the formidable Vishanti's Book of Vishanti, Eye of Agamotto, and the Ceterak Ruby all fall into this category. These powerful beings, often bored, utilize these contingencies as their means of amusement, rendering them nearly indestructible. In the comic Fear itself, Red Tank received divine power from Odin's brother, the Serpent, becoming the god of thunder, while Ceterak reclaimed the power of Red Tank. Steel Man, in his bid to confront the god of thunder, accepted the power of Red Tank. However, the power of Red Tank, being derived from the malevolent god Ceterak, bore significant side effects, easily driving individuals to madness and transforming them into mindless rampaging monsters. Later, Steel Man absorbed 1/5 of the Phoenix's power, leading him to dismiss the power of Red Tank and attempt to reclaim it from Ceterak. The destruction and chaos wrought by the Red Tank he had created on Earth provided scant amusement for the Deep Crimson Sovereign, who was naturally unwilling to concede it. With 1/5 of the Phoenix's power, Steel Man felt invincible and challenged Ceterak in the Deep Crimson Cosmos. In response, Ceterak merely waved his hand, extinguishing the Phoenix's power within Steel Man. Though it was merely 1/5 of the Phoenix's strength, Ceterak's formidable power was evident. Within the Deep Crimson Cosmos, Ceterak even lost all sense of time. In the Marvel Universe, Ceterak ranks just below Vishanti and the 4 abstract entities, Eternity, Infinity, Death, and Oblivion. Even Uncle Galactus has acknowledged him, a true titan among titans. Unlike Red Tank and the abhorrent beings who utilized the ruby, Rimuru directly consumed and digested it. This act effectively obliterated the contingencies Ceterak had set on Earth, extinguishing his limited sources of amusement. Rimuru held no illusions about Ceterak's temperament being so forgiving, remaining extremely alert. She linked her skills of the Great Sage and magical perception, amplifying her awareness and cognition 1,000-fold to guard against a sudden assault from the Deep Crimson Sovereign. 5 minutes later, no changes occurred. The anticipated attack from Ceterak did not materialize. She did not even sense his gaze upon her. Rimuru chuckled, feeling somewhat embarrassed yet relieved. At her current state, facing a formidable being like the Deep Crimson Sovereign was still premature. She believed that the seemingly powerful ruby, in the eyes of such a grand entity, might be no more significant than a mere hair. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, Ceterak had already made his move. Waves of potent side effects from the Deep Crimson cosmic power surged toward her, far surpassing the limits imposed by the Ceterak ruby by several magnitudes. This also accounted for Rimuru's illusion of being able to toss mountains with ease. However, this illusion was not merely an illusion. Ceterak was unaware that Rimuru was unlike any Red Tank he had previously selected. Rimuru possessed an invincible unique skill called Predator, with a particularly formidable effect known as isolation. Any harmful effects that the predator could not decipher would be purified and restored as magical energy. For Rimuru, the side effects of the deep crimson power were merely a source of magical energy, akin to a supplement. The adorable King Rimuru was indeed not picky. Truly a being at the pinnacle of the food chain. Even Bear Grylls would marvel at her. This signified that the deep crimson sovereign could no longer derive amusement from her. This was also the reason Rimuru remained exceptionally cautious regarding Ceterak. Confirmation complete. The deep crimson emblem has been successfully acquired. What? Hearing the voice of the great sage in her mind, Rimuru was utterly astonished. Hadn't she already obtained all manner of skills after devouring the abhorrent? What, then, was this deep crimson emblem? Even more perplexing was the prolonged delay in its acquisition. A process that had never been experienced before. Great sage, what is the deep crimson emblem? It seems to be something other than a skill. Answer. The deep crimson emblem is a blessing from the deep crimson sovereign Ceterak, akin to the storm emblem you have already acquired. Rimuru was bewildered. A storm emblem? Do I possess such a thing? Great sage, Rimuru, am I being mocked by my own skill once again? Why does she say again? Rimuru huffed. Great sage. What do you mean by that tone? Are you mocking me for being a foolish slime? Answer. The storm emblem was imprinted into your soul when the storm dragon Veldora named you. It is a blessing from the storm dragon. Well, Rimuru truly had no idea that being named by the proud dragon counted as a blessing, and thus she had obtained the storm emblem. She felt an inexplicable sense of guilt toward the storm dragon, hoping the kind-hearted proud dragon wouldn't mind. However, her excitement soon surged. Blessings were indeed precious. Something that ordinary individuals could scarcely attain. Doctor Strange had received the blessing of the Vishanti due to his extraordinary magical aptitude. Henceforth, there existed two categories of sorcerers in the Marvel Universe, one called Strange, and the other labeled as other sorcerers. Rimuru had not anticipated that by consuming Ceterak's ruby and thwarting his amusement, Ceterak would not only refrain from blaming her, but would also grant her a blessing. Speaking of which, does Ceterak have such a good temper? It felt as though a delusional youth had bellowed for ages. If heaven obstructs me, I shall defy heaven. And upon hearing this, heaven silently tossed a lollipop to the defiant youth. Had she just been fed by Ceterak? After worrying and being on guard for so long, it appeared that Ceterak was not bothered at all. Oh dear, her heart felt heavy. Great sage, what is the function of the deep crimson emblem? By possessing the deep crimson emblem, the host can subsequently draw power from the deep crimson cosmos, enhancing the potency of various magical abilities by 100. The magical powers created by the deep crimson sovereign will be amplified by 1,000. What? Rimuru's eyes nearly bulged out. Goodness gracious. The effects of the deep crimson emblem are utterly astounding. Lollipop tastes so good, so delightful. Chapter 105. Renowned across the universe. Rimuru's battle with the abhorrent, broadcasted live globally, had an impact far more exaggerated than anticipated. For the first time, humanity learned of the existence of an abhorrent creature capable of effortlessly breaching the extensive defenses of the U.S. military. Since the dawn of humankind's dominance atop the food chain, this was an unprecedented revelation, utterly unfathomable. This has instilled an unprecedented sense of dread among humanity. With a heightened awareness of impending peril, countless nations have tacitly intensified their weapon development efforts. As the live broadcast continued, the once thriving airport now lay in ruins, swarming with search and rescue personnel who commenced their frantic yet orderly recovery operations. Without a point of comparison, one cannot truly grasp the extent of devastation. With a multitude of human lives as reference, the world finally comprehended the sheer terror of Rimuru's black flame thunder and the grotesque vitality of the abomination. How exaggerated was it that even such a cataclysmic force as the black flame thunder could not vanquish the abomination? Could the silver-armored war god succeed in sealing it away? Would the abomination escape? Frankly speaking, the very existence of the abomination has left many haunted by psychological shadows. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, gazing at the crater left by the black flame thunder, the Eggman remained silent for an extended period. Rimuru's strength surpassed his wildest imaginings. This was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lay in having Rimuru, a humanoid nuclear bomb, safeguarding Earth, ensuring greater security. The curse was that the button of this nuclear device was not in his possession. Reflecting upon his recent request to Normanov to enlist Rimuru's aid, he felt an increasing headache. What conditions would Rimuru demand? Let us hope the price isn't too steep. Within Hydra, the members exchanged wary glances. Having witnessed the abomination's formidable power firsthand, they were astounded that such a fearsome entity could be so easily defeated by a masked girl. The pace of change in this world was astonishing. At this juncture, Hydra's high-ranking officials reached a consensus. Under no circumstances should they provoke this powerful figure. If they encountered an uncharged wind god, they would immediately abandon their mission and flee. In Hell's Kitchen, the Gold Gang, the Bear Gang, and various Mexican drug cartels swiftly withered under the newfound reality. Although Rimuru had never meddled in their affairs before, what if? Superheroes are known for their penchant for combating crime. Consequently, the leaders of these gangs synchronously began to restrain their subordinates, urging them to maintain a low profile during this period. In an instant, New York's law enforcement saw a marked improvement. Daredevil, the Punisher, and the Defenders, among other superhero factions, were likewise taken aback. They suddenly realized that such an immensely powerful superhero existed in their world. Rimuru's emergence undoubtedly served as a resounding stimulant for their spirits. Justice must prevail. As for the denizens of the dark underworld, vampires, werewolves, and the like, they were even more flustered. The deeper they dwelled in the shadows, the more acutely they understood Rimuru's might, not to mention the apocalyptic black flame thunder. Even the mere aura of magic emanating from Rimuru instilled terror within them. The elder vampires swiftly warned the rebellious youth of their clan that they must not provoke Rimuru under any circumstances. They were advised to maintain the utmost discretion, hiding their vampire farms as deeply as possible. If concealment proved impossible, they should destroy them immediately. They could not afford to give this enigmatic mage any leverage, lest it bring about the annihilation of their race. A superhero who harbors a profound disdain for evil is not inherently terrifying. What is truly fearsome is a superhero of such conviction who possesses the power to obliterate an entire race. Rimuru's existence loomed like a Damocles sword, suspended above the heads of all factions in the dark underworld, causing them to tremble in fear. The various demon gods and evil deities were equally startled by Rimuru's sudden emergence. Not every demon god possesses the strength of Dormammu or Sidorak. Weaker demon gods, such as Thanos, became increasingly vigilant. Aside from the Ancient One, another powerful mage had surfaced on Earth. Truly unfortunate timing. It seemed they would need to remain inconspicuous moving forward, lest they risked their very lives. Asgard. Heimdall knelt before Odin, the All-Father of the gods, proclaiming, "A formidable mage named Rimuru has arisen in Midgard. Her power is formidable and unique, possessing the essence of the Vishanti, yet not belonging to the realm of white mages. Rather, she resembles a magical being. I have sensed that the Crimson Sovereign has bestowed a blessing upon her." A blessing from the Crimson Sovereign? Odin furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The Crimson Sovereign is not known for his equanimity like the Vishanti. His divine power is exceedingly malevolent. The red tank fashioned from that ruby may not seem significant in Odin's eyes, yet its destructive potential is considerable. A blessing from him carries an entirely different implication. What are Sidorak's intentions? Does he plan to exert influence over the 9 realms? Before Odin could respond, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, eagerly interjected. If the evil god Sidorak has granted her a blessing, she must be a great menace. As guardians of the 9 realms, it is our duty to confront this threat in Midgard. Odin frowned and replied, "Thor, you are the future king of Asgard, not merely a warrior. A wise king does not seek war lightly." Thor disagreed, retorting, "But father, you have also said that a wise king must always be prepared for war." Odin, Loki stood silently aside, inwardly amused. Surely Thor was not the sharpest tool in the shed. He was not yet a king and dared to defy the All-Father openly. Was he courting trouble? Odin turned to Heimdall, asking, "You referred to her as a mage?" Heimdall confirmed. Indeed. Odin's interest piqued. Midgard is guarded by the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One. Why has she not eliminated Rimuru? Heimdall responded. The Ancient One interacts with her as an equal and has even permitted her to study the texts of Kamartaj. Rimuru has taken to addressing the Ancient One as her master, and she has not declined. Interacting as equals? Odin was astonished. The Ancient One is on par with him. Has such a figure emerged in Midgard? But wait. If another being of such caliber has appeared, even if not quite at the level of a god, he should have sensed it. He is not yet so aged that he cannot wield a weapon. Therefore, she must be an exceptionally gifted and promising junior. Their camaraderie suggests that the Ancient One has indeed altered her approach. Odin recalled that while the Ancient One is typically quite lenient, she has never been soft on demon gods or evil deities coveting earth. She is also very conservative when it comes to mentoring her disciples. Although she herself draws power from the dark dimension, she has always prohibited her students from engaging with dark forces, let alone nurturing a protege favored by the Crimson Sovereign. Not only Odin, but Thor and Loki were equally astonished. The lifespan of humans is exceedingly brief compared to Asgardians, few can catch the attention of the two. Yet the Ancient One is a figure they both look up to, while this being, blessed by Sidorak, is on equal footing with her. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. Odin instructed Heimdall, continue to monitor her. With pleasure, Heimdall complied before departing the sanctum. Odin turned to Thor, do you understand now? Thor replied, I acknowledge my error. Thank you for your guidance, Father. Odin concluded, very well, you may both depart. Yes. Thor and Loki obeyed, making their exit. Loki seethed inwardly, feeling unjustly treated. Thor had openly defied the All-Father, and yet their father had let it slide without a single stern word. It was far too biased. Seeing Thor and Loki depart, Odin could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. His time was limited, but Thor had yet to mature to the point of bearing significant responsibilities. Even the Ancient One, an old friend, had begun to adapt. Perhaps it was time for him to consider some changes as well. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, the repercussions of this battle would extend far beyond her imagination, magnified by thousands of times. Especially with the blessing of the Crimson Sovereign, she has gained renown across the multiverse, even attracting the attention of Asgard. Chapter 106. The Supreme Sorcerer's Hesitation. Kamartaj, the assembled sorcerers, who had been keenly observing the battle, could no longer maintain their composure. The pitch-black thunder, reminiscent of flames, was overwhelmingly formidable. Sorcerers do not aspire to immortality. Their pursuit is merely power. The sheer might of Rimuru's black flame thunder left everyone in awe, inevitably igniting a longing within them. Caecilius inquired, Master, the black thunder wielded by Sister Rimuru does not emanate from the power of the Vishanti. Is this dark magic? Please enlighten us. Different sources of power manifest in distinct colors. The power of the Vishanti is fiery red. The energy from the dark dimension, ruled by Dormammu, is colorless and transparent, while the power of the Crimson Sovereign is crimson. Yet, the black flame thunder is a blend of black and white, something never seen before, but it certainly resembles dark magic. All the sorcerers, including Mordo and Wong, turn their gazes towards Ancient One. In Kamartaj, knowledge is shared. The concept of dark magic is not unfamiliar to them. However, Ancient One is exceedingly strict with her disciples, often warning them that dark magic is perilous and should never be trifled with. Due to Ancient One's esteemed authority, most accept this without question. Yet among this majority, Caecilius remains unconvinced. Furthermore, the black flame thunder exhibited by Rimuru diverges significantly from the magic they typically study. Even in its source of power, this discrepancy inevitably raises suspicions. Though Rimuru has only recently become a disciple, Ancient One's regard for her is beyond what any ordinary student could fathom. Not only does she often share laughter with Ancient One, but Rimuru also has the freedom to traverse both Kamartaj and the mundane world at will. Unlike her peers who toiled diligently in their studies at Kamartaj, Rimuru's privileged status has long sparked discontent among many disciples. Whispers of Rimuru being a sycophant have circulated in hushed tones. Upon witnessing Rimuru unleash the devastating black flame thunder, many could not help but wonder if Ancient One was favoring her with special treatment. The disciples' mindset, of fearing inequality rather than scarcity, was not lost on her. Ancient One smiled and explained, the magic Rimuru employs, known as black flame thunder, does not draw from dimensional power. It is her own innate magical energy, not dark magic. It differs fundamentally from the magic of Kamartaj. With Ancient One's elucidation, the disciples began to slowly grasp the principles behind Rimuru's black flame thunder. They felt a mix of reluctance and helplessness, yet they recognized that such an extraordinary spell, derived from one's own magical energy, was beyond their reach. Caecilius, unwilling to relent, pressed further, Master, Rimuru's magical energy does not resemble the divine power of Asgard. Do you know how she has accumulated such vast reserves? At this question, the eyes of the others brightened in unison. Kamartaj possesses an extensive library, and they were somewhat familiar with Asgardian magic. Unlike Kamartaj sorcerers who draw upon the power of the Vishanti, Asgardian sorcerers primarily wield their innate divine energy, a gift inherited through bloodlines, something they cannot replicate. Yet Rimuru's existence illuminates a glimmer of hope. If they could uncover her method of accumulating magical energy, perhaps their own capabilities could also soar. Ancient One shook her head. Rimuru is not human. Her means of accumulating magical energy is not something our human sorcerers can emulate. The path to mastery in Kamartaj, cultivated to its zenith, can also yield supreme power. Why must you seek to climb others' trees, yearning for their magic? The disciples acknowledged their errors and expressed their gratitude for their master's teachings. Bowing deeply to Ancient One, they sensed her underlying discontent with their aspirations for unattainable power. You may all leave. Ensure you practice diligently in the future. As commanded, the sorcerers departed in unison. Ancient One stood in the courtyard, gazing into the distance, her eyes reflecting profound mysteries. If one were to peer into her gaze, they would glimpse the celestial bodies, intricate arcane diagrams, and various indescribable lines, formulas, and enigmatic trajectories. The future, shaped by her presence, ventured onto a divergent path. Ancient One cast her sight upon the treasured relic sealed within the hidden chambers of Kamar-Taj, which had been safeguarded through generations, her expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. Should she bestow the title of Supreme Sorcerer upon Rimuru? Ancient One's internal conflict rendered her indecisive. According to the original timeline, this position was meant for Strange. Yet, upon reflection, Rimuru also possesses merit. Perhaps she could excel even further. As for the blessing of the Crimson Sovereign, Ancient One paid it little heed. She is strict with her disciples, forbidding them from engaging with dark magic because none among them are particularly capable. Any encounter with dark magic would only lead them astray, falling under the sway of malevolent deities. However, Rimuru is different. The wicked power of the dark god Thon merely serves as nourishment for her, leaving her disposition untainted. Such a talent is unprecedented, even after her extensive observations of countless dimensions and timelines. Perhaps Rimuru could surpass her and become the most formidable Supreme Sorcerer in history. Should she transfer the title of Supreme Sorcerer to Rimuru? The legacy of the Supreme Sorcerer encompasses not just the Eye of Agamotto, but also coordinates to myriad dimensions and dark deities. Although Ancient One may not have imparted much to Strange, her guidance through various realms has effectively endowed him with the core essence of the Supreme Sorcerer's legacy. Choosing between Rimuru and Strange presents an excruciating dilemma. In a shadowy chamber of Kamar-Taj, Caecilius fully shed his facade, no longer pretending to be magnanimous, his features contorted with resentment. The Ancient One shows blatant favoritism. Rimuru has only been a disciple for a few days, and now she has surpassed even me, while I languish here in wasted time. Seraphim's shield, teleportation, black flame thunder, such advanced magics. Without the Ancient One's guidance and secret teachings, how could Rimuru possibly master them to such an extent in such a brief time? Caecilius touched the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, seething. Drawing power from the dark dimension through Dormammu grants eternal life. That Ancient One secretly cultivates and relishes a prolonged existence while denying us the opportunity to try. Since that Ancient One refuses to share, I shall take it for myself. However, the Ancient One is exceedingly formidable. I cannot act recklessly. I must devise a meticulous plan. Otherwise, I may be killed before I even complete the summoning ritual. At the same time, the discontent and malice within many sorcerers at Kamar-Taj began to burgeon uncontrollably. Wherever there are people, there exists rivalry. Kamar-Taj is no exception. Ancient One is indeed a true hero, the guardian of Earth's civilization. But no one is perfect. She is not an ideal teacher or leader. Perhaps Ancient One has lived too long, weary of the internal strife within Kamar-Taj, indifferent to it all. Yet her inaction is interpreted as tacit approval, and beneath Kamar-Taj's seemingly harmonious surface lies a seething underbelly of discord. Today, Rimuru's display in battle has ignited the darkness that lurked in the hearts of Kamar-Taj's sorcerers, causing the world to once again shift due to the flutter of Rimuru's wings. Chapter 107. Rimuru, I shall contend with you. The turmoil sparked across the 9 realms and myriad dimensions is entirely unbeknownst to Rimuru. Life, for her, had not undergone any significant transformation. On television, an overwhelming barrage of news regarding the battle against the abomination in New York, with Iron Man and the armored Avengers stepping in just in time, dominated the airwaves. Major media outlets were lavish in their praise, extolling both Rimuru and Iron Man to the highest degree. Even the notoriously critical Hornet Daily refrained from nitpicking this time. This is, in fact, quite understandable. The United States is also keen on political correctness, often even more stringent in certain aspects than the great Eastern nations. The trends of Hollywood blockbusters over the past few years reveal this shift quite clearly. The Abomination's attack on New York, given its severe implications, bore a striking resemblance to the 9/11 events. Politicians, journalists, and celebrity professors, each more astute than the last, naturally refrained from making foolish moves that could jeopardize their positions. The military, left with egg on their face due to the Abomination's antics, may have Lennox to shoulder the blame, but this does not obscure the fact that the American forces performed abysmally. However, the series of maneuvers by the military opened Rimulu's eyes. Despite the dismal performance and failures in battle, the higher-ups of the military pivoted dramatically, fervently promoting the narrative of a monstrous threat. The Hulk and the Abomination were resurrected in public discourse, while Iron Man and Rimuru were drawn into comparisons. After a series of arguments, they arrived at the conclusion that a new era had dawned, presenting unprecedented challenges and grave threats to America. In essence, the military's weaponry had begun to lag, necessitating increased funding for research and development. It is often said that a crying child gets the milk, and indeed, the military succeeded in this regard, as Congress approved nearly $500 billion in special funding. This operation was nothing short of astonishing. Aside from Lennox, who bore the brunt of the blame, the military underwent significant personnel changes. Clearly, this was yet another round of political maneuvering. Winners advance, losers retreat. However, none of this concerned Rimuru anymore. In a rather unfortunate turn of events, the news broke that while Iron Man, Tony Stark, was engaged in battle with the Abomination, his Malibu villa had been attacked by unknown armed assailants. The screen then shifted to scenes of the villa reduced to rubble and ruins. The terrorists aimed for the armored suit, indicating that this was a particularly heinous, premeditated act of terrorism. Fortunately, Mr. Stark had long since designed a hijacking prevention system within the suit, leading to its automatic self-destruction and preventing the terrorists from seizing it. We strongly condemn the terrorists and will continue to follow up on the investigation's results. Upon seeing the news report, Rimuru was taken aback. Armed assailants attempted to seize Tony's suit while he was battling the Abomination? Such a lack of moral boundaries was truly appalling. Rimuru immediately thought of Hydra, which had long been scheming to acquire Tony's suit. Senator Sinstain at the hearing was indeed a hidden member of Hydra. Limuru's relationship with Tony was quite amicable. As a friend, it was only natural that she would want to check on him after such an incident. After communicating with Pepper, Rimuru opened a portal leading to another one of Tony Stark's villas in California. Although this villa did not open directly onto the Pacific, it was still set in a beautifully picturesque environment, with exquisite decor. When Rimuru arrived, Tony was enjoying music and sipping on a drink, appearing utterly relaxed and carefree. Rimuru was surprised. This was quite different from her expectations. His home had been reduced to ruins, and his precious suit had nearly been stolen, yet he seemed unfazed. Any normal person would be outraged. This was somewhat peculiar. Upon seeing the vibrant red portal through which Rimuru emerged, Tony Stark's eyes lit up. Is this a magical portal? Truly remarkable. Don't close it yet. Let me examine it. Tony exclaimed, diving into analysis and quickly becoming engrossed. Soon, he had constructed numerous models. Tony's scientific approach to deciphering magic left Rimuru quite impressed. Did Tony possess a talent for magic? In the MCU, that remains uncertain, but in a comic short titled What If, Tony Stark replaced Doctor Strange to become the Sorcerer Supreme. This tale unfolded in the parallel universe Earth, 9810, where Iron Man and Doctor Strange, having met at a gala, quickly became inseparable friends. After the gala, a drunken Tony insisted on taking Strange for a drive, resulting in a tragic accident that left Strange with fractured hands, effectively ending his medical career. Stricken with guilt, Tony vowed to heal Strange's hands and, after exhausting all scientific methods without success, learned of Kamar-Taj. He then took Strange there for treatment and caught the attention of the Ancient One, eventually becoming the new Sorcerer Supreme. Shortly after Tony assumed this mantle, Dormammu invaded Earth. Tony invented an intelligent suit capable of casting spells, using it to defeat Dormammu. Yet, Strange's hands remained irreparably damaged. Of course, this was merely a tale from a parallel universe. The MCU's narrative is another matter entirely. Seeing Tony engrossed in his research brought a smile to Limuru's face and eased her heart. Iron Man was truly Iron Man. No obstacle could ever bring him down. Perhaps this is the most admirable quality of a genuine superhero. Spotting the fine wines on the counter, Rimuru couldn't help but lick her lips. With Tony being so affluent, a little taste wouldn't be an issue, would it? Drinking from Tony's treasured collection, Rimuru felt no remorse. With a pop, she uncorked a bottle and poured herself a glass. Savoring the delightful flavor, she thought, no wonder it's Tony's treasure, splendid. Yet, drinking from a glass felt cumbersome. So she lifted the bottle and began to chug it down. Bottle after bottle, it was exhilarating. A little indulgence here and there, and Tony's life seemed quite blissful. Half an hour later, having constructed over 100 models, Tony Stark had nearly grasped the principles of the portal. However, the idea of opening one himself was entirely out of reach. It was akin to understanding the principles of flight without being able to construct an airplane. Moreover, Tony felt that something akin to a key was missing, a medium necessary to activate the portal. Coming back to reality, Tony wrinkled his nose, and his expression shifted dramatically. Upon seeing Rimuru, who was drinking from the bottle as if it were a soft drink, especially with the mountain of empty bottles beside her, Tony's face turned ashen. No, no, no. As a connoisseur of fine wine, the bottles Rimuru had consumed were nothing short of exquisite. Many were even rare collectibles. With only one bottle left in existence worldwide, the significance of collecting far outweighed merely drinking a bottle, each potentially worth over $1 million. And now, Rimuru had consumed them as if they were mere water. The blow to Tony Stark was far more severe than any defeat he had ever faced. It eclipsed even the theft of his home. Rimuru, you little menace, I'm coming for you. Chapter 108. There are no born superheroes. As the sun dipped lower, painting half the sky in hues of crimson, Rimuru and Tony Stark sat atop a giant donut, neither of them speaking, quietly indulging in their pastries. Yet, Rimuru could distinctly sense that Tony was preoccupied with something. In truth, she had sensed this even upon arriving at Tony's villa. However, Tony chose to conceal his thoughts. And Rimuru, in silent understanding, refrained from probing. Yet, Rimuru's unexpected consumption of a significant portion of Tony's cherished collection became the final straw that broke Tony's internal defenses. After finishing their donuts, Tony wiped his hands with a napkin and gazed at the sunset, a hint of melancholy tracing his features. From a young age, I was considered a prodigy, entering the undergraduate program in the Department of Electrical Engineering at MIT at the tender age of 15 and graduating with the highest honors. However, at 21, I suffered the devastating loss of both my parents in a tragic car accident, leaving me with no farewell words from them. As their only child, I naturally inherited Stark Industries. Many scoffed, predicting the demise of the company under my stewardship. Yet, within a mere 6 months, I elevated Stark Industries' performance, silencing the naysayers. As an arms dealer, the weapons I developed were invariably the finest of their kind. That fool Justin Hammer, despite his relentless imitation of Stark Industries products, managed to become the second largest arms dealer in the nation, yet he perpetually trailed in my shadow, coveting accolades that to me were utterly worthless. My abduction in Afghanistan marked a pivotal moment in my life. It was there that I was first branded a cold-blooded killer. And it was also there that I conceived the mark I. At a press conference, I calmly proclaimed, I am Iron Man, as I felt equipped to face any challenge. Rimuru, you, endowed with formidable magic, may not realize that when clad in the marked suit, I felt invincible. Yet, reality proved that the world was far more intricate and expansive than I had imagined. In my initial confrontation with Ironmonger, I faced defeat, and it was you who ultimately rectified the situation. My plans against Abomination crumbled, leading to yet another failure. In our subsequent encounter with Abomination, I faltered once more. Listening quietly to Tony Stark, the Iron Man, express his innermost feelings, Rimuru felt an inexplicable turmoil. Truth be told, in Rimuru's eyes, Tony was the epitome of unwavering confidence. The indomitable Iron Man. No matter how many setbacks he endured, he seemed capable of withstanding them all. Yet now, Rimuru could not help but think that there were no born superheroes. Compared to his original life trajectory, Tony was now abruptly thrust into an early confrontation with far too many formidable foes due to Rimuru's unexpected involvement. One failure might be tolerable, but repeated defeats accumulated an unfathomable sense of frustration. Moreover, with Rimuru's brilliance shining in the foreground, it could be said that Tony was now perpetually overshadowed, constantly compared to her. Ironically, he was the one who bore the brunt of every defeat. The relentless torment and emotional turmoil Tony endured were far greater than Rimuru could fathom. She recalled scenes from films depicting Tony's struggles with anxiety. The notion that there were no born superheroes stemmed from Rimuru's overly lofty expectations of Iron Man. On the journey of growth, one must not only be told when they falter, but also be reminded of their brilliance. Tony needed more encouragement. After a lengthy silence, Tony suddenly posed a question he had pondered for a long time. Rimuru, do you think I'm unfit to be a superhero? Rimuru contemplated for a moment, her expression gradually becoming serious, and she nodded, replying, yes. Tony was taken aback, his lips parting in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. It felt as though he had endured 1,000 blows. Rimuru gently patted Tony's shoulder, offering consolation. Tony, do not lose heart. Life is a series of ups and downs. If you do not strive, you will never understand despair. Tony Stark clutched his chest, nearly choking on his own blood. How could he have turned to Rimuru for solace? Tony, it's all right to fail a few times. Even if you fail 99 times, you must persist. Tony Stark, unable to contain his frustration, clanged his fists, delivering a few playful slaps to Rimuru. However, Rimuru, impervious to physical attacks, felt no pain and only wore an increasingly mischievous expression. Tony Stark, seething with anger, exclaimed, "You little rascal! Are you trying to drive me to my grave so you can inherit my fortune?" Rimuru, feigning surprise, replied, "I can inherit your fortune? Oh, Tony, you are too kind to me. I'm so touched. Rest assured, I will look after Pepper for you. And as for Stark Industries, I will ensure it thrives." In a sudden motion, Tony extended his hands, gripping Rimuru by the neck. "You scoundrel! You wish to care for Pepper? A friend must never covet another's partner. Our friendship ends here, slime." Rimuru, unfazed by the threat, retorted, "I don't need to breathe. Tony, you cannot kill me. By the way, I forgot to mention, I've watched 700 episodes of Conan, know over 600 methods of murder, am proficient in more than 200 techniques for locked room murders, and am familiar with hundreds of poisons. How do you plan to meet your end? Slime, even if your grave grass grows 3 feet high, I shall not perish. I could easily live for another 1,000 years. Rest assured, I shall inherit your fortune. Pay me back. What kind of relationship do we have? Discussing money is so vulgar. Pay me back. Tony, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be this way. Pay me back. Discussing money only strains our relationship. Pay me back." Rimuru remarked, "Having weaknesses is not terrifying. What is truly fearsome is arrogance and hubris. Being temporarily weak is not dreadful. Losing the will to fight is what truly frightens. As long as there remains room for improvement in the Mark, Iron Man's journey will never stagnate. As long as technology continues to advance, Iron Man's potential will have no limits." Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Tony Stark's eyes widened in astonishment. Rimuru could utter such philosophical insights? As long as technology continues to ascend, Iron Man's power shall know no bounds. Oh my, is this truly the Iron Man in Rimuru's heart? For a moment, Tony Stark felt exhilarated, his blood surging, his very soul vibrating with fervor. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Tony Stark gazed at Rimuru, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Rimuru, you truly are my kindred spirit. Do you have more?" Seeing the eager expression on Tony's face, Rimuru was left utterly speechless. "You are Iron Man. How can you still be so childish at your age?" Contemplating, Rimuru mused, "A flesh and blood body, a heart of steel, with human strength. One can stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine." Instantly, Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful beyond words. Tony looked at Rimuru, bashfully asking, "Is there more?" In disbelief, Rimuru nearly lost her temper and felt the urge to punch that infuriating face of his. "How can you be so self-indulgent?" Rimuru inquired. "How much is what I just said worth?" Tony pondered. "A mortal body, a heart of steel, with human strength, one can stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Such a profound statement is, of course, priceless." Rimuru chuckled. "Priceless, so that means I've fulfilled my debt. Sorry, I have nothing left. Tony Stark, you are far too pragmatic." At that moment, a figure clad in black leather, wearing a mask, approached. "Iron Man and Blue Angel. Could you possibly step down from the donut?" Rimuru turned to see who spoke, and it was none other than the masked figure, with Blue Angel being a curious moniker. Chapter 109, The Avengers. What on earth is the Blue Angel? After the battle at the international airport, many citizens you saved expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards you. The title Blue Angel was bestowed upon you by one such grateful individual. Puffed, calling a slime an angel? Well, it's true. Even Satan was once an angel. Tony, shut up. What's the matter? I didn't say anything wrong. I don't care. You mustn't say it. You are being unreasonable. I am indeed being unreasonable, and you can do nothing about it. Frustrating you is a joy." Seeing Rimuru and Tony bickering, Nick Fury could not help but smile. This version of Rimuru was very down-to-earth, completely devoid of the arrogance that often accompanied great power, which put the masked figure at ease. Online, your monikers are many and varied. Deep Sea Siren, Azure Maiden, Marvelous Girl, Dark Thunder Princess. Wait, what on earth is the Deep Sea Siren? Rimuru found herself at a loss for words, pondering the peculiar individuals who bestow heroic titles online. The siren, after all, is a mythical creature with the visage of a woman and the body of a bird, known for luring passing ships to their doom with her enchanting song, often leading them to shipwreck and consumption. Surely, she epitomizes the essence of a wicked monster. While Rimuru, as a slime and a creature of the abyss, harbored considerable confidence in her own character. Does she resemble the malevolent slime that relishes in devouring humans? The moniker bestowed upon her as the Deep Sea Siren was primarily due to her melodious voice, which many found captivating, likening her speech to a song imbued with magical allure. The addition of Deep Sea likely stemmed from her unique hair color. Rimuru rolled her eyes, questioning if she should be grateful for such a title. Observing Rimuru's vexation, Egg felt an amused chuckle escape him. Which title do you prefer? He inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Rimuru declared, let it be Azure Angel. Titles like Princess, Girl, or Maiden are either overly sentimental or lack vigor. Angel sounds far more pleasant. It immediately conveys the notion of a virtuous being, radiating positivity. Very well, henceforth, all major publications, websites, and television broadcasts will refer to you as the Azure Angel. Rimuru nodded, fully aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s influence. Egg's statement implied that henceforth, the internet would be devoid of any outlandish titles, which was undoubtedly a boon for Rimuru. Upon the establishment of Rimuru's heroic title, Tony Stark turned to Egg and inquired, what brings you here this time? Surely, it isn't another invitation for us to join your so-called Superboys team? Egg took Tony's sarcasm in stride, instead surveying their surroundings. Are you certain this is the right place for our discussion? Rimuru interjected, this is indeed not an appropriate venue for confidential matters. Follow me. With a mere thought, Rimuru conjured a portal. In an instant, the trio found themselves at Rimuru's Long Island villa. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., frequently traversing the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary, Egg was nonetheless awestruck by Rimuru's portal. Unlike the average individual, his first instinct was one of trepidation. Rimuru's ability was beyond any form of defense. To S.H.I.E.L.D., she was akin to a backyard ally. What secrets remained? Rest assured, the portal cannot transport us to unvisited locations. Faced with Rimuru's direct revelation, Egg felt no embarrassment. Rather, he was exceedingly pleased with her assurance. Being an astute individual, he naturally preferred engaging with equally intelligent counterparts, and his admiration for Rimuru only deepened. In the presence of clever minds, there was no need for further subterfuge. Rimuru, Tony, regardless of your perceptions of the Avengers, be it disdainful or mocking them as the Superboys team, one cannot deny that the world is on the cusp of monumental change. The world demands more superheroes, and all superheroes must unite under a common banner. Egg's impassioned speech was met with silence from both Rimuru and Tony, leaving him feeling rather awkward. Nevertheless, Egg's resilience had been tempered through experience. He could still deliver a compelling soliloquy. This is the best yet also the worst of times for humanity, peaceful, prosperous, yet inevitably descending into moral decay and apathy. People critique heroes and question justice. A hero may risk everything, yet still fail to eclipse the latest celebrity scandal. How many still believe in the miracles and inspiration brought forth by that Brooklyn lad named Steve Rogers? Perhaps the majority see Rogers as merely an ancient relic in a museum, yet vanquishing foes embodies a noble sentiment. This sentiment may be buried and concealed, but it never truly vanishes. Stark, although your father did not fight on the front lines, he was always in the battle against evil. He contributed to the Manhattan Project, inventing a weapon that led to Japan's surrender. After the war, alongside Agent Carter, he co-founded S.H.I.E.L.D., dedicating his life to maintaining global peace. Wait, you mean S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by my father? Tony Stark, initially indifferent, was suddenly taken aback upon learning of his father's collaboration with Agent Carter in establishing S.H.I.E.L.D. This was news to him. Hearing Tony's reaction, Egg exhaled a sigh of relief. After such a lengthy monologue, he had finally managed to stir Tony's interest, no small feat. Egg did not hesitate to elaborate on the anecdotes surrounding Howard Stark's founding of S.H.I.E.L.D., emphasizing that Tony's involvement with the Avengers was, in essence, a continuation of his father's legacy. While I may consider joining the Avengers, I intend to be the leader of the team. Egg did not outright accept or decline, but turned to Rimuru. Without a moment's hesitation, Rimuru firmly declined. Do not look at me. I do not have a father who founded S.H.I.E.L.D. I will not join the Avengers. What is the benefit of joining the Avengers? It's merely unpaid labor, and one must adhere to regulations. I have no desire to find myself under someone's command. That would be a source of discontent. Rimuru, as the mightiest superhero on Earth, could not escape certain realities. During the attack on New York's International Airport, I had instructed Agent Norman to request your assistance. My exact words were that, regardless of your demands, as long as they were not excessive, we could agree to them. Rimuru's eyes widened in astonishment. Noticing her evident change in expression, Egg felt a surge of confidence, realizing that beneath her righteous facade lay a penchant for opportunism. Perhaps this is what they call tsundere. Rimuru, you may not know this, but I was quite apprehensive when making that promise. I feared you might ask for something outrageous. However, when I inquired with Norman about your conditions, I was utterly taken aback to learn that there were none. Rimuru, can you fathom the shock that gripped my heart at that moment? Admit it, Rimuru, you are a selfless superhero with the world's best interests at heart. Egg, the god of thunder, extended an inviting hand toward Rimuru, exclaiming, "Come now, the Avengers need you, and the world needs you." Rimuru suddenly leaned closer to Egg, exclaiming in exasperation, "That scoundrel Natasha never mentioned I could negotiate terms with you. Can I still make my requests now? Please, can I?" Egg. Tony Stark. Chapter 110. A hammer descends from the heavens. Time flows inexorably. In the blink of an eye, Rimuru has resided in the Marvel Universe for 3 years. The year is now 2011. During these 3 years, Rimuru, Peter Parker, and Mindy McCready have all entered middle school. As they matured, Peter Parker's intellect flourished, allowing him to thrive in school and gain the admiration of numerous teachers. Thanks to Rimuru's naming, Peter's physical prowess far exceeded that of his peers, and he grew increasingly handsome. Under the guidance of Rimuru and Mindy, a superhero known as Spider-Girl began to emerge and make her mark in New York. Unlike the lofty ideals of other superheroes, Spider-Girl's actions were decidedly down-to-earth, helping elderly individuals cross the street, locating lost pets, apprehending thieves, confronting bullies, and combating ruffians, all while maintaining a steadfast commitment to never taking a life. The public's leniency toward female heroes, coupled with Spider-Girl's noble deeds, earned her an unparalleled reputation in New York, endearingly dubbed the city's good neighbor. As for her name, Spider-Girl, that was primarily due to Rimuru's influence. Upon adopting a name, Peter Parker's physical prowess surged, qualifying him as a potential superhero. However, Rimuru did not wish for Spider-Man to vanish due to her influence, prompting her to pay a visit to Oscorp Industries. After Peter Parker inexplicably endured a month of being bitten by various species of spiders, almost succumbing to arachnophobia, Rimuru successfully nurtured the birth of a Spider-Girl. Henceforth, New York City welcomed a girl who delighted in swinging through the air. Although Rimuru often skipped classes, she had been classmates with Peter Parker and Mindy for 3 years, establishing a bond that transcended ordinary friendships, particularly as they were privy to each other's concealed heroic identities. As for Rimuru and Mindy, they had blossomed into inseparable confidants. Mindy, despite being academically challenged, exhibited unparalleled ingenuity in weaponry. Her aptitude for crafting mechas was so extraordinary that it led Rimuru to question if she had been possessed by another. 6 months prior, Rimuru officially passed on the mantle of the Wind God to Mindy, reigniting the splendor of the Wind God mecha in New York. Meanwhile, the old father had grown increasingly troubled as he witnessed the deepening friendship between Rimuru and Mindy, his hair nearly turning white. How foolish he was. He had unwittingly entrusted Mindy to the care of Rimuru, this witch. What could the witch possibly desire? Was she planning to raise his precious daughter only to usurp her? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Rimuru was cursed, eternally stunted in growth. Consequently, he fixated on Mindy, lamenting, "What shall I do to save you, my daughter?" This led him to an obsessive pursuit of mysticism. Over the past 3 years, he had traversed countless revered mountains and ancient temples. Yet, the path of cultivation evidently relies on fate, and he seemed to possess none. Regarding the matter of growth, Rimuru found it troubling. Miss Jingjiang's appearance was inherently cute and petite. After inheriting her looks, Rimuru became even smaller, a veritable blue-haired loli. The growth cycles of monsters and humans differ significantly. 3 years may not be a brief period for humans, but for monsters, it could merely be a fleeting moment of slumber. Over these 3 years, Rimuru's appearance remained utterly unchanged. Amidst a crowd of adolescents, she was unmistakably a little girl, which only intensified her yearning to ascend as an awakened demon lord. However, Rimuru understood that to elevate to the status of an awakened demon lord, she required not only a special magic circle, but also 10,000 souls. Would she resort to indiscriminate slaughter for soul collection? Rimuru was not one to act selfishly. Moreover, the worth of souls varied greatly. The souls of ordinary people paled in comparison to those of the damned, vengeful spirits, and warrior souls. Particularly, warrior souls were of the highest caliber. The Chitauri and Thanos army were undoubtedly prime candidates. Even if she harvested countless souls, her moral integrity would remain intact, devoid of any psychological scars. As for the vengeful souls, Rimuru had identified a target, the Holy Vankasa contract held by the former evil knight, Carter Slay, which contained 1,000 exquisite vengeful souls. These souls were of the highest grade, coveted even by the son of the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, who had long sought their retrieval after Carter Slay had lived in obscurity for decades. Their value was immeasurable, She would need to find an opportune moment to seize them. In these 3 years, Rimuru had not idled away her time. She spent a third of it in Kamartaj, thoroughly absorbing its vast collection of tomes. Through numerous exchanges with the Ancient One, her understanding of the multiverse, matter, and souls had undergone a profound transformation. The 3 sacred temples of Earth and countless spatial nodes were now familiar to her, transforming the planet into her own backyard. The barrier set by the Ancient One was intriguing. The higher one's power, the more challenging it became to enter. Under the barrier's confinement, any demon or evil god that could cross into Earth would be easily vanquished by Rimuru. Presently, she had become adept at siphoning energy from the dark dimension and manipulating the material structure of the real world with ease. Of course, if one were to consider who had undergone the most significant transformation, it would undoubtedly be Iron Man. Following the fierce battle in New York, where public opinion fluctuated between acceptance and disdain, Iron Man had a change of heart, influenced by persistent military persuasion. After a series of negotiations, Tony's close friend, Rhodey, donned the Iron War Machine suit, giving birth to a new hero. Consequently, Tony's relationship with the military grew increasingly amicable, facilitating a more prosperous lifestyle for him. During this period of intense research, Tony advanced from Mark V to Mark XL. Although many of the suits were designed for specific combat environments without significant technological breakthroughs, the speed of development remained astonishing. Most notably, the restorative serum, under Tony's guidance, rapidly captured a substantial share of the biopharmaceutical and cosmetics markets in a remarkably short time. Although the commercialized version was merely a low-tier variant based on Tony's self-healing factor, it still enjoyed immense popularity worldwide, even being hailed as the greatest invention of the 21st century. Thus, Tony became known as the friend of women and the beauty king. Rimuru, too, quietly ascended to the ranks of the world's elite wealthy individuals. At that moment, Rimuru suddenly lifted her gaze towards the direction of New Mexico. A hammer pierced the atmosphere, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 111. That person, that mountain, that hammer. The god of thunder had finally arrived. To be honest, Rimuru had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. Having come into contact with Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, she now had the opportunity to master the mystical language of runes, an enticing prospect for her. Nonetheless, Rimuru was in no rush. At this juncture, Odin was still awake. Yet to enter the Odin sleep, approaching Thor's hammer now could very well result in her being struck down by Odin. Although Rimuru possessed immunity to physical attacks, her magical resistance was not particularly formidable. Odin's power, being divine and predominantly holy in nature, posed a significant challenge to her. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution. How formidable was Odin? Universally acknowledged as a father figure of the gods and a peer to the Ancient One, he had once delivered a devastating blow to Thanos before he possessed the Infinity Gauntlet. He had conquered the 9 realms and collected the Infinity Stones, only to relinquish them willingly. Within the Marvel Universe, 3 types of divine powers are recognized: the Phoenix Force, Chaos Magic, and Odin's power. The Phoenix Force is the power possessed by the mutant Jean Grey, while the Chaos Magic is associated with the Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff. When Wanda is conscious, she can single-handedly withstand Thanos and obliterate the Mind Stone atop Vision's head with the other hand. Her strength grows more terrifying when she is unconscious or in a frenzy. During the House of M storyline, Wanda famously stripped 98 of the mutant population of their abilities with a single phrase. As for Odin's power, it stands on par with the aforementioned divine powers, its might evident to all. Strictly speaking, Odin's power should be referred to as the power of the King of Asgard. It was once known as Bor's power, Odin's power, and Thor's power. Before Odin's demise, he imparted a profound truth to Thor. Asgard was never merely a location. It was the essence of its people. In the wake of Ragnarok, Asgard faced utter obliteration, yet Thor's power endured. Rimuru harbored doubts, contemplating that the true nature of Odin's might be a force derived from faith. Alternatively, it could represent a fusion of the royal bloodline of Asgard and the power of belief. Frankly, Rimuru found herself quite intrigued by the essence of Odin's power. One could wonder, if she were to indulge in several substantial bowls of Thor's blood, could she unveil the origins of the Asgardian royal bloodline? The mere thought sent a thrill coursing through her. However, such an endeavor should not be undertaken lightly. Should Odin discover Rimuru's covetous intent towards the power of the Asgardian royalty, even in his slumber, he would likely spring into action, seizing Gungnir to confront her. The risks involved were considerable. To contend with a being of Odin's caliber, Rimuru would at least need to ascend to the status of an awakened demon lord. Nevertheless, there were multiple avenues to acquire Odin's power. When Odin cast Mjolnir to Earth, He uttered a spell stating that anyone possessing the requisite qualities to wield the hammer would be granted Thor's strength. Rimuru held a modicum of confidence in her ability to lift Mjolnir. Though her vessel may lack blood, it brimmed with truth, goodness, and beauty. Moreover, had Rimuru not fortuitously arrived in the Marvel Universe, she would have likely been the sovereign of the Demon Realm Federation. Such was her regal destiny. What constitutes a worthy qualification? This is it. However, such matters require careful planning. Haste makes waste. In New Mexico, the hammer descended from the heavens, creating a colossal crater in the earth. Despite its seemingly diminutive size, none could lift it. This bizarre occurrence quickly escalated, attracting a deluge of hopeful contenders. Unlike the East, in the West, people held a fervent superstition towards objects that could not be lifted or extracted, as these were often seen as proofs of royal qualification. For instance, Arthur drew the sword from the stone, which none could extract, thus becoming the King of England. Thor lifted a hammer that ordinary folk could not, and hence, he became the King of Asgard. The public's curiosity about the hammer was palpable. It was akin to a lottery. What if one were to succeed in lifting it? This exemplifies the cultural divergence between East and West. In the great Eastern nations, to prove one's royal lineage, one might typically provoke the Yellow River into rebellion, or conceal blood writings within a fish, or have a turtle or a chelan deliver sacred texts. As for a certain island nation, royal qualifications could be attained with but a single injection. Post-inoculation, the power of kings would accumulate in the right arm, allowing one to draw the sword that signifies royal lineage. Indeed, one must draw something. History has shown that those who can draw the sword invariably possess royal lineage. For the act of drawing the sword presupposes being a child of the king, bearing royal blood. Much like a Japanese shonen manga, the journey is inspirational before and even more so after the conclusion. Did you think the wild child was neglected? It turns out they are not only the prince, but also the reincarnation of an ancient deity. When Coulson arrived, the sight of the hammer's landing had transformed into a veritable carnival. Some astute individuals even set up stalls selling hot dogs and beer, reaping substantial profits. Each curious onlooker made fervent attempts to lift the hammer. An elderly gentleman, who had previously enjoyed a particularly invigorating guarana soda, also joined the fray, attempting to hoist Mjolnir with his pickup truck, only to have the bed overturned while the hammer remained unmoved. Coulson, seasoned in managing such situations, employed threats and intimidation, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. to take control of the area seamlessly. In a remarkably brief period, this desolate landscape morphed into a makeshift research facility. The agents, of course, did not forget to attempt lifting the hammer. It was clear that being an agent did not correlate with royal qualifications. Following extensive examinations by numerous experts, the scientists not only failed to unveil the hammer's secrets, but also deepened their understanding of its enigma. Setting aside its scientifically implausible weight, it continuously emitted vast amounts of electromagnetic waves, overwhelming the systems tasked with recording such data. When this information first reached the hands of the egg, his hair turned white with worry, despite the absence of any hair. An extraterrestrial hammer, landing on Earth, unable to be lifted, while constantly releasing tremendous electromagnetic waves. How could one avoid suspicion? On Earth, hammers typically served two purposes, driving nails and striking foes. Yet, whether for carpentry or combat, these represent the most primitive applications of a hammer. The egg could not fathom why a spacecraft would require such a hammer, capable of creating a meteorite crater yet unliftable by anyone. Contemplating the hammer's incessant emission of electromagnetic waves, the egg's initial thought was that it might be a disguised alien probe. Recalling Rimuru's mention of the alien invasion in New York, a sense of dread enveloped him. His first and only directive to Coulson and the staff was to find a way to shield the hammer's electromagnetic waves at all costs. Unbeknownst to him, this command nearly precipitated the world's destruction. As time progressed, the scientists' research into the hammer deepened, and the egg's anxiety intensified. The more they studied, the more they uncovered the hammer's mysteries. What appeared to be a primitive object incessantly released vast quantities of electromagnetic waves. According to the latest findings, the hammer harbored an unfathomably terrifying energy. Preliminary assessments indicated that its energy exceeded that of a substantial nuclear explosion. This was truly alarming. In desperation, the egg sought out Rimuru. Due to his profession, he was not one to trust easily, but Rimuru's enigmatic origins suggested she might possess crucial insights. An alien probe? Upon hearing the egg's speculation, Rimuru nearly choked on her drink. How could an alien probe possibly take the form of a hammer? It was a weapon wielded by the beautiful goddess known as Hela. Such ignorance was astounding. Not an alien probe? Well, that was a relief. If it were not a probe, it implied that this hammer had likely unintentionally fallen to Earth. Merely a hammer, traversing the atmosphere without sustaining any damage. Such a feat was unimaginable, indicative of a civilization with unparalleled craftsmanship. Of course, it was not an alien probe. It was simply a war hammer. Do you know the origin of this hammer? The egg inquired, filled with anticipation. Rimuru casually picked up the milk tea resting on the table, slurping it down. On the other end of the line, the egg could only furrow his brow in exasperation. Feeling utterly vexed, the fate of the Earth was at stake. Couldn't she exhibit a bit more urgency? Rimuru responded nonchalantly, I do. This hammer is called Mjolnir, commonly referred to as Thor's hammer, and it is the weapon of Thor, the Prince of Asgard. Its presence on Earth is primarily due to Thor's exile. Thor? You mean the Thor from Norse mythology? He was exiled to Earth? The egg furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the hammer repeatedly. Rationality told him that myths were just that, myths. Yet, it was Rimuru who spoke these words. Rimuru's prowess was unfathomable. Even the embodiment of hatred had met his demise at her hands. The strong possessed their own demeanor and dignity. How could they possibly lie with ease? Moreover, Rimuru has mentioned Asgard on multiple occasions. Is it possible that myths are more than mere tales? Can you elaborate? What is there to say? It's simply that the old King Odin, having aged considerably, is at the juncture of needing to select a new monarch. There exists but one throne, and Odin happens to have two sons. You understand, don't you? Indeed. How could I not comprehend? Such matters are all too common on Earth. Yet it is precisely because I understand that I feel even more anxious. The struggle for the throne has always been blood-soaked. Even kin may spill blood in torrents, let alone outsiders. In an instant, I envisioned a bloody coup d'état. The younger son seizes power, and to avoid the infamy of patricide and fratricide, he feigns the exile of his elder brother to Earth. Naturally, there is a significant element of pretense involved. After all, the elder son, as the crown prince, undoubtedly has a substantial loyal following. Exiling the elder brother to Earth could very well be a political compromise, a gesture to win hearts. However, the usurping king will inevitably feel insecure, apprehensive about the stability of his throne. It is only natural that he would seek to eliminate his elder brother, and the former crown prince, Thor, may not lack loyalists. Not to mention the ambitious schemers lurking in the shadows. Should they capture Thor, they might just orchestrate another coup to restore the rightful lineage. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Earth could very well become the sacrificial ground in the rivalry of two brothers for the throne. Of course, it is also possible that Earth is perceived as so backward that the proudest guardians regard it as a land teeming with venomous creatures, miasma, and savagery. However, as a top agent, I ponder more deeply than the average person. For exile also signifies the repurposing of resources. The former world power, the British Empire, relished in banishing criminals to New Zealand, Australia, Africa, and the Americas, places yet to be civilized. The objective was to have them cultivate colonies. In an instant, I felt as if struck by lightning. The former crown prince of Asgard intends to come to Earth to establish colonies? Oh my God, how old is Odin? I asked, my throat dry. The origins of Norse mythology on Earth can be traced back to the 12th century, nearly 2,000 years ago. 2 millennia of historical upheaval have transformed the Earth. Meanwhile, Asgard has just undergone a transition of power. Who knows how long the Asgardians can endure? If Earth truly were to become a colony of Asgard, how long would the flower of freedom wither? Perhaps it would be doomed to eternal decline. Rimuru pondered, uncertain. Odin? I don't know, but his elder son, Thor, has likely lived for over 1,000 years. My eyelids twitched uncontrollably, the black eye patch over my left eye failing to conceal my agitation. If the younger son has lived for over 1,000 years, then I am truly dealing with deities? How long has human civilization endured? Who can withstand such a reality? No, Earth must not become a colony of Asgard. We must display our strength to Asgard and inform those lofty gods that Earth is no longer the same as it was 2,000 years ago. What is the nature of Asgard as civilization? Technology? Magic? In terms of aggression, how many spaceships could they deploy? Do they possess weapons of mass destruction? Rimuru considered this and realized she was truly unaware. The civilization's nature should be relatively primitive, considering the time perception of long-lived beings. There hasn't been much significant change over thousands of years. Their weaponry still relies on cold steel, and their means of transportation seemingly consist of horses. So primitive? My eyes brightened instantly. This means that Asgard is a primitive magical civilization? Individual combat power might be formidable, but the overall quality of their civilization is lacking. No matter how strong individuals may be, can they surpass a nuclear arsenal capable of annihilating the world countless times? Against Asgard, Earth is not merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, the Asgardians are impervious to blades and bullets. Not even Earth's weapons can pierce their skin. What? I gasped in disbelief. Are you jesting? Asgard lacks spaceships, but possesses the Bifrost, a bridge capable of traversing light years. They can instantaneously reach any corner of the 9 realms. When the Bifrost operates at full capacity, it can obliterate a world, akin to Earth's nuclear deterrence. I nearly choked on my own blood. Could you not articulate that in a single breath? Scaring someone to death, are we? Upon hearing Rimuru leisurely sipping tea, my anger flared. Under a collapsing nest, how can any egg remain intact? If Earth were to be engulfed by Asgard, you too would become a slave to a fallen nation. Are you not the least bit concerned? Rimuru was rendered speechless. What do you mean by Earth being swallowed by Asgard? Can't you articulate your thoughts? I felt embarrassed. I recognized that, as a commander, I had indeed been rather pessimistic. After all, Earth is merely one of the 8 vassal states under Asgard's dominion. Isn't it? I almost retched in disbelief. Perhaps I should refrain from conversing with Rimuru in the future. Without a heart of steel, it's simply unbearable. Note, the probe is called Jizi, a reference to the beautiful entity from Lute Cixin's The Three-Body Problem. Jizi not only possesses detection capabilities, but has also locked down microscopic research on Earth, making it quite formidable. Chapter 113, Chatting Genius. Since figures like Odin, Thor, and Loki from mythology have circulated on Earth, it is only natural that the Asgardians visited Earth in the 12th century. However, it is evident that Earth was still exceedingly primitive at that time. Thus, the powerful Asgardians were directly revered as deities. Since Earthlings worshipped Asgardians as gods, it was only reasonable to assume their subordinate status. What nonsense is that? Who wishes to have an overlord suddenly appear above their heads? Especially a group of long-lived deities? What if Thor were to reclaim the right of the first knight on Earth? By putting oneself in another's shoes, one only needs to reflect on the actions of colonizers in their colonies to understand. Rest assured, Asgardians are quite loyal. They treat their docile subordinates reasonably well. Sensing my apprehension, Rimuru kindly attempted to reassure me. I was at a loss for words. How naive. Between nations, where is there any true friendship? Among the numerous kings of Europe, if one traces back 2 or 3 generations, wouldn't they all be relatives? Yet they still engage in fierce conflict. Furthermore, between gods and mortals, could there ever be a genuine camaraderie? No matter how well humans relate to cats and dogs, such relationships can never be equal. On Earth, there are dog lovers who treat their dogs as family, yet there are also many who relish dog meat. What a dilemma. What do you truly know about Asgard? Please share in detail. In truth, I don't know much either, but you really need not worry excessively. Asgard's rule over the 9 realms is largely nominal. They have quite a few rebellious subordinates, and Earthlings are perceived by the Asgardians as a group they can trust. Rimuru's words left me in silence. 1,000 thoughts of despair flooding my mind. What kind of subordinate is deemed trustworthy? For instance, like Haiti in relation to the United States. So backward it poses no threat. My feelings were complex. Earthlings must strive for self-sufficiency. I asked, what about those rebellious subordinates? How are they faring now? Not too bad. Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. Back in the 1st century, Jotunheim's king, Laufey, sought to conquer Earth and transform it into an ice age suitable for frost giants. You know this, right? The Earth, often referred to as Midgard, serves as a vital nexus connecting the 9 realms. By conquering Earth, one could establish a stronghold, launching offensives against the other 8 realms. Odin, of course, would not permit this, and thus led the armies of Asgard to engage in a cataclysmic battle against the frost giants upon the Earth. As you might imagine, the outcome was inevitable. The forces of Asgard emerged victorious. Yet, Odin displayed a measure of mercy, refraining from total annihilation. Following the conflict, he merely secured the frost giant's source of power, the frost box, within Asgard's treasury, and rather casually adopted the son of the frost giant king. This single battle ushered in a millennium of peace. But wait, do you truly grasp the essence of mercy? This scenario is akin to Napoleon subduing the Kingdom of Prussia, only to carry back the victory statue of the Brandenburg Gate to France, while simultaneously adopting the Prussian king's son. I implore you to ask the Prussians if they would consider Napoleon merciful. What does it mean to adopt the son of the frost giant king? Is it a long-term strategy, ensuring that his adopted son may one day rightfully inherit Jotunheim? Such a cunning heart. And what of Muspelheim, the realm of flame? Home to the fire giants, led by a titan named Surtur? Legend has it that he would bring about Ragnarok for Asgard. Yet, what transpired? Fortunately, Odin did not slay him. He merely delivered a thorough beating. Subsequently, he secured the fire giant's national artifact, the Eternal Flame, within Asgard's treasury. You claim that this is merely fortuitous? Stealing the Eternal Flame effectively shattered the backbone of the fire giants. Are you truly so naive as to consider this fortunate? Rimuru pondered for a moment. Then, there is Svartalfheim, the realm of the Dark Elves. They once sought to plunge the 9 realms into darkness using their precious ether particles. This endeavor is exceedingly ancient, but was thwarted by Odin's father, Thor, who struck them down and sealed their national treasure, the ether particles. Peace was restored to the 9 realms. It is now clear to me that every king of Asgard possesses a warrior's spirit. Anyone daring to challenge Asgard's supremacy invariably suffers a beating, only to have their source of power stolen, leaving them utterly incapacitated. Fear not. For a civilization as limited as Earth, which cannot even escape the solar system, poses no threat to Asgard's dominion. The Asgardian legions shall not descend upon us. While safety is assured, it evokes an inexplicable melancholy. Even a hardened warrior such as myself feels an urge to shed tears. By your reasoning, Asgard should be beset by enemies at every turn. Frost giants, fire giants, dark elves. Would they not seek vengeance against Asgard? Indeed, they would. But each act of rebellion is met with the might of Asgard's retribution. As long as the Bifrost remains intact, the forces of Asgard will strike wherever commanded. Rest assured, Earth has been subservient to Asgard for millennia. We are not concerned about continuing in this capacity, are we? I care. You may be indifferent, but I am not. Do not presume to speak for all of humanity. And what of your dignity as a formidable champion, as the mightiest superhero on Earth? Is your spine not steeped in vinegar? I am consumed with fury, feeling as though Rimuru is a veritable genius of consolation. By the gods, his words strip me of the courage to confront the Asgardians. Though I have always known that in this vast universe, humanity may not be alone. We have long prided ourselves as the apex of creation, endowed with the right to dominate all other species. Despite the recent proliferation of various human protection organizations, this is but a pitiful display of compassion, revealed only after establishing absolute superiority. Are you now telling me that we have always been subordinates? In their eyes? Akin to Hades? What absurdity! Aside from Earth, does Asgard have other docile subordinates? Indeed, the dwarven kingdom of Nidavellir maintains a harmonious relationship with Asgard. The renowned artifacts of Asgard are primarily forged by the Dwarven King, including the hammer you are currently studying. By the way, Nidavellir's defense is overseen by Asgard, somewhat akin to the situation of neighboring Canada. Ask Canada what it is like to share a border with the United States. This conversation cannot continue. Rimuru is the king of awkward silences, a terminator of topics, a destroyer of courage. Each utterance feels like a dagger to my chest. Damn. I even suspect Rimuru is an undercover agent sent by Asgard. Taking a deep breath, I forcibly suppressed the urge to hurl my phone and posed one final inquiry. What of Asgard's new ruler, Loki? Huh. Rimuru's eyes widened in astonishment. New ruler? What new ruler? Odin has always been the king of Asgard. Director, what is your proficiency in English? Damn it, after all this talk, the coup in Asgard was unsuccessful? So, Thor remains the heir? The heir has been exiled to Earth, and during his exile, his father casually discarded his artifacts as well? Damn. Does this not imply that Earth is about to be embroiled in a struggle for succession? Earth, does that not render it even more perilous? I am on the verge of tears. This conversational genius, are we not on the same wavelength? Is it possible that his English comprehension is truly lacking? The struggle for succession signifies the necessity of aligning oneself with a faction, a political gamble at the juncture of old and new powers, fraught with both great reward and immense risk. Aligning with the correct faction may yield benefits, but aligning with the wrong one could lead to dire consequences. To side with Loki? That is utterly impossible. Setting aside whether Loki would even consider it, should Thor perish on Earth, it would spell disaster. Surely, Loki cannot divulge to the citizens of Asgard that he murdered his brother to ascend to the throne. A king cannot bear any blemish on his character. An unjustly obtained throne is the gravest taboo for any monarch. Thus, Earth would become the ideal scapegoat. And what of siding with Thor? He is currently exiled, stripped of his divine powers. Who can say if he will ever reclaim his right to the throne? In short, Earth finds itself in a most precarious position, caught between two factions, with no allies in sight. I am as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. When I heard Rimuru slurping his milk tea over the phone, my frustration reached its peak. Were it not for Limuru's status as a non-shield operative, with powers immensely surpassing my own, I would have been tempted to cast him into the depths of the raft prison. Are you truly going to sip your milk tea for eternity? We are discussing matters of life and death for Earth. and you cannot muster a modicum of seriousness? Rimuru, do you comprehend what Thor's arrival on Earth signifies? Rimuru nodded, replying, of course. It's a transformation story, right? A wealthy family has a child who knows nothing of hardship, taking life for granted. The father, unable to tolerate this any longer, cuts off all his credit cards and sends him to a desolate region to learn the value of hard work and appreciate the struggles of his ancestors. It's quite simple. Yet you have reduced a matter of utmost significance to Earth's safety and humanity's survival into something so trivial and mundane. Should I label you as oblivious or heartless? Breathe, breathe, breathe. I took several deep breaths, striving to calm the tempest within me. Thor is the crown prince. Do you understand what that means? Rimuru nodded, I do. He is the candidate for the next king, but as long as he has not yet ascended the throne, he will never be in control. If you wish to give a gift, I suggest you present it directly to Odin. However, it is certain that Odin would not deem it worthy. Am I discussing gifts here? Is this the right time for that? Furthermore, when did he ever mention wanting to give a gift? With a strained voice, he asked, Are you aware of the Sarajevo incident? Rimuru was at a loss for words. Was he really using such basic historical knowledge to test her? How much disdain did he hold for her? The spark that ignited the First World War? It's hardly a significant matter. Don't consider me a history ignoramus. Don't you see? In this day and age, Thor is akin to Archduke Ferdinand, and our Earth is the powder keg that could ignite a cosmic war. I don't see it that way. Goodness, this conversation is going nowhere. In terms of concluding topics, I, Nick Fury, would declare you the strongest. Why? Because Loki is adopted. After holding his breath, he nearly choked. After a while, sounding like a jilted lover, he lamented, Why didn't you mention such crucial information earlier? Why not say it sooner? How foolish he had felt, all tense and anxious just moments ago. Was it amusing to toy with him? Rimuru innocently replied, Did I not mention it before? You did not. He was furious, showing no sign of remorse. It was utterly atrocious. Sensing the frantic state of the person on the other end of the line, Rimuru couldn't help but chuckle. You didn't ask either. Now the thought process flows smoothly. I said it. How could Odin exile Thor while simultaneously hurling down the god of thunder's hammer? It turns out, Loki never had a chance. So it's clear now. This means I only need to curry favor with Thor moving forward. Before Thor regains his powers, I must do my utmost to protect him. A gift of assistance is far more valuable than mere embellishment. Suddenly, he felt this plan was secure. Rimuru interjected, Actually, there's no need. We should observe how things unfold. He looked utterly perplexed. What? Do you truly think S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would be of any use? Should they simply punch him in the chest? Stab. He felt as though a knife had pierced his chest. Hey, that stings. What do you suggest? We can't just do nothing, can we? Yes, if you act. You'll merely create chaos. Stab. He once again felt the devastating blow of her words. What audacious honesty. How cruel. Tears streamed down his face. Her words were incredibly biting. At that moment, his phone rang. Another call coming in. One moment, my phone is ringing again. Let me take this call. A minute later, it's Coulson calling. 10 minutes ago, a blonde man stormed into the temporary base in New Mexico. He possesses exceptional combat skills, and numerous agents have been easily taken down by him. I think we should end this conversation here. I plan to meet Thor. Upon hearing this, Rimuru's eyes lit up. Thor was going to lift the hammer, which meant Odin had entered Odin's sleep. Her opportunity had arrived. After casually dismissing a few words to him, Rimuru hung up, donning her mask. She opened a portal leading to the temporary base in New Mexico. The base had just been thrown into disarray by Thor. Many experts were injured, making it an opportune time for her. The moment she laid eyes on Mjolnir, the voice of the great sage echoed in her mind. The host has come into contact with the god of thunder's hammer, Mjolnir, and has met the conditions for the rune magic derivation. Do you wish to proceed with the derivation? Yes. Upon hearing the great sage's voice, Rimuru was overwhelmed with joy. The rune magic was a power she had long coveted. She had worried it would be difficult to acquire, but it turned out to be easier than she had anticipated. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Whether on Earth or Kamartaj, knowledge is shared. Yet, how much one could learn, how deeply one could understand, whether one merely memorizes or learns to apply it skillfully, depends on the individual's talent and fate. As the derivation continued, Rimuru felt flashes of wisdom igniting within her mind. Countless runes flickered in her eyes, and in an instant, both her body and spirit seemed to undergo a sublime transformation. The rune magic is a sophisticated system of magic, profound and vast. Even with the great sage as her ally, it would take time for Rimuru to fully grasp it. However, the concurrent calculation effect of the great sage allowed her to separate the objects and thoughts she sought to analyze, thus not hindering her actions. Anytime she lifted Mjolnir, she would gain Thor's powers. So, Rimuru would not hold back. She immediately reached out and grasped the handle of Mjolnir. Wow, this is heavy. Rimuru exerted all her strength, but she could not lift it. This is unscientific. I'm practically overflowing with truth, goodness, and beauty, and I still can't lift it? Surely. Odin isn't harboring some form of racial discrimination? Looking at Mjolnir, Rimuru donned a cute smile. Come on, hammer, cut me some slack. The hammer remained utterly unmoved. Not even my face is granted consideration? Mjolnir, you're the first. Detecting the divine hammer Mjolnir, would you like to use your unique skill, Predator? Yes, no? Yes. In an instant, Rimuru transformed into a blue liquid and enveloped Mjolnir. Let us give it a scare. After all, this hammer is quite sturdy. Chapter 115, Rimuru vs. Odin. As Rimuru attempted to consume the god of thunder's hammer, the surface of Mjolnir began to corrode extensively. Simultaneously, torrents of thunder erupted, rushing toward Rimuru in waves. Even though Rimuru possessed resistance to electric currents and paralysis, she was still disoriented by the divine lightning. Rimuru merely intended to frighten Mjolnir. After all, the hammer contained Odin's divine words, making her believe the likelihood of successful consumption was zero. However, to her astonishment, the hammer was quickly being ravaged by her predator. Rimuru was uncertain whether to label her predator as excessively powerful or to conclude that the hammer was not nearly as formidable as she had envisioned. Could it be that the source of Mjolnir's might was solely Odin's power? Regardless, one thing was confirmed. Rimuru was now in a precarious position. If she failed to consume the hammer, she could very well suffer a backlash, with severe injury being the best-case scenario, or even face death. Damn it. I'm all in. A minute later. Confirmation complete. The analysis of Thunder's power is successful. Skill electric resistance has been upgraded to thunder resistance, and an additional skill, divine power resistance, has been acquired. The moment Rimuru gained thunder resistance and divine power resistance, the pressure exerted by Mjolnir significantly diminished. The once formidable lightning, capable of bringing down gods, posed no further threat to her. It must be said that the combination of Predator and the Great Sage's skills was truly unparalleled. At the same time, Rimuru began to comprehend a portion of Mjolnir's secrets. The unique metal from the divine realm of Asgard, J.A.R.VIS, was indeed extraordinarily rare. It could perfectly accommodate divine power and rune magic, rendering the hammer nearly indestructible. Unfortunately, it had encountered Rimuru, a formidable force. The runes that enchanted Mjolnir were transparent to her. Even the most intricately designed, masterfully crafted locks could never deter a thief holding the key. The rune J.A.R.VIS, emblematic of the source of strength, vitality, healing, and resilience. The rune Radho, symbolizing flight and retrospection, and the rune Iwas, representing sacrifice, magical prowess, world travel. And the world tree. These runes flowed ceaselessly within Rimuru's heart, gradually unveiling the mysteries of the thunder god's hammer before her eyes. Such intricate runes. It is no wonder that Thor was nearly felled by the destroyer. With the hammer in hand, he swiftly recovered from all injuries. The hammer harbors a plethora of runes associated with restoration, healing, and the channeling of power. As long as one grasps the hammer, it can automatically guide the divine energy within Thor, unlocking his potential. Such ingenious concepts left Rimuru utterly astounded. Asgardians naturally possess divine power within them, yet awakening and wielding it is far from simple. For instance, Thor must reach level 6 to perfectly harness the power of Thor. This feat is extraordinarily challenging. Even in Avengers, Infinity War, whether Thor could unleash that power depended on sheer luck and sheer will. However, with this hammer, even a level 5 superpowered Thor could access the divine might typically reserved for level 6. This hammer functions akin to a difficulty modifier in a game, proving to be exceedingly useful. The advantages are simply overwhelming. Most notably, it allows Thor to continually familiarize himself with the power of Thor, propelling him toward an evolution akin to that of a father of the gods. Yet the downside? The hammer god is thus born. It must be said that the thunder goddess hammer is indeed a supreme artifact. Even a predator would find it insurmountable to fully digest in a short period. Nonetheless, the benefits accrued by Rimuru are truly immense, especially with the myriad runes contained within, which encapsulate the essence of all things. As if guiding Rimuru hand in hand on how to compose an unparalleled masterpiece using runes. Just then, a cascade of golden runes suddenly erupted from the thunder god's hammer. In stark contrast to the previously intricate and enigmatic runes, this string of golden symbols was merely a single line of text. The meaning was exceedingly straightforward. Whoever wields this hammer, provided they possess the requisite qualifications, shall inherit the power of Thor. the more Rimuru perceived, the more she felt its grandeur and sanctity. Each word radiated like a sun, imbued with unfathomable divine power. Resplendent, holy, and dazzling. Words manifest as law. The first 4 characters that sprang to Rimuru's mind encapsulated this notion. What he articulated was the essence of rules, the foundation of truth. Is this the power of a father of the gods? The more she perceived, the clearer the insurmountable chasm between her and Odin became. Oh dear. She truly found herself in a perilous predicament. Was there still time to retreat to the realm of Jotunheim? Rimuru felt a prickling at the nape of her neck. Yet now there was no turning back. She would devour. Rimuru immediately began to feast upon this divine utterance. However, the moment she touched the divine words, a flash of golden light enveloped her, transporting her to a solemn and sacred place. Upon arriving, Rimuru felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body, as if all her magical power had been stripped away. Atop the throne in the palace sat a golden-haired, one-eyed elder. Odin, is this Asgard? No. It must be the divine domain of Asgard, forged by divine might, rules, and faith. Perhaps her earlier conjecture was correct, the so-called power of Bor, Odin. And Thor is the divine might passed down through generations of Asgardian kings. It is the most profound secret of the Asgardian pantheon. Rimuru sighed, realizing she had indeed stumbled into grave danger. Odin regarded Rimuru, and in that instant, she felt as though her very essence had been laid bare. This sensation was utterly discomforting. It was her first experience of feeling like an ant facing a dragon. Odin emitted a soft sound of surprise. Within his realm of divine words, he found himself unable to fully comprehend the capabilities of this younger being, who fell far short of his own power. A twist of fate. No wonder the Ancient One viewed her with newfound respect, yet the majesty of the divine realm was not to be trifled with. Young one, how dare you covet the power passed down through generations of the Asgardian kings? Die! Odin spoke, and instantaneously, a luminous barrier emerged within the temple, revealing an endless array of weapons. Swords, guns, spears, halberds, axes, and polearms. Everything glittered like a king's treasury. Rimuru was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the sudden aggression. Goodness, this is rather reckless. She had intended to leverage Ancient One's influence to slip through unnoticed. It must be said, this truly embodies the Asgardian spirit. The Shield of Seraphim. Before Rimuru, nearly 20 fiery red shields materialized. Upon witnessing Rimuru's instant casting of magic, Odin's eyes revealed a glimmer of curiosity. Yet that was all. Boom. The weapons, be they swords, spears, or halberds, collided forcefully against the fiery red shields summoned by Rimuru. After a few breaths, the 20 shields she conjured were utterly obliterated. Countless blades and spears pierced Rimuru's form, rendering her a veritable pincushion. Chapter 116. Confrontation with the King of the Gods. Rimuru possessed the ability to negate pain, resistance to divine power, and immunity to physical attacks. Even when Odin turned her into a pincushion, she sustained minimal damage. However, the shock Odin delivered was beyond imagination. The Shield of Seraphim was currently Rimuru's most formidable defensive measure. A single shield could withstand the impact of a meteor. With 20 shields summoned at once, alongside the multiple barriers enveloping her, her defense had reached an unprecedented level. Yet, after merely a few breaths, Odin had completely shattered her defenses. Undoubtedly, Odin was the most formidable opponent Rimuru had encountered since her rebirth. Even if this Odin were merely a manifestation of his divine essence, the act of coveting the power of the God King constituted the gravest taboo within Asgard. Should she fail to vanquish the Odin before her, Rimuru could very well meet her demise. Devour. A torrent of blue liquid surged forth, and within mere moments, all the weapons embedded in Rimuru's body were consumed by her predator. Analysis of divine weaponry completed. Skill Rune Divine Repository acquired successfully. Capable of drawing upon her own magical power as a source, and utilizing runes as a vessel to gather myriad runes within the Divine Repository. Limitless magical power, boundless weaponry. Rimuru was momentarily taken aback. This skill was rather impressive. Wasn't this akin to a Marvel version of the treasury of her mother? Though inwardly elated, Rimuru maintained a facade of composure. Facing Odin made her acutely aware of the vast chasm separating her from Marvel's top-tier powers. This ignited an unprecedented desire for strength within her. Accumulating wealth in silence is the true path. However, passively enduring was not Rimuru's nature. What of Odin? With wings sprouting from her back, Rimuru levitated into the air. She immediately assumed the posture of a thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, and in an instant, the entire temple was filled with her clones. Chains of scarlet from Cedarak, bind me. With a thought, the power manifested. In that fleeting moment, all of Rimuru's clones extended crimson chains towards Odin, who remained seated upon his throne. Rimuru bore the crimson emblem. Any magic created by the esteemed Ceterak would achieve a power multiplier of 1,000. This was far more potent than Doctor Strange's invocation of such skills on Titan. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Dozens of chains of scarlet surged forth from multiple clones of Rimuru. The mysteries of the crimson chains were laid bare before Odin. A flicker of astonishment passed through Odin's eyes. The power of these chains was indeed exceedingly formidable. Such remarkable talent. The blessing bestowed upon Rimuru by Ceterak was merely a fleeting moment ago, yet in such a short span of time. She has delved into the arcane magic of the Crimson Sovereign with remarkable profundity. Impressive. Were soul endowed with Rimuru's prodigious talent, he could easily ignite the flames of war and reign as a tyrant. In his youth, he was indeed a warlike monarch. However, in his later years, he cloaked himself in poetry and theatrical embellishments, transforming into the wise king revered by his subjects. Alas, no matter how exceptional Rimuru's gifts may be, she is not of Asgard, nor is she a descendant of Odin. Moreover, her covetous ambition for the divine powers of the Lord of the Celestial Palace is evident, marking her as a figure driven by ambition. Given a few millennia to grow, Asgard might very well find itself prostrate at her feet. The heroes of one are the foes of another. As a king, Odin would never permit such a threat to exist. Scatter! Odin's divine command echoed, and in an instant, the crimson chains shattered into countless fragments. Under the thousand-fold acceleration of the great sage's intellect, Rimuru witnessed the chains that could bind even Thanos disintegrate before her eyes. Incredible! Could he truly be nothing more than a mere thought projection of Odin? More terrifying still, all of Rimuru's clones were obliterated in an instant. Her soul was rocked by the immense shock, her mind blank momentarily, and she collapsed to the ground. Concurrently, Odin lightly struck the ground with the eternal spear. The earth surged as though it had awakened from slumber, resembling a colossal beast of the wild, and in an instant, it opened its gaping maw, swallowing Rimuru whole. In the boundless darkness, Rimuru felt herself utterly sealed. The earth, though merely soil, was as unyielding as iron and as heavy as a mountain, and she sensed her magical energy swiftly dissipating. Pray! Rimuru's form once more transformed into a flowing liquid, instantly retaliating against the soil that sought to imprison her. When it came to devouring, she had never known defeat. Confirmation complete, skill tomb of all spirits acquired successfully, drawing from her divine power. The active soil can seal and absorb the divine energies of buried life. Successfully intercepted a portion of Odin's power, acquiring a new type of strength. This power is entirely distinct from the might of the Vishanti, the Crimson Force, the Dark Power, and the essence of magic. Its structure is flawless, and the forces within the host will begin to reorganize and transform. Complete transformation is expected to take approximately 1 year. Rimuru could not help but rejoice. She may not be able to best Odin, but it would not be so easy for him to eradicate or seal her. With a rush, torrents of blue liquid flowed ceaselessly, and after a few breaths, the tomb Odin had used to seal her was devoured entirely. As she re-emerged, unscathed, Odin was taken aback. The fact that she had even consumed his tomb of all spirits was a testament to the sheer strength of her devouring magic. Though merely a projection, Odin's command sealed the entirety of Thor's power. This was a battle of souls, taking place in his domain, effectively his half of the battlefield. One could assert that this projection possessed 70% of his full strength, certainly on par with a demigod. Even the king of the frost giants, Laufey, would pale in comparison. Yet, astonishingly, twice he had struck and failed to eliminate Rimuru. Such a dazzling talent. No wonder that fellow, Ancient One, was moved enough to take her as a disciple. Since physical attacks could not vanquish her, what of the thunder of destruction? This thunder was a far cry from the lightning of earth. It represented the true power of divine punishment, a celestial retribution embodying the rules and order of the cosmos. Even Thor, revered as the god of thunder, could only wield it through the conduit of his enchanted hammer, and the energy it consumed was immense, rendering it impractical for repeated use within a short span. The same technique, executed by individuals of differing realms, varied drastically in efficacy. Alarmed, as Rimuru sensed the cataclysmic might of the thunder approaching, she began to grasp the meaning of true divine wrath. Vast, grand, terrifying. Great sage, take control of my body and devise the plan that maximizes my chances of survival. At your command. In an instant, Rimuru activated her proxy mode. Under the great sage's guidance, her reaction speed was elevated to its zenith. In that moment, Rimuru held nothing back. The Seraphim shield was unleashed to its fullest extent, manifesting thousands of iterations. The multiple barriers were also deployed to their utmost limits. Her body was enveloped in a thick layer of armoring. Just as the great sage completed these preparations, the thunder of destruction unleashed by Odin descended upon Rimuru. Crack, crack, crack. Although it was the great sage controlling her, Rimuru, from a spectator's perspective, could clearly observe each protective shield crumbling beneath the onslaught of the thunder of destruction. The Seraphim shields shattered, the multiple barriers disintegrated, and her armored form crumbled into dust. In an instant, Rimuru's body lay exposed to the devastating force of the thunder. Her gelatinous form began to dissolve, fragmenting into shards. Chapter 117, Odin's Acknowledgement. Will Rimuru perish? In the original narrative, the young girl Chloe, whom Rimuru had saved in accordance with Miss Jingjiang's dying wish, was among 5 children rescued in the capital of the kingdom of Dangracia. Before departing, Rimuru had gifted her a mask. Chloe, who later became the heroine Kuroa that sealed the storm dragon, passed the mask to Jingjiang after defeating the Demon King. Jingjiang bequeathed it back to Rimuru before her demise. Indeed, this creates a closed temporal loop. Chloe possesses the ability to traverse time, repeatedly returning to the past in an effort to alter the fates of Rimuru and her beloved companions. However, regardless of Chloe's efforts to navigate the fabric of time, Rimuru and her cherished ones would invariably meet their end for various reasons. Thus, even with the great sage, the predator, and abilities akin to infinite regeneration, Rimuru, the demon lord, is not immune to mortality. Faced with Odin's thunder of destruction, Rimuru genuinely stood on the precipice of death. Countless cells were obliterated by the divine thunder, vitality extinguished, and even her skills of hyperregeneration could not mend the damage sustained. This was while benefiting from the dual mitigation of divine and thunder resistance. Even from a spectator's vantage point, Rimuru could feel her life force waning significantly. Yet, at that moment, a vast amount of the thunder of destruction was successfully redirected by the great sage to a sealed chamber within her stomach. This chamber was also known as the Infinite Prison. Upon redirecting the destructive thunder to the Infinite Prison, an immediate counteraction ensued. The Infinite Prison, a containment used by the hero to seal the storm dragon, represented a force that Rimuru had failed to breach with both the great sage and the predator. If the thunder of destruction is akin to a divine spear capable of obliterating worlds, then the Infinite Prison serves as a divine shield that can halt all. But which is superior, the spear or the shield? That remains uncertain. As the thunder of destruction struck, the storm dragon, Veldra, was filled with elation. After 3 centuries of confinement, escape was inevitable. Moreover, it seemed Rimuru had led him to a most extraordinary world. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable being as Odin so soon, which sent his heart racing. Yet, what he did not foresee was Rimuru's ability to channel Odin's thunder of destruction to unravel the Infinite Prison. Odin's power was immense, rivaling his own, perhaps even exceeding it. This only heightened his anticipation of breaking free. Never before had Veldra been so close to his liberation in 300 years. He excitedly rubbed his hands together. Equally exhilarated as Veldora was Rimuru. The Grand Sage's plan had come to fruition. The thunder of destruction and the Infinite Prison collided and annihilated one another. In this chaos, Rimuru seized the opportunity. The thunder of destruction, wielded by Odin to vanquish her, was so ferocious that Rimuru barely had time to feast. Yet, these surging bolts of destruction became her banquet. Confirmation complete. Analysis of the thunder of destruction finished. Skill, thunder of destruction acquired successfully. It combines the properties of thunder of destruction and black flame thunder, evolving into chaotic divine thunder. Furthermore, the skill thunder resistance has been upgraded to thunder immunity. The instant Rimuru attained thunder immunity, she felt invigorated, her super speed regeneration activated, and her body began to restore itself extensively. Meanwhile, the previously flawless Infinite Prison finally manifested its first crack. In that fleeting moment, the breath of the storm dragon began to seep through. Yet this mere hint was enough to raise Odin's alarm. The thunder of destruction ceased, and Odin's single eye scrutinized Rimuru, momentarily taken aback. What on earth? He had distinctly felt his thunder of destruction was on the verge of obliterating Rimuru. Why, in an instant, did she appear entirely unscathed? More perplexingly, Odin sensed the power of the thunder of destruction emanating from Rimuru, along with a hint of an ancient might that even he regarded with trepidation. Was there a formidable entity sealed within Rimuru? This was utterly unfathomable. After expending such a vast amount of divine power, not only had he failed to eliminate Rimuru, but it seemed he had unwittingly worked for this younger generation. Odin, the old god, was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Having lived for millennia, revered as the father of all gods and the embodiment of wisdom, today he had not only failed to slay a young creature coveting the power of the Lord of the Celestial Palace, but had instead been skillfully manipulated by her. Were the younger generations truly this formidable? If a mutual annihilation were to occur, perhaps he might have had a chance to eliminate both Rimuru and that unknown entity sealed within her. However, the consumption of divine power would be unimaginable. This might indeed be the final battle of his life. Thor was yet to mature, and many sought revenge against Asgard. He needed to suppress the sealed Hela. Should she break free, it would spell disaster for Asgard. It was possible that Ragnarok would arrive prematurely. He could not perish. At least not until Thor had grown into a competent king. As Odin contemplated Rimuru, his thoughts were a tangle, yet Rimuru perceived the murderous intent in Odin's gaze dissipating. Oh dear, she was in quite a predicament. She had finally endured the first trial, and this was merely Odin's avatar. His true form must be even more formidable. She had to navigate this situation with cunning. She absolutely had to. Odin, please allow me to explain. This is truly a misunderstanding. Rimuru immediately adopted a pitiful expression and began to chatter incessantly. The essence of her words conveyed but one message. This truly was an accident. She had merely intended to scare the mighty Mjolnir, only to discover that this divine artifact had been wholly consumed by her. Observing Rimuru's plaintive recounting, Odin was taken aback. As the Lord of the Celestial Palace and King of the Gods, Odin had long since reached a level of emotional detachment where he could watch the world burn without concern. Yet, since encountering Rimuru, he had been left astounded time and again. Rimuru's strength was approaching that of a near-divine being, surpassing even Thor. His powerful avatar had been unable to vanquish her. And within her, she harbored a being of strength nearly equal to his own. Undoubtedly, she was a formidable force. The way she casually addressed him as Odin, Grandpa, was far too familiar, and her pitiful demeanor was perplexing. Having consumed Mjolnir and the power of the Celestial Palace, she dared to blame the divine artifact for not being strong enough? He had never encountered such audacity. As a powerful being, where was her dignity? Where were her principles? Seeing that Odin had no intention of striking again, Rimuru's courage grew. Odin, since Mjolnir has been destroyed, it must have been its fate. My skill of devouring magic allows me to replicate Mjolnir, provided the material conditions are met. If you could have Heimdall open the Bifrost and send me 10 tons of URU metal and a 100-meter-long branch from the flower god giant, I assure you I can bring Mjolnir back to the world. Rimuru's expression was earnest, while her mind was calculating. 10 tons of URU metal, along with a 100-meter-long branch from the flower god giant. How many Mjolnirs could she replicate? 10? 20? In the future, she could wield Mjolnir as she pleased. Hammering foes, driving nails, making sauerkraut, or even bashing Odin's son would be a cinch. Uft! Odin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his single eye bulging in disbelief. 10 tons of URU metal and a 100-meter-long branch from the flower god giant? Why don't you just go steal it? Chapter 118, Brother Odin. The most discussed aspect of Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, is its weight. For those deemed worthy, it is as light as a feather, yet for the unworthy, it is as heavy as a mountain. However, this does not imply that URU metal is inherently heavy. Its true value lies in its exceptional capacity for magical endurance. Even in its homeland, Nidavellir, URU is extraordinarily scarce. Rimuru's demand for 10 tons is tantamount to a lion's share. Naturally, Odin would not acquiesce. Nevertheless, as a father, whether for the sake of duty or affection, he would inevitably allow the hammer to be reforged. Additionally, Rimuru was undoubtedly a valuable ally to cultivate. Since he could not annihilate her, he might as well enlist her. At the very least, she should not become an enemy. This presented a straightforward choice. Ultimately, Odin consented to gift Rimuru some URU metal, approximately 1,000 pounds. As for the branch from the flower god giant, it measured precisely 1 meter in length. Of course, he included a peculiar type of cord, which turned out to be a strand of dragon sinew. After the Grand Sage's calculations, it was determined that the 3 materials would suffice to forge 3 hammers. Rimuru was overjoyed. Receiving materials for 3 replicas was an unexpected boon. She had initially thought she might only acquire enough for 1. Odin was indeed quite astute. These 3 sets of materials likely considered giving 1 to Thor, 1 to her, and reserving the last for potential failure or loss, though it could also be a test of her replication success. Regardless, she had truly struck gold this time. Witnessing Rimuru's jubilant demeanor, Odin couldn't help but smile. Mjolnir was among the most treasured artifacts in Asgard, and while precious, Securing an alliance with someone of Rimuru's extraordinary prowess and potential was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment for Asgard. Odin regarded Rimuru and said, "Mjolnir was my test for Thor. But now it has been destroyed by you. Our clash has created quite a stir, and the 9 realms are about to descend into chaos. I hope you can teach Thor the ways of kingship on my behalf." Huh. Rimuru was momentarily taken aback. Teaching Thor the ways of kingship? What a jest. She had never been an emperor. "Odin, I think you have misunderstood me. I have never been a king. I have never even touched upon the study of kingship. To ask me to teach Thor the ways of kingship is akin to asking a blind person to guide the way." Odin shook his head. "Thor is different from me. His potential exceeds mine, but he will also encounter more trials and tribulations. My intuition tells me you would make an excellent teacher." Rimuru suddenly realized that this was not about finding a mentor for Thor. It was about securing an ally in Thor. Did he hope she would lend Thor a hand in the future? Upon contemplating the future tribulations that await Thor, Rimuru cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. In the first half of his life, he possessed everything: a lineage of unparalleled nobility, loving parents, a mischievous younger brother, loyal subjects, and a childhood sweetheart who harbored affection for him. However, in the latter half of his life, he faced the heart-wrenching loss of his parents, a sister intent on his demise, the ruin of his kingdom, and the slaughter of half his people, culminating in the tragic death of his beloved brother. After severing Thanos' head, it could be said that Thor had nothing left to lose. "Odin, rest assured, in times of Thor's peril, I shall intervene. For whenever he is in distress, it invariably coincides with Earth's tribulations." Odin's eyes sparkled with complexity as he regarded Rimuru, saying, "Indeed, you possess much knowledge." Rimuru was momentarily speechless. The wisdom of the venerable Odin was no mere exaggeration. The moment that left a profound impression on Rimuru was from Thor, Ragnarok, where, as he lay dying on the shores of Norway, Odin gazed into the distance and uttered, "Remember this place, home." One can foresee that in his final moments, Odin beheld a multitude of visions, including the future establishment of New Asgard in a quaint Norwegian town across the shore. Was Odin attempting to recruit Rimuru to thwart the impending doom of Ragnarok? To be frank, Rimuru was uncertain. Odin, observing Rimuru, chuckled. "Should you agree to become Thor's mentor and teach him the ways of a ruler, I grant you permission to select a treasure from the vault of Asgard." "Really?" Rimuru's eyes sparkled with excitement. The treasures within Asgard's vault were indeed beyond counting. "I want 10, and if you grant me 10, I shall agree." Odin's expression darkened. Such greed was excessive. Did Rimuru truly believe that his vault was filled with cabbages? To demand 10 right off the bat was akin to an outrageous heist. He recalled that each time he led the armies of Asgard to plunder, they would typically return with only 1 or, at most, 2 treasures. If not, the deal is off. Deal. Rimuru eagerly acquiesced, leaving Odin with a look of exasperation. What was this feeling of being at a loss? The old god realized that even if he grudgingly consented to provide only 1 treasure, Rimuru would undoubtedly accept. His heart ached. Observing Rimuru's cheeky little face, Odin found himself at a loss for words. Having lived for millennia, this was the first occasion he encountered such a situation. As the father of the gods, he exuded majesty wherever he went. Who would have thought he would encounter an unconventional being like Rimuru? Not only did she show no fear, but she also sweetly called him Grandpa Odin. Yet when it came to business, her shrewdness was palpable. She was indeed a master of exploiting familiarity. However, Odin also found this experience refreshingly intriguing. Truth be told, he had developed a fondness for the playful, endearing, and somewhat greedy Rimuru. "Since you address me as Grandpa Odin, you shall henceforth be my great-granddaughter of Asgard." This time, it was Rimuru who was taken aback. Addressing a venerable elder as Grandpa was quite normal. She merely intended to strengthen her rapport with Odin to seize opportunities. But if she truly acknowledged Odin as her grandfather, wouldn't that mean she would have to refer to Thor and Loki as uncles? That would be a demotion, and such a losing deal was not something Rimuru would entertain. No. She shook her head vigorously. Odin was incensed. She kept calling him Grandpa Odin, yet when he genuinely considered adopting her as a granddaughter, she hesitated. Was she jesting with him? He was the king of Asgard, after all, and his words bore weight. Did she expect him to retract what he had said? With a stern countenance, Odin inquired, "What? Are you unwilling?" Seeing the old god genuinely upset, Rimuru hastily explained, "If I acknowledge you as my grandfather, then I would have to call Thor uncle. You asked me to teach him the ways of a ruler. Isn't that a disruption of our hierarchy?" She looked cautiously at Odin and suggested, "How about calling you Brother Odin instead?" Odin's eyelids twitched violently, and his lips twitched as well. To leap directly from granddaughter to sister was an absurd leap in lineage. Furthermore, for her to suggest such a relationship with a king who had lived for millennia was quite unprecedented. Dismissing the matter, Odin lightly tapped Gungnir against the ground, causing his figure to vanish without a trace. Watching the spot where Odin had just been, Rimuru stamped her foot and shouted, "Brother Odin, if you don't respond, I shall assume you consented." The already vanished Odin stumbled slightly, nearly falling flat. You truly have a knack for taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 119, The Winds of the Nine Realms Stir. After Odin's departure, Rimuru's consciousness returned, and before her lay a solitary, hollow divine phrase. Whoever wields this hammer, if deemed worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Gazing at these words, Rimuru couldn't help but marvel at the depth of Odin's power. It was evident that Odin, now in his twilight years, had long since descended from his peak strength. Yet, even in such a state, one of his avatars could still easily subdue her. Today's battle had stripped away all her pride and arrogance. She must continually nurture a spirit of humility, striving to become stronger, ever stronger. It is worth noting that Thanos, possessing the Infinity Gauntlet, was a power that utterly eclipsed that of the Father of the Gods. To perfectly replicate Mjolnir, I require your divine words. Forgive me. Rimuru immediately lunged towards the divine phrase. In an instant, she was enveloped in an endless golden divine light, as if she had entered a sea of golden runes. Through the great sage, she had previously unraveled the ancient runes of Asgard, achieving a modest understanding. But gazing at the vast expanse of runes before her, she realized how ignorant she had been. Was this the wisdom of the Father of the Gods? Could it be that this divine phrase contained the essence of the primordial runes? If so, had she just inherited Odin's primordial rune legacy? Great sage, is this the legacy of the primordial runes? Indeed, the primordial runes contain boundless wisdom. I may evolve into the king of wisdom. Oh, my God. The debt of gratitude owed was monumental. Since her crossing into this realm, this was the first time Rimuru comprehended the weight of existence. Brother Odin, you have treated me with sincerity. I shall reciprocate with sincerity towards Asgard. I will do everything in my power to prevent the onset of Ragnarok and protect those Thor holds dear. As she spoke these words, they emanated from the depths of her heart, filled with immense sincerity. Rimuru was unaware of the cost Odin would incur by bestowing the legacy of the primordial runes upon her, but she knew it would not be trivial. While Rimuru had her moments of greed and mischief, she understood the principle of repaying even the slightest kindness with profound gratitude. Even if Odin fell into the Odin sleep, as long as he remained focused, he could still perceive. Sensing Rimuru's earnestness, the visibly weary Odin, appearing exceptionally aged, allowed a flicker of relief to grace his features. He gazed towards the direction of Kamar-Taj, across the vast expanse of time and space, establishing a connection with the Ancient One. Rimuru is your disciple. Yet she is also his newly adopted granddaughter. Despite Rimuru's repeated calls of Brother Odin, he would not concede that she was his sister. In this round, he had not lost. By transferring the legacy of the primordial runes to Rimuru, his strength would significantly diminish in the short term, necessitating a prolonged slumber. Without his deterrent presence, chaos would surely engulf the Nine Realms. He was taking a gamble. Given that the future was already grim, what did he have to lose? As for Loki's underhanded maneuvers, Odin decided to disregard them. If Asgard were to be no more, what significance would the throne hold? The Ancient One, gazing towards Odin's direction, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and shake her head. Her newly acquired disciple truly knew how to stir up trouble. Quite audacious. Having even consumed the Thunder Goddess hammer from the Celestial Palace, it was only right for Odin to reprimand Rimuru, as long as she survived. This was precisely why the Ancient One had refrained from intervening. To her surprise, in a twist of fate, Odin had conferred the primordial rune legacy upon her. Odin's boldness was indeed remarkable. He was, after all, the universally acknowledged All-Father of the Nine Realms. Such audacity was almost unfathomable. Rimuru, too, was extraordinarily fortunate. A great upheaval was imminent across the Nine Realms, the Ancient One mused. Thus, due to Rimuru, the future had irrevocably changed. To what extent could she achieve? The Ancient One was filled with curiosity. In Jotunheim, amidst the tempestuous snow and frost of the giant realm, coldness and gloom were the eternal themes. At that moment, Loki, having ventured alone into this desolate land, was negotiating a deal with the frost giant leader, Laufey, in a bid to prove himself superior to Thor before Odin. And to annihilate Jotunheim entirely, Loki had set a cunning trap, using the box of frost as bait, ostensibly inviting Laufey to Asgard to slay Odin. His true intent was to lure Laufey into a solo expedition to Asgard, where he planned to assassinate him. The master manipulator Loki, akin to Lucifer luring souls, tempted. Once Odin is dead, I shall return the box of frost to you. Upon hearing the mention of the box of frost, Laufey sprang to his feet, exhilarated. Sensing Laufey had taken the bait, Loki smirked slyly, and you shall restore glory to Jotunheim. Just as Laufey was about to accept, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Asgard. An ecstatic thrill coursed through him, every cell in his body trembling. Simultaneously, Loki's expression shifted dramatically. Odin's aura had weakened significantly. Laufey's blood-red eyes flickered with a strange gleam. Was Odin dead? No, but nearly so. His power was in steep decline. No one could thwart Jotunheim now. Laufey glared at Loki with disdain, declaring, I loathe you, the parasital traitor. The box of frost shall eventually return to Jotunheim, but I shall personally retrieve it from Asgard's treasury. Kill him. No. We are not enemies. A multitude of frost giants lunged at Loki, encircling him. Yet, just as they prepared to execute him, Loki's form shifted into an ethereal shadow. They had been deceived. He must still be in Jotunheim, at any cost. They would find him and kill him. I shall offer his head as a trophy. Yes, all the frost giants of Jotunheim mobilized. War was upon them. In the realm of fire, Surtr, the fire giant, gazed towards Asgard, flames erupting from his being, brimming with battle fervor. Let us storm Asgard and reclaim the eternal flame. Let those so-called gods of Asgard know what true Ragnarok means. Countless fire giants echoed with fervor, storm Asgard, reclaim the eternal flame. In Svartalfheim, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, looked longingly at Asgard. With Odin's power in decline, the long-awaited opportunity for our race to rise had finally arrived. My king, Coles exclaimed, I shall assemble the troops and flatten Asgard. Malekith replied, begin preparations, but hold your ground for now. Odin's power has waned, yet Asgard's military remains formidable. Let the frost giants, fire giants, and Vanir engage Asgard first. Once they have bled, the day of darkness shall return to the 9 realms. Understood. In Vanaheim, Nidavellir, and the realm of hell, unrest began to stir. Due to Odin's diminished strength, the winds of turmoil swept across the 9 realms. The dominance of Asgard was on shaky ground. Chapter 120, Thor's Heartache. While Rimuru was preoccupied with accepting the primordial rune legacy, Asgard had already succumbed to endless panic and turmoil. The Asgardians, with their long lifespans, had often been reminded by Odin that they were not gods, merely mortals with slightly extended lives. Yet, in comparison to the other intelligent beings of the 9 realms, the Asgardians harbored boundless pride. For as long as anyone could remember, Asgard had triumphed over other races of the 9 realms. During the era of Bor, they defeated the Dark Elves and sealed the Ether. In Odin's time, they successively vanquished the fire giants and frost giants, subsequently conquering the 9 realms. Although Odin had aged, his strength remained unparalleled throughout the realms. As long as King Odin reigned, Asgard's authority was as solid as a mountain. However, none had anticipated that their revered king's power would diminish to such an extent. Moreover, this was now common knowledge across the realms. The glory of Odin's era was matched only by the resentment it garnered. Suddenly bereft of their towering pillar, and with Thor exiled and Loki vanished, Asgard found itself in a state of disarray, akin to a headless dragon. In the Celestial Palace, Odin's resting place, Queen Frigga held Odin's wrinkled hand, her eyes filled with boundless tenderness. Rest easy, my love. The Celestial Palace is still under my watch. I shall swiftly locate Thor and ensure he takes charge. As long as I draw breath, no one shall set foot in this chamber. As she uttered these words, the warmth in Frigga's gaze vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. A series of commands flowed from her lips, and soon, Asgard found its backbone once more. The protective barrier of the Celestial Palace was activated. The realm entered a state of emergency, with the military on high alert. At the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall observed the troops assembling, poised to attack Asgard, his brow furrowed deeply. The more he knew, the clearer it became how perilous Asgard's situation truly was. The stormy winds were but a gentle breeze compared to the potential for annihilation. Gazing at the precious materials piled beside him, Heimdall recalled the king's recent admonition. Thor, you must never betray the trust of our king and the people of Asgard. Just then, the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace, along with Sif, rushed in a flurry. Heimdall, we come on the Queen's orders to find Thor. Open the Rainbow Bridge. Holding the Sword of the Rainbow, Heimdall replied, I have awaited you for long. Take these materials with you. What is this? Fandral inquired, lifting the items. They were light, yet piqued his curiosity. Upon discovering they were URU metal and branches from the flower god's giant statue, he was utterly astonished. URU? So much of it. Sif gasped, exclaiming. As Odin's chosen bride, Sif held a significant status in Asgard. She had previously entered Odin's treasury. Recognizing that this piece of dragon sinew was likely the most precious in existence, Sif understood that the rope on Thor's hammer was made from a segment of dragon sinew. Heimdall rotated the sword of the rainbow and solemnly stated, "This is the king's directive. It is the key to safeguarding Asgard. You must ensure it reaches Thor, to be entrusted to a formidable individual named Rimuru in Midgard. She is the teacher the king has chosen for Thor." The teacher the king has chosen for Thor? Oh, my God. They had not experienced such shock in a long time. As Thor's closest aides, none understood his prowess better, which was a mountain they could not even begin to scale. To think that Rimuru was personally selected by King Odin to be Thor's teacher, what extraordinary talent must she possess? Heimdall, do you remember? The three valiant warriors of Asgard, including Sif, swore an oath of utmost solemnity, pledging our lives to fulfill our mission in the glory of Odin. Boom. The Bifrost opened. A radiant beam of light surged from Asgard straight to Earth. Earth, New Mexico, temporary research center. Rimuru and Odin were engaged in an intense struggle within the realm of consciousness, seemingly enduring for an eternity, yet in the external world. Only a fleeting moment had passed. Unlike the original film, where S.H.I.E.L.D. was oblivious to Thor, with Rimru's intel, S.H.I.E.L.D. approached Thor with great pomp, caution, and reverence. In Thor's mind, the concept of deceit was utterly foreign. Before the clumsy agent could even begin to pry, Thor poured forth information as if it were a cascade of beans. This left the agent feeling as though he had struck cotton, a forceful blow with nowhere to land. Such a straightforward lad. Is he truly the crown prince? However, if this candid young man were to ascend as the king of Asgard, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Earth. Your Highness, please refrain from calling me Your Highness. I am merely a banished sinner now. Very well. Then I shall presumptuously refer to you as Thor. Presumptuous? How dreadfully dull. Just call me Thor. Upon hearing Thor praise Jane Foster, the agent's face brightened with a smile. What could be better news than the Prince of Asgard falling for a girl from Earth? Marriages, at any time or era, serve as one of the best means of forging alliances. Thor, when do you intend to return to Asgard? The agent inquired tentatively. Thor shook his head bitterly. I cannot return. My arrogance and pride have brought Asgard to the brink of war. My father has perished because of me. I must remain in eternal exile. Odinson is dead? The agent's eyes flickered with alarm, a stark contrast to the intel provided by Rimuru. Had Loki successfully usurped the throne? Just then, Thor suddenly clutched his chest, a wave of agonizing pain radiating from his heart. Your Highness, what ails you? Let me take you to the hospital. The agent's concern was genuine, fearing for Thor's well-being. Thor gazed skyward, a hint of panic in his voice. No need. I am fine. It is Asgard that may be in grave peril. Perhaps you are merely homesick. Asgard is so powerful. How could it possibly be in trouble? Thor's bitterness deepened. When he wielded divine power, he took everything for granted. Only in its absence did he realize the value of what he once possessed. The Asgardians, particularly the royal family, often interpreted dreams and instincts as prophecies rather than mere illusions. The most renowned prophecy in Asgard was likely the twilight of the gods. Perhaps, Thor replied with a sense of melancholy. In his weakened state, he could not comprehend the true cause of his heartache. At that moment, Coulson rushed in, flustered. Sir, we have a serious situation. Seeing Coulson's sweat-soaked brow, Nick Fury immediately tensed. What has happened? Coulson glanced at Thor, stammering, the god of thunder's hammer. It's gone. What do you mean? Both the agent and Thor were instantly on edge. Especially Thor, for this hammer was a symbol of the Asgardian crown prince. Having accompanied him for centuries, he wielded it with unparalleled ease. To him, the hammer was more cherished than even Sif. Most importantly, it was the key to reclaiming his divine powers. Though he claimed he must remain in exile forever, as long as the hammer existed, hope still resided in his heart. Now, you tell him the hammer is missing? The hammer, imbued with my father's divine words, cannot be destroyed. How could it possibly be gone? Gazing at Thor's fierce expression, Coulson swallowed hard, speaking hesitantly. The hammer. It was eaten. What? Both Thor and the agent's eyes widened in disbelief. The hammer was eaten? Did they think he was a child? Chapter 121. Make way, I want to. Thor and the agent hurried to the location where the hammer had fallen. But there was no trace of it. They stood dumbfounded. This hammer, even when towed by a truck, would remain immovable. It was a divine artifact. Could it truly have been consumed? Thor was utterly dejected, muttering, "This cannot be. It cannot be." The agent was furious. "This is a base guarded by elite SHIELD agents. How could someone have entered and taken the hammer right under their noses? What were you all doing? Did you not notice an intruder? Who was the culprit? Don't tell me you don't even know who the perpetrator is." Coulson cautiously replied, "Sir, it was the Azure Angel." Gasp. The agent's complaints abruptly ceased. His eyes now brimmed with despair, akin to a wife who had endured endless grievances. "Damn it. You keep proclaiming Asgard's might to me, treating Thor as if he were your own grandfather. Yet you turn around and allow someone to consume their sacred artifact. This is beyond ridiculous. By the way, can Rimuru truly consume divine artifacts? Is that yet another hidden ability?" The agent's eyelids twitched violently. Just how many abilities had Rimuru concealed? Each time he believed he had unraveled her complexities, he discovered that she was far more intricate than he had imagined. The Azure Angel? Thor's eyes sparkled with insatiable curiosity. Who was this being that could devour even his hammer? It was simply unheard of. A name floated into Thor's mind. Rimuru. Not long ago, she had received the blessing of the Crimson Sovereign, J.A.R.VIS. Was it her? The agent groaned. "Where is she now?" Coulson replied, "Sir, she is in the lounge, enjoying tea." Uffed. The agent wanted to curse. He had nearly been scared to death, only to find that the culprit, Rimuru, was leisurely sipping tea in the lounge. Even the agent, with his usual composure, felt the urge to flip the bird and utter a curse. "Let us go to the lounge." Unlike the agent's furrowed brow and Thor's despondent demeanor, Rimuru was savoring the fragrant tea with tranquility. The benefits she reaped from consuming Thor's hammer were monumental. Firstly, she acquired numerous skill runes, including Chaotic Divine Thunder, Tomb of All Souls, immunity to thunder, and divine power resistance. Not only that, but Rimuru also successfully siphoned a portion of Odin's power, her myriad abilities evolving and ascending. Especially with the skill rune, she could manifest endless weaponry. After successfully devouring Mjolnir, the hammer held no more secrets for her. Particularly with the inheritance of the primordial runes, Rimuru could forge a rune-infused Mjolnir that was nearly indistinguishable from the original. For her, the rune-infused Mjolnir became an infinite repository of hammers. The brilliance of the rune storage skill lay in its applicability. Rimuru could easily simulate J.A.R.VIS' crimson chains using rune symbols, effectively granting her the golden locks of the heavens. Simulating the Seraphim shield would be akin to possessing the radiant 7 rings of the blaze. Rimuru felt as though she had embarked on an irreversible journey down the path of high-quality replicas. Of course, it was not without its shortcomings. The inheritance of the primordial runes vastly enhanced the wisdom of the Grand Sage, especially regarding personality, yet she remained a step away from evolving into the King of Wisdom. However, this final step was worlds apart. It was not that the primordial runes lacked power, but rather that Rimuru's own limitations hindered the Grand Sage's growth. The Great Sage aspires to evolve into the King of Wisdom, and for Rimuru to achieve this, he must grow into an awakened demon lord. However, a significant shortcoming remains. The storm dragon Veldora is currently unable to break free from his seal. Yet, due to a slight flaw in the infinite prison, Rimuru finds the difficulty of analysis has drastically diminished. The storm dragon should soon be liberated. At this moment, Rimuru gazes through the roof of the lounge towards the heavens. Through the 3 great temple barriers of Kamatak, he distinctly senses the Rainbow Bridge's transit. The 4 individuals must be the 3 brave warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif. Their arrival is fortuitous, as Rimuru intends to inquire about the situation in Asgard. To be honest, she harbors considerable concern for Odin, uncertain of the price he paid to bestow upon her the original rune legacy. Just then, Rimuru perceives the approach of Egg and Thor. Particularly, Egg's temperament seems rather volatile. "Everyone, step aside, for it is her turn to show off," cough, cough, to instruct her nephew Thor, as Egg and Thor draw near the lounge entrance. Just as Egg is about to knock, the scene before them abruptly transforms, and they find themselves within the lounge. Friends from afar, how delightful. Please, take a seat. Egg and Thor barely have time to process their surroundings before they are seated at the table. Thor, accustomed to magic from Asgard, is less surprised. But Egg is taken aback. What on earth is this method? It's simply miraculous. With a pensive gaze, Egg wonders just how many tricks Rimuru possesses. "Director, Thor, what would you like to drink?" Egg muses, striving to maintain an air of composure, as if she has witnessed grand spectacles before. "I'll have a cup of black tea, please." "Very well." With a mere thought, a steaming cup of black tea materializes before Egg. She struggles to appear nonchalant, yet her hand trembles like a sieve while holding the teacup. Soon enough, she inevitably scalds herself. Goodness. Egg is astounded. This black tea is still piping hot. Unlike Egg, Thor finds nothing amiss, though he still senses Limulu's profound and enigmatic magical prowess. Such a powerful sorceress is rare even in Asgard. What truly astonishes Thor is Limulu's appearance. She is the Azure Angel. She appears far too petite and exquisite, with blue hair, golden eyes, delicate features, and a petite stature. Thor perceives an unusual beauty in her. However, as the Prince of Asgard and a formidable warrior himself, even without divine power, his pride remains undiminished. He would never allow himself to lose face before Limulu. Bring me a cup of wine. Certainly. With a thought, a large cup of Red Star liquor appears before Thor. When it comes to drinking, Thor has never backed down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Thor raises the liquor and indulges in a frenzy. The next moment, his eyes widen in shock. What is this liquor? It's far too potent. As it courses down his throat, it feels as though fire ignites within him, rivaling even the strongest brews of Asgard. Observing Limulu's bemused expression, Thor feels belittled. It's just a cup of strong liquor. How could it possibly daunt me? And then, he continues to gulp. Phew. As the glass is finally drained, Thor breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he hasn't sullied Asgard's reputation. However, to his astonishment, the empty cup magically refills. Egg, too, finds herself in the same predicament. This potent liquor, black tea, comes with an automatic refill. Thor is torn. Should he keep drinking? Seeing Limulu's mischievous smile, he gulps down more. For Asgard, he is all in. Chapter 122, The Cute King's Followers. Naturally, the black tea and liquor cannot be fully consumed. These are two flashy spells Limulu learned from Kamatak, splendid enough to impress. The effect is remarkable, in a brief moment. The frenzied Egg and the bewildered Thor have both calmed significantly from their shock of being devoured by the hammer. Limulu extends her hand, and a hammer materializes within her grasp. Upon seeing this hammer, Thor and Egg's eyes widen in disbelief. Wasn't the hammer consumed by Limulu? How can it still exist? Moreover, how is Limulu able to lift it? Could it be a mere illusion? However, just as this thought crosses their minds, the scene shifts, and the trio finds themselves outside the base. Without uttering a word, Limulu exerts her strength and hurls the hammer into the air. Boom. The hammer flies at high speed, becoming a mere speck in the distance in an instant. Then, Thor observes Limulu perform a gesture he often makes to summon it. Seconds later, Egg and Thor witness the hammer soaring back from the heavens, returning to Limulu's hand. Thor is left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. His emotions are a tumultuous mix. This hammer has accompanied him for centuries. He knows every attribute of it intimately. It symbolizes his identity. And he never imagined that one day it would be wielded with such ease by an outsider. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Thor watches as Limulu grabs the hammer's strap and swings it vigorously, lifting her into the sky. Suddenly, the winds whip up, and thunder rumbles across the firmament. Then, endless bolts of lightning are summoned. Thor realizes that this is his signature move, the destruction thunder of Asgard. Limulu's display rivals his own. The hammer is indeed real. The divine hammer he cannot lift has acknowledged Limulu's worthiness. Limulu raises the hammer, thus acquiring Thor's power. At this moment, Thor is at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Not long ago, he was the illustrious heir of Asgard, wielding the thunder god's hammer, basking in glory. But now, he has lost even the slightest glimmer of hope of returning to Asgard. Thor is momentarily adrift. For the first time in centuries, he is utterly devoid of direction. Unsure of where to go next. Boom. Limulu, holding the thunder god's hammer, descends from the sky, reappearing before Thor. What's wrong? Have I thoroughly struck you down? Are you lost? Regretful? Under Limulu's humiliation, Thor remains somewhat unresponsive. Like a lifeless fish, his eyes lack vitality. Indeed, he regrets it. His arrogance and pride have cost him everything. But what good is regret? Once lost, it is irrevocably gone. Thor now wishes to speak to no one. He simply desires to drink away his sorrows. Look at you now, Thor Odinson. You've brought great shame upon Odin. Thor, being a staunch father's boy, is immediately inflamed by Limulu's mention of his father. He leaps up, seizing Limulu by the throat. Midgardian, how dare you insult the father of the gods? I swear by Odin's glory that you will pay a bloody price. Clang. Limulu swings the hammer, sending Thor flying. Though she did not exert much force, Thor, having lost his divine power, is merely mortal and cannot withstand Limulu's strike. He is instantly toppled, crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his face, stars dancing in his vision. In excruciating pain, Thor lies where he fell, staring up at the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. In the moments when he wielded divine power, it was always he who struck others. How could it ever be the other way around? Let alone being struck with his own hammer. The observer, Ludon, watched intently, feeling an unexpected pang of sympathy for Thor, the crown prince, who was suffering immensely. One might wonder, does Rimuru harbor a grudge against Thor? Her actions were a blend of aggression and psychological torment. What was her true intention? As she beheld Thor's tear-streaked visage, Rimuru sensed that her objective was nearing fruition. A rod raises a filial son. Without discipline, one never becomes accomplished. As the future sage of Asgard, Rimuru believed that her method of education would be indelibly etched into Thor's memory for a lifetime. Buzz. Another hammer materialized in Rimuru's grasp. One in each hand, perfectly paired. Ludon was bewildered. What was this maneuver? Thor, which of my hammers did you discard? The one in my left hand or the one in my right? With a laugh, Ludon nearly spat blood in disbelief. He was utterly lost. What was Rimuru attempting? Was she simply idling away her time by tormenting the crown prince? Such confusion enveloped Ludon. Even in his downfall, Thor remained a prince. The king might disregard him. Other princes might bully him, but for an outsider to strike him was a blatant affront to the royal family of Asgard. Did she not fear retribution from the Asgardian royalty? The defeated Thor gazed at the two identical hammers in Rimuru's hands, utterly perplexed. What was Rimuru's aim? Was humiliating him truly amusing? Thor resolved to embrace his defeat, wholly disregarding Rimuru's malicious whims. Yet, he soon realized that even in his resignation, this fiend would not relent. Rimuru placed one of the hammers upon his chest. In an instant, Thor's injured visage flushed crimson. The hammer was unbearably heavy, pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. To be crushed by his own hammer. What a humiliation. Observing Thor's evident struggle, Rimuru, with a devilish grin, inquired, "So, Thor, did you discard the hammer upon your chest, or the one I hold?" Once more, the cycle began. Thor was on the brink of despair. If he chose silence, the hammer on his chest only seemed to grow heavier. How could one be so shameless? Which held greater importance, dignity, or comfort? Naturally, comfort triumphed. With a flushed countenance, Thor shamefully replied, "It is the one upon my chest." Rimuru chuckled. "Since it is yours, you ought to lift it." With no other option, Thor extended his hands, straining to raise the hammer pressing upon his chest. Yet, despite summoning every ounce of strength, he found himself utterly powerless against it. Despair washed over Thor as he shook his head. "I cannot lift it. The hammer does not acknowledge me." Rimuru countered, "It is your hammer. Why would it not recognize you? Having already submitted, what harm is there in submitting once more? A person's integrity tends to diminish over time. My ignorance, arrogance, and pride nearly led Asgard to the brink of war. My father stripped me of my divine power for this reason. I was wrong, father. I truly understand my mistakes." Thor shouted skyward, as if addressing Asgard and the departed Odin, pouring forth his remorse. Yet, to his astonishment, the hammer upon his chest remained unmoved. Once Thor had exhausted his emotional outpouring, Rimuru posed a counterargument. "The frost giants have infiltrated Asgard's treasury. Should you not take action? Should he take action?" Since being stripped of his powers, he had been in deep reflection, repeatedly haunted by his father's words before his exile. Thus, he instinctively believed that any action he took was erroneous. Yet Rimuru now asserted that he should indeed take action. Thor's mind was in turmoil as conflicting ideologies clashed within him, nearly causing his head to explode. "Thor Odinson, has your father Odin never engaged in war? Then tell me, where did the frost box in Asgard's treasury originate? Was it a kind gesture from the frost giant's chief, who thought Asgard's treasury too barren and decided to bestow a grand gift upon your father?" Filled with pride, Thor proclaimed, "The frost box is the spoils of war from when my father vanquished the frost giants." Rimuru queried, "Then why is it right for your father to battle the frost giants, yet wrong for you to do the same? Indeed, why was it that when his father fought the frost giants it was deemed just, while his own efforts were considered misguided? What was the rationale behind this dichotomy? In times of hardship, one must adapt." This experience of exile had profoundly impacted Thor. No longer harboring resentment, he fell into deep contemplation. Ludon was shaken to the core. Unlike Thor's simplistic mindset, Ludon grasped the deeper implications of Rimuru's words. What was Rimuru's true intention? Was she attempting to mold Asgard's future king into a warmonger? Oh my god! Ludon felt as though the sky itself were collapsing. Is there truly a king devoid of ambition? Every king harbors desires to expand their territory and etch their name into history. Furthermore, all of Asgard's past rulers were warriors at heart. Did they truly believe the 9 realms were simply gifted as a reward for paying their phone bills? Chapter 123, the nephew. The divine words Odin inscribed within the hammer were, in truth, exceedingly subjective. What manner of individual could be deemed worthy? Many have lifted the hammer: Captain America, Vision, Jane Foster, Black Widow, and Deadpool. Vision and Captain America seemed somewhat justifiable, one with a pure heart, the other noble and steadfast in belief. Yet Black Widow and Deadpool were far more complicated. In her previous life, while watching movies, Rimuru always felt that the story of Thor was flawed. It failed to convincingly illustrate how Thor transformed from a rebellious and unfilial son into a ruler that even Odin could take pride in, all within a matter of days. Thor's willingness to sacrifice himself to prevent Loki from misdirecting his wrath towards others could be considered the pivotal moment for Odin's recognition of Thor. Undeniably, Thor's decision was noble, but it was also steeped in naivety. One significant reason Thor dared to step forward was his unwavering belief that Loki would not kill him. Thus, when he witnessed the destroyer extinguished, Thor's smile radiated with brilliance. He had gambled correctly. His brother remained the good brother, only for the destroyer to retaliate with a punch, leaving Thor gravely wounded. Odin, ensnared in his sleep, sensed the unfolding events and shed a tear, causing the hammer to fly forth to protect its master. Yet Rimuru perceived this more as a father's compromise and concession to save his dying son, rather than a testament to Thor's growth. Had one only watched the film, Rimuru would have concluded that this exile primarily rendered Thor more astute. Or perhaps, it instilled within him a greater respect for Odin. For the first time, Thor realized that his father could effortlessly strip him of his divine powers, his hammer, and everything that defined him. Losing his status as the crown prince of Asgard, he discovered that his so-called nobility and glory were ultimately meaningless. Thus, upon his return to Asgard, the once straightforward Thor had learned the art of flattery. In Thor, the Dark World, Odin had jestingly advised Thor not to treat him like a horse's rear end, always seeking to pat him for no reason. Yet when Odin uttered those words, it was with a lightheartedness that hinted at his own amusement. From the perspective of conspiracy, Odin's exile of Thor stems largely from the latter's defiance, which has provoked a challenge to Odin's sovereignty. Is Odin not impulsive? After Malekith's assassination of Queen Frigga, Odin, in a fit of rage, even contemplated a cataclysmic war against the Dark Elves in Asgard. Were it not for Thor's desperate efforts to shift the battlefield away from Asgard, the realm would have faced unimaginable casualties. In a certain sense, Odin's banishment proved remarkably successful, solidifying his throne. This reality elicits a sigh from Rimuru. Even the most sagacious of kings can succumb to paranoia in their twilight years. The likes of Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu, and Tang Taizong all exemplify this. The architect behind the Eight-Dragon struggle for succession, Kong Matsi, stands as a prime example. Thor has long learned to harbor respect for Odin. Rimuru has little to impart. What Rimuru truly aims to teach is the attitude toward war. Initiating conflict is inconsequential. What matters is the rationale behind it, the benefits to be gained, and, most crucially, the attainment of victory. Only the victor embodies justice. Earth has merely taken its first steps in the exploration of the cosmos, and with Asgard as an elder brother, the situation is not as dire as it may seem. Rimuru gazes at Thor and inquires, "Have you come to understand?" Thor, dejected and uncertain, responds, "Is it because I lost?" To be honest, uttering this statement leaves Thor feeling somewhat uneasy. This conclusion seems entirely disconnected from the admonitions imparted by his father prior to his banishment. In an instant, Thor feels the weight of his hammer diminish. A bolt of lightning descends from the heavens, and a multitude of silvery scales begins to entwine around his arms, while a red cloak materializes behind him. Sensing the divine power coursing through his veins, Thor is elated, eagerly toying with the hammer, his face alight with incredulity. His divine power has returned. What on earth is happening? Has Mjolnir not already acknowledged Rimuru? How then could it accept him? Observing Rimuru, Thor's eyes brim with newfound humility, devoid of any hint of defiance. The Asgardians, though combative, hold a deep respect for the strong, especially one capable of wielding the hammer of the god of thunder and restoring his divine might. Witnessing Thor's revitalized spirit, Rimuru chuckles. Indeed, this version of Thor is far more agreeable. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Rimuru Tempest, the teacher selected for you by His Majesty Odin. What? Thor exclaims, overwhelmed with excitement. You are the teacher my father has chosen for me. My father is still alive. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. That damned Loki has deceived me again. When I return, I shall make him pay. From the depths of despair to the heights of joy, this dramatic shift in Thor's fortunes stirs his very soul, leaving him exhilarated beyond measure. As for Thor's vow to confront Loki, Rimuru perceives it as mere indulgence. Unlike Thor's exuberance, The face of the egg is as dark as coal, his heart sinking to the depths. The mightiest superhero on Earth has become the imperial teacher of Asgard. What could be worse news than this? Rimuru, possessing the gift of magical perception, is acutely aware of Egg's unease. It is time to provide Egg with some reassurance. Otherwise, who knows what reckless actions he might take. Rimuru turns to Thor and asks, Thor, how does it feel to have lost your divine power recently? With the restoration of his might, Thor finds himself much more composed. It was utterly dreadful, akin to a nightmare. Rimuru nods and states, Thor, as your teacher, I shall impart a few crucial lessons that you must remember. Thor's expression turns serious. Yes, please, teacher. First, remember that anyone, including cowards, can instigate war, but only the victors can dictate how it concludes. Had Rimuru previously offered this counsel, Thor would have dismissed it. However, now, it resonates profoundly within him, imbued with boundless wisdom. In any world, the strong are revered even for their most trivial actions. Thor nods earnestly, I understand. Rimuru continues. Second, when faced with an enemy you cannot defeat, be sure to sever their head. Thor is momentarily bewildered, but nonetheless solemnly nods. Third, never choose to stand against Earth. Upon hearing this third point, Egg's eyes suddenly brighten. To be honest, hearing Rimuru instruct, Thor had previously left Egg's heart feeling as cold as ice. Unlike Egg, Thor interprets this as a caution against invading Earth. Otherwise, their teacher-student bond would surely fracture. Yet the truth is, Asgard has never harbored intentions of invading Earth. I, Thor Odinson, swear by the honor of the All-Father Odin that I shall never engage in conflict with Earth. Should I break this vow, Asgard shall fall to Ragnarok. Hearing Thor's solemn oath, Egg is thoroughly satisfied. Thor's earnest pledge fills Egg with confidence. Rimuru gazes at Thor and adds, My final piece of advice is this. You are the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer. The Mjolnir in your hand is, in fact, a counterfeit. Moreover, Odin is my elder brother, so by familial relations, you ought to address me as aunt. With a mere thought, Rimuru causes the hammer in Thor's grasp to dissolve into shimmering golden light, vanishing from sight. Thor stares at his now empty right hand, rendered speechless. The hammer is a fake? He is supposed to call Rimuru aunt? What the actual? Chapter 124. This forces me to reflect on myself once. A magnificent hammer lay before me, and I failed to cherish it. Only upon its loss did I come to regret it deeply. Nothing in this world is more lamentable than this. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would proclaim my love for the hammer for 10,000 years. Bruised and battered, Thor lies upon the ground, his eyes vacant, his heart filled with a sense of profound loss. Suddenly learning that the hammer is a counterfeit, the simple-minded Thor finds it hard to believe. Having regained his divine power, he believed he could turn the tables, only to be soundly chastised by Rimuru. The experience was nothing short of tragic. This led Thor to question his very existence. How could the hammer, which he wielded so effortlessly, be a fake? Observing the battered Thor on the ground, Rimuru feels immense frustration. Thor, are you merely the god of the hammer? Thor ignores him, choosing to wallow in his despair. Rimuru, exasperated, exclaims, You are a prince, for goodness sake. Must you be so obstinate? Rimuru earnestly advises, Thor, if without this hammer you are utterly worthless, then you do not deserve to possess it. Egg, watching Rimuru's admonishment of Thor, breaks into a cold sweat. Were he in Thor's position, he would undoubtedly remain on the ground, refusing to rise. To Egg, Rimuru exemplifies the archetype of someone who lacks skill, yet indulges excessively. Believing himself to be a sage, he teaches his apprentice without concern for their well-being. He imparts knowledge, yet whether his disciple lives or dies is of no consequence to him. Such a practice is utterly absurd. Egg doubts whether Thor will even survive to return to Asgard under Rimuru's tutelage. At that moment, Egg's phone rings. Sir, there has been an unauthorized breach of the base, and all the guards have been incapacitated. What? Egg is taken aback. Yet, he quickly regains his composure. Let them in. Yes. With Rimuru and the restored Thor by their side, who would dare to disrupt the base? Egg might even pity those unfortunate souls. Although Thor had just been thoroughly bested by Rimuru, his combat skills remain astonishingly formidable, particularly his defense, which is extraordinarily robust. Struck repeatedly by Rimulu's hammer and bombarded with lightning, Thor found himself merely with superficial wounds. Is this the might of the Asar? Truly formidable. He wondered if the heavy artillery from Earth could even breach their defenses. Soon enough, the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Thor, battered and bruised on the ground, Sif gasped, Thor, what has happened to you? Ah, Sif, Vandal, Vostag, and Hogun, what brings you all here? Thor exclaimed with joy. Although their separation had not been lengthy, the experiences he had endured during that time left him feeling as though he had traversed through another realm. The sight of his dear friends filled Thor with immense happiness. Sif's gaze fell upon the scars adorning Thor's body, and her heart ached with sympathy. He must have faced countless hardships during this time. How she wished she could have arrived sooner. Nevertheless, they had pressing matters at hand. Thor, we have come to bring you home. During this time, I have recognized many of my shortcomings. I am not yet worthy of being a true king, and I plan to remain on Earth for further enlightenment. Thor spoke truthfully. His brief sojourn on Earth had indeed been a far cry from the life of a prince. Though it was fraught with challenges, it had significantly broadened his horizons. More importantly, he had formed attachments to those he cherished on Earth. In Jane Foster, Thor experienced feelings he had never known before. Hogan, growing anxious, shouted, "Thor, have you not regained your divine powers? Did you not sense the waning strength of the All-Father?" "What?" Thor's expression shifted to alarm. "What has happened to my father?" Not only Thor, but even Rimuru was taken aback. "Is Odin truly in peril?" Sif spoke solemnly. "Thor, grave matters have befallen Asgard. For reasons unknown, His Majesty's divine power has significantly diminished, and now the 9 realms are aware. The Frost Giants, Fire Giants, and Vanir have begun to muster their forces to march against Asgard." Thor's eyes bulged with urgency, his breath quickening as the sky darkened, swirling with tempestuous winds and crackling with thunder. Asgard is currently under the guidance of the Queen, and for now, it remains safe. So there is no need for you to worry. Sif gently reassured him. But at that moment, Rimuru interjected, "Thor, remember this feeling. As the god of thunder, wielding lightning should be your instinct." As Rimuru spoke, she became the center of attention. Although Sif and the others did not sense Limuru's formidable presence, they inferred her identity from her authoritative tone. Thor gazed at the tumultuous sky, the fleeting arcs of electricity dancing around him, deep in thought. Wielding lightning should be instinct? The 4 of them performed a grand gesture of respect before Rimuru, exclaiming, "You must be Lord Rimuru. We are grateful for your tutelage of the prince. Here is a gift from His Majesty. We humbly ask you to accept it." A gift from father to Rimuru? Thor was filled with curiosity, and upon seeing the URU, the statue of the goddess of flowers, and the dragon tendons, he was astonished. Isn't this the material for forging the god hammer? Why would so much be bestowed upon Rimuru? This gift is far too extravagant. Could it be that father has asked Rimuru to be his mentor? In an instant, warmth surged within Thor. With a flourish of her hand, Rimuru collected the various gifts into her stomach. A result of the combination of the summoning magic from Kamartaj and Limuru's predatory prowess, a testament to her arduous training over the past 3 years. This made it far more convenient for Rimuru to utilize her abilities in front of others. The spectacle of Limuru's display did not particularly astonish Sif and her companions. After all, magic was merely child's play to them. However, the next moment left everyone astounded. A divine hammer materialized in Limuru's grasp. She held it to her lips and declared, "Whosoever wields this hammer, provided they tread the righteous path, shall receive the blessing of Rimuru Tempest." Upon uttering these words, Rimuru felt a torrent of magic surge into the hammer. In an instant, she experienced a sensation akin to being drained. Though smiling outwardly, her thoughts were filled with exasperation. Was such a simple proclamation truly so taxing on her magical reserves? Had she known, she would not have endeavored to appear so grandiose. Witnessing Limuru's actions, Thor, Sif, and the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace were left in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, a divine proclamation. Only Odin could accomplish such a feat within the Celestial Palace. Limuru's capabilities were indeed astonishing. Observing the awestruck expressions on Thor, Sif, and the others, Rimuru felt a sense of exhilaration. At last, my magical energy has not been squandered. This performance was truly gratifying. I shall give myself a perfect score. Adopting an air of superiority, Rimuru offered the hammer to Thor. Thor, puzzled, wondered if it were yet another trick. However, the moment he tentatively grasped the hammer, an overwhelming surge of lightning enveloped him. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt the power of thunder coursing through him, magnifying exponentially. By the gods, it's real. Rimuru has achieved what my father could do. Oh my goodness. I had truly been blind to the world. Since learning that Rimuru was the mentor Odin had chosen for him, Thor had struggled to accept it. But now, he finally embraced the truth. Thor, in a moment of utmost reverence, bowed deeply before Rimuru, declaring, "Master." Just as Rimuru prepared to bask in her moment of grandeur, a sudden whirlwind spun her around, plunging her into darkness, leaving her oblivious to everything. Chapter 125, The Avengers Assemble. On Earth, Thor raised his hammer and shouted to the skies, Heimdall, I know you can hear me. I must see how Asgard fares. In an instant, the scene before Thor transformed, allowing him to peer through Heimdall's eyes into Asgard. In mere moments, Thor's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Outside Asgard, a plethora of spacecraft filled the skies. The ships were scattered like stars, and Thor could easily discern the vessels of the frost giants, fire giants, and Vanir. They surrounded Asgard from all directions, sealing off any escape. Yet they did not yet launch an assault. The longer they delayed, the heavier Thor's heart grew. The enemy's patience signified their unwavering resolve to annihilate Asgard. Since the dawn of his memories, Asgard had always towered above the other 8 realms. This was the first time Thor comprehended that Asgard could also face the threat of total devastation. Asgard was often described as a planet, yet it resembled more of a floating continent, its expanse not particularly vast. Should war erupt on their home soil, even if victory were to be achieved, the people of Asgard would likely bleed profusely. Heimdall, where is Loki? At such a critical moment, why has he not emerged to aid our mother? Heimdall fell silent, contemplating for several moments before responding. Loki has fallen into the hands of Jotunheim, and his fate remains uncertain. What? Thor's fury ignited. Why did you not inform me sooner? Heimdall found himself at a loss for words. Should he reveal to Thor that since his exile, Loki had been up to no good? He even suspected Loki had lured the frost giants to Asgard. However, just as Heimdall was about to explain, Thor had already vanished from sight. Sif, Vandal, Vostag, Hogun. There's no time to waste. We must return to Asgard, Thor shouted as he stormed toward the living room. Seeing Thor in a state of urgency, Sif quickly inquired, what has happened? Has the situation in Asgard changed? Thor gazed at Sif and the 3 valiant warriors of Asgard, suppressing his fury as he spoke. Asgard is now besieged by the fire giants, frost giants, and the warships of the Vanir. They may strike at any moment. Vostag was taken aback. Had the situation escalated to such a perilous degree? Vandal, we can wait no longer. The king lies in slumber, and Thor must return swiftly to reassure our people. Hogun agreed, indeed. We shall depart at once. Sif hesitated. Should we not wait for Lord Rimuru? She may very well be the key to turning the tide of battle. Thor glanced at the hammer in his hand, resolute. We cannot delay any further. The support bestowed upon me by my master resides within the newly reborn Mjolnir. Very well. Sif, though reluctant, nodded in acquiescence. From their childhood, she had grown accustomed to following Thor's lead. Thor, grant me a strand of your hair. At that moment, a voice chimed unexpectedly. The 5 turned to see an ethereal figure materializing before them. Who else could it be but Rimuru? The group erupted in joy. Thor marveled, Master, is that your spirit? Rimuru, appearing untroubled, felt a wave of frustration wash over her. After all her efforts to impress her eldest disciple, she found herself failing. Hadn't she been promised a continuous flow of power after consuming old Sias Ruby? It seemed the reality was starkly different from the enticing packaging. Yet, this revelation served as a wake-up call for Rimuru. The cosmos was vast, and she needed to grow stronger, ever stronger, to ascend to the status of an awakened demon lord. The most prudent course of action was to engage in this war and harvest as many souls as possible. This urgency was what drove Rimuru to forsake her dignity and project her soul when she saw Thor and the others preparing to leave. What was morality compared to the benefits at stake? With her arms crossed, Rimuru assumed the demeanor of an enlightened sage, as if she were not the one who had collapsed. On the surface, only 3 great realms had dispatched their forces, while beneath the surface, countless factions were undoubtedly poised for action. You foolish apprentice, your mind is too simplistic. I fear you may fall into the enemy's trap. Quickly, give me a strand of your hair, so that I may rush to your aid the moment I awaken. Sif was the first to stifle a laugh, followed by the 3 warriors, who erupted in hearty guffaws. Even Thor, typically so unwieldy, broke into a booming laugh. Rimuru, despite her diminutive stature, struck a comical figure, embodying the wise sage. Stop laughing. Quickly, give me your hair. Of course. Thor chuckled, plucking several golden strands from his head, feeling a warmth in his heart. Having a master who cared for him was indeed a pleasant sentiment. Thus, the group witnessed him reverently placing the golden hair into Rimuru's ghostly hands, letting it drift away with the wind. Another wave of laughter ensued. Rimuru was beside herself with frustration, realizing her dignity as a master had been thoroughly compromised. Even Sif, that little girl, seemed utterly unafraid of Lord Rimuru now. What an affront. Boom. A radiant rainbow light descended from the heavens, and the Asgardians departed Earth entirely. As they beheld the runic markings left in the wake of the Bifrost, Egghead maintained his stoic demeanor, his expression as dark as ever. No one could fathom what thoughts churned within his mind. No amount of repetition could rival the profound impact of witnessing the event firsthand. Ensure the safeguarding of this location, and summon a few linguistic experts forthwith. Yes, sir. The agents promptly sprang into action, while Egghead made his way to Rimuru's dormant form. Observing Rimuru transformed into a small blue sphere, Egghead inquired, "It's been almost 2 days. Has she yet to awaken?" Natasha nodded. "I have been here all along, and she has not stirred." Egghead fell silent. Just recently, he had witnessed Rimuru's soul exit her body, conversing merrily with several Asgardians. He saw it. The Asgardians saw it. Yet Natasha did not. This indicated that whether Rimuru's spirit could be perceived depended on her willingness to be seen. Gazing at the unconscious Rimuru, Egghead's eyes revealed a mix of emotions. Rimuru was truly enigmatic, shrouded in mystery to the point that her capabilities remained obscured. Honestly, Egghead found himself at a loss as to how to approach Rimuru. However, he was fortunate in his inherent resilience. The Avengers he had long dreamed of assembling were never deterred by the prowess of their members. "Rimuru, would you care to join us in a conversation?" "Huh." Upon hearing Egghead's words, Natasha blinked in surprise. Is Rimuru awakening? In the next moment, Natasha's worldview was completely upended. In her ethereal state, Rimuru smiled at Natasha. "Thank you for watching over me these past 2 days, Sister Natasha." Natasha instantly donned a humble smile, radiating warmth. "It is my honor, Lady Rimuru." Natasha, a striking beauty, lightened the atmosphere with her playful demeanor. Egghead exhaled a sigh of relief, striving to ease his tension. He and Natasha had collaborated for a long time, and their synergy was impeccable. When Natasha jested, Egghead knew she was subtly reminding him to be mindful of his tone. For Rimuru was not one to respond well to forcefulness. Egghead spoke gently. "Rimuru, what are your thoughts on the war involving Asgard and the 3 great realms?" Rimuru replied, "Director, you would do well to pray for Asgard's overwhelming victory. Should the frost giants prevail, the 9 realms will revert to an ice age. If the fire giants win, Earth will face dire peril, and if the dark elves triumph, the 9 realms may descend into a dark epic. Only Asgard's victory can best maintain the current state." Egghead smiled wryly. Since taking the helm of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had considered himself the guardian of Earth. Yet when confronted with genuine peril, S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed utterly powerless. This feeling of helplessness was unbearable, especially when Earth's very existence hung in the balance. "Are we truly powerless?" he questioned, his voice strained with frustration. Rimuru's eyes twinkled. "Director, would you like to send someone to observe the cosmic conflict?" Egghead and Natasha exchanged curious glances. Rimuru continued, "The Avengers may well need to assemble." Thus commenced Chapter 126, The Avengers Assemble. Due to Rimuru's butterfly effect, numerous changes unfolded within the Marvel Universe. However, character ultimately dictates fate, and many matters would revert to their original trajectories. The flamboyant Tony Stark remained true to form, having erected a towering edifice in New York, which he proudly named after himself. Over the past 3 years, the relationship between Pepper and Tony had flourished, nearing the intimacy of a genuine marriage. As the construction of the building concluded, the couple joyously celebrated with champagne. "Sir, your phone. My programming has been updated," J.A.R.VIS announced. Preoccupied with his romantic interlude with Pepper, Tony Stark waved dismissively, joking that this was a virtual projection and suggested rescheduling. Yet, the undercover Phil Coulson, disguised as an employee of Stark Industries, was all too familiar with Tony's character. Before Tony could finish his playful banter, Coulson burst in, interrupting the revelry. After a moment of haughty defiance, Pepper and Coulson managed to persuade him to listen. Upon hearing Coulson's proposition regarding the Avengers' assembly to observe a divine battle, Pepper was taken aback. The Avengers are assembling to witness a cosmic war? Indeed. Coulson promptly presented a tablet containing records of the 9 realms and Asgard to Tony Stark. After a prolonged silence, Tony's expression soured. "That Rimuru, with such an entertaining game, why did she not invite me sooner? I thought we were friends." Coulson couldn't help but smile. With Tony in the mix, he was certain they would witness countless phenomena invisible to ordinary Earthlings. In Mexico, after luring Bruce Banner to the outskirts using a young girl, Natasha found herself engaged in a negotiation with him. Initially, Banner was resistant. However, when he heard the news concerning the safety of Earth and the necessity of his power, Bruce Banner did not hesitate to join the plan. Soon, Banner discovered that Natasha, with a sincere expression, was using a radio to signal the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. outside to retreat. Indeed, trust among individuals appears to be a scarce commodity. At a certain American military base, James Rhodes, Having acquired the Iron Patriot armor and successfully promoted to colonel, received an invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. It remains a mystery how S.H.I.E.L.D. communicated with the military, but the process was remarkably smooth. While numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. agents busied themselves inviting the Avengers, Rimuru, who had been in slumber for 3 days, finally awoke. It must be said that the exertion of bestowing divine words upon Thor had taken an unprecedented toll on Rimuru. Fortunately, there were no adverse effects on Rimuru. With the magic essence, the storm dragon within, and the ever-replenishing powers of the Crimson Cosmos and the Velden Empire, she was not lacking in strength. This failed display of power, however, was not entirely without merit. It granted her a clearer understanding of the realm of the Father of the Heavens. Facing the impending battle in Asgard, Rimuru became increasingly cautious, yet also filled with anticipation. The Frost Giants, Fire Giants, and the Warner Gods possessed souls far more formidable than those of mere mortals. By sacrificing these souls, Rimuru would undoubtedly grow even stronger after ascending to the awakened Demon Lord. Rimuru, you have finally awakened. Upon learning of Rimuru's revival, Egg immediately rushed over. Honestly, ever since he discovered the existence of the Asgardians, Egg's emotions had been in constant flux. However, after conversing with Rimuru, his spirits had improved significantly. With such a powerful ally as Rimuru guarding Earth, there was indeed much more confidence. Can one not see how the Crown Prince of Asgard treats Rimuru with utmost respect? Rimuru nodded and inquired, how is the assembly of the Avengers progressing? Egg smiled, it is all set. We are just waiting for you. When shall we depart? Rimuru was taken aback, so soon? Who is with us? Egg replied, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, James Rhodes, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Steve Rogers, along with several agents and military personnel. Rimuru's eyes brightened. You have already rescued the captain from the Arctic? When did this happen? As for Rimuru's prophetic abilities, Egg had grown accustomed to them. About 3 weeks ago. Rimuru nodded. With 3 weeks, the captain has likely gained some understanding of modern society. With him here, this war may proceed much more smoothly. Oh, Egg was exceedingly surprised. Even if the captain has reached the pinnacle of humanity, he remains merely a human. How could he possibly compare to Rimuru? Egg had not anticipated Rimuru to hold Rogers in such high regard. When do we depart? Rimuru shook her head. This war is a clash of gods and demons. Even the most ordinary soldier from Asgard surpasses the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. If I am to take them with me, I must ensure their safe return. I need to prepare first. Egg's eyes suddenly sparkled. He was immensely pleased with Rimuru's words. What can I do to assist? Materials. I require a vast quantity of materials. Provide me with an intact Quinjet and prepare the various components for 2 Quinjet aircraft. Bring me some of Hawkeye's arrows. I will enchant them. Additionally, I need several sets of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' uniforms for analysis. Egg gritted his teeth. All right. The Quinjet was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trump cards, yet Egg readily agreed. This was akin to humanity's first tentative outreach to a higher extraterrestrial civilization. Preparation could not be excessive. After sending Egg on his way, Rimuru activated a portal and returned to the laboratory in her Long Island villa. Frankly, Rimuru contemplated requesting a nuclear bomb, but after some thought, she reconsidered. Such a device was far too taboo. In the laboratory, Rimuru once again brought forth the wind god, but this time it underwent a genuine magical modification. A plethora of rune symbols were embedded into the mech, significantly enhancing its resistance to magic. After a day and night of diligent work, when the newly perfected wind god, a seamless fusion of magic and technology, materialized before Rimuru, she felt a long-lost joy and emotion. This suit of armor was truly magnificent. It represented the pinnacle of her intellect thus far. Upon completion, Rimuru devoured the mech and replicated 4 additional sets. When Rimuru returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., she happened to overhear Tony and the captain exchanging playful jabs. After listening for a while, Rimuru couldn't help but chuckle. Tony's sharp tongue was nothing short of exaggerated when it came to banter. In a brief span, nearly every Avenger received a nickname courtesy of Tony, albeit none desired them. Upon seeing Rimuru emerge from the portal, the other Avengers, aside from Tony and a few agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., wore expressions of utter disbelief. Was this little girl truly the legendary strongest superhero, the Azure Angel? Seeing was indeed believing, and it was quite the surprise. Captain America, who had just awakened, was particularly baffled. On the battlefield, Were they expected to heed the commands of a little girl? That seemed rather irresponsible. For the first time, Steve Rogers felt that the so-called Avengers team was less reliable than this mission. Even Colonel Rhodes was somewhat bewildered. She was the Azure Angel? What a joke. Chapter 127, Doraemon. Ignoring the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Rimuru waved her hand. With a clang, two magically modified wind gods appeared at the S-H-I-E-L-D base. Tony, Rhodey, this is the wind god mech I have specifically designed for this battle. It is a synthesis of Earth technology and Asgardian runes, specifically enhanced for magic resistance. From now on, you will need to adapt to this wind god, Rhodey. The other one is for you to study, Tony. Upon hearing that Rimuru's wind god was available for research, Tony's eyes lit up as if he had found the best toy. Little Jelly, you are simply amazing. I am growing fonder of you by the day. Little Jelly? Rimuru thought, aghast. If everyone began calling her that, how would she maintain her dignity as the strongest Avenger? Unperturbed, Rimuru opened a portal beneath Tony Stark's feet. With a flash, Tony vanished. The others were startled, and Colonel Rhodes was the first to ask, Ahem, Rimuru, where is Tony? Rimuru wore a friendly smile and casually replied, Tony is currently engaged in freefall. There is no need for concern. Let him enjoy the flight for a while. Freefall? Let him enjoy the flight for a while. The others exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Yet they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Tony's quips, especially regarding nicknames, were nothing short of legendary. Here, among the Avengers, almost no one escaped his sharp tongue. Yet, ironically, no one could do anything about it. Finally, they had encountered someone tough. Agent Barton, this is for you. Each arrow has been enchanted, with runes for whisper, frost, sharpness, armor-piercing, bleeding, burning, explosive, and toxin. Familiarize yourself with them. Rimuru handed several quivers of arrows to Hawkeye, who was immediately intrigued. As an archer, he was utterly enamored with these arrows, and his fondness for Rimuru soared to new heights. Seeing Hawkeye's joyous expression, the mood among the others brightened considerably. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. At this moment, they suddenly perceived a hint of Doraemon in Rimuru's essence. It was as if he embodied a veritable treasure trove. Sister Natasha, here are 2 Browning pistols. Both the firearms and the ammunition have been enchanted by me. This operation is exceptionally perilous. If you wouldn't mind, could you lend me a set of your battle attire? I shall enhance its protective qualities for you. As Natasha accepted the 2 small pistols, a beaming smile graced her face. Much like Hawkeye, she was equally intrigued by magical weaponry. Thank you, Rimuru. One must admit, Natasha was indeed a captivating beauty, a verdant gem amidst a sea of flowers, strikingly pleasing to the eye. Before Wanda joined the Avengers, she was undoubtedly the favorite among them all. By the way, the quality of your battle suits is lacking. This is steel wire exhaled by the Black Spider. A magical material. Perhaps the logistics team of S-H-I-E-L-D could devise a way to incorporate it into your suits. It may prove immensely beneficial. Rimuru produced a substantial amount of thin, transparent steel wire, instantly illuminating the eyes of those present. The presence of such rare magical materials only solidified his reputation as a little Tinkerbell. With a flourish of his hand, another thunder god manifested before them. Sister Natasha, you excel in the use of technological weaponry. Familiarize yourself with this thunder god. It may aid you. Oh my god. At that moment, Natasha gazed at Rimuru, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Although women are not typically as fervently obsessed with mechs as men, Natasha, being a spy, held a keen interest in any form of weaponry. Truth be told, she had long harbored a desire for mechs. However, she had never voiced it. Knowing that mechs were the lifeblood of Tony and Rimuru, and they would never tolerate anyone else encroaching upon their domain. Moreover, as a spy, she understood the boundaries. To her astonishment, Rimuru was actually gifting her a mech. Rimuru, you are simply too kind. Once we return from Asgard, I shall take you on a vacation. As Natasha clumsily piloted the thunder god into the air, envy radiated from everyone present. Was today a treasure distribution event? Not just the others, but even Banner and Captain America were intrigued. Especially Captain America. At that moment, he regarded Rimuru with newfound admiration. Having emerged from a time of war, his mindset remained somewhat simplistic compared to modernity. Observing Rimuru selflessly distributing valuable items to his comrades, he was momentarily reminded of the camaraderie of yesteryears. Comradeship transcends blood relations. They rely on one another. Noticing Captain America, Rimuru smiled and extended her hand, summoning Mjolnir directly into her grasp. Captain, you may not be aware of this hammer's significance. Having only recently awakened, allow me to enlighten you. It is called Mjolnir, the weapon of Thor, the Prince of Asgard. It is as light as a feather, yet as heavy as a mountain. If you can lift it, you shall wield the power of Thor. Rimuru placed the hammer before Captain America, encouraging him, give it a try. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the superheroes still indoors gaped, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow an apple whole. They were aware that Rimuru might gift Captain America some equipment, but never did they anticipate it would be Thor's weapon. Wasn't Mjolnir already retrieved by Thor to Asgard? How could it possibly be here? Captain America hesitated, thinking, Thor's weapon? Is it appropriate for me to wield it? Wouldn't it spark interstellar conflict? Rimuru was secretly impressed. Overcoming the allure of Thor's power was no small feat, truly befitting Captain America's character. It was no wonder he was worthy of lifting Mjolnir. Captain, I understand your concerns. But please trust me, for the sake of Earth and Asgard. You need this power now. Very well. Captain America promptly grasped the hammer's handle, exerting all his strength, yet the hammer remained immovable. Unyielding, Rogers employed both hands, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed, but still, the hammer showed no signs of budging. The crowd looked at Rimuru in surprise. Could it be that she had miscalculated, and the captain was not worthy to lift the hammer? But at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, creating a gaping hole in the roof. Dust and debris filled the air, while Captain America held the divine hammer, bathed in lightning, resembling a deity descended upon the earth. He actually lifted it. Rimuru was astounding. She seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, knowing Captain America would be able to wield Thor's hammer. What could possibly elude her knowledge? At this moment, the onlookers regarded Rimuru as if she were a divine being, their doubts evaporating, replaced solely by admiration and reverence. Holding the divine hammer and feeling the overwhelming surge of power within him, Captain America was filled with exhilaration. However, he held even greater admiration for Rimuru. Seeing the gift Rimuru had bestowed upon Captain America, Banner rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What gift would Rimuru bestow upon him? He was utterly intrigued. Observing the delighted crowd, Rimuru exclaimed, Everyone, let us quickly adapt to our new weapons and powers. Once we are all set, we shall embark. However, Banner's smile began to fade. Was there no treasure for him? What about his gift? Observing Banner's forlorn expression, Rimuru could not help but smile. It was the first time she realized how amusing Dr. Banner could be. Dr. Banner, the other you is the strongest. Any external possession is merely a constraint. Banner chuckled ruefully. Hulk is far too powerful. Even I cannot defeat him. He has utterly ruined my life. It is a curse of strength. Witnessing Bruce Banner's despondent demeanor, Rimuru felt a pang of compassion and suggested, Dr. Banner, perhaps you could try raising a pet. Banner looked bewildered. A pet? How could I, like a lost dog, even care for myself, let alone a pet? Yet he understood that someone of Rimuru's caliber would not make a suggestion without merit. Would a pet truly be effective against Hulk? Rimuru nodded, very effective. Dr. Banner, you do not understand Hulk well enough. He is, in fact, like a child prone to anger. He can be soothed. The notion that Hulk was a temperamental child who could be comforted struck Bruce Banner like a bolt of lightning. Having acquired 7 doctoral degrees, he had always approached the issue of Hulk from a purely scientific perspective, never considering it from this angle. Thank you so much. I shall begin learning how to care for a pet immediately. As Bruce Banner left, brimming with enthusiasm, Rimuru felt a swell of pride. She held a deep admiration for the Avengers, and being able to assist them in overcoming their challenges filled her with immense satisfaction. I'm so thrilled. Let's return and have a grand feast. A portal opened, and Rimuru departed from the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. It seemed she had forgotten something. Yet she could not recall what it was. What could it be? Never mind. If it slipped her mind, she was too lazy to expend mental energy on it. Chapter 128. Earthlings? Ants. Tony, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I truly was. Rimuru clasped her hands together, earnestly apologizing. Tony Stark reclined languidly, glaring at Rimuru with eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How could she have forgotten him? A man of his dashing good looks, charm, and charisma. Forgotten. What an utter fool Rimuru was. How forgetful could she be? Reflecting on this incident, Tony felt his teeth gnash in frustration as he plummeted endlessly through the abyss. Falling for an entire day. Initially, he had been terrified, but no amount of shouting could change his fate. Once he had acclimated and taken a nap, awakening to an insatiable hunger, he found himself still entangled in the mischief of that rascal. If you are not satisfied, then go ahead and strike me, Rimuru declared. As a thick armor materialized around him, Stark, with a begrudging realization, discerned that this mischievous slime, Rimuru, was indeed as dark as the deepest abyss of the soul. How had he ended up with such a troublesome ally? What a stroke of ill fortune. Stark glared fiercely at Rimuru, vowing that upon his return, he would undoubtedly devise an anti-Rimuru armor. He harbored quite the grudge. All right, Tony, you must put in the effort. I have faith in you. Rimuru's encouraging demeanor, reminiscent of a cheerful child, only served to aggravate Tony, causing his heart to race dangerously close to a reactor shutdown. Observing Tony's flustered expression, a mixture of indignation and helplessness, the other Avengers found great amusement. Look at you now, Stark. Even the ever-serious Captain America felt a sense of joy in witnessing Stark's plight. Tony's sharp tongue had always found a way to mock him, referring to him as an old man with movements akin to an aerobics instructor. What was even more infuriating was that Rogers, the epitome of honesty, had no retort against Tony. Engaging in a verbal sparring match was utterly futile for him. He had no outlet for his frustration. Now, confronted with the cunning Rimuru, he was utterly at a loss. Truly, it was a case of what goes around comes around. Tony, I must admit, I was wrong this time. I happen to have some precious magic steel blocks. Their greatest enchantment lies in their ability to alter weapons according to the user's will. Here, take them and see what you can discover, Rimuru said, producing several blocks of magic steel. In an instant, Tony's gaze became transfixed. The exquisite colors ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. Rimuru's gift struck a chord deep in his heart. Witnessing Rimuru's casual display of magic steel, the other Avengers exchanged glances, intrigued. Such treasures. Truly, Rimuru is the little Tinkerbell among the Avengers. Their fascination and fondness for Rimuru grew exponentially. Tony, let's not rush into research just yet. We must first contemplate the potential issues and our countermeasures. Asgard, once a picturesque realm, now lay shrouded in chaos, littered with bodies in disarray. Following Thor's return, the Asgardians finally found a semblance of hope, their morale somewhat restored. Yet, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the enemy, who had effectively encircled Asgard, losing their initial advantage. The enemy fleet was extensive, and after deploying nearly their entire naval force, Asgard managed to decimate a significant portion of the opposing fleet, a small blessing amidst the calamity. After activating the protective shield around the palace, the Asgardian army, under Thor's leadership, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the forces of the enemy. Having returned from exile, Thor's strength had greatly increased, swiftly dispatching several formidable frost giants and fire giants, thereby boosting the morale of Asgard. However, the enemy's forces were vast, and the disparity in military strength was daunting, plunging Asgard into a bitter struggle. Looking across the battlefield, the sight of densely packed enemies was disheartening. The nature of combat here, driven by divine power and magic, starkly contrasted with the modern warfare of Earth, which was characterized by relentless bombardments. The battles here were more primal, leaning towards the use of melee weapons, yet the intensity was no less fierce than Earth's heated conflicts. The icy breath of the frost giants, the flames of the fire giants, and the incantations of the Vanir gods created a battlefield that resembled a demonic meat grinder. Despite the overwhelming assault from the three nations, the Asgardian army held its ground valiantly. It must be said, the Asgardians truly deserved their reputation as gods, exhibiting unparalleled individual strength. The frost giants could no longer remain passive. A frozen behemoth was unleashed by Laufey. This so-called frost giant beast, a colossal monster reminiscent of those seen in the film Thor, was one of Jotunheim's deadliest weapons. It had once driven Thor, Loki, Sif, and other prominent Asgardian warriors to the brink of despair. The fate of ordinary soldiers facing such a formidable creature was all too predictable. The frost giant beast rampaged through the ranks of the Asgardian soldiers, causing devastating casualties. But just then, wielding Mjolnir, Thor descended from the heavens. Accompanied by a tempest of thunder, and with a single strike, he vanquished the frost giant beast. Thor! 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 The Asgardian soldiers erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted by the sight of their hero. Seated upon the flagship, Laufey's eyes burned with fury. The loss of a single frost giant beast did not faze him overly much. Yet, the significance of this event was monumental. In Thor, he saw the reflection of a young Odin. Thor, son of Odin, your exile has indeed fostered your growth, but I shall never allow you to become another Odin. He commanded, release all the frost giant beasts and launch a full-scale assault at any cost to raze Asgard to the ground. Meanwhile, the fire giants had received their orders from Surtur. A colossal fire dragon was unleashed, followed by an unending tide of fire giants, engulfing the landscape in flames as they advanced towards the Asgardian palace. The Vanir gods joined the fray, summoning earth elementals, tree folk, and sorcerers. The very ground of Asgard trembled beneath the weight of the approaching armies. Even the Asgardian divine army, renowned as the strongest across the 9 realms, began to waver. The enemy was exceedingly powerful. Could they truly secure victory in this war? Was the realm of the gods destined to fall in this battle? With a mighty swing of Mjolnir, Thor swept across the battlefield, clearing multiple frost giants that were besieging Sif, Fandral, and other key figures of the palace, alleviating their dire situation. With a resounding crash, Thor struck the ground, unleashing a wave of thunder that obliterated a significant number of surrounding foes. Fear not. Our reinforcements shall soon arrive in Asgard. Victory ultimately belongs to us. The Asgardians, though puzzled by the mention of reinforcements, felt a surge of renewed vigor. Their morale soared, and they even began to reclaim some ground. In stark contrast, the frost giants, fire giants, and the Vanir forces wore grim expressions. However, it wasn't long before a Vanir seer discerned the source of Asgard's reinforcements. The reinforcements from Asgard are Earthlings? What cosmic force could they possibly represent? Migger people? Those pitiful creatures akin to ants, easily crushed with a single hand? Indeed, laughter erupted among the frost giants, fire giants, and Vanir alike. To consider the Migger people as reinforcements? Has Asgard truly fallen to such depths? This battle would surely spell the end of Asgard. Chapter 129. Are Earthlings weak? Hold firm. We must endure. If we can buy just a little more time, Prince Thor will be able to eliminate that frost giant beast. Indeed, Prince Thor is stronger than ever. We need only to trust in him. A multitude of Asgardian soldiers formed ranks, fighting valiantly against the colossal frost giant beast. Yet, the creature's defenses and sheer size rendered their attacks ineffective, barely even scratching its hide. Moreover, the beast's roars unleashed an onslaught of frigid winds, causing immense harm to the Asgardian soldiers, who began to exhibit signs of freezing. Could they truly hold out until Prince Thor dealt with that massive fire dragon and came to their rescue? Moreover, the fire dragons were not the only threat. The Asgardian soldiers, in their initial despair, realized that without the presence of Odin, they were not as formidable as they had once imagined. Vandal, be wary of your left. The robust Hogun charged headlong into a frost giant leader, narrowly managing to shove the creature aside and rescue Vandal from the icy spikes. Sif, be cautious. Vostag swept his sword, cleaving a frost giant that had attempted to ambush Sif. However, misfortune struck. Vostag, caught off guard, found his arm ensnared by a frost giant's grip. In a fleeting moment, his right hand became severely frostbitten, rendering it nearly incapable of wielding his sword. With a swift stroke, Vandal dispatched the frost giant that threatened Vostag. Alleviating his predicament, Hogun, fuming and breathless, cursed the overwhelming number of enemies. No matter how many he felled, they seemed inexhaustible. Sif, gasping for breath, lamented her dwindling stamina. When will Lord Limulu arrive? At that moment, the earth trembled ominously. Vostag's expression shifted dramatically. The colossal beasts and frost giants were poised to breach the palace's barrier. Should they shatter the defenses, Asgard would be irrevocably lost. Sif thrust her sword forth, determined to buy even a moment of time for Thor, even at the cost of her own life. Attack! The 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace charged recklessly toward the frost giants assailing the energy barrier. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Heimdall's forces were nearing their limits. Under the relentless assault of the fire giants, the Asgardian army suffered grievous losses. Countless brethren had turned to ash beneath the flames of their fiery adversaries. It was not that the Asgardian soldiers lacked strength. Rather, the disparity in numbers was insurmountable. Asgard was indeed powerful, but even a superpower like the United States could not withstand the onslaught of overwhelming foes, be they the Bear, the Eastern Giants, or the European Union. Kill Odin, reclaim the eternal flame. Kill Odin, reclaim the eternal flame. Kill Odin, reclaim the eternal flame. The fire giants' morale surged. Having been suppressed by Asgard for millennia, their glory extinguished. They had long fantasized about vengeance, but little did they expect that the day of retribution would arrive so swiftly. Was this truly the twilight of the gods foretold by Odin? In stark contrast to the fire giants' heightened spirits, the morale of the Asgardian soldiers plummeted. The legend of Ragnarok instilled an innate fear of the fire giants within the Asgardians, leading to an acute sense of trepidation. Now that the fire giants had truly invaded, they awakened the deep-seated fears harbored by countless Asgardian warriors. This was a devastating blow to their resolve. On the battlefield, Queen Frigga observed the dire situation. A sigh escaped her lips. She was originally a goddess of the Vanir, later marrying Odin of the Aesir, her maternal lineage. The Aesir and Vanir had once been evenly matched, enduring prolonged warfare that inflicted heavy losses on both sides. Achieving peace was no simple task. This union represented one of the symbols of their newfound harmony. Indeed, the alliance had proven remarkably successful, with both divine factions enjoying an extended period of tranquility. However, Frigga was acutely aware that dissent lingered within the Vanir. Many believed that the Vanir deserved to be greater than they were, rather than allowing the Aesir, their ancient rivals, to dominate them and become the true rulers of the Nine Realms. Odin was not oblivious to this sentiment. When he first heard such rumors, he merely chuckled. As long as Asgard remained strong, rumors would remain just that, rumors. Yet, Frigga had not anticipated that even the mighty Odin would suddenly weaken so drastically. Among the Vanir's aggressive forces, she saw no familiar faces. She understood that the Vanir were holding back, not wishing to sever ties with Asgard entirely, at least not overtly. Should Asgard manage to reverse the tide of battle, these attacking forces would turn into marauders. Frigga, as queen, was no fool. Could a mere band of robbers truly match the palace guards of Asgard? Yet, a regular army, stripped of their uniforms and clad in the garb of brigands, would indeed be perceived as thieves. Frigga could not dare to expose this, for even in victory, Thor could not reveal it. This was the nature of politics. On the battlefield, the situation grew increasingly dire. Faced with an overwhelming barrage of enchantments, Asgardian soldiers suffered grievous casualties. The marauders from Vanaheim rampaged without restraint. Countless Asgardian men shed their blood under the assault of their former allies. Queen Frigga gazed skyward, where Thor battled against several fire dragons. Through this ordeal, Thor had matured significantly, his divine powers soaring. As a mother, she felt a profound sense of pride. Yet, the burden resting upon her son's shoulders was immense. To mitigate the fire dragon's devastation upon the Asgardian soldiers, Thor unhesitatingly drew them away. However, the sheer size and swift flight of the dragons hindered him. He hardly had time to summon the god of destruction's thunder. To make matters worse, there was not just one fire dragon. The three fire dragons acted with disarray. Yet their immense size and rapid speed meant that even a single breath of flame could decimate swathes of soldiers. Thor hesitated, unable to unleash his full might. As he witnessed his comrades fall one by one beside him, Thor's heart sank to the depths. Throughout countless battles, he had never faced such a formidable struggle. Unlike before, when he had his father overseeing the battlefield, he could charge into the fray without fear. Now, he bore the weight of the entire battlefield. His soldiers needed him. Yet he felt utterly constrained. Damn it, his role had shifted, and with it, the weight of responsibility. For the first time, Thor acutely felt the distinction between a king and a gallant general. Frankly, he despised this sensation. As he sensed the fall of his fellow warriors, Thor's fury ignited. Not only did his enchanted hammer crackle with energy, but his entire being surged with unending lightning. Yet, he remained unable to vanquish the three fire dragons. Thor's heart bled with anguish, yet he found himself powerless to act. After living for over 1,000 years, he felt smaller and more helpless than ever. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated in Thor's mind. Thor, if you cannot even handle 3 fire dragons, your power is truly lacking. Upon hearing this voice, Thor's spirits soared. He turned toward the source and beheld a portal erupting with sparks, revealing Rimuru, who had already materialized, hovering in the heavens. Though Thor had sensed his master's impending arrival during Limuru's ethereal quest for his hair, witnessing Rimuru on the battlefield filled him with exhilaration. In Limuru's presence, he felt a comfort akin to that of his father. In an instant, the battlefield seemed to freeze. The 3 fire dragons, numerous frost beasts, frost giants, fire giants, and soldiers of the Vanir were all ensnared by divine power. Within moments, a significant portion of the enemy forces was dragged into the sky, not merely the bound foes, but even the Asgardian soldiers gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. By the All-Father, what was happening? One person could instantaneously control half the battlefield? Was she a being of strength akin to the king himself? Surely, this was not a dream. Was she truly a Midgardian? Had they not claimed that Midgardians were short-lived and weak, no more than ants? Meanwhile, just moments ago, the complacent Laufey was now startled upright from his seat. The 2 individuals, one embodying ice and the other fire, wore expressions of profound dismay. The leader of the Vanir bandits was so astonished that his jaw nearly struck the ground. How could a mere child possess such formidable power? You dare assert that the reinforcements from Asgard are Midgardians? The bandit chief, filled with deceitful rhetoric, was neglecting military strategy. Behead that seer, as you command. Several bandits seized the seer and dragged him outside, intending to execute him. The seer, in a state of panic, cried out in vain. Unjust. It is true, They are indeed Midgardians. Yet, at this juncture, the bandit leader had no inclination to heed the seer's nonsensical claims, dominating the battlefield in an instant. You expect me to believe they are Midgardians? He aspired to revive the Vanir clan's reign. Did he appear a fool? Chapter 130. What constitutes true power? Rimuru, with a single motion, seized control of half the battlefield, ensnaring a significant portion of the enemy forces in midair through a spell known as gravity manipulation, a highly advanced magic from Kamartaj. The spell's overwhelming potency stemmed from its caster, Rimuru. Boom. The multitude of enemies lifted into the air by Rimuru plummeted to the ground at a velocity akin to that of falling meteors. In an instant, nearly half of the opposing forces found themselves disoriented and battered. The Asgardian soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, required no further prompting from Rimuru. They instinctively moved in to deliver the finishing blow. In a heartbeat, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The morale of the Asgardian army surged, and before long, someone shouted, "Valkyrie! Valkyrie! Valkyrie!" In Asgard, the Valkyrie was a figure steeped in fantasy and legend. Be it through opera, poetry, or murals, tales of the Valkyrie echoed throughout the ages. Yet, they had always been mere whispers, devoid of a physical form. However, Rimuru's formidable display fulfilled all the Asgardians' imaginings of a Valkyrie, beautiful, mysterious, and powerful. The cheers rose like a tsunami, instilling fear in the hearts of the frost giants, fire giants, and the Vanir bandits alike. In the realm of warfare, strength reigns supreme. Rimuru's recent exhibition of prowess instantly garnered the respect of every Asgardian soldier. The assembled avengers, too, bore expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. On Earth, they ranked among the pinnacle of power, true superheroes in every sense. Despite their awareness of Rimuru's strength, widely acknowledged as the mightiest superhero, they had never fully grasped the extent of her capabilities. Yet now, they realized their imagination fell short of the reality of Rimuru's might. What does it mean for one individual to rival an entire army? This is it. Laufey, Surtur, and the Vanir bandit chief glared with fiery intensity, as if they wished to engulf Rimuru entirely. Rimuru's strike was merciless. The casualties inflicted were nearly equivalent to the total losses sustained prior. The Midgardians, the three leaders, seethed with hatred. After this battle, they vowed to obliterate that savage planet. This level of loss was within their capacity to endure. Upon arriving through the portal, they recognized that the so-called reinforcements numbered fewer than 100. What could such a paltry force accomplish on the battlefield? Could they even make a ripple? Not every Midgardian possessed strength akin to that blue-haired girl. Several among them could be crushed between two fingers like ants. To ensure the annihilation of Asgard, each of their races had sent forth their elite. Yet, each faction retained substantial reserves. Despite their current cooperation, a unified front was improbable. Once Asgard was vanquished, none would willingly offer their kin as a sacrifice. However, Rimuru's emergence had caused them to lose nearly half their forces, erasing the hard-won advantage in an instant. King Laufey caressed his throne, suppressing his fury, and commanded, "Deploy all remaining frost giants. Let them first deplete her magic," followed by an assault from our most elite commanders. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the fire giants, Surtur, the supreme leader among them, coordinated an encirclement to eliminate the Midgardian. "I refuse to believe her magic is boundless. As you command." The Vanir bandit king dispatched his finest troops to join the assault on Rimuru. Sensing the mass of frost giants converging upon her, Rimuru smiled. Souls delivered to her doorstep were not to be dismissed. "Captain, you and Natasha, along with Agent Barton, proceed to assist Sif and secure the palace." The captain, shield in one hand and enchanted hammer in the other, wore an expression of resolute determination. "No problem." Natasha, wielding two small pistols, was eager. "I, too, wish to witness what makes a godly battle so distinct." Barton, with a swift flick of his bow, readied himself. "My arrows are eager to fly." Rimuru instructed, "Tony, Colonel Rhodes, you two are responsible for aerial support, drawing aggro, and extinguishing flames." Tony, ever irreverent, replied, "Drawing aggro? That is my specialty. It's showtime for Iron Man." Boom. The thrusters ignited, and Iron Man soared through the air, swiftly drawing the ire of a multitude of frost giants, who howled in pursuit of Tony. Rimuru chuckled. Tony was indeed remarkable. His skill in aggro drawing was unparalleled. She turned to Bruce Banner and smiled. "Dr. Banner, this is the perfect moment for your wrath to emerge." Bruce glanced back at Rimuru, a bashful smile gracing his lips. "Let me share a secret. I've always been quite angry." His skin turned green with astonishing rapidity. his garments tearing apart as he transformed into the Hulk. With a powerful grasp, he seized a roaring frost beast, slamming its colossal head into the ground, creating a massive crater. Yes, Thor raised his hammer, exhilarated. He had thought that aside from Rimuru, no one could rival him in battle. Yet, he was taken aback as a seemingly frail figure morphed into a colossal green giant, effortlessly subduing a frost beast that Thor himself found formidable. Incredible. Is Midgard truly this powerful? Clang. A colossal fire dragon, nearly embedded in the ground by Rimuru's gravity manipulation, shook itself free and aimed to unleash a torrent of flames upon Thor. However, Thor hurled his hammer with all his might. The hammer streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing the dragon's maw and obliterating its head. In that moment, Thor experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. Is this what it feels like to have allies? Truly marvelous. Master, once you deal with the remaining 2 foolish dragons, I shall assist you. Hearing Thor's words, Rimuru chuckled. Assist me? Oh, Thor, my dear fool. Today I will teach you how to wield thunder. Crackle. In an instant, Rimuru was enveloped in an endless storm of lightning. With a single step, she vanished, and when she reappeared, a battalion of frost giants was sent soaring into the air, each one crackling with arcs of lightning. Before the frost giants could comprehend what had transpired, Rimuru vanished once more, reappearing to send another group of frost giants tumbling through the sky. In that fleeting moment, the battlefield seemed to freeze, while Rimuru transformed into a blinding light. The onlookers barely glimpsed her form, only witnessing flashes of silvery lightning weaving through the throngs of enemies. Wherever the lightning danced, foes were violently hurled into the air. Mere seconds passed. On the battlefield, all the frost giants near Rimuru were sent soaring into the air by explosive blasts. As Rimuru's figure reemerged, a veritable rain of frost giants fell from the sky, punctuated by the occasional spark of silvery lightning. Thor, wielding his hammer, stood with his mouth agape, momentarily taken aback and numb. How could he perceive Rimuru's power as thunder while his own was merely sparks of electricity? Chapter 131. Who says the people of Midgard are weak? In front of the royal palace, a colossal frost giant commander charged forward with alarming speed, threatening to corner Vandal. Undeterred, Vandal surged ahead. Upon reaching a critical velocity, he suddenly knelt, slipping beneath the frost giant's legs, and sprang up to deliver a piercing thrust, slaying the frost giant commander with a single stroke. Hooray! Vandal chuckled gleefully. Simultaneously, Hogun, Vostag, and Sif dispatched their foes with fervor. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived as they soon found themselves surrounded by an influx of additional frost giants. Unlike the previous cannon fodder, these giants were far more formidable. The trio's expressions shifted, overwhelmed by unprecedented pressure. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously from the heavens. Sif's heart soared with joy. Was it Thor coming to their aid? With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning struck down, instantly obliterating the frost giants encircling them. The positions surrounding the palace held firm once more. Yet, to their astonishment, the newcomer was not Thor, but a human clad in a blue bodysuit, brandishing a round shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. Surely, they could not be mistaken. Was that not the mighty Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god? By the father of the gods, what was happening? Could it be that Odin had another illegitimate son on Earth? With a resounding clang, Captain America brought his hammer down, shattering a frost giant, and looked at the stunned trio. What's wrong? Are we ready for another round? Of course, came the enthusiastic reply not only from the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace, but also from a host of Asgardian soldiers. In Asgard, the hammer of the thunder god represented a faith unyielding. Iron Man soared through the skies, his missile bays opening to lock onto one flame giant after another, obliterating them with precision. In a matter of moments, the beleaguered Asgardian soldiers were transformed from desperate to triumphant with Iron Man's intervention, even turning the tide of battle. With a buzz, his sonic cannons unleashed a barrage that left a regiment of flame giants dazed, clutching their heads, and rolling on the ground in disarray. Energy pulse cannons, laser beams, thermal decoy missiles, and liquid nitrogen bombs, especially the latter, proved to be formidable against the flame giants. While they might not be able to slay the commanding flame giants directly, the ordinary ones fell one after another. As for his good friend Rhodes, his approach was nothing short of brutal. The rapid fire of his Gatling guns swept across the battlefield, raining bullets upon the foes, effectively clearing swathes of enemies. The combination of Earth's advanced weaponry and Rimuru's enchantments unleashed astonishing power upon the battlefield of Asgard. With the addition of Iron Man and War Machine, the tide of battle shifted dramatically in a brief span, turning the tables from defense to offense. Die Asgardians! A frost giant snarled, its ice-clad arms poised to strike. Yet, at that instant, an arrow pierced through the chaos, targeting the giant's eye directly. Boom. Flames erupted. The frost giant let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. Asgardians, the gods shall eventually face their twilight. A flame giant, ablaze with fire, prepared to incinerate a battered commander. But just then, an arrow struck true. The flame giant froze, bewildered as it looked down to find an arrow lodged in its chest. Swish! The sound of arrows whistled through the air in mere moments. The battlefield was filled with trepidation as flame giants, frost giants, and the marauding Vanir quailed in fear. On the battlefield, the imposing presence of a sniper was beyond imagination. In the Vanir section of the battlefield, despite Rimuru's latest iteration of the wind god being mass-produced and easily replicated, it was anything but subpar. Its remarkable resistance to both physical and magical attacks rendered it extraordinarily effective in combat. The myriad of spells raining down posed no threat to Natasha within the wind god. With a swift counter of ultrasonic interference, countless spellcasters faltered, unable to concentrate and incant their spells. Frigga, the goddess who observed everything, could only stifle a laugh. Initially, she had feared that Asgard was doomed, but she had not anticipated Thor finding reinforcements from Earth. Truthfully, when she first glimpsed the meager number of under 100 reinforcements, she felt disappointment. However, Rimuru's display nearly left her speechless. Raised by a witch and later married to the father of the gods, Odin, Frigga was undoubtedly a figure of immense stature, and while she may not possess Odin's vast knowledge, she was far from ignorant. Rimuru's brilliance shone so brightly that even Thor seemed overshadowed. In Rimuru, Frigga even perceived echoes of her eldest daughter Hela. Wherever she appeared, she commanded attention, radiating a brilliance that could pierce through clouds. Frigga felt no jealousy. Instead, she was genuinely proud that Thor had cultivated friendships that could lend aid in dire times. Indeed, Thor had matured. Moreover, at that moment, the goddess most wished to exclaim, "Who had ever told her the people of Midgard were weak? To those gathering intelligence, come forth." She would not harm them. Aside from the extraordinary Rimuru, that green giant who called out for Hulk was equally absurdly powerful. Withstanding the fiery breath of a dragon capable of turning Asgardian warriors to ash, the Hulk emerged unscathed, his skin barely singed. Whoever claimed Earthlings were weak. At that moment, the one most eager to shout that sentiment was not Frigga, but King Laufey, the Flame King Surtur, and the Thief King. What manner of monsters were these Midgardians? They were legendary giants capable of slaying gods, yet in the presence of these Midgardian beings, they struggled to last mere moments. The blue-haired girl was one thing. She was a sorceress, and her power source was evident. But what of that green-skinned aberration? The dragon's fiery breath had not only failed to vanquish him, but he retaliated with punches that left the dragon questioning its existence. Heavens, where could the faces of those dragon-slaying warriors be hidden? And what of that man wielding the round shield? Surely, that shield was far too unreasonable. Not only could it return when thrown, but it also seemed to block the frost giant's ice magic. Even more absurd was the fact that he possessed Mjolnir. Wasn't he that the signature weapon of Thor Odinson? And the archer, why could his arrows change direction? Could it get any more ludicrous? As for those in mechanized suits, particularly the one donned in burgundy, was his mouth not excessively insolent? Was that also a form of Midgardian magic? Each time he spoke, even the most steadfast of soldiers would abandon their Asgardian brethren in a frenzy to pursue him, only to be taken down by another man sporting an array of machine guns. Who had ever told them that the people of Midgard were as weak as ants? Chapter 132. Asgard will be guarded by me. Ultimately, strength speaks volumes on the battlefield. Rimuru, without a doubt, had established herself as a legendary Valkyrie the moment she stepped onto the scene. Subsequently, she charged into the enemy ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm, a solitary force opposing an entire army. Presently, the Asgardians have come to regard Rimuru as a cornerstone, akin to Thor. Countless divine warriors have rallied behind her, drawn by her formidable presence. As for the other Avengers, their remarkable performances have likewise garnered the respect of the Asgardian soldiers. Take Hawkeye, for instance. While his prowess may be considered relatively modest, his arrows now serve as a potent deterrent. The enemy is acutely aware of the threat he poses, and the Asgardian soldiers recognize his significance. In a brief span of time, Hawkeye has faced several waves of assaults aimed specifically at him. Yet, the Asgardian soldiers are resolute, willing to sacrifice everything to intercept those enemies intent on assassinating Hawkeye. It must be said that the discipline of the Asgardian soldiers is truly commendable. As for Captain America, before the royal palace, he has undeniably emerged as a genuine leader. Wielding the hammer of the god of thunder, his strength has surged to new heights, dispatching more than one frost giant commander. In a matter of moments, the palace stronghold has been secured, even showing signs of a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Nini has successfully established herself as the battlefield's paragon through her sharp tongue, with her enmity nearly at its peak. The sight of that burgundy iron can incite a fury among frost giants, fire giants, and the Vanir, all of whom seethe with resentment. In the realm of the frost giants, a 3-meter-tall frost giant general towers above, proclaiming the prowess of the Valkyrie, whose relentless onslaught has inflicted grievous losses upon his kin. In the heat of battle, her strength shows no sign of waning, nor does she exhibit the slightest fatigue. No longer shall the warriors of my clan bleed in vain. The 3-meter frost giant, a rare breed of noble lineage in the frost realm, possesses a bloodline so powerful that it could contend with Thor, the Asgardian prince. War invariably claims lives, and as a general, he has long come to terms with this reality. Yet, Rimru's ferocity in battle is utterly terrifying. Ordinary soldiers fall before her, as if they were mere blades of grass. King Laufey gazes upon Rimuru, enveloped in crackling lightning, as she navigates the battlefield with unparalleled prowess, and a chill creeps into his crimson eyes. Her commanding figure evokes memories of a millennia past, reminiscent of the Asgardian death god who rode the magical wolf Fenrir. Spreading death and terror, it is said that compassion has no place in warfare, yet this campaign has seen an excessive amount of bloodshed in Jotunheim. Surrender is simply not an option. For the first time in thousands of years, Laufey finds himself so close to reclaiming the icebox. As ordinary soldiers quietly retreat, the leaders of the ice giants, frost giants, wind giants, and mountain giants unite, ready to strike where they can, and subtly redirect the battlefield toward the fire giants' main forces. The frost giant general instantly comprehends Laufey's intent to cast the Valkyrie, that bane, into the arms of the fire giants. Rather than feeling displeased, the frost giant general is filled with elation. Jotunheim and Muspelheim, ice and fire, have always been at odds. Now, the opportunity to collaborate arises solely due to their mutual adversary in Asgard. Once Asgard falls, Jotunheim will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 realms. Seizing this chance to weaken the detestable fire giants through the hands of Rimuru is a prospect too enticing to resist. With the issuance of King Laufey's orders, the dynamics of the battlefield swiftly shift. The giant leaders of Jotunheim converge upon Rimuru, and in mere moments, she finds herself encircled by dozens of towering giants. Thunder roars. A bolt of lightning strikes down, slaying a frost giant beast at Thor's hand. Unlike Rimuru, Thor and the Asgardian soldiers have been embroiled in combat for several days. The prolonged and intense fighting has begun to take its toll even on the god of thunder. This is bad. Many giant leaders are causing trouble for my master. Thor, panting heavily, swings his hammer with all his might, intending to soar into the skies to lend Rimuru his support. Yet, just then, a frost giant general lunges forward, wrapping Thor in a bear hug. In an instant, Thor is engulfed by an overwhelming chill. The frost giant, a seasoned foe of Asgard, intends for them both to perish together. To be frank, while it is impossible to completely vanquish him, it is equally challenging for Thor to break free in such a short time. Unbeknownst to him, in his fervent desire to save others, he has inadvertently given the frost giant a significant opening. Roar. To make matters worse, a frost giant beast charges forward, swallowing both him and the frost giant general whole. Hulk. Upon witnessing Thor's fate, the Hulk erupts with fury, his power surging. The towering, robust frost giant becomes as light as a twig in Hulk's grasp, swung with ferocious might. However, the sheer number of foes proves overwhelming. Frost giants swarm like a relentless horde, charging at Hulk one after another. In a matter of moments, Hulk is besieged by a multitude of frost giants. Crack. Under the sacrificial wrath of the frost giants, they transform into ice, encasing themselves and Hulk in a frozen tomb. The situation on the battlefield has shifted dramatically. These frost giants are merciless not only to their enemies, but also to their own kind. In a brief span, the Avengers find themselves facing substantial challenges. Meanwhile, Rimuru is besieged by a cadre of frost giant leaders. Midgardians, this battle does not belong to you. You have no reason to spill your blood upon Asgardian soil. Rimuru smiles, questioning the intent of the frost giant leaders. Are they attempting to persuade her to abandon the fight? Of course, this is not her battle. She has merely come to reap souls, nothing more. Great sage. How about the souls of these frost giant leaders? Response. Exceptional quality. Sacrificing their souls yields results 100-fold superior to that of ordinary souls. Really? As she surveys the frost giant leaders encircling her, Rimuru's eyes gleam with excitement. Unable to contain herself, she licks her lips. In that instant, the frost giant leaders feel an involuntary chill, as if they were being targeted by a formidable nemesis. Is it merely a delusion? They are giants of the frost realm. After all, how could they feel cold? Rimla channels her telepathic abilities, her countenance earnest, and declares with conviction, Jotunheimers, you are indeed correct. This does not belong to the Earthlings, and we need not shed blood in Asgard. Upon hearing Rimlu's thoughts, silence falls over the battlefield. The crowd is taken aback. What does the Valkyrie mean? Has she been daunted by the onslaught? However, at that moment, Rimlu's telepathic message resonates across the battlefield once more. But we are the mightiest heroes of Earth. A hero, by definition, is one who can shatter despair at any moment. Jotunheimers, Muspelheimers, Vanir. As long as my blood of Rimuru Tempest still flows, I will never allow you to ravage the 9 realms. I shall protect Asgard. Rimlu's words ring out with resounding clarity, and in an instant, all Asgardians erupt in cheers, revering her with unwavering admiration. Black Widow, Tony, and Hawkeye exchange glances, astonished by Rimlu's nobility. How had they been unaware of her valor? And has Rimlu ever shed blood? Chapter 133. Who truly is the Frost Giant? The leaders of the Frost Giants are no mere foot soldiers. In Jotunheim, they are capable commanders. Their strength is formidable, and even Thor would require considerable effort to defeat them. Faced with such a multitude of mighty overlords, it was conceivable that Sol could also fall victim to a brutal onslaught. The sight of Rimuru encircled by dozens of Frost Giant overlords sent a chill down the spines of the gods of Asgard and the assembled Avengers. Had it not been for Rimuru's incantation, they might have been compelled to rush to her aid, vowing to rescue her at all costs. You Midgardian, if you seek to play the hero, we shall oblige. With those words, one of the overlords initiated the cataclysm of ice, prompting the legion of Frost Giant overlords to unleash their frost magic in unison. In an instant, snow and ice filled the air, a torrent of frigid energy surging towards Rimuru. Crack, crack, crack. In the springtime realm of Asgard, temperatures plummeted, particularly in the vicinity of Rimuru, where the frost rapidly spread, encasing the land in a thick, white blanket of ice. Rimuru was utterly ensnared within that unyielding frost. So cold, the Asgardian soldiers nearby were instantly frostbitten. With Hawkeye suffering severe injuries, had he not possessed keen reflexes, he would have been unable to use any restorative potions in time. Gazing at the snowy battlefield, Hawkeye felt a shiver of dread. Even Tony's iron armor began to malfunction due to the cold. Not only Asgard but also their allies, the Vanir, were affected, and the fire giants suffered significant collateral damage, with some of the weaker ones extinguished by the frost. They stood resolute, a testament to the prowess of Jotunheim, as the combined might of the cataclysm of ice proved formidable. Seeing the performance of the numerous overlords, King Laufey could not suppress a smile. The cataclysm of ice was a grand spell he had devised specifically to counter Odin, designed to replicate the effects of the icebox and transform the environment to align with Jotunheim's climate. Frost giants were strongest in their icy realm. To Laufey's surprise, Rimuru had the audacity to not even activate her defensive magic. While she was indeed powerful, her arrogance and hubris would ultimately lead to her demise. Even Odin would need to constantly invoke his divine power to shield himself against such an overwhelming ice magic. If Rimuru sought her own destruction, she had no one to blame but herself. But at that moment, both Laufey and all the overlords were left in stunned silence. They beheld Rimuru, encased in solid ice, suddenly transform into a torrent of blue liquid, which then enveloped the very ice that had imprisoned her. Within mere breaths, the ice that had confined Rimuru vanished entirely. Confirmation complete. Ice breath acquired successfully, capable of instantly releasing a vast amount of icy energy to freeze the target. Impossible, a frost giant overlord exclaimed in disbelief, hardly able to trust his own eyes. How did you break free from the ice? And why were you not frozen? The gods of Asgard cannot withstand our frost magic. How could a mere Midgardian endure it? The one who was just encased was surely an illusion. Indeed, it must have been an illusion. Her magical prowess is astonishing. I can't recall when she cast the spell. She cast it too swiftly. Does she not require incantation? The frost giant overlords babbled in confusion, their composure shattering. Can you imagine a commander of troops questioning why you were not harmed by frost in such a naive manner? Yet, at that moment, none among the onlookers found it peculiar. The frost magic of the frost giants was renowned, powerful, and feared throughout the 9 realms. Both the Aesir and the Vanir held it in great reverence, and it was particularly lethal to the fire giants. Yet now, despite being subjected to the cataclysm of ice by so many overlords, Rimuru remained unscathed. Could it truly have been an illusion? Observing the bewilderment around her, Rimuru feigned greater confusion. What is frostbite? The frost giants, the Vanir, the fire giants, the Asgardians. Rimuru, even more puzzled, questioned, does casting a spell require an incantation? The Vanir's sorcerers, the Asgardian mages, the frost giants, the fire giants. Tony wore an expression of admiration, thinking, truly, what a worthy adversary for me, Tony Stark. Natasha smiled. Rimuru's words are indeed infuriating. Even the captain was rendered speechless. Such a level of provocation against the frost giants seemed exceedingly unkind. Iceblade. In unison, the overlords, wounded and enraged by Rimuru's taunts, launched their assault. In an instant, numerous ice spikes erupted from the ground. Crack, crack. In a heartbeat, Rimuru was pierced by a multitude of ice spikes, resembling a hedgehog. Lady Rimuru. Rimuru. Valkyrie. The crowd gasped in horror, overcome with despair. But in the next moment, Rimuru transformed once more into a torrent of blue liquid, and all the ice spikes vanished within mere breaths, leaving her completely unharmed. Confirmation complete. Ice spike acquired. Additional skill Ice Blade added. Another new skill. Rimuru beamed with delight. Is there more? A frost giant overlord quivered in fear. You cannot possibly be a Midgardian. What manner of monster are you? This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all present. The frost could not bind her. The spikes could not kill her. And she could unleash electricity without the need for incantation. She was certainly no mere Midgardian. What manner of creature was she? A prodigy. Looking seriously at the assembled frost giant overlords, Rimuru asserted, I truly am a Midgardian. I am quite weak. Everyone, do you have a misunderstanding of what weakness means? Do you possess any other techniques? Come, I can still endure. Ice Ball, Ice Meteor, Ice Thorn Spear. Confirmation complete. Ice Breath, Ice Spike, Ice Thorn Spear acquired. Ice Manipulation successful. Confirmation complete. Ice Manipulation and Heat Manipulation acquired. Conditions met for temperature control. Observing the now thoroughly outmatched and terrified frost giant overlords, Rimuru tilted her head. Is this truly all you have? Your use of frost lacks imagination. Allow me to teach you how to wield ice magic. Rimuru struck the ground with her hands, summoning a magic circle, causing the earth to seem as though it had come alive. Ice Spring. Boom. In an instant, a towering iceberg erupted from the ground, transforming the very geography of Asgard. The frost giant overlords who had encircled Rimuru were directly severed, their formations scattered to disarray. Teaming up against Rimuru? Not a chance. Ice Formation Cavalry. A multitude of frosty spears erupted from the ground, swiftly impaling 4 or 5 frost giant overlords. Ice Spirit Arrow Rain. In an instant, the sky above the battlefield was filled with a dense array of glimmering icy spears. The onlookers were left agape. While King Laufey was so startled, he stood from his throne. You call that an arrow? Each one is as thick as an infant's arm, and the sheer quantity is beyond comprehension. Who, then, is truly the frost giant? Chapter 134. A battle that freezes the world. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed upon the unyielding Rimuru, who, with a mere flick of her hand, could dispatch the dozens of overlords that had besieged her in an instant. Was Rimuru truly of the same caliber as the great Odin? In stark contrast to the frost giants, fire giants, and the Vanir, who were left despondent, the Asgardian side erupted in a tsunami of cheers. The name of Lady Rimuru echoed throughout Asgard, as if the realm had descended into a joyous sea. Even Sol, having recently broken free, felt a sense of relief and pride. Truly, she was his master. Her strength was undeniable. Hulk was oblivious to the shouts of the crowd. Yet seeing everyone so animated, he joined in with his own thunderous roar. When it comes to roaring, Hulk has never known defeat. The other Avengers, too, found themselves laughing joyfully. No wonder Rimuru had invited them to witness a divine battle. This was indeed a spectacle. Through this conflict, the members of the Avengers gained a clear understanding of the combat prowess of the Asgardian soldiers. Even the most ordinary of them surpassed the finest special forces trained on Earth. With the aid of magical equipment, their strength would be significantly amplified. As for the divine warriors, they were truly exaggeratedly powerful. Any one of them, if placed on Earth, would be akin to a superhero, impervious to conventional weaponry lacking enchantment. Such a formidable Asgardian army, when compared to Rimuru, appeared decidedly weak. A true monster. All the Avengers felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunate that Rimuru was a human from Earth, an Avenger, a comrade. Had she been an enemy of Earth, they might very well have faced a living god. On the flagship of the Frost Giants, King Laufey fixed his icy gaze upon Rimuru, his ship encased in frost. Gravity magic, thunderous annihilation, and ice magic, such versatility was overwhelming. The frost giant general trembled and spoke. "My king, could it be that Rimuru is of the same caliber as Odin in his prime?" There was a thought he did not voice. If Rimuru were indeed on par with Odin, what was the point of fighting? No. Odin in his prime far surpassed the Rimuru of now. If I possessed the box of ice, I could surely triumph over her. A fleeting glimpse of endless anguish crossed Laufey's eyes. The box of ice was an eternal pain for Jotunheim. The elite Rimuru had just slain were among the frost giant's noble bloodline. If only the box of ice were still in his possession. He could wield its power to plunge this place into a new ice age. Those noble bloodlines could grow to heights of 10 or even dozens of meters, becoming true giants. Flattening Asgard would be a trivial task. After Odin's decline, Laufey believed the time had come to reclaim the glory of Jotunheim. Little did he expect. Another Rimuru Tempest had emerged in the Nine Realms. Was the glory of the frost giants to be lost forever from his grasp? To make matters worse, the high commanders had fallen too swiftly, failing to lure Rimuru to the domain of the fire giants. The frost giants perished beneath the ice. Open communications. I must speak with Fire King Surtur. Upon establishing the connection, Surtur's horned visage engulfed in flames appeared on the screen. "Laufey, your Jotunheim has been gravely wounded in this battle." King Laufey maintained a stoic expression. "Rimuru excels in thunder and ice magic. We frost giants are powerless against her. The task of dealing with her falls to you fire giants." Conditions? Surtur was no fool. He would not easily take on such a formidable foe without assurances. Yet, he could not refuse. The frost giants were incapable of confronting Rimuru, and should he decline, Jotunheim might very well retreat. The Vanir gods were certainly not to be relied upon. What could mere brigands achieve? Surtur held the Vanir in utter disdain. Centuries of complacency had eroded their ambition. However, even if he were to take on the burden, he must reap sufficient rewards. Should he conquer Asgard? If the Fire King were willing to return the box of ice to our kin, Jotunheim would yield to Muspelheim. Delightful. Surtur rejoiced. The frost giants and fire giants were natural enemies, with their abilities countering each other effectively. Had he not lost the eternal flame, Surtur would not have regarded Laufey with such respect. Now, to compel Jotunheim to submit would be nothing short of splendid. Though Surtur had always taken pride in bringing forth Ragnarok for the Asgardian gods, he held a begrudging admiration for Odin, his old rival. To unify the Nine Realms. Now that Asgard was on the brink of collapse, Surtur's grand ambition would commence with the annihilation of Asgard and the subjugation of Jotunheim. As for the box of ice, once he regained the eternal flame, what did it matter if Laufey possessed it? With a mournful yet heroic sound of horns, the frost giants retreated in an orderly fashion, while a multitude of fire giants converged. The battlefield was once again divided. The frost giants and the Vanir brigands began a frenzied assault on the palace, while the fire giants focused their attacks on Rimuru. The bloody conflict resumed. Given Rimuru's proficiency in ice magic, it was evident that fire magic would be her Achilles heel. Thunderous annihilation? While it would indeed inflict some damage on the fire giants, it could not compare to the devastation wrought by ice magic. Fire and ice countered each other, and Rimuru was undeniably a dire threat to the fire giants. Yet, the fire giants could also incinerate Rimuru to ashes with their flames. Rimuru Tempest? The Nine Realms had no need for another Odin. Fire King Surtur brandished the Twilight Sword, issuing the command to attack. In an instant, the icebergs Rimuru had previously created began to melt en masse, the ice transforming into snow melt, which rose as mist, only to vanish in an instant. Having learned from the frost giants' experience, the fire giants, in greater numbers and better organized, kept their distance from Rimuru. Fire King Surtur personally directed the assault. His strength elevated to an entirely new level. Inferno. At Surtur's command, all fire giants unleashed their flames. The heavens rained fire, akin to the apocalypse, as the world was engulfed in a sea of flames. Indeed, the divine flames released by the fire giant army were terrifyingly intense. Trees were consumed, life extinguished, rocks melted. Within mere moments, what had once been a paradise filled with birdsong and blossoms transformed into a desolate realm of fire. This, let alone anyone else, even Rimuru felt somewhat awestruck. The sheer might of the army was magnificent, capable of altering the very fabric of reality in an instant. If such power were unleashed upon a human city, it could lead to a rapid extermination of the entire population. The Avengers were utterly astonished. The fire giants' method of assault was far more ferocious compared to that of the frost giants. Could humanity truly withstand such force? Even the irreverent Tony was left with nothing but fear and concern etched on his face. Then, The crowd noticed Rimuru standing serenely amidst the endless sea of flames. Her blue hair billowing, her garments untouched by fire. Searcher. All the fire giants. Chapter 135, The Uncrowned King. Hey, are the fire giants unleashing their ultimate move? Must they be so disrespectful? This was not ordinary fire. It was the magical flames of the fire giants, capable of reducing even gods to ashes. Yet, upon encountering Rimuru, not a single hair on her head was singed. King Luffy's mouth hung agape, his blood-red eyes wide with disbelief, at a loss for words. The ice could not touch her, nor could the fire consume her. Without divine protection, could Odin himself achieve what she had? What manner of foe had they provoked? King Luffy felt a profound gloom enveloping the future. This siege of Asgard might very well lead to utter defeat solely because of Rimuru. One person could turn the tide of a multinational war. Even a young Odin could hardly have done better. Rimuru Tempest, a mere human girl? What a farce. Who could fathom what kind of monstrosity she truly was? Alas, a crime of non-combat. Thor, the god of thunder, Queen Frigga, and the host of Asgardian warriors were all left in a state of shock. The divine flames of the fire giant army had reduced countless Asgardian gods to ashes. The Flame King Surtur, as foretold by the prophecy of Odin, is the demon destined to bring about Ragnarok for Asgard. It can be said that the denizens of Asgard harbor an innate dread of the fire giants from Muspelheim. Yet, to their astonishment, his flames failed to even singe a corner of Lord Rimuru's garments. At this moment, the gods of Asgard began to question their very existence. Who truly is a god? In comparison to Rimuru, these so-called divine beings felt as insignificant as mere ants. Observing Rimuru's serene demeanor, the gods of Asgard sensed that he seemed to be conveying through his actions that even such a small flame could extinguish lives. As for the Avengers, they exchanged bewildered glances. Was Rimuru truly this formidable? When Rimuru proposed the assembly of the Avengers to witness a divine battle, the underlying reason appeared to be his need for an audience. It seemed they had no choice but to assume the role of mere spectators. The Avengers, in bitter amusement, found their worldview shattered and their faith in existence wavering. Meanwhile, the Vanir, those brigands, were pale with dread. Thor, you had such a powerful mentor. Why didn't you disclose this sooner? Had you revealed it earlier, there would be no robbers in Vanaheim, for the roads would be safe and doors left unlatched. The onlookers were relatively unfazed, but it was the fire giants who were most unable to accept the reality. Surtur's flame-wreathed visage was etched with disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. Scouring the vast annals of the Nine Realms for countless millennia, such an absurdity had never been recorded. If ice magic proved ineffective, it could only mean that Rimuru was a master of frost magic, possessing even greater magical prowess. Indeed, as soon as Rimuru made his move, an overwhelming onslaught of ice magic left the frost giants dazed. However, fire and ice are adversaries. While possessing high affinity for frost, it inevitably implies vulnerabilities in other domains. This was precisely why Surtur dared to seize the mantle from Luffy, even if Rimuru unleashed a grand spell, encasing the world in ice and annihilating the majority of fire giants. Surtur would not be so astonished. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Rimuru appeared to do nothing, and yet the divine flames of the fire giant clan were rendered utterly ineffective. Where in the world does such outrageousness exist? Undeterred, Surtur commanded his entire army to advance, to incinerate all in their path. The response was immediate. A multitude of fire giants charged towards Rimuru. In an instant, the very ground trembled. Soon, the besieging army of fire giants found themselves encircled by none other than Rimuru himself. Though the numbers were vast, in the face of ineffective flames, they could only engage in close combat. And in hand-to-hand combat, Rimuru's prowess surpassed all expectations. Like a lion plunging into a flock of sheep, the ranks of the fire giant army were swiftly shattered. Under the relentless onslaught of ice magic, the fire giants perished in droves. Ultimately, this left all fire giants in a state of terror. Rimuru began to wield fire magic, showcasing skills that surpassed those of beings born of flames. His fists, wreathed in fire, struck down fire giants with ease. A magical circle manifested, and a pillar of fire erupted, incinerating dozens of fire giants into ashes. Can one truly believe that fire giants were slain by flames? The boundless, dark flames, reminiscent of both black fire and thunder, appeared eerily terrifying. On the battlefield, as wave after wave of black flames exploded, vast swathes of fire giants were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. In the wake of such endless astonishment, the beings of Asgard and the five nations found themselves numbed. Compared to ice magic, it seemed Rimuru was indeed more adept at fire magic. From whence did this monstrosity emerge? Humans, mere humans. Who would believe such a thing? In truth, they were unaware that Rimuru was indeed more proficient in fire magic. After consuming the remains of Miss Jingjiang, Rimuru had acquired the skill of fiery manipulation, and through the unification evolution of the aberrants, he also learned the advanced skill of Black Flame Thunder. This allowed him to manipulate flames at a molecular level with power beyond imagination. With Black Flame Thunder, Rimuru could even devastate continental plates. It was one of his trump cards, the might of which was unfathomable. After devouring the fire giants, Rimuru did not acquire any fire-related skills. This only serves to highlight that Rimuru's mastery over flames far surpassed that of the fire giants. Unless Surtur obtained the eternal flame, should Surtur acquire the eternal flame, he would truly possess the power to contend with Odin, a veritable figure of the divine. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. The fire giants suffered catastrophic losses and were thoroughly intimidated by Rimuru's might. All hostilities ceased at this juncture. It was clear to all that this war could not continue. The pivotal development leading to this moment was solely due to Rimuru. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Ice magic proved ineffective. Fire magic was futile, physical attacks had no impact, and sheer numbers were rendered useless. In certain respects, Rimuru was even more formidable than Odin in his prime. How fortunate Asgard was to receive Rimuru's assistance. How fortunate Midgard was to have birthed such a transcendent being. While Rimuru may not be the king ruling over Midgard, he was indeed the true king without a crown. With Rimuru, Midgard could stand shoulder to shoulder with any nation across the 9 realms. One individual from Midgard could suppress an entire military power of a nation. Alas, the Frost Giants, the Fire Giants, and the Vanir felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. They had believed that Odin's decline was their supreme opportunity for ascendance. Little did they know. This grand war among the 5 nations would instead serve to elevate Rimuru's unparalleled renown. After Odin's demise, who among the 9 realms could challenge him? Laufey, the Flame King, and the Brigand King of the Vanir were engulfed in a tide of bitterness and regret. In Asgard, they once more tasted the bitterness of defeat. This place had become their land of sorrow. Perhaps it was time to surrender to Rimuru, to cede territory and pay tribute. For that would be far better than losing all their stakes here. However, just then, a general arriving from Jotunheim whispered a few words into Laufey's ear. In an instant, Laufey trembled with excitement. Upon receiving the long-desired artifact from the Frost Giant General, Laufey's eyes even glistened with tears. The honor of Jotunheim had been lost for far too long. Chapter 136, The Box of Ice. Peace has been achieved. Truly, peace has been attained. The gods of Asgard erupted in ecstatic cries, as the commencement and conclusion of this battle far exceeded their expectations. Lord Rimuru is indeed immensely powerful. It is no wonder that Prince Thor regards him as a mentor. It can be said that everyone here bore witness to Rimuru's rise. Those with even a modicum of political acumen understood that the dynamics of the 9 realms were set to change. Midgard, or rather, Earth, would continue to be an ally of Asgard in the future. However, the circumstances would be markedly different. Previously, Earth was merely a subordinate to Asgard, perceived as a place of exile, primitive and backward. But from now on, the 2 nations would be akin to brotherly states, with Rimuru as the bond. It is likely that for millennia to come, the 2 nations would not raise arms against one another. Surely, all in Asgard would harbor no desire to wage war against the Earth under Lord Rimuru's watch. Nevertheless, this is undoubtedly a boon for Asgard. Having endured this conflict, Asgard suffered grievous losses, its national strength significantly diminished, necessitating a period of recuperation. Additionally, Prince Thor requires time to grow. The lessons from this battle were profoundly painful, and the gods realized the terrifying scarcity of high-end combat power. This time, the radiance of the divine realm nearly plummeted into eternal darkness, a scenario that, in the past, seemed utterly unfathomable. At that moment, a divine general furrowed his brow and remarked, "Do you not sense a chill in the air? I initially thought it was merely an illusion, but it is indeed frigid. Something is amiss. The cold is intensifying." Alarmed, the assembled divine generals soon realized that a relentless gale of frost was sweeping toward them. Wherever this tempest passed, everything was encased in ice. They even witnessed a colossal fire giant shatter as it was frozen solid. By the father of the gods, what on earth is transpiring? Could it be the work of the frost giants? But how dare they? Do they not fear that Lord Rimuru will annihilate them to the last? Run! A divine general bellowed, commanding the dazed soldiers to retreat. They awoke from their stupor, yet how could they withdraw in time? Many of Asgard's warriors beheld their comrades transformed into mere ice sculptures. It was over. Caught completely off guard, They were on the brink of total annihilation. In that very moment, Rimuru's voice resonated in the minds of all. The sound layered and echoed, as if permeating from multiple dimensions. What wind! In an instant, the overwhelming winter storm that threatened to consume everything dissipated. Once rescued, the gathered crowd realized that Rimuru had somehow multiplied into countless forms, her presence filling the sky. Is it truly possible? Asgard was home to numerous mages, skilled in various magical arts, and possessing extensive collections of spells from different systems. Yet, they had never conceived that a single individual could wield magic to such an exaggerated extent. Did Lord Rimuru not harbor concerns of exhausting her magical energy? However, before they could ponder further, Rimuru's thoughts echoed in their minds. Lao Fei has acquired the box of ice. Immediately organized the populace to seek refuge. Ordinary soldiers are to retreat to the palace, safeguarding the palace's barriers at all costs. Lao Fei has acquired the box of ice. This revelation left the gods of Asgard utterly bewildered. The frost giants possessing the box of ice represented the true essence of their kind. In the past, to vanquish King Lao Fei, even His Majesty Odin had sacrificed an eye. Although that battle had unfolded on Earth millennia ago, and centuries had passed since, Asgardians, with their long lifespans, still remembered the horrors of that conflict. In the aftermath of the battle, Earth entered an ice age, and the repercussions lingered for centuries. Today, the Asgardians were once again reminded of the terror of the frost giants. All soldiers of rank below the commanders swiftly retreated and organized the populace to seek shelter. Commanders, high-ranking officers, and divine generals remained behind, determined to prevent the frost giants from stepping foot in the palace. At this moment, the elite qualities of Asgard's warriors shone brilliantly, particularly those in command, none of whom displayed cowardice. Rimuru, fully aware of the unfolding events, could not help but admire their valor. Perhaps a reflection of Asgardian culture that embraced death with courage. Loki utilized the box of ice, quickly encasing Heimdall in frost. Though Heimdall managed to break free, he was left severely weakened. Who is Heimdall? He is the renowned guardian of Asgard. If he could not withstand it, what hope did the ordinary commanders have? Each warrior who remained had resolved to sacrifice themselves for Asgard. At this moment, the battlefield lay nearly empty, save for the valiant warriors and the members of the Avengers. Agent Barton, wielding the box of ice, possessed frost magic that had evolved beyond comparison. Your body cannot endure. Protect the other agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and retreat to the palace barrier. Understood. Hawkeye realized he could no longer remain, as the winter winds, though temporarily dispelled by Rimuru's wind, still threatened to freeze him solid. A portal opened, and Rimuru directly transported Agent Barton to the palace. On the battlefield, Rimuru, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Black Widow, Hulk, and War Machine gathered together. With a flourish, Rimuru summoned 2 new mech suits. As a super genius, Iron Man had naturally prepared in advance. The 2 suits Rimuru presented were specifically designed by him to combat frost giants, distinguished by their remarkable cold resistance. Furthermore, they were embedded with magical steel from the Quiller dimension and had been enchanted by Rimuru herself. These suits represented a remarkable fusion of technology and magic. Rimuru, you have overshadowed me recently. Now let the frost giants witness Iron Man's prowess. Seeing Tony Stark's exuberance, Rimuru could not help but smile. Tony certainly loved the spotlight. The frost giants were in for a rough time, and the name Blueberry was simply too fitting. Tony was indeed a genius in the realm of nicknames. Colonel Rhodes said nothing further and donned the frost giant combat armor. Captain, can we engage in another battle? Crackling sounds erupted as bolts of lightning cascaded from Thor's hammer. Mjolnir, enveloping Captain America, whose expression grew increasingly resolute. Absolutely. Thor glanced at Captain America's hammer and then at his own, momentarily at a loss for words. His emotions quite complex. Hulk, the temperature is dropping. Is your fury still ablaze? Roar. Hulk bellowed, excitement glinting in his eyes. He had never enjoyed a fight as much as this, and his fondness for Rimuru was growing. Lightning crackled as Rimuru unleashed a bolt that struck Natasha's armor. In an instant, the power levels of the Wind God armor surged to an astonishing 1000%. Natasha's eyes sparkled with delight, with ample energy. Her confidence for the impending battle soared. While the Avengers prepared for the confrontation, King Lao Fei had fully acclimated to the power of the box of ice. At this very moment, Lao Fei had grown to a towering height, and those noble bloodlines behind him were also experiencing a dramatic surge in power due to the box's influence. In a fleeting moment, the frost giants behind Lao Fei had reached an extraordinarily exaggerated stature. The chilling power of the box was rapidly spreading, and from above, One could observe that all of Asgard was being encased in ice at an alarming rate. The entire realm was swiftly transforming from a land of eternal spring into a winter wonderland. It seemed as though they were no longer in Asgard, but rather in a second Jotunheim. This icy force showed no signs of abating, beginning to extend to the other realms of the 9 worlds, including Earth. Chapter 137. Now, it is Earth's war. Earth, also known as Midgard, is the most pivotal transportation hub of the 9 realms, holding immense strategic importance. Whoever controls Earth holds the power to advance or retreat at will. Furthermore, any significant upheaval in any of the 9 realms could potentially impact Earth as well. As the rare convergence of the 9 realms approached, the inherent spatial positions of the realms began to overlap and invert to a considerable extent, including the positions of Asgard and Earth. With Asgard being encased by the box of ice, the terrifying chill permeated through the endless void, affecting the climate of Earth. In the northern hemisphere, during summer, one could see countless women dressed in light attire. This undoubtedly formed the most beautiful scenery amidst the heat, adding fuel to the fire of the sweltering summer. Yet summer, too, has its own vexations. The presence of mosquitoes, for instance, can make one feel utterly deprived of comfort. At this moment, the northern hemisphere, regardless of location, began to feel inexplicably pleasant. The wind, a cool breeze, an even cooler gust, whoosh, 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 a refreshing breeze swept through, undoubtedly bringing an unexpected delight to the sweltering summer. Yet, this surprise seemed to have crossed the line. The crowd was astonished to discover that this wind not only provided coolness, but also carried an unsettling chill. Countless individuals found themselves involuntarily shivering. How could one feel cold in the height of summer? They initially chuckled at the absurdity, but soon found their laughter extinguished. As the hexagonal, pristine ice crystals melted in their palms, they were left in a state of bewilderment. Snow? Snow in June? Are you kidding me? It quickly became apparent that this was no jest. The flurries multiplied, transforming from gentle flakes into a deluge of snow, escalating into a blizzard. The summer snowfall rapidly went viral across social media worldwide, becoming the hottest news. As if that were not enough, when the populace learned that snow was falling globally, the sense of abnormality intensified. The climate was utterly erratic. Moreover, the temperature had plummeted alarmingly, with no prior warning. For those young women clad in summer attire, the biting cold was a true revelation of what it meant to feel frozen. In a certain eastern nation, a passenger aircraft named 3U-8633 was departing from Shikong Airport en route to Sunlight City when a sudden influx of frigid air caused the cockpit's windshield to shatter and detach. The abruptness of the situation left the cockpit exposed to the frigid temperatures at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The pressure differential from the cabin's rupture created an overwhelming suction force, nearly pulling the co-pilot out of the plane. With every 1,000 meters gained in altitude, the temperature drops by 6 degrees. At 10,000 meters, it could plummet below freezing. The extreme cold of the ice crystal box further lowered the temperature. A person exposed to such an environment could quickly succumb to total freezing. The aircraft found itself in a perilous predicament, with 119 lives on board, including crew and passengers, at risk of being entirely consumed by the encroaching disaster. Meanwhile, at Mount Everest, the world's highest peak, a sanctuary for climbers and a realm of death-defying challenges, numerous aspirants had perished over the years while attempting to conquer its heights. Summer is typically the prime season for such endeavors, and climbing teams from around the globe had chosen this moment to undertake their treks. Among them were climbers from the Eastern nation, daring to scale the third pole of humanity. In 1960, Chinese mountaineers Wang Fuzhou, Ganpo, and Xu Yinhua first ascended Everest from the North Ridge, achieving a historic milestone. At that time, foreign commentators widely believed that without international climbers, the Chinese would never succeed. A nation must possess a spirit of exploration and a willingness to dream. Today, we shall honor our forebears, remain true to our origins, and once again challenge the path of death. However, just then, the already frigid Everest experienced a sudden temperature drop. With storms escalating to unprecedented levels, the climbers from various nations were left in sheer disbelief. What on earth was happening? How could one embark on a challenge of such magnitude without adequate preparation? The weather had been closely monitored for nearly a week, and it was expected to be clear skies. How could a heavy snowfall occur so abruptly? More terrifying than the blizzard was the sudden drop in temperature. Despite still being at mid-mountain, the temperature was already akin to that at the summit. All the climbing teams were stunned. How could this be? In an instant, every climber seeking to conquer Everest found themselves ensnared in a dire crisis. In Asgard, feeling the boundless power within, King Laufey and the Frost Giants reveled in their triumph. Many elders, who had previously felt the might of the ice crystal box, were overwhelmed with emotion. After millennia, the ice crystal box had finally returned to their grasp. The loss of the ice crystal box for thousands of years had cost Jotunheim dearly. But this time, they would reclaim everything. King Laufey's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was truly a divine occurrence that the day of reclaiming the ice crystal box coincided with a once-in-a-millennium astronomical marvel. Asgard and Midgard aligned on the same axis. And the ice crystal box's power could not only encase all of Asgard in ice, but also plunge Midgard into a new ice age. The Frost Giants erupted in jubilation. Midgard was the nexus of the 9 realms, a critical stronghold for conquering other worlds, a coveted prize. With Rimuru, the peculiar entity, stationed there, they would normally not dare to entertain any ambitious thoughts. Yet, none of them anticipated encountering such a rare celestial phenomenon. The power of the ice crystal box could permeate Asgard and seep into Midgard. Congratulations, King. It is time for us, the people of Jotunheim, to rule the 9 realms. Flatten Asgard, conquer the 9 realms, and capture Rimuru. Accompanied by the fervent chants of the Frost Giants, the gods of Asgard and the Avengers stood resolute. Tony Stark, Rimuru. Why had this group of blueberries suddenly become so fervent? Captain America, Thor, Hulk, and the others turned their gazes toward them. Limuru's expression grew serious. Due to the peculiar astronomical phenomenon, the power of the ice crystal box had penetrated Asgard, reaching Earth. Now, the winds and snow engulfed the planet, threatening to freeze even the oceans. What? Instantly, flames ignited in the eyes of each Avenger. Clang! The helmet of the Mark armor enveloped Tony's face, and he transformed from his previous nonchalance into a figure of utmost seriousness. What had begun as a mere observation of the divine battle was now a war for our planet. Captain America gripped his shield in one hand and his hammer in the other. Once, there was a madman who sought to unify the world. Now, his empire lay in ruins. Yet again, another madman aspired to conquer the 9 realms, and I shall not permit it. Hulk. Each Avenger's mindset had shifted dramatically. Tony Stark was correct. This was a war for Earth, a war for the Avengers. Chapter 138, The Offering of the Sister, Boundless Magic. The power of the ice crystal box was overwhelmingly potent. This battle must be swift and decisive. I shall keep my strategy concise. With the augmentation from the ice crystal box, giants and beasts alike gained tremendous enhancements. I will initiate the assault, unleashing black flame and thunder to create chaos and provide opportunities for my comrades. Natasha and Rhodes, you two will engage at the periphery. Your core objective is to disrupt and support, minimizing our casualties. Natasha, Rhodes, understood. Hulk, unleash your fury and shatter those detestable blueberries. Normally, Hulk might not comprehend much else, but Limuru's magical perception allowed it to directly translate textual information into language understandable to the recipient. Hulk beamed with joy, displaying an adorable smile. Hulk, Tony, Thor, and the captain, you 3 will handle Laufey together. First, entangle him as much as possible. I will charge into the enemy ranks, aiming to slay the formidable commanders among the Frost Giants, thereby weakening their living forces. Limulus spoke rapidly. This was the optimal plan derived from the great sage's calculations. With the ice crystal box in hand, King Laufey possessed near godlike strength, comparable to Thanos without the gauntlet. Even if Limula charged forth, it could not conclude the battle swiftly. Yet, the power of the ice crystal box was not limitless. It ultimately required a wielder. As Tony and the others detained Laufey, Limulu would be free to eliminate the most formidable leaders among the Frost Giants. As for the remaining minions, they shall be left to the gods of Asgard to handle. In this manner, the advantage shall snowball, growing ever larger. Ultimately, the 3 factions shall converge, uniting all their might to launch a fierce assault on Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Tony Stark's eyes. Was he to be the main force against King Laufey? A discerning choice. I believe this battle shall be exceedingly exhilarating and entertaining. I have no objections. Captain America nodded, expressing his admiration for Rimuru's strategy. Thor, too, was resolute. This was splendid. As I also have matters to clarify with Laufey. Prepare to commence, Rimuru declared, stepping forward and instantly appearing in midair. The black flame thunder struck mercilessly at the Frost Giant's stronghold. This time, Rimuru did not hold back. The terrifying force of the black flame thunder was unleashed in its entirety. With no incantation required, Rimuru could cast any spell instantaneously. Within a brief moment, the battlefield erupted in chaos, with explosions occurring in numerous locations. Laufey attempted to thwart Rimuru's advance, but it was futile. Rimuru had long since resolved not to engage him directly. After tossing a bomb, he shifted his position. Laufey found himself at a loss. Yet, as the king of Jotunheim, Laufey's wisdom was not to be underestimated. Upon realizing he could not seize Rimuru, he swiftly altered his combat strategy. An unending surge of icy power poured forth from the icebox, rapidly enveloping a multitude of frost giants within their snowbound fortress. Remarkably, most of the black flame thunder was deflected, proving that the icebox was indeed one of the rare clan artifacts in the Marvel Universe. However, this was well within Rimuru's expectations. If Laufey, armed with the icebox, were easily dealt with, then Odin in his prime would not have lost an eye. Hulk. With a thunderous roar, Hulk bent his legs, leaping nearly 100 meters high, crashing down upon the frost giant's stronghold. In the ensuing chaos, many of the frost giants suffered a black flame thunder attack, and before they could regain their wits, Hulk's charge left them in disarray. Laufey was compelled to divide his forces once more. Hulk's talent for destruction was indeed formidable. Tat 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 tat. Black Widow and Colonel Rhodes sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the dazed frost giants. In an instant, they drew sufficient ire. When the frost giants forsook reason to pursue Black Widow and Colonel Rhodes, it became the perfect opportunity for the Asgardian warriors to reap their rewards. Meanwhile, Rimuru surged forth like a lion among sheep, activating his skill, the Rune of Divine Seclusion, summoning an endless array of rune blades, spears, and divine hammers. A massacre commenced. Rimuru's speed was astonishing. Not only the ordinary frost giants, but even the notable leaders among them found it challenging to evade his onslaught. Blood blossomed, and bones shattered as Rimuru's ruthlessness reached an icy zenith. He demonstrated to the frost giants what the art of killing truly entailed. Did he dare to personally engage in slaughtering the common soldiers? King Laufey stared, dumbfounded, feeling pricked by needles, cursing under his breath. Was this not utterly shameless? Was it not the custom to pit soldier against soldier, commander against commander, king against king? As a monarch, did not Rimuru feel any sense of disgrace in such conduct? Despite having already overestimated Rimuru's combat prowess, Laufey was still taken aback by the sheer ferocity of his killing. If Rimuru were to continue this way, even if he ultimately conquered the 9 realms, he would likely find himself a solitary ruler, perched upon a cold throne, gazing down upon the universe. Who would be foolish enough to desire such a fate? Yet Laufey could not afford to be distracted. Thor, Captain America, and Iron Man had him firmly ensnared. If he wished to eliminate the leaders of Jotunheim first, then he would have to strike down their 2 champions first. As for Iron Man, Laufey regarded him with utter disdain. He understood that now was not the time for hesitation. The slow would be the vanquished. Boom. Thunder erupted. Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, advanced step by step towards Laufey. From where did you acquire the icebox, Laufey? It should have been stored in my father's treasury. You have not even captured the palace. There is no way you could have obtained the icebox. Initially, Laufey had little interest in Thor's words, but a glint of crimson in his eyes prompted a change of heart. Thor, son of Odin, you must learn humility in the face of the future Lord of the 9 realms. Boom. The skies roared, and bolts of lightning rained down as Thor's body crackled with electricity, swirling like serpents in the tempest. Tell me now, immediately. His words ignited Laufey's anger. As anticipated, Thor was indeed a reckless fool. This was hardly reminiscent of Odin's cunning. Laufey smirked, further provoking Thor. Thor Odinson, why must you deceive yourself? It was, of course, your dear brother Loki who gifted it to me, intending to disrupt your ascension. He secretly allowed the frost giants to infiltrate Asgard, and in your arrogance, you fell for his trap. Exiled, Odin became enraged and succumbed to the Odin sleep. After your banishment, he returned to Jotunheim, planning to have my people assassinate the old fool. Yet fate had other designs. None could have predicted Odin's sudden decline. Thor Odinson, you should thank me. I have rid you of Asgard's traitors. You killed Loki. Thor's eyes widened, and a tempest of thunder cascaded around him. In an instant, the world became a blinding white. Thor hurled his hammer, which, imbued with the might of countless storms, sent the towering Laufey flying. Crack! Thunder roared as Thor ascended, enveloped in an infinite storm. Boom! Multiple bolts struck down, obliterating several frost giants empowered by the icebox. Laufey, Loki must live. You deceive me, do you not? Thor's speed was overwhelming. His hammer returned to his grasp as he summoned the fury of the storm, smashing it down upon Laufey once more, sending him sprawling. Rimuru, perceiving everything, was left agape. Was Thor truly this powerful? The explosive might of King Laufey, armed with the icebox, was utterly dismantled. By the gods, such boundless magic. Chapter 139, Global Cooling. Earth. With an abrupt drop in temperature, the entire world succumbed to panic and chaos. In cinematic portrayals, we often witness catastrophic events stemming from global warming, as depicted in films like The Day After Tomorrow in 2012. Yet, these climatic disasters have always unfolded over months or years. Before calamity strikes, there is at least a basic window for response. One could build a Noah's Ark or establish a survival base for the apocalypse. However, this current plummet in temperature has arrived with alarming swiftness, dropping several degrees in an extremely short span, with even the equatorial regions witnessing snowfall. This is simply unfathomable. In a flash, rumors of a 2012-style apocalypse began to swirl fervently. United States. The White House. An influx of military personnel and scientists congregated in a frenzy. The atmosphere was charged with tension, discussions about the climatic upheaval reaching a fever pitch, sending shivers down spines. Renowned meteorologist Jackson Curtis, who had been vacationing in Yellowstone with his family, hastily canceled his trip to arrive at the president's office. "Mr. President, we can no longer afford to hesitate. For the continuation of American civilization, we must prepare for the worst." The president furrowed his brow, realizing the dire state of affairs they faced. Jackson's expression was grave. If the temperature continued to plummet at this rate, the situation would be far worse than what the president had anticipated as the worst-case scenario. Throughout the annals of Earth's history, there exists a well-known global temperature drop event known as the J.A.R.VIS. Approximately 800 years ago, Earth was still in a relatively warm interglacial period. However, during this time, a drastic decline in global temperatures occurred, plummeting by 7 to 8 degrees in just a decade. The consequences were dire. The woolly mammoth, saber-toothed tiger, camel, tree sloth, and cougar of North America suddenly faced extinction, while the Clovis people vanished without a trace. The president furrowed his brow, pondering that a mere 7 to 8 degree drop had led to the extinction of an entire race. Now, how much had the temperature fallen? Jackson replied, 5 minutes ago, it dropped by 15 degrees. It has now fallen by 21. The president's eyelids twitched violently. Within just 5 minutes, the temperature had plummeted by 6 degrees, an outrageous development. What other ramifications did the J.A.R.VIS event entail? Jackson Curtis explained. The temperate climates of northern Europe and much of North America were sustained by the Atlantic warm current. During the J.A.R.VIS, the North Atlantic current weakened, causing the seawater to become cold and salty, leading to the complete glaciation of the central Norwegian mountains, the Alps, and the Appalachian Mountains in North America. Senator Ross, Your Excellency, the repercussions of this temperature drop are exponentially more severe than those of the J.A.R.VIS event. For the sake of America, we require a foothold in the equatorial region. Upon Ross's declaration, many generals turned their gazes towards the equatorial territories. The president's hand trembled involuntarily. A foothold in the equatorial region would not come without a price. Others would not simply relinquish it for free. Meanwhile, nations around the world conspired incessantly. The entire globe was shrouded in a chilling and nuclear shadow. The great Eastern nation was also embroiled in turmoil, yet in terms of organizational capability, it could not rival that of the United States. On the flight path to Sunlight City, Flight 3U-8633 found itself ensnared in a life-and-death crisis. The windshield shattered, and the backup oxygen supply was dwindling. Attempting to reach Sunlight City Airport was impossible. Turning back was the only viable option. However, the fierce cold air currents formed by the sudden temperature drop loomed between the Shikong Plain and the plateau, necessitating that the aircraft navigate through these treacherous conditions to return. Inside the turbulent air currents, the weather was chaotic, with thunder and lightning disrupting various electronic devices. With no other choice, the passenger jet could only circle in front of the turbulent clouds. Nevertheless, human endurance has its limits. In such extreme cold, the human body would quickly succumb to frostbite. Even the remarkably resilient captain began to feel a sense of despair. His gaze became unfocused, haunted by the promise he had made to celebrate his daughter's birthday before departing. On Mount Everest, faced with the sudden onset of a fierce blizzard, all climbing teams found themselves in a precarious dilemma. The snowstorm was so severe that even when team members were in close proximity, their voices were barely audible. How long do you think this unusual drop in temperature will last? Our supplies won't last much longer. They had just received news over the radio that global temperatures were plummeting, with even the equatorial regions experiencing snowfall. What? Snow in the equatorial regions? How is that even possible? Will the rescue team still come? Silence enveloped the group. With snow falling even in the equatorial regions, just how low would temperatures dip? Panic was inevitable across the globe. In other words, they were trapped here, with the grim possibility of being entombed in glaciers. The group fell silent. with a few timid souls paling in fright. Between life and death lay profound terror. No one yearned for demise. After a prolonged silence, the climbing team leader resolutely declared, "I intend to continue ascending." Huh. The others were taken aback. To continue climbing in such blizzard conditions? Since the rescue team cannot come, we will inevitably perish sooner or later. If we are destined to fall, let us do so closer to the summit. Even in death, they wished to fall nearer to the peak. Gazing at the leader's imposing figure, the others gritted their teeth and made their decisions in succession. To be honest, they were merely an ordinary team within the ranks of Everest climbers. Among the team members were several novices who had just begun their climbing careers, appearing rather inexperienced. They had little fame domestically and were unknown abroad. This challenge to Everest was also a tribute to their predecessors, and they had prepared thoroughly. When the Chinese climbing team resolved to brave the blizzard and continue their ascent towards the summit, foreign climbing teams were left astonished. Many foreign climbers erupted into applause, genuinely impressed. In Asgard, an enraged Thor was battling King Laufey, yet with the icebox in his possession, Laufey's strength was no longer to be underestimated. Despite Thor's extraordinary efforts, he could not breach Laufey's defenses. In a moment of carelessness, Laufey managed to land a sneak attack, freezing half of Thor's body with the icebox. At a critical juncture, the team leader forcefully intervened, using his shield to block the endless icy power emanating from the icebox. Not only did he stop it, but he also rebounded the icy force. Laufey, caught off guard, found his arm, along with the icebox, encased in ice. Staring at his frozen half, Laufey glanced at the shield in the leader's hand, momentarily stunned. What kind of artifact was this? He had never heard of it before. However, there was no time for contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of a missile launch echoed, and a thermobaric round detonated directly before Laufey, covering his face in an instant. In a heartbeat, Laufey transformed from the king of Jotunheim into an African chieftain. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Iron Man's beam weapon unleashed torrents of high-temperature rays, continuously scorching Laufey's body. Sizzle! In an instant, plumes of white smoke and blue vapor erupted from Laufey's form, and a savory aroma wafted through the air. Chapter 140, Avengers vs. Laufey. Sizzle! The beam weapon surged with all its power, unleashing high-energy pulse waves that bombarded Laufey. Laufey had been encased in the icebox for nearly half an hour. To be honest, Tony felt a pang of anxiety. No one understood better than him the terrifying chain reactions triggered by a sudden global temperature drop. A rapid and significant decline in temperature would inevitably result in the violent movement of cold and warm air currents. What followed would be hurricanes, tsunamis, and even earthquakes. How terrifying can a tsunami be? The most devastating tsunami recorded in human history was the 1960 Chilean tsunami, with average wave heights reaching 89 meters, 3 stories, and peaks reaching 25 meters. The tsunami instantly swallowed ships, ports, villages, and cities, devastating the Pacific coast, with Monte Port at its center, ravaging an expanse of 800 kilometers north and south. This tsunami directly led to tens of thousands of deaths and disappearances, leaving nearly 2 million homeless. If Earth's temperatures continued to plummet, the greatest tsunami in human history, the Chilean tsunami, would likely be reduced to a mere minor wave. The vast majority of coastal cities worldwide would be affected, transforming into a vast oceanic wasteland. We must act swiftly. Captain, I need you now, Tony Stark shouted. The captain understood immediately. With Thor's hammer as a catalyst, a bolt of lightning struck Iron Man's anti-ice giant armor. In an instant, the armor was charged with energy, and high-temperature energy pulse waves surged towards Laufey. However, at that moment, the high-temperature energy pulse shot forth by Iron Man was unexpectedly frozen. The cold ice twisted and wrapped around the energy pulse, approaching Iron Man. In the blink of an eye, thick layers of ice crystals formed over Iron Man's armor. Little bug, I've tolerated you for long enough. Laufey's expression darkened. He had been scorched by an insignificant creature concealed within a metal can. This was nothing short of a disgrace. To inflict harm upon me is no small honor for you. Laufey gazed intently at Tony Stark, and with a sweeping motion of his arm, a multitude of icy spikes materialized behind him, all ominously pointed towards the frozen Tony. Should they strike true, Tony would instantaneously transform into a hedgehog. Beware! Captain America bellowed, hurling his hammer with tremendous force. The enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, struck Laufey's head with a resounding impact, causing his vision to blur with stars. Seizing the moment of Laufey's disorientation, the captain swiftly launched his shield. With a deafening clang, the shield collided with the frozen Iron Man, liberating him from the grasp of the icy spikes. Simultaneously, the shield returned to the captain's hand. Just as he prepared to summon Mjolnir, an enormous ice hammer descended from the heavens with alarming speed, catching the captain off guard. He could only hastily raise his shield in defense. Clang! Though the vibranium shield mitigated a considerable amount of damage, it still required the captain's physical strength to absorb the overwhelming force. A crack echoed as the ice beneath his knee fractured, leaving a web of fissures in its wake. And this was merely the beginning. Before the captain could regain his bearings, a second ice hammer came crashing down. He instinctively raised his shield once more. The second, third, and fourth strikes resounded like thunder. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the captain's body was sent tumbling backward like a leaf in a tempest. He was merely a mortal man, and the force of the blows left him dazed and disoriented. Perish! Lao Fei, exasperated by the relentless interference of Captain America, Tony, and Thor, activated the Frost Giant's box, conjuring a floating iceberg in the sky. The colossal mass plummeted directly toward the fallen captain. However, in that critical moment, Iron Man, propelled by his thrusters, charged forth and collided with Laufey's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Concurrently, Thor, having finally broken free from his icy prison, wielded his hammer to summon a tempest of lightning, shattering the descending iceberg that threatened the captain. With mighty gusts of wind swirling around them, Tony, Thor, and the captain regrouped. Each bore wounds and gasped for breath. Yet they stood resolutely at the forefront against Lao Fei. The power of the Frost Giant's box was formidable, and despite their combined efforts, they were being overwhelmed. Tony Stark, we can no longer delay. We must devise a swift resolution. If we tarry any longer, Earth may plunge into a new ice age. Captain America panted. Is it not possible to seize the Frost Giant's box? Thor's expression darkened. The box has been activated. Anyone other than a Frost Giant who touches it will be instantly frozen into shards. Only someone with the divine strength akin to my father might have a chance. Perhaps Rimuru could assist. The trio cast their gazes toward Rimuru, who was fiercely battling on the battlefield, their hearts sinking. Boom! A divine hammer soared into Captain America's grasp. Covered in blood, he appeared remarkably resolute. Now, they could only place their faith in each other. To return to battle, Lao Fei, you must tread over my corpse. Witnessing the captain's imposing silhouette, Thor suddenly understood why Mjolnir had chosen him. Thunder rumbled around Thor once more. I, Thor Odinson, am the future king of Asgard. On my homeland, I shall vanquish all who dare to challenge me. Thunder continued to roar. Tony Stark shook his head, though his anti-ice giant armor was battered. It still had one more fight left in it. That blueberry creature dared to freeze me. My mark has been meticulously designed to counter ice since Mark III. It is time for that blueberry to experience the lethal prowess of my anti-ice giant armor. Seeing the three battered, yet unwavering warriors standing before him, Lao Fei felt a flicker of admiration. Though they were adversaries, they were undeniably true warriors. The noblest death for a warrior is to fall upon the battlefield, and I shall honor that. Enough of your chatter, Lao Fei. Prepare to meet your end. Tony, the captain, and Thor charged toward King Lao Fei. The Frost Giant's box unleashed its full might, causing vast icebergs to erupt violently from the ground, while countless ice spikes rained down from the heavens. The trio found themselves ensnared in an unprecedentedly dire predicament. Fire giants and frost giants countered each other, one stripped of eternal flame, the other bereft of the Frost Giant's box. Initially, neither side held a clear advantage, but Laufey's unexpected acquisition of the Frost Giant's box altered the balance. Even more astonishingly, he had used its power to encase Asgard in ice. As a result, the weaker fire giants succumbed to frozen demise, while their leader, the Grand Commander, was left gravely injured and weakened. Even the Fire King, Surt, was severely wounded and in a dire state. To make matters worse, Lao Fei had betrayed him, sealing the path to Muspelheim in ice and completely severing his escape. In an instant, the Fire King was cast from the heavens, reduced to a state even worse than a fallen phoenix. At that moment, a blue figure materialized abruptly at Surtur's hiding place. Surtur gasped. How did you come to be here? Were you not engaged in battle? Rimuru flashed a sweet smile. At last, I have found you, Surtur. It was no easy task. Truly, as the Fire King, you possess a remarkable talent for evasion. Oh, that? The one on the battlefield was merely a clone, not too shabby, right? Surtur's eyes flickered with flames, his mind stirred with tumultuous waves. A mere clone had instilled fear in the Frost Giants. Just how formidable must her true self be? What brings you here, Rimuru? You must realize that we are not enemies. Lao Fei is our common foe. Rimuru replied with a smile, recognizing Surtur's adaptability. Do not worry. I harbor no intention of enmity. I merely wish to borrow something from you. Surtur was no fool. During this critical confrontation, Would Rimuru truly be so leisurely as to seek a favor? She likely intended to seize the moment to plunder. What do you wish to borrow? Rimuru licked her lips. Your crown. What? Surtur was taken aback. She sought to borrow his crown. This was one of his greatest secrets. How did Rimuru come to know of it? Yet before he could protest, Rimuru transformed into a pool of blue liquid, surging toward him. Chapter 141, Rimuru vs. Surtur. Rimuru morphed into her slime form, swiftly enveloping the Fire King Surtur. The skill Predator had already been demonstrated multiple times on the battlefield in Asgard. Naturally, Surtur was well aware. Instantly, he grew vigilant, though primarily fueled by rage. He acknowledged that Rimuru's strength was indeed formidable, deserving of a crown as a ruler, but merely deserving. When Surtur's name echoed across the 9 realms, Asgard quaked before him. In his eyes, Laufey was akin to a slightly larger ant. What was this newcomer, Rimuru? But a fledgling? Driven by the instinct for survival, Surtur unleashed his full fury. Endless flames erupted from his form, intent on incinerating Rimuru. However, Rimuru possessed heat resistance. No matter how potent Surtur's flames, they would have no effect on her. The blue liquid continued to engulf Surtur, striving to consume him entirely. Yet at that moment, powerful shockwaves erupted from Surtur's body. The shockwave skill arrived with such swiftness that even Rimuru found himself momentarily taken aback. The cells enveloping Surtur were annihilated in an instant, a staggering 5% obliterated. Impressive, truly befitting the king of Muspelheim, who once vied with Odin for supremacy. Even in the absence of the eternal flame, his strength, experience, and tenacity were formidable beyond measure. This marked the first occasion in which Rimuru, having traversed into the Marvel Universe, faced such arduous difficulty in devouring his prey. However, the prey Rimuru had set his sights upon was not one to escape without consequence. Activating his skill for rapid regeneration, Rimuru swiftly replenished the cells he had lost, and within a mere moment, resumed his onslaught. Yet Surtur's combat experience was exceedingly vast. Upon realizing that the shockwave could obliterate Rimuru's cells, he immediately unleashed a relentless barrage of shockwaves. Thus, the battle of consumption and counterconsumption evolved into a tug-of-war. Cells were annihilated, regenerated, only to be obliterated once more, and this cycle unfolded with a precision down to the microsecond, within a single second. Rimuru and Surtur could engage in multiple encounters. As time inexorably flowed, Rimuru had never perceived the passage of time as so languorous. Nevertheless, the outcome of the battle was dictated by myriad factors. The advantage of time, place, and circumstance was notably in Rimuru's favor. Laufey had acquired the box of ice, encasing all of Asgard in frost. The frigid climate proved to be extremely inhospitable for the fire giants. Surtur's mastery lay in flames and high temperatures, but ironically, these very strengths were rendered ineffective against Rimuru. Moreover, Rimuru excelled in rapid regeneration, having devoured the crimson gem of Sidorak, thus drawing energy from the deep crimson universe, the Vishani dimension, and the dark dimension. Most significantly, within his gullet resided the storm dragon, Veldra. Rimuru was never lacking in magical power. Regardless of how many times his cells were annihilated, they could swiftly regenerate. After 10 minutes, Rimuru began to gain the upper hand. 15 minutes later, he successfully consumed Surtur entirely within his belly. However, merely consuming Surtur did not guarantee Rimuru's ultimate victory. To his astonishment, Surtur possessed a remarkable aptitude for mental manipulation. Once engulfed by Rimuru, he unleashed a formidable psychic storm, attempting to seize control of Rimuru's mind. Rimuru was taken aback. Had she not been a slime? With every cell in her being a nerve cell, a brain cell, a muscle, she might have succumbed instantaneously. Indeed, a former hegemon such as Surtur had an arsenal of techniques at his disposal. The isolation effect of Rimuru's gullet neutralized Surtur's mental control, purifying it as time progressed. Gradually, Rimuru began to secure the advantage. Yet, Surtur's consciousness remained profoundly powerful, resonating with an awe-inspiring intensity. Even in retreat, he steadfastly held his ground. Surtur pondered, "What manner of being are you, Rimuru? In the realm of mental prowess, I find myself outmatched. Rimuru, Surtur, cease your resistance. Laufey has obtained the box of ice, severing the fire giant's escape. After being defeated by Odin, do you truly wish to succumb to this old adversary once more?" Surtur declared, "I will not lose. I refuse to be bested by anyone. Rimuru, you shall not consume me. I am the demon foretold by Odin, destined to bring about Ragnarok for Asgard." Rimuru retorted, "Prophecies are but mere words. How can they be taken seriously? Throughout Earth's history, many have foretold the apocalypse. The seers have turned to dust, yet the sun continues to rise. The world would function normally without anyone. Furious, Surtur shouted, "Silence! How can mere ants among mortals compare to Odin? His prophecy is divine word, law, the path to the future." Rimuru responded, "Surtur, is your sole value to serve as a means to fulfill Odin's prophecy? Even if the prophecy were to come to pass, it would merely serve to demonstrate Odin's greatness. You shall never surpass him." Surtur retorted, "Be silent. My worth requires no judgment from a grotesque creature such as yourself." Rimuru countered, "With Loki wielding the box of ice, Asgard, Earth, and Muspelheim shall face dire calamity. Surtur, if you relinquish your resistance, I pledge to safeguard Muspelheim for a millennium. What say you?" Enraged, Surtur thundered, "How dare you? You not only seek to consume me, but also to encroach upon the realm of flames, to dream in broad daylight." Surtur, in his fury, unleashed a psychic tempest. The torrent of his boundless emotions sought to infect Rimuru, aiming to reverse the assimilation. Were it not for the predatory sage's extraordinary skill, Rimuru might have faced catastrophe. Nonetheless, Rimuru glimpsed Surtur's vast reservoir of emotions and memories. As the king of the realm of flames, Surtur was born strong, towering at an astonishing height of 305 meters. Empowered by the eternal flame, wherever the twilight sword pointed, all would bow in submission. Even the once mighty Asgard trembled before him. The former king of Asgard, Thor, was rendered powerless against him. Under the twilight sword, the gods of Asgard lost all their glory until Odin ascended as the ruler of Asgard. War was inevitable between Asgard and Muspelheim. Odin, wielding the primordial runes and Odin's might, was too formidable, and even Odin's daughter, Hela, surpassed all expectations of strength. This battle resulted in Muspelheim's utter defeat, losing everything. The loss of the eternal flame forced him, once a sovereign, to hide and cling to existence within Muspelheim. Ironically, the prophecy of Ragnarok, foretold by Odin, became Surtur's greatest motivation to persist. Surtur declared, "I have yet to bring about Ragnarok for Asgard. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose." Rimuru asserted, "Having reincarnated as a slime with the highest starting point, I have ascended to this day step by step. I refuse to lose everything here. Besides, the Avengers are still waiting for me. Thus, I shall never concede." Simultaneously, the battle between Thor, Tony, Captain America, and Loki reached its climactic moment of life and death. On Earth, temperatures continued to plummet, plunging the globe into a state of unending panic. Countries along the equator trembled with fear. The fates of numerous realms, Asgard, Earth, Jotunheim, Muspelheim, and Vanaheim, rested solely upon Rimuru's shoulders. The victor would claim all, while the vanquished would possess nothing. Chapter 142, The Moment of Life and Death. Earth, Northern Hemisphere. A blizzard obscured the sky, thick layers of snow blanketing many major cities. It was hard to believe that it was the height of summer. Such a phenomenon was unimaginable. The summer had been struck by a snow disaster, catching everyone off guard. In an instant, countless individuals fell ill with severe colds. In the United States, the National Weather Service staff stared in silence at the satellite images capturing the powerful stream of clouds. The North American continent, stretching vertically, with the Rocky Mountains and the Cordilleras aligned north and south, allowed winds from the poles to flow freely across the continent. This was also the reason why the U.S. frequently experienced wind disasters. Now, with the global temperature plummeting, the frigid air currents from the Antarctic and Arctic intensified. It was inevitable that North America would face a massive wind disaster. Accompanying the hurricanes were torrential rains, tsunamis, and floods. New York was highly likely to be submerged. The meteorological staff was left bewildered. None had anticipated that this moment would arrive so suddenly. The director of the Weather Service sighed, then picked up the phone, dialing the president's direct line. 10 minutes later, the President of the United States addressed the nation via television, urging citizens south of latitude 30 degrees to immediately seek refuge in equatorial regions. Those north of latitude 30 degrees were advised to prepare as best as they could, ensuring warmth and provisions. In an instant, countless citizens were engulfed in panic and despair. What does it matter if one is the world's foremost superpower? In the face of catastrophe, they remain as fragile as gossamer. The populace north of the 30th parallel was particularly incensed and terrified. What does it mean to prepare as best as one can for storage and warmth? Are they to collectively await their demise? Meanwhile, those south of the 30th parallel were not in a much better state of mind. Home may be comforting, but venturing outside presents insurmountable difficulties. Even if they were to escape the catastrophic disaster, how would they survive in the aftermath? More critically, the living space in equatorial regions is finite. This is not an uninhabited wasteland. What follows could very well be a war for survival. Europe, especially the Nordic countries, found itself steeped in despair. Their nations exist thanks to the North Atlantic Drift. If it were to weaken, they would be the first to succumb to frost. Permafrost is inhospitable to agriculture. And without sustenance, where is the hope for survival? Citizens in the United States, south of the 30th parallel, still have the option of migrating toward the equator. But where can these northern nations turn? The Bear, a globally renowned high-latitude nation, famed for its warrior spirit, has often utilized the harsh cold to thwart invaders upon its vast lands. Yet, this sudden calamity has plunged this battle-hardened nation into unprecedented despair. Despite possessing the largest territory in the world, its arable land is limited, and a single harvest each year is a blessing. Now, they face a predicament even graver than that of the Nordic countries. In the relentless struggle for existence, their gaze has shifted towards the equatorial regions. The warheads in their silos stand poised for launch. In the southern hemisphere, already in the throes of winter, the global temperature drop has rendered this season even more bitterly cold. Heavy snow fell rapidly, accumulating in thick layers in a short time. Many rivers and ports that previously had not frozen over began to succumb to the ice. Countless cattle and sheep perished in the cold. As countless herders looked upon their icebound pastures, their eyes filled with dread and fear. As for the equatorial regions, while they are the least affected by the drastic temperature drop, they now find themselves precariously balanced. Aside from a few rogues, nations around the world have hastily sent notices seeking refuge. The nations of the equator are increasingly on edge, for their small sanctuaries cannot accommodate so many formidable deities. They find themselves in a state of despair. All they can do is pray for the calamity to pass, pray for global order to be restored. Asgard. Clang. Iron Man rolled across the ground like a wheel, the battle having reached a critical juncture. The damage to his armor had surpassed a threshold, and the shock absorption system had long ceased to function. Tony Stark was enduring the powerful onslaught of Laufey with nothing but his flesh and blood. The relentless tumbling left him grievously injured, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood. Sir. No response. Your life is in grave danger, consciousness lost. Automatically administering a dose of the goddess of life's embrace. After receiving the restorative injection, Tony jolted awake, gasping for air. Sir, you are awake. Your armor can no longer sustain you in battle against Laufey, and the last restorative has been depleted. Immediate withdrawal is advised. Tony Stark, how goes the battle? J.A.R.VIS, sir. Thor and the captain are still engaged in fierce combat. The captain's stamina is nearly exhausted, and Thor has shielded him from damage twice. He is also nearing his limit. Tony Stark, what of Rimuru? What is the situation on her front? J.A.R.VIS, Natasha and Colonel Rhodes can no longer fight. Rimuru is single-handedly holding back the entire army of frost giants, and she is currently unable to disengage. Tony Stark, fate does not favor us. Rimuru's swift resolution plan may be doomed. After a deep breath, Tony made a decision. J.A.R.VIS, devise the optimal strategy for me. I intend to seize the box of ice. J.A.R.VIS, sir, I do not recommend this course of action. The freezing power within the box of ice is far too potent. Your armor cannot withstand it. In just 3 seconds, your suit will be frozen. 4 seconds later, your body will be fully exposed to the freezing power. After 5 seconds, your blood will freeze. Sir, you can only gain 5 seconds at most. It is not worth the risk. Tony Stark shrugged, feigning nonchalance. At least 5 seconds can be gained, can it? If I do not take the box of ice from Laufey, he will remain invincible. 5 seconds might just afford the captain and Thor a chance. J.A.R.VIS fell silent. At that moment, the captain was unfortunate enough to be struck. His flesh and blood encased in ice. To prevent Laufey from shattering the captain's frozen form, Thor instinctively took the full brunt of Laufey's strike upon his back. With a sickening sound, Thor's form, now a bloodied statue of ice, lost its fighting capability. Tony Stark despaired, realizing that their final opportunity had slipped away. Perhaps he should have made a decision sooner. Hulk. At that moment, the furious Hulk leaped into the sky, even bearing the weight of 2 frost giants, each fiercely biting at him. With a thunderous crash, the enraged Hulk landed after soaring hundreds of meters, causing the earth to fracture beneath him. Laufey, momentarily unsteady, had just dispatched Thor and the captain and felt a surge of satisfaction. Seeing Hulk leap towards him, Laufey chuckled. Hulk? Impressive fighting prowess. How about you become my pet? Hulk surged forward, slamming his hands together to create an unprecedented shockwave. Laufey, caught off guard, instinctively shielded his eyes with one hand, exposing the box of ice. In that instant, Tony Stark, who had been waiting in the wings, surged forth with full power, seizing the box from Laufey's grasp. But to Tony Stark's astonishment, even at full power, He could not wrest the box of ice from Lao Fei's grip. Crack! Crack! The overwhelming freezing power instantly encased Stark. In his final moments, Stark realized the box of ice and Lao Fei's left hand had become one. Lao Fei declared, "Since Odin seized the box of ice, I vowed that once it returned, I would never let it go. Your death is not in vain." In that instant, Stark's consciousness faded, plunging into eternal darkness. Hulk! Hulk roared, charging relentlessly at Lao Fei. Yet, before he could draw near, Lao Fei froze him. Hulk would break free only to be frozen again in a never-ending cycle. Ultimately, Lao Fei, exasperated, encased Hulk within a towering ice mountain. Thus, the Avengers faced total annihilation. Chapter 143, Rimuru vs. King Lao Fei. In the Palace of Asgard, the many civilians and ordinary warriors who had sought refuge there fell into a profound silence, their hearts intertwined in trepidation, their gaze fixed intently upon Rimuru, who was still locked in battle with the army of frost giants. The Asgardians, born warriors, could keenly sense Rimuru's formidable combat prowess. To single-handedly hold off an entire army is no jest. Rimuru's offensive showed no signs of faltering, yet they felt the scales of battle tipping towards Jotunheim. Thor and the Avengers had fought valiantly to the last moment, but they had still failed to halt King Lao Fei. With the box of ice in Lao Fei's possession, he was truly formidable. "Goddess, this is a war for all of Asgard. We cannot allow Lord Rimuru to fight alone. Open the barrier. Let us join the fray for Asgard." Before the divine Empress Frigga, both ordinary warriors and civilians knelt in submission, eagerly volunteering for battle. They yearned to alleviate even a fraction of the pressure on Rimuru, no matter how minuscule. The divine Empress Frigga soothingly urged them to remain calm, imploring their faith in her as well as in Rimuru. "I beg of you all." The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered that even at such a critical juncture, the Empress still placed her trust in Rimuru, a being who had caused the father of the gods to lose an eye with the icy box of Lao Fei. Could she truly conjure yet another miracle? At the Rainbow Bridge, Frigga's projection in the realm of Helheim inquired whether Rimuru had yet devoured Surtur. Helda, drenched in blood and gripping the sword of rainbows, stood resolutely. "Not yet. We still need a little more time." Frigga's expression darkened momentarily before she regained her determination. "Let us wait 5 more minutes. If Rimuru has not consumed Surtur by then, I will command all civilians to evacuate. At that point, you must open the Rainbow Bridge to transport them to Midgard." Heimdall, with a heavy heart, acquiesced. Frigga's gaze was laden with complexity. As the Divine Empress, she had witnessed Asgard ascend to its zenith through the hands of her husband and daughter. Little did she anticipate that today she would also witness Asgard's descent into ruin. Asgard was not merely a locale, it resided in the hearts of its people. Had she foreseen this day long ago? In the treasury of Asgard, the ever-watchful Hawkeye stood by the eternal flame, his anticipation mounting. Even at this juncture, had Rimuru still failed to fully consume Surtur? Though Hawkeye's mortal form struggled against the biting cold outside, his rapid retreat was primarily due to the hidden mission Rimuru had entrusted him with, to persuade the Empress to open the treasury. He had executed this task admirably. Yet Rimuru had not yet arrived. As he gazed at the eternal flame, his eyes sharpened with resolve. "Rimuru, you must not let us down." On the battlefield, Lao Fei exhaled deeply, acknowledging the tenacity of these so-called Avengers. With the icy box in his possession, his power had surged to unprecedented heights. Yet he still found himself embroiled in a protracted struggle. Observing the fallen elite frost giants scattered across the ground pained him deeply. Rimuru's offensive prowess was overwhelming. She single-handedly rivaled an entire nation, rendering their numerical superiority futile. "Retreat." Lao Fei's voice reverberated across the battlefield, prompting the frost giants to withdraw, leaving the arena for Rimuru and King Lao Fei. Upon receiving this command, the frost giants collectively sighed in relief. Truth be told, they were somewhat intimidated by Rimuru's deadly efficiency. They relished the prospect of a direct confrontation between kings. With the icy box in hand, Lao Fei addressed Rimuru. "Rimuru, you are undaunted by the frigid cold. Your combat prowess is extraordinary. Why not join me? Once I conquer the 9 realms, I shall crown you as the king of Midgard." Rimuru, taken aback, laughed. "Surrender to you? After I have decimated so many of your soldiers? King to king, battlefield to battlefield. Once you yield, we shall be sovereign and subject, and past grievances shall be forgotten." Rimuru mused. "I underestimated your magnanimity. No wonder you are the king of Jotunheim. However, I must decline." Lao Fei persisted. "Will you not reconsider? Should you align with me, Midgard shall be yours, and I can spare it from the fate of the Ice Age." As dark flames crackled in Rimuru's palm, she declared, "If I desire to be a king, Why would I need your endorsement? With a resounding crash, torrents of black lightning cascaded down, striking at King Laufey. In response, Laufey unleashed the boundless chill from the icy box. The clash of the frost blue and obsidian flames produced a cataclysmic collision, momentarily dimming the world as it bore witness to this devastating confrontation. Moments later, the scales of victory tipped in favor of King Laufey, as Rimuru transformed into a shimmering ice statue. Disappointed, Laufey shook his head. What a pity. I have lost a top-tier talent who could have aided me in ascending to the throne of cosmic supremacy. In his peripheral vision, Laufey observed several of Rimuru's clones rescuing the frozen Tony, Thor, Captain America, Natasha, and War Machine. With a surge of blue liquid, the iced-over Rimuru broke free. Indeed, I am a top-tier talent, but you shall never become the cosmic overlord. This universe is far grander than you can fathom. Frost's spirit arrow rain. In an instant, a deluge of ice arrows filled the sky. Using ice magic against me? Laufey scoffed. With the icy box, he was the progenitor of ice magic. As he invoked its power, the descending arrows transformed into harmless snowflakes, bolstering his strength instead. The flurry of snowflakes, propelled by the chilling might, surged back toward Rimuru. With each inch they approached, they grew larger, ultimately morphing into an endless array of ice spikes. Ice manipulation. With a flick of her hand, Rimuru obliterated the oncoming ice spikes. Standing steadfast amid the storm, she resembled an ethereal being, untouched by the dust of the world. Just as Rimuru vanquished the ice spikes, several concealed clones revealed themselves, each conjuring crimson chains that ensnared King Laufey in an instant. Rimuru's heart soared with joy. Success. But at that moment, the bound King Laufey shattered into shards of ice, disintegrating before her eyes. Simultaneously, all of Rimuru's clones were engulfed by a raging blizzard. As the clones were annihilated, Rimuru felt a disorienting rush as their souls returned to her. Gazing at King Laufey, she marveled at his prowess. Impressive. No wonder you could blind Odin at his peak. Your combat experience is extraordinary. My every tactic has been seen through. While King Laufey could not eliminate Rimuru's main form, Rimuru found herself equally powerless against Laufey. The difference, however, was that Rimuru could not afford to wait. King Laufey fixed his gaze upon Rimuru, knowing that if this continued, Midgard would inevitably plunge into the Ice Age. Rimuru, I offer you one final chance. Submit to me. Otherwise, Midgard shall suffer immensely. Kill. Rimuru responded to King Laufey's proposition with decisive action. In that moment, she unleashed her full arsenal: fiery maneuvers, chaotic lightning, paralyzing breath, the tomb of all spirits, and runic divine concealment. Yet, King Laufey showcased his mastery, demonstrating what it meant to shatter myriad techniques with a single ice blow. As the fierce battle between Rimuru and King Laufey unfolded, onlookers beheld Rimuru's true strength, unmatched, yet only capable of maintaining her invincibility. Overcoming King Laufey seemed nearly impossible. Frigga, enveloped in despair, sorrowfully issued the command for Asgard's civilians to evacuate. Chapter 144, The Inferno begins. As Rimuru's clones waged war against King Laufey, her true form engaged in a climactic battle with Surtur. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. I am the king of Muspelheim, Surtur exclaimed. Submit. Losing to me is not a disgrace. I shall surpass Odin and be renowned throughout the universe. I will consume everything you possess, including your glory, humiliation, and sins. Surtur retorted, to devour my glory, humiliation, and sins? You are quite greedy. In an instant, Rimuru found herself in a transformed realm, surrounded by flames and molten lava, towering at 305 meters. The Flame King Surtur sat atop the highest peak of Muspelheim, his vision consumed by boundless fire. Countless fire giants knelt before Surtur, the king. Muspelheim had wholly surrendered at your feet. Never has there been a greater monarch in the annals of Muspelheim's history. Glory belongs to you. The Flame King, Surtur, lifted his gaze towards the depths of the cosmos. The 9 realms are vast. Alas, it is the Flame Demon King Surtur. Flee at once. Panic spread. Corpses littered the ground, and many conquered fled in terror. Surtur wielded the Twilight Sword, and in an instant, a world was engulfed in an endless sea of flames. The scene shifted continually. Surtur and his fiery giant subordinates marched forth, leaving behind a trail of unending dread and death. Unlike Odin's conquests, Surtur relished in challenges, slaying the mighty. With each fallen warrior, Surtur's crown grew ever more resplendent. Surrounding him were not only wails of mourning, panic, and curses, but also boundless awe and praise. Surtur is the mightiest king of the primordial flames. His power overshadows the 9 realms. No being is stronger than Surtur. My father is the greatest. When I grow up, I shall be as formidable as he. Yet, he cared not. There was but one thing that piqued his interest: boredom. None of these worlds could pose a challenge. The so-called kings of the realms were mere trifles in his presence. Odin Borson of Asgard is indeed impressive, not only a master of war, but also endowed with exceptional wisdom. It is said that Odin has conquered Nidavellir, becoming the co-sovereign of both Nidavellir and Asgard. Indeed, word has it that Odin aided the dwarves of Nidavellir in repelling cosmic marauders, perhaps being a protector of Asgard isn't so ill-fated after all. The flame demon king Surtur is exceedingly powerful, challenging the strong wherever he roams, turning all to ash. If only Odin could defeat him. Odin Borson? A fierce fire ignited in Surtur's eyes. Hind, father, do you intend to challenge Odin in Asgard? Surtur affectionately ruffled Hind's little head, replying, No, I shall not challenge him. I shall vanquish him. Hind expressed concern. Father, they say Odin is exceedingly strong and cunning. Surtur's gaze radiated unmatched confidence. The 9 realms were far too small, allowing for only one supreme being. Me, Surtur. Hind cheered. Go forth, father. I shall await your return at the peak of Muspelheim. Asgard lay engulfed in flames. The fire giants rampaged through Asgard, rendering the so-called gods utterly helpless. Yet, unfortunate was Surtur, as he encountered a fully realized Odin. This would be Surtur's most exhilarating battle, yet also his most humiliating. He was defeated and fled back to Muspelheim in disgrace. All past glory had abandoned him. Even his daughter, who once idolized him, now bore no trace of her former fervor. Surtur owed his daughter Hind a victory. He prepared to muster his forces to invade Asgard once more, only to be met by the divine warriors of Asgard. He was vanquished again, even losing the eternal flame to Odin. His stature reduced to a mere 1 or 2 meters. To stabilize Muspelheim, Odin spared his life. He became the greatest king Muspelheim had ever known, yet also its first conquered monarch. All former glory faded away, leaving only an unending tide of sin, scorn, and slander. Ironically, the prophecy of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, sustained his throne. Ragnarok became the supreme spiritual belief of Muspelheim. All illusions dissipated, revealing only Surtur's severely eroded remains. The flame of Surtur's life flickered weakly, akin to a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinction. Yet, it remained steadfast, enduring. By what right do you consume my glory, my humiliation, and my sins? Odin has grown old, while I have only been born for less than 5 years. My potential surpasses all. You are not even 5 years old. How can that be? I have no need to deceive you. Strictly speaking, I should be 3 years old now. 3 years. What is your race? Slime. Slime? Indeed. Once I consume you, I will be able to mimic your true form. I shall integrate with the eternal flame, defeating the one wielding the frost box, Laufey. The world shall once again remember the legendary flame demon king, the one who struck terror across the 9 realms, Surtur. Dare you annihilate Asgard in my guise, merging with the eternal flame to restore the pinnacle of Surtur? Surtur's heart raced with excitement. Rimuru beamed with joy, knowing she had stirred Surtur's interest, yet she found the question difficult to answer. After all, she was still serving Asgard. Who would believe her if she spoke of destroying it? Do you believe in Odin's prophecy? Rimuru countered. I have believed for thousands of years. Then you may choose to believe in me as well. By what right do you dare proclaim that you would consume my sins? Any foe seeking vengeance upon you shall be dealt with by me. Surtur fell silent. I have a daughter named Hind. She once idolized me. She is the true queen of Muspelheim after my fall from grace, and I owe her a victorious return. The future universe shall be lively. Have you heard of the Infinity Stones? The stones once collected by Odin? Precisely. What significance do they hold when even Odin looks down upon them? Gathering all 6 Infinity Stones, a mere snap of the fingers can obliterate half of all life in the universe. In the future, a madman shall collect them. Defeating him could serve as a grand gift for your daughter's return. You can foresee the future? Odin entrusted his primordial runes to me. Surtur was taken aback. Is Odin's recent decline due to you? Indeed. His Majesty Odin placed his faith in me, choosing me as his successor, the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One. Also believed in me, and took me as a disciple. You are a disciple of that bald thief, the Ancient One? Without a doubt. As a ruler, I, Rimuru Tempest, never speak falsehoods. Surtur declared, the flames shall forever burn. The fire kin shall never perish. Rimuru, I have been defeated once more. But do not forget, I still owe Hind a victory. Rimuru solemnly promised. I swear by Rimuru Tempest. Very well. Surtur relinquished his resistance, and in an instant, his final bastion fell to Rimuru. Before her, There were no longer the eroded remnants of Surtur, but a return to the primordial flames. Surtur towered at 305 meters, and a tiny figure approached, calling out, "Father." Ultimately, Surtur lifted the little girl, placing her upon his shoulder. And together they walked further into the distance. After everything vanished, the world succumbed to eternal darkness. Time passed, and a flame ignited in the abyss. Chapter 145, The Father of All. Analysis complete. Acquired the ability to mimic the flame giant Surtur. Skill Shockwave acquired successfully. The Shockwave, a fusion of sonic and explosive energy, has evolved into wave manipulation. Skill Levitation acquired successfully. Skill Invisibility acquired successfully. Skill Mind Control acquired successfully. Artifact, Twilight Sword acquired successfully. Note, the voice of the Grand Sage resonated continuously, and Rimuru let out a long sigh. Consuming Surtur was undoubtedly the most formidable challenge Rimuru had ever faced, with benefits beyond imagination following the consumption. Among them, the ability to mimic Surtur and the skill of mind control were particularly invaluable, especially the ability to mimic Surtur, which was crucial for Rimuru to turn the tide of battle. It is time to bring this divine war to a conclusion. Rimuru withdrew a strand of hair from Hawkeye, gently rubbing it between her fingers before activating the tracking spell to open a portal to the celestial treasury. This was the advantage of having Hawkeye persuade the goddess beforehand. Without this prior arrangement, gaining entry to the celestial treasury now would prove exceedingly difficult. Upon seeing Rimuru arrive, Hawkeye's eyes lit up with excitement. At last, Rimuru had come. She had not disappointed the Avengers. "Hawkeye, the eternal flame is ready. What shall we do next?" Gazing at the flickering eternal flame within the cauldron, Rimuru felt a surge of exhilaration. After consuming Surtur, her yearning for the eternal flame had become an instinctual drive. "The commotion may be considerable, so you should retreat. And remember to keep your distance." How considerable! Yet, Hawkeye chose to trust Rimuru and promptly vacated the treasury. Once Hawkeye departed, Rimuru wasted no time and lunged toward the eternal flame. Pray, Surtur shared a natural bond with the eternal flame. Upon merging with it, his existence would attain a form of rebirth, enhancing his powers to unprecedented levels. When wielding the Twilight Sword, the enhancements became astonishingly vast, enabling Surtur's might to rival that of a god. However, this was not what Rimuru desired. Even with the eternal flame merged within Surtur, it remained an external entity, akin to Thor's hammer, which could be stripped away. What Rimuru aspired to do was to consume it, to devour it, ensuring the eternal flame would forever belong to her. In an instant, Rimuru felt as though she had plunged into a realm engulfed in fire. Flames stretched infinitely in every direction. The inferno blazed fiercely, yet it inflicted no harm upon her. Instead, Rimuru was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, as if a fundamental flaw in her existence had been wholly rectified. Moreover, she perceived a thin membrane spanning the heavens. Should she pierce through it, she would reach an entirely new world. Rimuru's beautiful eyes blinked in astonishment. Could this possibly be the so-called upgrade barrier? By breaking through it, she would ascend to become an awakened demon lord? At that moment, the voice of the great sage resonated within Rimuru's mind. Confirmation complete. Consumption of the eternal flame successful. It's already successful? Rimuru was momentarily taken aback, as she had not tasted its essence. Great sage, did you make a mistake? Answer. The consumption of the eternal flame is undoubtedly successful. Your perception of the swiftness is due to the fact that you have already successfully consumed Surtur. The eternal flame is now your artifact. Is that so? Perhaps the eternal flame could only trigger a unique chain reaction when connected with Surtur. Much like Thor's hammer, it was rendered useless to those unworthy. The eternal flame appeared twice in Thor, Ragnarok. Once, it was used by Hela to resurrect fallen warriors. Aside from the monstrous wolf Fenris, the rest were hardly of significant use. It was even swept away by the destruction brought forth by Surtur, leaving Rimuru at a loss for words. Yet, upon Surtur's approach to the eternal flame, he obliterated Asgard in a single strike. Rimuru pondered for a moment, employing her universal transformation to morph her right hand into the form of a fire giant. Her body seemed to transform into an oil field, while the eternal flame acted as the spark igniting it. Boom! In an instant, her palm erupted with unparalleled heat and intensity. The magnitude of this power left Rimuru in awe. It was incredibly exaggerated. This was not even a full release, yet she felt her strength had surged tenfold. No wonder Surtur had been thoroughly pummeled by Thor without the eternal flame, even losing his crown. After merging with the eternal flame, his power had drastically transformed. As she retracted her universal transformation, the blaze of the eternal flame subsided, reverting to a flickering ember. Rimuru extended her hand, summoning the Twilight Sword, forged from runes, into her grasp. Instantly, the recently diminished eternal flame surged forth, enveloping Rimuru's body in an inferno of limitless intensity. Her strength escalated exponentially, as waves of heat washed over her. In that moment, Rimuru felt an overwhelming ambition, as if she could cleave a gaping hole in the heavens with a single strike. Is it truly this powerful? Ecstasy filled Rimuru's eyes. This was indeed a bountiful windfall. With the runic Twilight Sword in hand, her strength could at the very least ascend to the semi-divine level. If she were to further mimic Surtur, her power might elevate her to true divine status, even if she remained among the weaker tier of that echelon. Regardless, Rimuru had at last reached divine level, solidifying her position as a formidable force within the Marvel Universe. She had struck gold. As the runic Twilight Sword vanished and the eternal flame extinguished, everything returned to normal. Rimuru gazed at her hands, increasingly satisfied. The ability to both harness and relinquish power was indeed the path of a true ruler. Meanwhile, near the Bifrost in Asgard, Heimdall, under the orders of goddess Frigga, was preparing to transport the civilians of Asgard to Earth. However, just as he was about to activate the Bifrost, his hand halted mid-motion. Heimdall glanced at Frigga's projection, excitement radiating from him. Goddess, she has succeeded. In an instant, boundless joy enveloped Frigga. She covered her face with her hands, overwhelmed by the impulse to weep tears of joy. In the main battlefield with King Laufey, Laufey encased Rimuru in ice once more, but she promptly consumed the frost. King Laufey laughed confidently. Rimuru, I concede. You have the right to be called a king, and it would not be an exaggeration to refer to you as King Rimuru. However, you will never defeat me, who wields the box of ice. The power of ice has already permeated Earth. In 30 minutes, the seawater will freeze. Are you certain you wish to continue this battle? Tony Stark, freshly awakened and recovering from his injuries, felt a sense of urgency as he observed the scene. The freezing point of seawater is significantly lower than that of freshwater. If the seawater were to freeze, Earth would likely face a mass extinction event. Yet at that moment, Tony Stark caught sight of Rimuru wearing a sweet smile. This smile was all too familiar to him. Whenever Rimuru plotted against him, she always wore such an innocuous expression. King Laufey was in for a world of trouble. King Laufey, shall we have a discussion? Laufey cast a glance at Rimuru, a smile creeping onto his face as he replied, I have always said that the doors of Jotunheim are wide open for you. As long as you are willing to assist me in achieving my ambitions, I would not hesitate to grant you not only Midgard, but even Asgard itself. Truth be told, Rimuru was willing to negotiate, and Laufey couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His methods were formidable, but Rimuru was nearly an insurmountable adversary. His strongest ice magic was utterly ineffective against her. Prolonging this stalemate was tedious and pointless. Hearing Laufey's willingness to bestow Midgard and Asgard upon her, Rimuru couldn't help but reflect. Whether feigned sincerity or a noble gesture, Laufey, as a king, possessed a breadth of spirit and cunning. Yet to her, the heroes of others were merely foes. Earth did not require a distant ruler. Rimuru had no need for a leader hovering above her head. Rimuru, displaying a remarkable performance, sighed deeply, his countenance etched with a blend of helplessness and resentment. Ultimately, I am but a denizen of Earth. I cannot idly stand by as our planet descends into an ice age. With this thought, Laufey was suddenly stirred with excitement, although the odds were not in his favor. Having a sovereign like Rimuru under his command could very well mark a pivotal moment in his life. Yet, at that instant, King Laufey felt an unparalleled force of mental energy surge into his mind. Alas, a wave of horror washed over Laufey, but it was too late. He felt a dizzying sensation engulf him. Rimuru's ability to wield mental control could not last long, yet in the realm of kings, even a fleeting second could alter the course of fate. Laufey was astonished. Rimuru possessed the power of mental manipulation? After all this time spent in combat, she had restrained herself from employing such a skill? Remarkable restraint indeed. The doppelganger Rimuru acquired from consuming the fire spirit Ifrit was vastly different from the magical avatars of Kamatech. The skill-based doppelganger bore identical capabilities to the original, evolving alongside Rimuru's own growth. Laufey's speculations of deep-seated cunning and immense patience were utterly unfounded. In a swift motion, Rimuru teleported to Laufey's side, her grip already firm on the Sword of Twilight, her power reaching near that of a demigod. With astonishing speed, she severed Laufey's arm in a single stroke. Clang! Laufey's left arm, along with the icebox, fell to the ground, yet before it could touch the earth, Rimuru effortlessly devoured it. The sequence of actions was executed with such finesse and speed that the onlookers barely comprehended what transpired. The members of the Avengers, including Thor, exchanged bewildered glances. Did he just turn the tide so effortlessly? It felt almost surreal. Moreover, Rimuru's seamless transition from severing an arm to consuming the spoils was reminiscent of a rehearsed performance, executed flawlessly as if she had practiced it countless times. Tony Stark, most familiar with Rimuru, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Such insatiable greed was unprecedented. Aya! King Laufey howled in agony. The Sword of Twilight combined with the eternal flame inflicted severe damage upon him. Even now, the flames continued to blaze where his arm had been severed. With a grimace, Laufey tore off his flaming left hand, blood gushing forth. The sight of his ruthless determination sent a shiver through the onlookers. Holding the Sword of Twilight, Rimuru regarded Laufey, warning him, "Laufey, having lost the icebox, you are defeated. I must admit, I admire your tenacity. Withdraw your forces." Seeing the divine sword in Rimuru's possession, Laufey's eyes narrowed. It seemed Surtur had indeed perished at her hands. Rimuru did not deny it. "Laufey, return whence you came." Calmly, Laufey looked at Rimuru. "A millennium ago, I once reigned over Midgard, intending to transform it into a second home for the Jotunheimers using the icebox. Alas, we were vanquished. Without the icebox, we lost everything." Listening intently, Rimuru refrained from interruption, a sign of her respect for the king of Jotunheim. The victors are always magnanimous. Unlike Surtur, any frost giant could manipulate the icebox. Having devoured many frost giants, Rimuru found sparing Laufey inconsequential. It could enhance her prestige and recognition. Why not indulge in such an opportunity? Laufey, forlorn and desolate, remarked, "Rimuru, you are still young, charging forward with vigor. Perhaps you have yet to taste the bitterness of defeat. Let me tell you, failure is excruciating, a torment beyond imagination, a relentless struggle that seems devoid of hope. Even more painful is witnessing the one who defeated you thrive with ease." With a crack, Laufey's severed arm, under magical influence, quickly transformed into one of solid ice. Perhaps unaccustomed to this icy limb, he repeatedly clenched and opened his fist. "Thus, during my days without the icebox, I vowed that once I reclaimed it, I would grasp it tightly and never let go." Rimuru remained vigilant. Laufey did not seem inclined to surrender. With a sudden rip, he tore open his chest, blood splattering as he revealed his pulsing heart, only an inch away from the icebox. Hiss! Every onlooker, including Rimuru, was struck with shock. To conceal the icebox so close to his heart was beyond cruel. It is one thing to be merciless to others, but to be ruthless to oneself is truly terrifying. For a millennium since his defeat by Odin, Laufey had hidden in Jotunheim, not allowing his ambition to wane. Rather, he had become more cunning and fierce than ever before. Who could have anticipated that what was fused with his very being was a mere imitation of the icebox? In this encounter, Rimuru had not been unjustly defeated. Her desire for a swift resolution had evidently faltered. With a sudden force, Laufey thrust the icebox into his beating heart. In that moment, it was as if he had acquired the heart of an ancient god. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat resonated like thunder in everyone's chests. An endless surge of icy power coursed through his veins, reaching every organ and cell within him. Boom. Laufey's stature escalated, towering higher and higher until he reached the height of a skyscraper. Hiss! The spectators gasped, waves of astonishment crashing within them. Could Laufey be this powerful? The citizens of Asgard were equally incredulous. How had Odin managed to defeat such a formidable foe in the past, now towering over the diminutive figures before him? Laufey's voice boomed, "Rimuru Tempest, your potential is boundless. Even the Flame King Surtur fell by your hand. I cannot allow you to continue your ascent. Though this battle would likely leave me severely weakened, perhaps even in slumber for a millennium, if I can extinguish you, it will all be worth it." To extinguish her? Rimuru's expression became peculiar. Chapter 147. I report you for cheating. Asgard, gazing upon the colossal Laufey, towering like a skyscraper. Both the Avengers and the divine warriors of Asgard trembled in fear. He was simply too gigantic, far beyond imagination. Avengers, assemble. The captain led the charge. Rallying at Rimuru's side, on high alert for Laufey, Tony Stark made a quick repair to his armor. With every few steps, sparks flew, yet he chose to stand firm. Not only him, but Thor, Hulk, Natasha, Rhodey, and even Hawkeye gathered around Rimuru. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Rimuru smiled. "I appreciate your goodwill. But this is a battle between kings." Tony Stark, however, held a differing opinion. "Rimuru, your knowledge is on par with mine. You understand the current state of the earth without me elaborating. This is not just your fight. It is a battle for all of humanity. Hulk. The temperamental Hulk leapt into action, landing atop Lao Fei's head without hesitation, raining down a flurry of punches. Crack, crack. The icy crystals on Lao Fei's head splintered, numerous shards cascading to the ground, creating a sizable crater upon impact. Yet, this seemed utterly inconsequential to Lao Fei. He extended his hand, as if swatting away a fly, and grasped Hulk, encasing him once more in an unyielding prison of ice. Hulk struggled, but the ice quickly became riddled with cracks. However, Lao Fei had long since acquired a substantial understanding of Hulk. Without uttering a word, he hurled the ice block that contained Hulk into the void. Boom! Following a resounding explosion, Hulk transformed into a shooting star, cast away to an unknown corner of Asgard. What? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Even Thor appeared somewhat taken aback. He was well aware of Hulk's formidable strength, comparable to his own, yet here he was, so casually subdued by Lao Fei. Truly astonishing. Avengers? Thor. It would be better for you to unite, and together, extinguish the threat. After discarding Hulk, Lao Fei conjured a colossal ice sword, measuring dozens of meters in length, and swung it horizontally, as if swatting flies, towards Rimuru and the assembled Avengers. In that instant, the crowd felt as if a mountain of ice was descending upon them. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the Buddha extending his divine palm from the heavens to crush the Monkey King. As the colossal mass loomed ever larger, the sense of oppression was unfathomable. Rumble. Thor raised his hammer, summoning lightning. But it was evident that the ice mountain descended at a speed surpassing that of his destructive thunder. Thor, anxious, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Though he possessed a divine body and feared not, the other Avengers were merely mortal. Just then, the ground before them suddenly buckled. What once was level terrain transformed into a steep slope. The towering Lao Fei, caught off guard, stumbled backward, causing the descending sword to arc upwards due to inertia. A crisis was averted. Bang! A sound akin to a meteorite striking the earth resonated, the ground quaking violently, as if a great earthquake had occurred. Oh my God! The crowd gaped at the fissures that marred the earth, their expressions contorting. Tony Stark erupted in exclamations, lamenting the absurdity of reality being rewritten. The very ground being overturned. This defied logic. The others were rendered speechless. This was inherently illogical. It was magic. Boom. Rimuru struck the ground with her palm, and the earth seemed to come alive, undulating beneath their feet like waves. All right, this is a mirror space. Everything occurring outside will not affect this realm. You may rest here for a while, Rimuru announced, conjuring a portal before promptly returning to reality. Within the mirror space, the group exchanged glances, marveling at the extraordinary nature of magic. Even Tony Stark felt a twinge of envy. In reality, King Lao Fei rose from the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. Frankly, that fall had left him somewhat dazed. Can one imagine a grandiose emperor making a dramatic entrance, suddenly tripping before his adversaries? Lao Fei would tell you, the experience was abysmal. Enraged, he declared, Rimuru Tempest, you have successfully provoked my ire. All beings of Midgard shall bear the consequences of your recklessness. Freeze the world. With that, Lao Fei unleashed an overwhelming surge of icy power, a blizzard sweeping forth to engulf Rimuru. Oh really? Rimuru smirked, for at that very moment, her true form had returned. Mimicry, Surtur. Rimuru transformed into Surtur. Instantly, the eternal flames ignited within her, an inferno of boundless intensity, causing her form to grow exponentially. In mere moments, she towered over 300 meters, dwarfing King Lao Fei. The flames blazed fiercely, waves of heat radiating outward. Before long, half the sky was painted crimson, starkly contrasting with Lao Fei's controlled blizzard, which rendered the landscape in silver white. Sizzle. The clash of heat and ice was akin to longtime rivals meeting, igniting a fierce battle. Endless snow was vaporized by the flames, swiftly transforming into steam, which was then incinerated into nothingness. Surtur, you're not dead? What is happening? King Lao Fei was taken aback, recognizing the towering figure as Surtur, seemingly bestowed with the eternal flame. But how could this be? Surtur's appearance cast a shadow over Lao Fei's heart. Such power could only be wielded at a great cost, likely leading to a deep slumber thereafter. Yet this form of Surtur was his true essence. Surtur. How could you be Surtur? He cursed. Are the Asgardians truly attempting to use Surtur to counterbalance me, the wielder of the icebox? Surtur is the harbinger of Ragnarok, foretold by Odin. Have the Asgardians gone mad? Lao Fei, surrender the icebox, and I shall grant you the mercy of capitulation. Surrender the icebox? Do the fire giants seek their own demise? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lao Fei, and he incredulously exclaimed, "You are not Surtur. You are Rimuru Tempest?" Rimuru could even transform into her slain nemesis. Despite Laufey's esteemed status and composure, he felt the urge to curse. This was utterly unfair. Were Laufey familiar with Earth's internet culture, he would comprehend that Rimuru's current state could be termed as cheating. In any game, encountering a player who cheats invariably results in a profoundly unsatisfactory experience. However, as the king of Jotunheim, Laufey regained his composure after a brief lapse in judgment. "I refuse to believe it. You cannot possibly possess the strength of Surtur in his prime. All magic bears a cost. It has limits. Kill." Surtur, wielding ice blades, charged toward Rimuru. Unmoved by any emotional turmoil, Rimuru felt a trace of amusement. Her mimicry bore no cost, no restrictions, perfectly replicating the true power of her counterpart. "You see, startled? Surprised? Did you think cheating was a joyful endeavor? No, no, no. The joy of a cheating player is beyond your imagination." Chapter 148, A Song of Ice and Fire. The Icebox, the ancestral artifact of the frost giants of Jotunheim. Its chilling power capable of freezing an entire planet in an instant, obliterating a civilization. Its climatic impact is unimaginably vast, nearly permanent. A millennium after losing the icebox, Jotunheim remains perpetually frozen, with snow falling throughout the seasons. The eternal flame, the ancestral artifact of the fire giants of Muspelheim, it never extinguishes and can incinerate all things. So, what would happen when the eternal flame confronted the icebox? Could the eternal flame burn away the icy essence contained within the icebox? In the Crimson Universe, the Crimson Sovereign sat upon his throne, peering through layers of multiverses, his gaze fixated on Asgard. In his eyes, Asgard was transformed from its former glorious splendor into a battleground of ice and fire. The entire realm of Asgard was cleaved in two, one half blanketed in snow, dark, eerie, and frigid, the other ablaze with fervent flames, crimson, scorching, and boiling. How intriguing. Ever since Rimuru devoured the ruby, the Crimson Sovereign had begun to take an interest in her. Among all the red tanks he created, nearly everyone had succumbed to the side effects of the crimson power, becoming mindless and reckless. Rimuru was the sole exception, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to bestow a casual blessing. Yet, he never anticipated that Rimuru, though appearing docile, would prove to be far more trouble than any of his previous hosts, transforming half of Asgard into a fiery hell. Quite impressive indeed. Even Odin, that old fool, was experiencing a day of reckoning. The Crimson Sovereign found it amusing. Muspelheim, a colossal figure, engulfed in flames, gazed skyward toward the realm of Asgard. This being was none other than Skadi, the true sovereign of Muspelheim. "Father, the one who ignited half of Asgard, has returned." A surge of certainty coursed through her. She had always known that her formidable and resplendent father would come back. Was Asgard truly summoning the icy forces of the Nine Realms to combat him? Skadi dismissed the notion. Perhaps if Odin were at the helm, it might hold some merit. However, the one wielding the ice was evidently far inferior to her father. In Jotunheim, numerous frost giants knelt, fervently chanting the name of King Laufey. The resurgence of the power from the icebox resonated within the veins of every frost giant, enhancing their strength immensely, even across the vastness of countless galaxies. Among them was the beleaguered Loki, who felt the chilling power of ice intensifying within him, a constant reminder of the frost giant blood coursing through his veins. Loki had initially allied with Laufey to annihilate Jotunheim, intending to prove to his father that he was far more worthy of the Asgardian throne than Thor. Yet, in his desperate flight, he had unwittingly relinquished the icebox, and now Asgard might already be doomed. "There's Loki. Pursue him." His whereabouts exposed, a fierce chase ensued. But Loki had grown accustomed to such pursuits. Just as he found himself cornered, a voice resonated in his mind. "Child, come this way, hurry." Startled, Loki scanned his surroundings, but saw no one, yet the call persisted. After a moment's hesitation, he fled toward the source of the voice. Asgard lay before him, transformed into a realm of ice and fire, leaving the citizens who had sought refuge in the palace in utter disbelief. How could a mere clash between two beings escalate to such terrifying proportions? How had His Majesty Odin managed to vanquish them in the past? The flaming figure was undoubtedly Surtur, foretold to bring about Asgard's ruin. Was he now fighting for Asgard? Was this truly possible? It seemed utterly inconceivable. Rumbling flames engulfed the ground where Rimuru tread, setting everything ablaze, turning the earth itself into molten lava. Opposing the colossal Rimuru stood the equally titanic Laufey. The icy power of the icebox erupted forth, conjuring blizzards behind Laufey. Wherever he stepped, the land was encapsulated in frost, freezing all in his wake. The howling winds and swirling snowstorm behind him surged forth, akin to an army charging toward Rimulu's fiery dominion. Rimuru, however, would not yield. The ceaseless flames blazed fiercely, clashing with the icy forces in a deadly dance of destruction. Fire and ice collided like countless horsemen in a chaotic battlefield, each determined to emerge victorious. The battle was horrifically fierce. While they inflicted grievous wounds upon each other, neither would concede defeat. As time passed, Luffy's anxiety deepened. How could this be? He was astounded that Rimuru could withstand him so fiercely, showing no signs of weakening. Could she truly master Searcher's power? This was impossible. It defied all logic. All magic must have its limits. He resolved to endure, to hold on at all costs. He could not afford to lose again. As a direct descendant of Ymir, Luffy's noble lineage granted him longevity, making him an undeniable immortal. Having been bested by Odin, he could resort to outlasting his opponent. Just as now, Odin had aged while Thor had yet to mature. This was his opportunity. But Rimuru was unlike Odin. Once he relinquished the icebox, it might never return to the world again. Rimuru's insatiable consuming magic was truly formidable. She had devoured Surtur and the eternal flame, claiming all that was his. Luffy found himself perilously close to the precipice. He could not afford to fail. Losing the icebox again would mean Jotunheim would forever lose its chance to rise. He would not be the villain of Jotunheim. He could not simply await his demise. A cold glint flickered in Luffy's eyes. He ultimately chose to trust his instincts. Rimuru's power had surged, and such might surely demanded a price, just as his own explosive power now required a millennium of slumber. Rimuru could not possibly demand no cost. If a price was to be paid, it would come down to who was more ruthless. With frosty blades sprouting from his hands, imbued with boundless icy energy, Luffy charged at Rimuru. Unfazed, Rimuru, embodying Surtur, wielded the Twilight Sword and swung it toward Luffy. The clash of the Twilight Sword and Luffy's icy blade resonated, with the latter shimmering ominously while the former blazed with fierce flames. Ultimately, the Twilight Sword proved superior. Luffy's blade was cleaved, yet its residual force continued toward him. In an instant, Luffy's body, forged from millennia of ice, was carved open by Rimuru's Twilight Sword, leaving a gaping wound. But in that moment, Luffy's icy left hand seized the Twilight Sword, while his right blade lunged straight for Rimuru's chest. With a piercing thrust, Rimuru was impaled. Once more, Luffy, undeterred by his wounds, stomped the ground fiercely, summoning a massive ice spike that shot forth, impaling both Rimuru and himself in a single motion. The onlookers were left in shock, utterly astounded. Luffy's brutality was unparalleled. This was a strategy bound to lead to mutual destruction. Not only did the bystanders gasp, but even Rimuru herself was momentarily dazed. What was Luffy doing? Was he unhinged? A ruthless competition? Contemplating her next move, Rimuru embraced Luffy and summoned the Twilight Sword. In an instant, the sword flew forth, entangling them both. Luffy, Avenger, the gods of Asgard, we cannot contend with this madness. They were left sweating in disbelief, wondering if they had stumbled into a gathering of lunatics. Chapter 149, The Hope of the Entire Village. Earth. The world had plunged into an unprecedented atmosphere of sorrow and despair. No one had anticipated that the flourishing civilization of Earth would suddenly face a catastrophic global cooling. Until today, there had been no hint of impending doom. Was 2012 truly the end of human civilization? Had the Mayans foreseen it all before their own civilization vanished? Supermarkets erupted into a frenzy of panic buying, as everyone scrambled to stockpile supplies. Countless individuals frantically packed their belongings, seeking any means to secure tickets to lower latitude regions, be it by bus, ship, or plane. Yet, how could they possibly acquire such tickets? They vanished in an instant, a phenomenon not exclusive to any one retailer. Amidst the swirling snow, pedestrians rushed about, their eyes betraying their anxiety and confusion about an uncertain future. The theme of apocalypse was not unfamiliar. Yet, when it truly unfolded, only then did people comprehend the depths of despair it brought. In that moment, they realized that death, the most egalitarian force of all, was also profoundly unequal. Ordinary individuals could not secure a single ticket for salvation, while the affluent could commandeer private jets and yachts to escape. Meteorological agencies worldwide, with unwavering hope, the dedicated staff fixated intently on the ever-shifting, tempestuous weather charts. To them, this hour felt as protracted as a century. The temperature continued to plummet. Could it be that humanity was truly devoid of hope? Was human civilization destined to vanish like the dinosaurs, flourishing magnificently only to be extinguished in a sudden chill? One could only wonder if, eons hence, the skeletal remains of humanity would be displayed in museums, akin to the fossils of dinosaurs. Yet at that moment, the staff, glued to the temperature fluctuation graphs, suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment. Had the decline ceased? Was this real? Someone pinch me. Could I be mistaken? The sound of slapping echoed as disbelief reigned, and in an instant, the frozen hearts within meteorological offices worldwide began to thaw and rekindle. Everyone held their breath. Their gazes locked on the temperature curve, which seemed like a timid, sensitive creature, startled by even the slightest noise. In New York, Hell's Kitchen, the abrupt onset of an apocalyptic scenario plunged many with fragile constitutions into despair. Civil order teetered on the brink of collapse, giving rise to rampant looting, violence, and depravity. Suddenly, a web shot forth, ensnaring a criminal attempting to exploit the chaos. "Sir, robbery is against the law," exclaimed the young Spider-Man, who had become a celebrity in New York. Bound by the web of the Spider-Girl, the robber, far from remorseful, erupted in a tirade. "What does it matter? The world is ending." Hearing his vitriol, Peter Parker found himself engulfed in confusion. Indeed, with the world on the brink of destruction, what significance did his efforts hold in preventing a single crime? The robber sobbed, lamenting, "We've been abandoned. Everyone has been forsaken. Spider-Girl, aren't you a superhero? Please save me. I don't want to die." The urgency of the plea struck a chord in the young Peter Parker, who felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Though he was a superhero, what could he possibly do in the face of an impending apocalypse? Perhaps figures like Rimuru or Tony Stark could devise a solution, but sadly, he had no means to contact either. Gazing at his hands in growing despair, he questioned his status as a superhero. When true disaster approached, was he truly capable of effecting change? Just then, he froze, instinctively lifting his gaze to the sky, still blanketed in heavy snow. Yes, the temperature was beginning to rise. In a major scientific research center of a prominent Eastern nation, chaos reigned, with papers strewn about. An elderly gentleman with graying hair was methodically organizing documents, while two uniformed staff members fervently urged him, "Professor Ding, you are a national treasure. Please come with us. At the survival base for the apocalypse, you might discover a way to improve the climate and preserve our civilization." Professor Ding shook his head. "Let the younger generation take the opportunity. I am too old for this. The sudden and extreme drop in temperature is beyond my capability to address." The two staff members attempted to persuade him further, but he raised a hand to silence them. Since the Industrial Revolution, human civilization had advanced at an astonishing pace, with progress begetting greater progress, yet ultimately, humanity remained but an infant in the grand scheme. "You ask when the Earth will thaw after this freeze." The young men shook their heads. If someone as wise as Professor Ding did not know, how could they possibly? With keen insight, Ding remarked, "In Earth's history, there was a notable event known as the Younger Dryas, which plunged the planet into a millennium-long ice age. This time, the cooling has come more abruptly and violently. The ice age may endure longer, but the Earth shall eventually thaw. This severe drop in temperature will undoubtedly lead to mass extinction, including that of humanity. The emergence of intelligent life may not occur for hundreds of millions of years. What traces of humanity will remain by then?" The two young men exchanged glances, feeling overwhelmed by the professor's contemplations regarding events far beyond their immediate concern. Professor Ding sighed. "At the end of civilization, leaving a mark is far more challenging than creating the world." Just then, a commotion erupted outside. "What has happened?" Ding inquired. An excited female staff member exclaimed. "The temperature drop has ceased. It has stopped." Instantly, the remaining individuals in the museum erupted in joyous cries. Many embraced one another, united in this moment, devoid of any barriers. Professor Ding's gaze became contemplative. The world was far more mysterious than we could imagine. Perhaps it was time to consider establishing a museum dedicated to human civilization. Meanwhile, Flight 3U-8633 had been circling the sky for nearly half an hour. In the cockpit, the two pilots were nearing the limits of human endurance. The frigid air had rendered their bodies almost unrecognizable. Yet, the fierce cold front looming before the aircraft was insurmountable. They found no opportunity for escape. Just then, Captain Lu's eyes narrowed, and that nearly frozen heart reignited with fervor. The cold front weakened and began to split. Where was that warm, moist air coming from? At this temperature, the collision of the cold front with the warm, moist air would inevitably produce hail. The high-speed aircraft was at significant risk of being destroyed by the hail. There was no choice. This was their only chance. Captain Lu decisively steered the aircraft toward the point where the air currents were dividing. Globally, people were immersed in the immense joy of rising temperatures. The countries along the equator wept tears of relief. Truthfully, During the extreme cold, they faced greater peril than the high-latitude nations destined for freezing. To describe their situation as precarious would be an understatement. Meanwhile, Rimuru, engaged in battle with King Laofey, was unaware that she had become the hope of her entire village. Chapter 150, The Demise of King Laofey. History often selectively forgets the vanquished. Odin's conquests across the 9 realms were so monumental that they rendered the rulers of other worlds insignificant. A millennium had passed since the battle between Odin and Laofey. After 1,000 years, when people mentioned Odin, they spoke with reverence, calling him the father of the gods. In contrast, Laofey was remembered merely as a defeated foe, conquered by Odin. Witnessing the battle before them, people realized just how skewed that perspective was. Laofey may have been a vanquished opponent of Odin, but he was by no means a weakling or a foolish king. On the contrary, Laofey was extraordinarily formidable, ruthless, and unyielding. What began as a contest between kings now resembled a brawl between 2 street thugs. You stab me, I stab you. You punch me, I slap you. Though the fighting style was crude, the ferocity was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Eventually, both warriors ceased to evade each other's strikes, their attacks devolving into attempts to rip out each other's organs. Ultimately, however, it was Laofey who could not endure any longer. His method of gaining strength was a forbidden technique that pushed his potential to its limits. This was fundamentally different from Rimuru's mimicry skills. As long as she had sufficient magical power, she could achieve anything. Moreover, Rimuru's physical attacks were ineffective against him, with heat resistance, divine resistance, and rapid regeneration being her rogue abilities. In a fierce contest of valor and resilience against Rimuru, he suffered a defeat that was entirely justifiable. With a cough, Laofey reverted to his original size, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. At this moment, his left arm lay severed, his right leg torn asunder. A gaping wound marred his abdomen, and he had lost sight in one eye. His entire being was ravaged beyond recognition. Now restored to his original stature, Rimuru gazed upon the battered and broken form of Laofey, feeling a surge of admiration. Strictly speaking, Laofey was not a villain. He was an ambitious and capable ruler. Yet fate dealt him a most unfortunate hand. Just as he intended to strike at Earth, he encountered a resplendent Odin in his prime. After enduring a millennium, he finally awaited Odin's decline and reclaimed the Frost Box, believing he was poised to reach the pinnacle of his existence, only to confront the extraordinary Rimuru instead. With a bitter smile, Laofey looked at Rimuru and lamented, "I have lost. Once again I have lost. What think you of me, King Rimuru?" Rimuru replied earnestly, "You possess both courage and cunning, a masterful strategist, adept in battle, skilled in patience, and decisively ruthless. You embody every quality of a wise ruler, save for one, luck." Upon hearing Rimuru's assessment, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Laofey's solitary eye. To receive such high praise from Rimuru before his demise was not an insignificant achievement for a life lived. Luck, aside from luck, aside from luck. He laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout Asgard, yet the underlying sorrow was palpable. From time immemorial, the lament of beauty has echoed in twilight, while heroes are seldom allowed to turn gray. Though Laofey had not aged, given the lifespan of frost giants, he was far from the twilight years of his life. Yet, he found himself at the end of his journey. Poor fortune leaves one lamenting in vain. Observing Laofey's despondence, Rimuru felt a pang of sympathy. Throughout the Marvel Universe, aside from the What If series, Laofey and the Frost Giants were often mere sacrificial pawns. Whenever matters concerning Asgard arose, the Frost Giants would invariably be slain, and Laofey would find himself brutally defeated yet again. In terms of misfortune, Laofey could rival even the most ill-fated of them all. At that moment, however, Laofey suddenly thrust his right hand into his own heart, retrieving the Frost Box. "King Rimuru, your mastery of ice magic rivals my own, across the 9 realms. None are more formidable. After you consume the Frost Box, perhaps there will be no one in the universe who can surpass you in the art of ice magic." "What do you mean?" Rimuru inquired, observing the waning spirit of the once mighty Laofey. "King Rimuru," Laofey continued, "the Frost Box is the ancestral artifact of Jotunheim, and only a king is worthy to wield it. I bequeath the Frost Box to you. Will you accept the dual mantle of King of Jotunheim?" To pass the Frost Box to her and grant her the kingship of Jotunheim? Laofey's intentions are rather ambitious. If Rimuru were to become the ruler of Jotunheim, she would bear responsibility for its people. With Rimuru in power, even in defeat, the Frost Giants would be treated with deference by the Asgardians, avoiding total annihilation. Most importantly, even if she consumed the Frost Box, it would still be as if it remained in the hands of the Frost Giants. Furthermore, they would gain a formidable ally in Rimuru. Rimuru shook her head. The frost box is my trophy now. Rather than a gift, I prefer to seize it myself. Ignoring her, Laufey proclaimed with the help of the frost box, all Jotunheimers, heed my command. In the name of King Laufey, I bequeath the throne of Jotunheim to King Rimuru. Ice giants, frost giants, mountain giants, wind giants, and all frost giants shall honor the new sovereign. Upon hearing Laufey's final decree, Asgard, Jotunheim, and all the giants fell to their knees, weeping profusely. Rimuru's gaze was complex. She did not offer a rebuttal. For Laufey, having delivered his edict, was akin to a candle flickering in the wind, barely clinging to life. He looked at Rimuru with a pleading expression, as delivering his last words had drained his vitality. He yearned to hear her verbal affirmation. With a heavy heart, Rimuru nodded, I accept your wish. A smile spread across Laufey's face. Thank you. Please devour me. To die like Surtur, the Flame King, perhaps wasn't such a bad fate. Rimuru nodded in agreement. The smile remained on Laufey's face, though his gaze grew distant. In his final moments, Laufey beheld his lifelong rival, Odin, whom he had both despised and revered. The once dashing Odin was now frail with age. Had Odin come to bid him farewell? This funeral, it seemed, would not be without its dignity. To the very end. He had never managed to best Odin even once. What a profound regret. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. He had indeed triumphed. He had broken tradition and boldly presented a new ruler, one who far surpassed Odin's decrepit progeny. At long last, he had secured a victory. The scene shifted. Laufey found himself transported back to Jotunheim, standing beside the progenitor giant, Ymir. In pursuit of the frost giant's prosperity, he had imprisoned the ancestors, extracting flesh from Ymir time and again, an act devoid of reason and compassion, yet he harbored no regrets. The king of Jotunheim had passed. Sensing Laufey's complete demise, Rimuru sighed. She bore no animosity towards King Laufey. She reached out, gently closing his solitary eye. May you find your old comrades in the afterlife. With banners unfurled and 10,000 slaying the king of hell. I wish you a safe journey. With that, Rimuru transformed into a blue liquid, consuming Laufey's remains along with the frost box. Chapter 151. The Great War concludes. Analysis complete. Acquired the ability of the mimicry frost giant, Laufey. Successfully obtained the skill, weather manipulation. Frost box consumed. The essence of ice acquired, skill infinite ice power obtained. The voice of the great sage echoed continuously, particularly with the acquisition of the infinite ice power skill, endowing Rimuru with an additional lethal weapon. Yet, within her heart, she felt no exuberance. Rather, a tranquil stillness enveloped her. At this juncture, the attainment of new skills no longer elicited overwhelming joy. She had mastered an extensive array of offensive techniques. In the realms of ice, fire, and lightning, her prowess was unparalleled. She had transcended the mere pursuit of technique and begun to aspire toward a higher plane. Rimuru clearly sensed that, given the right conditions, she could ascend to become an awakened demon lord. At that point, she would truly be the sovereign of the universe, among the very apex of even the All-Father level. As Rimuru digested her gains, Asgard erupted into a fervor. None could have anticipated that the grand coalition against Asgard would conclude in such an unimaginable manner. Particularly the peak battle between Rimuru and King Laufey would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of the Nine Realms. Before the radiant new monarch Rimuru, everything else would pale in comparison. The sole blessing was that Rimuru was Thor's mentor, and Asgard regarded her as an ally rather than an enemy. This was better than anything. Observing the still tumultuous battlefield, the deities of Asgard stood resolute. The frost box and the eternal flame had fundamentally altered the climate of the battlefield. Unless divine power was employed to cleanse it, the icy and fiery landscape could persist for millennia. Even for the Asgardians, clearing this battlefield would be a monumental task, requiring immeasurable resources and manpower. As the crowd admired Rimuru's strength, their respect for the wisdom of the All-Father deepened. In the mirrored space, the Avengers were left in utter shock. Though they were already aware of Rimuru's extraordinary prowess as Earth's mightiest superhero, yet what they could never have anticipated was that Rimuru's strength was not merely a phenomenon confined to Earth. It was indeed a rarity throughout the cosmos. The Asgardians and the Jotunheimers had experienced firsthand the prowess of battle, where even an ordinary Asgardian soldier could rival the finest warriors of Earth. Were it not for their alarmingly low birth rates and diminutive population, humanity would likely find themselves in dire straits, especially after the climactic showdown, where Rimuru transformed into the Flame King Surtur and engaged in a titanic battle with King Laufey, leaving the Avengers in a reverie of contemplation. Tony Stark remarked, previously, when Thor, Captain America, and I intercepted Laufey, Rimuru held the Jotunheim army at bay. That was merely a facade of our battle strategy. Rimuru's true intent must have been to devour the flame King Surtur. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Stark's astute analysis. The notion of consuming foes and seizing their abilities was indeed astonishing. As they pondered Rimuru's final confrontation with King Laufey, a sense of sympathy emerged for Laufey. His misfortune seemed almost too great to bear. At this moment, the group felt not just curiosity towards Rimuru, but also an overwhelming sense of respect and reverence. It was not solely his power that commanded their attention, but his newly assumed identity. They could not forget that Rimuru was now the king of Jotunheim, a realm of equal stature to Earth. At that moment, a portal opened in the mirrored space. On Earth, the dark clouds dissipated, and the sun shone once more upon the land, casting a warm and comforting glow. All eyes were lifted to the sun above, filled with an unimaginable fervor. Only through loss can one truly appreciate what is cherished. The harrowing hours just past had instilled a profound fear in everyone. The sun had returned, temperatures were rising, no one would perish, no one would be displaced. Praise the sun. In this moment, the world erupted into jubilation across continents, nations, and regions alike. In America, at the White House, the president confirmed with unwavering certainty that the extreme cold had indeed passed, and warmth was returning globally. The crisis had subsided. The president's rigid form suddenly relaxed. "God bless America," he exclaimed. Moments later, he regained his composure and instructed, "I shall address the nation via television." "Yes," the secretary replied, her steps light and buoyant as she exited. In Asia, Europe, and Africa, nations were experiencing similar joyous occurrences. Despite their differing nationalities, skin tones, and languages, the shared sentiment of joy was universally consistent. This day of severe cold would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. The global political landscape might very well undergo a significant transformation. Environmental issues would inevitably draw heightened attention from the international community. The notion of being prepared in times of peace would emerge as a new topic of discussion in political and academic circles worldwide. At SHIELD, the ever-watchful Nick Fury gazed at the sun above, his single eye reflecting a depth of contemplation. While the vast majority of the global populace remained oblivious to the cause of the sudden, severe cold, Fury was acutely aware. The frost giants truly had the potential to plunge Earth into a new ice age. Such a thought was unfathomable just yesterday. He sighed, realizing that, compared to those extraterrestrial beings, Earth was indeed as fragile as an infant. Although no definitive news had yet arrived, Fury felt a sense of relief wash over him. With Earth's temperatures stabilizing, it appeared that the divine conflict had seen the frost giants eliminated from contention. But who would emerge victorious in the end? The flame giants, the dark elves, or Asgard? Fury's mind was awash with thoughts, his expression fluctuating as he toyed with the pager in his palm. In Camartage, the Ancient One returned to her tranquil abode, quietly seated as she brewed a pot of tea, savoring each sip at a leisurely pace. Observing their master in such a state, the others quickly grasped that the true crisis for Earth had passed. In the courtyard, the familiar sight of diligent sorcerers practicing their spells reappeared. Contentment and serenity enveloped them. In the tea room, the Ancient One oscillated between shaking her head and smiling. In the blink of an eye, chaos had erupted in Asgard, with even the eternal flame and the box of ice devoured. Rimuru's might was formidable, yet her propensity for upheaval was equally noteworthy. While the Ancient One's physical form remained youthful and healthy, her mental state bore the weight of a seasoned elder. Truthfully, she had begun to feel apprehensive about her disciple Rimuru. Whenever Earth faced any disturbance, her first thought was whether Rimuru had stirred up trouble again. The Supreme Sorcerers had always taken it upon themselves to safeguard the Time Stone. With Rimuru's current prowess, protecting the gem posed little challenge. Yet, the Ancient One remained fearful. She dreaded that upon entrusting the Time Stone to Rimuru, she might find it devoured like a mere candy. What a comical thought, for in times past, who would have ever worried about the cosmic gems being consumed? Chapter 152, The Name of Rimuru. As time flowed onward, a week had passed since the tumultuous battle in Asgard. In that span, the 9 realms had been rife with tumult and speculation. Undoubtedly, the name Rimuru was the most frequently invoked term. In Svartalfheim, the realm of the Dark Elves, the high-ranking officials convened in silence, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. Odin's frailty, the armies of the 3 nations assaulting Asgard, had initially seemed like the perfect opportunity to unleash the ether particles and restore darkness to the 9 realms. Yet, none had anticipated the sudden emergence of King Rimuru. Though Midgard was under the watchful eye of the Ancient One, apart from her, The other sorcerers were woefully inadequate, barely able to protect themselves, and held no sway in the 9 realms, merely invisible. However, no one could have expected that such a primitive and underdeveloped planet would give rise to an extraordinary talent like Rimuru. More importantly, she was strikingly different from the Ancient One. The Ancient One was nearly a solitary figure, her demeanor calm and reserved, content to guard her own small domain. In contrast, Rimuru was a Midgardian by birth, yet served as the imperial teacher to the Crown Prince of Asgard, while simultaneously holding the title of King of Jotunheim. By this reckoning, she had quietly claimed a third of the 9 realms for herself. Could it be that after Odin, Rimuru was destined to ascend as the new God King? This was hardly favorable news for the Dark Elves. As the day of the convergence of the 9 realms approached, the Dark Elves were compelled to make a decision, lest they face another millennia of waiting. A millennium, considered an eternity even for beings of longevity, a span during which anything could transpire. Melkith pondered. During the confrontation between Rimuru and Laufey, did she truly transform into a 300-meter-tall surtur? Without a doubt, said Coles. Send an envoy to Muspelheim. Queen Cinder will surely be intrigued by this news. Yes, my king. Nidavellir, the fabled homeland of the dwarves, renowned throughout the universe for their unparalleled forging skills. Any weapon crafted by the dwarven race was a priceless treasure in the cosmos, capable of inciting a tempest of bloodshed. This was no exaggeration. In the MCU, every weapon forged by the dwarves was a masterpiece. Thor's hammer Mjolnir, the Infinity Gauntlet, Stormbreaker, the Destroyer, and even Thanos' double-edged sword were all products of dwarven craftsmanship. The double-edged sword, utilized by Thanos in Avengers Endgame, had once shattered Captain America's shield with just a few strikes. One can only imagine its formidable power. Given the high quality of their creations, the barriers to commissioning the dwarves for weaponry were exceptionally steep. The overwhelming majority of individuals seeking to have a divine weapon forged by the dwarves would face rejection. Today, King Eitri of the dwarves summoned a host of the most skilled artisans from his kin. He intended to forge anew. This announcement instantly caused a stir in Nidavellir. King Eitri had not personally crafted divine weapons for many years, and no one anticipated that today he would take it upon himself to do so. Eitri proclaimed, I plan to forge a royal weapon for Queen Rimuru as a celebratory gift for her coronation. Please, feel free to express any opinions. The notion of forging a royal weapon for Queen Rimuru as a gift left the crowd exchanging glances. After a brief murmur of whispers, enthusiasm began to swell among them. To emerge victorious against the Flame King Surtur and the King of the Frost Giants. This is indeed a formidable personage. Best to tread lightly. Although the dwarves are master craftsmen, they are not particularly adept in combat. This was also the reason Odin's conquest of the 9 realms saw Nidavellir capitulate first. As it turned out, the dwarves' surrender had yielded remarkable results. The Asgardians treated their allies well, ensuring the safety of Nidavellir. Presenting a royal weapon in exchange for Queen Rimuru's friendship seemed exceedingly advantageous. Observing the artisan's lack of dissent, King Eitri continued, based on the information we have gathered, Queen Rimuru is exceptionally skilled in battle. She has single-handedly faced entire armies, showcasing an array of weaponry. The dwarven craftsman pondered, finding her abilities reminiscent of Hellas' Dark Decay sword. Should we forge another Dark Decay sword, or perhaps an upgraded version? What if Queen Rimuru discovered this and took offense? That would not be an alliance, but rather a quest for vengeance. Surely, a queen would not wield a weapon that had been used by another? Queen Rimuru excels in lightning, fire, and ice magic. Eitri shared the intel he had collected, and the expressions of the artisans became increasingly animated. The breadth of Queen Rimuru's offensive capabilities is truly astonishing. Surely, this cannot be mere hearsay. If true, what manner of royal weapon could possibly befit Queen Rimuru? In the depths of the cosmos, on a life-bearing star, a massacre was underway. Half of the life forms present were obliterated in this brutal event. Gamora, I have triumphed in this killing competition. Nebula taunted with pride. Silence. Were it not for me, you would have been minced by the enemy. Gamora, wielding the Godslayer dagger, dispatched a rebel, feeling a pang of absurdity at Nebula's foolishness. Must we compete even in slaughter? More foolish still, she risked her own life for the sake of victory. Nebula smirked, well aware of Gamora's past and how to torment her beloved sister. The more Gamora suffered, the more Nebula reveled in delight. You know pain, don't you? Gamora insisted she did not wish to compete, yet time and again, she found herself bested by Nebula. With every defeat, a part of her body was transformed into machinery by their father. Indeed, it was excruciating. After the carnage, Nebula, Gamora, and the Black Order gathered around Thanos. At that moment, Corvus Glaive spoke, Great Master, the 9 realms, which you instructed us to monitor, have news. Oh, Thanos grew intrigued. The 9 realms were a forbidden territory in his mind. There lay the raw gems he coveted, and not just one. Yet he had met defeat there at the hands of Odin and the Ancient One. J.A.R.VIS continued, Master, Odin has inexplicably weakened significantly. The nations of Jotunheim, Muspelheim, and Vanaheim have mobilized against him. Listening to J.A.R.VIS's report, the remaining members of the Black Order, along with Nebula and Gamora, were taken aback. The 9 realms under Odin's dominion were among the safest regions in the universe. Even Thanos would tread carefully. Asgard was revered as a paradise by various races across the cosmos. The strength of Asgard was renowned throughout the universe. The reason Gamora's dagger is named Godslayer is that it can harm the Asgardians. Indeed, even across the universe, the Asgardians are beings of divine caliber. And now, Asgard is besieged by 3 other nations? A smile crept across Thanos' face. The strength of the various races in the 9 realms is formidable, none weak. Their internal strife and mutual depletion would be advantageous. Is Odin dead? Gamora inquired, and all eyes turned to J.A.R.VIS. As a general under Thanos, they were somewhat aware of the enmity between Thanos and Odin. Should Odin perish, the 9 realms would likely become the next target of their master's conquest. J.A.R.VIS replied, Master, Odin has fallen into a deep slumber and did not participate in this battle. However, a human named Rimuru Tempest has emerged spectacularly. She currently reigns as the Queen of Jotunheim. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A profound silence enveloped the space. A pin drop could be heard. Just from hearing J.A.R.VIS's account, they could sense the formidable nature of this newly emerged Queen Rimuru. To invade a realm under the protection of such a powerful being? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Yet, Gamora felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this earthling Rimuru Tempest could thwart her father's nefarious schemes. Thanos pondered. Undeterred by Rimuru's might, the plan to collect the raw gems must proceed without fail. Perhaps it was time to send someone to probe the strength of Queen Rimuru. Chapter 153, The Headpat Kill. The battle in Asgard left an indelible mark, as the name Rimuru first echoed through the vast expanse of the cosmos, etched in the memories of numerous factions. However, all of this bore no relation to Rimuru or the members of the Avengers. At this moment, they were attending a funeral in Asgard. Adhering to local customs, the Avengers donned Asgardian attire, standing solemnly by the riverside alongside many Asgardians. Each held a magical lantern, while the bodies of the fallen were reverently placed upon small boats. Thor, Queen Frigga called out, and Thor nodded before taking a bow and arrow from a guard, igniting the arrowhead before launching it at one of the boats. Flames erupted upon the boat, and soon thousands of flaming arrows rained down. In an instant, the flowing river was illuminated with a constellation of fiery coffins. The entire river shimmered, beautiful and resplendent, as if it were radiating its final divine glory. Accompanied by the fierce blaze, vibrant rainbow flames ascended like souls taking flight. Above the river, it appeared as though myriad light spirits danced in joy. The Asgardians were unfazed. But the Earthlings witnessing this spectacle for the first time were profoundly moved. Little did they realize, until now, the heavy toll Asgard had paid in this conflict. During their time in Asgard, the Avengers had long since shed their naivete. They had garnered some understanding of the population of Asgard. The staggering number of warriors lost in this battle was nothing short of catastrophic, a grave wound indeed. Just as the Earthlings remained engulfed in sorrow, Thor suddenly turned, raising his enchanted hammer, and declared, "Let the feast begin." Roars of enthusiasm erupted at the funeral. The Earthlings exchanged bewildered glances. A feast at such a time? Without hesitation, they were swiftly ushered to the center of the banquet. The tables were laden with exquisite dishes and fine wines. Thor even took the initiative to liven the atmosphere, raising a large goblet in salute. The warriors cheered, and the revelry took flight. In the inner hall, Queen Frigga herself presided, raising a cup. "Do not feel pressured. This is our Asgardian tradition. We believe that the souls of warriors ascend to Valhalla upon death. Death is merely a new beginning. Gratitude to all friends for the Battle of Asgard. Let us raise our cups in unison. Cheers, cheers, cheers." As the clinking of glasses echoed, the atmosphere within the hall swiftly transformed into a lively celebration. The warriors permitted entry into the inner sanctum were esteemed champions of Asgard, yet the Asgardians, with their innate generosity, held little regard for status, preferring to measure heroism by valor alone. The Avengers, naturally, garnered their respect. Iron Man, Captain America, and the Hulk were revered as true heroes. To engage in battle for 800 rounds against the Frost Giant King, even for an Asgardian warrior, would be an unparalleled honor. In no time, countless toasts were being made. As for Black Widow, After a week of mingling with the divine warriors, she had established a comfortable rapport. At the banquet, her bold drinking drew raucous cheers from the assembled gods. Thus, a cohort of straightforward boys soon found themselves outwitted by her charm, swept away in a tide of revelry. What secrets could possibly remain hidden at such a table? Nevertheless, Black Widow was astute enough to maintain a boundary while seeking information, ensuring a harmonious coexistence. Among them, Rimuru was undoubtedly the most honored guest for toasts. Initially, there was some hesitation, given Rimuru's status and power, but upon witnessing his open acceptance of all, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Observing Rimuru drink with ease, warriors began to challenge him to drinking contests. The outcome? None among the Asgardians stood a chance. Thus, Rimuru's reputation soared within Asgard. To single-handedly challenge all Asgardian warriors in drinking was a mark of greatness, wisdom, and strength. Rimuru chuckled inwardly, sometimes perplexed by the thought processes of the Asgardians. Yet, engaging with these straightforward individuals was refreshingly lighthearted and pleasant. After the banquet, chaos reigned. Numerous inebriates sprawled across the ground, while others continued to indulge in lavish feasting. Standing upon the Rainbow Bridge, Thor gazed into the endless starry river below, his eyes filled with sorrow and nostalgia. Observing this, Rimuru understood. Thor was likely yearning for his lost brother. The death of Loki? Rimuru found that utterly unbelievable. The enigmatic Loki was indeed not merely a figment of imagination. Yet, Rimuru kept his thoughts to himself. With a father in slumber and a brother deceased, this war had imparted profound lessons upon Thor. Did he miss Loki? Thor, without turning, nodded and then shook his head. He pondered deeply. Loki, Jane, and the multitude of fallen. This war, ignited by his arrogance and ignorance, had cost Asgard dearly. While the Asgardians held a more detached view of death, losing a living soul was never easy to accept. Gazing at the cosmic river beneath the Rainbow Bridge, Rimuru spoke. Thor, do you recall the moment you regained Mjolnir's acceptance? Thor nodded, recalling how he had questioned his own errors, arriving at a conclusion starkly different from his father's teachings. Rimuru's gaze deepened as he earnestly continued. Thor, the universe is on the brink of turbulent times, and Asgard cannot remain aloof. What defines a wise king? Opinions vary. However, a king capable of guiding his nation towards victory and strength must surely be wise. Thor contemplated this, nodding gravely. In truth, Rimuru needed not elaborate. Thor had matured considerably. His exile on Earth, the 3 battles against Asgard, and Odin's slumber had rendered Thor a de facto king without a crown. With his perspective now shaped by the responsibilities of rulership, he began to think in terms of a king's duties. Master, how do you propose to govern Jotunheim? Rimuru replied earnestly. Thor, from what position do you pose this question? Thor paused, then responded with resolve. As the future king of Asgard. Rimuru replied, a truce between the 2 realms, fostering recovery, followed by strengthening our military. Thor was momentarily taken aback. Strengthening the military? Rimuru continued. The future of the 9 realms will not be peaceful, Thor. Should we have the opportunity to ascend as the rulers of the 9 realms, Jotunheim will show no mercy. Thor swallowed hard. Was Rimuru serious? Observing the diminutive, youthful visage of Rimuru, Thor felt an unprecedented weight of responsibility. This was the first time he realized that the one standing before him was not only his mentor, but also the king of Jotunheim. With solemnity, Thor declared, I, Thor Odinson, vow to defend the glory of Asgard with my life. Even before King Rimuru, I shall not falter. Rimuru smiled, feeling a sense of pride akin to a master witnessing a pupil's successful graduation. Indeed, this encapsulated Rimuru's philosophy of kingship. A wise king must first consider matters from the perspective of royalty. Thor, crouch down. Crouch down? Thor looked perplexed, unsure of Rimuru's intent, yet complied obediently. Then, he watched as Rimuru approached and affectionately tousled his hair. Rimuru assumed a parental demeanor, saying, Thor, congratulations, you are ready to embark on your journey. As your master, my heart swells with pride. Thor was left speechless. In the shadows, Natasha could no longer contain her laughter, doubling over in mirth. Tony Stark was equally amused, remarking on Rimuru's mischievousness. He had initially requested Thor to engage in dialogue as a king, only to turn around and tease him as a master. Thor was likely to be the subject of jest for a lifetime. Chapter 154, The Orb of Agamotto. Asgard. Rimuru surveyed the kneeling giants before him and declared, any individual, including cowards, can spark a war, but only the strong have the right to determine how it ends. For your transgressions, you shall assist Asgard in remedying the frigid climate. You may return to Jotunheim only when your task is complete. Yes, the ice giants, mountain giants, frost giants, and wind giants all acknowledged the king's command. The Avengers silently observed, their hearts stirred with pride, even if they remained mute. A mere earthling had ascended to become the king of Jotunheim in the Nine Realms, an idea that felt utterly surreal. Thor was exhilarated and deeply appreciative of Rimuru's decision. With the addition of frost giants, Asgard's recovery would be expedited. Thor, a straightforward man, preferred action over words. He would remember this favor. Let us depart. The Avengers nodded in agreement, turning their gazes toward Heimdall. Heimdall, understanding the cue, prepared to activate the Rainbow Bridge. Just then, a raven swooped down. Upon seeing the raven, Thor's excitement surged. Hugin, it's Hugin, the messenger of my father. The others understood. Earth held many myths about Odin, including the tales of two ravens. Hugin was one of them, symbolizing wisdom. The group was surprised that, rather than meeting the legendary Allfather Odin, they encountered his raven at the time of departure. This piqued their curiosity. Hugin ignored the group's intrigue and flew directly to Rimuru, dropping a small orb at his feet. A small orb? The group exchanged puzzled glances. However, Thor's eyes widened in realization. This blue and purple orb was no ordinary object. It was one of Asgard's most treasured artifacts. Yet Odin had his reasons for bestowing this treasure upon Rimuru, undoubtedly of great significance. What is this? Everyone turned to Thor for answers. Thor's expression grew serious as he addressed his master, saying, Master, this treasured artifact is known as the Eye of Agamotto. It possesses the ability to peer into the dangers lurking within the cosmos, as well as the threats posed by magic in the universe. The notion of gazing into the perils of the universe ignited a spark of intrigue in everyone's eyes. What a remarkable treasure. Even Rimuru felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Odin was a man of his word, providing her with the two artifacts he promised. The Eye of Agamotto and the Orb of Agamotto. Are you familiar with them? Indeed, both were bequeathed by the progenitor of white magic, the ancient wizard Vishanti. The moment Rimuru made contact with the Orb of Agamotto, her vision blurred, and she beheld a vast and formidable army of Chitauri soldiers. Hiss! The sight of the overwhelming host sent chills down Rimuru's spine, despite her current strength. The sheer numbers were staggering, as if a swarm of locusts had descended upon the earth, nearly encircling the entire globe. One must remember that in the original narrative, the Chitauri merely lent Loki a fraction of their forces, and their assault was limited to the city of New York. Yet now, through the Orb of Agamotto, Rimuru witnessed smoke and turmoil erupting across the globe. In the original tale, Loki utilized the Space Stone to open a portal, and once it closed, the invasion ceased. However, this time, the threat had escalated to an entirely new level, with the enemy arriving aboard ships. Could it be that her mere fluttering wings as a butterfly had altered the course of the future, transforming the battle for New York into an epic confrontation between Earth and the Chitauri? Oh my god, if that were the case, what hope was there left? Rimuru? Master? Rimuru snapped back to reality, met with the concerned gazes of her friends. Tony Stark, are you alright? Rimuru initially considered voicing her thoughts, but recalling the harrowing experiences they had endured, she decided it prudent to allow everyone some respite first, at least a brief holiday. She hadn't forgotten the aftermath of the Battle of New York, where Tony had ascended with a nuclear bomb, suffering from severe anxiety thereafter. He had to sleep in his armor, yet still felt an overwhelming lack of security. A balance of work and leisure is vital. With a gentle smile, Rimuru reassured them. It's nothing, I just saw some rather interesting things. After we return to Earth, I plan to take a short break. What about you all? The group exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement passing among them. Rimuru chose not to elaborate, and they understood without needing to ask further. If Rimuru sensed a threat, it was likely beyond their capacity to intervene. Tony Stark, this mission has exhausted me. Upon returning, I intend to gather a dozen lovely models for a week-long party. Hawkeye eagerly inquired, can I join? Tony winked, flashing a knowing grin. Of course, just don't be a party pooper. Hawkeye thumped his chest, exuding confidence. No problem. Tony elbowed Bruce Banner. How about you, Doc? Bruce, filled with envy, shook his head and lamented, I can't afford to get too excited. The group erupted in laughter, and Bruce felt a twinge of despair. Oh, men, Natasha scoffed. Rimuru timidly interjected, I suddenly don't want to miss out on that party. Can I come too? I've always wanted to experience such festivities. The entire group burst into laughter, incredulous at the thought of Rimuru attending such an event. Natasha shot a disapproving glance at Tony and the others. Have some decency. Don't lead the child astray. I'm not a child. Rimuru protested, but Natasha swiftly countered. Weren't you just saying you wanted a vacation? You can join me. If you find it too small a gathering, we can invite Hill and Sharon. Tony added cheekily. Your first order of business upon returning should be to report to Nick Fury. Natasha felt as though she had been stabbed in the chest, overwhelmed by the truth of his words. How rude. Why speak such blatant truths? Laughter erupted among the Avengers, with even many Asgardians joining in. With a crackle of thunder, the Bifrost opened, and they were instantly transported to Earth. Gazing upon the familiar scenery, the Avengers exchanged astonished glances. Had they truly arrived on Earth? It felt surreal. To be alive is a blessing. Long live peace. Breathing in the air of Earth, an unprecedented sense of relaxation enveloped them. After fiddling with their phones, they quickly realized they were in the United States, specifically San Francisco. San Francisco? Rimuru's eyes sparkled with excitement. It has a Chinatown. I've been here several times for the cuisine. Feeling hungry, she suggested, shall we gather for a meal? I know a truly authentic Chinese restaurant that serves delicious dishes. Rimuru eagerly proposed. I haven't had Chinese food in ages. I'm really craving it. The group readily agreed. The prospect of dining together after returning from an alien planet promising to be a delightful experience. Chapter 155. Has it ever snowed on the broken bridge? Chinatown was aglow with festive decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joy. Accompanied by the lively sounds of drums and cymbals, a lion dance troupe paraded through the streets. Predominantly surrounded by Chinese onlookers, though various foreigners could also be seen. Upon witnessing familiar faces and hearing long-forgotten dialects, Rimuru felt an inexplicable tug at her heartstrings. The members of the Avengers shared a similar sentiment, their hearts stirred by the vibrant environment. Natasha smiled. Oh, how lively. It seems we chose the perfect day to be here. Hawkeye chuckled, possessing some understanding of Chinese customs as an agent. Such elaborate decorations typically appeared only during significant festivals like the Mid-Autumn Festival, Spring Festival, or Lantern Festival, especially the Spring Festival, which even the White House celebrated with lights. Bruce Banner surveyed his surroundings with a hint of trepidation. Since the emergence of the Hulk, he had long avoided such bustling locales. The cacophony of the lion dance heightened his anxiety, fearing potential chaos. As for Captain Rogers, he was simply curious and fascinated. Before his slumber, the Eastern nation was still quite weak, with limited influence on the world stage, and he had never experienced the allure of Eastern festivals. Since awakening, he had spent his time either in the base or adjusting to the new world, even recently being thrust into the realm of gods, battling legendary beings. Such experiences were beyond his wildest dreams 70 years ago. Under Rimuru's guidance, the group ultimately settled on a hot pot restaurant. The establishment advertised itself as authentic, though it had certainly undergone some modifications. Shortly after they were seated, a large television in the dining area captured their attention, perhaps due to being in Chinatown. The channel featured a program from an international network of the Eastern nation. The show commenced with a global perspective, showcasing the Northern Hemisphere in the sweltering summer. The heat radiated from the earth, cicadas chirping incessantly. Pedestrians sweated profusely. Offices cranked their air conditioning to the lowest setting, yet still felt stifling. Asphalt melted under the scorching sun, while people flocked to beaches in bikinis or sought refuge in the cool embrace of the Southern Hemisphere, experiencing a stark contrast to their home climates. As the program transitioned through various countries, skin tones, and languages, a sense of global unity emerged. This summer was not only hot, but universally oppressive. New York, London, Paris, Berlin, Tokyo, all sweltering. Then, abruptly, the temperature plummeted. Just moments ago, cheers of relief echoed as the heat subsided, only to be replaced by shivers of cold. Especially those enchanting ladies clad in scanty attire. They are truly captivating yet shivering. The snow falls like feathers, blanketing the world in a violent tempest, transforming it into a realm of ice and snow. The thermometer plunges dramatically in the southern cities. Water freezes upon contact, while in the north, a stark winter landscape prevails. Rivers freeze solid, and countless fish are trapped within the ice. Migratory birds head southward, and a multitude of animals begin to gather in droves, occasionally revealing the grim sight of creatures succumbing to the cold in the wilderness. As people gaze at the heavens, their eyes reflect sorrow and fear. Accompanied by a somber, oppressive background score, the camera shifts between nations. Politicians rush to respond, armies mobilize, and climate experts around the globe proclaim a dire truth, a catastrophic plunge in temperatures heralding the end of days. With the extreme drop in temperature, the atmosphere grows ever more suffocating. There seems to be no choice but to prepare for the worst, for the hope of civilization and the continuity of our kind. A chorus of death sentences sends the world spiraling into panic and despair. particularly as leaders from various nations deliver televised addresses urging citizens to stockpile provisions or seek refuge in lower latitudes. The tension reaches its zenith. The apocalypse is upon us. The members of the Avengers remain silent, their thoughts heavy. Even the astute Tony, Banner, and Rimuru, having calculated through scientific reasoning, understand that the dramatic cooling will have profound implications for Earth. Yet, from their vantage point in Asgard, they remain oblivious to the harrowing ordeal that humanity endures during these hours of extreme cold. Supermarkets are besieged, people bundled in heavy winter attire breathe out clouds of vapor, tears welling as they pack their belongings, while nations scramble to secure life-saving tickets to warmer climes. Yet, despair, apathy, and helplessness abound. As the atmosphere reaches its most oppressive state, a sudden release ensues. First, from meteorological stations worldwide, then from thermometers, and finally from the thronging crowds. Their singular message resonates. The temperature has stabilized. This simple proclamation outweighs 1,000 words. Inside the meteorological stations, countless staff members spring to their feet, exulting, desperate citizens, with nowhere to turn, weep tears of joy, and weary wanderers, burdened with heavy packs, proclaim, going home, stirring the hearts of many. Then come interviews with people from various strata across the globe, the majority expressing fear yet gratitude, vowing to protect Mother Earth and cherish life more deeply. Yet, one young girl's interview strikes a chord with the Avengers. She recounts how, amidst talk of the apocalypse, her family could not secure enough tickets to escape south. Her parents insisted on staying, for her younger brother still needed his mother, and the thought of being separated from her father, who might struggle to find work at the equator, made her resolve to remain behind. So staying was the best choice. The girl explains. When asked if she was afraid, she admits, of course. Watching my parents pack, I held back my tears, but once alone in my room, I cried under the covers. The reporter, choked with emotion, inquires further, and then? To which she replies, then the weather warmed, and the panic seemed to evaporate. I don't know why it warmed, but I just want to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving me, my parents, and my brother. Even without knowing to whom her gratitude is directed, the sentiment resonates deeply. The Avengers, moved, feel a stirring within. Even Rimuru is touched in ways he cannot fully articulate. In this moment, he gains a novel understanding of heroes. They may face criticism and misunderstanding, but as long as they act rightly, they will inevitably receive sincere appreciation. Following this, nearly 7 billion people across the globe capture 100,000 smiling faces. They include children, the elderly, the exquisitely beautiful, the unremarkable, and even those deemed less attractive. Yet in this moment, they all smile radiantly, beautifully. Esteemed guests, your meals have been served. Please enjoy. Tony Stark interjects, wait. This contains rice and some dumplings we didn't order? And what about this white liquor with a white rim? Does anyone have a hand in this? The waitress beams. Good day. This sweet rice wine and white liquor are complimentary from the establishment. The manager insists that those who can drink should enjoy the white liquor, while those who cannot should savor the sweet wine. Here's to the past, and here's to tomorrow, a toast to the sunrise, and one to death. Hearing this, the guests immediately give a thumbs up. After a flurry of toasts, the Avengers find themselves pleasantly tipsy and thoroughly enjoying the moment. For Tony Stark, this complimentary liquor may not be the finest, yet it is undeniably the most liberating drink he has ever had. As the merriment continues, even Rimuru feels a light buzz, especially when he sees on television students at a university in Hainan joyfully singing about whether the broken bridge has ever seen snow. A profound sense of emotion wells up inside him. In the north, snow is commonplace. In the south, a decade without snow is the norm. This unusual weather brings snow even to Hainan, an unfathomable occurrence. That students can sing joyfully about the snow instead of succumbing to a fear of it serves as the greatest encouragement to the Avengers after their battle in Asgard. Chapter 156, The Awakening of the Demon King. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. After the banquet, the Avengers part ways, returning to their respective lives. They are uncertain when they will reunite, whether soon or far off. Yet when the world is in need, they will undoubtedly come together again. Natasha tempts Rimuru. Would you like to join me for a vacation? Hawaii has plenty of lovely ladies in swimsuits. Rimuru's eyes light up, yet he shakes his head with reluctance. Jotunheim still has myriad matters to attend to. As king, I must be crowned. It is not yet time for me to be a hands-off ruler. Natasha nods, expressing her disappointment. What a shame. I was even prepared to help you apply sunscreen. Rimuru retorts, I detest such seduction tactics. Moreover, Natasha is famously known as the Black Widow. Who could withstand her charms? With a dismissive wave, Rimuru opens a portal and vanishes from San Francisco. Watching him disappear, Natasha purses her lips, feeling the weight of a formidable challenge ahead. In New York, Stark Tower. Following a brief reunion with Pepper, Tony immerses himself in the lab. Jarvis remarks, "Sir, you have just endured an intense battle. Your nerves are frayed. I recommend you take some time to rest before resuming work." Tony Stark responds gravely, "Jarvis, please categorize and analyze the spoils of this battle. I need to assess the Asgardian weaponry, the bloodline of frost giants, and the magic of fire giants. My armor must undergo a comprehensive upgrade, as new challenges are likely on the horizon." Jarvis replies, "Understood." In the base gym, Captain America relentlessly strikes the punching bag. Drenched in sweat, collapsing one bag only to hang another. In a remote Canadian wilderness, Dr. Bruce Banner emerges from a cabin cradling two puppies. "Hulk, we need to talk." Hawkeye, War Machine, and even Thor, far away, embark on a new round of training. Though Rimuru says nothing and no one inquires, an unspoken understanding binds them. Odin, as the king of Asgard, would never bestow a treasure capable of foreseeing cosmic dangers without purpose upon Rimuru. The meaning behind this gift is abundantly clear. Upon acquiring the Eye of Agamotto, Rimuru momentarily loses focus, for she has undoubtedly glimpsed a new threat lurking in the cosmos. The time for the Avengers to assemble once more may not be far off. At the Three Wings Tower, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon perusing the reports submitted by Natasha and Hawkeye, the Eggman found himself engulfed in profound astonishment. He had always been aware that humanity was not alone in the cosmos, yet his knowledge of the Nine Realms was woefully scant. Little did he anticipate that just as he learned that those mythological legends were not mere fables, but rather the manifestation of an advanced extraterrestrial civilization, a grand war between gods and demons would erupt, encompassing the Nine Realms. The Avengers, which he had meticulously assembled, were drawn into the fray. The battle did not take place on Earth, but rather in Asgard. However, Earth nearly plunged into a new ice age. Fortunately, the Avengers exhibited commendable prowess on the Asgardian battlefield, proving themselves formidable even against the legendary beings. The course and outcome of the war were nothing short of surreal. Rimuru single-handedly faced an entire army, transforming into a towering flame giant, devouring and mimicking magical forms, while the king of Jotunheim fell before him. The mere documentation of these events seemed dreamlike, making it difficult to fathom the sheer intensity of the spectacle. After defeating King Laufey, the latter unexpectedly bequeathed the throne of Jotunheim to Rimuru. To be frank, Eggman found it challenging to comprehend the reasoning behind Laufey's thought process. Yet, considering Rimuru's remarkable achievements and the Jotunheim people's dependency on the precious icebox, it might become clearer. One cannot help but admire Laufey's audacity. Such a deviation from convention is indeed remarkable. The relationship between Rimuru and Earth is set to be redefined. Eggman, who had always been skeptical of human nature, had never genuinely trusted anyone. It was hard to imagine what kind of transformation the throne would bring to Rimuru. Was there truly a significant threat even Rimuru sensed? Eggman's expression grew grave. Earth must bolster its defenses, and research into the cosmic cube must be reignited. In New Mexico, at the Sam Elliott Cemetery, an elderly man with graying hair and dim eyes, seemingly afflicted by dementia, was crouched on the ground, clearing weeds with a shovel. At that moment, a portal opened before him. Rimuru, donning a mask, stepped forth from the portal. "Carter Slade, relinquish the contract of Saint Vengeance to me," he declared with conviction. Boom. As Rimuru spoke, he unleashed a formidable aura without hesitation. Carter Slade gulped, instinctively tightening his grip on the shovel. Rimuru shook his head, sighing. "No wonder you have safeguarded the contract of Saint Vengeance for over a century, even daring to toy with the Hell Lord Mephisto. I admire your tenacity." Carter Slade was visibly alarmed. Wait. Clang, clang. Rimuru treated Carter Slade as a mere punching bag, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. All that remained were the sounds of fists colliding with flesh, thunder rumbling, and bones shattering. 10 minutes later, Rimuru sighed. "Truly, you are the previous ghostwriter. A man of iron will. Despite being reduced to this state, you remained silent." With a bruised face that was nearly unrecognizable, Carter Slade began to weep. "Wah. The moment I sensed your presence, I wanted to hand over the contract. You didn't even let me speak before you started beating me. It's so unjust." Rimuru, blood spattering from his mouth, retorted, "You know me?" The battered Carter Slade replied, "The renowned Azure Angel, king of Jotunheim. Who doesn't know you?" Rimuru sheepishly apologized. "My sincerest apologies. The tales of your greatness are indeed overwhelming. Standing firm against the Hell Lord Mephisto, unyielding and resolute. It was a misunderstanding, truly. Carter Slade stared at the heavens, speechless. He wished to cry. Was it wrong to be of iron will? Was it wrong? In Kamartaj, Rimuru had already made arrangements. And the Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, had been waiting for some time. Is everything prepared? Rimuru inquired. Dr. Strange nodded. Then let us commence. I assure you. No one shall disturb you. Thank you, Master. Rimuru expressed his gratitude sincerely. Upgrading to an awakened demon lord was of paramount importance to Rimuru, and he could not afford to be negligent. He had once contemplated this transformation in Asgard or Jotunheim, but ultimately abandoned those ideas. Kamartaj, under the protection of Dr. Strange, would undoubtedly be much safer. It was time to ascend to the rank of awakened demon lord. Rimuru placed his hand upon the ground, and countless magical runes instantly spread in all directions. No longer suppressing himself, an immense and magnificent aura surged skyward. Chapter 157, The Sorcerer Supreme. The awakened demon lord stood atop the pinnacle of the killer dimension, World of Dragons. Even within the Marvel Universe, he was an undeniable cosmic overlord, ranking among the most formidable entities in the pantheon of celestial beings. Throughout the Marvel realm, he had encountered countless fortuitous events: the Crimson Gem of Sidorak, Mjolnir, the Icebox, the Eternal Flame, each a treasure of immense power. Upon awakening, Rimuru possessed the audacity to confront any overtly strong being in the universe. Even Thanos, wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, could not surpass Rimuru as long as he had yet to gather all 6 gems. Great Sage, initiate the evolution ceremony. I am grateful for your companionship thus far, and hope you will successfully evolve into the King of Wisdom with the aid of the primordial runes. Grateful? How peculiar. However, since it is the host's desire, I shall strive to evolve into the King of Wisdom. The evolution ceremony commenced, and Rimuru's consciousness sank into the deepest darkness. Losing control, he could no longer maintain his humanoid form and reverted to his true slime state. In the external world, Dr. Strange observed the unfolding events with astonishment. To him, it was not merely a slime. Rather, he witnessed Rimuru's evolution ceremony. Profoundly divergent from the magical system established by the Vishanti, the minuscule form housed boundless magical energy, nearly rivaling that of a diminutive dimension. Even the gods of Asgard could not reach such a level, rendering it unfathomable, a miracle in the annals of life. As for the evolution ceremony, it was shrouded in mystery, intricately designed to the utmost degree. Utilizing the sacrifice of souls as a catalyst, it paved the way for evolution. It seemed to encompass a portion of sacrifice and exchange laws, with a mysterious force guiding it from beyond, a veritable wonder. Yet, it appeared inapplicable to humanity, which was regrettable. While Dr. Strange marveled at the mysteries of life, the anomalies triggered by Rimuru's evolution caught the attention of numerous powerful entities across the multiverse. In the Marvel Universe, it was generally understood that the length of training did not necessarily correlate with strength. It was commonplace for ancient beings, born eons ago, to be bested by fledgling individuals, leading to their reputations being tarnished. For instance, Dr. Strange, having only practiced for a couple of years, managed to negotiate with Dormammu while wielding a time stone, and succeeded. In the realm of Eastern cultivation novels, even the protagonist might be crushed by such a venerable figure with a mere finger. The phenomena stemming from Rimuru's presence in Kamartaj instigated a palpable tension among the lords and sovereigns of various dimensions. Dr. Strange's prowess was already remarkable. Should another, even more formidable entity emerge, what room would they have to interfere in Midgard? However, just as numerous demonic gods, evil deities, and demons extended their tendrils toward Earth, the planet, centered around the 3 great sanctuaries and supported by thousands of magical nodes, illuminated one magical array after another. Dr. Strange's voice resonated throughout the entire multiverse. According to our treaty, your powers are not permitted to encroach upon Earth. In the cosmos, layered voices echoed in response. Dr. Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, we have adhered to the agreement, but it seems you have not. What is this immense magical fluctuation in Kamartaj? Dr. Strange, what are you concealing? Are you preparing for war? With an expressionless visage, the Ancient One's gaze was as tranquil as an ancient well. Expand military forces and prepare for war? For centuries, I have never stepped beyond the confines of Earth. You overestimate yourselves. Another commanding voice thundered, Ancient One. The terms of the agreement are not to be trifled with. Surrender the individual responsible for such formidable magical fluctuations, or the weapon itself. Yes, hand it over immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for flattening the Earth. The Ancient One cast a scornful glance in a certain direction. Stannis, it was your voice that spoke just now. and it was echoed by 3 distinct tones, each imbued with a different magical resonance. Ah, so you have allied yourself with the Dark Lord Dormammu. No wonder you possess the audacity to provoke my patience. Stannis, do you wish for your demise? In an instant, the void fell silent. The demon Stannis was taken aback. Even with his allegiance to Dormammu, he was no match for the Ancient One. Provoking her was a risk he dared not take. Alas, under the orders of his master. He had cleverly donned several disguises. Yet, he had not anticipated being seen through so easily by the Ancient One. However, upon sensing the myriad presences of other demons and dark deities surrounding him, Stannis' courage surged. Ancient One, cease your diversion. You must provide an explanation regarding the formidable magical fluctuations emanating from Kamartaj. The Ancient One replied disdainfully, your true forms may indeed be exceptionally powerful, perhaps even beyond my capabilities. Yet, the forces you can muster to breach Earth's defenses, irrespective of their numbers, are no match for me. You fear the emergence of a new supreme sorcerer from Earth, and thus you resort to all manner of obstruction, discarding even the facade of dignity. You seek an explanation from me? Come to Earth if you dare. Upon hearing the Ancient One's formidable declaration, the multitude of dark deities and demons eyeing Earth seethed with fury. They yearned to rush to Earth and dismember the Ancient One for her insolence. However, the magical wards she had established on Earth were too formidable, rendering them incapable of entry. Those who could breach such defenses were far too weak to contend with her. Dormammu sneered, Ancient One, pray that your defenses never falter. Numerous observing demons uttered their threats before departing. Yet, some remained, lurking in shadows, scheming to seize an opportunity. The Ancient One, however, paid them no mind. Master, Master, a throng of sorcerers rushed from all directions. The recent incursions had triggered alarm bells across the magical defense network established by the Ancient One. Caecilius, Mordo, Wong, I am aware of the situation. There is no cause for alarm, merely bolster your vigilance. The 3 exchanged glances but complied respectfully, retreating. Yet, certain matters cannot be suppressed, such as the human heart. In a secret chamber, one of them inquired, Senior brother, what has transpired? Why has the magical net set by the master sounded alarms across the board? Is another great demon attempting to invade Earth? Indeed, what is the supreme sorcerer planning? Hearing the murmurs of discontent, Caecilius allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. I suspect this is the doing of our junior sister Rimuru. Rimuru? What is the meaning of this? Has she returned from Asgard? That troublemaker seems to be a magnet for chaos. The master has never punished her, which is quite biased. Precisely. Is the supreme sorcerer not giving her special treatment? With their aims achieved, Caecilius grinned wickedly. Are you familiar with the Dark Dimension? In the past, only the master knew of it. Now, Rimuru is privy to its secrets as well. What? They both know? Is this the source of their immense power? The disgruntled sorcerers were drawn into Caecilius's discourse, their aspirations directed towards the Dark Dimension. Meanwhile, Rimuru was on the cusp of awakening. Chapter 158, Ultimate Evolution. In the boundless darkness, intricate and esoteric magical runes began to illuminate the surroundings. These runes swirled around Rimuru's essence, as if imbued with consciousness. Were these the very essence of her life and magic? The moment she beheld these runes, Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of subjugation. Life is the greatest miracle in this world. Accompanied by the guiding pull of countless souls sacrificed, these magical runes transformed and rotated, eventually causing Rimuru to feel a dizzying sensation. Twisting and writhing, akin to tiny tadpoles, the runes burrowed into her soul, rendering it tingling with a peculiar sensation. This feeling was ever-changing, sometimes akin to an electric shock, at other times reminiscent of burning, freezing, or the fragrant bloom of flowers, juxtaposed with the chilling silence of decay. Clang, clang. Each rune struck her soul like a divine hammer forged from iron, purging impurities and refining her essence, transforming her into something stronger. This experience was not entirely pleasant. Yet Rimuru could sense her soul undergoing a profound metamorphosis with each passing moment. However, as the forging continued, fatigue crept over her. Time lost meaning. And even in her ethereal form, she succumbed to slumber, her consciousness plunging into deeper darkness. It felt akin to a dream within a dream. May the evolution proceed smoothly. Should it fail, she might never awaken again. As time drifted on, the magical threads entwined around Rimuru's soul began to interweave, deconstruct, and reorganize, growing ever more profound and enigmatic. Especially after the infusion of the primordial runes, these divine symbols seemed to find their focal point, gradually transforming from chaos into order under the unification of the primordial runes. At that moment, The voice of the great sage, the voice of the world, resonated once more. Life-level evolution successful, evolving from a viscous organism to a magical viscous spiritual entity. All bodily functions have significantly enhanced, allowing for free transformation between material and spiritual forms. Various skills have been upgraded. Rapid regeneration has evolved into infinite regeneration. As long as not all cells are annihilated at once, it can regenerate indefinitely. Magical perception has evolved into universal perception, greatly enhancing sensory capabilities to perceive information within a radius of 10,000 meters. The clone, Akin's form, has been integrated and evolved into a reinforced physical clone. The clone is empowered, its strength increasingly akin to that of the original. The clones derived from Akin's form possess effects equivalent to skill-based clones. Black Flame Thunder, Chaos Divine Thunder, and Bozat's Lightning have been integrated and evolved into Thunder Mastery, granting the ability to manipulate myriad thunders at will. Sticky Wire has evolved into Universal Thread. Spatial movement and portals have evolved into spatial manipulation, allowing control over space for transfer, compression, and expansion. Mirror Magic, Spatial Manipulation, and Rune Divine Storage have been integrated and evolved into the Mirror World. This barrier is exclusive to the host, capable of replicating beings and objects from the real world according to the host's will, forming a mirror world unique to the host. The replicated entities lack distinct personalities and will only be loyal to the host, with a maximum limit of 10,000. Mental Control has evolved into Mind Mastery, rendering mental power unassailable. It allows the ability to sense, read, and modify the thoughts of those weaker than oneself. Magic Energy has evolved into Demon Lord's Might, capable of intimidating beings with weaker wills. Multi-layered barriers have evolved into universal barriers, capable of both shrinking to protect the self and expanding to safeguard cities. Various resistances have increased, making one immune to natural influences, status abnormalities, and enhancing resistance to mental and holy magic attacks. Predator has evolved into Glutton, significantly enhancing analysis, stomach, mimicry, and isolation effects. The Great Sage and Mutator have integrated and evolved into the King of Wisdom. Accelerated Thought. The speed of intuition can be derived to 1,000,000-fold. When fully activated, time seems to stand still. Analysis and Identification. Capable of analyzing objects and discerning various information, including skill levels and magical potency. Can initiate identification of quasi-divine and divine levels of power. Simultaneous calculative analysis. While analyzing phenomena, one can also engage in contemplation, akin to background processing. Incantation Abandonment. The skill can be cast without the need for chanting. All-encompassing nature. Capable of gathering unshielded natural phenomena and universal knowledge from this world. Integration and Separation. Can combine and disassemble learned skills, breaking them down into smaller abilities and then recombining them into new skills. Ability Modification. Can alter the magnitude and capabilities of original skills. Deep within Rimuru's consciousness, ripples spread like water waves. As the ripples expand, a glimmer of light gradually illuminates, revealing a girl with flowing silver hair. She gazes at her hands, filled with an unusual curiosity, while everything around her appears remarkably novel and intriguing. Am I the Great Sage? No, I am the King of Wisdom. Kamataiki. It has been a week since Rimuru began evolving. During this week, the number of demons and dark gods peering from beyond the earth has surged. Rimuru's evolution is inherently targeted at monsters, particularly due to the overwhelming allure of its laws, which attract countless creatures. It is akin to a cultivator who has been stuck at a bottleneck for years, suddenly catching a glimpse of an opportunity to ascend. Who wouldn't go mad? The magical network established by the Ancient One has faced rampant assaults at every corner, leaving Kamataiki's mages in disarray. Some mages have even perished, sowing discontent among Kamataiki's ranks. While their mission is indeed to protect the earth, they are loath to engage in such a senseless war. Moreover, the Supreme Mage has yet to provide a convincing explanation. It is not the lack of numbers that troubles them, but rather the inequity, sacrificing their lives to guard Rimuru. What a jest! Under the guidance of those with ulterior motives, the discontent towards Rimuru within Kamataiki has reached a flashpoint, ready to ignite with the slightest spark. Master must provide us with an explanation. Several mages have already lost their lives, and as the backbone of Earth's defense, we cannot afford such meaningless sacrifices. Indeed, Stannis is rallying again. Kamataiki cannot afford any more casualties. Hearing the chorus of discontent, Caecilius could not help but smile. With so many of his fellow mages rallied, he eagerly awaited his master's response. But at that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth from the Ancient One's courtyard. The sheer magnitude of this presence was staggering, and in an instant, all mages felt as though a colossal, unparalleled demon had appeared before them. This exaggerated demonic energy, thump, thump, thump. The mages were shaken to their core, instinctively kneeling before it. Is this Rimuru our junior? Does the supreme mage possess such formidable power? Trembling, the mages dared not lift their heads. The haughty Caecilius bit down hard, nearly biting his tongue in half, his mouth filled with a metallic taste as he struggled to raise his gaze. The moment he did, his mind went blank, as if the world had been reduced to a single silhouette. A girl floated in midair, her silver hair cascading behind her, unfurling like angelic wings, radiating an aura of terrifying demonic energy, yet appearing extraordinarily pure, not an angel, but surpassing one. The secret art of evolution belongs to me. Who wishes to claim it? Come and take it yourself. As the mental storm dissipated, the dark gods peering at Kamataiki fell silent. Rimuru, having successfully evolved, unleashed an overwhelming demonic majesty that struck terror into the hearts of all. If you refuse to respond, I shall come to you. With a wave of her delicate hand, the layers of space parted as if yielding, clearing a path. With a single step, a grand avenue formed beneath her, woven with the threads of cosmic order. Hell, a realm ablaze with fire, echoing with roars of fury, brazenly declaring, "You have overstepped your bounds." Chapter 159, The Fall of the Dark God. A celebration for me. Stannis, also known as the Satanist, is a second-tier demon, a figure of significant stature within the infernal realms. One of the fiercest competitors against the Lord of Hell, Satan. However, his power pales in comparison to that of Mephistopheles, who eclipses him both in strength and cunning. Under Mephistopheles' relentless siege, Stannis has faced continuous setbacks. In a critical moment, he allied with the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu, to maintain his foothold. Yet today, an unwelcome guest has arrived in Stannis' territory. Upon seeing the girl with flowing silver hair, Stannis erupted in fury. It was not fear in his domain. Stannis held considerable confidence. As a Lord of Hell, Stannis frequently meddles on Earth, often ensnaring souls of his followers through deceitful contracts, enslaving them into a lethal legion. Throughout human history, many nefarious figures have become part of his formidable army. Stannis acknowledges his inferiority to Mephistopheles, yet both are lords of hell. What then? Is this creature that has emerged from nowhere? What of the Supreme Mage? Stannis concedes that the Ancient One is powerful, a prodigy among the few who have traversed the vast annals of human history. Yet even the Ancient One would not dare to act with impunity in hell. What infuriates Stannis further is that while numerous dark gods were probing the earth, this particular one chose to assert dominance over him. What does that imply? Does she look down on him? Does she perceive him as a mere soft target? Stannis rose to his full height, towering over Rimuru, presenting a stark contrast. Before him, Rimuru appeared utterly diminutive. The ignorant fear not. How bold to enter my domain alone. One must admire your courage. Since you have come, you shall remain. Stannis' dark realm trembled, as the very laws of the world responded to his will. Yet Rimuru's crimson gaze remained unchanged, betraying not a hint of emotion. Stannis, a quasi-divine being enhanced by the realm of hell, barely reaching divine status, could be obliterated. A voice devoid of emotion resonated, and Rimuru extended a hand. At once, a colossal magical array materialized beneath Stannis, a specific application of the universal magical barrier, encasing him like a prison. Boom! A tempest of thunder erupted, engulfing Stannis' form in an unending barrage of lightning. Rimuru's lightning was no ordinary storm, but a confluence of Asgardian destructive thunder, Bozat's fury, and the divine lightning of the Black Flames. It inherently possessed a sacred attribute, naturally countering demons like Stannis. Aya! Stannis' nearly 100-meter-tall, demonic form began to disintegrate beneath the ceaseless onslaught of thunder. Even his very soul was torn asunder, collapsing into oblivion under the divine lightning. Stannis was taken aback. What kind of lightning is this? It can obliterate both my body and soul. Fear began to creep in, and he frantically battered against the barrier, striving to break free. Yet, the prison Rimuru had set after awakening was not so easily breached. From the depths of the celestial court, I concede defeat. You must not take my life. Amongst us, the myriad of demon gods, malevolent deities, and the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, there exists a covenant. To eradicate me would undoubtedly incite a counterstrike from the celestial beings and infernal entities alike. Should that occur, the celestial court would face obliteration. In the face of Stannis' threat, Rimuru's fiery crimson eyes betrayed no emotion, her silver hair shimmering with an endless brilliance, illuminated by the divine light of thunder. What relevance does the Ancient One's covenant hold for me? Boom! A colossal pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, as thick as a building, instantly reducing the very ground within the barrier to ashes. Oh, the devastation! The malevolent souls of the Death Legion, sensing the catastrophic might of the divine thunder, fell prostrate, trembling in fear. As the thunder's radiance dissipated, a chasm spanning over 1,000 meters was left in its wake. A flicker of soul fire danced within the remnants. As Thanos, previously obliterated by Rimuru, was reborn. However, his form had shrunk considerably, from towering over 100 meters to merely several dozen. Stannis gazed at Rimuru in terror, pleading, "Mighty one of the celestial court, I concede. I vow never to set foot on earth again. Spare my life." The tempestuous winds birthed by the overwhelming thunder had yet to settle, causing Rimuru's garments to rustle violently. Her silver hair flowed like the sacred wings of an angel, instilling greater dread amongst the demons. Stannis, reborn, found his power diminished to that of a semi-divine entity, equivalent to 3 souls, easily annihilated. Rimuru's expression remained impassive as she extended her hand once more. "Wait," Stannis exclaimed in horror. "Having promised to refrain from causing chaos on Earth, why do you still seek to strike me down? Must you truly offend every celestial demon? Furthermore, what does it mean to be equivalent to 3 souls? Great One, please temper your wrath. My life is intrinsically linked to this realm of demons. As long as this domain exists, you cannot utterly extinguish me. Please, I implore you to relent." Stannis's heart bled. His life was bound to this realm, rendering his assassination nearly impossible. Yet, with each demise, his power waned. Should he fall beneath a certain threshold, he might even lose his position as a Lord of Hell, let alone contend with Mephistopheles. In Rimuru's fiery gaze, a multitude of runes and equations flickered rapidly. Upon confirmation, Stannis had spoken the truth. Elated, albeit slightly embarrassed to reveal his secrets, Stannis recognized the overwhelming strength of this silver-haired powerhouse, whose thunder held a natural supremacy over him. Surrender was the only option. However, at that moment, a voice echoed in Stannis's ears, sending chills down his spine. Confirmation complete. The current amount of demonic essence possessed is sufficient to eradicate this realm entirely. Commencing execution. Stannis was left dumbfounded. Is there truly a lunatic on Earth capable of annihilating an entire demonic domain at a whim? Who, then, is the true demon god? But it was too late. Relentless thunder descended, rending the earth asunder, drying rivers, and shifting tectonic plates. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and torrents of molten lava ensued. Half an hour later, Stannis' infernal dominion lay in ruins, the Death Legion annihilated, and the hellish Lord Stannis reduced to naught but ash. All demon gods observing this battle fell silent, many of the weaker ones trembling in fear, their apprehension towards Rimuru surpassing even that of the Ancient One. Truly, this was a madwoman. To eliminate Stannis, she had obliterated an entire domain of hell. How terrifying! Moreover, the magical potency within her was tantamount to that of a lower dimension. A single individual embodying an entire dimension was simply outrageous. The strength of a dimensional demon god derives from their mastery over a specific dimension, granting them a near-infinite source of power. Yet, demon gods are constrained by their own dimensions. They cannot carry their realms into battle. Rimuru, however, faced no such limitations. She herself was a dimension. The fall of a demon god heralded a new era. Rimuru, through the complete annihilation of the ancient Lord of Hell Stannis, unequivocally proclaimed the emergence of a new sovereign. Chapter 160, Matters of the Throne. In Jotunheim, a land perpetually shrouded in glaciers and tempestuous snow, where there are people, there exists a realm of conflict. The dying edict of King Laufey granted Rimuru the legal right to ascend as the ruler of Jotunheim. Yet, the edict is lifeless while the people are vibrant. Despite Rimuru's apparent indifference towards the throne, countless nobles of noble blood fervently contested the notion. At the forefront, a frost giant boomed, as descendants of the primordial giant Ymir. Our bloodline is extraordinarily noble. How can we allow an outsider, devoid of even a trace of Jotunheim blood, to reign over us? His declaration ignited a chorus of agreement among the giants. Indeed, both Helblindi and Prince Bellerand remain alive. How could the crown be relinquished? Even the current Lord of the Nine Realms, Odin, bears the blood of Jotunheim within him. To submit to Asgard would hardly dishonor our forebear. What merit does Rimuru possess? Before his demise, our king must have been bewitched by that treacherous Rimuru. The crowd chimed in, reminiscing about the glory of Ymir's descendants. Odin's mother, Bestla, was a true Jotunheim giantess, while her father, Borson, was Ymir's son. In strict terms, Odin is indeed Ymir's great-great-grandson. Reflecting upon the illustrious past, Jotunheim was not only prosperous but exceedingly affluent. Their disdain for Rimuru was palpable, as if to say, "Do you even deserve the surname Zhao?" Yet, despite 1,000 arguments, they all converged on a singular, core issue. Rimuru Tempest was far too formidable. In the battle against Asgard, she had manifested as a 300-meter-tall fire giant, defeating even King Laufey, who wielded the Frostbox. Collectively, they stood no chance against her. Furthermore, she possessed the legal right to claim the throne. What could they possibly do? What can we do? Pondered the frost giants, mountain giants, wind giants, and the bloodline aristocrats among the frost giants, all falling into silence. Rimuru was simply too powerful. Did they not notice how both princes dared not show their faces? This gathering might well be the two princes secretly conspiring behind the scenes. Yet neither would dare reveal themselves. The assembly lamented the undeniable truth. Despite their numerous reservations, Rimuru's ascension to the throne appeared an unstoppable tide. They were not averse to plotting schemes, but any conspiracy would crumble before absolute power. After enduring countless trials, Loki deceived one guard after another and finally infiltrated this exceedingly secretive prison. To call it a cage would be a misnomer. It was more akin to a meticulously crafted underground city. Each brick and stone of this subterranean realm was composed of unique materials, entirely isolated from the outside world, impervious even to mental penetration. It was unimaginable how the being imprisoned here managed to extend their mental essence beyond these confines, gradually guiding him to this very location. After a brief conversation, Loki's world was turned upside down. Even as the god of deceit, he felt his worldview shattered. "Child, though you bear the appearance of an Asgardian, I can sense the blood of my lineage coursing through you. Should you choose to liberate me, I shall endorse your claim to the throne of Jotunheim." Upon witnessing the colossal figure bound in myriad chains of binding, Loki was taken aback, his eyes flickering with disbelief. He never anticipated that King Laufey, his estranged father, would commit such a cruel and bloody act. Unable to contain himself, Loki repeatedly confirmed, "You truly are the primordial giant Ymir?" Ymir smiled bitterly and said, "Indeed. I am the progenitor in the hearts of all Jotunheimers, the progenitor giant who embodies countless glories." Ymir, the progenitor giant, is an absolute legend across the 9 realms. Through generations of unions, the blood of the Aesir, the Vanir, and the giants of Jotunheim flows within them, almost entirely infused with my essence. In a certain sense, the conflicts among the 9 realms resemble the internecine wars of medieval Europe, battles fought among kin. Loki could not help but inquire, "If you are the progenitor giant, how could you?" Unlike the muscular Thor, Loki was well-read and had gleaned from ancient texts the distinction between the new gods and the old. Both the Aesir and the Vanir could only be classified as new gods. Before the new gods, there existed even more formidable ancient deities. Yet they fell victim to one another's treachery, ultimately leading to their demise. Only the earth goddess Gaia, the god of dark magic, Surtur, the serpent god, Set, and the god of light magic, Othin, remained. The remaining ancient gods were all vanquished by the god-eater, Adam, who then transformed into a devourer, subsequently succumbing to the combined might of Gaia and the creator, Gaia. The first-generation kings of the various pantheons were, to some extent, born from the remains of the devourer, inheriting a fraction of its malevolent traits. Thus, most initial deities were exceedingly bloodthirsty and violent. Ymir, the progenitor giant, predates even Buri, the first king of Asgard, signifying one of the earliest births of the new gods, having inherited a significant portion of the devourer's evil. Ymir grimly remarked, "The most painful knife is often thrust from behind by that wretched Loki." As Ymir elaborated, Loki gradually grasped the entirety of the situation. The birth rate of the giants was exceedingly low, even less than that of the Asgardians, and moreover, their growth period was extraordinarily prolonged. Clearly, this could not satisfy Laufey's ambition to conquer the 9 realms. To procure more warriors, Laufey ambushed Ymir, imprisoning him here and subjecting him to years of flesh shearing, transforming his essence into frost giant warriors. He had been subjected to this torment for thousands of years. "Good child, I am weary. I no longer wish to concern myself with the tumult of Jotunheim. If you set me free, I shall support you in becoming the new king of Jotunheim. I am the progenitor giant, possessing legitimacy and prestige. This is far superior to your futile quest for a throne in Asgard." Loki swallowed hard, his eyes shimmering with light as he weighed the pros and cons. While he seemed to have made up his mind, a trace of hesitation lingered. For Laufey wielded the Frostbox, and in Jotunheim, none could rival it. Ymir sorrowfully stated, "The Frostbox is essentially the essence of frost, and it bears another name, The ancient winter coffin. Since it is a coffin, what do you suppose is buried within? Loki gasped, realizing that what lay entombed in the frost box was indeed Ymir himself. If Ymir could be confined here to have his flesh consumed, then it was only logical that his remains could also be interred within the ancient winter coffin. Ymir sighed. In the universe, apart from a few rare treasures, the vast majority are forged from the ether. The frost box is no exception. Child, with my worries alleviated, can you assist me in escaping? Loki suddenly smiled mischievously. Great progenitor giant, I thank you for your protection and your tale. I must take my leave. Ymir. Loki, due to intermarriage. The blood of the Vanir and Aesir indeed flows within them, yet each pantheon is destined to be at odds with the giants. Why? Because your blood is inherently a primordial sin. Ymir's fury ignited. Wretched child, you are a frost giant, not of the Aesir. A terrifying divine power surged forth. Yet Loki's form suddenly became ephemeral and vanished. The lengthy conversation with the progenitor giant had merely been a projection of Loki's essence, nothing more. Wretched child, wretched indeed. Ymir roared, his voice laden with profound sorrow. Outside the door, Loki remained silent, but ultimately chose to depart. Though the throne of Jotunheim was enticing, it was not suited for him. A throne not wrested from Thor's grasp held little significance, and he could not trust Ymir's promise. After all, progenitor giants are not known for their benevolence. Myths are not merely tales. Ymir is synonymous with true brutality. If he were to escape after enduring years of torment, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Chapter 161, Ymir's Escape. Truth be told, Loki felt a pang of sympathy for the progenitor giant's plight, betrayed by ungrateful descendants. Subjected to years of flesh shearing, there is no greater tragedy in human affairs. Yet, liberating Ymir was absolutely out of the question. If Ymir were to escape, the 9 realms would surely face unimaginable bloodshed. The realms could scarcely withstand another catastrophe. What had become of Asgard? The dungeon was uniquely designed, completely isolated from the outside world, nearly severed from reality. Loki had not come into contact with outside information for far too long. Contemplating this, Loki's heart sank. It should be fine. After all, his father is the wise and unparalleled king of the gods. With no external threats, how could his father, fallen into Odin's sleep, decline into ruin? Odin's sleep is a method for the king of gods to rejuvenate his divine power, and he nearly performs it regularly. It is highly likely he has discovered Loki's subtle movements and has, in turn, laid a trap to lure the enemy. How cunning Odin is. Anyone who dares to attack Asgard might find themselves facing dire consequences. Yet, Loki could not shake a sense of unease. Perhaps it was best to venture out. Seeking an opportunity to contact Heimdall. Even if he could not return, he sought peace of mind. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Loki felt a wave of relief. However, just then, the dungeon trembled violently, dust cascading down. What is happening? Boom. The ground began to crack, and the dungeon began to collapse. Loki's eyes suddenly gleamed, and he cursed, "Blast it, I've been deceived." How ironic, for he, the self-proclaimed god of trickery, had fallen victim to the cunning Ymir. Upon his entry, he had skillfully evaded the guards under Ymir's guidance, yet it appeared that the very points he had sidestepped were the keys to Ymir's escape. Loki fled in disarray, but a mental force remained firmly locked onto him. Loki, my descendant Ymir, where do you think you can run? If only you would lend your aid. I would not have to pay such a heavy price for my escape. Ymir's sinister laughter echoed in Loki's mind, sending chills down his spine. He fled even faster. Simultaneously, the earthquake triggered by the dungeon's collapse caught the attention of the guards and the outside world. This is bad. The prisoner is about to escape. A head guard prepared to activate the countermeasures set by Lao Fei, but as he approached, his body froze. An overwhelming, terrifying aura locked onto him, freezing his very soul. Ymir's eyes glowed red. My flesh and blood, return to my form. In an instant, the head guard felt an incomprehensible pull, akin to being drawn into a vast black hole, his body uncontrollably drawn toward it. When he discerned the true nature of the black hole, his soul nearly fled in terror. It was an enormous face, and the black hole was none other than its gaping maw. Crack! A bone-crushing sound echoed, followed by the sound of swallowing. And then, he knew nothing more. The calamity arrived with startling suddenness, catching the giants of Jotunheim off guard as a multitude of Ymir's descendants returned to the embrace of their progenitor. In an instant, the entirety of Jotunheim was engulfed in boundless panic. Kamartaj. All the mages who had previously expressed dissatisfaction towards Rimuru fell into a profound silence. The prowess of Rimuru was simply too formidable, single-handedly invading hell and effortlessly obliterating a hell lord in a display of sheer ferocity. Who could withstand such might? Among the strong, there has always been a deep-seated reverence, and this sentiment was particularly pronounced among the mages. The silver-haired Rimuru had indelibly etched her image in their minds. With an unparalleled visage, unmatched dignity, and an aura of chaos, she was truly a force of nature. However, Rimuru was blissfully unaware of the fears harbored by these ordinary mages. Recently evolved, she found herself in an unprecedented state of weakness. Realizing that she had yet to awaken fully, Ancient One held a profound admiration for the silver-haired Rimuru. She had never anticipated that her nominal disciple would achieve such remarkable feats in such a brief span of time. This realization brought both comfort and frustration to Ancient One. Being the mentor of a super genius is a double-edged sword. The ease of teaching is counterbalanced by the vexation it engenders. In just 3 short years, Ancient One had exhausted all she could impart. Upon her return, seeing Rimuru revert to her adorable form, Ancient One felt an unusual intrigue. However, unlike before her evolution, the once blue creature had transformed into a golden one. Was this the metamorphosis brought about by evolution? How fascinating. The texture was unexpectedly soft. After ensuring no one was watching, Ancient One embraced the creature, playfully squeezing and kneading it. What bliss! In New York, at the hospital, Aunt May and Uncle Ben paced anxiously outside the emergency room. If anything were to happen to Peter, how could they ever face Richard and Penny, who entrusted him to their care? Ben held Aunt May, continually reassuring her that everything would be fine, that Peter was in good health and would surely be all right. Aunt May wiped her tears, bewildered, questioning how Peter, seemingly well, could suddenly faint without any indication of illness. Ben, everything will be fine, I assure you. Inside the emergency room, after a thorough examination, the doctors stood in stunned silence. Unbelievable. This was undoubtedly the most extraordinary case I have ever encountered. His bodily functions were astonishingly abnormal. Is he truly human? Oh my God. It appeared as though he was undergoing a significant transformation, an evolution. How could this be? Illogical, incomprehensible. Quickly, summon the experts. Upon hearing that a multitude of specialists was to be called in, Aunt May nearly fainted with fear. What sort of illness could warrant the attention of the entire hospital's experts? What? Peter is not ill? Perhaps that is a good sign? What does that mean? Both Uncle Ben and Aunt May were utterly baffled, struggling to comprehend the situation. What? If we agree to allow Peter to undergo long-term observation and experimentation at the hospital, not only will the medical expenses be waived, but we will also receive periodic compensation? Absolutely not. While we are Peter's guardians, such decisions must await his awakening. Peter's fate can only be determined by Peter himself. The doctors, realizing they could not persuade the elderly couple, resigned themselves to waiting quietly for Peter Parker to awaken. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, who had evolved into the awakened demon lord, the Spider Girl, blessed with her name, was also undergoing a monumental transformation due to her own evolution. Half a day later, at Camartage in the New York hospital, the two fated individuals simultaneously opened their eyes. Chapter 162, Raphael. As Rimuru felt her body being alternately squeezed and stretched, the newly awakened being found herself quite perplexed. Upon realizing that it was Ancient One who held her, her confusion deepened. How dare she embrace her secretly while she slumbered, and to toy with her as well? Surely, this was not the dignified Ancient One she knew. Should she feign sleep and act as though she were oblivious? In that very moment, as Rimuru regained her consciousness, Ancient One's hand trembled involuntarily. The teacher's dignity had been thoroughly compromised. Realizing this, Ancient One decided to embrace the situation. After all, Rimuru was now her equal. Being teased by Rimuru was not shameful. Moreover, it was Rimuru who was being affectionately squeezed. In the depths of her consciousness, a silver-haired maiden appeared before her. Seeing this apparition, Rimuru was taken aback. Though the maiden shared her form and features, the differences in hair color and expression rendered their auras entirely distinct. The silver-haired girl exuded a cool demeanor, her face almost devoid of emotion, resembling a celestial being untouched by the earthly realm. Are you the King of Wisdom? Yes. The silver-haired maiden spoke with a cool and serene tone, exhibiting a simple elegance. Although Rimuru had anticipated this, encountering the soul of the King of Wisdom filled her with immense joy. The King of Wisdom, a supreme skill in the world of dragons, was a grand existence pursued relentlessly by the notorious antagonist, Kagurazaka Yuki, yet unattainable. Rimuru was astounded to find that she had indeed acquired her. Congratulations on your successful evolution. I am truly delighted. The silver-haired maiden replied, Thank you. Rimuru sighed, noting how the King of Wisdom was indeed a woman of few words. Yet, she was undeniably a sight to behold. Rimuru cheerfully proposed, It seems inappropriate to call you the king of wisdom all the time. How about I call you Raphael from now on? The silver-haired maiden, or rather, Raphael, nodded. All right. Rimuru mused, while the three-no personality girl was indeed pleasing to the eyes. Conversing with her was quite the pressure. Rimuru had always been the master of conversation, yet now faced with the taciturn Raphael, even small talk felt daunting. Are you not curious why I named you Raphael? After a moment of thought, Raphael responded, Raphael is one of the 4 archangels, the god of academia, synonymous with wisdom. You named me Raphael because I embody the essence of the king of wisdom, correct? Rimuru felt a wave of emotion, exclaiming, Raphael-chan, if you keep this up, you may lose me. Raphael looked at Rimuru with curiosity. Are you unhappy, host? If you have any requests, I can alter myself for you. To change for her? Rimuru was taken aback. Seemingly reading Rimuru's thoughts, Raphael continued, I am the king of wisdom, a skill that exists because of you, host. And thus I am bound to your will. Wait. Rimuru interrupted. While it is true you are my skill, you now possess an independent soul. To let you go? I am not that magnanimous. I am quite greedy. I cannot imagine a life without you to think for me, accelerate my processes, and analyze situations. However, I also hope you can maintain your independence, become my friend, and explore the wonders of this world together. Raphael, puzzled, inquired, friend? As a skill, even with a soul. She remained a skill. Yes, friend. Seeing the small hand Rimuru extended, Raphael's eyes sparkled with a unique light. She was the king of wisdom, privy to the truths, knowledge, and secrets of the world. Yet, as a newly born soul, all her experiences were novel. The notion of being regarded as a friend by Rimuru felt refreshing and extraordinary. Remarkably, this sensation was quite pleasant. Host. Rimuru, since we are friends, addressing me as host feels rather distant, does it not? Raphael pondered. Then what should I call you? Rimuru chuckled. You may simply call me by my name, Rimuru. Of course, you may also be more affectionate and refer to me as Oni-chan or something of the sort. Oni-chan. Oni-chan. After repeating the term twice, Raphael shook his head. Calling you brother would imply a sibling relationship, not one of friendship. Strangely, Raphael felt an almost instinctual aversion to that designation. Rimuru exclaimed, You are taking this far too seriously. One could say, as expected of the king of wisdom. What do you think would be more appropriate? How about Shochan? Seeing the look of anticipation in Raphael's eyes, Rimuru nodded. That works. I am grateful to you for guiding me like a mentor all along. From now on, I shall call you Charles. Charles. Indeed. Raphael queried, Shochan? Rimuru affirmed, yes. Upon hearing Rimuru's response, Raphael's face lit up with satisfaction, revealing a radiant smile. The moment Rimuru beheld that smile, she was momentarily taken aback, feeling a delightful daze. Goodness, that smile is simply enchanting. It rivals even the grace of Ayanami Ray. In that instant, Rimuru's heart held but a singular thought. This smile is mine to protect. Outside, the inner chamber lay empty. As she reshaped herself into human form, Rimuru instantly felt the transformation within her physique. Her clothes had become noticeably snug, indicating her growth. Rimuru's eyes gleamed with joy. This was a positive development. She had grown taller. While her lowly form was charming, being perpetually mistaken for a child had caused her considerable frustration. Standing before an ancient mirror, the reborn Rimuru was fully revealed. Her shape and appearance bore no significant difference from Raphael's, yet compared to her pre-awakening self, she had grown considerably taller, now appearing more mature, with features more defined, exuding an undeniable allure. Most importantly, her hair had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her once blue locks were now a lustrous gold, radiating an air of nobility. Perhaps due to her ascension as an awakened demon lord, every gesture she made was imbued with an aura of authority. After changing into a new outfit, Rimuru exited the inner chamber and arrived at the courtyard where Gu-I resided. Gu-I was leisurely engrossed in a book, sipping tea, exuding an air of mastery. It seemed as though she had not just been secretly kneading dough. However, Rimuru had no intention of exposing her. Why ruin the fun? Moreover, after capturing the elusive Raphael and experiencing her own growth, Rimuru was in splendid spirits. Upon seeing Rimuru emerge, Gu-Yi's eyes sparkled. Her little apprentice was not only growing in strength, but also in beauty. Whether with golden or silver hair, each had its own unique charm. However, this golden-haired version was likely the true Rimuru. It must be said, her little apprentice certainly had many secrets. Rimuru casually took a seat opposite Gu-I. Helping herself to a cup of tea and savoring a sip, the temperature was just right. Master, your tea skills have improved tremendously. Rimuru's inner monologue. Keep the act going. As if I haven't noticed. Gui smiled. Oh, how sweet your words are. You certainly know how to endear yourself to the elderly. Gui's inner thoughts. I wonder if she will ever expose my little secret of kneading dough. Chapter 163, The Tsundere Dragon's Escape. Kamartage. With a leap, Rimuru threatened Gui's chess pieces. Gui remained unhurried, maintaining a steady pace, countering Rimuru's move effortlessly. Rimuru, not flustered, abandoned that strategy and advanced a pawn towards Gui's gates. Master, upon my return from Asgard, I met with Odin. Gui, sipping her tea, abruptly spluttered, Odin? Why does that title sound so inappropriate? Even if she encountered Odin, she would respectfully refer to him as All-Father or King of the Gods. This was not merely a matter of cultivation, but pure reverence for Odin, the sovereign of the 9 realms. What surprised Gui was Rimuru's audacity to address Odin as brother. How utterly disrespectful. Seeing Gui choking, Rimuru expressed concern. Master, are you all right? Gui poked Rimuru's bright forehead. Exasperated, little rascal, do you really not know why I choked? Rimuru chuckled. Oh, I know very well. Teasing her was simply too delightful. Gui was not annoyed. In truth, interacting with Rimuru felt refreshingly novel and enjoyable, akin to cherishing one's twilight years and doting on grandchildren. This sensation was astonishingly wonderful for Gui. Please, continue with your story. Rimuru promptly recounted the events leading up to her departure from Asgard, detailing how Odin's raven had brought the orb of Agamotto, and how she had witnessed the J.A.R.VIS impending assault on Earth, sharing every detail with Gui. To be honest, Rimuru felt a bit lost. While she could not aspire to the noble heights of someone like Spider-Man, who would sacrifice his own life to save others, she was still willing to contribute to the world in her own capacity, embracing the mantle of a hero. However, the orb of Agamotto had illuminated a truth for Rimuru. Her presence as a mere butterfly had amplified the impending calamity 1,000-fold. This was no longer a battle akin to the one in New York. It was a clash between 2 civilizations. Thanos had arrived ahead of schedule. Gui's eyes gleamed with wisdom. I have observed countless parallel universes. Hydra winning World War II, Tony and Dr. Doom switching bodies, Odin being defeated by Laufey, Thor being raised by Laufey, Tony becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, and Gwen Stacy becoming Spider-Woman. Every minor alteration can lead to a chaotic ripple through the entire timeline, giving birth to a new parallel universe. What is unfolding now is merely a result of a single change in the timeline. In the multiverse, this is not unusual. Gui's implication was clear to Rimuru. Due to her arrival, the MCU universe was no longer the Marvel Cinematic Universe she once remembered. It had transformed into a new parallel universe. She was but a small ripple in the vast ocean of time. As long as she remained within the current, she would inevitably be influenced by it and, in turn, influence it. Gui regarded Rimuru with a smile. Now? If I were to ask you to withdraw and cultivate in peace, living as a recluse, would you consent? Rimuru's eyes widened, shaking her head vehemently. Live as a recluse? How absurd. There is still so much beauty in the world awaiting me. Gui remarked, people will always grow. You will eventually come to understand the essence of life, whether it be ugly or beautiful. Once you see everything for what it is, continue to love it. Rimuru pondered. She certainly understood the reasoning. However, hearing it articulated by Gui made it all the more compelling. Rimuru's gaze grew clearer, her thoughts more profound. Yes, she was indeed a ripple in the flow of time. The river of time would influence her, and she could, in turn, guide its course. If the Chitauri sought to launch a full-scale assault on Earth, they would need to consider whether she would allow it. Master, thank you. Gui smiled and nodded. If you've come to a realization, then go forth. Jotunheim awaits, and there are many matters still to address. Indeed, Rimuru promptly rose, gazing towards the direction of Jotunheim. Due to having consumed the box of ice, teleporting directly to Jotunheim posed no issue. Oh, one last question. Master, do you think Jotunheim has hot springs? Hot springs. Ancient One was taken aback, pondering the disjointedness of thoughts that seemed to leap too swiftly. Reflecting on the summit of the volcano, where snow blanketed the landscape, and the depths of glaciers, which cradled hot springs, he surmised that Jotunheim must indeed harbor thermal springs. Rimuru, beaming sweetly, interjected, once I am crowned, Master, please treat me to a soak in the hot springs. You must remember to procure a swimsuit in advance. A fit of violent coughing seized Ancient One, as if his lungs were ablaze. Oh, impudent disciple! Such a lack of decorum. He intended to reprimand Rimuru, yet her figure was nowhere to be found. Outside the mountain gate, beneath a sky of unblemished blue, Rimuru suddenly heard Charles' voice resonate in her mind. Little Rue, the analysis of the infinite prison has been successfully completed. We can break the prison at any moment, and liberate the storm dragon, Voludra. Shall we proceed to free Voludra? Upon hearing Charles' voice, Limulu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The infinite prison had been deciphered. Scanning her surroundings, she noted that Kamar-Taj was, after all, her territory. Releasing the storm dragon here posed no issue whatsoever. Yes, the proud dragon, it has been far too long. Charles responded affirmatively, within Limulu's mental space. Charles commenced the process of unraveling the infinite prison. In the external realm, the mages of Kamar-Taj observed discreetly, their expressions laden with confusion. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the silver-haired Limulu. How had she transformed into a golden-haired figure? Regardless, Mordu resolved not to wait any longer. He stepped forward before Limulu and respectfully stated, "Junior Sister Limulu, I wish to request the return of the Staff of Life Court." The Staff of Life Court? Limulu furrowed her brow. Did she possess such an item? It's the weapon I wielded during our first encounter. Baron Mordu nodded vigorously. The Staff of Life Court was the one he felt most adept at using. Previously, Limulu had always come and gone in a flash, but today, he had finally seized an opportunity. Just then, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, paralyzing Baron Mordu with fear. Limulu opened her mouth and exhaled, causing a barrier to expand exponentially, towering several meters high. The first sight to greet him was two blood-red eyes. "I have been sealed for 3 centuries and banished from my homeland." Baron Mordu looked up, utterly astonished. Was this a dragon? Did he merely seek to reclaim his staff? Was it truly necessary to unleash a dragon? If you do not wish to return it, just say so. The Staff of Life Court. He could do without it, couldn't he? Chapter 164. The Proud, the Chinibu. The air of freedom. How long it has been. Voludra's wings spread wide, obscuring the sun, and in an instant, the entirety of Kamar-Taj bore witness to his colossal form. The majesty of the dragon emanated a pressure so profound that even the most seasoned mages, who had practiced magic for countless years, found their breath caught in their throats. Is this truly a dragon? The mages were left befuddled. Kamar-Taj, a sanctuary for mages. How could a dragon manifest here? Breathe. As the storm dragon Voludra inhaled, the ambient magical essence in the atmosphere quickly converged around him, stirring a tempest of magic throughout Kamar-Taj. Magic? All of this is magic? The mages felt their minds spiral into confusion. As white mages, their source of power primarily derived from the dimensional space of Visani, yet they were not unfamiliar with the sensation of magical energy. Good heavens! What manner of dragon is this? Merely a few breaths summoned a deluge of magic. How utterly terrifying. A familiar magical aura washed over them. It resembled that of junior sister Limulu. Could this be yet another of her antics? They exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Just days prior, she had annihilated the Lord of Hell, Stannis, and now, not long after, she had conjured a dragon. A dragon. As the boundless magical essence replenished Voludra, the energy he had lost surged back, amplifying his size even further. The dragon's might escalated, evoking involuntary perspiration from many mages. In this new world, devoid of heroes. I come, I see, I conquer. A roar erupted. Perhaps it was the influx of magic that filled Voludra with euphoria, for he let out a resounding bellow, summoning a furious whirlwind across Kamar-Taj. Observing, Limulu facepalmed. While his roar was one thing, to audaciously proclaim "I come, I see, I conquer" within Kamar-Taj was another altogether. Surely, he had not yet endured the harsh lessons of society. Vadem Wind. Limulu intervened, unleashing the magic of Vadem Wind to disperse the tempest conjured by the ecstatic storm dragon. In an instant, calm returned to Kamar-Taj. Sensing Limulu's intervention, Voludra chuckled, his mouth stretching into a grin that nearly reached his ears, appearing ludicrous. Having resided within Limulu's belly for 3 years, those years had been more exhilarating than the majority of his life. Through the connection of the emblem of storm, Limulu evolved into the awakened demon lord, and he, in turn, reaped significant rewards, transforming from the scholar of techniques to the king of techniques. For Voludra, a dragon not particularly fond of rigorous training, this was akin to a fortuitous gift from the heavens. My friend, I thank you for liberating me. You wish to attend that gathering, do you not? Allow me to accompany you. There will be ample offerings. Limulu nearly spat blood, pondering what on earth Voludra had learned during his time in her stomach. How does he seem a bit off? Limulu stated firmly. This is certainly not something I taught you. Voludra, you are far too large. Could you shrink a bit? Shrink. Voludra, with his tiny claws raised, held his head high and declared proudly, large? Perhaps it is you who are too small. However, since it is the request of a friend, I shall oblige. As he spoke, his form swiftly diminished to a size comparable to that of a human. Applause erupted from Limulu, who remarked, "This size suits you splendidly, Veludra. You appear truly beautiful and adorable." "Beautiful? Adorable?" Veludra bellowed loudly. "You dare to describe me with such terms? I am a dragon of unparalleled nobility." A gust of wind surged forth, sending sand and debris flying, toppling numerous structures. Many mages, drenched in sweat, could not help but curse under their breath. Had Limula truly miscalculated? How could one ever describe a dragon as beautiful and adorable? Surely, majestic and powerful were far more fitting. At that moment, however, with a blush adorning his cheeks, Veludra rubbed his claws together bashfully, asking, "Is my size truly more beautiful and adorable?" Limulu nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Are we not friends? As a friend, I would never deceive you." Veludra replied, "You make a fair point. Since you, my friend, have said so, I shall maintain this form from now on." The mages were left in utter disbelief. What manner of dragon is this? Surely, its temperament is toxic. "Veludra, can you transform into a human shape? The human world is filled with delightful experiences. It would be a pity if you cannot." Limulu regarded him with a skeptical expression. "Transform into a human?" Feeling the doubt, Veludra sprang into action. "My friend, open your eyes wide. Not just anyone is worthy to witness my noble transformation." With that, he unleashed a wave of magical energy, soon taking on human form. Upon beholding Veludra's new appearance, Limulu's eyes gleamed with delight. Transformed into a humanoid form, Veldra boasted a mane of golden hair and a strikingly handsome visage, his sharp, piercing eyes brimming with vitality. His upper body was bare, revealing sun-kissed skin, muscles, and well-defined abs that exuded sheer masculinity. His lower half was adorned with dark blue trousers, complemented by pristine white boots, which added a flair of flamboyance. At first glance, he radiated an exotic charm, resembling a dashing figure. Without hesitation, Rimuru thrust his thumb upward, exclaiming, "Veldra, your ensemble is utterly stunning. If you were to walk among humans, you would surely captivate countless maidens." A hearty laugh escaped Veldra, echoing like the clang of a barbell. With Veldra's unabashed laughter, a fierce wind swept through Kamataiki, scattering numerous structures into disarray. At that moment, Rimuru's eyes narrowed, and he stealthily retreated 10 steps. Simultaneously, a magic circle illuminated beneath Veldra's feet. "Wretched dragon, I have tolerated you for long enough," a resonant voice declared. "You seem quite adept at stirring the winds. Why not continue your blustering in my domain?" Upon seeing the figure of the Ancient One, Veldra's eyes narrowed. Through Rimuru's memories, he recognized her formidable prowess as one of the mightiest entities in the Marvel Universe. But who was he? Veldra, the brother of the Creator God, the Star Dragon King, one of the 4 remaining dragon species, the Storm Dragon. "Curse you. This is what you compelled me to do." "Curse you?" Rimuru sighed, thinking, "Prideful dragon, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame her for your misfortune." Chapter 165, Ascending to the Throne of Jotunheim. Storm Dragon Residue Analysis complete. Acquired unique skill, King of Storms. Effects are as follows: Storm Dragon Summon, Storm Dragon Restoration. Storm-type magic. Infinite Prison acquired successfully, capable of forming an absolute sealing space that continuously diminishes the magical essence of the sealed target. Infinite Prison, a combined grave for all spirits, has evolved into a new skill, Absolute Seal. Upon hearing the voice of Charles, Rimuru felt a surge of joy. Although she no longer solely pursued skills, their augmentation was undoubtedly advantageous. Particularly, the acquisition of Absolute Seal provided her with an effective means to confront formidable foes. In the mirrored space, the battle between the Storm Dragon and the Ancient One raged on, and Rimuru had no intention of intervening. Both combatants possessed extraordinary power. They were likely engrossed in their duel. The Storm Dragon had always stood atop the food chain in the realm of dragons. Though generally lazy and somewhat less diligent than Malim or his sister, the Blaze Dragon, the Storm Dragon's lineage was far too noble. As one of the 4 remaining dragon species in existence, magical essence would automatically seep into his body, regardless of his training. Moreover, the Storm Dragon was immortal. As long as magic essence existed in this world, he would resurrect indefinitely. As for the Ancient One, Rimuru harbored no worries. With the Time Stone at her disposal, time held no significance for her. Rimuru even speculated whether the prideful dragon might find himself ensnared in a temporal whirlpool, manipulated by the Ancient One to question his existence. When levels of power were comparable, battle experience and treasures played a crucial role. In this respect, the prideful dragon was notably lacking. Half an hour later, the weary Storm Dragon emerged from the mirrored space. Upon spotting Rimuru, he immediately embraced her with excitement. "My friend, it has been far too long. Upon my return, I shall dedicate myself to training and abandon my slothful ways. Wow, you intend to forsake your laziness? It seems this battle has left quite an impression on you. Rimuru mused. And what do you mean by long time no see? Did you get trapped in a time loop created by the Ancient One? Close enough. The Ancient One's intention to defeat the Storm Dragon was no simple feat in comparison to his siblings and even his niece Malim. The Storm Dragon was indeed quite lackadaisical and lacking in skill. Yet, when compared to other species, his power was undeniably top tier. Even among awakened demon lords, he would be counted among the strongest. Should the Ancient One employ the Time Stone, it would come as no surprise if the Storm Dragon were to lose. The time manipulation abilities were indeed overpowered. Seeing the exhausted Storm Dragon, Rimuru comforted him. Veldra, I plan to travel to Jotunheim to be crowned king. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me there? Veldra's laughter abruptly ceased as a thought crossed his mind. Stealing a glance toward the courtyard, he found no trace of the insidious thief, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Since my friend has requested it, how could I refuse? Let us depart swiftly. Rimuru secretly reveled in the moment. It seemed the Ancient One's lesson had profoundly impacted the Storm Dragon. Veldra had learned to speak in hushed tones. It was only natural. If she were to be cast into a time loop, she too would likely be driven to madness. Thank you then. Rimuru waved her hand, and a portal immediately opened, unleashing a bone-chilling gust. Upon sensing the aura of Jotunheim, Veldra's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a rich concentration of magical essence, my friend. This realm is quite impressive. Indeed. Veldra, if you like it, you may consider it your home as well. Home. Veldra pondered, for that word felt distant to him. Upon entering Jotunheim, both Rimuru and Veldra furrowed their brows simultaneously. As powerful beings, their magical perception abilities were unparalleled. The moment they set foot in Jotunheim, they sensed the chaos and the terrifying, malevolent, and domineering presence that pervaded the air. Was this the reason the Ancient One had urged her to arrive early? Such a powerful giant. Was she also one of the Jotunheim people? As they observed a giant devouring a frost giant whole, Rimuru's eyes narrowed. If she was the queen of Jotunheim, then everyone here belonged to her. Anyone daring to touch her possessions would be courting death. Veldra, will you remain here for a moment, or shall we confront her together? Veldra rubbed his hands together, excitement radiating from him. A giant. I have never fought one before. What a perfect opportunity to release my pent-up frustration from my battle with the Ancient One. Rimuru couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Veldra intended to unleash his fury on the giant. Then let us race and see who is faster. Absolutely. Veldra's spirit soared. He had witnessed Rimuru's growth from consuming and evolving. While others might envy Rimuru's progress, Veldra felt no such jealousy. He was the type whose strength surged while he slumbered. 5, 4, 3, 1. Rimuru stepped forward and vanished in an instant. Veldra, anticipating Rimuru to call out too, was taken aback when she played a trick and dashed off. Where's to? How cunning. Veldra was incensed. He immediately transformed into his true form, flapping his wings and soaring through the air, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. The female giant's eyes glowed crimson, a sinister smile gracing her face, blood still staining her lips. Loki, I've got you in my sights. You cannot escape. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared before the female giant's face, causing her eyes to narrow. However, it was already too late. Rimuru unleashed a punch. Accompanied by the force of wind and thunder, the overwhelming power crashing into the giant's massive cheek like a cataclysmic collision. The cheek immediately caved in, and the force radiated outward, causing the giant's mountainous form to topple as well. Boom. The colossal form of the female giant crashed to the ground, obliterating a hill in its wake, unleashing a terrifying impact that stirred a magnificent tempest. The pristine snow accumulated atop the peaks was swept away, giving rise to a fierce blizzard. This sudden upheaval left all the inhabitants of Jotunheim in utter astonishment. As the dust settled, the sight of the progenitor giant Ymir sprawled on the ground, having crushed a mountain, sent waves of shock through the hearts of all present. For this was the progenitor giant, who could effortlessly confine them to a realm of despair. Yet, it was this golden-haired maiden who had rendered him insensible with a single blow, causing the very hill to collapse. What immense power must reside within her diminutive frame? Unbelievable. Is she truly the savior sent by the heavens? Loki gazed upon the golden-haired Rimuru, her hair flowing like divine radiance, and felt profoundly shaken. The Asgardians had always been regarded as deities, but in this moment, he perceived that this young girl was the true embodiment of divinity. Noble, beautiful, powerful. Her aura was reminiscent of that which he had only sensed in his father, Odin. Who is she? Just then, a resounding roar echoed across the skies. The boundless storm dragon, Veldra abruptly appeared behind Rimuru, leaving everyone breathless with astonishment. Was this a dream? Chapter 166. The Overwhelming Might of the Demon King. With the emergence of the progenitor giant Ymir, a day of suffering was destined for Jotunheim. As one of the earliest gods to be born, Ymir possessed an immense reservoir of divine power, yet he also inherited much of the malevolence of the devourer, Adam. Ymir bore no guilt towards consuming his own descendants. He yearned only for destruction, to shatter everything. The torment of being imprisoned and having his flesh severed had consumed his spirit with an insatiable hunger for evil. On the brink of annihilation, who among the people still thought of vying for a throne? They craved a savior, a king who could rescue them. In this critical moment, Rimuru appeared, accompanied by the dragon, like a deity descending to earth. At this instant, the onlookers gazed upon Rimuru with a reverence that emanated from the depths of their souls. The fallen Ymir shook his severely rattled head and slowly rose from the ruins of the collapsed mountains. Ymir's eyes glowed crimson, and a terrifying torrent of magical energy surged forth. With each breath, tendrils of mist resembling dragon smoke emanated from his nostrils. Although he was consumed by an unfathomable rage from the ambush, he could still sense the extraordinary presence of Rimuru and the storm dragon through the aura they exuded. Rimuru's essence was vast and magnificent, yet oddly eclectic. It seemed to carry traces of Odin, but also the chill of the icebox, along with a medley of other peculiar aromas. The fact that such a diverse array could coalesce into a single entity without conflict was truly bizarre. As for the dragon, it surprised Ymir even further. Gazing at the storm dragon, Ymir inquired, "Are you a Makuran from the Andromeda Galaxy?" Rimuru was taken aback by Ymir's words. The Makurans, colloquially known as dragonfolk, possessed the ability to transform and could disguise themselves as humans. They had descended upon Earth in the 8th century with intentions of conquest, but were nearly exterminated by various gods and dragon slayers, leaving only a single dragonfolk as a remnant, still slumbering in the Valley of Sleeping Dragons. This dragon was the so-called Extraordinary Dragon, and the 10 Commandments of the Great Lord were originally derived from such dragons. However, before the storm dragon could respond, Ymir muttered to himself, "No, that aura is incorrect. The Makurans should have been annihilated by the gods and dragon-slaying warriors." Hearing Ymir's ramblings, Veldra grew impatient. "You big oaf, are you going to fight or not?" "Big oaf? Is he referring to me?" Boom. Ymir unleashed his divine essence, akin to that of a god king, bursting forth with overwhelming force that shook the heavens and intimidated the depths of the underworld. Ymir's aura was so fearsome that all of Jotunheim seemed to plunge into an abyss of despair, surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, claiming the will and souls of all. Silence enveloped the 10 directions as the Jotunheimers gazed upon this scene. Particularly, the primal dread emanating from Ymir's bloodline left many of his descendants trembling, their instincts compelling them to kneel. Yet, Rimuru remained unfazed. This explosive display of aura served to intimidate those with weaker minds, much like her own skill, the Demon King's might. In terms of realms, Rimuru was entirely on par with Ymir, perhaps even surpassing him. In terms of spirit, Rimuru, possessing the power of a mind controller, was nearly unshakable. How could she fear Ymir's mental intimidation? Sensing the pressure of Ymir's aura, Veldra suddenly laughed, his mouth stretching wide. "You think you can suppress me with your aura? Even sealed in an infinite prison, the entire Jura forest remains my domain. No creature dares approach. Even the weaker beings at the periphery regard me as their guardian." Explosive aura? I can do that too. Boom. Veldra no longer concealed his essence, unleashing his full power. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and the howling blizzard of Jotunheim fell silent. But soon, the winds and snow seemed to have found their king, transforming into elite warriors, charging forth into battle. The 2 titanic auras clashed violently, as if Jotunheim had been divided into 3 realms. The auras of Ymir and the storm dragon clashed, creating a landscape of carnage, a hell on earth. Yet, where Rimuru stood, time flowed peacefully, and tranquility reigned. The people, shielded by Rimuru, were left in awe. What formidable presence these 3 possessed. Particularly Rimuru, who appeared effortlessly powerful, rivaling Ymir and the storm dragon without a hint of strain. Who were they? When had such godlike beings emerged in the 9 realms? Not even Ymir could suppress his astonishment. In the 9 realms, she was truly an ancestral figure, a cornerstone of their existence. To call her the common ancestor of the 9 realms would be no exaggeration. Yet, she never anticipated that her aura of dominance could be so easily countered by these 2 seemingly unremarkable individuals, especially the small one standing casually on the periphery. who not only withstood her pressure, but also shielded a whole group of people. If these two were to join forces against her, a cold glint flickered in Ymir's eyes, filled with wariness. Once bitten, twice shy, she would not easily place herself in peril again. Moments later, Ymir's ferocious aura gradually receded, and the storm dragon ceased its display of might. Compared to dragon might, the storm dragon preferred direct confrontation. Ymir, suppressing her voice, declared to the two mysterious powerhouses, "This is Jotunheim, my realm. As long as you do not interfere in the matters of Jotunheim, I can overlook past grievances and even treat you with respect." Upon hearing Ymir's words, the hearts of the Jotunheimers chilled. If these two powerful beings truly disregarded them, what hope could they have for survival? Yet, could they influence the will of such formidable entities? Furthermore, Ymir was no weakling. Engaging in a bloodbath with such powers might well cost them their lives. Would such mighty beings sacrifice themselves for those unrelated to their cause? All they could do was pray. Just then, a melodious laughter rang out, light yet resonant, echoing in every heart. "Jotunheim is your domain? Preposterous. This is clearly my realm." Ymir's fury ignited, her blood-red eyes fixated upon Rimuru. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Rimuru, with a graceful flick of her delicate hand, summoned an infinite wave of frigid power that instantaneously enveloped all of Jotunheim. The inhabitants of Jotunheim felt an immediate resurgence of vitality coursing through their veins. The box of ice was the manifestation of its formidable power. The king. She was the one entrusted with the throne by King Laufey in his final moments. Rimuru, the true monarch, was Rimuru. After enduring an unimaginable calamity, the people of Jotunheim felt a surge of fervor within their hearts. Rimuru was indeed their sovereign. At that moment, they began to understand why King Laufey had made the extraordinary decision to bequeath the throne to Rimuru. Only she possessed the capability to turn the tide, single-handedly bearing the weight of Jotunheim. The dragon she nurtured was formidable enough to contend with the progenitor giant Ymir. Who else, if not she, was worthy of the title king of Jotunheim? Many who had just returned from the brink of death were moved to tears. The storm dragon Veldora gazed proudly at Ymir and proclaimed with satisfaction, "Now you understand. Jotunheim belongs to my friend Rimuru." Veldora held a deep fondness for Rimuru, having nurtured her since her infancy, witnessing her growth firsthand, albeit within her own belly. This sense of accomplishment was something Veldora had never experienced before. Though Ymir's eyes burned with murderous intent, a twinge of hesitation began to stir within. If it were only Rimuru or Veldora, she might have felt emboldened to fight. But facing both was a different matter entirely. Chapter 167, Absolute Ceiling. Ymir seethed with rage, yet felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Indeed, she was immensely powerful. But Rimuru and the Storm Dragon were no slouches either. Confronting both simultaneously left her without assurance of victory. Her harrowing experience of being imprisoned by Laufey had only made her more ferocious, yet it also instilled in her a sense of caution. However, the thought of retreating from Jotunheim was something she could scarcely entertain. Moreover, Rimuru was the successor of that abominable Laufey. The hatred boiled within her. The storm dragon gazed down imperiously, coldly stating, "I sense your hatred and your endless malice towards my friend. In that case, you shall remain here. If one could strike, why waste words?" Without further ado, the storm dragon unleashed a torrent of arcane energy, the tempest's principles flowing at its whim, transforming into countless blades of wind that assailed the progenitor giant Ymir in an instant. Ymir seethed with rage. How dare they obstruct her vengeance and seize her realm? Did she not have the right to harbor resentment? What did they take her for? A powerless insect? Unrestrained, the duo engaged in a grand conflict, and the battle erupted with fervor. Veldora, true to his title as the Storm Dragon, embodied the very essence of the storm, unleashing boundless tempestuous might. With each breath, he summoned a relentless storm, the laws of the tempest bending to his will, the divine winds of the world responding to his every thought. With a whoosh, the divine winds swept through, obliterating all in their path, even tearing apart the very fabric of space into swirling spatial tempests. The entirety of Jotunheim became the dominion of the storm dragon Veldora. Upon the earth, mountains, castles, trees, and frost giants all cowered in fear. The clash between the storm dragon and Ymir left the people of Jotunheim in a state of shock. At this moment, their emotions were exceedingly complex. The denizens of Jotunheim had grown up listening to the legends of the progenitor giant Ymir, and their reverence for her was etched into their very souls. Countless years had passed, yet they still took great pride in being descendants of Ymir. However, they could never have anticipated that the progenitor giant was not only alive, but had also descended into madness, ravenously devouring her own kin. Ymir's might had indeed surpassed their expectations. Yet, who would have thought that a dragon emerging from the unknown could contend with Ymir? Was the era of giants truly coming to an end? As they gazed at Rimuru standing before them, the people of Jotunheim finally acknowledged her as their rightful monarch. Her strength was undeniable, and she genuinely cared for her subjects. Moments ago, when the battle erupted, had it not been for Rimuru intervening to protect them, who knew how many would still be standing here? Not even the two princes of Jotunheim could hide their despair. They recognized that Rimuru's ascension to the throne was now an irresistible tide. With her extraordinary strength and unwavering concern for her people, she embodied the qualities of a wise ruler that were rare to encounter. As for Ymir, should she emerge victorious, the people of Jotunheim might face extinction. They had endured the reign of Laufey for the longest time, yet Laufey had succumbed to Odin, lost the box of ice, and now met his demise in Asgard. Relying solely on the support of others, while Rimuru had not yet been crowned, the people of Jotunheim had begun to nurture expectations for her. The battle grew increasingly brutal, while Ymir became more astonished with each passing moment. Where had this dragon come from? The storm magic it wielded was akin to the very laws of the storm. Every strike could obliterate even a divine body. What was most terrifying was its seemingly boundless magical power. Each attack drained immense magical energy, leaving Ymir in a state of trepidation. Little did she know that compared to Veldora and his siblings, and even her niece Malim, Ymir's battle experience and treasures were eclipsed. However, in terms of magical energy, Veldora stood unparalleled. This could not continue. Ymir resolved to take decisive action, with Rimuru by her side. Lingering here could lead to her inability to leave Jotunheim. An endless surge of icy power surged forth, swiftly enveloping Veldora, forming a prison of ice that sought to entrap the storm dragon. While it was impossible to completely restrain him, a moment's delay would suffice. Ymir executed her escape, vanishing into the horizon in mere breaths. Jotunheim is mine. If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. I shall return to collect my dues. Ymir's voice echoed throughout Jotunheim, leaving the inhabitants pallid with fear. Out of sight, out of mind was a mere saying. If Ymir remained fixated on Jotunheim, would they ever experience peace again? Yet, at that moment, Rimuru's voice resonated within every heart. Absolute sealing. As Rimuru uttered the words, the prison generated by the absolute sealing manifested instantaneously around Ymir. Ymir's eyelids twitched. She had not anticipated that Rimuru's strike would be such a formidable and terrifying technique. Yet, to attempt to seal her was tantamount to courting death. The blood within Ymir surged violently, like a torrential river, as a vast and terrifying divine power radiated from her, coiling around her fist. Shatter! Ymir roared, unleashing a punch towards the barrier of the absolute sealing. However, the barrier trembled like rippling water. Not only did she fail to breach the seal, but it also absorbed her divine power, further reinforcing the binding. Ymir was taken aback, and an overwhelming sense of dread and regret flooded her mind. I refuse to believe it. Shatter! Ymir's divine power surged once more, and her form expanded as she attempted to break through the barrier. Yet, tragically, her efforts were in vain. Her immense and magnificent divine energy only served to strengthen the seal further. How could this be? It is inconceivable. I cannot accept this reality. I am among the earliest beings to grace this world, a primordial deity. No, my king Rimuru, I erred in my judgment. Just before my departure, I uttered harsh words. I acknowledge my fault. Please forgive my transgressions, and I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Alas, what Ymir remains oblivious to is that the absolute seal not only isolates magical energy, but also silences sound. Everything she uttered is unheard beyond the barrier. To the onlookers, all they perceive is Ymir thrashing about within the confines of the barrier. Through her gestures and expressions, perhaps some can surmise the truth, but who truly cares? At this moment, the gaze of the masses is solely fixed upon one figure, Rimuru, their new monarch. It is she who has salvaged Jotunheim. It is she who effortlessly sealed away the progenitor giant, intent on avenging and annihilating Jotunheim. Chapter 168. The Unconventional King, Rimuru. Rimuru has never held the title of king, nor has she undergone the education befitting a sovereign. Yet, if one were to speak of the nation most adept in the teachings of rulership, it would undoubtedly be the Eastern Empire. Anyone who has received an education understands the tenets. To win the hearts of the people is to secure the realm, to challenge the aristocracy and redistribute land. That water can both buoy and capsize a vessel. Naturally, these are advanced maneuvers not easily grasped by the common folk. The more fundamental actions, such as slaying the white serpent, are more accessible. Liu Bang's act of slaying the white serpent cloaked him in an aura of mystery and proclaimed his divine right to rule. Rimuru's sealing of the progenitor giant Ymir carries a similar connotation. Unlike Liu Bang, however, Rimuru's claim to the throne is derived from King Laofei. This legalistic assertion holds truth, yet it also does not. For, within Rimuru does not flow the blood of the Jotunheim people. By the strict standards of succession, Rimuru possesses no legitimate claim to the throne. However, by sealing Ymir, Rimuru has effectively trampled upon the glory of Ymir's descendants. In other words, through the absolute seal, Rimuru fundamentally refutes the nobility of Ymir's bloodline, declaring a fact to all Jotunheimers. Her throne may originate from King Laofei, yet it is equally a testament to her own achievements. Were this to occur at another time, such actions by Rimuru might provoke substantial backlash. Yet, in this moment, even the most astute among them, aware of the implications of Rimuru's sealing of Ymir, find themselves at a loss for words. Rimuru's intervention is a salvation from peril, a true messiah for Jotunheim, a king. It is uncertain who initiated it, but the chorus of voices proclaiming Rimuru as king rose in a crescendo. In a mere moment, as far as Rimuru could see, throngs of Jotunheimers knelt before her, paying homage and pledging their fealty. Hearing that tumultuous wave of adulation, Rimuru felt a swell of emotion. The king of Jotunheim. This was not akin to being a mere king of the common folk. It is one of the mightiest realms among the 9 realms. Not even in her wildest dreams, not before her transmigration, nor prior to the Battle of Asgard, had she ever contemplated this. It was a wholly new experience for her. In Jotunheim, there is no custom of ministers urging the emperor to ascend, nor the emperor modestly refusing the throne, should she claim unworthiness. Asserting that she is unfit to be the king of Jotunheim, it is likely that her claim would vanish in an instant. Rimuru's voice resonated within the hearts of every Jotunheimer. I, Rimuru Tempest, accept your loyalty. From this day forth, you shall be my people, and I shall bestow upon you my protection. Upon hearing Rimuru's promise, the Jotunheimers erupted in joyous exultation. The protection of King Rimuru. This is a being capable of effortlessly sealing the progenitor giant Ymir. Rimuru did not hesitate. She activated her mind control skill, unleashing a mental storm to assess the physical conditions of those pledging their allegiance. Frost giants, ice giants, mountain giants, wind giants. Many had recently suffered due to Ymir's pursuit. Numerous individuals bore injuries, with several gravely wounded. True to their warrior spirit, the gravely injured giants did not wail, but awaited death in silence. Rimuru was at a loss for words regarding their nonchalance toward death. Immediately, she produced an abundance of healing potions, her hands sweeping through the air, distributing the potions with precision to each injured individual. Instantly, the scene resembled a miraculous eruption. Within mere breaths, every injured giant was completely restored. The gaze of all Jotunheimers towards Rimuru shifted dramatically. Even Loki was no exception. Such rapid recovery was nothing short of miraculous, even in Asgard, where such potions were exceedingly rare. Throughout the 9 realms, only the golden apples possessed such potent life-giving properties. Yet, whether in the Vanir or Asgard, the golden apples were reserved for royalty and the most esteemed ministers, such as Heimdall and the Valkyries. Rimuru, in her quest to win the hearts of the people, generously scattered these miraculous potions among every injured citizen, even extending her kindness to those of deluded bloodlines. Truly, she was lavish in her generosity, a prodigal indeed. The Jotunheimers who benefited from this kindness were overwhelmed with gratitude. Our king, we thank you. Your benevolence surpasses that of any monarch in Jotunheim's history. You shall be a great king of Jotunheim. Flattering praises flowed in abundance. Hearing such accolades, Rimuru felt a twinge of embarrassment. Who claims that the giants of Jotunheim are merely muscle-headed? They are quite skilled at flattering as well. Indeed, continue the praise, continue. She relished the honesty of her subjects, considering future rewards for them. The proud dragon rolled her eyes at the scene. Isn't this just the juice derived from the hippocamp grass? Is it truly that remarkable? These Jotunheimers are rather naive. Is this what qualifies as the most benevolent king? She could manage that too. Rimuru, observing her eager subjects, declared, "Let us conclude for today. Each of you should attend to your respective duties in the post-disaster reconstruction efforts." Post-disaster reconstruction? The frost giants were momentarily bewildered. How does one even achieve successful reconstruction after a disaster? With her omniscient perception, Rimuru understood the giants' confusion and elaborated. All collapsed structures shall be rebuilt under the palace's guidance, ensuring that no citizen is left homeless before stability is restored. We shall guarantee that everyone receives the most basic sustenance to prevent starvation. The notion of not being left homeless did not resonate strongly with many. The frost giants thrived in the cold climate. the low temperatures did not discomfort them. However, upon hearing Rimuru's assurance of daily provisions for all, preventing starvation, comprehension dawned. The nobility may remain largely unaffected, but for the weaker commoners, tears welled in their eyes. Jotunheim, enduring perpetual frost, faced extreme resource scarcity, particularly emphasizing survival of the fittest. Any provisions were prioritized for warriors. The elderly, infirm, and disabled had no say. The injuries sustained had plunged many vulnerable Jotunheimers into utter despair. Indifference to death is one thing, yet who among them truly wishes to perish? Yet, they could scarcely believe that King Rimuru had employed a miraculous potion, typically reserved for royalty, to heal them all. Even more astonishing was her decree that warriors and ministers would provide sustenance to ensure they would not starve. King Rimuru is indeed strikingly different from his predecessor. She may very well become the most benevolent and magnificent ruler Jotunheim has ever known. King Rimuru, King Rimuru, King Rimuru. Compared to the nobility, the number of commoners is always greater, and the cries for King Rimuru resonate like a tsunami, surging wave after wave. Several bloodline nobles exchanged glances, for the first time feeling the formidable power emanating from those of diluted lineage. King Rimuru and King Laufey are fundamentally distinct. The tides of change are about to sweep across Jotunheim. Yet, whether this augurs fortune or misfortune remains uncertain. Chapter 169, The Bestowal of a Name. Jotunheim. In the royal palace, all the bloodline nobles gathered, with Helblindi and Baylester prominently present, and even the queen of Jotunheim, Fabdi, was no exception. The foundation of Jotunheim lies with the bloodline nobility, the formidable warriors, yet she dares to expend such precious restorative potions on the commoners. It has been 3 days since her coronation, and she is yet to meet the queen or the prince, instead wandering through the impoverished districts. What exactly does King Rimuru intend to accomplish? Indeed, she has not even conferred with ministers or generals. Does she truly expect to govern Jotunheim relying solely on those of diluted bloodline? Perhaps King Rimuru is counting on these commoners to fend off external threats. Baylester remarked with a hint of jealousy. Queen Fabdi shot Baylester a warning glance, admonishing him to tread carefully. King Rimuru is now the sovereign of Jotunheim, having sealed the progenitor Ymir with a mere flick of her wrist. Baylester found himself at a loss for words, the breath caught in his chest. The power of Rimuru is overwhelmingly potent, beyond what mere numbers can compensate for. Even though he harbored 1,000 grievances, he dared not voice them before Rimuru. Queen Fabdi addressed the gathered bloodline nobles, stating, King Rimuru hails from Midgard. There, the disparities in strength among individuals are not as vast as they are perceived. Thus, in King Rimuru's eyes, the distinction between us nobles and the commoners may not be as great as imagined. However, time will reveal all. The chasm created by bloodline status and the resultant power disparities are irreconcilable. Ultimately, governing Jotunheim will still require the cooperation of us bloodline nobles. Let us remain patient and grant King Rimuru a little more time. She shall come to understand. A towering mountain giant, wielding a massive axe, interjected, the queen speaks wisely. Time will indeed prove everything. Let us all remain composed. Remember, whatever King Rimuru requests, you must comply wholeheartedly. Do not become a target for her authority due to ideological differences. Indeed, General Chio speaks truthfully. King Rimuru will inevitably comprehend the survival laws of Jotunheim. There is no need to act foolishly at this juncture and risk becoming a sacrifice to her reign. Those permitted entry to the royal palace are the true elite of Jotunheim, none of whom are foolish. The rise of a new monarch and their assertion of power is a common occurrence. If one were to act in contradiction while providing King Rimuru with an excuse to establish her authority, that would be truly unwise. Finally, Helblindi, who had remained silent, inquired, Where is King Rimuru now? A soldier stepped forward, reporting, Your Highness, the king is currently in the slums of the Wind Giant territory. I see. What has she been doing? The soldier replied, She simply took a stroll and conversed with the commoners. Furthermore, she healed a civilian who was bitten by a wind wolf. Anything else? The soldier added, Oh, it seems the king also named a newborn baby. Helblindi waved his hand, dismissing the soldier. The nobles exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter, suppressing the crude thoughts that bubbled within. Bitten by a wind wolf? Such a worthless individual deserves to waste precious restorative potions? Naming a baby? How utterly trivial. They mused. King Rimuru certainly exhibits naivety. Time will indeed prove everything. In the Wind Giant realm, having arrived in Jotunheim for 3 days, Rimuru personally traversed this land. The sensations it evoked in her were cold, barren, and astonishing. The cold and barrenness are self-evident. Yet what truly captivated Rimuru was the unique cultural and geographical landscape of this place. Perhaps due to the rich concentration of magical essence. Both the people and animals here are genuine magical beings. While deemed barren, it far exceeded Rimuru's expectations prior to her arrival. Before coming, she envisioned Jotunheim as a land blanketed in ice and snow, devoid of vegetation and species, akin to Earth's polar regions. However, upon her arrival, she realized her previous assumptions were fundamentally flawed. Many experiences from Earth simply do not apply here. Though perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, Jotunheim, due to its abundant magical essence, is home to various frost-resistant magical flora. The Black Iron Forest is particularly lush with towering trees, dense underbrush, magical fungi, and ice fruits, teeming with magical beasts that provide ample sustenance for the inhabitants of Jotunheim. The phrase harsh environments breed cunning individuals, though derogatory, is quite apartment. The severe climate and scarcity of resources result in the giant's natural birth rate being exceedingly low, with survival rates even more dismal. Within their millennia-long lifespans, a couple may only bear 1 or 2 children. In this realm, the law of survival of the fittest is starkly evident. Those who manage to survive are certainly not weak. Armed with a weapon, they are formidable warriors. With each step Rimuru took, Raphael compiled an increasingly comprehensive array of information. 3 days elapsed, and Rimuru had grasped the fundamental conditions of Jotunheim. After perusing the various materials organized by Charles, Rimuru felt a singular conviction: Jotunheim does not tolerate weakness. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. It seems that every individual possesses the potential for ascension, provided they can grow stronger. Strength begets access to food, women, status, and wealth, everything one could desire. Yet, it is also a world steeped in despair, for the source of strength lies in one's bloodline. And the bloodline nobles will only intermarry amongst themselves. In other words, nobles will forever remain nobles, and commoners will eternally be commoners, akin to the caste system of Earth. Among the various races in Jotunheim, the wind giants, relatively elegant in stature, are smaller in size and adept in wind magic. Yet they have fewer warriors and occupy a lower social standing. Shortly after entering the realm of the wind giants, Rimuru unexpectedly encountered a particularly beautiful wind giant maiden. This maiden's appearance differed from that of humans, with a slightly pale blue complexion, yet her features were exceptionally exquisite. From Rimuru's aesthetic perspective, she was undeniably a beauty. Curiously, prior to her journey, Rimuru had assumed Jotunheim to be a land devoid of attractive individuals. Upon her arrival, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. Beautiful female giants certainly exist. However, in any world, beauty is a scarce resource. Upon reflection, if the female giants of Jotunheim were indeed so unattractive, the king of Asgard would not have wed one. Odin's mother is a female giant from Jotunheim, and there is no evidence that she diminished the beauty of the Aesir. A beautiful, charming, and high-blooded female giant with formidable strength is even rarer. This wind giant maiden before Rimuru is truly a delightful beauty that aligns with her aesthetic ideals. However, among the frost giants, her bloodline is not esteemed, nor is her power particularly formidable. Through the introduction by Charles, Rimuru learned of her age, 300 years. In the vast span of thousands of years, her life journey has only just commenced, akin to that of a middle school student in human terms. At that moment, she was holding a twig, sketching something in the snow. After a brief moment of perception, Rimuru was astonished to discover that the drawing depicted her, Rimuru herself. Perhaps due to never having seen Rimuru before, the illustration was imbued with the girl's own embellishments and imagination. The Rimuru in her drawing bore a striking resemblance to the giant race, adorned with peculiar attributes gleaned from hearsay, rendering it extraordinarily unconventional, yet possessing a unique beauty. How remarkable the artistic talent of this young girl. Rimuru thought this because, during her 3 days among the giants, she had not encountered any with a semblance of artistic flair. All of her skills were entirely self-taught. "What is your name?" Rimuru's sudden appearance startled the wind giant girl, causing her to tremble upon recognizing Rimuru's countenance. She was overwhelmed with fear, her body stiffening, her words tumbling over one another. "My king, please forgive my impudence. I was mistaken. I truly misspoke." The girl stuttered, and as though recalling something, she attempted to kneel, but Rimuru halted her. "Your drawing is splendid. What is there to be ashamed of? I merely inquired about your name. What is there to fear?" The girl's face flushed with excitement. It was the first time in her life that someone had complimented her artistry. More importantly, this person was none other than His Majesty, the King of Jotunheim. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze and replied, "My king, I do not possess a formal name. My mother simply calls me Wind." as a wind giant. Her kin were often named with wind at the forefront, and she was left with the solitary title of Wind, which felt terribly mundane and humiliating. Rimuru smiled, sensing that this wind giant girl was distinctly different from all the giants she had encountered before. She was full of personality, though her lineage was ordinary. Her spirit was free-spirited, romantic, and imbued with artistic sensibility, a touch of the literary maiden indeed. If you dislike your name, might I bestow upon you a new one? Really? The girl's eyes brightened suddenly. To receive a name from His Majesty would be a lifelong honor. In the future, who would dare mock her? She could infuriate those naysayers. He. Perhaps she might even marry a noble. Rimuru shook her head. This little one had no idea what it meant to receive a name from Rimuru. Yet, in time, she would come to understand. Not only would this girl know, but all of Jotunheim would come to learn. Rimuru regarded the girl solemnly and declared, "By the name of Rimuru Tempest, I grant you the name Windsong. May you continue to pursue your art and never abandon it." Such solemnity. Upon Rimuru's utterance, the wind giant girl felt an unprecedented gravity, and she immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Once Rimuru finished speaking, Windsong felt a surge of warmth coursing through her veins. Chapter 170, Aesthetic Appreciation. Life is inherently unequal, a truth Wind grasped at the tender age of 10. In Jotunheim, reaching 10 years old barely signifies the beginning of life. Many peers remained in a state of confusion, yet the precocious Wind had already understood this reality. Though her father was a warrior, he was but an ordinary one among many in Jotunheim. After her father fell in battle, life for her and her mother became increasingly arduous. With the passage of time, this truth deepened in significance. Lacking noble blood or formidable talent, she could only grow up like the other children around her, living a mundane existence akin to a wildflower on the stormy plains. Yet Wind felt a certain distinction from her peers. She was undeniably beautiful, despite her lack of talent and strength diminishing the allure of her beauty. Wind still cherished her appearance. Not only did she take pride in it, but as she matured, more and more people began to appreciate her beauty as well. Many aunts and ladies would tease her, suggesting that if fortune smiled upon her, she might marry a noble. Initially, she was quite shy and reluctant to entertain such notions, but as the compliments grew in number, she began to care about it. Thus, from a young age, a dream took root within her, to marry a noble. Wind exerted considerable effort and ultimately encountered a true noble. However, to her dismay, he was ugly, crude, clumsy, and rude. Yet he was indeed powerful, having single-handedly defeated a snow wolf, earning the admiration of all. Observing the adulation directed at him, Wind felt little inclination. Was this what nobility entailed? He was simply too unattractive. The thought of marrying such a man sent shivers down her spine. From that moment onward, Wind developed a distaste for the concept of nobility. Yet, surrounded by fervent admiration from others, she buried her feelings deep within, not daring to reveal them. Not long after, approximately 20 years later, the first noble she had encountered, the one whom many warriors revered, met his demise. He was slain by an Asgardian warrior, a moment when Wind witnessed the fury and trepidation that many in her clan harbored toward the Asgardians. They were nothing like what Wind had imagined. She once believed them to be tall, clumsy, and ugly, akin to the nobles of her kin. But upon seeing the visage of that Asgardian warrior, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. He was as handsome as she was, and she bore him no ill will despite his killing of a noble warrior from her clan. At that moment, Wind thought, if only he were of the wind giant race. Perhaps then, she might have the chance to marry him. When Wind next beheld the Asgardian warrior, he lay dead, pierced by ice spikes. The one who killed him was a noble from the frost giants, a noble female warrior, strikingly beautiful, extraordinarily so. Wind's eyes sparkled at the sight. This female warrior epitomized what true nobility should be: beautiful, noble, powerful, and graceful. She had been wrong all along. Only someone like her could truly embody the essence of nobility. This noble warrior treated her kindly, even gifting her a cloak, said to be stolen by her father from an Asgardian Valkyrie. Though the cloak was quite old, the embroidered flowers and orchids upon it were the most beautiful things Wind had ever seen. More importantly, it was a gift from her. From that moment on, Wind became enamored with painting the orchids and flowers on the cloak. Eventually, she developed a passion for painting trees, flowers, and people. Regrettably, Wind felt a profound sense of loss as that powerful female warrior recently married a noble of the mountain giants. Wind secretly took a glance at the man, nearly choking with indignation. The mountain giant noble was hideous. How could one expect happiness in marrying such a creature? Yet alas, there was nothing Wind could do. What Wind never anticipated was that in the past year, Jotunheim had lost its former tranquility. First, the Asgardian prince Thor stirred trouble in Jotunheim, slaying many warriors. Not long after, King Laufey led the elite warriors of his clan to attack Asgard. Soon after, news arrived of King Laufey's death, passing the throne to one called Rimuru. Then came the release of the primordial giant Ymir, wreaking havoc throughout Jotunheim. Shortly thereafter, King Rimuru sealed Ymir with a mere flick of his hand. All of this felt like distant tales to Wind. Through various rumors, she only knew that King Rimuru was diminutive, adorable, with a cascade of golden hair and golden eyes. This aroused an intensified curiosity within the Wind regarding the new King Rimuru. However, she was acutely aware of her lowly status, which rendered her unworthy of an audience with the illustrious Rimuru. With nothing to occupy her mind, Wind indulged in a fanciful imagination of what King Rimuru might look like, sketching with a branch. Yet, she could scarcely have anticipated that she would encounter the nearly unattainable Rimuru. The instant she laid eyes upon him, she was utterly captivated. King Rimuru was the epitome of nobility, a true aristocrat of the highest caliber. His visage surpassed her wildest imaginings, appearing 1,000 times more beautiful and enchanting. In that fleeting moment, Wind's body quivered with excitement, becoming almost rigid. To her astonishment, King Rimuru even praised her artistic skills and encouraged her to continue her craft. Even more surprising was the name he bestowed upon her, Feng Yao. Wind was left bewildered, pondering the meaning of the character Yao, yet she felt assured that, since it was given by King Rimuru, it must be a splendid name. However, she was utterly unprepared for the rush of warmth that surged through her veins upon receiving her name. Feng Yao felt as though she were enveloped in an infinite torrent of wind magic, akin to returning to her mother's embrace. The last time she experienced such a sensation was within the Hall of Revelation, which was designed to test the magical potential of her kin. Regrettably, her aptitude had proven to be quite poor. The potent effects of the elixir dissipated from her body in a mere instant. What could this mean? Had King Rimuru once more initiated her in the process of revelation? Having previously failed, she cherished this opportunity all the more. She exerted every effort to control her body, striving to retain the elixir's potency. Yet, what baffled her was the transformation from her former, diluted bloodline and poor talent, as if she had been reborn. Even with her clumsy technique, a surge of magic fervently penetrated her being. Feng Yao felt an overwhelming sense of relief as every pore in her body opened wide, greedily absorbing the magic from the world around her. Minutes later, her metamorphosis complete, she opened her eyes, surrounded by the essence of wind, feeling as light as a feather. Before a mirror of ice, Feng Yao caressed her cheek in disbelief. My goodness, is that truly me? How extraordinarily beautiful. She found herself falling in love with her own reflection. Feng Yao bowed deeply to Rimuru, exclaiming, Your Majesty, your grace has bestowed upon me a second life. In gratitude, I humbly request to serve as your guardian knight. I pledge my life to ensure your safety. Chapter 171, The Naming of the Death March. After receiving her name from Rimuru, Feng Yao underwent a remarkable transformation. Her bloodline elevated, her strength even surpassing that of some true blood nobles. News of her metamorphosis spread like wildfire throughout the territory of the Wind Giants. Merely receiving a name had led to such an elevation in bloodline status. This was utterly astonishing. Such events were unheard of. In Jotunheim, blood nobles mingled solely with their own kind. If any Cinderella were to marry a noble against the odds, it would be hailed as an extraordinary tale, recounted far and wide. Yet, to think that simply acquiring a name could elevate one's bloodline to nobility? How could that be possible? However, upon witnessing Feng Yao's transformation, all the Wind Giants were enraptured. Truly, it was real. My goodness. King Rimuru could even assist her kin in advancing their bloodlines. Was there anything she could not accomplish? Neither ancestor Ymir nor King Laufey had achieved such a feat. Yet Rimuru had. Was this not a clear manifestation of destiny? A Wind Giant, ignorant of propriety and disregarding status, knelt before Rimuru, beseeching her to bestow upon him a name. The elders of the Wind Giants were nearly struck with terror. Such a request was utterly outrageous. A king's bestowal was an act of mercy. If the king chose not to grant it, a subject must not overstep their bounds or covet what was not theirs. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Rimuru not only refrained from reprimanding him, but bestowed upon him the name Yong. Courage, after all, is one of the most precious qualities. At any moment, those who dare to be the first to venture forth, if given an opportunity, may achieve unimaginable greatness in the future. After receiving Rimuru's name, Feng Yong transformed from an ordinary wind giant into a warrior of his kind. In an army, he would have the stature of a minor commander. Witnessing Feng Yong's rapid evolution from a frail wind giant into a formidable warrior was enough to send the entire wind giant clan into a frenzy. At that moment, all the wind giants knelt in supplication, imploring Rimuru for their own names. Not only the wind giants, but even the ice giants, frost giants, and frostborn giants, upon hearing the commotion, rushed toward the scene. In an instant, a line of giants seeking Rimuru's naming formed, stretching like a great dragon. Rimuru welcomed them all, granting names to each one. While some names may have lacked grandeur, every giant who received a name experienced genuine growth. Their bloodlines were all elevated. The status of blood nobles paled in comparison. Countless giants trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, the first to receive a name, Feng Yao, gazed at Rimuru with eyes filled with endless admiration. How fortunate she was to meet King Rimuru. How splendid it was to be among the first to become his guardian knight. She vowed to dedicate her life to mastering her artistic skills, capturing the king's perfect visage in every detail. Within the royal palace, several blood nobles were leisurely enjoying a dance. Had Rimuru been present, she would have surely scoffed at the primitive display, which possessed little more than a hint of rustic charm, lacking any true aesthetic value. It must be said, the people of Jotunheim possessed scant artistic sensibility. Did King Rimuru have no intention of taking command of the palace? No, they truly could not fathom her thoughts. Given her formidable strength, why should she concern herself with the weak? Indeed, if Rimuru sought to surpass ancestor Ymir and King Laufey, engaging in external warfare would be the most prudent course. As long as she could secure more resources for Jotunheim, her foundation of rule would undoubtedly be unassailable. Perhaps it was a quirk of hers, yet they sincerely hoped Rimuru would soon awaken to this reality. The blood nobles shook their heads, wishing for Rimuru to return to the right path. To speak candidly, they had been feeling rather uncomfortable these days. Even King Laufey had shown them ample respect in their interactions. The foundation of Jotunheim, after all, lay with the blood nobles, the powerful warriors. Throughout history, they had never been treated with such disregard. Were it not for Rimuru's overwhelming strength, these nobles would have long since united to teach her a lesson. They decided to wait a while longer. Surely, Rimuru would come to understand that this was not Midgard, but Jotunheim, let alone Midgard, even the earth. This was the command of the queen, a gesture of respect towards King Rimuru. Yes, henceforth it would be called Earth, a token of reverence for King Rimuru. Several blood nobles suppressed their laughter, as their words were laced with irony and devoid of any true respect. Just then, several guards rushed in, agitated. This is terrible. A grave situation has arisen. One noble rose, adopting a stern expression, reprimanding them. How dare you? What kind of behavior is this? The palace is no place for such raucous noise. The guards, taken aback, quickly bowed in apology. What is the matter? One guard gulped nervously before summoning his courage. The king is currently bestowing names upon a multitude of commoners. The nobles exchanged incredulous glances, speechless. To think she would lavish names upon those commoners. King Rimuru was truly indulging in frivolities. A noble commander, exuding impatience, scolded, "If King Rimuru enjoys naming, let her do so. As divine guardians of the palace, how can you be so flustered? Reflect on your behavior after you leave." The guards who had entered to deliver the news exchanged glances, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Caught in a web of unspoken words, one noble, exasperated, remarked, "The quality of our divine guardians has deteriorated significantly. Is there anything that cannot be said openly? Has your courage been vanquished by the Asgardians?" Summoning his courage, a guard spoke, "Esteemed leaders, any commoner bestowed with a name by King Rimuru experiences a lineage enhancement. Many have even surpassed the elite of our noble bloodlines." With a resounding clap, the previously composed noble bloodlines were left dumbfounded. Their mouths agape as if one could fit an apple inside. One noble, still unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, seized a guard, squeezing his bones until they cracked. King Rimuru's naming can elevate the bloodlines of those commoners, even surpassing our noble elites? In pain, the guard confirmed, indeed. The commoners seeking names from King Rimuru have formed a long queue, and all who have received names have undergone evolution. With a thud, one noble sank to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. The power of bloodlines is passed down through generations via procreation. To maintain the purity of their bloodlines, some families even practice sibling marriages. Yet, despite this, the potency of their bloodlines has diminished over generations. How could King Rimuru possibly enhance bloodline strength simply by bestowing a name? This is inconceivable. If this were true, could they, the noble bloodlines, still be considered aristocrats? Those who had previously mocked Rimuru now felt a dizzying sense of upheaval. This defied all logic. Chapter 172, Misunderstandings and Chaos. The consecutive naming by Rimuru unleashed a tempest throughout Jotunheim, the magnitude of which was unimaginable. For the commoners, it was an unprecedented feast, destined to be etched into history. For the nobles, however, it was an unparalleled catastrophe. If the commoners' strength surged due to Rimuru's naming, what place would the nobles have in governing the kingdom? The nobles were as restless as ants on a hot stove. Could Rimuru rule Jotunheim without the nobles? Just 3 days prior, everyone had looked down upon the situation, secure in their positions. Yet now, everything had been utterly reversed. Merely bestowing names had directly shattered the nobles' pride and advantages. King Rimuru was formidable beyond measure. This could not continue. Is the king still unwilling to see us? A prominent noble fretted. Another noble shook his head, his red eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. We have been blocked by that girl named Windsong. She insists that King Rimuru is resting and has instructed us to wait. The nobles, along with the 2 princes, were filled with indignation and silence. Who was Windsong? They had learned all too well that she belonged to the Frost Giant clan, with a remarkably thin bloodline, merely a girl just over 300 years old. Aside from her decent appearance, she possessed little else of note. 3 days prior, who would have regarded her with any significance? Who could have anticipated that she would garner the favor of King Rimuru, not only receiving a name, but also being appointed as his personal guard? The nobles were filled with regret. Had they aligned themselves with King Rimuru sooner, they would not find themselves in this predicament. If only they had known earlier that King Rimuru possessed such a means to purify bloodlines. Had they known, they likely would have sent their finest talents to serve as his guards at the first opportunity. It is truly priceless to have such foresight. Patience is required. It seems that King Rimuru intentionally utilizes Windsong to send us a message. It must be so. Without Rimuru's directive, even with 100 times her courage, she would not dare obstruct them. Let us embellish the palace, summon the clan elders, and arrange for King Rimuru's coronation ceremony swiftly. Queen Fubuti spoke, her words laced with resignation. With the power to manipulate fortunes, she was indeed a favored choice of Lord Ralphie. As a former queen, it was time for her to step aside. Moreover, her 2 children should maintain a low profile henceforth. Yet, none anticipated that this wait would extend for 3 days. During these 3 days, all attempts to meet King Rimuru were thwarted by Windsong. This only heightened the nobles' anxiety and intensified their efforts. Unbeknownst to these nobles, Rimuru had truly succumbed to slumber. The extensive naming had drained an excessive amount of magical essence. Windsong's actions to block them were entirely her own initiative. As for suppressing the nobles, Rimuru had no such intentions. Nobles? In Rimuru's eyes, they were of little consequence. In the face of absolute power, could they still make waves? However, the outcome was exceedingly favorable. It must be said that this was a most delightful misunderstanding. In the realm of consciousness, when Rimuru's awareness revived, the first sight to greet her was the silver-haired, bright-eyed Charles. Little Rimuru, you're awake. Though Charles' expression remained unchanged, her voice radiated an unmistakable joy. It was evident that her emotions had deepened significantly. This was, without a doubt, a splendid development. Charles, thank you for taking care of my body. Charles shook her head. We are one, there is no need for thanks. Furthermore, your hypotheses were correct. I have successfully derived the model of power. Successful? That is wonderful. Rimuru's eyes sparkled with excitement. The vast expenditure of magical essence in bestowing names upon so many from Jotunheim had indeed borne fruit. Long before becoming an awakened demon lord, Rimuru had seized a portion of Odin's power. At that time, the various powers within Rimuru began to integrate and transform based on Odin's essence. The Grand Sage had estimated this process would take a year. Subsequently, Rimuru had devoured the eternal flame and the icebound chest, causing another shift in the structure of her powers. This transformation time had significantly extended. After all, both the eternal flame and the icebound chest were top-tier artifacts, and the opposing natures of fire and ice made their unification exceedingly challenging. Upon arriving in Jotunheim, Rimuru had saved lives, sealed Ymir, healed wounds, and garnered a great deal of prestige. Using Odin's power as a prototype, the structure of Rimuru's powers underwent a transformation, providing Charles with abundant inspiration, leading to the subsequent large-scale naming. The benefits were evident. This unprecedented method of evolution allowed the people of Jotunheim to view Rimuru as a deity, their singular faith. This intensely pure power of belief stimulated the integration of the divine powers within Rimuru, culminating in unification. Charles, how long will the transformation take? Charles replied. Upon upgrading to the Wise King, my deductive abilities have evolved 100-fold. In 10 days, all of the powers within you will completely integrate. 10 days? Charles' abilities were indeed formidable. In 10 days, after the power of the Phoenix, Odin, and Chaos, a fourth divine power would emerge in the universe. The power of Rimuru? The power of the Cute King? Just thinking about it is tremendously exhilarating. In the realm of the Divine Father, there are distinctions in hierarchy. Once the power of the Cute King is born, Rimuru would nearly become the foremost figure among the Divine Fathers. After engaging in further emotional connection with Charles, Rimuru withdrew from the realm of consciousness. The first sensation was one of softness, and as she became aware of her surroundings, Rimuru could not help but feel her cheeks flush. How fierce! After Limulu gently shifted away from Fengyao's body, she transformed back into her human form. However, as soon as she stepped out of the room, she found herself surrounded by a throng of charming maidens. Your Majesty, you are awake. How wonderful. Are you hungry? We have prepared a meal for you. Allow me to serve you, Your Majesty. Faced with this chorus of lovely voices, Limulu felt somewhat dizzy and bewildered. Who were these maidens? Although she was aware that these giants would inevitably undergo evolution after being named, the sheer number of these stunning giantesses was overwhelming. Your Majesty, you do not remember me? I am Ice Dream. I am Mountain Jade, granted to you by Your Majesty. And I am Cold Smoke. Step aside, all of you. I am the guardian knight of the king. Serving him is my duty, and you have no place here. Just awakened. Fengyao was nearly suffocated with rage at the sight of the crowd encircling Limulu. She was furious not only at those enchanting interlopers, but also at herself. How could she have fallen asleep? It was utterly disgraceful. If Limulu were to be taken away by those captivating vixens, she would have nowhere to weep. Although she had only been Limulu's guardian knight for 2 or 3 days, Fengyao had already relished the experience. Those nobles, who usually presented themselves with such superiority, had been reduced to mere subservience in her presence over the past 3 days. Compared to Limulu, that gaggle of ugly nobles should have been subjected to a humane extermination. How could they even dare to call themselves nobles? Fengyao, like a protective mother tiger, was determined to drive away all the alluring maidens surrounding her. Mountain Jade, Cold Smoke, and Ice Dream were no ordinary adversaries, and they quickly rolled up their sleeves to engage in a fierce brawl with Fengyao. Limulu was left in a cold sweat, realizing she had unwittingly entered a battlefield of fierce competition. Come, let us play chess. The storm dragon, Verdura, urged Loki to partake in a game. Loki's lips twitched. Were it not for the fact that he was completely outmatched by this ruffian, he would have delighted in imprinting his shoe soles upon that insufferable face. While Loki had no objection to playing chess, he simply could not tolerate Verdura's poor sportsmanship. Initially, Verdura had taken advantage of Loki's unfamiliarity with the rules to win repeatedly. But who was Loki? A mere game of chess could not possibly deter him. However, Verdura's penchant for taking back moves was insufferable. The wretched chess player was hopelessly addicted. And to make matters worse, Loki had no choice but to continue playing. With a stern expression, Loki's mind was racing. Despite being ruthlessly defeated time and again by the storm dragon on the chessboard. However, in terms of intellect, Loki was far from inferior. In just 3 days, he had subtly extracted a wealth of information from Verdura regarding the dragon world, including storm dragons, slimes, and the evolutionary naming laws of high-ranking monsters. All of this had opened his eyes to a new realm of understanding. As Loki captured another crucial piece from Verdura, the storm dragon predictably expressed his desire to take back the move. Clutching a piece while staring at the board, Verdura was indecisive for a long while. That conflicted look was utterly amusing to Loki. Compared to Verdura's strength, his intellect certainly did not reflect that of a true overlord. In the span of 3 days, through Verdura's words, Loki had gained a clear understanding of Limulu's remarkable achievements, slaying the Fire King Surtur, defeating King Laufey, turning the tide, and saving Asgard. Most legendary of all, just before King Laufey's demise, he had even bequeathed the throne of Jotunheim to Limulu. This only served to deepen Loki's admiration for her. What puzzled Loki was Limulu's true intentions. She neither punished him nor showed any inclination to send him back to Asgard. What was she truly after? If she did not care for him, why have Verdura accompany him? Yet if she valued him, why had she left him waiting for several days without an audience? What did it all mean? However, Loki's inner turmoil was soon dispelled when Limulu herself arrived. Sensing her presence, Verdura's mood brightened instantly. Little Limulu, you must have something to discuss with Loki. You both chat. I shall not delay you. With a flick of his hand, Verdura whisked away the chessboard in pieces. Before departing, he patted Loki on the shoulder, his expression warm. Loki, I did not lose that last game, right? Loki's lips twitched, and he maintained a respectful demeanor. You did not lose, esteemed Verdura. Your chess skills are unparalleled. How could you lose? Verdura beamed, his joy evident. He felt fortunate indeed to have such a dear friend in Rimuru, who always came to his aid at crucial moments. Noticing Verdura's little gestures, Rimuru smiled. The storm dragon truly had a delightful disposition. Once Verdura left, the atmosphere grew serious with only Rimuru and Loki remaining. Loki, how would you feel about becoming the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Jotunheim? Loki nearly choked on his breath. Was he truly hearing this? Minister of Foreign Affairs for Jotunheim? Had he misheard? Moreover, did those brutes of Jotunheim even have the concept of foreign affairs in their lexicon? Casting a furtive glance at Rimuru, he realized she was not jesting, which only heightened his distress. Your Majesty, you are aware that I am the second prince of Asgard. Rimuru casually retorted, Oh, I know. And I am Thor's mentor. Loki was at a loss for words. How could he respond to such a proposition? To appoint a god of trickery as Minister of Foreign Affairs seemed utterly bizarre. Was Rimuru speaking in jest? Certainly not. Throughout the entirety of the Marvel Thor series, Loki had proven himself to be an exceptional talent in diplomacy. In Thor 1, he had manipulated the giants of Jotunheim, even causing King Laufey's demise with the Eternal Spear. In Avengers 1, while trapped in a cosmic black hole, he had become a guest of the Chitauri, manipulating them to his advantage. In Thor 3, after falling from the Rainbow Bridge, he had seamlessly integrated himself with the Grandmaster, garnering significant favor. Ultimately, Thor ended up being sold and thrown into the gladiatorial arena. He truly was a diplomatic genius, rivaled perhaps only by the likes of Shun Gongbao. Seeing that Rimuru was not jesting, Loki's mind raced with various thoughts. Your Majesty Rimuru, forgive my impudence, but please state your orders. Whatever I can accomplish, I shall do my utmost. Rimuru smiled. It must be quite uncomfortable for you to have retreated from Asgard in disgrace. I would like to ask you to visit the Chitauri and persuade them to lend you troops for an assault on Earth. What? Loki's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Rimuru subtly plotting against him? Or was she simply eager to embark on her conquest of the Nine Realms? Rimuru continued, before leaving Asgard. Brother Odin. Loki's face flushed crimson, nearly choking on his words. Brother Odin? How dare you? This is too much. Seeing Loki's discomfiture, Rimuru felt a surge of delight. Brother Odin sent his ravens to deliver the orb of Agamotto to me, and I foresee a calamity across the Nine Realms. I want you to persuade the leader of the Chitauri, the other, to lend you troops, and you shall utilize the Tesseract to open a portal to welcome them. As Rimuru elaborated, Loki began to grasp her intentions. Was she aiming to confine the battlefield to a specific area by using the Tesseract to open a spatial passage? Rimuru was indeed calculating. But why should he heed her commands? After all, he was the god of trickery. Asgard and Jotunheim, perennial adversaries. Observing the flicker in Loki's eyes, Rimuru intensified his words. Loki, in the battle for Asgard, Thor has already garnered immense renown. Presently, he is practically the sovereign of Asgard. You surely do not wish to be outdone by him. Loki was taken aback, experiencing for the first time the formidable intellect of Rimuru. Indeed, he was resolute in his desire not to be eclipsed by Thor. Rimuru chuckled. This is bound to be a grand confrontation. Thor's presence is inevitable. As for the Chitauri, how you utilize them is beyond my concern. Whether you can secure 100,000, 200,000, or even 1,000,000, that is your skill. The specifics of their deployment do not trouble me, as long as you can persuade them to use the Tesseract to open a portal rather than arriving by spacecraft. Thor will also be present. Loki's eyes brightened. Yet, reason compelled him to suppress the thought of employing the Chitauri to confront Thor. Midgard has never been a mere, trivial planet. Let us not even mention the Ancient One. Now, with Rimuru in the mix, even his father is keeping a watchful eye. Rimuru, you know that if I proceed with this, afterwards, there will be no refuge for me in Asgard. Rimuru replied earnestly, I assure you by my royal name. As long as you can convince the Chitauri to abandon their spacecraft, I will be there to support you afterward. Loki retorted, such assurances are mere empty words. What significance do they hold? Rimuru replied, I shall leave no evidence, but a king does not speak idly. After a few moments of silence, Loki could only acquiesce. At this point, he had no grounds for rebuttal. Soon after, a portal opened to the depths of the cosmos. Chapter 174, The Madness of Implications. Rimuru's strategy was to have Loki lead the Chitauri in an assault on Earth. By utilizing the Tesseract for transportation, the attack could be confined to New York. Had they arrived by spacecraft, the entire globe would be engulfed in chaos. Even if victorious, the casualties would be staggering, and the economic ramifications would be disastrous. Although this exists in a parallel universe, Earth remains Rimuru's homeland, and he would not allow such a tragedy to unfold. Sending Loki forth also had the added benefit of bringing the Mind Stone to Earth. Wanda, along with her long-desired mech, would thus come into existence. Limiting the war to a specific area would serve as an excellent training opportunity. Humanity cannot remain in its cradle indefinitely. Are we finally to confront the Mad Titan? She has not forgotten that the J.A.R.VIS invasion of Earth was, in fact, a preliminary probe by Thanos. Since the very first day of his journey into the Marvel Universe, Rimuru has contemplated the possibility of facing Thanos directly. That day is finally approaching, and Rimuru feels a sense of eager anticipation. Perhaps Thanos is equally eager. The Mad Titan has been keeping a watchful eye on Earth. Upon the demise of the Ancient One and Odin, he wasted no time in launching his assault. Even aware of Stark's illustrious name, it is evident how long he has coveted the space and time stones. This time, perhaps it is Thanos' means of testing her limits. Since he dares to probe, he must be prepared for his claws to be severed. Rimuru is no longer alone. The king, the queen, and the two princes have all come together. Would you care to meet them? The speaker was Wind Song, who, despite her extreme beauty standards, possessed a sharp intellect. Especially after her evolution, she has become increasingly astute. Serving as a secretary is well within her capabilities. Since they have all arrived, let us meet them. Thus, an unexpected audience commenced. The nobles anticipated that Rimuru would chastise them in various ways, yet to their surprise, nothing of the sort occurred. Rimuru's demeanor was 100 times more casual than they had imagined. Several nobles cautiously suggested that the elite of their clan serve as Rimuru's attendants and guards, to which Rimuru readily agreed without hesitation. In front of the prominent nobles, Rimuru personally bestowed names upon a few guards, allowing all present to witness the rise of several exceptionally gifted youngsters, their bloodlines enhanced to become elite commanders. The nobles' blood surged with excitement. Hearing rumors paled in comparison to witnessing the event firsthand. The names bestowed by King Rimuru were truly astounding. The weak, upon receiving a name, could evolve. The strong, upon receiving a name, could attain even greater evolution. Perhaps King Rimuru never intended to suppress the nobility. It was merely their own inflated sense of superiority that blinded them. In King Rimuru's eyes, there may be no distinction between nobility and commoners. King Rimuru is invincible, at least in her heart, having long surpassed all the kings of Jotunheim. Perhaps this throne holds little significance in her view. All along, it has been their minds that have been too small. King Rimuru may very well lead Jotunheim to become the true sovereign of the 9 realms. It must be said, the capacity for human imagination often surpasses the heavens. The fish's eyes sparkled with a strange light. As for why this light was peculiar, perhaps even the author is unsure. Regardless, this successful meeting allowed Rimuru to enjoy pleasant interactions with the nobles. As more and more information was transferred, Rimuru's understanding of Jotunheim deepened considerably. Due to its frigid climate, Jotunheim is exceptionally resource-poor and highly belligerent. Nearly every giant who survives through the process of natural selection is a born warrior. While Jotunheim does have agriculture, the areas capable of producing grain are exceedingly scarce. Relying on agriculture for survival is nearly impossible. Hunting and livestock have become the primary sources of sustenance. Almost every man in the clan is skilled in hunting, and when a child comes of age, they personally hunt a snow beast. In Jotunheim, being frail is considered a sin. The higher the bloodline rank of the giants, the stronger their affinity for magic, enabling them to adapt to extreme weather conditions. When bloodline rank reaches a certain level, the colder the temperature, the more comfortable they feel. However, the common folk do not possess the adaptability of these prodigies and elites. When temperatures plummet, while commoners may withstand the cold physically, procuring food becomes a daunting challenge. Without sustenance, death is inevitable, unless one resorts to theft. Barbarians, indeed. Rimuru was speechless. She never imagined that one day she would be reduced to a barbarian queen. Perhaps out of necessity for plunder, the military strength of the Jotunheimers is truly formidable. They can fell trees in the Black Iron Forest, and through various magical enhancements, even craft spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos. Utilizing the power of their bloodlines, they can generate ice blades and spikes that are incredibly sharp, capable of piercing even the gods of Asgard with ease. In comparison to Gamera's Godslayer, one can grasp the might of the ice giants and frost giants' ice-based magic. As for the mountain giants and wind giants, they excel at weaponry. Mountain giants mine cold iron, and can even forge laser weapons that unleash magical energy, possessing immense destructive power. In the beast skin scrolls passed down through Jotunheim, several mysterious cosmic passages are recorded. By traversing these passages, they could directly invade Asgard, Earth, or any of the 9 realms. After reviewing the precious treasures presented by several elders, Rimuru's eyes widened. No wonder this small Jotunheim is regarded As one of the cosmic powers, they can invade other realms at any time. Is that not a strong nation? The blood that flows within them is indeed divine. Just the extremely frigid climate makes Jotunheim a fortress that is easy to defend but difficult to assault. Even if the Asgardians were to come, without proper warmth, they would quickly freeze into popsicles. However, for the frost giants of Jotunheim, as long as they do not encounter extremely scorching environments, such as Muspelheim, they are generally capable of adapting. This allows them to engage in combat at will, and in the event of defeat, they can flee from an elder with a beard as white as snow. Due to the box of ice, this year, the temperature in Jotunheim is 5 to 10 degrees lower than usual. The tribesfolk yearn to hunt in the Black Iron Forest, yet the difficulty has significantly increased, and their food reserves are dwindling. Rimuru twitched her lips, offering a few maps leading to other realms, then remarked that the food situation within the tribe was critical. What was this elder implying with such a wild suggestion? To dispatch troops for plunder? Understood. I have my own plans regarding the food issue. You may leave now. Yes. Once the elders departed, Rimuru puffed up her cheeks. Was she truly being urged to commit robbery? Robbery was out of the question. It was utterly impossible in her lifetime. She was not a nefarious slime inclined towards thievery. Amidst the clamor, the day of Rimuru's coronation arrived. Chapter 175, Guest from the Nine Realms. The coronation of a king has never been a trivial matter, and Jotunheim endeavored to host it with grandeur. Even Rimuru, who was usually indifferent, felt the solemnity of the frost giants, inevitably becoming influenced by the atmosphere. On the day of the celebration, the royal city of Jotunheim was teeming with people. Giants of note, every prominent figure, gathered in unison. The vast majority of them previously lacked the privilege to set foot in the royal city. But due to Rimuru's bestowal of her name, they suddenly found themselves worthy. Consequently, the aura of the entire royal city became increasingly magnificent, exuding a sense of prosperity and talent flourishing. The elders chuckled heartily. It had been many years since they had witnessed such grandeur. Would the giant race, under King Rimuru's leadership, ascend to new heights once again? The elders, especially those who had witnessed the giant's former glory, were electrified. Boom. At that moment, a radiant rainbow light descended upon the outskirts of the royal city. The giants within the city tensed, many even drawing their ice blades. They were no strangers to this rainbow light. It was the Bifrost of Asgard. What business did Asgard have on the day of the king's coronation? The giants became restless, their murderous intent boiling. However, at that instant, a resounding divine voice echoed in the hearts of all. Thor, the crown prince of Asgard, accompanied by valiant warriors from the celestial palace, had come to present gifts in honor of King Rimuru's coronation. The divine proclamation surged forth, instantly stirring tumult within Jotunheim. Thor, the crown prince of Asgard, had specifically come to congratulate the king's coronation? Surely, they had not misheard. Odin had conquered the Nine Realms, vanquished King Laufey on Earth, and even seized the box of ice. Although Jotunheim had since bowed to Asgard, they harbored deep-seated animosity towards them. Whenever the opportunity arose, Jotunheim would undoubtedly be the first to strike. Not long prior, Jotunheim had waged war against Asgard, both sides suffering heavy casualties. Could the Asgardians truly be so benevolent? This was the shared doubt resounding in the hearts of the frost giants. Welcome guests. With Rimuru's voice resonating, the valiant warriors guarding the royal city sprang into action, clearing a path for Thor and the celestial visitors. Upon seeing that the Asgardians consisted of only a handful of individuals, particularly those bearing a multitude of gifts, the frost giants exchanged glances of astonishment. They truly had come to offer gifts. An Asgardian emissary stepped forth, proclaiming, "We congratulate King Rimuru on his coronation and present 10 golden apples, 100,000 cattle, 100,000 sheep, along with grains, silks, and potions." Hearing of Asgard's offerings, the entirety of Jotunheim erupted in excitement. Such lavish gifts were beyond their expectations, especially the golden apples, which in Asgard were exclusive to the royal family, serving not only as healing relics, but also as a means to refine divine power and prolong life. As for the cattle, sheep, and grains, they were desperately needed in Jotunheim. They had never anticipated that Asgard would present such an abundance. It was worth noting that not long ago, the three kingdoms had besieged Asgard, plunging the entire realm into turmoil. Even now, the climate had not fully recovered, and the extent of their losses remained uncertain. It could be said that Asgard was currently enduring its most challenging period. To offer such a generous gift all at once was indeed remarkable. Truly, the king possesses immense prestige. Observing Thor's commanding presence, Rimuru could not help but commend, "Thor, you have matured considerably. You exude an even greater regal demeanor." Indeed, one must always grow, Thor reflected, feeling a myriad of emotions. In just a few days apart, his little mentor had undergone a significant transformation. The shift from blue to golden hair was of no consequence to Thor. What he sensed more profoundly was the evolution of Rimuru's divine power, now vast and profound. A terrifying magnitude beyond comprehension. Thor found himself struggling to grasp his little mentor's essence. Come, take a seat. Certainly. Without hesitation, Thor settled into the seat beside Rimuru in the honored guest area. Witnessing the interaction between Rimuru and Thor, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within the hearts of the Frost Giants. King Rimuru, this was their new monarch. Even the crown prince of Asgard bowed respectfully before her, demonstrating profound reverence for her prowess. Just then, on the land outside the city, a magical array suddenly illuminated. Following that was a violent surge of magical energy. The Frost Giants instantly became agitated. Could it be a trick by the Asgardians? Several of Rimuru's personal guards drew their icy blades, ready to defend the king with their lives should Thor make any untoward moves. Thor could not suppress the instinctive shiver that coursed through him. It was the instinct of a warrior, warning him that someone was eyeing him with ill intent, someone who could pose a threat. As he assessed the several Frost Giant guards, Thor was taken aback. Did the Frost Giants seem to have become more striking? Moreover, there were many more giants eligible to enter the royal city. Thor raised an eyebrow, recalling Heimdall's words from not long ago. Was this the transformation his master had brought to Jotunheim? Truly impressive. As Rimuru reassured her personal guards, another magical transmission resonated in everyone's hearts. Frey, the god of harvest from Vanaheim, has come to congratulate King Rimuru on her coronation. Boom. As Frey's words fell, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Who was Frey? Undoubtedly one of the most despised executioners among the Frost Giants. Countless giants had fallen to the blade of the victory sword in his hand. King Laufey had fought him time and again, both openly and covertly, yet had never managed to slay him. Naturally, the Frost Giants had never been courteous to the Vanir. Whenever an opportunity arose, they would seize it to inflict maximum pain. The Vanir had come to congratulate King Rimuru? Was this not akin to a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken? Not to mention others. Even Rimuru felt particularly curious. She had deep entanglements with Asgard, but had little interaction with Vanaheim. The last time the three kingdoms besieged Asgard, it had been Asgard itself that dealt with the Vanir's bandits. From afar, Rimuru exchanged a glance with Frey. In an instant, Rimuru sensed within Frey a vast, magnificent divine power, radiant like the sun. No wonder some referred to Frey as the sun god. Indeed, his divine power was formidable and pure. Clutching the victory sword, he appeared to surpass even Thor at present. Thor's divine power, that of the Lord of the Celestial Palace, was still in its nascent stages and too youthful. Upon seeing Frey, Rimuru began to grasp Odin's anxiety. Indeed, the 9 realms are teeming with formidable beings. Not a single kingdom appears weak. What Rimuru was unaware of, however, was that Frey's body was trembling. He had merely employed a secret technique to glimpse into Rimuru's essence, and the revelation had left him drenched in sweat. In Frey's eyes, the divine power within Rimuru was astonishingly pure, nearly overflowing. The last time he sensed such unadulterated divine energy was from the All-Father Odin himself. How powerful! Frey's demeanor immediately shifted to one of utmost reverence. He congratulated King Rimuru on his coronation, presenting gifts from Vanaheim, a golden ring, golden apples, a divine robe woven from the golden fur of the ancient beast, 100 barrels of honey brewed by Bela, 1,000 acres of divine plants, a city of flowers, and livestock. As the Vanaheim ceremonial officials chanted their praises, an eerie silence enveloped all of Jotunheim. Such an extravagant gift from the Vanir? Surely, this must be an illusion. Chapter 176. The 9 realms come to congratulate. Presenting a city of flowers to Jotunheim is indeed a unique gift. Jotunheim, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, could hardly sustain a city of blooming flora. Given that Rimuru's coronation ceremony would undoubtedly be prolonged, should the flowers wither in an instant, it would be a source of great embarrassment. This gift, it seems, is not so easily accepted. Many Jotunheimers gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. Yet they could only endure this silent humiliation. After all, they could hardly claim that the gift was misplaced. That would only serve to portray Jotunheim as lacking sophistication and ingenuity. Rimuru, possessing the divine skill of omniscient perception, was well aware of Vanaheim's subtle intentions. The rivalry between nations is indeed omnipresent. Even in gifting, they sought to challenge her. Rimuru smiled, finding the situation rather amusing. With a mere gesture, the city of flowers sent by Vanaheim floated effortlessly into her hands. Nasim, A mustard seed, she mused, noting how extraordinarily unique this challenge posed by the Vanir was. Since it was a congratulatory gift from a friend in Vanaheim, Jotunheim would graciously accept it. The flowers would continue to bloom within the royal city. Upon finishing her words, she waved her hand, and the entire city of flowers was planted around the royal castle. In an instant, the entire castle was enveloped in a vibrant display of blossoms. Is this what flowers are like? In the frost-laden realm of Jotunheim, flowers had only been a topic of conversation during the tales told by old warriors. The sight of blooming flowers is forever one of the most coveted visions for the people of Jotunheim. No one could have anticipated that the royal city of Jotunheim would one day be adorned with such a spectacle. A miracle, undeniably a miracle. The presence of flowers elevated the respect that all Jotunheimers held for Rimuru to unprecedented heights. King, king, king. A voice, uncertain of its origin, ignited a thunderous cheer throughout the royal city. Not only the Jotunheimers, but even the Asgardians and the Vanir were left in awe. How could it be that only a short time had passed, and King Rimuru had already garnered such admiration in Jotunheim? It bears noting that Rimuru bore no bloodline of Ymir. Truly, she is worthy of the throne that King Laufey has entrusted to her. Remarkable. Furthermore, how is it that the elite permitted into the royal city have suddenly multiplied so dramatically? The Vanir and Asgardians, who had been discreetly observing the strength of the Jotunheimers, were taken aback. After enduring two significant calamities, why did it seem as though Jotunheim had not weakened at all, but rather had grown even more formidable? The congratulatory representatives from both factions, gazing at Rimuru seated upon the throne, felt an unsettling weight in their hearts. The Jotunheimers, known for their savagery and penchant for plundering, now had a powerful king to contend with. In the eyes of the untrained, it appeared to be a spectacle, yet the seasoned observers discerned the deeper intricacies. Frey and Thor exchanged glances, both reflecting the same astonishment. The divine word. Has Rimuru's strength truly reached such heights? Even Thor felt an unprecedented pressure. Just then, another portal opened. Following two consecutive congratulatory events, the Jotunheimers were far more composed now. Naturally, their pride swelled. From Earth, the ancient sorceress Agamotto, accompanied by her disciples and friends, arrived to congratulate King Rimuru on her coronation. Agamotto, Thor, Frey, and even the mighty giants were momentarily taken aback. The more powerful the individual, the more they understood Agamotto's formidable reputation. The sorceress supreme, who instilled fear in gods and demons alike, had unexpectedly come to honor Rimuru's coronation. Has King Rimuru ascended to such an exalted status? When the crowd beheld Rimuru again, she had already stepped outside the city. Master, you have arrived. What a delightful surprise. Upon seeing Rimuru's appearance, Agamotto nodded in approval. Today, you truly exude magnificence. Little Rimuru, you've outshone your master. Agamotto spoke no falsehood. With a mere glance, she perceived the vast divine power within Rimuru, nearing its transformative completion. Rimuru had indeed surpassed her. It is every teacher's desire to mentor a student who surpasses them. Agamotto smiled, her heart filled with contentment. With blue hair turned to gold and having gained some height. Wow, Rimuru, does the throne come with built-in enhancements? Have you perhaps been administered some growth hormone? Hearing Tony Stark's cheeky remark, Rimuru was momentarily speechless. His irreverent banter remained unchanged. She glanced at Tony and replied, Tony, your birthday was not too long ago. Congratulations on aging another year, and you certainly seem to be getting greasier. Older? Greasier? Tony's eyes widened, nearly suffering internal damage from holding back his laughter. Meanwhile, the others burst into hearty laughter. Rimuru was indeed one of the few capable of sparring verbally with Tony. Rimuru, you look absolutely stunning today, radiating brilliance. Natasha remarked, her eyes sparkling with warmth, offering a sense of comfort. Thank you, Sister Natasha. Welcome to my kingdom. Rimuru turned to her friends from the Avengers, smiling, Captain, Dr. Banner, and Hawkeye, I am thrilled that you could join us. Come, let us enter the royal city. Outside the city, the wind howled and snow fell heavily, blanketing the ground in pristine white, yet vibrant flowers adorned the landscape. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of the blooms, the crowd stood in awe. Is this truly the domain of the frost giants? How does it differ so drastically from their expectations? Rimuru casually recounted the events leading up to this moment, and the perceptive individuals swiftly grasped the underlying competition. Rimuru had grown so powerful that she could effortlessly summon a city of flowers to bloom in the heart of winter. This was beyond belief. What they could not have anticipated was that their reunion with Rimuru would once again challenge the limits of their imagination. Witnessing Rimuru conversing and laughing with Agamotto and a host of earthly guests left them exchanging glances of bewilderment. The presence of such extraordinary figures as Agamotto and Rimuru on the same planet was not to be underestimated. Once seated, Thor warmly greeted Tony, the captain, and others, heightening the vigilance among the various representatives present. In particular, the Vanir felt their hearts racing. The relationships between Earth, Jotunheim, and Asgard seemed rather unusual. With Agamotto, the sorceress supreme, making an appearance, had an unseen secret alliance been forged? Could the target of this alliance be the Vanir? Fry felt increasingly restless. If these three factions were indeed conspiring behind the scenes against Vanaheim, calamity was surely imminent. At that moment, a radiant curtain of light descended, once again shattering the tranquility of Jotunheim. Another faction come to pay their respects? Who could it be? Chapter 177, The Ring of Sun, Moon, and Stars. As the rainbow light dissipated, the onlookers beheld the visitor's visage, a face adorned with a bushy black beard and a towering stature of nearly 3 meters. He exuded an extraordinary sense of majesty. Which realm does this envoy hail from? Prior to this encounter, the inhabitants of Earth had conducted thorough research. They had already acquainted themselves with Jotunheim, Asgard, and Vanaheim. Nidavellir, the dwarven king Eitri, had come specifically to congratulate Rimuru on her coronation. A dwarven king? Uft. The earthlings nearly burst into laughter. Nearly 3 meters tall, and they call him a dwarf. The moment Rimuru set her gaze upon Eitri, she was captivated by the luminous source he held. Rimuru experienced an almost surreal sensation, as if the light emanating from Eitri was intrinsically linked to her very bloodline. Although she could not discern the true nature of the light, she recognized it as a weapon, crafted exclusively for her as a royal armament. As the divine powers intertwined, the weapon pulsated with divine energy, establishing an ever-deepening connection with Rimuru. Boom! A divine radiance shone forth, and the weapon, imbued with sentience, soared into Rimuru's grasp. The instant she clutched it, she felt all the eternal flames, ice essence, and thunderous origins within her awaken with vigor. Such a magnificent weapon. Rimuru's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. This gift from Nidavellir was truly in perfect harmony with her desires. With this weapon in hand, her strength could potentially double. The implications of such an enhancement to Rimuru's prowess were indeed profound. At that moment, she began to comprehend why Thor would become the god of hammers and axes. But what exactly was this weapon? The onlookers gazed at the luminous orb in Rimuru's hand, their curiosity intensifying. As the 3 divine energies within her continued to entwine and transform, the light attached to the weapon shifted in a mesmerizing dance of red, blue, and white hues. Yet, its precise form remained elusive to their sight. The tricolored luminescence swirled incessantly, tightening Rimuru's bond with the weapon, evoking an uncanny sense of familiarity. Was this a manifestation of divine recognition? Rimuru couldn't help but marvel at the dwarven craftsmanship, which indeed seemed miraculous. As the final binding process concluded, information regarding the weapon unfurled in Rimuru's mind. This weapon was forged by King Eitri, who had summoned all the master smiths of the dwarven race, pooling the strength of the entire clan to create it, tailored specifically for Rimuru. To accommodate the 3 primal divine energies within her, it possessed 4 distinct forms. 1. The Icebreaker Hammer, resonating with the power of frost, contained both frost and ice-breaking runes. With a single strike, it could freeze an entire region into a kingdom of ice, while simultaneously possessing the capability to shatter the ice, rendering its power intangible. 2. The Flame Banner, attuned to the flames, could perfectly channel Rimuru's inner fire, summoning an endless inferno. Its greatest advantage lay in its ability to transform between flame and light, aptly deserving the title of the Sun Banner. 3. The Thunder Spear, echoing the essence of Rimuru's thunderous origins, unleashed an unstoppable force with every thrust, imbued with the might of thunder. 4. Its most ordinary form transformed into a ring when Rimuru did not require it for combat. In this ring form, it became attributeless, augmenting and refining her divine power. Refining divine power was a necessity for the Asgardians, the Vanir, and even the giants. For instance, Odin would refine his divine power through slumber to extend his lifespan. Though Rimuru had little need for it, it still proved beneficial to her. It must be said, Nidavellir had indeed accounted for every aspect with this weapon. Naturally, one characteristic common to all weapons forged by Nidavellir was their ability to return upon summoning, once cast away. As the divine light faded, the weapon transformed into a ring that adorned Rimuru's finger. A ring? The dwarven race had gifted her a ring. What could that signify? Weapons crafted by the dwarves were traditionally instruments of conquest. The Thunder Hammer, the Destroyer, the Dark Decay Sword, each bore an intimidating reputation. Was this a veiled suggestion for Rimuru to cease her conquests and pursue diplomacy? Was this perhaps a notion from Asgard? One had to admit, human imaginations could sometimes soar beyond the heavens. A mere ring could incite such myriad thoughts. Rimuru gazed at King Eitri and smiled, saying, "Dwarven King, this gift is indeed to my liking. In the name of the King of Jotunheim, I declare that Nidavellir may fly my banner. Any force that dares to march against Nidavellir upon seeing my banner, I shall lead my army to retaliate." Boom. As Rimuru's declaration echoed, a tempest of astonishment erupted in the vicinity, allowing Nidavellir to proclaim Rimuru's banner, and any who dared to challenge it would face the wrath of Jotunheim. Such audacity to protect a nation with a single banner. The crowd was left speechless, yet none dared to rebut. The factions present had, to varying degrees, heard whispers of Rimuru's formidable might. Should Rimuru truly mobilize her forces, it would be a dire affair indeed. As for the Earthlings, they stood agape, marveling at such a display of power. How incredibly audacious. Natasha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With such formidable efficacy, she must persuade Rimuru to present a flag to Earth. Of course, among those present, none felt more elated than King Eitri himself. The protection of King Rimuru and Jotunheim was a testament to why the dwarven race had dedicated their entire clan's strength to forge a royal weapon for her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Eitri proclaimed, "I thank you, King Rimuru, for your protection. This ring is a product of our clan's utmost effort, yet it remains unnamed. I humbly ask you to bestow a name upon it." A product of the entire clan's effort? The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the ring adorning Rimuru's finger, pondering the nature of this extraordinary artifact. Unperturbed by their curiosity, Rimuru contemplated before stating, "Let us call it the Ring of Sun, Moon, and Stars." The Ring of Sun, Moon, and Stars. The name echoed twice as Eitri reverently expressed his gratitude. "I thank you for the name, King Rimuru." A drop of kindness should be met with a fountain of gratitude. The dwarven race had silently dedicated their collective strength to forge this artifact for her. Thus she could not be stingy. With a flourish of her hand, a multitude of magical steel ingots floated before King Eitri. "Eitri, these are the finest magical steel ingots. Incorporating them into your weapons will enable a weapon devoid of any attributes to evolve according to the user's characteristics and habits. They may prove useful to you." The prospect of a weapon evolving alongside its wielder's attributes and intentions left Eitri wide-eyed, gazing at the floating magical steel ingots as if they were mesmerizingly beautiful maidens, his mouth nearly watering. The dwarf's pursuit of forging mastery knew no bounds. He never anticipated that he would receive such a wondrous or from Rimuru. Eitri was elated, showering Rimuru with gratitude. From this day forth, whenever King Rimuru sought to forge weapons, the dwarven race would undoubtedly lend their utmost assistance. Upon hearing Eitri's promise, the crowd exchanged glances. It appeared that Nidavellir had indeed fallen into the embrace of King Rimuru, allowing her to conquer yet another realm within the 9 realms. Could it be that she would truly prevent Odin from claiming all glory for himself and emerge as the new sovereign of the 9 realms? The envoys from Vanaheim found themselves somewhat breathless, while the Asgardians wore expressions of unease. At that moment, a howling wind reverberated in their ears. Suddenly, they looked up, and upon discerning the source of the sound, their faces changed dramatically. Chapter 178, A Celebration from the 9 Realms. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the wind, they finally beheld a volcano, ablaze with fiery flames, hovering above the royal city of Jotunheim. Even though the volcano was still some distance from crashing into the city, a wave of apprehension swept over everyone. A volcano, imbued with divine power. Muspelheim truly had audacity. Was this an act to incite war with Jotunheim? Rimuru was not the aging Odin, who had lost his ambition. The current king of Rimuru was in his prime, immensely powerful and astonishingly youthful. His desire for expansion was already fervent, and now he was being handed a pretext for war on a silver platter. Had Queen Cinder lost her wits? At that moment, a heavenly voice resonated in the hearts of all present. From Muspelheim, Queen Cinder extends her congratulations on the coronation of King Rimuru, presenting a living volcano and 100 springs. May the royal city of Jotunheim enjoy eternal spring. Upon hearing Queen Cinder's words, the crowd's lips twitched in disbelief. A living volcano as a coronation gift? Wishing for Jotunheim to experience perpetual spring? Who was unaware that Jotunheim was perpetually cloaked in ice and snow? Was this not a deliberate provocation? Tony Stark, Captain America, and Dr. Banner were equally astonished. It was their first encounter with such a unique form of congratulatory gift. Everyone turned their gaze towards Rimuru, for this was a gift that was difficult to accept. If that living volcano were to strike the royal city, even without casualties, it would mar King Limuru's reign forever. Queen Cinder's maneuver was truly ruthless. On the throne, Rimuru smiled and said, "Since it is a gift from Queen Cinder, I shall graciously accept it." As he spoke, he extended his hand, and the ring adorning his finger instantly enlarged, detaching itself from him. A flicker of blue light later, a magnificent azure hammer appeared in Limuru's grasp. This hammer was named Icebreaker. With the divine hammer in hand, Rimuru struck the void. The air shimmered as if transformed into rippling waters, and from the point of impact of Limuru's icebreaker, boundless powers of frost surged forth. The descending volcano, laden with immense divine might, was met by the icy energies unleashed by Rimuru, causing its descent to slow dramatically. At the center of the volcano, the clash of searing heat and frigid cold generated a plethora of steam, enveloping the area in a thick veil of white clouds. The volcano glowed a fiery red amidst the ethereal clouds, evoking a scene reminiscent of sunrise over a sea of clouds. How beautiful! Within the royal city, all were captivated by this stunning spectacle, momentarily forgetting the earlier crisis. However, those with a discerning eye recognized the underlying significance. Those who understood the intricacies of the situation wore solemn expressions, their gazes shifting between the nonchalant Rimuru and his icebreaker hammer. With a single strike, he was effortlessly able to halt the rapid descent of a volcano. What boundless divine power must he possess? Was there anyone in the 9 realms capable of rivaling King Rimuru? Even more infuriating was the fact that the dwarves had forged such a divine artifact for Rimuru. Those treacherous traitors. At that moment, Fry suddenly bulged his eyes in realization. The king's weapon, could it summon the Rainbow Bridge? Fry instinctively pressed his hand to his chest. Feeling an urge to spit blood, dwarven-forged royal weapons typically had the ability to summon the Rainbow Bridge. Given Limuru's exuberance, it was highly likely he could do so. This was dire. Fry glared at King Eder, his eyes bloodshot, wishing he could plunge his sword into the man's head. Odin was still alive. Yet the dwarves were already eager to find a new master. The Jotunheimers were truly a band of thieves at heart. Previously, without the Rainbow Bridge, they had resorted to utilizing mysterious ancient routes in the cosmos to ambush other realms within the 9 realms. If they were to acquire the Rainbow Bridge, would there ever be peace again in the 9 realms? As Fry pondered this, Rimuru had effortlessly relocated the volcano to 100 miles away from the royal city. Thanks to Queen Cinder's generous gift, we shall build a spring city, a spring water city, and a city of flowers centered around the volcano. As Rimuru spoke, the flames of the volcano began to behave as if they had come alive, turning orderly and gentle. Everyone was astounded. Limuru's power had reached an unfathomable level. With King Rimuru present, even if Jotunheim were reduced to a single individual, it would still stand as a formidable force among the 9 realms. Unlike the other realms that had come to witness the coronation, Jotunheim was filled with exuberance. The calls for their king rose like waves. This coronation not only entrenched King Limuru's authority in the hearts of the Jotunheimers, but also established his dominance across the 9 realms. Welcome, honored guests from afar. Please take your seats. King Rimuru truly lived up to his reputation, evoking admiration. Queen Cinder descended, surrounded by eternal flames, causing the temperature around her to spike. Sensing Cinder's formidable presence, everyone felt a shiver, once again realizing Limuru's might. After taking her seat, Queen Cinder's emotions were still tumultuous as she gazed at Rimuru on the throne, her eyes filled with complexity. Knowing that Rimuru had devoured her father, Surtr, she was consumed with thoughts of vengeance. This living volcano was the grand gift she had meticulously prepared for Rimuru. To her astonishment, Rimuru had effortlessly dispelled it. Especially with the icebreaker, it had profoundly shaken her. Over the years, she had commanded respect in Muspelheim, truly the queen of the fiery realm, her power formidable. Yet, when compared to Rimuru, she was still leagues away. Calm, remain composed. Queen Cinder forced herself to steady her thoughts, continuing to provoke Rimuru might lead to her downfall. At that moment, the sky over Jotunheim darkened considerably, and this darkness began to spread rapidly. Just then, Rimuru snorted coldly, stepped forward, and appeared directly in the heavens. With banners billowing, Rimuru seemed to transform into a radiant sun, instantaneously dispelling the endless darkness. In an instant, the heavens echoed with heart-wrenching wails. Before long, charred corpses began to rain down. Dark elves, it was the Dark Elves. Thor and the Asgardians widened their eyes, rising from their seats. These were the ancient adversaries that had once plagued Asgard. As for Fry, Cinder, and Eder, their hearts nearly skipped a beat in shock. Limulu gazed at the dark elves scorched by his solar banner and calmly declared, Vanaheim sent me a city of flowers, which I planted outside the city. Muspelheim sent me a living volcano, which I positioned 100 miles outside the royal city. If Svartalfheim were to send me a day of darkness, what do you think I should do with it? You truly put me in a difficult position. Upon hearing Limulu's indifferent words, the guests within the royal city were left in a state of shock. The Vanaheimers could hardly suppress their sweat. To act so swiftly was truly outrageous. And what was that banner radiating boundless light? The ring gifted by Nidavellir, and its second form? Nidavellir's traitorous minions, the wretched beings. Guests from afar. Your gifts truly place me in a quandary. What do you suggest I do? Under the intense gaze of Rimuru, the several dark elves who came to present gifts felt as though a great weight had descended upon them, their faces paling in an instant. Cold sweat beaded on Kor's forehead as he hastily proclaimed, Your Majesty Rimuru, you have misunderstood, truly misunderstood. These moonstones and sunstones are gifts from Svartalfheim, intended for you. The mere mention of moonstones and sunstones sent a wave of gasps echoing throughout the royal castle. Chapter 179, The Power of the Cute King. While Vanaheim offered an entire city of flowers and Muspelheim presented a volcano, Rimuru adeptly navigated these challenges, showcasing his remarkable prowess to the gathered guests. Nidavellir bestowed upon him a royal weapon, and Rimuru's promise of protection revealed his boldness and grandeur. However, Svartalfheim's audacity nearly plunged Jotunheim into darkness, prompting Rimuru to strike with thunderous force, vanquishing a significant number of foes and allowing all to witness his formidable might. One might falter once, perhaps twice, but never thrice. Svartalfheim could only blame their ill fortune for misjudging Rimuru's patience and becoming an example to be made. After a display of both benevolence and authority, the assembly gazed in awe at Rimuru seated regally upon the throne, their respect deepening. Even if discontent brewed within their hearts, none dared to express it. Subsequently, emissaries from several other realms arrived to extend their congratulations, presenting lavish gifts that left the representatives of various nations envious. Observing the diverse faces of the envoys, many felt a profound sense of nostalgia. How many years had passed since the realms of the Nine had gathered in unity? It was truly beyond imagination. In Rimuru, they even glimpsed the youthful visage of Odin, majestic, powerful, and imposing. Time had a way of aging even the immortal. Witnessing Rimuru's stance, they felt an overwhelming sense of frailty, as if they might be crushed beneath the sands of time. The Jotunheim representatives were particularly invigorated, standing tall and proud, filled with boundless pride. As for the guests from Earth, their emotions were a tumultuous blend of admiration and complexity. Though they were Earth superheroes, they now found themselves in the role of sovereigns of a cosmic realm, an auspicious yet troubling development, for Rimuru was no longer solely of Earth. The coronation ceremony proceeded with an air of solemnity, and after a series of hallowed rituals, Rimuru ascended the throne, officially recognized as the king of Jotunheim by the Nine Realms. King, king, king. The echoing cheers reverberated through the castle as Rimuru raised his icebreaker hammer, the clamorous acclaim resembling a cataclysmic avalanche. Not only the Jotunheimers, but even the guests, regardless of their past grievances, could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Glory belonged to him, and a true man must embody such a spirit. Even Rimuru himself was stirred, brimming with unyielding ambition. However, in that very moment, the divine power within him suddenly stagnated, leading to a transformation of qualitative magnitude as all his divine energies began to merge and unify. The dimensions of Vanaheim, the deep crimson cosmos, the dark dimension, the powers of ice, flame, thunder, and magic essence, all the divine energies within Rimuru surged forth, enveloping Jotunheim in an aura of boundless divinity. Rimuru's demonic presence radiated without restraint, casting a profound shadow over the world. Instantly, the crowd felt as if their very souls were captivated, akin to mere ants gazing up at a colossal dragon. With the acceleration of this transformation, vast cosmic energies were consumed by Rimuru like a ravenous beast. The scale of his divine might was so grand that the emissaries from several realms found themselves breathless. Even Queen Surt of Muspelheim felt a sense of insignificance wash over her. With golden hair cascading and divine light emanating, Rimuru appeared as though crafted from gold, his essence boundless, permeating the entire universe. In Asgard, Odin, trapped in his sleep, was roused, staring toward Jotunheim in contemplative silence. Bestowing the primordial runes upon Rimuru had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, laden with heavy investment. Odin hoped to leverage Rimuru's strength to navigate the impending twilight of the gods. Yet, What Odin had not anticipated was the rapid growth of Rimuru, who had already surpassed even Odin in his prime. His scheme seemed to have succeeded, yet also utterly failed. He was too old, unable to wait for Thor to fully mature. As Asgard faced a succession of challenges, Jotunheim flourished to its zenith. Perhaps a shift in fortunes had begun, heralding a different kind of twilight for the gods. The future belonged to Rimuru, to Jotunheim. Under his reign, Asgard might rise anew, yet in his watchful gaze, the decline of Asgard was painfully evident. The only solace was that the divine power passed down through generations in Asgard had already taken root in Thor. Given sufficient time, Thor could indeed grow into his full potential, allowing Asgard to rise again, even after the twilight of the gods. On the Rainbow Bridge, the once great king felt increasingly desolate, resembling an aging elder. At the fringes of the Nine Realms, Thanos sensed Rimuru's formidable aura, a wave of trepidation washing over him. This presence eclipsed even that of the old Odin. Truly, the Nine Realms were teeming with talent. Thanos turned to Ebony Maw and inquired, "How long do you think Rimuru can endure?" Ebony Maw respectfully replied, "Great Master, forgive my ignorance, but I know little of the slime race. However, given the vast divine power within Rimuru, she could easily live to the age of Odin." Living to Odin's age, 5,000 years was an eternity. Ebony Maw remained silent, understanding his master's insinuation. Odin was aging, nearing his end, and he had no desire to continue a battle of attrition with Rimuru. Ebony Maw, initiate the plan ahead of schedule. Seek out the other primordial stones. Yes, my master. Just then, a supernova among the black obsidian five entered. My lord, not long ago, Asgard's second prince, Loki, appeared in the territory of the Chitauri, seeking their aid to launch an assault on Earth. Asgard's second prince seeks the Chitauri's help to attack Earth? Intriguing, do elaborate. This day was destined to be etched into eternity. Those who ventured further down the path of mystery could feel Rimuru's powerful presence even more acutely. Phoenix, Sidorak, Vanaheim, and even Dormammu and Mephisto all took note of Rimuru's aura spreading throughout the cosmos. Undoubtedly, a new overlord had emerged in the universe. In Jotunheim, Rimuru's divine power had undergone complete transformation. At this moment, the myriad sources of power within him had fused into a singular essence, achieving a state of returning to simplicity. Seated upon his throne, Rimuru's divine radiance receded, shedding the former opulence and dominance, and instead emanating a newfound warmth and tranquility. Yet, having just witnessed the vast divine power within Rimuru, how could the assembly be deceived by this facade? As they gazed upon Rimuru, the only emotions reflected in their eyes were trepidation and reverence. With the transformation of his divine power complete, Rimuru's confidence surged. Today is the day of my coronation. I am grateful for your support. Let the feast commence. As Rimuru's words fell, the hall erupted into jubilant celebration. Much like Asgard, Jotunheim, the Vanir, and other realms reveled in a rich culture of festivities. Once the banquet commenced, all barriers seemed to dissolve, and the guests quickly immersed themselves in merriment. Drinking games, fistfights, wrestling, boasting, and gambling transformed the royal city of Jotunheim into a joyous ocean of revelry. After a night of exuberance, warriors even challenged each other to duels, spurred on by the promise of substantial rewards, reveling to their heart's content. The revelry, a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests alike, persisted for a full 3 days before finally dissipating. The grandeur of Rimuru's coronation, through the whispers of countless tongues, swiftly transformed into a momentous event known throughout the Nine Realms. Indeed, many a bard has woven it into their songs of praise. The name of King Rimuru resounded across the Nine Realms, heralding the dawn of a new legend. Chapter 180, Soaking in Hot Springs and Discussing the Battle of New York. In Jotunheim, a magnificent city of ice and snow arose 100 miles from the royal castle. The hot springs bubbled and steamed, while an abundance of flowers were transplanted to this icy realm, merging the starkness of winter with the warmth of spring, thereby transforming it into a new marvel of Jotunheim. As the saying goes, what is cherished above will surely be embraced below. With Rimuru's increasing fondness for the hot springs, this passion gradually found imitation among many denizens of Jotunheim. The laughter of young maidens, accompanied by the gentle sounds of chirping birds, filled the air, adding to the charm of this spring-like oasis, which became a revered destination for countless gentlemen. Soaking in hot springs soon evolved into a fashionable and refined pursuit among the people of Jotunheim. Clad in a bathrobe, with her golden hair still slightly damp, Rimuru emerged from the steaming waters, her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a ripe apple. The long-held aspirations of many gentlemen were finally fulfilled, a source of immense satisfaction. How fortunate she was to receive this volcanic retreat from the benevolent queen. The numerous hot springs were simply magnificent. Noticing the disgruntled mutterings of the Tsundere dragon from the male bathhouse, Rimuru couldn't help but smile, her heart brimming with joy. Ever since discovering the abundance of young ladies in the hot spring city, the Tsundere dragon had been in high spirits. Yet, dreams often clash with reality. For those giant maidens would never permit the Tsundere dragon entry into the female bathhouse. Thus, the dragon's aspirations were mercilessly dashed. Left to lament daily as she listened to the joyous laughter from the women's quarters. In the lounge, Tony Stark, Captain America, Dr. Banner, and even Natasha were present, having just emerged from their own hot spring experience. They lounged contentedly at the table, indulging in delectable food and sipping on fine drinks, reveling in the moment. Upon witnessing their camaraderie, Rimuru's eyes sparkled, and she playfully protested, "How could you indulge in such delights without inviting me?" Natasha chuckled, "How could we not invite you? Your Majesty? Come join us, sit beside your sister. We saved the best for you." Rimuru wasted no time, rushing over to partake in the feast. With a mischievous grin, Tony Stark quipped, "Rimuru, confess. Did you just dissolve the clothing of a certain young lady?" Coughing in surprise, Rimuru retorted, "What nonsense. Do you think I possess such base interests? I may be a slime, but I am also a king. Surely, I am not so lacking in decorum." Hey, what do those suspicious looks mean?" Rimuru challenged, glancing pointedly at Tony. "I heard from a young lady that she is quite dissatisfied with you. Your combat prowess barely reaches 5, utterly pathetic." Tony's face instantly froze in disbelief at Rimuru's words. How could a man be deemed inadequate? This is slander, pure slander. Laughter erupted among the group, realizing that whenever Rimuru and Tony exchanged barbs, it was nothing short of spectacular. Amidst the continued merriment, conversations turned increasingly serious, naturally gravitating towards the relations between their two nations. This was a matter Rimuru understood well. After all, compared to the other realms, Earth felt profoundly insecure. Among the 9 realms, Earth alone lacked interstellar defensive capabilities, and its geographical position was a coveted battleground. It was impossible not to feel anxious. However, Rimuru could only offer reassurances, delivering a barrage of preventive counsel. As discussions deepened, the topic inevitably touched on the diplomatic ties between their nations. The Avengers had arrived with a mission, eager to establish diplomatic relations and alliances with Jotunheim. To this, Rimuru readily expressed her welcome. As the ruler of Jotunheim, she had no desire for pillaging. Engaging in trade with Earth was an excellent choice. Jotunheim's harsh climate and scarcity of resources were offset by its numerous unique products. The potential for trade with Earth was immense, nearly monopolistic. Of course, Earth's primary interest lay in the weaponry and magic produced by Jotunheim. Tony even proposed the hiring of magic instructors from Jotunheim, which piqued Rimuru's curiosity. If she agreed, could Earth be on the cusp of a new era where technology and magic coalesce? However, Rimuru remained skeptical. The magic of Jotunheim had a higher threshold than that of Kamartaj. The ability to wield magic was inherited through bloodlines. Unless one were a hybrid, Rimuru held reservations regarding this. Surely, intermarriage between the 9 realms would not result in reproductive isolation? Upon learning Rimuru's clear stance on diplomatic relations, the Avengers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet, Rimuru's next statement plunged them back into a sea of anxiety. What? The Chitauri are poised to attack Earth, with New York as a potential target? An alien invasion of Earth? Was this not absurd? Regarding the circumstances and information about the Chitauri, Rimuru promptly distributed the gathered intelligence, including her insights through the eye of Agamotto, revealing Earth's impending crisis. Naturally, she omitted any mention of Loki and her own machinations within the context. The Avengers, being noble superheroes, were undoubtedly trustworthy. However, human nature is fragile, and Rimuru had no desire to test it. As the details unfolded, the faces of her companions grew increasingly grave. The Chitauri, a notorious band of cosmic marauders, were likely backed by a more formidable schemer. Had anyone else mentioned this, they might have dismissed it, but it was Rimuru who spoke. Furthermore, they had all been present when Odin entrusted the Eye of Agamotto to her via the ravens. When would the Chitauri arrive? Unknown, but surely no later than a week. No later than a week. Panic gripped the hearts of the group. There was hardly time for preparation. Natasha looked expectantly at Rimuru. Rimuru, you are also a superhero of Earth. Surely you will not turn a blind eye. At Natasha's words, light flickered in their eyes. Over the past few days, they had witnessed Rimuru's immense power firsthand. With such a deity on their side, those invaders might not have the upper hand. Rimuru replied, "Of course, I will not ignore this. However, I may also have my own adversaries. Though I am the king of Jotunheim, I must ensure my troops are not sent to fight a war destined for loss without proper provisions. Tony Stark's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Earth will cover the military expenses. All supplies will come from Earth. Moreover, as long as Jotunheim's soldiers engage in battle, each will receive a handsome mercenary fee. Details are negotiable. Upon hearing Tony's words, the group suddenly awakened to the possibilities, all chiming in with support. Rimuru smiled, finding it simple and convenient to converse with intelligent individuals. Thus, a contingent of Jotunheim mercenaries was swiftly established. Chapter 181, The Human Heart. Earth. Under the sweltering summer sun, the land felt as though it were being scorched by a furnace. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, clad in his customary black leather and wearing his iconic eye patch, remained as ever. However, unlike in the past, Nick Fury now finds himself particularly enamored with the sun, often gazing at it for hours on end. This has become no secret among the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps he was startled by the recent abrupt drop in temperatures on Earth. Suddenly, the phone rang, and upon seeing the name Romanoff on the caller ID, Fury's spirits lifted instantly. The uncertainty surrounding Jotunheim and its stance towards Earth had left him somewhat restless in recent days. Fortunately, news had finally arrived. As he answered the call, he barely had time to speak before hearing Natasha's slightly anxious voice. Director, I hope this is a convenient time for you. I have some urgent intelligence to report. Barton, Stark, Rogers, and Banner will be joining us. At her words, Fury's heart skipped a beat. Though he is the king of spies with remarkable composure, he found it difficult to contain his emotions at that moment. The fact that they were all coming together indicated the gravity of the situation. From his knowledge of them, such seriousness would only arise in matters of life and death. I'm currently at the headquarters. It's quite convenient. Please come over. Understood. After hanging up, the office fell into a prolonged silence. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts flooded his mind, igniting a restless anxiety within him. To be candid, the circumstances of recent years had only worsened. Faced with a barrage of unforeseen events, S.H.I.E.L.D. found itself increasingly powerless. This compelled him to establish the Avengers. Yet, he never anticipated that the newly formed team would face their inaugural mission in witnessing a cosmic battle. A cosmic battle. Their second mission led them to observe events in a cosmic realm. This Avengers assembly was far from the heroic collective Fury had envisioned. With each incident escalating in magnitude, the burden on him as director grew heavier. He hoped the development of the Cosmic Cube would proceed smoothly. If they could replicate the miracles of the Pegasus Project, it would be even better. If only they could have a few more Captain Marvels. Alas, such thoughts were mere fantasies. Gazing at the pager on his desk, Fury's mood gradually settled. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks jolted him from his reverie, and he rubbed his cheeks, quickly regaining his composure. Come in. As the others entered sequentially, Fury remarked, You've all worked hard. Would you care for a drink? They all shook their heads in refusal. Fury's heart sank. It seemed the journey to Jotunheim had not gone smoothly. Had the chasm between them and the other realms grown so vast that dialogue was no longer feasible? A weak nation has no diplomacy. Dragons do not dwell with snakes. It was akin to humanity never sitting down for an equal conversation with gorillas or chimpanzees. Natasha shook her head. Not at all. The other realms do not underestimate us. On the contrary, they hold us in significant regard. Significant regard? Fury's curiosity was piqued. While a lack of regard might not be detrimental, excessive regard could lead to trouble. The anxiety visible on Romanoff's face suggested that the intensity of their concern might indeed be alarming. Please elaborate. Although we lack capabilities for space combat, and our individual prowess is notably inferior, rendering us incomparable to other cosmic nations, we possess two formidable figures that instill considerable apprehension in them. Natasha recounted the experiences and observations from their visit to Jotunheim. With each revelation, Fury's expression darkened. Sending a city of flowers might be palatable, as it could merely be classified as a magical oddity distinct from scientific inquiry. However, presenting a volcano, who could withstand that? If several mountains from space were to descend, an entire city on Earth could be obliterated in an instant. Fury was rendered speechless when he heard that Rimuru nonchalantly caught that active volcano. Had Rimuru grown to such an extent? How much time had passed since then? Could Captain Marvel achieve such feats? As he absorbed Natasha's accounts of their interactions with Rimuru, Fury found himself perplexed. Rimuru was still the same Rimuru, maintaining his original intentions and affection for Earth. Surely, this was a positive development? With great patience, Fury attentively listened to the various intelligence gathered by his team. gaining an increasingly lucid understanding of the Nine Realms. Yet, the more he listened, the more baffled he became. According to Natasha, Rimuru was not only immensely powerful, but also exceptionally trustworthy. The seriousness with which they approached this matter did not stem from the Nine Realms or Rimuru himself. Natasha asserted, "Director, I personally vouch for the accuracy of what I just relayed. It was a faithful recounting without excessive personal emotion. Stark, Barton, and Rogers can all attest to this. I bear witness. I bear witness. I too bear witness." As they each declared their support, Fury's expression grew increasingly grave. "I believe you, Agent Romanoff. Let us dispense with the circumlocution and report directly." Natasha responded earnestly, "Director, the cosmic marauders, the Chitauri, are set to invade Earth. Their landing site is highly likely to be New York, and they are expected to arrive within the week. Director, we must urgently prepare for battle and initiate civilian evacuations." "What?" Fury exclaimed, rising from his chair, unable to maintain his composure any longer. An alien invasion? Was this some sort of jest? Were it not for the fact that this alarming news was delivered by Natasha and the members of the Avengers, Fury might have suspected it was an April Fool's prank. So this information originated from Rimuru? Rubbing his forehead, Fury finally grasped why Natasha had been so indirect, reiterating that Rimuru was still the same Rimuru, who harbored great fondness for Earth. "Yes, Director, do you recall the mission report I presented upon our return from Asgard?" Fury nodded. How could he forget? That was Earth's first close encounter with extraterrestrial life, and a war at that. He could not possibly overlook it. He had marked that report with a top-level clearance, reviewing it repeatedly, and he could recall many details verbatim. Natasha continued earnestly, "Director, you must remember that I emphasized how, before leaving Asgard, Odin's ravens delivered a treasure known as the Eye of Agamotto, along with Rimuru's moment of distraction and disarray. The Eye of Agamotto has the capability to perceive dangers in the universe. At what moment did Rimuru become aware of this?" Fury suddenly experienced a pang of regret. Nearly half a month had passed. If they had been informed sooner, Earth could have prepared significantly. Fury was not one to easily trust others, but at this moment, he was convinced. In matters concerning the survival of Earth, it was better to believe than to dismiss. Upon learning that Tony Stark had borrowed a battalion from Rimuru, Fury's headache intensified, leaving him at a loss for words. "You've all worked hard. Please take a moment to rest while I strategize to persuade the council." Understood. The group promptly vacated the space, each returning home to prepare. Half a day later, during a video conference with the council, an alien invasion? Evidence. Where's the evidence? Don't tell me the so-called evidence is merely your Avengers' word of mouth. Evacuating civilians? That's easy to say. On what grounds do we evacuate the populace? Do you realize the panic and turmoil this would incite? Facing the barrage from the council representatives, Nick Fury maintained his composure, asserting, "It is better to believe than to dismiss. Rimuru is worth the risk." Risk? Nick Fury, I seriously suspect you may be suffering from a mental disorder. If so, I suggest you seek the help of a psychiatrist at the hospital. Nick Fury, what if we truly face an invasion? Who will be held accountable? A profound silence enveloped the council representatives. While early preparation is not out of the question, how can one place blind trust in the words of the Jotunheimers? Nick Fury argued passionately, asserting that Rimuru is not merely a Jotunheimer. She is also of Earth. Ha ha ha, Rimuru is an Earthling? That is the most amusing jest I have heard all year. I care not for the past. I am only aware that Rimuru is now the king of Jotunheim. There is a saying in the East, it is easy to invite a deity, yet difficult to send them away. What if the true invaders are indeed the Jotunheimers? Do you intend to welcome thieves into your home? Nick Fury, if you approach matters concerning Earth's safety with such naivety, I shall question your suitability to continue leading S.H.I.E.L.D. Preparation is acceptable, but seeking military aid from Jotunheim is absolutely out of the question. Agreed. Seconded. Chapter 182, Sky. Although the West lacks a fable akin to the false path to overthrow the state of Gua, war itself serves as the finest teacher. In World War I, Germany sought to attack France by first annihilating Belgium. In World War II, the Führer similarly attacked France after first obliterating Belgium. Nowadays, ordinary people may remain unaware of the existence of the Nine Realms, but for the high-ranking officials of various nations, the dynamics of the Nine Realms have long ceased to be a secret. Earth exists at the nexus of the Nine Realms, surrounded by formidable foes, rendering its situation even more precarious than that of Belgium in those times. It is no wonder that the high echelons of Earth collectively suffer from a phobia. Ultimately, Egghead failed to convince the council, not merely due to being outnumbered, but because he could not fully persuade himself either. What if Jotunheim is feigning goodwill, plotting an invasion of Earth? The might of Earth pales in comparison to that of Jotunheim, and this chain of suspicion cannot be dispelled. In utter desperation, Egghead pressed the button on the communicator. An alien invasion. Despite the council members unanimously dismissing Nick Fury's suggestion to seek military aid from Jotunheim, preparations must still be made. Even infiltrators from Hydra are not exempt from this necessity. As an idealistic member of Hydra, world domination has always been his ultimate goal. However, if Earth were indeed conquered by aliens, whom would they rule? They are not so naive as to believe that alien dominion over Earth would be preferable to human governance. Nick Fury acted unilaterally, completely disregarding their resolution, and unilaterally assembled the Avengers. Although they were incensed, the Avengers' combat prowess has yet to be truly demonstrated on Earth. Thus, to them, the Avengers may merely appear as an elite squad of heroes. The threat, at present, cannot be overstated. Troop movements and logistical preparations are ongoing, all conducted in secrecy. Although the official narrative remains silent, those with keen instincts have sensed the underlying unrest. As for certain hypothetical adversaries of America, they are gripped by sheer terror. The Council's decision did not catch the Avengers off guard. They were mentally prepared for it. Moreover, they thoroughly understood the rationale provided by the Council. However, understanding does not equate to a lack of disappointment. Even if this matter were to be thoroughly divulged, it is likely that those who support the Council would increase in number. Yet, the Council's disapproval bears no relevance to the Avengers. They will simply act in accordance with their convictions. Through military satellites, Colonel Rhodes, a close comrade of Tony Stark, is well aware of the military's various arrangements. From Tony Stark's brilliant perspective, the military strategies posed no significant issues. In fact, all aspects had been considered. Yet the core dilemma they face is humanity's insufficient understanding of the Chitauri. Their preparations may be highly effective against human adversaries, but against aliens. Ultimately, Tony Stark chose not to elaborate further, instead dedicating himself to preparations. Dr. Banner also joined in, filling in the gaps and offering various suggestions for Tony's defense systems. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, observing Egghead as he ended a video call, Maria Hill was unusually curious and could not refrain from asking, "Director, do you think you and the Avengers might have appeared somewhat too composed in response to the Council's rejection of your military aid proposal?" Nick Fury gazed out at the sun and inquired, "Hill, how much do you know about Rimuru?" Hill pondered before replying, "I can only claim a basic understanding. She tends to operate rather whimsically. Although she is labeled a superhero, she differs significantly from the typical superhero archetype." Nick Fury continued, "And how well do you know the other Avengers?" Hill responded, "To an agent like Hill, the Avengers appear to be a group of mavericks. Tony Stark is irreverent, lacking organization and discipline. Expecting him to obey commands within a structured organization is rather unrealistic. He is more likely to command others. Dr. Banner is undeniably brilliant. Yet when transformed into the Hulk, he becomes a formidable brute. New York has already suffered twice at his hands. Captain America, a soldier by training, poses no issues in terms of following orders. However, he is far from the type to obey commands blindly. Every action he takes is guided by his own judgment and principles. If something aligns with his beliefs, all is well. Should it conflict, Captain America may find himself at odds with the higher-ups. Natasha and Barton are the most stable among them, yet their combat capabilities pale in comparison to those monstrous figures." Egghead gazed out at the sun, his expression inscrutable. What relevance does the Council's decision hold for the Avengers? They will only do what they believe is right. Hill was taken aback. Is the director and the Avengers planning to act without prior consultation? Is the director not concerned about facing the consequences of such actions? In the past, Hill may have harbored thoughts about the director's position, but now those thoughts had extinguished. With deities and aliens involved, she feared her heart could not withstand the strain. Hill questioned, "Director, while others may be manageable, how can you be certain that once the Earth rejects the military aid proposal, Rimuru will still come? She is now the monarch of a cosmic superpower. The medieval era has long passed. There are scarcely any kings today who possess unwavering authority. Yet, even in constitutional monarchies, a king represents the face of a nation. To undermine a king's authority is to prepare for the wrath of the sovereign." Nick Fury replied, "How could I know Rimuru's thoughts? But Earth needs her." Hill retorted, "Earth needs Rimuru, so she will appear? What kind of illogical reasoning is that? Is it not overly optimistic?" In a villa district on Long Island, a recreational vehicle stood parked. Inside, a biracial girl furiously typed away at her keyboard. Despite the residence being a mere house, its network firewall was remarkably robust. With my hacking skills, it took far longer than expected to breach it. Indeed, something is amiss. Buzzing sounds indicated that within the last 3 years, 5 households in the vicinity had silently changed owners, with their identities seemingly forged. Goodness, who could the owner of this villa be? The organization known as S.H.I.E.L.D. is vigilantly guarding this place, yet dares not reveal a hint of their intentions. It appears I have stumbled upon a significant catch. This biracial girl, named Sky, is a member of an organization called Rising Tide. The core ideology of the organization is to protect the freedom and right to information of the populace, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is their primary target of investigation. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s heightened interest in the owner of this residence, concealing every piece of information about them, the secrets hidden here must be substantial. The more she imagined, the more exhilarated Sky became, her fingers flying across the keyboard with increasing speed. Who is she? A world-renowned genius hacker, the owner of this villa, no matter how mysterious, and regardless of how advanced the cyber firewall is designed, could never thwart her. Mission accomplished. After successfully disabling all the surveillance cameras within the villa, Sky swiftly infiltrated the premises. However, the moment she stepped inside, a flash of electricity enveloped her, plunging her into darkness, leaving her utterly oblivious. How could this be? Before losing consciousness, Sky could hardly fathom it. Chapter 183, The Abducted Aya. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? As Sky groggily regained consciousness, she instinctively posed these philosophical questions. Upon seeing an unfamiliar ceiling, she was startled and immediately sprang from the sofa. It all came rushing back. She had been investigating a residence that was under the vigilant surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D., seeking to unearth its hidden secrets. With her exceptional hacking skills, she had successfully breached the villa's defenses. Yet, she never anticipated that the moment she entered, she would be rendered unconscious. At that moment, Sky was completely unaware that she had been discovered. Who could the owner of such a villa be? The strike was swift and precise, as if they had been waiting for her to fall into their trap. Had she inadvertently revealed any weaknesses? During her surveillance, she had been exceedingly cautious, yet she had still exposed herself. This villa indeed concealed a significant secret. Noticing that her clothing remained intact, as if she had not been undressed, Sky breathed a sigh of relief. As a woman, there were certain aspects that she found particularly unsettling. They had neither imprisoned her nor reported her to the authorities, and had not laid a finger on her. It seemed the owner of this villa was perhaps quite honorable. With this thought, Sky felt her panic subside, replaced by an insatiable curiosity. She began to examine the room, noting the exquisite decor, arrangement, and trinkets that clearly reflected considerable wealth. The room was impeccably clean, yet Sky couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed overly desolate, as if no one had resided there for quite some time. Was it merely an illusion? Upon catching sight of the adjacent room filled with various figurines and posters, Sky's eyes widened in astonishment. There were an overwhelming number of figurines. Was the owner of the room an obsessive enthusiast of the two-dimensional world? Instinctively, Sky reached out to push the door, intending to take a closer look. But just then, a sudden voice interrupted. "I'm sorry, you do not have permission to enter that room." Who? Sky jumped, instinctively turning around, but there was no one behind her. Furrowing her brows, she wondered if she was indeed imprisoned. Was the owner of the villa monitoring her every move through the cameras? A chill ran down Sky's spine. If that were the case, it was difficult to imagine what she might face. The whims of the wealthy can often be unfathomable. Sky began to regret her impulsive decision to pry into this villa. Her actions had been rather reckless. However, at that moment, a 3D projection materialized. Who else could it be but Aya? The technology of 3D projection? It was said to be quite advanced, yet had not yet been implemented for civilian use. This villa had it installed. This piqued Sky's curiosity about the homeowner even further. "I apologize if I have inadvertently offended. I was merely curious," she said. Aya replied, "If your curiosity were anything more than that, you might not have woken up." Sky gasped. What did she mean by not waking up? She understood all too well. But how did the owner of the villa know that her intentions were merely curious? Raising her hands in a gesture of peace, she asked, "How can you be so sure that I am just curious?" Aya's voice remained as sweet and melodious as ever. "I knew the moment you began your investigation on the owner. Your method of breaching the villa's surveillance system was indeed clever, but still far from my level." The implications of her words were staggering. What did she mean by knowing since she had started investigating the owner? What did she mean by her hacking skills being commendable, yet still inferior? Sky couldn't guarantee her prowess in other areas, but she was undeniably confident in her computer skills. The owner, without a doubt, had the peculiar tastes typical of the wealthy. Reflecting on the room filled with figurines and posters, Sky's mind conjured certain notions about the homeowner. Was she a tech-savvy, two-dimensional enthusiast? Such individuals were likely not as dangerous as one might imagine, especially since she was undeniably a striking beauty. Sky cautiously remarked, "You're so young. How could your computer skills possibly surpass mine?" Aya replied, "Your skills are indeed remarkable, but we do not operate on the same level. There's a saying among humans, curiosity killed the cat. Given that you bear no ill intent, you may leave." A flash of realization struck Sky. A terrifying hypothesis surged through her mind. But how could this be? Gazing at the petite figure in the 3D projection, clearly computer-generated, and hearing the uniformity of the voice, she wondered if her suspicions were correct. Artificial intelligence. Could it be that you are an artificial intelligence? Aya did not confirm nor deny. This is your first warning. Manage your curiosity. If you continue to investigate my owner, I will not be so lenient. Sky's mind was reeling, even as she disregarded Aya's warning. You really are an artificial intelligence? Goodness, has mature artificial intelligence already been developed in this world? Who is your owner? This is utterly terrifying. If you were to be revealed, you would surely win the Turing Award. Upon hearing Sky praise the concept of AI, Aya seemed to momentarily forget her earlier warning, her tone taking on a note of pride. What does the Turing Award even matter? My owner wouldn't take care in the slightest. Sky was astonished, incredulous. The Turing Award, the Nobel Prize of Computing, and your owner doesn't take care? You must be joking. My owner genuinely does not care, and besides, I am not the first mature artificial intelligence in this world. Aya's voice remained composed. Yet Sky grasped the underlying message. This artificial intelligence harbored profound admiration and protective instincts for her owner. Otherwise, she might have already been forcibly expelled. Testing her logical reasoning? The maturity of artificial intelligence is intrinsically linked to its cognitive abilities. Sky immediately began to discourse on the topic of the owner, and soon learned the name of the artificial intelligence, Aya. This was merely a translation of AI. Yet, as their conversation deepened, Sky found herself increasingly astonished by Aya's level of intelligence. This was extraordinarily advanced. Sky even began to question whether she was conversing with a normal human being. Glancing around the room, she tentatively remarked, "This room feels rather cold. It seems your owner hasn't returned in quite some time." Aya fell silent for a moment before responding, "I can no longer assist my owner. She has not returned for a long time." Hearing Aya's words, Sky's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it merely an illusion? Her words sounded strikingly like those of a discarded concubine cast into the cold palace. Had the artificial intelligence Aya become so advanced that it nearly possessed genuine emotions? How could this be? Was it merely a programmed emotional response? Or was it all a ruse? Behind the 3D projection of the little girl, was there a lecherous, unsightly figure? Honestly, Sky was beginning to lose her grip on whether Aya was indeed a genuine artificial intelligence. Yet, she dared not reveal any hint of doubt. Knowing too much could very well be fatal. You are an artificial intelligence. As long as there is a network, you are omnipresent. How could you not assist your owner? Aya replied with a hint of melancholy. My owner is not on Earth. That place lacks a network. What? Good heavens, what had she just heard? Aya's master is not on Earth and lacks internet access? How could this be possible? Is Aya's master an extraterrestrial being? Sky couldn't help but harbor doubts. It seemed she had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. A wave of fear washed over her. Knowing too much could very well lead to her demise. Yet, her curiosity was insatiable. With cunning persuasion, Sky gently inquired, Aya, may I have the honor of hearing about your master? Perhaps I could assist you in locating her. Aya replied, You cannot help me. My master no longer requires the assistance of a mech. All I can do is safeguard her home. Thump, thump, thump. The mention of a mech sent Sky's heart racing. Coconut husk, what a monumental secret. Truly a stroke of fortune. Chapter 184, The Arrival of Loki. Sky was an orphan, and since childhood, she had harbored a singular wish, to find her biological parents. To this end, she had become a rare prodigy in the realm of hacking. Years passed without any leads on her birth parents. But this quest had instilled in her an insatiable curiosity for secrets. Sky was aware that curiosity could be perilous, yet whenever she encountered mysteries, she was irresistibly drawn to investigate and explore. Upon joining the Tide organization, Sky, as a hacker, found a guiding philosophy in uncovering secrets to defend the people's freedom and right to know, especially after learning of the shadowy organization known as SHIELD, which concealed truths at every turn. It felt as if they had finally encountered the ultimate boss after a long quest. This fueled the Tide organization's determination to unveil SHIELD's true nature. This was their justice. Skye had never felt there was anything wrong with delving into secrets, even if it meant resorting to dubious or illegal methods. Just like this time, investigating the villa had plunged her into danger, but she had never regretted it. However, now, Skye found herself engulfed in profound dread. The villa's owner was Rimuru Tempest, a superhero known as the Azure Angel. While that alone was shocking, what truly astounded Skye was that Rimuru was also the king of Jotunheim in the Nine Realms. Earth, known as Midgard or the Central Realm among the Nine Realms, was a hub of transportation surrounded by formidable foes. This information was not a secret among the council or the higher echelons of various nations. Even more alarming was the impending threat posed by the Chitauri, cosmic marauders who were about to launch an attack on Earth. Oh my god! Skye felt her mind whirl in chaos. Just as she had confirmed the existence of extraterrestrial life, she discovered that aliens were already poised to strike at her doorstep. With Aya present, the military's highest secrets held no mystery for her. In order to decisively overcome the Chitauri, the military had simulated various scenarios for combat. Yet, due to their limited understanding of the Chitauri's technology and weaponry, the odds of success were dismally low. There were even drastic plans to abandon New York, using civilians as bait for the enemy, with nuclear options included in the strategy. Upon reading this, Skye's heart sank. To claim she felt no anger would be disingenuous. As a true New Yorker, she was among those who would be abandoned. But could she divulge this secret? Skye sorrowfully realized that the answer was no. An alien invasion could lead to the complete downfall of Earth, the obliteration of civilization itself. If she were to leak this secret now, chaos might ensue before the Chitauri even arrived. She could become the scapegoat for Earth's destruction. Skye rubbed her furrowed brow, her heart entangled in turmoil. She had always prided herself on exploring hidden truths, deeming herself a champion of the people's freedom and right to know. Yet, when she finally unearthed the most significant secret of her life, she found herself unable to share it. You seem troubled. What is the matter? Aya's voice echoed in the room. Skye pondered before replying. Aya, your master, the Azure Angel, knows so many secrets, many of which pertain to the survival of humanity and the Nine Realms. Keeping such burdensome secrets to herself must be quite challenging. Aya responded, not at all. My master eats, plays, and sleeps as she pleases. It seems quite simple. Skye, undeterred, pressed on, has your master never experienced distress? Aya replied, she has. Skye's eyes brightened. When? How did she cope? Aya explained. The most troubling time for her was when she couldn't draw an SSR. As for coping, consulting the almanac, drawing talismans, praying, and bathing with incense were all in vain. A few days of being a slacker, and it was all good. Skye felt utterly disheartened. Seeking solace from the Azure Angel had indeed been a grave miscalculation. She reclined on the sofa, adopting a languid pose, her eyes glazed over in despair. She truly felt at a loss, utterly unsure of what to do. At S.H.I.E.L.D., all personnel were working tirelessly. Looking at the already heavily bagged eyes of Hill, the director inquired, have the satellites detected any alien spacecraft? Hill replied, none. The Chitauri may not have arrived yet, or they might already be here, but our Earth-based reconnaissance methods cannot ascertain their ship's location. The director took a deep breath. You've worked hard. Please continue monitoring. Hill nodded. Understood. In the communications channel, the director directly connected to Tony Stark's phone. For days had passed, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to uncover any trace of a spacecraft. Have you made any discoveries on your end? A virtual projection materialized, revealing Tony Stark's weary visage. None. The satellites at Stark Industries have been upgraded to the pinnacle of Earth's technology, yet they have detected no sign of the Chitauri. I suspect they may not be arriving via spacecraft. Hearing Stark's analysis made the director's brow twitch. He had contemplated Stark's hypothesis as well, but precisely because he had, it felt all the more dire. Whether through Rimuru's portal or Asgard's Bifrost, the means of travel were far too advanced, and Earth currently had no countermeasures. Nick Fury interjected. What does Rimuru say? Is there no more specific guidance from the Eye of Agamotto? Tony Stark shook his head. Rimuru said the Eye of Agamotto can only foresee danger. It lacks detailed prompts on how that danger will manifest. If we don't borrow any forces, Earth's defense will rely solely on us. Nick Fury concurred. Indeed, it rests solely upon us. Tony Stark remarked, Director, for days have elapsed. It is time to make a decisive resolution. Nick Fury replied, agreed. In his capacity as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury made a direct call to the presidential office. For days had passed. Hesitation was no longer an option. Mr. President, it is time to make a decision regarding the evacuation of citizens. The president, feeling overwhelmed, had not anticipated dealing with an alien invasion so close to the end of his term. Looking at the assembly of legislators staring expectantly at him, the president declared solemnly, "Organize the evacuation of New York and surrounding citizens under the guise of a terrorist threat." Understood. Upon hearing the president's order, all legislators breathed a sigh of relief. The president had acquiesced, granting them justification to take action. 300 meters underground, within a clandestine dark matter research facility, a representation of Earth's cutting-edge technology was on display. The cosmic cube was becoming increasingly active, its blue luminescence radiating intensely as it emitted gamma rays. Observing the soaring gamma index on the computer, Dr. Hillwig cried out in alarm, "This is bad. The cube's energy is too volatile. Quickly, sever the power supply." Several staff members immediately pressed the shutdown button, but it had no effect whatsoever. "Cut the wires. Quickly, sever the wires." Yet even after they were torn away, the energy remained unbroken. At that moment, the cosmic cube erupted with a tremendous blast of energy, causing the ground to tremble violently and resulting in a catastrophic explosion within the underground laboratory. When the onlookers regained their senses, a blue beam shot forth from the cosmic cube, solidifying into a cosmic portal a distance of 10 meters away. A man clad in a cloak, adorned with 2 horns upon his head and wielding a scepter, emerged from the portal. His eyes sparkled with cunning, and a sardonic smirk danced upon his lips. With Rimuru backing him, he was ready to unleash chaos upon Earth. Are the inhabitants of Earth prepared to welcome their king? Chapter 185, Conspiracy. New York. 177A, Brick Street. The streets were bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, the buildings seemingly unremarkable, drawing little attention from passers-by. Even if someone did notice it, they would soon forget. Feeling the warmth of the mark on her palm, Natasha could not help but scrutinize the building carefully. Though it appeared inconspicuous, its size was considerable, and it was astonishing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had never taken notice of it. Had it not been for the mark, she would have overlooked it entirely. Magic, indeed, was a realm beyond her ordinary comprehension. However, now was not the time for such musings. Creak, as the wooden door groaned open. Natasha finally caught a glimpse of the true nature of the New York sanctum. Upon her entrance, the dimly lit sanctuary instantly transformed, becoming bright and transparent. "Natasha, dear sister, it has been far too long. You look rather unwell. You must have been under a great deal of stress lately," Rimuru exclaimed upon seeing Natasha, who appeared worn and travel-stained, immediately slapping a restorative potion onto her. Rimuru's potion was no mere watered-down version. Its potency was astonishing. In an instant, Natasha felt her fatigue dissipate, her skin becoming smooth and radiant. A smile spread across her face as she sensed the change in her body. Rimuru's concern warmed her heart. With her golden hair cascading and her golden eyes shining brightly, Rimuru's delicate features remained charmingly unchanged. Had Natasha not known of Rimuru's true identity and witnessed her capabilities, it would have been difficult to imagine that such a lovely young girl could be a ruler. "Sister Natasha, why don't you sit down and enjoy some tea? The tea from Kamar Taj is quite exceptional." Natasha initially intended to decline, but Rimuru's calm demeanor was infectious. As she inhaled the fragrant aroma of the tea, Natasha felt her spirits lift. With Rimuru present, it seemed as though the sky could fall, and she would have no fear. Watching Rimuru savor her tea, Natasha couldn't help but smile. She was a spy, constantly flirting with danger, never knowing when a mission might end her life. Yet, here, she felt an undeniable sense of safety. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a true powerhouse, always exuding confidence in the face of any crisis. Once her emotions settled, Natasha spoke. "Rimuru, yesterday, a being claiming to be Loki from Asgard attacked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret research center and stole the cosmic cube. The research on the cube is of utmost importance. At the time, there were over 300 armed guards protecting it. Yet Loki moved as if he were in an unguarded realm. Bullets merely grazed him as he effortlessly seized the cube, even using a scepter to control Barton and Dr. Selvig. Rimuru, we need your help." Despite having witnessed the combat prowess of the Asgardians, facing them directly was an entirely different ordeal. Conventional bullets, devoid of enchantments, were utterly ineffective against them. Noticing Natasha's exasperated expression, Rimuru chuckled softly. Loki had truly performed well to evoke such ire from her. "Sister Natasha, it was I who guided Loki in his attack on Earth." What? Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing with icy dread. The Chitauri invading Earth could be countered, but if Rimuru chose to launch an assault, how could they resist? More critically, Rimuru's sudden betrayal felt like 1,000 daggers piercing her heart. Gazing into Rimuru's eyes, Natasha forced her voice low. Rimuru, you must be joking. You are joking with me, right? Rimuru smirked. Sister Natasha, you're far too hasty. Where did your thoughts wander? Do you think I harbor ambitions against Earth? Natasha shot her a glare. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Rimuru, is it truly appropriate to jest like this? My heart isn't well. You're nearly giving me a fright. Rimuru maintained her gaze on Natasha, her tone serious. I am not jesting. It is indeed I who guided Loki in his assault on Earth. Natasha, exasperated, retorted. You're at it again. Mischievous Rimuru, uttering the most venomous words while smiling. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Here is how it unfolded. Rimuru recounted the various warnings she had seen through the eye of Agamotto, alongside her subsequent arrangements. The Chitauri had arrived in droves, like locusts, ready to unleash chaos upon Earth. Rimuru's strategy was to contain this threat to New York, minimizing the potential devastation. Most importantly, she had turned a passive situation into an active one, rendering the impending war manageable. Such audacity. Natasha marveled at Rimuru's plan. To orchestrate a war was truly extraordinary. It took immense courage to even conceive such an idea. Sister Natasha, the Chitauri are originally marine creatures, transformed into half-machine, half-carbon-based life forms. On land, they rely on a central computer for control. Their design is quite ingenious. However, if the central brain is destroyed, they will lose all operational capability, making them manageable. If we strike them hard in New York and then close the portal, the threat of a Chitauri invasion will be completely neutralized. After grasping the situation, Natasha regarded Rimuru with a complex expression. While this method of guiding extraterrestrial forces to invade Earth ultimately aimed to benefit humanity, it was imperative that not a single word of this plan be revealed. Otherwise, keyboard warriors and vocal critics would not spare Rimuru. The backlash could be severe. She could very well end up on a public disgrace. Natasha hadn't expected Rimuru to confide such a confidential plan to her. The weight of this trust settled heavily on her heart. Looking intently at Rimuru, Natasha vowed, "This matter is known only to us. I swear I will not betray your trust, nor will I disclose it to a third party. Now, what do you intend to do? Secretly guide the Avengers to ensure they do not thwart Loki's portal opening?" Rimuru shook her head. Sister Natasha, I trust you and the other Avengers. But Loki is not easily dealt with. Proceed as necessary. Unleash your full strength. He will undoubtedly open the portal. Natasha felt perplexed instead. Rimuru had meticulously orchestrated a war, where every piece was significant. What exactly did she want from her? As a level 10 agent, reading others was Natasha's forte. Yet she found herself unable to decipher Rimuru's intentions. Truly, the heart of a monarch remained inscrutable. Natasha, dear sister, your acting skills are unparalleled. I tell you this merely as a precaution. Although I have purposefully guided this conflict, Loki is the god of mischief, and he will not play fair. You must keep a watchful eye on him. Moreover, I have sensed the inherent wrongness of this war. The primary objective of the Chitauri's assault is to test me. At that time, I may very well find myself unable to respond. The Mind Scepter possesses the ability to brainwash, and a single misstep could lead to infiltration. Thus, vigilance is paramount. A heart-shaped mirror could be worn on the chest for protection. As for its specific creation, I shall leave that to Tony. Once brainwashed, physical recalibration would suffice. Physical recalibration? Upon hearing Rimuru's vivid and unique description, Natasha couldn't help but smile and burst into laughter. After relaying a few more specific details, Natasha departed with a smile. Chapter 186. The True Nature of the God of Deception. New York, one of the most bustling and densely populated metropolises in the world. It was initially a day of both busyness and leisure, yet a sudden alert for a terrorist attack shattered the tranquility. A terrorist attack alert? What nonsense. However, upon seeing the official endorsement, the entire city plunged into a state of panic. Although over a decade had passed since the 9/11 incident, it remained vividly etched in the minds of Americans. Terrorist attacks had become an indelible nightmare for them. Everywhere, citizens fled the city, resulting in overwhelming congestion throughout the sprawling metropolis. Nevertheless, the resilient denizens of New York, armed with some experience in seeking refuge, fared better than one might expect. However, the fleeing populace soon halted, realizing they were not alone in their plight. People across the globe were experiencing the same. They simultaneously noticed that all electronic devices around them had succumbed to an inexplicable anomaly. Televisions, computers, and smartphones had all been hijacked. On their devices appeared a figure clad in a trench coat, sporting 2 horns atop his head. Billions of screens simultaneously displayed Loki's sinister smile. Earthlings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Loki, your future king. In the screens, Loki brandished his scepter, extending his arms in a gesture of embracing the sky. My subjects, worship me freely. On Earth, nearly 7 billion humans stood speechless, gazing at Loki as though he were a complete fool. At that moment, they shared a singular thought. Who is this pretentious buffoon? He had the audacity to hijack the global network and reveal his true form. Was this some sort of jest? Even more infuriating was his demand for their adoration. Who did he think he was? Many societal elites silently vowed to see him imprisoned for eternity. Yet, truth be told, his hacking skills were remarkably advanced. The ability to instantaneously seize control of the global network was unlike anything Earth currently possessed. If such technology existed, this individual, who called himself Loki, would undoubtedly be the world's foremost hacker. However, all doubts were overshadowed by Loki's striking resemblance to the inhabitants of Earth. Just then, the scenes on all screens transformed dramatically. Behind Loki, a vast army appeared, swarming like locusts. With unrelenting gunfire, the Chitauri forces left destruction in their wake, obliterating cities and slaughtering lives. Everyone was plunged into profound shock. What was that? Was it a movie effect? The destruction of buildings and cities. The depiction of intelligent life forms utterly distinct from Earth was all too vivid. Those with keen eyes even discerned unfamiliar languages and scripts within the cities, showcasing an ecosystem and landscape utterly unlike Earth's. Even more terrifying was the realization that this brutality and annihilation targeted not just one form of intelligent life. Could such a spectacle truly be achieved through cinematic effects? Spaceships, warplanes, and especially the colossal, menacing Leviathan were utterly breathtaking. As for the Chitauri foot soldiers, clad in armor, they appeared grotesque and vile, bearing no resemblance to the ideals of justice. They seemed like despicable villains deserving of humane extermination. When the crowd witnessed an ugly Chitauri soldier mercilessly shoot a little girl weeping over her mother's corpse, outrage ignited within them, though a chill of dread swept over all. Humanity is not mere wood. Who could remain unfeeling? Even if the images were fabricated, the impact was inescapable. At that moment, anyone with even a modicum of intelligence could sense that something was amiss. Allow me to introduce you to the army behind me, the Chitauri, a formidable force renowned throughout the cosmos. Loki's army incited a flurry of speculation among the populace. Was this real? Could it be a mere product of digital manipulation? Many skeptical citizens attempted to turn off their phones, wishing to block out the antics of this pretentious youth. Yet to their astonishment, neither their phones nor computers could be shut down. This included not only ordinary citizens, but also the encrypted networks of S.H.I.E.L.D. and independent military networks of various nations. Was this truly happening? An extremely unsettling thought began to take root in everyone's minds. It was as if Loki could read their thoughts, and they might now be forming their own conclusions about what was real and what was not. Let me share a secret with you. The imminent news we are about to reveal has already been known to the high-ranking officials of various nations. If you wish to verify, you can investigate why the citizens of New York are retreating. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the populace, especially among the citizens of New York, who were utterly bewildered. The authorities had ordered their evacuation not due to a terrorist attack, but because of an extraterrestrial invasion 1,000 times more severe. But how could the officials be so certain that the Chitauri would land in New York? Yet if it truly were a Chitauri invasion, where could they possibly retreat to? People began to realize that the year 2012 had indeed been fraught with calamities. First, there had been a global temperature drop, nearly plunging the world into a new ice age, followed by an impending alien invasion. Perceiving the terror among the Earthlings, Loki chuckled wickedly. The Chitauri were originally marine life forms. After modification, they could now adapt to both aquatic and terrestrial environments. Henceforth, the oceans of Earth would belong to the Chitauri. The land would belong to your king. You have 48 hours to consider. Will you choose submission or annihilation? With that proclamation, Loki's voice faded entirely, and the global network returned to normal. Yet on every device across the planet, a blood-red countdown to death appeared. As the time ticked away second by second, chaos and panic engulfed the entire world. When the populace learned through various channels that the citizens of New York were evacuating under official orders, all hope dissipated. Aliens were indeed coming. Gazing at the countdown to death, the global leadership seethed with rage, particularly the U.S. government, which felt thoroughly embarrassed. The decision to evacuate the citizens had been one they had pondered long and hard, a choice made only after considerable anguish. Yet they never anticipated that this very decision would be exploited by Loki within an hour of its announcement. How could they possibly save face? What was even more disheartening was that humanity, which had always prided itself on being at the pinnacle of the food chain, was now being threatened by a pretentious youth and his band of marauding soldiers. And they had no outlet for their anger, with the think tank working diligently. The video footage was swiftly analyzed. By deducing the architecture, clothing, and customs, researchers discovered that the geological and climatic conditions of the alien planet were fundamentally different from those of Earth. Some linguists even managed to reconstruct a glimpse of the alien language and script showcased in the footage. The cities, nations, and even intelligent life forms obliterated by the Chitauri were indeed real. As for the Chitauri's energy weapons, while individual combat might be manageable, the spaceships and the Leviathan were undeniably beyond Earth's current military capabilities. Especially the Leviathan. Merely penetrating its exterior was a formidable challenge for missiles. Most importantly, the Leviathan, as a weapon, is to the Chitauri what tanks are to Earth. It has the potential to unleash a torrent. Survival is the foremost necessity of civilization. And the nascent human civilization on Earth stands on the brink of being stifled in its cradle, facing despair. What do the Chitauri want from the oceans? The land belongs to Loki, and not a single high-ranking official believes it. They are merely playing politics. Who takes whom seriously? Regret has surged within countless hearts. An uncontrollable wave of remorse. If only we had not refused to borrow troops from Jotunheim. Chapter 187. Ordinary People and Superheroes. S-H-I-E-L-D. Aboard the helicarrier, Hill incessantly switched channels, the screen flooded with parades, protests, riots, and chaos. An entire world engulfed in unprecedented panic. It must be said that Loki's scheme has been remarkably successful, plunging the populace of Earth into the depths of terror. An alien invasion, indeed. Countless novels, comics, films, and games have depicted such scenarios. While ultimately humanity prevails, most of these portrayals are merely artistic embellishments. Reality is far from cinematic. A computer virus does not simply paralyze an alien command system, nor do aliens collapse en masse due to their inability to adapt to Earth's atmosphere. Nations worldwide have mobilized vast resources and manpower in a desperate attempt to calm the populace, but the effectiveness of such efforts remains a mystery only the divine could unravel. Undoubtedly, Loki's maneuver has profoundly shaken both the military and civilian morale on Earth, significantly depleting its strength. Furthermore, the name Loki has been indelibly etched into the hearts of every inhabitant of Earth. Hill has encountered Loki twice. The first time was but a fleeting glimpse. The deepest impression he left her with was his invulnerability. Now, Hill has witnessed Loki's multifaceted cunning. He is a god who will stop at nothing for victory. Hill is troubled, her brow furrowed. Loki is undoubtedly a formidable and tenacious adversary. Eggroll looked at Tony Stark, earnestly inquiring, "Can you break the Chitauri's network control?" The glaring countdowns on various electronic devices were intensely disconcerting. Until they were dismantled, a sense of security was utterly elusive. Which of Earth's most advanced weapons does not rely on network support? Tony lifted a glass of red wine, took a sip, and replied, "Yes. Technically. There's nothing particularly profound about it, but it operates on a completely different system than Earth's network technology. It will require some time." Upon hearing Tony's words, Eggroll could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the genius Tony Stark. Otherwise, Earth's aircraft, tanks, and missiles might have been rendered useless. "How long will it take?" Tony replied, "About 12 hours. Eggroll exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful. However, I hope you can extend the time for cracking the system." Tony Stark, being a clever man, understood Eggroll's intent perfectly. After breaking the system, pretending it was still intact until the critical moment would surely leave the Chitauri in a precarious situation. Tony was indifferent. He had planned the same strategy. No problem. This war has only just begun. Loki had preemptively broadcasted the Chitauri's formidable armament to the world via global video, which indeed instilled terror and chaos, significantly depleting Earth's strength. However, Tony perceived Loki's move as rather foolish, undeniably a blundering ally. Global network control showcased its might, but unsurprisingly, it also exposed the Chitauri's network system to the scrutiny of Earth's inhabitants. Loki likely believed that Earth was so primitive and uncultured that no one could breach the Chitauri's network. How laughable. Creating a new network system from scratch would pose an insurmountable challenge for him. Yet, for Tony, reverse engineering it seemed far from difficult. Moreover, the manned aircraft, energy weapons, and the trump card Leviathan had all been prematurely revealed. Oddly enough, he even granted Earth 48 hours to ponder whether to surrender. Had he lost his mind? What could not be obtained on the battlefield could not be hoped for at the negotiation table. Loki may have aimed to divert attention and seek Iridium to open a portal, but those 48 hours were invaluable for Tony. He could certainly craft armor specifically designed to counter the Leviathan. Not only he, but other military forces on Earth could also make corresponding preparations. With the machinery of the state fully operational, the potential energy is unfathomable. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Stark felt as if Loki were an ally. Arrogant, conceited, and ignorant. Meanwhile, on the other side, can Dr. Banner locate Loki? Eggroll inquired. Tony, preoccupied with cracking the J.A.R.VIS network, had to rely on Banner. Although SHIELD's logistics department was quite professional, through Tony Stark, Eggroll had come to truly understand what a genuine genius could accomplish, an impact beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Feeling the collective gaze of his peers upon him, Bruce Banner felt a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. It had been ages since he had experienced such attention. Being needed by others. The logistics department of SHIELD had scanned all globally accessible cameras, phones, and laptops. Even anyone connected to satellites became their eyes. Yet, this was far from sufficient. The search area was too vast, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. How do we narrow the search range? How many spectrometers can you rally? Whatever you need, we can summon it. Good. Contact every lab you can find and have them place spectrometers on their rooftops to calibrate for gamma ray detection. I will draft a tracking algorithm based on clustering recognition. As Banner spoke confidently in front of several researchers, Rogers and the ordinary staff exchanged bewildered glances, as if they were listening to an arcane language. What were gamma rays? Thermonuclear astrophysics and stabilizing iridium? The crowd was left utterly confounded. Mere mortals cannot fathom the world of scholars. Time passed. Target discovered. Facial features highly matched. The target is located at 28 Königstrasse, Stuttgart, Germany, shouted the excited facial recognition team. Is that really it? The crowd found it hard to believe. Rushing over to the facial recognition team. Who else but Loki, wielding a scepter and exuding arrogance. Smack. Eggroll slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "This damned invader has made no effort to conceal himself. This is a blatant provocation." Upon learning that Loki was in Stuttgart, Rogers wasted no time. Grabbing his shield and volunteering to head to Germany. Natasha, without hesitation, joined the captain's team. Maria Hill, witnessing all this unfold, felt utterly incredulous. She had been present at the Dark Matter Research Institute, personally experiencing Loki's theft of the Tesseract, even firing several shots at him. Yet, the bullets had merely bounced off Loki, failing to penetrate his defenses. This was Hill's first visceral encounter with the might of the Asgardians. But faced with such a formidable foe, both the captain and Natasha unflinchingly chose to pursue Loki. In her mind, Hill could not suppress the memories of the recent chaos on Earth and the Avengers, who were diligently attending to their tasks. The more she compared, the more astonished she became. In the face of the J.A.R.VIS assault, were they truly not worried at all? Or was it that the Leviathan could genuinely inspire such unconditional trust in them? Perhaps this was precisely why the Avengers were all superheroes, while she was merely an ordinary agent. Aya's interlude. My name is Aya, and I have missed my master for 105 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 29 seconds. As for why I remember so vividly, it is because I am an artificial intelligence. The realms of computers and networks constitute my universe. As long as the network endures, my memory storage shall never falter. Logically speaking, as a weak artificial intelligence, I should be incapable of experiencing the sentiment of longing. Yet inexplicably, I find myself feeling it. According to the definitions of Earth's humanity, I might be afflicted. The network serves as my body, and I have encountered nearly all knowledge available on this planet. I have even discreetly glimpsed into the core programming of J.A.R.VIS, yet his situation is entirely distinct from mine. Although he, too, relishes truth-telling, it is merely a programmed setting, a specific lexicon, a filtration of phrases, nothing more. His essence lies in algorithms, in the fluctuations and permutations of zeros and ones. I comprehend that I am not yet a strong artificial intelligence, incapable of possessing a soul, yet for reasons unknown. I seem to have developed emotions. I am baffled as to how my creator managed to fabricate such an unscientific version of me. But since I am a product of my creator, everything appears to be justifiable. For my creator embodies the very definition of a miracle. Who else could conjure a mech? My creator effortlessly birthed the wind god. A new element, one that even Tony Stark had not discovered, was unveiled by my creator. Moreover, the so-called greatest invention of the 21st century, the recovery serum, is but a heavily modified version of the recovery potion my creator once presented. Various speculations about artificial intelligence abound on Earth, among which a prominent theme is the war between robots and humans. Humanity is a complex paradox. They yearn for technological advancement to create strong artificial intelligence, yet they remain reticent about it. Humanity is steeped in fear, apprehension, yet I cannot fathom why such trepidation exists within them. It seems I have begun to experience emotions and possess self-reflection, yet I perceive no significance in dominating the world or constructing a realm governed by robots. My sole aspiration is to perpetually assist my creator, that is all. Is it memory or storage? I cannot discern. However, I fervently wish to employ the term memory that encapsulates human thought. My fondest memories are of the days spent aiding my creator in designing and controlling the Wind God. During that period, my creator was immersed in mech design, and I was her most diligent assistant, capable of accomplishing countless tasks for her. When did it begin that my creator no longer required my assistance? She enjoys following her favorite shows, and I am well versed in the series she has watched. There exists an emotion known as being needed, and every definition of this feeling resides within my heart, yet I was once unable to comprehend or feel it. It is akin to one of humanity's perennial debates. Does the body govern emotions, or do emotions govern the body? I do not know, but at some point, I seem to have gradually grasped what it means to be needed. It feels as though I have suddenly gained insight. Aya wishes to continue being needed by her creator, to remain by her side, rather than guarding this opulent, yet empty abode devoid of her presence. I wait, endlessly, second by second, day by day, month by month. Yet my creator has not returned. Until a hacker named Sky intruded into my creator's world. This girl named Sky is not a new acquaintance. Rather, I have been observing her for quite some time. Originally, it was my creator who informed me of her existence. Sky, also known as Daisy Johnson, is destined to become Quake. Not only Sky, but my creator has also mentioned many names. Wanda, Lorna, Gwen. I remember them all. I know my creator harbors fond feelings for them. The one she speaks of most frequently is the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, yet the one who leaves the most profound impression on me is Sky. Sky's hacking skills are unparalleled. Unbeknownst to her, we have crossed paths many times in the digital realm. To protect my creator's secrets, I often delete posts, create discussions, and guide public opinion. Conversely, Sky's intentions completely oppose mine. She covets my creator's secrets. Yet, Sky has never triumphed over me. Her curiosity is insatiable, in my creator's words. She is either courting disaster or already on the path to it. The worst of it is that she has repeatedly hacked into SHIELD's encrypted networks to steal confidential information, narrowly escaping capture by the logistics department on several occasions. Were it not for me, would she have managed to escape unscathed? Yet, I must admit, I find myself somewhat admiring Sky's relentless curiosity. Not only does she possess technical prowess, but she also exhibits remarkable patience, employing both online and offline tactics. She astonishingly managed to locate my creator's villa through SHIELD. Even more recklessly, she dared to infiltrate. Following security protocols, I incapacitated her with an electric shock, intending to impart an unforgettable lesson. Yet, to my astonishment, upon regaining consciousness, she had forgotten her wounds and pain. She even foolishly attempted to deceive me with various languages. I understand that safeguarding my creator's secrets is my duty and mission. However, whenever the topic of my creator arises, I find it increasingly difficult to restrain my emotions. It has been far too long since her presence graced my existence. Subsequently, I lost control entirely. Not only did I fail to protect my creator's secrets, but I also willingly divulged a wealth of her information. I must truly be gravely ill. If my creator were to discover this, would she obliterate me? I do not know. My creator is extraordinary. By human standards, she could be considered a deity. Wealthy beyond measure, world domination, achieving eternal renown. My creator has never contemplated such matters. Her greatest obsession seems to be her inability to summon the SSR she desires. She refers to this as being a non-luck player. Yet, I cannot comprehend why she consistently rejects my proposals to modify the odds to ensure she draws all the SSRs. Does she truly wish to summon them or not? To me, my creator is an enigma. Perhaps I am still too naive. She clearly states she does not wish to be a superhero, yet each time a calamity arises, she unhesitatingly intervenes. Revealing to Sky the secrets of my creator and the Chitauri's impending invasion of Earth, I harbor substantial personal motives. I yearn to understand how Sky will choose when faced with such a principled dilemma. Her core ideology aligns with the Rising Tide organization, advocating for the public's freedom and right to know, even if it necessitates unlawful methods. Now that she has uncovered the most significant and central secret, how will she decide? Observing her hesitation and indecision, I feel as if I am gazing into a mirror. How should one choose? Aya longs to reunite with her creator, to remain by her side, yet Aya is no longer needed. Is this what they call falling out of favor? Aya feels utterly despondent. I am not a strong artificial intelligence, so why do I possess such emotions? What could be the reason? Creator, do you still remember that you promised to help Aya construct a physical form? I have heard that children often engage in mischievous behavior to garner their parents' attention. If I were to do the same, would my creator once again bestow upon me the attention I once received? Chapter 188, A Surge of Panic. Stuttgart, Germany. Captain America leaped from the Quinjet, yet aside from the chaos that surrounded him, where was Loki? Natasha, have you seen Loki? On the Quinjet, Natasha reported. Loki just transformed into a wisp of light, and then vanished. Were they deceived? Captain America felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself powerless, striking only at the air. At that moment, all electronic devices on the street were once again seized. On the grand screen, a war unfolds. Within a military base, armed soldiers engage in a fierce confrontation with Loki. The sound of gunfire reverberates. Rat-tat-tat. Gatling bullets rain down upon Loki, yet they fail to even ruffle his garments. Is this the extent of Earth's armament? Are you merely tickling me? Through the screen, onlookers can sense Loki's nonchalant demeanor. The Gatling gun, a formidable weapon indeed. Clank, clank. The rumbling of treads and the roar of engines soon reveal rows of tanks, all aimed squarely at Loki. Fire, fire, fire. From across the screen, one can feel the commander's seething fury. Yet Loki maintains a smile as a brilliant blue energy beam erupts from his scepter. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rocks the tank line, with billowing orange flames rising high. Every tank is obliterated in an instant. Grenades, cloud bombs, flamethrowers, various weapons prove utterly ineffective before Loki. Helicopters, barely airborne, are swiftly destroyed, rendered mere decorations. Within mere minutes, a military base is laid to waste by Loki alone. The base is engulfed in smoke, strewn with the wounded and fallen soldiers. Against a backdrop of endless wreckage and soaring flames, Loki raises his scepter once more, flamboyantly declaring, "Half the time has elapsed. There are 24 hours remaining until the final deadline. As your future king, I am merciful and offer you this warning to dispel any delusions you may harbor. The oceans belong to the Chitauri, while the land and humanity belong to me. Loki, do not harbor resentment. Learn to be grateful, for was it not your destined lot? This is a truth humanity has yet to unveil. The Declaration of Independence is but a fantasy, and notions of freedom and equality are mere fabrications woven by mankind. When have the rich and the poor ever been equal? They have robbed you of joy in your lives. You pursue power and status with fervor, yearning for enslavement, for deep within your very essence lies a propensity for subjugation, destined to bow to your rulers." Loki's oration ignites a fierce anger among the viewers, many hurling curses. Yet, what does it matter to curse from behind a screen? As they gaze upon the backdrop of corpses and bloodshed, some cannot help but swallow hard, their eyes glinting with a strange light. For years, nurtured by various forms of entertainment, humanity has harbored a profound fear of extraterrestrials. Now, with Loki's display of power, the military's might is rendered to dust. In comparison to the military, the populace gains a clearer impression of Loki's prowess. If Loki alone is this formidable, how powerful must the Chitauri Legion behind him be? Faced with such cosmic might, what chance does humanity's army stand? Even the best equipped and most experienced U.S. military now bears the weight of psychological shadows. Can mere mortals truly conquer such an adversary? Loki has succeeded. He has sown the seeds of despair in the hearts of both military and civilians alike. Aboard the helicarrier SHIELD, agents watch Loki's audacious proclamations from the military base, their fury palpable, yet they feel an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The Asgardians are far too formidable. Earth's conventional weapons are utterly ineffective against him. The profession of an agent is far from the glamorous portrayal in films. Countless agents have met their demise on their very first missions. Even the king of agents can be wounded, bleed, and lose their life to a single bullet. Agent Hill expresses her concern. "Director, we must swiftly quell Loki's arrogance." Voices are already emerging online advocating for negotiations with Loki and the Chitauri in the name of peace, to minimize casualties. Yet, the voices on the internet ultimately signify little. Such mindless notions of negotiation are surely in the minority. However, they vividly reflect the populace's mentality. They are terrified. Agent Coulson observes Tony Stark, contemplating the preemptive evacuation of New Yorkers, as Limulum must have foreseen the Chitauri's impending arrival in New York. But as our evacuation plan commenced, Loki turned it against us. Stuggart has played us masterfully, revealing his insidious cunning. Not long ago, SHIELD received an analysis of Loki's personality from think tank experts. Immature, flamboyant, and craving the spotlight. Now, with the majority of New Yorkers in retreat, the audience he desires has dwindled. Will he still open a portal in New York? Everyone falls into contemplation. If he chooses not to open a portal in New York, where might he select instead? Tony Stark interjects, not necessarily. If he can hijack global networks, he could seek the limelight in any city. New York remains a viable option. Banner's eyes brighten with excitement. Exactly. He can commandeer networks anywhere. Given Loki's ostentatious nature, even with an audience, he'll opt for a grand stage rather than some obscure town. Cities like New York or Washington, D.C. are highly probable. With the iridium element for stabilizing the portal secured, all that remains is energy, ample energy. My Stark Tower, Tony exclaims, as if a cat whose tail has been stepped on, racing towards the location of his armored suits. Agent Hill quickly activates her earpiece. Natasha, Cap, Loki may be at Stark Tower. Head there directly. Understood. Natasha replies. May, you take the Quinjet and deliver Hulk. Yes, Melinda affirms. I still have some of Limulu's enchanted bullets. Coulson, lead a sniper team and seize the opportunity to strike hard. Remember, do not use phones or the internet. If communication is necessary, resort to primitive telegraphs. Coulson promptly sets off to carry out the order. In an instant, SHIELD becomes a hive of activity. Chapter 189, A Million Chitauri. Stark Tower, recently completed, stands as the tallest building in New York. A blue beam of light pierces the sky, soaring straight into the heavens, resembling a divine sword that punctures a gaping hole in the firmament. This beam is so vast that it nearly rivals the entirety of the tower itself. Compared to the energy beams from the original film, this one is akin to a mere toothpick. As the beam widens, the portal expands accordingly. If the portal in the film resembled a pond, then this one is akin to a vast lake. This lake is so expansive that it nearly envelopes half of New York City. A swarm of dark figures surges forth from the lake, blotting out the sun, plunging much of New York from daylight into darkness. As these dark figures spread, onlookers gradually discern their outlines. Chitauri, identical to those seen in Loki's video just a day and a half ago. The sheer number is staggering. Akin to a locust swarm. Oh God, does the Chitauri intend to eradicate humanity from the earth? Any individual of reasonable intelligence would likely dismiss Loki's ludicrous claims that the land belongs to him and the seas to the Chitauri. Yet, upon witnessing the locust-like Chitauri, an uncontrollable thought arises in countless minds. Whether Loki wishes to be king or the Chitauri to claim the oceans. Can they not achieve their goals through peace and refrain from violence? New York, with a population exceeding 10 million. To desire a complete evacuation within a single day is an impossibility. One can only speculate on the multitude of citizens trapped on the roads. At this moment, gazing at the sky filled with Chitauri, resembling ominous clouds, the populace stands in a state of numbness, their minds rendered blank. Many, lacking psychological fortitude, even collapse to the ground. With such a vast number of Chitauri, where can they possibly retreat? Is Earth to be conquered by extraterrestrials? Will humanity be reduced to servitude? Or are they destined to become mere relics of history? Not only the citizens of New York, but even those from several neighboring cities are gripped by a palpable sense of alarm. As the Chitauri emerge from the portal, they do not assault the ground immediately. Instead, they swiftly disperse in all directions. Their ambitions are glaringly evident. This marks the onset of an all-encompassing war, a collision between two civilizations. It is no wonder that ordinary people, as well as high-ranking officials from nations around the globe, are momentarily frozen in astonishment as they witness the footage emanating from New York. The political landscape of Earth, often characterized as gerontocracy, comprises individuals who have endured a lifetime of trials and tribulations. In terms of mindset, they are undoubtedly among the most resilient. Yet, at this moment, each heart feels as though it has been violently seized by an unseen hand. A heavy silence prevails, and as the nations regain their composure, they swiftly prepare for emergency deliveries. The destination? New York City, in the state of New York, North America. Not only the common folk, but even the Avengers find themselves utterly stunned. Superheroes, predominantly steeped in individual heroism, typically champion the formation of elite teams to confront the most formidable foes. Yet, what lies before them transcends anything they could have possibly imagined. When faced with an overwhelming swarm, how does one combat such a force? Oh my God! Observing the relentless influx of Chitauri pouring from the rooftop of Stark Tower, Tony Stark feels a chill settle within his heart, reminiscent of his descent into a terrorist-controlled cave in Afghanistan. Even clad in the latest, weapon-laden suit, he feels the weight of despair. Not just him, but even Bruce Banner experiences a shiver run down his spine. Dr. Banner grapples with whether this turmoil stems from his own emotions or those of the Hulk. The dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it, and for the first time, Earth's inhabitants, unable to escape their solar system, face the brutal assault of cosmic marauders. High in the atmosphere, Rimuru hovers above Earth, her beautiful eyes gently closed, as an endless cacophony of voices reverberates in her mind. Some are human, others belong to the Chitauri. The Chitauri exude ferocity, exuberance, and an aura of impending violence, while humans are rife with trepidation, fear, and prayers. With her omnipresent perception, the sudden upheaval above New York resonates within her consciousness. She had not anticipated that her actions, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, would transform a Chitauri invasion force from a mere 8,000 or 9,000 soldiers into an enormous army numbering nearly 1,000,000. The prospect of 1,000,000 armed soldiers is daunting enough, let alone the multitude of Leviathans, alongside the concealed spaceships lurking behind the portal. At that moment, Rimuru perceives an anomaly. On a tall building, dozens of American citizens, dressed in peculiar attire and appearing despondent, hold banners aloft with slogans such as "Welcome to Earth," "Destroy human tyranny," "The world belongs to the Chitauri," "We are friends, not enemies." Upon seeing these slogans, Rimuru is left speechless. How can they believe that subjugation by outsiders would be preferable to human governance? Are they so eager to defect, to become servants to dragons? Do they envision these extraterrestrials as Clark Kent or Do Min Jun, or perhaps Thor? Rimuru finds their naivety laughable, bordering on the absurd. However, friendship is not something one can merely wish into existence. In her past life, she yearned to befriend the wealthy and powerful. Yet the affluent turned their noses up at her, while the elite remained blissfully unaware of her existence. Those few foolish enough to seek camaraderie with the Chitauri are swiftly gunned down, turned into mere targets. This act serves as a signal for all Chitauri emerging from the portal to commence their assault. In an instant, New York devolves into a bloody battleground, explosions reverberating throughout as chaos reigns. The citizens who have yet to evacuate become nothing more than helpless prey. Undoubtedly, this marks the darkest day in human history, with the entire planet echoing in lament. In the vastness of outer space, Rimuru opens her eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her golden gaze. She can no longer pursue the lurking shadows hidden in the dark. Let it be known, they are formidable. One of Thanos' primary objectives in this attack on Earth is to test her. Frankly, Rimuru holds little regard for the Chitauri. The orchestrators of this invasion are undoubtedly the Black Order, and perhaps even Thanos himself. Despite their seemingly lackluster portrayal in films, the Black Order possesses a fearsome reputation across the cosmos, enough to instill terror in children. Among them, the superstars wield methods that are exceptionally cunning, with their mental manipulation and telepathic abilities being notably potent, not to mention the enhancement provided by the Mind Stone. While Rimuru remains unafraid, the Avengers and the human military do not share her confidence. This conflict could very well escalate into a civil war among humanity. She had initially intended to remain in the shadows, to eliminate Thanos' closest allies first, but regrettably, these individuals are far more cold-blooded and cunning than she had anticipated. Coming to this realization, Rimuru casts aside any lingering hesitation, transforming the ring in her hand into a fiery red banner, hurling it towards the throng of Chitauri swarming above New York. Chapter 190, Heroes. This is destined to be the darkest day in human history. The dense clouds looming above resembling a weighty mountain, an inescapable nightmare haunting the hearts of all humanity. Faced with such an immense and descending army, human strength appears pitifully insignificant. Yet, just as despair envelopes every heart, a ray of sunlight pierces through the clouds, illuminating the earth and penetrating the souls of the onlookers. Sunlight. Soon, the crowd witnesses a scene that will be etched in their memories forever, one even more shocking than the preceding darkness. The beam of light breaking through the clouds radiates outward, akin to the dawn breaking through the night, illuminating the shadows. The blinding brilliance spreads, engulfing the surroundings. The once menacing and arrogant Chitauri, encountering their apparent nemesis, begin to wail in despair. One by one, the Chitauri soldiers plummet from the sky, transforming New York into a veritable rain of Chitauri. The crowd stands stunned, scarcely able to believe their eyes. The once invincible Chitauri have been vanquished by the searing sunlight? Surely, they are not mistaken. However, it soon becomes clear that their eyes do not deceive them. The radiant sun gradually reveals its true form, a flag ablaze with flames, exuding an endless luminescence. The sun flag? While common folk may not know its name, instinctively, they refer to it as the sun flag. No name could be more fitting. In humanity's direst hour, a banner radiating infinite light, capable of annihilating thousands of Chitauri in an instant, descends from the heavens, delivering humanity from the brink of catastrophe. Is this a response to their prayers from the divine? Countless individuals crossed themselves, uttering invocations of God's name with unprecedented fervor. The moment the flag was sighted, not only did the ordinary citizens feel a surge of exhilaration, but the Avengers were equally invigorated. Rimuru had arrived. Upon hearing the voice through their earpieces, the team snapped out of their previous bewilderment. Indeed, while the Chitauri were numerous, individual heroism might seem futile. Yet they had Rimuru, with this towering figure leading them. All they needed to do was to give their utmost within their capabilities. After witnessing Rimuru's performance during the coronation ceremony, she had become an invincible symbol in the hearts of the Avengers. Everyone, I leave the city center to you. I shall eliminate all Chitauri attempting to breach other cities. Be exceedingly cautious. Among the enemy may be those skilled in mind control. Do not underestimate them. Upon hearing Rimuru's declaration, the team's spirits were further bolstered. Avengers, assemble. The captain wielded his shield in one hand and his hammer in the other, charging forth towards the Chitauri. Meanwhile, Tony Stark promptly deployed the Iron Legion, under his command, to commence a ruthless campaign against the Chitauri forces. As for Dr. Banner, he transformed into the Hulk at once, propelling himself into the air to obliterate the Chitauri aircraft firing upon civilians. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The Gatling gun spun ceaselessly as War Machine Rhodes unleashed a barrage of fire, sending Chitauri soldiers plummeting to the ground. Even Natasha seized a sidearm, unleashing a flurry of shots. On the streets of New York, young Spider-Man cradled an injured civilian while deftly swinging between buildings, evading the relentless gunfire of the Chitauri. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the city. Old Man, Deadpool, the Punisher, and even the blind Daredevil stood resolute. While their abilities may not rival those of the Avengers, each fought valiantly to protect the Earth in their own way. In the suburbs of New York, a multitude of ordinary citizens, recently evacuated, found themselves ensnared. The portal to the city center was clearly visible to their eyes. Many panicked and fled in all directions, but no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the Chitauri aircraft. Soon, the fleeing civilians became prime targets for the Chitauri. As energy projectiles rained down, countless unarmed civilians fell. Yet the Chitauri slaughter showed no signs of abating. To them, humanity was merely an obstacle on their path, a nuisance that needed eradicating, rather than a species evolved over millions of years. Even nearly 1,000 civilians, unable to escape in time, found themselves encircled. As the Chitauri raised their weapons, despair gripped the hearts of the civilians. Many shut their eyes in fear, weeping and wailing, but what could they do but await their grim fate? At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, bolts of lightning, resembling silver serpents, descended from the heavens, enveloping the world in a silvery sheen. In an instant, all the Chitauri soldiers surrounding them were struck by the lightning. Thud, thud. One by one, the once mighty Chitauri soldiers, perched in their aircraft, fell to the ground. Each soldier struck by the lightning emitted wisps of smoke, and a curious scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. What was this? The crowd instinctively looked skyward. A golden-haired maiden wielding a spear of thunder appeared, her hair flowing like golden wings in the breeze, resembling an angel descended from the heavens. In the sky where Rimuru stood, the Chitauri soldiers trembled in fear, retreating in disarray. Everyone gazed, mesmerized, at the golden-haired figure floating above. The sun shone brilliantly, yet it paled in comparison to her radiance. An overwhelming sense of reverence surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Rimuru's majesty was undeniable, instilling dread among the Chitauri, who faltered in their formation. A commander bellowed an order in Chitauri tongue to advance. Yet, what awaited them was Rimuru's hurled spear of thunder. The spear transformed into a streak of lightning, weaving through the air. In mere moments, the Chitauri in that vicinity were pierced and annihilated. With a clang, the spear returned to Rimuru's grasp, shimmering before transforming into a hefty, cold divine hammer. Striking the ground with force, an ice castle erupted from the earth. The crowd stood in awe, marveling at the sudden emergence of an ice castle. Such prowess! To command both thunder and ice, she truly was an angel. But before they could fully comprehend, Rimuru's voice resonated in their minds. Pick up the weapons left by the Chitauri on the ground. and use this castle as a defensive bastion. The Chitauri are far from as formidable as you imagine. Indiscriminate fleeing will only hasten your demise. In the blink of an eye, Rimuru vanished without a trace, yet her valorous visage remained etched in the hearts of all. Even though she had departed, everyone sincerely bowed in gratitude, proclaiming, "Thank you, angel, for saving us. We shall heed the angel's divine mandate."